I awakened a 10,000-fold amplification talent at the start. Normal attacks can take down bosses, and my ultimate can clear the entire map, sweeping through all enemies in the universe. One fireball spell, when amplified, is equivalent to a fire-type forbidden spell. There is nothing that a fireball can't solve. If there is, then just use two. Do not enter the multiverse. Do not enter the multiverse. This is an alien conspiracy. The multiverse is a trap. After logging into the game, you will become a slave of the aliens. The Bear Country government will impose severe sanctions on aliens that threaten Blue Star. On the television, the news anchor is broadcasting messages that the Bear Country government has been promoting frequently lately. However, this has no impact at all on the netizens of Dragon Country. Dragon Country, Haijo, a certain university male dormitory room 315. Sons, after finishing this meal, everyone should hit the road. The green mountains remain unchanged, the waters flow long, we shall meet again. Two male students held stainless steel bowls filled with boiled water high and clinked them together. To an outsider, it might seem like a scene of heroic parting, as if they were drinking to send each other off. I mean, you two have been at this for 3 years, when will you act normal? It's just a game, yet you make it seem like you're about to die any second, Xiao Chen said with a speechless expression while eating. The two people drinking water from bowls are his roommates, one named Li, who is not a fan of the Death Star trope. The other is Zhang Fan, a severe martial arts fantasy enthusiast. There are only 3 people in the dormitory, and unfortunately, besides him, the other 2 have a few screws loose. What a buzzkill. Li put down his bowl and said to Xiao Chun, "Old Xiao, don't say you're not playing. This heavens is alien technology, you don't need any equipment or internet, just your consciousness to log in. The game's real time is 10-1, not only is it fun, but it can also extend your lifespan in a roundabout way. The 3 of us have such great synergy every time we play, you can't back out this time." Zhang Fan also said, "Right, we can't run. As per the old rules, old Li's nanny will output, and you play the tank." "I tank your grandpa." Xiao Chen slammed the table and said unhappily, "I only play as a mage." "You can tank whoever you want, I've tanked for 3 years, and now just seeing the boss's belly makes me want to vomit, I will never play front line again." Fine, I'll give you a chance to output this time. If you don't play well, we'll delete the account and start over. Seeing his resolute attitude, the two had no choice but to agree for the time being. However, they also understood that Xiao Chen was only suited for playing T in this lifetime, because he loved to charge forward too much. Only a full meat build with a little extra could help him survive a bit longer. In just 1 hour the server will open, find a more provocative pose to lie down in. It's said that you can gain an SSS level talent. After finishing their meal, the 3 tidied up the mess and each prepared to enter the game. The multiverse is an alien technology that recently entered the consciousness of all humanity through dreams. According to the introduction in the dream, this game was developed by a super civilization known as the Supreme Divine Kingdom, and it was disseminated throughout the universe through a special technology. Any intelligent life can enter the game world through their consciousness. Multiverse creates different game spaces for various civilizations. In the initial stage, everyone develops only within their own civilization, but once they reach level 255, they can break through the barriers of civilization and enter the true multiverse, where they can clash with the strong from various civilizations. This game requires no equipment, no internet. As long as your mind is normal, you can log in. Moreover, it is free forever, with no administrators, back-end accounts, trading platforms, or any other components, completely clean. The game is about to launch, and many people are filled with anticipation. Xiao Chen lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and silently recited All Heavens, connecting his consciousness to the server of the game All Heavens. Welcome to the world of All Heavens. There are 54 minutes and 29 seconds left until the game server opens. You can pre-create your game character. A light blossomed in my mind, and the dormitory vanished from my perception, replaced by a vast temple hall. Everything around was so real, as if I were truly there. In front of Xiao Chen was a mirror, reflecting his current appearance, a remarkably handsome young man dressed in a white novice robe. I'm really handsome. Let's create an account first. Please choose your profession. The system commands echoed above the temple, and in the mirror, Xiao Chen saw several selectable weapons, each representing a different profession. At the beginning of the game, there are a total of 6 professions: warrior, knight, mage, priest, assassin, and archer. Seeing the knight and the warrior, the ancient tank Xiao Chen felt a bit nauseous. Mage. He unhesitatingly chose the staff. Immediately, his clothes transformed into the style of a mage robe, and a tattered wooden staff appeared in his hand. Please enter your name. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen announced his name. Character naming successful. It has been detected that among the characters created in the myriad worlds, there are 790,012 people with the same name as you, and in this battle zone, there are 991 people with the same name as you. The Myriad Worlds allows for name duplication because its service scope is too broad, covering the entire universe, and the number of players is beyond imagination. And this battle zone refers to Blue Star. Ding! At that moment, the system suddenly emitted a crisp prompt sound. Following the prompt, detected that your brain domain width exceeds the cosmic average standard by 50%, the system grants an additional lottery chance. Then, a gigantic spinning wheel popped up. The reward sections on the spinning wheel are divided into segments, each with different colors and various inscriptions. Equipment, skills, talents, special items, and so on, even including the job transfer certificate for hidden professions. Each type of item is distinguished by color to indicate its quality, which are white, normal, green, refined, blue, rare, purple, epic, orange, legendary, red, mythical, and multicolored, beyond mythical, with uniqueness. Wow, there's such a good thing? What is brain domain width? What the hell is that? Xiao Chen looked completely bewildered. However, he wouldn't be foolish enough to turn down a chance to win a prize for free. Just give me the highest quality one, he secretly thought to himself as he pushed the dial, which began to spin rapidly. After half a minute, the speed gradually slowed down, passing one slot after another. Finally, it stopped at a colorful slot. Super God level. My goodness! Xiao Chen's heart raced with excitement, doubling in speed. Ding, congratulations, you have won a random super divine talent in the lottery. Ding, your talent is Divine Might. Divine Might, all skill effects are increased by 10,000 times. Damn! Seeing the talent he had obtained, Xiao Chen was so happy that he almost shouted out loud. Fortunately, I didn't choose a tank, otherwise, this talent would have been wasted. He felt extremely grateful. The skill effect is increased by 10,000 times. Playing as a mage means one skill can wipe out a whole area, right? It's completely the experience of a BT server. He quickly logged off to tell his two good friends. However, the two guys were completely absorbed in the character creation process and showed no signs of waking up. Xiao Chen opened the internet to check the relevant forums for the multiverse. Many people posted saying that their brain domain width exceeds the cosmic average by 50%, earning them a chance to enter a lottery. Some received skill books, others received equipment, and even one person claimed to have obtained a transfer certificate for the hidden class Ancient Sword Immortal. Xiao Chen then realized that as long as a blue star person wasn't too foolish, they would all get a chance to enter such a lottery after entering the game. However, to draw a uniquely super divine level talent, his luck was truly unmatched. After browsing the forum for a while, it was about time. With a hint of excitement, he logged back into the game and entered the world of all heavens. Game server countdown, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Welcome. The system's announcement had not yet finished when Xiao Chen immediately entered the game world. Welcome to Novice Village No. 0000002. Reach level 10 to teleport to the main city for job change. Have a great game. A system prompt popped up, and right after that, Xiao Chen saw a dense crowd of people. Help, I'm being crushed. Who touched my butt? I'm a man. Hey, I'm going to find the NPC to take a quest. Why are you pushing me out of the village? Damn, I got killed by a wild chicken. Various strange sounds echoed around, and the crowd was as packed as the subway during rush hour in a first-tier city. Xiao Chen was blocked and couldn't move, even walking was difficult. Hey bro, did the system tell you that if you commit suicide 100 times, you can unlock a hidden class? Am I the only one who knows this? He said to the player next to him, pretending to be a newbie. Hiss, I can't believe such a thing exists. There was a stir around. Soon after, a few people began to use the system's free self-destruct feature, ending their own lives on the spot. After a series of screams, the surroundings cleared up a lot, and finally, I could walk. As clever as I am. Xiao Chen chuckled and strode towards the outside of the village. Although NPCs can take on some quests to speed up leveling, but there are just too many people over there. It's hard to say how long it would take to squeeze in, so it's more efficient to just go level up directly. On the road out of the village, Xiao Chen looked at his attributes. Name, Xiao Chen. Occupation, Mage Apprentice. Level 1. Talent, Divine Might, Super God level. Health points, 108 out of 108. Mana points, 25. Spell attack power, 2. Physical defense 2. Magical defense 1. Strength 1, affects physical attack. Intelligence 1, affects magical attack. Constitution 1, affects health points and physical defense. Spirit 1, affects mana points and spell defense. Agility 1, affects critical hit rate, additional attack boost for archers and assassins. There are 2 pieces of equipment on the body. Trial Staff, Spell Attack Power +1. Trial Robe, Physical Defense +1. Take another look at the skills. The Novice Mage only has 1 basic skill, equivalent to a normal attack. Magic Missile, deals 110% of attack power as spell damage, cooldown of 2.5 seconds, no mana cost. It can be said to be quite a useless skill. Of course, this is for ordinary players. My talent should be useful for this skill, right? Xiao Chen pondered. He had already arrived at the village entrance, but there were still many people at the exit of the Novice village. With so many wolves and so little meat, there weren't enough wild monsters to go around. The level 1 wild monster is the wild chicken, which has 80 health points and very low attack power, but for a novice with only 2 attack power, it still takes a long time to take one down. Of course, if the crowd gangs up on it, it can go much faster. Xiao Chen aimed at a wild chicken that had just spawned and cast a magic missile. Baiyu. The missile hit the wild chicken on the head. Minus 21,997. You defeated the wild chicken and gained 5 experience points. System message. A massive 5-digit damage appeared. The wild chicken's head buzzed, and before it could see the morning sun, its short life came to an end. What the hell? How did this wild chicken suddenly drop dead? Who was so fierce to take it out in an instant? People around shouted. In the multiverse, non-team players cannot see how much damage others deal. They can only judge by the changes in the monster's health bar. The wild chicken disappeared completely, attracting the attention of a few people. However, it didn't cause much of a stir. After all, everyone here had won a prize before, so a little flashy thing wasn't surprising. Xiao Chen confirmed the effect of his skill, instantly feeling confident, and instead of competing with others for the wild chicken, he headed straight towards a more distant place. Outside the wild chicken area is the territory of the level 3 monster Little Grass Spirit, where many players are currently teaming up to fight monsters, making it difficult to steal. Xiao Chen continued walking and arrived at the territory of the level 5 monster Little Stone Man. Little Stone Man, level 5. Health, 360 of 360. Physical attack power, 7. Physical defense, 2. Magical defense, 1. Skills, none. A small monster with 360 health points is already a considerable pressure for ordinary players. Only a few lucky ones with exceptional lottery results train here. Xiao Chen cast a magic missile, dealing 21,975 points of damage. You have defeated the small stone golem and gained 25 experience points. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 2. A level 5 monster plus a level 1 monster is just enough to level up by 1. Each time a player's level increases by 1, they gain 2 attribute points, and all 5 basic attributes automatically increase by 1 point. Xiao Chen allocated both points to intelligence, raising his intelligence value to 4 points, and his spell attack increased to 5 points. He cast another magic missile. Minus 54,987. An astonishing damage burst forth, and the little stone man, who had just been hopping around, cracked with a snap, dropping 2 copper coins on the ground. This feels pretty good, too. 5 seconds per monster, much better than doing beginner quests. Xiao Chen was all smiles as he embarked on a frenzied leveling journey. A magic missile every 2.5 seconds, that's quite fast. For ordinary players, this skill is just a basic attack, with a slow attack speed and low damage. But with the enhancement of the Divine Might talent, the effect is terrifying. What's even more impressive is that this skill doesn't require any mana at all. Baiyu. Magic missiles flew one after another, taking down anyone in sight, as if entering a realm without monsters. A few players around him marveled at his terrifying leveling speed, exclaiming, "So impressive. He must be a big shot who got a divine artifact, with an attack power over 400 in the novice village. Brother, can we team up to level up together?" I have a lowly voice. Some even approached to strike up a conversation, hoping to team up and play with him. Get lost. I don't like 300-pound Lolas. Xiao Chen rudely rejected her and focused on leveling up. Before long, his level had risen to level 3, and after adding points to intelligence, his magic attack reached 8 points, allowing him to deal over 90,000 damage with a basic attack. While fighting monsters and moving forward, he unknowingly arrived at the territory of the level 7 monster Forest Deer. The Forest Deer has 750 health points, and even at level 10, it would take over 10 to 20 seconds to defeat it. But in Xiao Chen's eyes, it was still as fragile as thin paper. With a monster every 2.5 seconds, plus the time spent moving to find monsters, on average, he could defeat a level 7 monster every 4 seconds or so, without taking any damage himself. Aside from him, no one else had come to level up in this area. After all, the probability of encountering high-quality rewards in the lottery was still very low, and the vast majority of people were below orange, legendary, quality. No one disturbed him, and the leveling process became increasingly comfortable, with the experience bar rising rapidly. A forest deer gives 55 experience points, and in just 1 minute, there are over 800 experience points. This speed is at least 30 times faster than an ordinary player. In just 10 minutes, Xiao Chen reached level 6. Despite not having much luck, no equipment dropped, and the copper coins were pitifully few. But his attack power has already reached 20 points, and a missile can deal 200,000 damage. A level 7 forest deer is no match for him. He is now going to challenge higher level monsters. Ahead lies a dense forest. There isn't a single monster around. Xiao Chen thought he had taken a wrong turn on the map, but after walking a bit further, a completely black tiger suddenly entered his line of sight. Seeing the tiger, Xiao Chen knew it was a high-level monster, and without a second thought, he threw a missile at it. Bayou. Minus 218,784. A terrifying damage number popped up. Congratulations! You have defeated the beginner village boss and earned 10 reputation points. Congratulations! You are the first player in this battle zone to defeat the beginner village boss, earning the honor reward 1 piece of epic equipment. You have defeated the black striped tiger and earned 3,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 7. Battle zone announcement. Player Xiao Chen has defeated the novice village boss first and received an epic piece of equipment. Battle zone announcement. Battle zone announcement. A series of system prompts exploded in his ears. Xiao Chen was taken aback, looking at the black tiger lying motionless on the ground, blinking his eyes. This thing is actually a boss? TSK tisk, truly pathetic. Let's see what the reward is. He opened his backpack to check the rare equipment he had just obtained. Staff of Honor, Epic. Level, 10. Spell attack plus 32. Intelligence plus 6. Constitution plus 6. Special effect, rejuvenation 5% chance to restore 50 mana when casting a skill. The attributes are decent, but unfortunately, it requires level 10 to use. If he takes this weapon, his spell attack can more than double, but his level is not enough, so he can only wait for now. The corpse of the ground boss slowly disappeared, leaving behind 2 items that dropped. Xiao Chen picked up 8 silver coins from the ground. Gold, silver, and copper are exchanged at a ratio of 100, along with 2 pieces of armor and a blueprint. Black Tiger Boots, level 10, exquisite quality, usable by all classes, increases health limit by plus 45, physical defense plus 2. Black Tiger Crown, level 10, exquisite quality, usable by all classes, maximum health plus 55, constitution plus 2. Novice Village Treasure Map. Since ancient times, a remarkable treasure has been buried in Novice Village, and it is said that only those with fate can find it. 2 pieces of level 10 green equipment, which I still cannot wear. However, this treasure map has piqued Xiao Chen's interest significantly. Let's see, maybe I can dig out a divine artifact, he thought to himself. He opened the treasure map item, and a flat map came into view. This map was undoubtedly an aerial view of the Novice Village, with the village, grasslands, and woods all clearly depicted. The treasure location was deep in the woods, in a cave at the foot of a small hill. The treasure is buried in the cave. Isn't that obvious? No need to dig, just drill in. What more do you need, fated person? Xiao Chen couldn't help but complain. However, his body was still honestly heading towards the target location. In the forest, there are level 9 monsters called lynxes, which look like small tigers and have high attack power. However, in front of Xiao Chen's more than 200,000 magic missiles, it was completely a one-hit kill, without even a pause in his steps. The cave was not far away, and it was reached in just a few minutes. At the end of the forest appeared a bare rocky mountain, with a cave entrance about the height of a person, very conspicuous. Even more conspicuous was the inscription at the top of the cave entrance that read treasure location in 4 large characters, even more excessive than there is no silver here, 300 taels. The game made by aliens is indeed a bit silly. No wonder the brain capacity of players worldwide is over 50% higher than the average. Xiao Chen complained and walked into the cave. There were no monsters in the cave, it was very quiet. After walking for more than 200 meters in one breath, the area ahead suddenly became spacious. A golden mountain appeared before Xiao Chen, filled with gold coins, at first glance at least a few million of them. Wow, is this really a treasure? Xiao Chen thought that such an obvious treasure spot wouldn't have anything good, but he never expected to encounter the scene after entering. A few million gold coins. If all of this is taken away, wouldn't it mean making a fortune in no time? Although the heavens and the blue star economy do not interact and cannot be directly exchanged for cash, offline transactions are completely unaffected. Several million gold coins would be worth more than several hundred million at the beginning of the game. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment before he reacted and dashed forward in a single leap. However, when he arrived in front of the golden mountain, ready to reach out and collect the gold coins, a voice suddenly echoed around him. Are the challengers nowadays so weak? Not even at level 10, and they dare to challenge me? Immediately, the golden mountain before him collapsed with a thunderous roar. The gold coins disappeared, replaced by a magnificent lion, resplendent in gold and exuding strength and majesty. What the hell? Xiao Chen's face darkened. That's my money. Upon closer inspection, the golden lion before him was over 5 meters tall, like an elephant. Looking at the attributes again, he was instantly dumbfounded. Golden Lion Auto Goo, Mythical Level Boss. Level, 50. Health, 3000000/3000000. Tip, target level exceeds your own by 30 levels, unable to read detailed information. Besides the name, level, and health points, all other attributes are completely invisible. A level 50 mythic boss. Is this really a beginner village? Xiao Chen was momentarily speechless. Of course, he was just feeling annoyed and had no intention of being afraid. The golden lion lowered its head and looked down at him, speaking human words, saying, "Challenger, your greedy gaze tells me you have come to seize the treasure. Is there a problem? The treasure location is clearly written at the entrance, so why can't we go in?" Xiao Chen said bluntly. "It's just a level 50 mythical boss. What are you acting all high and mighty for?" Otto despised greedy people the most in his life, but this is a place protected by the gods, and I don't want to kill the innocent and anger them. You can leave, I'll pretend you were never here, the golden lion said, then lazily lay down again. TSK, a mere level 50 mythic boss really thinks highly of itself. Xiao Chun, who possessed the divine might talent, felt quite displeased seeing the boss regard itself with such arrogance. It's just a game, how can a dignified player be looked down upon by a monster? Without saying a word, he launched a magic missile. Foolish. The golden lion Otto lay on the ground, lifted one eyelid to glance at him, and then continued to lie down and sleep. For a low-level skill like the magic missile, he couldn't even be bothered to respond, even 1,000 wouldn't break his defense, he completely didn't care. However, snap! The magic missile hit the golden lion on the forehead. -201,909. A terrifying damage number popped up, and Otto, who was just about to sleep, was completely stunned. At level 7, Xiao Chen's spell attack had already reached 24 points, capable of dealing 260,000 damage normally. Otto has a certain degree of damage reduction and high defense, which is why it only appears to have a little over 200,000 health. Nevertheless, 200,000 damage still took away more than 5% of the boss's health. What's going on? The golden lion jolted and immediately jumped up. Kid, your magic missile. How can it hurt so much? It raised its front paw, rubbing its lion face, clearly in some pain. Xiao Qin shrugged, looks and damage are proportional, I'm also quite helpless. Then with a whoosh, he launched another missile. Stop! Hands off! Don't hit anymore! Otogu took another magical missile, losing a total of 13% of his health, and suddenly felt a bit flustered. It put aside its proud demeanor and said anxiously, "Don't hit me, I can give you any treasure you want." Xiao Qin was taken aback. What do you mean? You're such a fierce boss, and after taking 2 missiles, you got scared? After all, it was a level 50 mythical boss. Although it was hurt badly by his magic missiles, if it fought back, it could easily take him down in one hit. The golden lion Otogu replied in a wrong tone, "You adventurers can respawn infinitely, but I only have 1 life. You're so powerful, you must have inherited the abilities of some supreme god. In that case, it makes sense for me to give you the treasure." Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. The boss is actually afraid of death? But thinking about it, it makes sense. Myth-level bosses generally do not respawn. Once dead, they are truly dead. Under the conditions of highly advanced alien technology, it is not surprising that these monsters exhibit some human-like traits. What treasures do you have? And why do you say that one must inherit the power of the Lord God to obtain your treasure? Xiao Chen asked. Otogu lay back down on the ground, lowering his posture, and explained, Otogu was originally the mount of the god of war Asada. My master was unfortunately killed by the bloody demon god during the Abyssal War 3,000 years ago. The gods took pity on me and allowed me to return to the original place with my master's legacy, to find suitable adventurers to inherit the power of the war god. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This means, there's definitely a hidden class involved. Moreover, it's a god-level hidden profession, definitely very powerful. So you want to pass the inheritance of the war god to me? He said with a smile. The golden lion Otto replied awkwardly, I did think about that, but you are a magician. The master's inheritance is only suitable for knights, unless you voluntarily give up all your current abilities and change your profession, otherwise you cannot inherit it. Knight? No way, let's forget about that. As soon as he heard it was a tank profession, Xiao Chen immediately felt a physiological rejection. But then he thought, after all, it is a main god inheritance, giving it up like this seems a bit regrettable. So he asked again, can this inheritance be transferred? What? Otogu said in a tone that clearly indicated he didn't understand at all. Xiao Chen explained, what I mean is, I have a friend who is more suitable than me to inherit the mantle of the war god. You hand over that inheritance to me, and I'll help you pass it to him. The friend was just an excuse. This thing, if sold, would definitely fetch a sky-high price. No, the master's inheritance is incredibly precious. If you accept it yourself, I will definitely give it to you. But for anyone else, I'm afraid I can't agree. The golden lion shook his head repeatedly, indicating it was impossible. Oh? Xiao Chen grinned, raising his hand to cast a magic missile. Minus 218,911 roar. What are you doing? After taking a high damage skill, Otogu immediately got a bit angry, standing up and roaring. Xiao Chen already knew this guy was afraid of death. Full of confidence, he laughed and said, you know my strength, so I won't waste words. Hand over the war god's inheritance item or I don't mind manually extracting it from you. Damn it! Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Otogu shouted angrily, golden light emanating from his body, looking ready to strike. But in the end, he didn't attack. Xiao Chen smiled and said, you could kill me in an instant, but I'll be back right away. From the resurrection point to here, it only takes a few minutes if you run fast. How much health can you recover in a few minutes? He was very confident. Because according to the rules of the game, wild bosses are different from dungeon bosses. After disengaging from battle, they do not immediately recover full health, but rather need a slow process. With the golden lion's health, it was estimated that it could recover about 1% per minute. At most. Such time could not completely offset his damage. As long as he had the patience to slowly grind it down, it was basically doomed. You despicable adventurer. Otogu was quite furious. It roared, the master is the war god, and his inheritance is incredibly heavy, it must not be easily given away. Even if you kill me, I will not yield. Bio minus 219,813. Responding to him was a magic missile from Xiao Chen. Wow, that hurts. I'm going to retaliate. Otogu had been hit by 4 magic missiles and was already quite injured. It roared and jumped at Xiao Chen with a charge. Bang! Minus 61,891. A 5-digit damage appeared, and with less than 300 health left, Xiao Chen still owed it 200 lives. Hint, you have died, losing 20% of your current level's experience. The system prompted. Hey, really fighting? The next second, Xiao Chen resurrected in the novice village and immediately rushed out of the village. Dying once would deduct 20% of experience, but he could also kill some small monsters on the way to make up for it, so he wasn't worried about dropping levels and losing attributes. There were many people leveling up outside the novice village. Most players were around level 3 to 4, with level 5 considered elite, and there were almost none above level 6. Xiao Chen ran wildly, crossing several small maps, and arrived at the cave. Looking at the time spent running, it took a total of 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Inside the cave, the golden lion Otogu lay majestically on the ground, its health bar slowly recovering. You're back again, I will not yield. It saw Xiao Chen and shouted angrily, spitting out a ball of golden light. Xiao Chen also threw out a magic missile at the same time and took a glance at its attributes. Golden Lion Otogu, Mythical level boss, health 2 316,090/3000000. When it was killed before, its health bar was 2.15 million, now it was 2.3 million. This meant its automatic health recovery speed was about 1% per minute, averaging only about 500 points per second. Can kill. Xiao Chen thought happily. In the next moment, a damage of 210,000 appeared above Otto's head, and over 80,000 appeared above his own, before he returned to the village to respawn. He ran out of the novice village again, hurrying back to the cave. The third time he checked the boss's health, it had dropped to 2,240,000, about 60,000 less than before. I want to be the first person to defeat the mythical boss. Xiao Chen excitedly cast a magic missile, only to be instantly killed by Otto's roar skill. After dying for the 4th time, he rushed out of the novice village, preparing to return to the cave. At this point, some casual players in the village had already noticed him. What's up with that guy? Died 4 times in 20 minutes. Did he encounter a boss? His level is 7, he should be among the strongest, why does he keep dying? Some expressed confusion. But they didn't say much more. Xiao Chen paid no attention to this, running back. After 5 minutes, throwing out a magic missile, and was instantly killed again. The golden lion Otto's health was being chipped away at a very slow pace, little by little. Xiao Chen's level remained unchanged during his time running around the Experience gained from killing monsters was just enough to offset the experience lost from dying. Meanwhile, other players steadily improved during this time, with some slowly catching up to him, even surpassing him. Another 20 minutes passed, and the Golden Lion's health was reduced to 1,900,000. After dying for the 9th time and returning to the Novice village, Xiao Chen had already attracted the keen attention of casual players. This guy must have encountered a super strong boss, otherwise he wouldn't keep dying like this. Tell the vice president, have someone follow him. If the boss is easy to beat, we can steal it from him. It's been over half an hour and he still hasn't finished, this boss must be really tough. They whispered among themselves, spreading the news. Xiao Chen was completely focused on the Feast of Drops from the god-level boss, unaware of all this. 5 minutes later, he died again and returned to the Novice village. That's the guy, follow him. A few casual players who had been called over secretly trailed behind Xiao Chen. He dashed out of the village, preparing to return near the cave. At that moment, a voice came from beside him. Selling equipment, mage gear that can be worn at level 5, come take a look. Xiao Chen paused for a moment upon hearing this. Right, I can buy equipment to boost my base stats. His talent could amplify damage by 10,000 times, just increasing his attack power by 1 point would add 10,000 points of damage, how terrifying. I'm such an idiot. Xiao Chen hurried towards the player who was calling out. Hey, let me see the equipment, he said quickly. Oh, okay, look, there are 3 pieces, the player named Lucky Meow, a pretty girl in her 20s, said as she displayed the 3 pieces of equipment. Oak Staff, level 7, normal quality, spell attack plus 12 Grass Spirit Ring, level 5, normal quality, spell attack plus 2 Grass Shoes, level 3, normal quality, Constitution plus 1 how much? Seeing the 2 pieces that increased spell attack, Xiao Chen was overjoyed. Lucky Meow spread her hands, extending 5 slender, pale fingers and said, 5 silver coins. Damn, that's really expensive. 50 copper coins would be more reasonable. Someone nearby, just as interested in the equipment as Xiao Chen, immediately complained upon hearing the price. At this stage, everyone had less than 100 copper coins, unless they were the leaders of large guilds with many companions in the Novice village, they couldn't gather a lot of copper coins. Lucky Meow also realized her price was too high, her face showing a hint of shame as she weakly said, I took a quest that requires a lot of silver coins. Do you have any more equipment that increases spell attack? Xiao Chen asked her. Yes, and there's this. She took a necklace off herself. The village chief's blessing, level 3, exquisite quality, intelligence plus 2, constitution plus 2, I'll take all 4 of these, here are 5 silver coins for you. Xiao Chen sent a trade request. Oh, okay. Thank you. Lucky Cat was taken aback, not expecting that such a high price would actually be accepted by someone. Immediately, he traded with Xiao Chen, giving him all 4 pieces of equipment. Add me as a friend, and when I finish my quest. Hey, why are you running so fast? Lucky Cat felt guilty and wanted to add him as a friend, hoping to repay him later. But Xiao Chen had already dashed away. During his run, he equipped all 4 new pieces of gear. His attributes changed significantly. Name, Xiao Chen, class, Mage Apprentice, level 7, talent, Divine Might, Super God level, health, 324, mana, 77, spell attack power, 39. Physical defense, 3, spell defense, 2, strength, 7, intelligence, 21, constitution, 10, mentality, 7, agility, 7. His spell attack had risen to 39 points, and the theoretical damage of his missiles would exceed 400,000. He left the village, follow him closely. Several players quickly chased after him. Xiao Chen killed small monsters as he walked, recovering his experience points. 5 minutes later, he passed through the woods, returned to the small stone mountain, and entered a cave. There's actually a cave here. It's a treasure location. Could there be treasure inside? The followers noticed something and immediately began contacting their leader. Otto Gu, die. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had already entered the cave and launched another missile. Stop, I give up, please don't hit me. Smack. The magic missile dealt -378,112 damage. After being beaten round after round, Otto Gu had lost the will to fight. Its health dropped below 50%, and the fear of death made it dare not continue fighting, choosing to surrender. Isn't it too late to give up now? If I kill you, I'll drop everything and gain a hefty amount of experience. There's no need to negotiate with you, Xiao Chen said confidently, feeling assured of victory. As he spoke, the cooldown for the magic missile was over, and he threw it out again without hesitation. -381,009 with this hit, the Golden Lion's health bar shrank to just 1.15 million, it would be gone after 3 more hits. I'll give you my master's legacy. Please don't kill me, if you kill me, I won't drop these things, the Golden Lion shouted, having completely set aside its dignity, only wanting to survive. Xiao Chen grinned, but I'm not interested in that legacy anymore. After all, the knight is the class I dislike the most. Magic Missile. Bio -388,717. The Golden Lion let out a miserable cry as its health dropped to 760,000. Don't do this, please. That's the legacy of the main god. After the job change, the attributes will be 10 times higher than others. It will definitely tempt you. Otogu wailed, its massive body retreating, looking as pitiful as could be. Xiao Chen smiled. 10 times is just that, I really don't care for it. Then, as soon as the skill cooldown was over, he sent out another magic missile. Ah! You're going too far, you're going too far. Otogu saw its health drop to just 370,000 and was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the cave. Hurry, hurry, it's right inside, I heard the boss's roar. It's definitely a big guy. Xiao Chen frowned upon hearing this. Someone was coming, things were getting a bit troublesome. But let's finish this first. He didn't care about being seen anymore and launched another magic missile. Otogu knew it was doomed, but strangely, it did not resist. It growled, damn human adventurer, I, the Golden Lion Otoku, curse you in the name of the war god steed. All beasts on the continent of divine grace will stop at nothing to kill you. The followers of the gods see you as a thorn in their side. You are a heretic, you are a cruel demon, and you will face the judgment of the gods. In this world, there is no place for you, your evil name will be forever etched on the monument of judgment. The magic missile had already depleted Otoku's health bar, but it continued to shout. Clearly this was a ritual that would not be interrupted even in death. Ding, you have been cursed by Golden Lion Otoku. Otoku's curse, unable to enter the temple, unable to inherit divine professions, unable to gain war contributions, automatically becoming the primary target of all monsters. Duration, permanent. Damn, this curse is quite powerful. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. The first 3 effects seemed serious, equivalent to losing some functional rights. The last effect left him speechless. Automatically becoming the target of all monsters, isn't that just super taunt? So in the end, he went around in circles and ended up as a tank. Is this fate? Ding, congratulations, you have killed the level 50 mythic boss, Golden Lion Otoku, gaining 10,000 reputation points. At this moment, the system prompt for killing the boss also sounded. Congratulations! You are the first player in this battle zone to kill a mythic level boss, receiving an honor reward, 1 piece of mythic equipment. You defeated the Golden Lion Otoku, gaining 3,300,000 experience points. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 33. Notice, your level has reached level 10. Please proceed to the main city to advance your profession. Battle Zone Announcement. Player Xiao Chen is the first to defeat a mythic level boss, receiving 1 piece of mythic equipment. Battle Zone Announcement. Battle Zone Announcement. The system prompts came one after another, overwhelming the senses. Xiao Chen watched as his level skyrocketed from 7 to 33, his mouth twisting into a grin. Although he lost a hidden profession inheritance of a main god level, this level advantage was still worth celebrating. The server had only been open for a little over an hour, and only a handful of people in the entire battle zone had reached level 10 to change professions in the main city. Yet he had jumped straight to level 33. Looking again, he found an additional piece of mythic equipment in his backpack, radiating a dazzling red light, simply beautiful. Godslayer robe, mythic, honor reward, not tradable, not modifiable, not droppable, never drops, health plus 3,500, physical defense plus 50, magic defense plus 100. Spirit plus 50, magic damage reduction plus 20%, special effect, source automatically restores 50 mana per second, special effect, indestructible spirit when receiving a fatal blow, negates the damage and grants a shield with 100% of health. Lasting up to 10 seconds, this effect has a cooldown of 24 hours, wow, this is too powerful. And it has no level requirements. Xiao Chen was instantly dumbfounded, he had never seen such an amazing piece of equipment in his life. Without hesitation, he equipped the artifact. The Godslayer robe itself had a dark blue appearance, with white patterns on it, glowing faintly, looking both understated and luxurious. After putting on the artifact, Xiao Chen didn't even allocate his level 33 attribute points and already had 4,500 health and extremely high dual defenses. Meanwhile, the person who had just shouted had already entered deep into the cave. President, it's right here. A sycophant-like person walked at the front, calling back to the others. Xiao Chen turned around and saw more than 40 people walking out of the corridor, all with names starting with Tianxia. People from the Tianxia Guild? He frowned slightly. He knew about this guild, it was one of the top 10 gaming guilds in Longwa, reportedly very wealthy, with over 50,000 permanent members. The leader of the group that arrived at the cave was the vice president of the Tianxia Guild, Tianxia Wushuang. The boss has already been defeated? Damn, so many items. Could it be the one mentioned in the system announcement? Tianxia Wushuang entered the boss room and saw Xiao Chen and the golden lion behind him. The golden lion had just died and its corpse had not yet disappeared. That majestic and powerful massive body looked quite impressive. Even more shocking were the countless gold coins on the ground and the dazzling drops of various colors. Red light. There's a divine artifact. A man behind Tianxia Wushuang exclaimed. In the pile of gold coins, a pair of exquisite battle boots emitted a dazzling red light, overshadowing the glow of other items. Could this really be the one mentioned in the announcement? Tianxia Wushuang said in shock. At the same time, several subordinates behind him stepped forward, pointing menacingly at Xiao Chen, saying, "Kid, we've claimed this boss. If you know what's good for you, get lost." Oh. At this moment, the ownership of the boss still belonged solely to Xiao Chen. Others could not pick up the items on the ground, only he could collect them. Looking at the dozens of people blocking the cave, he was not the least bit flustered. With a faint smile, he said, "Make way, otherwise I won't be able to leave even if I wanted to. Clear a path for him." The speaker said to the rest of his companions. This person was named Tianxia Dai Shuai, but judging by his looks, it was clearly an exaggeration. He wasn't even a standard handsome guy. Good son, really obedient, haha. Xiao Chen laughed heartily, not intending to leave at all, but instead turned to start picking up the items on the ground. Gold coins, so many gold coins. He swept his hand, and the system automatically recognized it, collecting all the gold coins into his backpack. Exactly 10,000 pieces. The golden light on the ground disappeared, and the faces of the Tianxia guild members changed. Refusing a toast and forcing a drink, brothers, quickly take him down. Tianxia Dai Shuai ordered. Yes. In the next moment, dozens of people attacked simultaneously. Melee, ranged, various skills all struck towards Xiao Chen. -1 miss -2 -1 everyone's damage was in single digits, and not even a single hit above 5 could be seen. In the face of the terrifying defense and health of the godslaying robe, this group of low-level players who weren't even level 10 looked utterly ridiculous. TSK level 30 Night Artifact Boots adds over 3000 health, 50% movement speed, and ignores all slow and immobilization effects. Simply perfect. Xiao Chen ignored the attacks from others, casually picking up the boss drops while reciting the equipment effects. Kill him, kill him. Tianxia Dai Shuai was so jealous he turned red. He was a night class, and these boots could drive anyone crazy. Magic missiles, piercing arrows, wind cleaves, shield strikes. One skill after another slammed into Xiao Chen, pushing him back half a step. But the damage. Oh. Warrior Legendary Skill Book. Xiao Chen picked up a skill book radiating orange light and announced its attributes. Furious Roar, after use, increases own attack and defense. Attributes by 200% for 30 seconds, during which no other skills can be used. TSK, a normal attack dealing triple damage is quite fierce too. Damn, that's mine. A player named Tianxia Zhanwang shouted wildly, reaching out to snatch the skill book from Xiao Chen's hands. But due to system settings, others could not directly steal items. He was just putting on a show and couldn't actually take it. Xiao Chen then picked up another piece of equipment, muttering, level 50 priest legendary weapon, healing effect increased by 30%, with an active skill that blesses a designated player, granting them 20% physical damage reduction for 10 seconds. Several priest players from the Tianxia guild had tears of envy streaming down their faces. Xiao Chen, I warn you, hand over these items, or there will never be a place for you in the heavens. Tianxia Wushuang said grimly, looking at Xiao Chen's arrogant demeanor with malice. They had already guessed that Xiao Chen was the player Xiao Chen mentioned in the system announcement, and the name information of the mage before them matched perfectly. But such a threat had no effect on Xiao Chen whatsoever. Tianxia Wushuang. Although your guild is quite strong, please get your facts straight before you speak. Right now, I am the one in charge here. If you want equipment or skill books, offer a high price and beg me. I might sell them to you if I'm in a good mood. But if you threaten me. He shook his head. TSK, my friend, open your eyes and take a look. I'm level 33, with over 4,500 health. You can't even break my defense. Is your threat useful? You. Tianxia Wushuang was momentarily speechless. The existence of divine artifacts and god-level bosses had made him lose his rationality for a moment. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, he suddenly realized. Indeed, even with dozens of them, they couldn't break Xiao Chen's defense. It would be very difficult to kill him and make him drop a divine artifact. But how could the prestigious Tianxia guild ever suffer such a loss? Being slapped in the face by a casual player was unacceptable for him. Even if we chip away at your health point by point, we can wear you down. The Tianxia guild has tens of thousands of members. How long can you hold out? Tianxia Wushuang said coldly. The assault from dozens of players became even more ferocious, and Xiao Chen's health dropped by nearly 300 points. Damn, are they resorting to dirty tactics now? Although it was impossible for tens of thousands of players to rush out and surround him in this novice village, having just a few dozen constantly attacking was still a bit troublesome. Thinking of this, he quickly gathered all the boss drops on the ground, preparing to rush out. At that moment, a blue skill book suddenly caught his attention. Chain Lightning, rare skill, level 10 profession requirement, Mage effect, releases a lightning arrow, dealing 240% spell damage to a designated target, with a 50% chance to bounce to other targets within 3 meters, with damage decreasing gradually, up to a maximum of 10 bounces. Mana cost, 20. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Seeing the effect of the skill book, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Just when I was worried about how to clear them out, a group skill comes along. It seems like fate. Xiao Chen chuckled and immediately learned the skill book without hesitation. At level 33, he hadn't allocated his attribute points yet, and his attack power was a solid 70 points. As for his skill damage, Chain Lightning, a blue current shot out from the tip of his staff, hitting the nearest knight. The knight trembled all over. After the Chain Lightning touched him, it arced and bounced to hit the nearest warrior as well. Bounce, bounce, continue to bounce. The 50% bounce probability, under the 10,000-fold amplification of the Divine Might effect, became a guaranteed bounce. Zalala, a series of electric sounds erupted, and the 10 frontline members of the Tianxia Guild fell one by one, enveloped in black smoke. 1699819-1530010-1379989. One after another, 7-digit damage numbers popped up above their heads. The crimson numbers and terrifying effects left the members of the Tianxia Guild stunned. You have killed the player Tianxia Gongzhan. Since you are in a state of self-defense, your evil value does not increase. You have killed. The system prompt flashed across the screen, and all 10 players resurrected. Back in the village, with one unlucky player even dropping his level 5 weapon. 170,000? Tianxia Wushuan's eyes widened as he stared at the damage numbers gradually floating up before him. For a moment, everyone was stunned. I can't be dreaming, right? A level 33 player in the novice village dealt 7-digit damage? Damn it! Even a max-level character couldn't do this. Hacking. This has to be hacking. Report him, we must report him. After a while, the members of the Tianxia Guild began to shout in disbelief, unwilling to accept this as reality. Xiao Chen looked at the group of stunned players with satisfaction and teased, "Still want to fight?" Tianxia Wushuan, the vice president's face turned ashen, his pride thoroughly trampled into the ground. But he still couldn't swallow this humiliation. You must have used some precious item dropped by a boss just now. I don't believe you can deal such damage again. Brothers, he's already out of tricks. Let's take him down. Together. With a wave of his hand, Tianxia Wushuan raised his staff and cast a magic missile. Slap -12. Although it was much better than the others. At least it broke through his defenses, the damage number was still pitifully small. Tianxia Wushuan was shocked. My weapon is an epic staff with no level from a lottery, and it only dealt this much damage. His defense is terrifying. Ding, you are being maliciously attacked by player Tianxia Wushuan and have entered self-defense mode. The system prompt sounded. Good son, you really understand things too well, Xiao Chen grinned. Let dad teach you how to play magic. Xiao Chen raised his staff and cast a magic missile identical to the one his opponent had. Snap -768,910. You have killed the player unmatched under heaven. Since you are in a state of self-defense, no evil value is added. Under the incredulous gaze of unmatched under heaven, a 6-digit damage floated up from above his head. The vice president of the Unmatched Guild, one of the top 10 guilds in the Dragon Kingdom, turned into white light and returned to the novice village on the spot. He also lost 20% of his experience, dropping from level 8 back to level 7. Vice President. The surrounding members of the Unmatched Guild panicked, seeing Xiao Chen's terrifying damage. No one dared to step forward. Make way, I'm going to change jobs, I don't have time to deal with you. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with a bunch of lackeys. He pushed through the crowd and left the cave. Stop him. Don't let him escape, I'm calling for reinforcements right now. Unmatched under heaven, who had just returned to the novice village, shouted in the channel. Several members immediately rushed up to try to intercept him. Xiao Chen saw that these people had all attacked him before, and since they were in a group, he wouldn't incur any evil value for counterattacking. So he threw out another lightning chain. Zzzzz. The lightning chain pierced through 10 people, and another million-level damage burst out, causing the crowd to thin out significantly. So terrifying. The effects of the 2 consecutive lightning chains had already stunned the members of the Unmatched Guild, and they no longer dared to stop him. Xiao Chen walked straight out, heading towards the cave entrance, and the crowd didn't dare to pursue him. A few seconds later, he noticed the cooldown for the lightning chain was over, turned around to look at the crowd behind him, and grinned. He raised his staff and cast another lightning chain. Zing! 10 people fell to the ground. The members of the unmatched guild. Oh dear, I've gotten used to playing the tank. Always wanting to stir up trouble and attract hatred. Xiao Chen scratched his head awkwardly, talking to himself, which infuriated the dozen or so unmatched members who were still alive. After exiting the cave, Xiao Chen passed through a small grove and returned to the village. Halfway there, he encountered Unmatched Under Heaven rushing back with a group. Unmatched Under Heaven was flanked by dozens of people, even more than before, marching over with a bit of a gang-like demeanor. Xiao Chen, you won't be leaving the novice village today. Unmatched Under Heaven shouted. He knew Xiao Chen was level 33 and had to go to the main city to change jobs. But such a threat seemed like nothing more than impotent rage to Xiao Chen. If you think you have too much experience, I don't mind killing you all back to level 1. Xiao Chen casually played with the newly equipped honor staff and said lightly, you think I only have this many people? Unmatched Under Heaven sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, several more groups surged in from around, each with dozens of people joining the siege against Xiao Chen. Adding those who had chased out of the cave, the total number had exceeded 200. Many players who were leveling up nearby saw this scene and quickly retreated. What's going on? Isn't that the vice president of the Unmatched Guild, Unmatched Under Heaven? Why is he fighting with a solo player? Solo player? Bro, please take a closer look, that's Xiao Chen, level 33. Clearly the expert who just killed the god-level boss in the announcement. Exactly, look at the robe he's wearing, that style, that prestige, definitely a divine artifact. But even if he has a divine artifact, one person being besieged by over 200 should be tough, he might even drop the artifact. Who knows, let's just watch. The crowd whispered among themselves. Xiao Chen glanced around, although there were over 200 people there. Equipment and levels were quite average. A bunch of trash. He shook his head disdainfully. You! Unmatched Under Heaven was furious. Brothers, for the honor of the guild, take him down. He shouted, launching a magic missile. -10. A small amount of damage floated up, and Xiao Chen's health bar barely changed. Lightning chain. Xiao Chen also counterattacked. Zzzzz. The lightning chain jumped 10 times, and the crowd immediately cleared a space. A series of damage numbers 2.4 million, 2.3 million, 2.1 million popped up. With the epic weapon equipped, Xiao Chen's attack power had already surpassed 100. Such terrifying damage once again shocked the members of the Tianxia Guild. Even the bystanders who couldn't see the damage values were stunned. One skill took out 10. This guy is too terrifying. Lightning chain, that's the lightning chain, right? He hasn't even changed classes yet. He has such an amazing skill. It's over, taking out 10 at once, the Tianxia Guild doesn't have enough people to kill him. Amidst the discussions, Tianxia Wushuang had already returned to revive. The remaining members, led by Tianxia First Handsome, launched a fierce attack on Xiao Chen. Shield strike. Wind split slash. Backstab. -1 miss -1 Xiao Chen, magic missile. -1,105,666 with over 4,500 health points, he had enough confidence to fight head-on with the Tianxia Guild team. After a round of attacks, they took away over 80 of his health points. When there are many people, not everyone can hit him. Immediately, the second round, the third round. Most of the members of the Tianxia Guild had average attack power, and even with a few lucky ones who drew high-level skills and equipment, they couldn't deal much damage. Soon, the cooldown for the lightning chain ended, and Xiao Chen unleashed another skill. Whoosh! His mana decreased by 20 points, but was immediately replenished by the passive effect of the god-slaying robe. 10 members of the Tianxia Guild fell, but they still bravely continued to attack him. Sons, keep it coming, let's see if your experience bars can withstand it or if my health bar can withstand it. Xiao Chen stood there leisurely, taking hits while not forgetting to taunt them verbally. He even had time to check the item information in his backpack. The members of the Tianxia Guild were used to being domineering and had never thought they would be pushed to this point by a casual player. At this moment, they were all feeling quite frustrated, hoping to take down Xiao Chen once to regain their dignity. But the reality was incredibly cruel. Xiao Chen was looking at his backpack. He had just picked up the boss's drops and hadn't had time to examine them closely. Now, after glancing a few times, he realized how extravagant the Golden Lion was. His backpack was filled with a dazzling array of items. 1 piece of divine battle boots. 2 pieces of legendary equipment. 3 epic scrolls. 7 pieces of epic equipment. 3 rare skill books. 4 bundles of potions. Fortunately, the boss didn't drop any low-quality equipment, otherwise, his backpack wouldn't have been able to hold it all. The equipment was mostly level 30 to 50, and among them, 2 pieces of epic gear were just right for him. However, he couldn't change equipment while in combat. Those bundles of potions, on the other hand, made Xiao Chen quite pleased. Holy Life Potion *30 instantly restores 5,000 health points, cooldown 60 seconds. Great Restoration Pill *30 instantly restores 50% plus 3,000 health points, cooldown 60 seconds. War God Potion *10 physical attack and defense plus 50% lasts 30 seconds, cooldown 900 seconds. Charge Potion *10 movement speed plus 200% lasts 15 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. He had been a bit worried that he wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous attacks from over 200 people, as the members of the Tianxia Guild would die and immediately revive, rushing back to fill in and wear him down. But now, seeing the recovery potions, it was truly hard to even think about dying. And the charge potion would allow him to move freely. For a moment, Xiao Chen was in high spirits, continuing to taunt, "Come on, hit harder, haven't you eaten? Is this the level of the Tianxia Guild? Don't be timid, come at me head on, I've got my butt sticking out, can you give me something solid?" The members of the Tianxia Guild were almost going berserk, unleashing their small skills in a frenzy against him. His health bar has already dropped significantly. "We can kill him, everyone, let's go!" Someone in the team encouraged loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The lightning chain flashes every 10 seconds, taking away the lives of 10 people. The dead rush out from the village, wanting to return and take their place. Kill him. He only has 3,000 health left. 2,000. 1,500. He's almost done for, keep it up. 1,000. The members of the Tianxia Guild were excited. Some of them had already died twice in a row, losing 40% of their experience. After struggling to see the dawn of victory, even if it was 200 people killing one, they had paid a heavy price. But in their eyes, it was worth it. At least they could regain some face. 500 points. Finish him. The already killed 3 times Tianxia Wushuang shouted in the crowd. As they watched Xiao Chen's health drop to 200 points, just 2 more rounds of attacks could take him down. At that moment, everyone saw Xiao Chen leisurely take out a golden blood bottle and bring it to his lips. With a tap, plus 4,308. The empty health bar was instantly filled. Fuck. This is impossible. Damn it, why? At this moment, the members of the Tianxia Guild were going crazy. The glimmer of hope they had finally seen was abruptly snuffed out. Xiao Chen raised his hand and unleashed a chain lightning, taking away 10 people. "Vice President, I don't want to fight anymore." Boo. The person who was killed with over 2 million damage resurrected back in the village, losing a level. Faced with such a formidable Xiao Chen, they had already lost their fighting spirit. But how could the Vice President of Tianxia be willing to accept this? He suppressed his anger and said to his members, "Everyone, don't be discouraged. This super large healing potion must be extremely precious. He can't produce a second one. Let's keep going, we must take him down once. He has a lot of purple and orange gear dropped by bosses. Whoever suffers the most will get the loot. Purple gear, orange gear." This motivation reignited the fighting spirit of those who were feeling down from losing a level. "Alright, let's keep going." The morale of the crowd surged as they charged towards the monster area outside the village. Xiao Chen was still harvesting. He had already killed nearly 200 people, aside from the mages, priests, and archers hiding at a distance, who were relatively safe. Most of the melee fighters had been killed at least once, only to run back quickly to fill their positions. Alas, it's a pity that killing doesn't give experience, otherwise I should be leveling up again, he sighed, feigning regret, not lowering his voice on purpose, just to let the enemies hear. The melee fighters of Tianxia were like mad bulls, manually attacking with their weapons as their skills cooled down, unleashing true normal attacks. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Their attack frequency was high, and Xiao Chen's health bar was once again pushed to the danger line. "He's almost done, give it your all and take him down." Tianxia Wushuang roared in the team channel. They watched as Xiao Chen's health bar gradually decreased. "Not good. Vice President, he's taken out that blood bottle again." In the next moment, they saw Xiao Chen pull out a golden blood bottle and down it in one gulp. 4298. The health they had painstakingly whittled down was fully restored. "Damn it, this isn't fair." Tianxia Wushuang pounded his chest in frustration, unable to comprehend why, after playing the same game for just over an hour, Xiao Chen could be so overpowered. "Vice President, we." The members were on the verge of tears. They had taken 2 minutes to bring down his health bar, and he just restored it in one gulp. How could they fight If this continued, they wouldn't even be able to keep up with the speed of being killed. At this moment, there were barely 80 people able to stand beside Xiao Chen to attack. More were still on their way back, not able to return quickly. Enough! Whoosh! The chain lightning struck again, taking away 10 members of the Tianxia Guild. Xiao Chen stretched his muscles, as if just waking up. Yawned, and said, "Thank you all for the enthusiastic and thoughtful massage service. I've had enough fun, farewell." With that, he walked away. From the crowd, someone tried to block him but was instantly killed by a magic missile. "Xiao Chen, stop right there." Tianxiao Wushuang ran back. For the third time, shouting from a distance. "Oh, you got here pretty fast." Seeing him, Xiao Chen grinned and quickly approached. What do you want?" Tianxiao Wushuang, realizing Xiao Chen was getting closer, hurriedly took a few steps back, the shadow of being killed 3 times still haunting him. But he quickly realized that such behavior was a bit too cowardly, so he stepped forward 2 more steps, raising his staff in preparation for battle. He thought he would be killed again. However, Xiao Chen did not attack him. Instead, he laughed heartily and said, "Tianxia Wushuang, your members really know how to serve. They gave me a very nice massage. This is your tip, go ahead and share it." Speaking of which, he took out a copper coin, flicked it with his finger, and tossed it towards Tianxiao Wushuang. The crowd. "You bastard." Tianxiao Wushuang was almost furious, wishing he could use his staff as a cleaver to chop Xiao Chen into pieces. Seeing him so angry, Xiao Chen smiled even more happily. "Good. Son, Dad is going to change jobs, see you when I have time." With that, he popped a charge potion, his movement speed doubled, and he vanished. In a puff of smoke from everyone's sight. "Xiao Chen, I will not rest until I take revenge." Unable to get his revenge, Tianxiao Wushuang could only roar at the sky in place. Meanwhile, those members who had died twice looked gloomy and helpless as they scattered to level up again. Xiao Chen ran back to the novice village in one breath, encountering many members of the Tianxia Guild along the way. However, they did not stop him. And he was too lazy to waste time killing. Back in the village, his name was still white, completely not red. After fighting for a while, he remained in defense mode. "Village chief, I want to go to the main city." He approached the old village chief and got straight to the point. The village chief welcomed him warmly, smiling kindly. "Brave Xiao Chen, your level has reached 10, and you are qualified to explore a broader world. So, which main city do you want to go to?" Then 3 options popped up in front of Xiao Chen. "Storm City, Moon City, Bird City, what are the differences between these cities?" he asked. The village chief explained, each main city's faith temple is different. Storm City worships the storm god. Moon City worships the moon god, and Bird City worships the bird god. Additionally, their geographical locations differ. Storm City is in the east, Moon City in the north, and Bird City in the south. Xiao Chen rubbed his forehead. "Listening to you is a waste of a minute. Brave Xiao Chen. Have you decided where to go?" The village chief ignored his complaint and continued to ask. The 3 options floated before him. "Let's go with Storm City. The name is classic and fits my character." After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen said, "Alright, I understand. Brave Xiao Chen, please step into the teleportation array. As one of the first 10 warriors in this village to reach level 10, you can go to the main city for free," the village chief said kindly. The time wasted on fighting the boss and brawling with the Tianxia Guild had already taken up quite a bit of time. A few diligent and lucky players had already left ahead of him. Xiao Chen walked towards the teleportation array, ready to set off. At that moment, a shout suddenly came from not far away. "Hey, the fool with money, wait a minute." A female player dressed in a priest robe was waving over, clearly talking to Xiao Chen. "Fool with money?" Xiao Chen turned his head to look, 3 question marks popping up over his head, his expression turning gloomy. Upon closer inspection, this female player was the lucky Miao who had sold him equipment earlier. "What do you want?" Xiao Chen stopped outside the teleportation array, speaking unkindly. Lucky Miao jogged up to him. "I sold you the equipment too expensively before, so I came to return the extra money to you." With that, she initiated a trade request. Xiao Chen directly refused. "No need, I'm a fool with money. I don't care about this little bit." No. I was just shouting randomly, don't be angry." Seeing his unfriendly expression, Lucky Miao quickly explained. Xiao Chen sneered inwardly. "Not angry? How could that be?" Xiao Chen was quite vengeful. Back in the day when he played a tank, someone had called him a useless waste with no output. He was so furious that he activated the infinite control attribute, rendering the other person immobile and then slowly tortured that person to death with -1/-1 damage. Although Lucky Miao hadn't done anything to him, he still had to show a bit of attitude. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Seeing that he was unhappy, Lucky Miao apologized again, putting on a pitiful expression. She was quite pretty, pouting her lips and furrowing her brows, her eyes brimming with tears, which was quite lethal. But unfortunately, Xiao Chen was a straight man of steel. Seeing the girl use her social skills, he was even less inclined to stay, quickly saying, "No need at all. Just 5 silver coins, consider it a gift for your mother." No, I mean, it's for you. I take my leave." With that, he stepped into the teleportation array and immediately began to teleport. What a joke! Can women be befriended? They are stumbling blocks on the road to success, tigers blocking the way on the broad path, saying one more word could lead to his doom. "Hey, how can you at least add me as a friend?" Lucky Miao was left with a head full of question marks as she watched him flee in panic. She sent a friend request, but it was ruthlessly rejected by Xiao Chen. Damn it! Lucky Miao stomped her foot in anger. She opened the game's built-in mirror function, looked at her stunning face, and reassessed her charm. After a moment, she nodded to herself and muttered, "This guy must have a fear of women, and he's definitely gay. Otherwise, with my charm, humph." Level 3 Main City, Stormwind. Central Teleportation Array. Xiao Chen's figure slowly solidified, appearing in this city. So big. What he saw was an incredibly spacious Western-style ancient city, with the teleportation array square being as large as a football field. The streets in the distance could accommodate 8 cars side by side, wide and clean. At this moment, there were still very few players in the main city. Most players were around level 7, and those above level 10 were all individuals who had encountered high-quality rewards during the lottery. "Get out of the way, don't block the path." While Xiao Chen was admiring the scenery of the main city, a sudden impatient voice came from beside him. Immediately after, he was pushed aside by a forceful shove. "Hey! Which blind fool dares to push me?" Xiao Chen had a bad temper and instinctively wanted to retort. But when he focused his gaze, he realized that it was a patrol squad of city guards NPCs, clad in silver armor and wielding long spears. City Guard Commander. Legendary level boss, level 150 health, 540000/540000. Target level 2 high, unable to read more data. City Guard Soldier, elite, level 120 health, 700000/700000. Target level 2 high, unable to read more data. Xiao Chen. This is insane, this game is insane. A group of NPCs actually dared to push a player? Is there no justice left? Don't they know that players are gods? However, this is the city guard, reasoning with them is useless since NPCs have no brains. Moreover, once you offend the NPC army, your life will basically be spent in a cell. Can't afford to provoke them. Better let it go. Xiao Chen's grudge-holding attribute was brutally suppressed by reality, forcing him to swallow his anger. First, I need to change my class. He left the teleportation square and jogged away. The city map marked the target location for class change, and after about 5 minutes of jogging, he arrived at the designated spot. Looking up, he saw a towering temple, with the word Storm Temple prominently engraved on the entrance plaque. Halt! The Storm Temple is a sacred place. Filthy individuals are strictly prohibited from approaching. Just as he reached the entrance, before he could even step inside, a guard knight came over, blocking his path with a huge shield and a long lance. What the hell is going on? Xiao Chen's eyes widened as he suddenly realized a problem. The Curse of Otto. This curse not only made him carry a super taunt, becoming the primary target for all monsters. It also prevented him from entering the temple, inheriting divine professions, and gaining war contributions. Originally, Xiao Chen only felt that not being able to gain war contributions would be very uncomfortable. But now it seemed that he couldn't even change his class. The class change location was the temple, and all the class change mentors were inside the temple hall. If he couldn't get in, how could he change? It is well known that the significance of changing classes mainly has 2 aspects. One is to enhance attribute growth rates, and the other is to learn new skills. If he didn't change classes and remained a mage apprentice, his attributes would be lower than others, whether in spell, attack, health, or mana growth. He would suffer greatly. Moreover, the basic skills of each profession are limited, and other paths cannot be obtained. The signature spells of the mage profession, such as Fireball, Fire Sea, Fire Resistance Ring, Meteor, etc., could not be learned. So what kind of mage would he be? A mage apprentice for a lifetime? 1 magic missile, 1 chain lightning, playing until old? My head hurts. Xiao Chen felt a wave of frustration. Please leave immediately. The temple knight glared fiercely, showing strong hostility towards Xiao Chen, who bore the Curse of Otto. If it weren't for the position of the temple knight requiring him to be mindful of the occasion, he might have already stabbed Xiao Chen to death with a single shot. Damn, this is so frustrating. Why not just barge in and violently threaten the class transfer mentor to change my job? Xiao Chen thought to himself. But when he looked at the attributes of the Temple Knight, high-level Temple Knight, legendary boss, level 180 health, 720000/720000, target level 2 high, unable to read more data, and there were 8 such NPCs right at the temple gate. Damn, I'm not changing anymore. Being a mage apprentice is fine, at worst, I won't learn skills like Fireball and can just buy some mage skill books from the player market. Besides, the basic classes in the temple can't be changed anyway, and it's not like I have access to hidden classes. Who knows, maybe one day I'll get lucky and encounter a super hidden class that can easily crush the trash mentors in the temple. With a heavy heart, Xiao Chen left. Walking down the main street of the city, he slowly realized the effects of Otto's curse. This curse made all NPCs with a war nature extremely dislike him. For example, city guards, temple guards, and the stewards in the war hall, among others. This indirectly indicated how immense the influence of Otto, the war god's mount, was. Of course, other non-war NPCs were still relatively friendly towards Xiao Chen. For instance, the various shopkeepers in the market greeted him with smiles just like usual. When Xiao Chen displayed a handful of gold coins, they nodded and bowed, resembling real-life merchants with a high degree of realism. Xiao Chen wandered around the city for over 10 minutes. During this time, he bought some medium life potions with a recovery amount of 500 and high-quality life potions with a recovery amount of 1000 for daily use. These two potions were the low-tier versions of the Holy Life Potion, with interchangeable cooldowns. The Holy Life Potion was relatively precious and couldn't be bought in stores, keeping it on hand could save his life. As for the Mana Recovery Potions, there was no demand at all. The God-Slaying Robe had a built-in recovery speed of 50 points per second, and the Honor Staff had a small chance of recovering mana, so his mana was never exhausted. Xiao Chen also bought some level 30 whiteboard equipment that he could wear directly from the system store, slightly adjusting his attributes. He also bought a bundle of return scrolls. Finally, he went to the warehouse and stored away the currently unused artifacts, legendary equipment, skill books, and other precious items to avoid overloading his backpack, which could prevent him from carrying more after defeating other god-level bosses. First, I'll leave the city to level up and see if I can find a chance for a hidden class transfer. Those high-quality equipment, I'll wait until later when there are more people in the main city and more gold circulating before I go to the auction house to consign them. Xiao Chen thought. He left the main city in search of a leveling spot. At this point, his attributes had improved quite a bit compared to when he was in the novice village. Name, Xiao Chen. Class, Mage Apprentice. Level 33. Talent, Divine Might. Super God level. Health 5255/5255. Mana 355/355. Spell attack power 192. Physical defense 68. Spell defense 112. Strength 33. Intelligence 121. Constitution 51. Spirit 45. Agility 40. Potential points 0. Having allocated all attribute points to intelligence, Xiao Chen's attack power could only be described as terrifying. Well, just looking at the panel, it actually seems pretty weak, but if you multiply the attack power by 10,000, it becomes shocking. Exiting the east gate of Stormwind City, the wilderness was filled with a group of level 13 wild bull monsters. The life value of the wild bull monster is 2,500 points, equivalent to a knight with full vitality points at the same level, dressed in green gear. Xiao Chen threw out a magic missile. A huge -2109199 appeared above the wild bull's head, and it slowly fell down. Wild bull, what virtue or ability do I have? Xiao Chen curled his lips, feeling that this monster's level was too low, and the experience gained was pitiful, not enough to satisfy his need for leveling up at level 33. So he flipped through the map and walked straight into the distance. Within 10 kilometers of the main city, there were no high-level monsters. To level up, he had to go further away. Xiao Chen ran over 20 kilometers in one breath, casually taking down many monsters along the way, but he was still at level 33, and the increase in his experience bar was minimal. After running so far, he had already spent over an hour just on the road. He opened the level leaderboard and took a look. He was at the top of the list at level 33, while the second place was a player named Sword Slashing the World, who had reached level 27 with a terrifying leveling speed. The third place and below were all around level 17, with efficiency lagging far behind. This Sword Slashing the World seems to have appeared in the Battle Zone announcement. Xiao Chen flipped through the system announcement records and found a related message. Sword Slashing the World had killed a mythical boss 30 minutes ago, causing a massive level increase. It seems that there are more experts in the heavens than just me. I still need to improve myself a lot, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Meanwhile, he finally arrived at the leveling spot he had chosen. This map is called Godwind Canyon, an active area for level 55 to 65 monsters. With Xiao Chen's attributes, even if he encounters level 100 wild monsters, he can easily kill them. However, the level 100 map is just too far away. Right now, the teleportation array isn't fully activated, and running there on foot would take 3 hours, which isn't worth it. Therefore, it's better to fight nearby monsters that are relatively high in level to accumulate experience. There are 2 types of monsters in God Wind Canyon. One is the evil wind apostle, which looks like a genie from a magic lamp, uses wind magic, has high damage, low health, but comes with a 50% reduction in physical and magical damage, making it quite tough to deal with. The other is the rock giant, which has high defense and thick health, moves slowly, and is suitable for stationary output for mages to level up. Xiao Chen walked into the canyon and immediately cast a magic missile. Bang! The nearest rock giant, towering at 3.5 meters, was hit by the water droplet-sized missile. Then, with a crack, it shattered into small stones, yielding over 600 experience points. A monster only gives over 600 experience. I need over 380,000 to level up, which is still quite slow. Even if he kills 20 monsters a minute, it would take more than half an hour to level up by one. However, compared to the leveling speed of normal players, it's already quite fast. After all, for an average player, reaching level 33 should be a matter for the next day, and the leveling speed has significantly decreased. Whoosh! A chain lightning shot out, killing an evil wind apostle, gaining plus 625 experience. The distance between the monsters was relatively far, exceeding 3 meters, so the chain lightning couldn't bounce. Xiao Chen moved into the crowd of monsters, occasionally throwing a basic attack to instantly kill them. He didn't even check how much health these monsters had, as long as he touched them, they would die, and a single click was enough to kill them, so there was no need for finishing blows. As he pushed forward, he gradually delved deeper into the canyon, and his experience points steadily increased. Ding, you have a friend. Request. At that moment, the system popped up a notification. Xiao Chen opened it and saw it was a player named Nextdoor Li. Li? He immediately accepted the request. Old Xiao, are you my old Xiao? How come you're so amazing, first in level? First kill of a god-level boss? Li's astonished voice came through the communicator. In this battle zone, there are thousands of people named Xiao Chen, and it's hard to tell who is who without being friends. When Xiao Chen's name appeared on the battle zone announcement, many people searched for his name in an attempt to add him as a friend. However, the heavens had already considered this issue. To prevent famous players from being harassed by thousands of players, they disabled the nickname search function. So aside from adding friends face to face, the only way to search is by identity serial number. The so-called identity serial number is like an ID number, unique to each player. Before creating a character, the identity serial number is automatically bound, and the 3 people in Xiao Chen's dormitory all know each other's numbers. When Li left the novice village and added Xiao Chen, seeing his level 33 and then looking at the level leaderboard, he was instantly dumbfounded. Sigh, there's no helping it, I'm just too handsome, and the system's sister has to stuff experience and rewards into my hands to please me. It's quite a burden. In front of his dormitory buddies, Xiao Chen found it hard to resist showing off. And this time, it wasn't just showing off, he was genuinely impressive. Damn! Now you're really amazing. Li exclaimed on the other end, if I had known you were so good at playing a mage, I wouldn't have let you play a tank before. Quickly tell me, which main city are you in? I'll come find you right away. Good to know, you wasted 3 years of my great time, from now on, you'll have to work hard to repay me. Xiao Chen said proudly, then mentioned the name of Stormwind City. When a cow acts like a horse, that's one thing, but when a girl acts like a mother, that's something to consider. Speaking of which, what good loot did you get from that god-level boss? If it's valuable, I don't mind sharing the burden with you, Li joked. Xiao Chen glanced at the other person's attributes. Li was still the same, having chosen the support class of priest, just level 10, fresh out of the village. I have a level 50 legendary weapon for priests, but you're not high enough level yet, so just level up slowly, he said. Wow, there really is one. A legendary weapon. I heard it's not cheap, the offline trading price is probably over 100,000. Looks like I need to have a daughter so I can repay you as your father-in-law, Li said seriously. Get lost. You want a bride price from me? Xiao Chen replied irritably. In fact, he had also considered the issue of money. The Heavens was now more popular than any previous game, and with such a large player base, the game's economic ecosystem had become very stable. So high-quality equipment and skill books would definitely be outrageously priced. If he sold everything dropped by the Golden Lion, it would be enough for Xiao Chen to live comfortably for the rest of his life. However, Xiao Chen was not narrow-minded. He understood what his talent meant. With this talent, he could command the game for a long time to come. Money? Not important. As long as he had enough to get by in the real world. His family situation, while not great, was sufficient for living. The most important thing was that he needed to become stronger to gain more resources. Of course, any equipment he couldn't use would definitely be sold or given to trusted friends to strengthen his own power. That way, if he ever encountered someone he couldn't defeat, he could gang up on them and take them down. Damn! The cross-city teleportation actually costs 10 gold coins, that's outrageous. Suddenly, a frustrated wail came from Li's side. Xiaochen laughed and said, then find a team to level up. I don't plan on going to another main city for now, we'll talk later. Alright, I'll look for old Zhang, he's in the same city as me, so we can team up, Li replied. Okay, good luck with your little world together. Wait, what the hell, a boss just spawned, gotta go pick up the loot, talk later. Xiaochen said halfway through, suddenly spotting a gigantic stone golem that had just appeared ahead, his eyes lighting up as he hung up the call. Damn it! Li's words got stuck in the communicator, filled with the desire to complain about how seeing a boss was like picking up money. About 80 meters ahead, a rock giant, standing 10 meters tall and covered in a purplish-brown hue, had just spawned. It slammed its massive arms into the ground, creating a thunderous sound. Xiao Chen checked its attributes. Rock Golem, Epic Boss. Level, 70 health, 500,000/500,000. Target level too high, unable to read more data. Not bad, a boss that's basically free, Xiao Chen said with a smile, holding his honor staff and stepping forward. 25 meters was the range for a mage. As soon as he stepped into that distance, he unleashed a chain lightning. Ha! The rock golem's alert range was 50 meters, and as soon as he entered, it stood up, ready to punch him. However, it was just a physical monster with short arms. Before it could swing its fists, the chain lightning had already struck its massive forehead. Sizzle! -4,891,881 rock golem? With a crash, the giant rock golem shattered into a pile of stones, collapsing down. Congratulations, you have defeated the level 70 epic boss rock golem and gained 550 reputation points. You defeated the rock golem and gained 200,100 experience. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 34. Before the rock golem had completely fallen, a glow of upgrade flashed around Xiao Chen. Many gold and silver coins and equipment burst forth from the ground. Xiao Chen stepped forward to collect them. Suddenly, a skill book caught his eye. Earth Element Shield, Normal Skill, Level Requirement, First Transcendence Class Requirement, Mage Effect, summons an Earth Element Shield that absorbs damage equal to 120% of attack power. This shield has no defensive attributes and lasts for a maximum of 30 seconds. Mana cost 10, cooldown time 30 seconds. Awesome. As soon as Xiao Chen saw it, he was overjoyed. This shield magic, under his 10,000-fold amplification, would form a damage absorption shield exceeding 2 million in value. Moreover, it lasts for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds, allowing for a seamless connection. Originally, this skill for ordinary mages would only provide a few hundred points of shield value, equivalent to an additional 1/5 of health every 30 seconds, which could be considered a trash skill among trash, purely useless. But here, it became something bizarre. How could anyone deal with a shield value of 2 million? Although the shield itself has a defense of 0, it would still require an extremely large number of people to break it. It's a pity I can only learn it after the first transcendence. Sigh, Otto's curse is really a trap. After the joy, what followed was worry. Such a powerful skill was stuck because he couldn't change classes. It was incredibly frustrating. Xiao Chen sighed and continued deeper into the valley to grind experience and level up. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. The process of grinding monsters was dull and tedious. After more than an hour, Xiao Chen had leveled up to level 36, while the majority of players had already left the Novice village and flooded into the major cities. At this moment, a system announcement suddenly echoed throughout the battle zone. Battle zone announcement. Congratulations to the player team Xiao Chen IF*****. Your daughter for being the first to clear the level 25 main storyline dungeon, Secret Camp. First clear players, unmatched under heaven. No thief under heaven, handsome under heaven, best healer under heaven, best sword under heaven. Battle zone announcement. Battle zone announcement, Xiao Chen? The announcement rang 3 times before it quieted down, and after the 3 rounds of announcements, Xiao Chen's mood became a bit restless. Old Xiao, what's going on? Are the people in the announcement cursing you? Li quickly sent a message to inquire. Yeah, the people from the Unmatched Guild wanted to steal my artifact in the Novice village and ended up getting killed. Over 400 times by me, Xiao Chen explained. Damn, you dared to mess with the Unmatched Guild, that's pretty bold. Lily couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. Then he asked, so what now, are we going to deal with them, or are we going to deal with them? Can't do anything. Xiao Chen sighed. With his vengeful nature, he definitely wanted to rush in front of Unmatched Under Heaven and kill him back to the Novice village. But now the players were all above level 10, and the number of players the Unmatched Guild could gather had skyrocketed from hundreds to thousands. If he were surrounded by tens of thousands, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. Moreover, since Unmatched Under Heaven and the others could clear the level 25 dungeon first, their luck and strength wouldn't be too bad. He couldn't learn the Earth Element Shield skill right now, nor did he have other mage skills to deal damage. If he went alone, he might kill a few hundred of them, but he would also get killed. Although the artifact robe wouldn't drop, leveling up was not easy. Losing experience at level 36 was much more costly than losing experience at level 20. Am I really just going to swallow my anger? Old Xiao, this isn't like you. Lily said somewhat dejectedly. I'll wait until I change classes before I go find trouble with them. The Unmatched Guild, they can forget about establishing a base in this lifetime. Xiao Chen said fiercely. Not being able to take revenge for now didn't mean he was afraid. Once he changed classes and learned more skills, the nightmare for the Unmatched Guild would begin. Suddenly feeling a bit cold. Lily shivered. I couldn't help but think of that brother who was trapped in a dead end, getting his face slapped with a shield for over 5 hours -1 before finally being killed. By the way, Laoli, do you have any news about the hidden class for mages? I can't enter the temple right now, so I can't change classes, which is a bit of a hassle, Xiao Chen asked. Lily was someone who usually liked to browse forums and was quite knowledgeable about various gossip and hidden stories. Hearing this, he replied, just now, while I was offline taking a dump, I flipped through the forums on my phone, and there are quite a few discussions about hidden classes. One poster revealed their process of obtaining a hidden class, which involved inappropriately interacting with an NPC beauty outside the main city, turning from an assassin apprentice into a flower thief. You might want to consider this approach and see if you can find some inspiration. Xiao Chen's expression stiffened. Inappropriately interacting with an NPC beauty and then changing to a flower thief? Are aliens that bold in making games? Hiss. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. He couldn't help but think, in the game Zhutian, could it even include 18+ content? Let's try a small town. Xiao Chen immediately opened the map and searched for the nearest NPC town. The call hadn't been disconnected yet, and Lily heard his muttering, teasing, Lao Xiao, you're at least a campus heartthrob, and you have quite a few girls chasing after you. Is it really necessary to target NPCs? What the hell are you talking about? Xiao Chen glared. This is called fun, do you understand fun? Haha, I thought you were going to say you're a gentleman and weren't going to try this. Lily laughed heartily and hung up the phone. Damn. Xiao Chen's words were stuck in his throat. However, Lily's comment was indeed true. He really didn't have the morbid curiosity of seeking spiritual satisfaction in the game. He just wanted to see if he could find a hidden class in the Mage series. After looking at the map, he quickly found the nearest small town. The town was called Silver Mine Town, located at the bottom of a valley not far from the Divine Wind Canyon. Xiao Chen immediately turned around, left the valley, and headed towards Silver Mine Town. A small town map is generally used for players to replenish health and mana potions while leveling up in the wild or to complete some minor tasks. The number of NPCs in the town wouldn't be too many, and there weren't any decent military guards. When Xiao Chen arrived at the town's entrance, 2 militia guards glared at him angrily, looking like they wanted to fight. Their attributes were really poor, only 500,000 health, and a single missile could take them out. However, the NPC status displayed a non-attackable friendly color, so he couldn't teach them a lesson. This small town hadn't seen any players yet, everything was so primitive. A few NPC aunties were drying herbs and weaving cloth outside, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. As he walked into the town, an auntie approached him and asked, "Young adventurer, my daughter Luce seems to have gone missing, could you help me find her?" Ding, do you accept the quest, the lost girl, the system prompted. Xiao Chen decisively shook his head, not interested. Alright, sorry to bother you, the auntie left with a disappointed expression. Xiao Chen wandered around the town, trying to find an NPC of the mage type. After going in a big circle, he didn't see a single one. The town was filled with aunties, militia, or children running around, leaving him quite disappointed. Not good, not good. Something's wrong. Just as he was about to leave, a militia NPC suddenly rushed back from outside the town in a panic. This NPC was covered in blood, looking terrible, with only about 5% health left. As soon as he entered the town, he shouted, "A group of abyssal monsters suddenly appeared in the silver mine cave. Many people have died. Quickly send someone to the main city to report, or we're all going to be done for. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Xiao Chen's ear. Discover public mission, crisis in Silver Mine Town immediately. Go to the Lord's Mansion of Storm City or the War Hall to report, and you can receive rewards. Below was a small icon for the mission. Rewards: 100,000 experience points, 10 gold coins. Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. But then he thought, I'm a big shot, why? Should I run all the way back to report? I could just charge into the silver mine and take out that abyssal monster in an instant, right? Thinking of this, he approached the injured militia and asked, Big brother, where is the silver mine? You evil heretic, get lost. I don't want to see you. The militia NPC not only refused to tell him but also shouted angrily. Xiao Chen's face darkened. Indeed. He was currently carrying Otto's curse, and any soldier-type NPC would dislike him, making it difficult to ask questions. Forget it. He would just ask someone else. He casually found an NPC ant and inquired about the same question. The ants in the town were good people, very friendly towards him, and immediately pointed him in the right direction. The silver mine was located at the foot of a small hill to the west of the town, a deep mine leading underground. This location was not displayed on the system map, meaning it belonged to the hidden map category. Such places usually hid decent rewards. Without a second thought, Xiao Chen grabbed his staff and ran towards the target direction. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the mine. The system's plot unfolded. Here, with several miners and militia at the mine entrance, all wailing and screaming. Young adventurer, can you help us get some healing potions from the town? An NPC miner asked. The system popped up a small task confirmation window. Xiao Chen was too lazy to run and refused the task, tossing out a line, hang in there, wait for the next batch of players to rescue you. Then he plunged into the mine. The next second, ding, you have discovered the level 75 main storyline dungeon, Silver Mine. Tip: the main storyline dungeon is in a closed state until the raid is successfully cleared. You cannot exit unless the entire team is wiped out, or the dungeon is cleared. What the hell? This is a main storyline dungeon? Xiao Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Then came the joy. Wow, I can get my revenge so quickly. Amazing. Just moments ago, he had been scolded 3 times by the Invincible with a battle zone announcement, and unexpectedly, he turned around to find a main storyline dungeon and at a higher level. As long as he cleared this dungeon, he could also get an announcement opportunity to scold back using his team name, completely overpowering the other side in momentum. Charge! Xiao Chen walked deeper into the mine. This mine was relatively narrow, allowing only one person to pass through. If entering as a team, only the knight could lead the way while the mage and archer provided support from behind. After walking a few dozen steps, the first wave of dungeon monsters emerged. They were a group of lizard-like creatures, a total of 5, about the size of small dogs, level 70, with 10,000 health points each. The 5 little monsters were very close together, and Xiao Chen shot out a chain lightning, instantly frying them all. You defeated the mine lizard, gaining 1850 experience points. You defeated. The experience from dungeon monsters was significantly higher than that of wild monsters outside, just a few levels higher, but 3 times the experience compared to rock giants. This is indeed a good leveling spot, Xiao Chen said with satisfaction, picking up a few copper coins from the ground and continuing forward. There were plenty of mine lizards. He encountered a wave every few dozen steps. After defeating about 10 waves of small monsters, Xiao Chen arrived at a corner. This was a transfer area inside the mine, about 30 to 40 meters in size, piled with some mining tools. There were a few corpses of miners on the ground, and in the middle was a huge lizard. Clearly, the first boss of the dungeon had appeared. Xiao Chen took a glance. Cavern Lizard King, rare level boss, level 75 health, 250,000/250,000, target level 2 high, unable to read more data, weak, too weak. Xiao Chen raised his hand and cast a magic missile. The imposing Lizard King didn't even have time to grunt before it let out a pitiful cry and collapsed to the ground. You defeated the Cave Lizard King and gained 144,000 experience. The experience points surged significantly, already close to leveling up. Xiao Chen picked up the coins and items dropped by the boss, checked them over, and found nothing useful, feeling a bit disappointed. He continued forward. Just around the corner was a downhill slope. After walking down for more than 100 meters, the terrain leveled out again. This should be the second layer of the mine. The environment is much more spacious. Oh, the monsters have changed? A wave of small monsters appeared ahead. Upon closer inspection, they were no longer lizards but small mud creatures that were black all over and resembled slimes. Abyss Servant level 75 health 12,500/12,500 target level too high, unable to read more data. The attributes of the small monsters were quite weak, a single missile could take them out. However, as the second layer of the map became more spacious, these Abyss Servants were not as densely packed as the lizards, so the chain lightning couldn't bounce around and could only be used to kill them one by one. Poochie. Xiao Chen's skill cooldown wasn't fast enough, and two small monsters got close to him, slapping him on the butt. Minus 221 given the artifact's defense, dealing this much damage was still quite fierce. But, damn, how dare you touch my butt, die. Xiao Chen shot a magic missile, directly killing it. Another Abyss Servant clung to him, punching him in the thigh, almost hitting between his legs. Damn it, this monster is so lewd. Xiao Chen's face turned a mix of red and green. He couldn't use his skills, so he picked up his staff and directly used a physical attack. Poochie. Minus 14 he struck with all his might, but the damage was pitifully low. The Super God talent only affected skills, this pure normal attack didn't benefit from the enhancement. The Abyss Servant continued to swing its sticky fists, pretending to hit him. Xiao Chen took a step back to dodge, and then the chain lightning cooldown was up, so he unleashed a powerful electric therapy, turning the small monster to ashes. There were quite a few monsters on the second layer of the mine, and advancing slowly took some time. However, the experience from dungeon monsters was 3 times that of the outside, so he treated it as leveling up, which wasn't a loss. Slowly advancing, he pushed for about 2 kilometers deep, and over 30 minutes had passed. Xiao Chen's level successfully rose to 37, with his attack power exceeding 200. After a long journey, he finally arrived at the room of the second boss. Crossing a barrier, the area ahead became spacious. When Xiao Chen walked into the boss room, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Because there was not just one second boss in this dungeon. Abyss Servant Chief, Red, Rare Boss, level 80 health, 295,000/295,000, target level too high, unable to read more data. In terms of attributes, this boss wasn't much stronger than the first boss, the Lizard King. But in this massive boss room, with a radius of 50 meters, there were a total of 4 bosses. Red, blue, green, and purple. Aside from their different appearances, the bosses had identical attributes. For monsters, I can shoot a missile every 2.5 seconds, and I can also weave in a chain lightning. If I'm quick, I should only need to take damage once to take them down. Xiao Chen thought to himself. High damage was his greatest advantage. Originally, this dungeon was quite difficult. An ordinary player team of 5 would need to withstand 4 bosses while also dealing damage, making the difficulty evident. But Xiao Chen didn't have such trouble at all. He walked forward. Slowly, the bosses in the front, back, left, and right of the room were wandering around, not actively attacking him. Let's go! Magic missile. Baiyu, the closest red boss, was directly taken out by a missile. Xiao Chen moved his feet and charged toward the left. Blue boss. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard the low, mournful howls of 3 living bosses. Immediately after, a flash of black gas appeared, and their bodies swelled in size. Looking at their attributes again, Xiao Chen couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Abyss Servant Chief, Blue, Rare Boss, level 80 health, 393333/393333, target level too high, unable to read more data. The health has increased, and it has nearly added 100,000. Damn, after taking down a boss, its health is fully redistributed to the other bosses? Xiao Chen exclaimed. It wasn't that he was panicking, after all, 390,000 health and 200,000 health were the same to him, no difference. But if a regular player team were to fight this, wouldn't it break their morale? Interesting, I'm suddenly looking forward to seeing others tackle this dungeon. Xiao Chen grinned wickedly, casting a chain lightning spell that took down the blue boss. Screech. The remaining 2 bosses continued to scream, dark energy swirling, their sizes increasing once again. At the same time, their health both became a solid 590,000. The green boss and the purple boss had already approached, one opening a sticky large mouth and spitting out a mouthful of saliva. The other raised its fist and smashed down. Poochie minus 586, poisoned, minus 799, minus 50 with 1 attack each from the 2 bosses. Xiao Chen lost over 1,500 health points. Fortunately, his missile had cooled down and he threw it again, instantly killing the green boss. Screech. The last purple boss let out a shriek, its dark energy surging, its health skyrocketing to a terrifying 1,180,000. Moreover, its quality had actually risen from rare to epic. Slap. The purple boss brought down a massive hand, and Xiao Chen was a moment too slow to dodge this gigantic slap. Instantly, he was sent flying, crashing against the wall with a thud, slowly sliding down. Minus 1,430. Damn, such high damage. Could it be that the boss not only transferred health but also attack power? Comparing the two damage instances, this slap was clearly much more painful than the previous punch. Xiao Chen suddenly realized that when the boss was split into four, its attack power must have been pitifully weak, easily manageable. But as the attributes transferred, it would become stronger and stronger. The correct strategy should be to pull the four monsters together, gradually lower their health, and then take them out simultaneously. If one dies a second late, it would turn into this 1,180,000 health epic boss. Good thing I'm a hanging player, or I really wouldn't know how to deal with you. Xiao Chen got up from the ground, the missile had cooled down. The purple boss was about to unleash a mouthful of acidic, potent poisonous saliva at him, but the next second, the missile fell. It went puff, exploding directly and splattering into mush. You have defeated the Abyss Servant Chief and gained 282,000 experience. Merging into an epic boss also granted epic level experience, but there was no corresponding reputation reward. Xiao Chen was still unclear about the use of reputation, so he didn't pay it any mind. After the boss exploded, a dazzling array of rewards dropped to the ground. However, he hadn't received the system prompt for clearing the level, indicating that there should be another boss ahead. Xiao Chen stepped forward to collect the rewards from the second boss. This time, luck was on his side, as he looted an epic quality two-handed sword for warriors with impressive attributes. But unfortunately, it required level 75 to equip, and he couldn't sell it for a good price right now. Sigh, why can't I get a few more mage skill books? Xiao Chen pouted, feeling extremely frustrated that he was already level 37 but still only had 2 skills. But there was no choice, he could only choose to continue forward. He passed through the boss room and descended to the third level of the mine. The third level of the mine became intricate and complex, no longer just a single path, but filled with numerous forks, resembling a maze. Xiao Chen opened the map, only to find it shrouded in fog, making it impossible to find a shortcut. Just as he was troubled about which path to take, a voice suddenly came from beside him. Warrior, warrior, save me. The deep voice, filled with pain, should be that of a minor NPC. Xiao Chen followed the sound and saw a miner-like NPC lying on the ground, barely alive. Silver Miner Rafro level 50 health, 5,000/75,000 attack, 350 physical defense, 50 magic defense, 30 skills, mining, fireball, magic missile. Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile. This miner was actually a mage? Are you okay, uncle? He approached and asked NPC Rafro about his condition. The latter gasped and replied, I'm seriously injured. Without a divine life potion, I'm afraid I won't make it. Divine life potion? I have one. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen took out a golden potion and handed it to Rafro. Although this potion was rare, he still had 28 of them, so he could afford to give one away. Ah, you actually possess such a divine medicine. Rafro exclaimed with joy, gratefully accepting the potion and gulping it down. The divine life potion only healed players for 5,000, but when Rafro drank it, his 75,000 health was instantly restored to full. He went from barely alive to bouncing with energy, standing up to thank him. Warrior Xiao Chen, thank you so much. To repay your great kindness, I am willing to guide you to the depths of the mine to find the abyssal monsters. Thank you. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, understanding the purpose of this NPC. If he could produce a divine life potion, it would save time and quickly locate the boss. Otherwise, the winding paths were full of unknowns, which could be a waste of time, or he might get killed by traps upon entering. We'll go this way. I've been working in this mine for over 10 years, so I'm very familiar with it. I could find my way with my eyes closed. Rafro led the way, with Xiao Chen following behind. Warrior, you must be careful. The monster lord inside is very terrifying. Many of our brothers have been killed by it. If you hadn't saved my life, I definitely wouldn't take the risk to guide you. I hope you are strong enough to defeat the monster lord inside and restore peace to the mine. If I can survive this time, I will resign. I've saved up quite a bit over the years. I can go back home, marry a wife, and apply for a job as a magic teacher, living a comfortable second half of my life. Oh no, a monster. Warrior, save me. This Rafro was quite the chatterbox NPC, rambling on endlessly as he led the way. When encountering monsters, he would scream and hide in a corner, showing no mage's spirit at all. The monsters on the third level were stronger than those on the second, being 75 level abyssal venomous insects that could not only bite up close but also spit venom from a distance. Xiao Chen took them down quickly. After winding through the mine's paths for over 10 minutes, Xiao Chen finally arrived at a huge cavern. Ahead is the lair of the Abyss Lord. Originally, we accidentally discovered some magic crystals beneath the silver mine and wanted to mine them. But unexpectedly, while digging, we suddenly broke through to a portal and a swarm of abyssal monsters emerged. It was terrifying. Warrior, please help us kill that monster lord, close the portal, and save us. Rafro continued to chatter on endlessly. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, preparing to enter the boss room too. Challenge the third boss. Unexpectedly, the boss was faster than him. Before he even entered the boss room, a gloomy voice came from inside. Foolish miner, daring to bring someone to disturb the great Lord Samaka, you must be tired of living. Whoosh, 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 the sound of something slicing through the air came. Several tentacles resembling octopus limbs stretched out from the mine, wrapping around Rafro's limbs and pulling him in forcefully. Help! Warrior, save me! Rafro was being pulled inside by the tentacles, looking like a plot kill. This middle-aged NPC, who had been working for over a decade and wanted to retire, go home, and marry a wife, had already been assigned a bleak life. Why do I suddenly feel so annoyed? Xiao Chen frowned. Although Rafro was a chatterbox, he was at least the NPC guiding him. This boss didn't even ask him a single question, and just wanted to kill Rafro. Wasn't that slapping Xiao Chen's face? Stop it, he shouted, rushing in quickly. Rafro was dragged by the tentacles, moving slightly faster than him, but he could still keep up. Upon entering the boss room, Xiao Chen was greeted by a huge eyeball. It was a magic eye. The room was nearly 100 meters in size, with a teleportation portal in the distance, and a blue pool in the center surrounded by eerie blue magic crystals. The boss was soaking in the magic crystal pool, resembling an octopus with a bald head and 8 thick, very long tentacles. However, unlike an octopus, it had eyes, and they were enormous. One eye almost occupied its entire face. Abyss Lord Samaka, Epic, Level 80 Health 500000/500000, Target Level 2 High, Unable to read more data. Tentacle monsters are the most disgusting, let him go. Xiao Chen shouted, throwing a magic missile directly. Slapdash 2000299. A damage of 2 million popped up above the boss's head. However, it did not die. After the health bar emptied, the boss remained in the pool, cackling. Foolish adventurer, do you really think you can defeat me? I am the great Lord Samaka, the most handsome creature of the abyss. As long as the magic crystal pool exists, I am immortal. As soon as the words left its mouth, the boss's health bar quickly filled up again, returning to full health. Warrior, save me. I don't want to die, I haven't married yet. Woo woo woo, Rafro cried out, hanging in midair. The magic crystal pool, huh? Thanks for the reminder. Xiao Chen ignored Rafro's words and looked at the magic crystal pool. He then discovered that the magic crystal pool also had attributes. Magic crystal pool health 4500000/500000. Physical defense 0, magic defense 10. That's quite a lot of health. Clearly, the health that Samaka recovered was drawn from the magic crystal pool. As long as he destroyed the magic crystal pool, this boss would be a pushover. He raised his hand and cast a chain lightning directly at the magic crystal pool. Put! The destructive power of the chain lightning was much more intense than the magic missile. 4500000. With one electric shock, the entire magic crystal pool instantly boiled, and all the water inside evaporated. Buildings have a fixed damage threshold, the amount of health equals the amount of damage, and it cannot overflow. Xiao Chen's strike dealt a whopping 4.8 million damage, naturally cleaning it out in one go. No, this is impossible. The boss, Lord Samaka, panicked upon realizing this terrifying situation, letting out a terrified roar. The magic crystal pool was his source of life. Now that the source was gone, so was his support. Great bloody demon god, please grant me power. He waved his tentacles, roaring. Immediately, purple-black magic patterns appeared on each tentacle, seemingly making them stronger. So noisy. Xiao Chen raised his staff and threw out a magic missile. Slap! Another 2 million damage popped up. The great Abyss Lord Samaka didn't even get to cast a single skill before he kicked the bucket. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the Abyss Lord Samaka and completed the level 75 main storyline dungeon Silver Mine for the first time. Congratulations, you have defeated the epic boss Abyss Lord Samaka and gained 800 reputation. You have defeated Abyss Lord Samaka and gained 282,000 experience. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 38. Please name your team, no more than 8 characters, and the system will make an announcement in the battle zone. With ease, Xiao Chen completed this dungeon alone. Luo Fu Luo broke free from the tentacles restraints and thanked Xiao Chen profusely. The portal behind was still shimmering. Although the dungeon was cleared, the story seemed not yet finished. Xiao Chen did not rush to explore but first handled the system announcement. Remembering the previous announcement from the unmatched in the world, he pondered for a moment and filled in 8 characters. The next moment, the system announcement echoed throughout the Blue Star server. Battlezone announcement. Congratulations to player team, my grandson is unmatched and unruly for being the first to clear the level 75 main dungeon Silvermine. First clear player Xiao Chen. Battlezone Announcement, Battle Zone announcement. For a moment, all the online players in the Battle Zone were bewildered by this announcement. What's going on? Who is unmatched? Wait. No way. Did I hear that right? Level 75 main dungeon? And he did it alone. How long has it been? An hour? Just cleared level 25 and now level 75 too? Many people couldn't believe it was true. Opening the text version of the information record to verify the authenticity of the Battle Zone announcement. At that moment, many high-end players were stunned by the news of the first clear of the level 75 dungeon. Level 75. Even those who drew divine artifacts from lotteries could only sigh in admiration when facing the attributes of level 75 epic monsters. After all, no matter how strong an artifact is, it cannot withstand the vast level difference against a fully grown boss. Often, the attack is sufficient but survival is lacking, or survival is enough but attack is insufficient. Attempting to challenge 50 levels higher is simply impossible. But now, this person named Xiao Chen had single-handedly cleared the level 75 main dungeon. Moreover, the team name did not promote anything. It was just a direct insult. Although the team name of the Unmatched Guild was also insulting, their 5 members all started with Unmatched, which still had an advertising effect. At this moment, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Xiao Chen's team name was a response to the announcement from the Unmatched Guild an hour ago. And he was even bolder, clearing the level 75 dungeon alone, far surpassing the Unmatched team. Quick, find out what this Xiao Chen is all about. He was the first to kill the divine boss, the first to kill the novice village boss, and he's still at the top of the level rankings. Many guild leaders and top players began sending people to investigate and gather information about Xiao Chen. At this time, Xiao Chen's good friend Lily also sent a message. Awesome old Xiao, you've really made it big this time. Level 75 dungeon, at least a week's progress ahead of ordinary players. Lily was in awe. Xiao Chen replied calmly, it's okay, just average. Call me daddy, and I'll take you to clear this dungeon for free epic gear. Damn, I thought you were my brother, and you wanna be my daddy. Lily sent a meme of someone banging their head against a wall. But seriously, with this announcement, the Unmatched Guild is probably going to be at odds with you, Lily said with a serious tone. Xiao Chen nodded, that should be the case. But it doesn't matter, with his level, even with divine artifacts, he can't beat me. If it weren't for their numbers, I could kill him back to the novice village anytime. You know, they have the advantage in numbers. If the Unmatched Guild targets you in the future, your friends might also get hurt. Lily said quietly. What, are you scared? Xiao Chen smiled. Lily curled his lip, I'm scared of nothing. If you don't say it, I won't say it. And old Zhang won't say it, who would know I'm your friend? Besides, back in the day, we dared to block even the president of the Dragon Soul Guild. Why would we be afraid of just a mere world? Come on, the foolish thing of failing to block someone and getting messed up is something only you could pull off. You don't need to worry about the unparalleled matters, it's not a big deal. Once I change my class, I'll slowly educate them, Xiao Chen said. Lily nodded, alright, then I'll continue leveling up with old Zhang. Save any good gear for us, and when we have enough gold, we'll come find you. No problem, I'll keep watching the storyline. Turning off the chat, Xiao Chen began to collect the boss's drops. As the final boss, the Lord of Samaka dropped items that were significantly more luxurious than those from the previous boss. Not only did he drop 2 pieces of epic gear, but also a shiny legendary item. Essence of Abyssal Creatures, the energy essence of abyssal beings. Carrying it allows entry into the abyssal world without being repelled by its powers, loses effect when stored in the backpack. Permanently effective. The item description seemed quite ordinary, lacking any highlights, just a special item. However, being of legendary quality, its value was certainly not low. Moreover, there was a teleportation portal behind the boss room, which might lead to the abyssal world, making it quite useful. In addition to these, 2 blue skill books were dropped. Sword Shock of 10,000 Armies, a rare skill for second transformation warriors, increases the attack power of all allies by 5% and reduces the defense of all enemies by 5%, with a range of 50 meters lasting 30 seconds and a cooldown of 300 seconds. This state cannot be stacked or dispelled. Demonic Erosion, a rare skill for second transformation mages, applies a status to a single target, causing it to lose 1% attack power per second for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. This state cannot be dispelled, the effect can be dispelled. One is a powerful team skill, and the other is a single target weakening skill. Upon seeing the description of Demonic Erosion, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel curious. If I use this skill, the effect would be multiplied by 10,000 times, wouldn't that turn whoever I target into trash? For a normal person, using it would mean that by the 15th second, they would only lose 15% attack power, and then they would have to reapply the debuff and start stacking from the beginning. But for him, losing 1% attack power per second would turn into a loss of 10,000% per second, directly reducing it to a negative number, and it would last for a full 15 seconds. Even if the effect was dispelled, the state would still remain, and the next second it would again turn negative. Too bad I need to be second transformation to learn it, so frustrating. He hadn't even completed the first transformation yet, and wanting to reach the second felt like a distant dream. The rest of the dropped items were rather ordinary, consisting of some low-quality equipment and potions, with the equipment being level 75, which was completely useless. After cleaning up the battlefield, Xiao Qin turned his attention to Rafro. This NPC was supposed to be killed off in the storyline, but he had been saved by Xiao Qian's swift defeat of the boss. Now Rafro still had half of his health left and was not in any life-threatening danger. "Rafro, you're safe now, you can go back home and marry a wife," Xiao Qian said with a smile. "Yes, thank you so much, brave Xiao Qian." Rafro's face was filled with joy, and the feeling of having survived made him extremely grateful to Xiao Qian. "Don't just thank me, is there any practical reward you can offer?" Xiao Qian grinned, revealing his true intentions. Rafro scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward, and replied, Besides money, I don't have anything to repay you with. And the money I have is very little, just enough to live on after I get home. I'm not short on money. You seem to be a mage, can you help me with a job change?" Xiao Qian stated his true purpose. He didn't care about rewards, what he needed now was equipment and gold, but what he lacked was only a job change and skills. Hearing this, Rafro was surprised. "Job change? You're already so strong, a job change is also a third transformation. How can I help you?" In his view, a player who could clear this dungeon must be very strong. At least level 50 and above with a second transformation, and the next job change would definitely be at level 100. But Xiao Qian was an exception. He spread his hands and said, "Look for yourself, I'm still a mage apprentice, not even a full-fledged mage. NPCs have the ability to check players' basic information." Rafro took a look and saw that he was indeed a mage apprentice, and he was immediately astonished. This is too ridiculous, right?" He blinked and asked. "So how did you defeat the Abyss Lord?" "Well, it's better not to mention it. Can you help me with my job change?" Xiao Qian knew this NPC had the trait of being a chatterbox, so he didn't want to chat too much and directly asked something serious. Rafro felt a bit awkward and replied uncertainly, I'll give it a try. My teacher is quite a powerful magician, but because my family is poor, I couldn't afford the costs of studying magic, so I gave up my identity as a mage to become a miner. He has held a grudge about it and hasn't liked me much since. I'll go talk to him and see if he can help you." "That would be great, thank you so much." Xiao Qian smiled knowingly, feeling quite good. "By the way, your teacher, he shouldn't be a steward in the temple, right?" He suddenly thought of this and asked with some concern. Rafro shook his head and said, "My teacher isn't that powerful, the stewards in the temple are all legendary archmages above level 150, while my teacher is only level 130. "That's good to hear." Xiao Qian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the temple or the war hall, he could enter. "Then I'll leave the mine and prepare a bit. Brave Xiao Qian, just come find me at the grocery store in Silver Mine Town after you're done." Rafro agreed on a meeting place and quickly turned to run away. Xiao Qian watched him leave, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Finally, I have a direction for my job change." This chatterbox didn't go to waste. He felt a bit emotional. This game had so much more to offer compared to the online games from Blue Star in the past. Although the overall intelligence of NPCs wasn't very high, there were many variations. After Rafro was saved, he could lead the way, and after leading, there would be dangers, with different outcomes depending on whether to save or not. More importantly, as a low-level NPC, he also had many possibilities, as long as they were treated and communicated with like real people, many useful things could be discovered. After this incident, Xiao Qian's attitude towards this game world began to change. Perhaps this was not just a game. After all, with alien technology, the login method was so outrageous, and it was possible to create NPCs with a growth-type AI system. If he studied hard, he might uncover many earth-shattering discoveries. Thinking of this, Xiao Qian couldn't help but recall something. The curse of Otogu. If an ordinary person like Rafro is so vivid, then Otogu and its former master, the war god, must be even more remarkable? I killed Otogu and was cursed. It seems, perhaps, it really was a huge pit I dug. Originally, Otogu, a level 50 mythic boss placed in the Novice village, was not meant for players to fight. Instead, it was for fated individuals to encounter it and, through their own fortune, obtain the hidden job inheritance of the war god. And Xiao Qian sighed. Thinking of this, he felt a bit like crying without tears. But it was too late for regrets. He could only slowly think of ways to see if he could lift Autogoo's curse. Buzz just as Xiao Chun felt helpless. The boss room suddenly shook. He thought the boss room was about to reclaim itself, and the system wanted to kick him out. But when he looked up, it was not the case. Instead, the distant portal was slowly shrinking and was about to close. This portal leads to the Abyss World. The Abyss World in the game's background story is a force that stands in opposition to the gods. The gods mainly consist of 24 main deities, corresponding to 24 main cities. Beneath the abyss, there are also many demon gods who are equally powerful. According to some summaries from players on the forums, the Abyss World should be a map suitable for exploration at levels 150 to 250, with a minimum level of 100 required to enter, otherwise, one could easily die. However, Xiao Chen is not an ordinary player. With such a large portal in front of him slowly closing, he felt that if he didn't dive in to explore, it would be quite a loss. Besides, he didn't have any particularly valuable items on him, so even if he died after entering, it would just be a loss of a bit of experience, and he wouldn't drop anything worth much. With this in mind, he took out the item Abyss Demon Essence, held it in his left palm, and with his right hand gripping his staff, he rushed forward and dove into the portal. Whoosh, the portal closed, the dungeon map was reclaimed by the system and disappeared. As for Xiao Chen, everything before him turned to darkness. After several seconds, light slowly returned. Ding, you have entered the Abyss World. Notice, under the suppression of abyssal power, all healing effects are reduced by 50%, and your attack power is reduced by 10%. Before he could see the surroundings, clearly, Xiao Chen felt a wave of weakness in his body, his attack power dropping from just over 200 to 180 points. Ding ding clang clang cough cough sounds came from around him, and a blue-purple hue filled his vision. Another mine. Xiao Chen glanced around and found himself still in an underground mine. Unlike the silver mine, there were no torches for illumination here. However, the surrounding ores were not silver but magic crystals, emitting a ghostly blue light. Among them were some high-quality purple magic crystals, stunningly beautiful. Several miners were continuously swinging their pickaxes, producing crisp digging sounds. But some were coughing incessantly, clearly not in good health. Xiao Chen checked the information of one miner. Magic Crystal Miner Jeffrey, level 50 health, 35,000/35,000 attack power, 160 physical defense, 40 magic defense, 40 skills, mining, pharmacy. This miner was human, with attributes even lower than Rofro, and he had no mage skills. Crack. Before Xiao Chen could check the attributes of others, a sharp crack of a whip sounded from ahead. At the same time, a shrill curse rang out, "You pathetic humans, no slacking off. Work hard, or I'll whip you." Following the sound, he saw a small, thin imp with purple-black skin, about 1.2 meters tall, wielding a long whip to strike a frail old miner. Imp Supervisor, Elite Monster, level 100 health, 120000/120000, target level 2 high, unable to retrieve more data. I can't stand anyone being arrogant in front of me. Xiao Chen curled his lip and raised his hand to cast a magic missile. Gah! The imp took a hit, nearly 2 million damage popped up, and it died on the spot. Ah, what happened? The miners exclaimed in surprise, realizing the imp leader was dead, and were quite puzzled. However, they quickly noticed an adventurer had appeared around them. Ah, warrior, are you sent by the gods to save us? Miner Jeffrey ran over, excitedly, grabbing Xiao Chen's arm, tears welling in his eyes. Warrior, please save us, we've been trapped here for months. Woo woo woo, the NPC miners cried out, looking very pitiful. What place is this? Are the abyssal monsters outside strong? Xiao Chen asked. The map showed that he was now in the Abyss World. However, it did not provide a specific place name, clearly indicating that the information was incomplete. The miner Jeffrey replied, "This is the magic crystal mine of the abyssal monsters. Their tunnels have pierced through the earth's veins and intersected with our silver mines. We are miners who were captured and forced to work for them. If we refuse, they will throw us into the blood pool of the Abyss Lord Ramika, leaving us dead without a complete corpse." As he spoke, he was a mess of snot and tears, looking as miserable as could be. Pierced through. Xiao Chen grimaced. If they really had pierced through, there would be no need for a portal. A large number of monsters would directly invade the surface and fight to the death with Storm City. Clearly, this was just a plot for a hidden quest. The portal was not permanently open and needed conditions to be met to unlock it and bring the miners back. What level boss is Lord Ramika? Xiao Chen asked. Ramika, Samaka, they sounded similar, probably the same type of monster, maybe even brothers. Jeffrey shook his head. We don't know either. He is too powerful. Many of our brothers have already been eaten by him. Warrior, please help us, we are truly at our wits' end. Alright, you stay here for now, I'll go take a look. Xiao Chen nodded. Although the system did not provide a quest prompt, he felt this should be a quest, and a hidden one at that, with rich rewards. You can walk along the mine tunnel. If you open the iron gate, you'll see many monsters. There's also a strong human from the human world imprisoned over there. Warrior, you can rescue him, and he will help you. Jeffrey reminded him. Oh, that's even better, thanks, Xiaochen said happily. He walked into the mine tunnel, heading towards the exit. Along the way, there were some little goblin overseers wandering around, supervising the human miners. He used magic missiles to kill them from a distance. The goblins didn't even have time to report before they died on the spot. Thus, he walked quietly without attracting a large number of monsters. Soon, Xiaochen arrived in front of an iron gate. This iron gate was a terrain lock, blocking his path forward. Xiaochen tried to pull it, but it wouldn't budge. The system prompted, forcefully opening this door requires 500 points of strength. Xiaochen was instantly speechless. His strength was only 38 points. Even with all his might, he couldn't move it. Magic missile. He tried to cast a skill to smash it open. But the missile disappeared without a trace, causing no disturbance at all. Clearly, this iron gate was different from the previous magic crystal pool. It was not a destructible structure. Looks like I'll have to wait for the goblins to open the door. He had no choice but to stay put. After a few minutes, two 1.4-meter tall goblin leaders walked over from outside, one of them cursing, "Damn it, it's just a broken mage, ugly and skinny, only level 130 and he dares to act tough with us. If it weren't for the princess specifically wanting him as a male pet, we would have already eaten him alive." The other one chimed in, "Exactly, what is he acting for? And speaking of which, it's outrageous, princess is the most beautiful flower in our abyss, yet she doesn't want our handsome selves but has her eyes on an ugly human mage. It's like a flower stuck in cow dung." Clank! The goblin leader unlocked the door and pushed open the iron gate. "We're so pissed off, let's catch a few human miners to vent our anger. We want to eat 3 alive," the goblin leader on the left said fiercely. They turned around, ready to delve deeper into the mine to catch people. But suddenly, they saw an extremely ugly human face appear in front of them. "Ah!" hiss. Just as the goblin leader was about to speak, a chain of lightning struck out, directly impaling both of them. 2 damage numbers of -4.3 million floated up, and the 2 little demon leaders were directly turned to ashes, leaving not even a corpse behind. However, it did leave behind 10 gold coins. "This little demon is quite wealthy," Xiaochen said, picking up the coins with satisfaction. As he walked out of the fence gate, he continued to explore outside. A series of angry shouts from men could be heard, cursing fiercely. Xiaochen listened carefully, and his expression gradually became strange. Could it be that male mage who was about to be forcibly married into the demon princess's family? "Vile abyssal creature, may you not die a good death. The light of the gods will judge you. You shall forever fall into the abyss, never to see the light of day. The great god of weather will redeem me. Though my body may die, my soul will be eternally immortal. Ah! Don't touch me, take your filthy hands away. I, Ramstern, will never yield to you, ugly witch. Let go, let go. Followers of the great god of weather are not to be defiled." Ah! While one curse after another, and cries of agony echoed through the mine. Xiaochen's mouth twitched, automatically picturing a handsome male mage being forcefully kissed on the ground by an ugly witch. After all, he is still human. I should show some mercy and save him, Xiaochen thought to himself. He quickened his pace and exited the mine, arriving in a room resembling a prison. The screams were coming from the first cell on the left. Now that he was closer, he could hear another voice coming from inside. "Little thing, stop shouting, even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. I am the daughter of the bloody demon god, the noble Princess Minya. Do I not deserve your attention? Oh dear, why are you still biting? You have no gentlemanly demeanor at all." The voice was soft and sweet, quite pleasant to hear, making Xiaochen feel a bit ticklish. But the Ramstern mage was unyielding, shouting, "Vile witch, if it weren't for you sealing my magic, I would have torn you to pieces with my weather magic. Ah, I will bite you to death." Xiaochen. He stepped closer and saw a male mage in tattered robes, disheveled and pinned against the wall. The witch in a black Aussie dress had him cornered, touching him here and there, occasionally blowing in his ear, teasing him to the utmost. The male mage's face was red with embarrassment and anger, yet he was helpless. Hiss! That silhouette is a stunner. Xiaochen couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the witch's graceful figure. However, thinking of the little demons calling themselves handsome and saying humans were ugly, while referring to witches as a flower, she was probably also a backview killer. Magic missile. Xiaochen wanted to save the male mage, raised his hand, and threw a missile at the witch. /1729001 over 1,000,000 damage appeared, as if a layer of bubbles had burst on the witch. But she did not fall. Who? The witch, startled by the attack, abruptly turned around. Oh no, she didn't die. Xiaochen's heart sank, realizing the situation was dire. Looking at the witch's information, He was instantly dumbfounded. Abyss Princess Minya, Mythical level boss, level 120 health 9000000/9000000, target level 2. Hi, unable to view more data, a level 120 Mythical boss, with 9 million health. Moreover, the missile had clearly dealt over 1,000,000 damage, yet it had not caused her any health loss. She was evidently protected by some kind of shield. How to fight this? Chain lightning. Xiao Chen knew he had only a few seconds to deal damage, so he quickly cast a chain lightning spell. Zing! The chain lightning crossed space and struck the witch. But it was blocked by some kind of barrier. It seemed to deal over 4 million damage, yet in reality, it caused no harm at all. She was still at full health. At that moment, Xiao Chen finally saw the witch's face. She was incredibly beautiful. Damn human adventurer, how dare you ambush me, huh? The witch, furious after being attacked twice, prepared to strike Xiao Chen down. But the next second, when she clearly saw Xiao Chen's appearance, she froze in place. Good, so handsome. The witch stood frozen in place, saying dazedly. Her chest rose and fell, her breathing became erratic. The whole person, no, the whole witch, displayed a lovesick appearance. Xiao Chen, the man and the witch, exchanged a blank stare across the space. He saw the witch's exquisite face, which was almost indistinguishable from a human's, her crimson lips and peach blossom eyes exuding an alluring aura, and a pair of deep purple irises filled with magic, drawing one in irresistibly. Of course, Xiao Chen's resistance to beauty was already maxed out, so he felt nothing special. He just thought it was a bit miraculous that, according to the aesthetic of a little ghost, this time it didn't reverse. He was also prepared to be killed in an instant and resurrect in Storm City. But, the other party actually didn't make a move. Instead, she was infatuated? This witch, is she out of her mind? At this moment, Xiao Chen felt as if 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind, and he fell into deep thought. What is your name? The witch bit her lower lip and asked cautiously, as if afraid that a loud voice would scare Xiao Chen away. Her purple irises trembled gently, her watery eyes resembling a naive girl who had suddenly encountered a divine man, so excited that her whole soul trembled. Ahem, although I'm very handsome, you don't have to look at me like that. Sorry to bother you, but I have things to do, so I'll take my leave. Xiao Chen had no intention of lingering with her and took out a return scroll, preparing to escape. A level 120 mythical boss, with an unknown defensive effect, he couldn't break through the defense at all and could only choose to flee. As for hidden quests, he could do them next time when he had the chance. Wait, you can't leave. Unexpectedly, the witch had no intention of letting him go casually, casting a black mist that wrapped around Xiao Chen's feet. Affected by the binding spell, immobilized for 10 seconds. A message refreshed in the battle record, with no damage, but he couldn't move. Xiao Chen. It's over, he was caught by the lovesick witch. He, Xiao Chen, was probably going to be imprisoned here like the Ramsdale Mage. His chastity was in jeopardy. Thinking of what Lily had said before, that someone had harassed an NPC sister and then changed jobs to become a flower thief, his heart felt a wave of discomfort. Could it be that he would have to go against the grain and be harassed by an NPC? Xiao Chen, your name is Xiao Chen. That's such a nice name. The witch walked out of the cell, her eyes no longer holding the image of the Ramsdale Mage. Only Xiao Chen. She saw Xiao Chen's information, cautiously approached, reached out to caress his cheek, and softly said, "You are the most handsome human I have ever seen. According to our customs here, you must become my male pet and bear our first child." Xiao Chen. There's really no need. Actually, I'm a eunuch, I can't do that, please let me go. With his feet bound, Xiao Chen had no way to escape, couldn't return to the city, and even his self-termination would be interrupted, so he could only admit defeat. Is that so? Let me check the truth of that statement. The witch clearly didn't believe him, her delicate hand resting on his left shoulder, her red lips blowing a breath against his right ear. Then, she pressed against his clothes, slowly sliding down, past his chest and abdomen. Stop it, damn it! Xiao Chen shouted. What's wrong? The witch looked at him with a smile, her gaze full of teasing. Please let me go, I'm just a pure boy, I can't be defiled by an NPC. Xiao Chen said pitifully. As a man, being harassed by a woman was actually acceptable. After all, he was so handsome, it was reasonable for girls to be more proactive. But this was not a girl at all, but an NPC. What kind of thing is it to be violated by a string of game data? If this gets out, he won't be able to live as a person for the rest of his life, just hanging on the wall for people to laugh at him until he dies. What is NPC? My name is Manhwa, the daughter of the bloody demon god, the princess of the abyss. The witch looked bewildered, curling her fingers on her chin, curiously looking at him. Xiao Chen didn't know how to explain. At that moment, the mage Ramsdell in the cell shouted, "Wicked heretic, rebel against the gods, Xiao Chen. You dare to consort with the witch, and when I return to the land illuminated by the gods, I will surely expose your vile face and let the gods judge you." Xiao Chen? What's going on? He was momentarily stunned and didn't react. Ramsdell continued to curse, "You evil butcher, how dare you kill the golden lion and now get involved with the witch? You have fallen into the abyss. Becoming a lackey of the bloody demon god, unforgivable." A long string of insults followed. Only then did Xiao Chen suddenly realize. It turned out that not only soldier-type NPCs hated him, but also the devout followers of the gods despised him. No wonder he originally wanted to save Ramsdell, but instead he was met with a barrage of insults. "Shut up! Don't insult my man!" Slap! The more Ramsdell cursed, the worse it got, and even the witch, Minya, could no longer stand it. She delivered a slap across Ramsdell's face from a distance. Xiao Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at the sight. This slap knocked off a full 100,000 of Ramsdell's health points. Meteorological Sorcerer Ramsdell, Legendary Boss, Level 130 Health, 2550000-2650000, Target Level 2 High, unable to retrieve more data. Ramsdell, who had just been slapped, was completely stunned. The witch who had just been teasing him, wanting to have his body, had turned against him so quickly, beating him for another man. In that moment, his feelings were mixed, and he didn't know how to express them. "Brother Xiao Chen, let's go, don't pay attention to him. Come to my palace, and let's start our sweet life together." The witch Minya linked her arm with Xiao Chen's and, using her unknown hundreds or thousands of points of strength, pulled him towards the door. Stop! You two dog lovers, the gods will judge you, and you won't have a good death." Ramsdell felt he had received the greatest insult in history and began to curse loudly. At this moment, not only the witch Minya but even Xiao Chen wanted to beat him up. "What do you mean by dog lovers?" He, Xiao Chen, was clearly the victim. He tried to save someone but ended up being insulted. He had no place to voice his grievances. "Your Highness, what happened? Why is it so noisy here?" At that moment, a voice came from outside the mine. Xiao Chen turned his head and saw an incredibly ugly humanoid octopus walking in from outside. The so-called humanoid octopus was dressed in clothes similar to a human's but actually had no arms or legs, only 8 tentacles, standing upright and wriggling on the ground. Its appearance was very similar to the previous dungeon boss, but its size was much smaller, hardly different from a human. He checked the information. High-level Abyss Lord Ramika, Legendary Boss, Level 150 Health, for 700,000/4 Target Level 2 High, unable to retrieve more data. This Ramika was much stronger than the previous Samaka. They were probably not brothers but rather grandfather and grandson. Of course, as long as there were no shield skills like the witches, Xiao Chen could still kill it in one hit. The arrival of Ramika made Ramsdell fall silent, unable to curse anymore. Instead, the witch became a bit unnatural, releasing her hold on Xiao Chen's arm and saying, "It's nothing, uncle. Ramika, I captured a new human and was just about to take him back for training." "An ugly human." The ugly Ramika glanced at the handsome Xiao Chen and commented. Then, in a tone of an elder, he advised, "Your Highness, the great bloody demon god has said that humans are the dirtiest animals and should not be associated with them. Please hand this human over to me, I will send him back to where he belongs." The witch frowned slightly. "No, Great. Thank you, handsome Mr. Ramika, please kill me quickly, I want to go back to the city. I don't want to stay here for even a second." Before the witch could finish, Xiao Chen had already spoken up. Faced with the witch who left him at a loss, he felt it would be safer to drop 20% of his experience and return to town. Otherwise, who knows what the witch would do to him. This game likely had no taboos in that regard. "You don't say that." The witch Minya was immediately agitated and said to Lord Ramika, "Uncle Ramika, don't listen to his nonsense. He is already my pet, and I will take him home to train him right away." "Who is your pet?" "I am the spokesperson of the gods, the glory of the holy light, the heir of the great war god Asada. Hurry up and kill me, or I won't let you go." Xiao Chen knew that weak pleas would not yield the desired results, so he resorted to provocation, using the name of the main god that abyssal monsters despised the most to increase his hate value. As for the name of the main god, he didn't know any others, so he simply mentioned the only one he had heard of. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, both Lord Ramika and the witch Minya's expressions changed. "What? You are Asada's heir?" For a moment, the air around them seemed to freeze, falling completely silent. Is there something wrong? Are you very angry? If so, hurry up and kill me, I would welcome it. Xiao Chen's heart tightened, but he quickly returned to normal and continued to see death. However, to his surprise, the two demon figures did not immediately kill him. Instead, they both revealed a hint of respect. "Asada is a hero, although he is our enemy, we admire him greatly. You being his successor shows that your character is quite good, and it seems you are qualified to be princess's man, Lord Ramika said seriously, even showing appreciation with his single eye. Xiao Chen. I can't believe this. The feeling of dropping a stone on his own foot made him want to stab himself. He suddenly remembered that the Golden Lion Otto had said before that the war god Asada was killed by the bloody demon god. And these two before him were indeed subordinates of the bloody demon god. Minya was the daughter of the bloody demon god. Damn it, this is bad, I'm going to be taken back for tentacle play. Xiao Chen was heartbroken. So you are the heir of the war god, this is quite unexpected. Woo woo. No wonder you are so handsome, no wonder I fell in love with you at first sight. Great, brother. Xiao Chen, let's go meet father and ask him to be our witness, and we will marry immediately. Minya hugged Xiao Chen's arm, trying to pull him away. Xiao Chen was on the verge of tears. Ha ha ha! At that moment, Ramst, who was imprisoned in the cell, suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? The witch asked. Ramst, looking somewhat deranged, mocked, I laugh at your stupidity. Ha! You're looking for death? Lord Ramika glared with his single eye, his tentacles stirring restlessly. Ramst said, this man is not the heir of the war god at all. On the contrary, he killed the war gods, Mount Otto, and has been cursed by Otto for life. How ridiculous that you take him for a righteous good person, in fact, he is the most evil one, ha ha ha. Jealousy had twisted his features, completely forgetting that the abyssal demons were the common enemy of humanity. What? Is this true? The witch Minya and Lord Ramika looked at Xiao Chen and asked. Ah, yes, it was me. Hurry up and kill me to avenge Otto. Seeing a chance to turn things around, Xiao Chen quickly nodded. The witch and the lord exchanged glances. After a while, Ramika said, killing Otto could also be seen as helping us eliminate a threat, so it's not a bad thing. Xiao Chen was almost in despair. What the hell do they want from him? Being a good person doesn't work, being a bad person doesn't work, why is it so hard to just see death? However, the witch looked at him and suddenly sighed, if my father finds out, he will probably make things difficult for you. Although he personally killed Asada, he has always regarded Asada as a confidant and has a great fondness for the runaway Otagu. I can't let you meet him, or he will definitely kill you. With that, she showed a look of regret and reluctantly released Xiao Chen's arm. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. This truly was a case of when the mountains are exhausted and the waters are blocked, a path appears through the willows and flowers. Thank you. Then I won't disturb you any longer, farewell. He immediately took out the city return scroll, reading the incantation to prepare to leave. However, bastard, you can't just let him go like this, he is a sinner, a damned heretic. Not killing him won't quell my hatred. Ramst suddenly shouted. His words seemed a bit out of place, he was a believer of the gods yet wanted to command the demons to act, which was a strange stance. But Xiao Chen surprisingly understood him. After all, Ramst had once been entangled by the demoness Minya, almost becoming the son-in-law of the demon god, and he must have subconsciously felt that his relationship with the demoness was extraordinary. However, Xiao Chen's arrival had instantly made the deeply in love with him demoness change her affections. This was a heavy blow for a man, regardless of whether he liked the demoness or not. At this moment, jealousy had taken over Ramst's entire mind, he just wanted to use any power available to eliminate Xiao Chen, this rival in love. Dying once is no big deal, after all, I've prepared for the worst, Xiao Chen shrugged nonchalantly, actively interrupting the reading of the scroll. The demoness Minya looked at him deeply, a hint of pity flashing in her deep purple eyes. She said softly, right, I almost forgot you were cursed by Otto. After returning to the human world, it will surely be very difficult, suffering disdain and humiliation. Xiao Chen tilted his head, a row of question marks appearing above him. What was going on? Her tone seemed to carry a hint of pity. Was she planning to give him some divine artifact for protection? So, he asked. The demoness said, we can't give you our magical artifacts, otherwise, it will put you in an even more dangerous situation. How about this, you can use the things on him. She pointed to Ramst in the cell. Then, with a graceful hand gesture, a black magic sphere coalesced in her palm and then flew out, merging into Ramst's body. Boom! With a loud bang, Ramst's body directly exploded. His physical form remained intact, but his life force was instantly obliterated. Over 2 million health points were cleared in an instant, dead beyond recovery. What the? Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. A level 100 mythical demoness could actually one-shot a level 130 legendary mage? Was this a plot kill? Or was it the effect of the cell that allowed the demoness to hold the power of life and death? With Ramst's death, a pile of items immediately dropped to the ground. Clearly killed by an NPC, but it seemed as if Xiao Chen, the player, had done it, dropping a whole lot of items. Aside from not giving experience, it basically provided everything else. Quick, go pick them up. He has quite a few things that will be useful to you, the demoness said. Okay. Although he felt a bit sorry for Ramsd. Xiao Chen wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse the benefits before him at such a time. He walked into the cell and began to collect. You have obtained the legendary weapon, Weatherstaff, level 50. You have obtained the legendary accessory, Ring of Magical Will, level 100. You have obtained the class certification item, Whether Mage Secret Tome. 2 pieces of legendary equipment, numerous epic items, plus a class certification item. The more Xiao Chen picked up, the happier and more surprised he became. By the end, he couldn't help but grin widely. Weather Mage, a hidden class. I didn't expect that through a twist of fate, I would stumble upon such a good thing. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to have been touched by the demoness, obtaining the qualification for a hidden class was worth it. Thank you both, I shall take my leave. In a good mood, Xiao Chen specifically said his farewells before taking out the return scroll. Wait. The witch Minya interrupted him, walked over, took something from her bosom and placed it in his hand. Brother Xiao Chen, I can't bear to see you go. Take this. With you, I will come to find you later. It was a purple-black flower, somewhat resembling a rose. Abyssal Rose, mythical grade item, the token of love from the demon princess Minya, can summon Minya upon use. Special item, non-tradable, non-discardable, non-droppable. Xiao Chen, you should go. If you don't leave, I'm afraid I won't be able to let you go. Minya turned away, forcing herself not to look at him. Xiao Chen had a strange expression on his face, not knowing what to say. In the end, he remained silent, crushed the return scroll, and vanished into thin air. As for rescuing the miners, in front of 2 super powerful bosses, he had no way to do anything, so he could only leave it for next time. Storm City, Teleportation Square. Xiao Chen's figure appeared out of nowhere, still holding the essence of abyssal creatures and the abyssal rose. Such a rich abyssal aura? Quickly find out where it's coming from. The city guard NPC immediately walked over. Xiao Chen hurriedly stored the 2 items in his backpack. No kidding, these city guards would love nothing more than to take him down. If they caught him red-handed, he would probably end up in jail. After putting away the items, the abyssal aura disappeared. The city guards approached, shouting fiercely, "Get out of the way, don't block the path." Then they roughly pushed Xiao Chen aside and walked away. Although he had experienced something like this before, Xiao Chen still felt a bit annoyed. What arrogance! Just wait until I level up a bit more, I'll turn the Lord's mansion upside down, he thought to himself. At this moment, the main city was already very crowded. Although it was still spacious, the number of players was terrifyingly high, flooding into the main city and causing serious traffic congestion. After all, there were only 24 main cities in the entire Blue Star Battle Zone, while the total number of players exceeded 1 billion, meaning each city had to accommodate tens of millions of people. The pressure was unimaginable. Especially in cities like Storm City and Dragon Blood City, which were exclusive to the Dragon Kingdom, the crowding was even more extreme. Xiao Chen opened the level leaderboard to check the latest rankings. He was currently level 38, still at the top. The second place, sword slashing the world, was already level 30, moving quite fast. The following players were more normal, mostly around levels 24 and 25. Soon, a large number of level 30 players will emerge, and the items dropped by Otto will be ready to be listed. Xiao Chen thought to himself. However, the most important thing right now was to change jobs. He took out the job change item dropped by Ramster, preparing to change to a hidden class on the spot. However, the system prompted, job change. Items cannot be used directly. Please go to a job change mentor for guidance. Alright. As expected, he still had to find an NPC. Fortunately, he had previously saved the miner Rofro, which had already paved the way for his job change. Let's go. Silver Mine Town. With excitement in his heart, Xiao Chen went to the warehouse to store away useless items. Then, with the job change item and the skill books he could use, he headed straight for Silver Mine Town. After running for more than an hour, they had already encountered many players leveling up along the way. The world of the heavens is vast, and there are many lucky players besides Xiao Chen. Many elite player teams were not satisfied with the experience from monsters of the same level and had ventured into areas with level 40 or even level 50 monsters to grind. The monsters near Silver Mine Town are level 50 to 60, but many people have appeared here as well. When Xiao Chen arrived, he even saw someone doing the healing injured miners quest, delivering medicine to the miners at the cave entrance. After he completed the Silver Mine Cave, it became a public experience dungeon that appeared on the world map. Some bold players had already formed teams to explore it. However, even the strongest player teams at the moment found it to be a dead end once they entered, as even the small monsters posed quite a challenge, not to mention the terrifying second and third bosses. The flow of people in Silver Minetown was still not much, and as Xiao Chen entered through the main gate, he was met with the angry glares of the militia. He had slowly gotten used to this and couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind. He went straight to the grocery store and from a distance, he saw Rofu sitting backward in a rocking chair, chatting and laughing with the store owner. "Rofu, what are you doing, busy flirting with your wife?" Xiao Chen joked as he walked into the store. "What nonsense are you talking about? She has a husband," the store owner playfully retorted. Upon closer inspection, the store owner was quite beautiful, fitting the style of an Eastern beauty, with a charm that still lingered despite her age. When Rofu saw Xiao Chen, he awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "Warrior, you're here. Let's go, I've packed my things and can leave any time." "Okay," Xiao Chen nodded and walked straight out the door. Rofu exchanged a few reluctant goodbyes with the store owner, making one wonder if there was something more between them. After a while, the two set off together, leaving Silver Mine Town. "Rofu, where is your hometown? Is it far?" Xiao Chen asked. "West Tower Village, a beautiful place. It's about 3,000 kilometers from here," Rofu replied. 3,000 kilometers? Xiao Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The running speed of game characters is only about 20 kilometers an hour, and they need to rest from time to time. 3,000 kilometers? Wouldn't they have to run until everyone else was level 100 and had their third class change? "Yes, but we can take the teleportation array from Stormwind City, it won't take long," Rofu said. "Alright." Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. So in fact, they didn't have to travel a long distance, they just needed to return to Stormwind City from Silver Mine Town, pay a teleportation fee of 20 gold, and arrive at another level 3 main city, Thunder City. However, the back and forth journey would still take quite a bit of time. Along the way, Rofu fully showcased his talkative nature. Xiao Chen listened patiently, feeling as if his ears were developing calluses, wishing he could take him out with a single spell. But considering he still needed to change classes, he held back. NPCs walk relatively slowly, it took over an hour to get there, and on the way back, it took a full 3 hours to arrive. During such a long time, the average player level had risen by 3 levels, nearing level 30. Just as Stormwind City was in sight and they were about to take the teleportation array to reach another city, unexpectedly, a group of players with the words Heavenly World above their heads suddenly appeared in front of them. "Hee, Xiao Chen, didn't expect this, did you?" A sneering voice came. Core members of the Heavenly World Guild, such as the world's handsomest and world's best healer, blocked their path. "You guys?" Xiao Chen frowned. Having walked slowly with Rofu all this way, they had encountered quite a few players. With the influence of the Tianxia Guild, it was not surprising that they found his whereabouts. He wasn't afraid of fighting, he was just a bit worried that if this low-level NPC, Rafro, was killed by the players, his chance to change classes would be lost. A large number of players surged around him, each with the words Tianxia above their heads, totaling no less than 500 people. "Warrior, what's happening? What do they want?" Rafro also sensed that something was wrong and asked nervously. "Ha ha ha eh." Loud, maniacal laugh came from the crowd. Dressed in a full set of epic gear, Tianxia Wushuang stepped forward and said loudly, "Xiao Chen, as a solo player, if you dare to go against our guild, be prepared to be killed back to the Novice village. That NPC is your quest character, right? Good, he's about to die. You dare to kill an NPC?" Xiao Chen's expression darkened. "What's there to be afraid of? It's just a few days in jail." Tianxia Wushuang replied calmly, shouting to his members, "Brothers, the one who kills that NPC will get a cash reward of 200,000. Who's in?" "Ha, I'm in. I can do it too. How can I miss out on such a good thing?" The crowd responded enthusiastically, all expressing indifference to spending a few days in jail. "They want to kill me. Warrior, save me." Rafro realized their intentions and was scared, hiding behind Xiao Chen. But there were people surrounding him from behind as well, there was no way to hide. "Damn, what do I do?" Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. Even if he was killed, he would only drop a few pieces of equipment and skill books. Although it was painful, it wasn't a big deal. After respawning in the city, he could go wherever he wanted. Aside from being humiliated, the losses were within acceptable limits. After all, in a game, fighting always leads to death, no one can always take advantage. But NPCs were different. If an NPC died, it was truly dead. He had finally found a chance to change classes, and it would all go to waste. What to do? What to do? Xiao Chen was anxiously pacing, his mind racing for a solution. But on the surface, he remained calm and collected. Even finding time to chat, "Wushuang, it seems you haven't been killed enough in the Novice village, this time, I'll have to give you something serious." No matter what, he couldn't lose face in front of the crowd. Haha, still talking tough when death is imminent. Brothers, unleash our big skills and show him how this game is played. Tianxia Wuxuan laughed maniacally, raising his staff and being the first to release a skill. Whoosh, a fireball the size of a human head flew over and smashed into Xiao Chen. -583 with a full set of epic gear. Tianxia Wuxuan's attack power was terrifying compared to ordinary players. Even with Xiao Chen's over 100 magic defense, he still took hundreds of points of damage. No wonder he could secure the first kill in a level 25 dungeon. Ding, you are being maliciously attacked by player Tianxia Wuxuan and have entered defense mode. The system prompt sounded, and the names of the 50 members of Tianxia Wuxuan's team turned red, indicating they were in an attackable state. Chain lightning. Xiao Chen didn't want to just stand there and take hits. He unleashed a chain lightning, which bounced 9 times, directly taking out Tianxia Wuxuan and 10 others. Damn! The damage is so high. Tianxia Wuxuan, lying on the ground, didn't immediately respawn and managed to curse once more. The 10 people who were killed had damage ranging from 4.8 million to over 3 million, none of them below 7 digits. But even so, it couldn't withstand the might of hundreds of players attacking. Take him down! Tianxia Dai Shui raised his shield and charged forward, shouting loudly. In an instant, hundreds of members of the Tianxia Guild attacked simultaneously. I'm done for, there's no way out, I can only. Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on and, in desperation, had to take out the divine item he had just obtained, the Abyssal Rose. Buzz, the Abyssal Rose was taken out, and a black translucent shield appeared out of nowhere, enveloping him and the nearby Rafra within. A multitude of first-turn skills struck the bubble-like shield, creating bursts of light, but no effective damage was inflicted. This scene was exactly like when Xiao Chen attacked Minya. Xiao Chen, brother, are you thinking of me so soon? A voice, extremely enchanting, rang out. Xiao Chen felt as if his chin was gently stroked by a soft little hand. Immediately after, black mist gathered in front of him, and the enchanting witch Minya appeared. Out of thin air, dressed in a black gauzy dress. What's going on? What did this guy do? Hiss. What a beautiful woman, that figure, that face, those legs. Oh wife, don't hit me, you're the most beautiful, she's an ugly pig. The sudden appearance of the woman stunned the players of the Tianxia Guild, causing them to pause their attacks. Witch Minya glanced around, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Xiao Chen, brother, what's the matter? Are these people your enemies? Well, can you help me deal with this trouble? Xiao Chen asked awkwardly. He had originally planned to keep the Abyssal Rose hidden forever, tucked away in his bag. Who would have thought that just 4 hours later he would be forced to bring it out? There was no way he could protect Rafro on his own. Minya was a level 120 mythic boss, only she could ensure absolute safety. This little matter is certainly no problem. However, it seems this is the main city area for you humans, and it's quite dangerous for me to be here. If I accidentally reveal my presence and get caught by your temple, I would be judged and killed. Minya made a troubled expression. What should we do? Xiao Chen knew she was looking for a favor but could only play dumb. The witch lifted his chin, speaking seductively, as long as you promise to serve me well afterward. I'll help you this time, Xiao Chen wanted to ask, is this serving serious, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. There were hundreds of people watching. If he said that out loud, where would he put his face? The most taboo in a hostile situation is for the other party to know your dark history, otherwise, they would do everything possible to publicize it and tarnish your image. In front of the hundreds from the Tianxia Guild, if it were known that he had exchanged help from a female boss for favors, he would never be able to play Zhu Tian again for the rest of his life. However, at this moment, it was already too late for him to cover it up. Look, that woman is a boss. A level 120 mythic boss. Damn, what kind of background does Xiao Chen have to summon a level 120 mythic boss? And she's an abyssal princess, and it looks like they're very close? Unbelievable. The number 1 on the level leaderboard, Xiao Chen, is just a pretty boy, living off an NPC forum. This must be posted on the forum. Stickied for 100 years. Numerous voices erupted around him. Fortunately, this game didn't have direct access to the internet of Blue Star, otherwise it would definitely have been recorded and posted. Xiao Chen's heart twitched and he began to regret summoning Minya. You're all so noisy. At this moment, Minya was also becoming a bit impatient with the commotion from the Tianxia Guild. She waved her jade hand and black magic surged forth, transforming into a massive dome that enveloped a radius of 100 meters. Boom! An energy wave erupted from within the black dome. The hundreds of players from the Tianxia Guild had a 6-digit damage number appear above their heads simultaneously, all of them instantly killed, with none surviving. Thud! A sound came from behind. Rafro had already fainted from the witch's overwhelming power, collapsing weakly to the ground. Xiao Chen, you need to leave Quickly, the people from the Storm Temple are coming. After swiftly eliminating the crowd, Minya immediately switched to an urgent tone. So soon? Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. The aura has leaked, I have to go. Next time, summon me in a safe place. With a turn, Minya vanished on the spot. The deep purple abyss rose reappeared in Xiao Chen's hand, now with an additional status. Cooldown, 7 days. Demon, where do you think you're going? Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. Immediately, a fierce wind howled, and a tornado was lifted. Outside the city gate, 4 massive tornadoes appeared out of nowhere. 4 powerful NPCs from the temple had arrived outside the city gate, floating above the tornadoes, surveying the surroundings. Damn! One of them fixed their gaze on Xiao Chen, startling him, and he hurriedly put away the abyss rose. Rebel, die! Boom! The person who looked at Xiao Chen raised a hand and pointed, a bolt of lightning crashing down towards him. Damn it, a level 200 NPC is bullying me, a level 38 kid. Xiao Chen was almost in tears. Fortunately, just as the lightning was about to strike him, another NPC raised a hand to create a wind shield, blocking the lightning. In the battle of gods and demons, civilians must not be harmed. That child may be a rebel, but it should not be us who take action, said the one who came to his rescue. Xiao Chen glanced at their information. Storm High Priest, Norton, Mythical Boss, level 220 health, 1850000/1850000, target level 2 high, unable to obtain more data. The High Priest is right, I will track the demon's whereabouts. The one who acted first said, then vanished on the spot. Before he disappeared, Xiao Chen also saw his attributes. Storm God General Xavier, Mythical Boss, level 200 health, 210000000/2100000, target level 2 high, unable to obtain more data. This guy, although at a lower level, had higher health, clearly indicating a difference in profession and health growth. Innocent adventurer, be resurrected. After Xavier left, Norton muttered a few incantations that Xiao Chen did not understand. Then, with a wave of his hand, a beam of white light descended. The bodies that had just been killed by Minya and had not resurrected immediately all got up, without losing any experience. Xiao Chen. Ah, Xiao Chen, let's see how arrogant you can be now. The members of the Unmatched Guild were all resurrected, still surrounding him, laughing arrogantly. Storm Temple, I really feel like I've hit rock bottom. Xiao Chen was extremely frustrated. After all that, he not only achieved nothing but also paid the price of serving the witch. What should he do now? The witch had already revealed her trump card, and he still couldn't handle it. Did he really have to admit defeat? The members of the Unmatched Guild laughed wildly, throwing various skills at him. Stop! Just as Xiao Chen was about to be killed, a fiery elemental shield suddenly appeared around him. The shield absorbed all the incoming damage. Following that, a figure appeared among the crowd. Rafro, so you were here. Suddenly appearing was an elderly wizard dressed in a red robe, holding a staff. He ignored Xiao Chen and directly held the unconscious Rafro on the ground. What's going on? Who is this? Tianxiao Wushuan was confused. He only wanted to kill Xiao Chen once, to take revenge and vent his anger. Why was there a witch one moment and a great wizard the next? Xiao Chen was also a bit bewildered. After glancing at the information of the red-robed wizard, he finally realized. Flame Magus, U2, Legendary Leader, level 120 health, 2100000/2100000, target level 2 high, unable to retrieve more data. This elderly wizard who came to the rescue was indeed the teacher Rafro had mentioned. Old teacher. I can't be dreaming, can I? It really is you? At the call of Magus U2, Rafro slowly woke up. Seeing his long-lost mentor, he found it hard to believe. Then, he was moved to tears. Rafro, my child, you've lost so much. Wait. You must have suffered a lot over the years. The elderly Magus said, looking at the emaciated Rafro with deep sorrow. Vice President, what should we do? Around them, the members of the Tianxia Guild were scratching their heads and frowning, nearly dying of frustration. Looking at the level 120 legendary boss, they didn't dare to make a move. Let's wait and see. Tianxiao Wushuan knew they couldn't kill Xiao Chen right now and could only wait for the NPC to leave before engaging in battle. The few god-level NPCs from the Storm Temple had left at some point, and the strongest combat power outside the city gate was the old wizard U2. He and Rafro exchanged feelings for a while, and the emotions of their long-awaited reunion gradually calmed down. Teacher, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left home and gone so far. Silly child, the one who should say sorry is me. If I hadn't forced you back then, at least, you should have settled down by now, with a happy family. Instead, you're far away, in such a miserable state. Teacher, fortunately, I've been inquiring for a long time and finally found your news. Just now, I also owe thanks to The lords of the Storm Temple. Otherwise, if you had been killed by the abyssal monsters, I would have blamed myself for a lifetime. Teacher, Buvu Rafro, a grown man, was unexpectedly brought to tears by his own teacher. Xiao Chen watched from the side, worried about his own situation, while also feeling a hint of curiosity about the story of these two NPCs. Teacher, this time it's all thanks to the warrior Xiao Chen. If it weren't for him, I would have been killed by the abyssal monsters in the mine. At this moment, Rafro remembered the one who saved his life and spoke up. The old wizard Yutu turned to look at Xiao Chen, sizing him up with a frown. He has a rebellious aura about him. He's not a good person. Both Xiao Chen and Rafro were caught off guard. The latter quickly explained, no, teacher, he's a good person. He saved the lives of everyone in the mine and personally killed the abyssal monster lord. Oh, is that so? The old wizard Yutu was not a member of the temple and did not have a strong reaction to the curse of Otto. He just didn't particularly like Xiao Chen. After hearing his disciple's explanation, his expression softened considerably, and he nodded, saying, in that case, a life-saving grace must be repaid. Speak, what do you want? Before Xiao Chen could say anything, Rafro explained on his behalf, teacher, he hopes to officially become a magician. You're so powerful, you must help him. Changing jobs, huh? That's simple. The old wizard raised a hand, preparing to conduct the job change ceremony for Xiao Chen. Wait a minute, Xiao Chen did not expect the situation to change so quickly. Just a minute ago, he had almost been taken out, and now, in the span of a few sentences, he was about to change jobs. Do you have any questions? Yutu still did not like him, his tone not very polite. Master, I brought my own job change item. You can use this to help me change jobs, Xiao Chen said awkwardly as he took out the Meteor Mage secret tome from his backpack. A hidden class was much stronger than an ordinary class. After changing to a Meteor Mage, his strength would definitely surpass that of an ordinary mage, and he would have more skills to choose from. Meteor Mage? This is the inheritance of the god of weather, not within the scope of the 24 main gods. However, it is still quite powerful. Yutu glanced at the job change item and nodded slightly. In terms of divine power, the god of weather was not as strong as the 24 main gods. But the inherited classes from the main god's temple were just ordinary classes, not true main god inheritances. Only hidden classes like the war god inheritance in Otto's hands could surpass the Meteor Mage. Calm your mind, maintain piety, and humbly accept, Yutu the mage said to Xiao Chen. Then, he took the Meteor Mage secret tome, slapped it with one hand, and a surge of majestic magic power was injected into it. Whoosh, a beam of golden light shot up into the sky, condensing 4 patterns high above. Wind, fire, thunder, rain. These were the 4 elemental skills of the Meteor Mage. The 4 patterns spun in the air, solidified, and then fell, infusing into Xiao Chen's body. Ding, congratulations! You have changed to the hidden class Meteor Mage. Due to the job advancement, your basic attributes have increased. You have comprehended the exclusive talent of the Meteor Mage, weather control. Ding, you have learned the Universal Mage skill Fireball. Ding, you have learned the Universal Mage skill Lightning Arrow. Ding, you have learned the exclusive skill of the Meteor Mage Gale. Ding, you have learned the exclusive skill of the Meteor Mage Downpour. A series of prompts rang in his ears, and Xiao Chen felt relaxed both physically and mentally. 1 exclusive talent for class skills. Awesome! It was well known that ordinary mages only received 2 basic skills, Fireball and Lightning Arrow, when they advanced to the first tier. But the Meteor Mage not only had these 2 skills but also gained 2 more powerful exclusive skills. Alright, I have repaid the favor of saving Rovro. Rovro, let's go. After helping Xiao Chen complete his job change, Yutu left directly. The Meteor Mage secret tome returned to Xiao Chen's hands, and this item could still be used 2 more times for his second and third job changes. However, he would need to find another great mage to guide him then. Brave Xiao Chen, thank you once again for saving my life. I must return with my teacher. You can come find me in West Tower Village when you have time. Goodbye. Rovro expressed his gratitude to Xiao Chen before leaving. The 2 NPCs slowly walked towards Storm City. Meanwhile, the hundreds of members of the Tianxia Guild began to stir. Hee, Xiao Chen, let's see who can save you now. Tianxia Wu Shuang sneered, holding his staff, ready to unleash a skill. Xiao Chen's face showed no trace of worry. He took out a skill book, wearing a calm expression, and said to everyone, you fools have 10 seconds to run away. If you don't run now, it will be too late later. Still talking tough when death is imminent? Brothers, attack him. Tianxia Wushuan roared in anger, ordering the attack. At that moment, Xiao Chen had already finished learning from the skill book. Ding, you have learned the Universal Mage skill Earth Elemental Shield. Earth Elemental Shield. Xiao Chen did not hesitate, having just learned the skill, he immediately unleashed this newly acquired magic. Crack! Crack crack, the Earth Elemental shield activated instantly, forming a translucent shield the color of Earth, resembling a soccer ball made up of multiple hexagons, protecting Xiao Chun from all angles. In the next moment, the attacks from hundreds of members of the Tianxia Guild, exceeding 200 times, landed on him. -290, -322, -418. A flurry of damage numbers jumped above his head, but they were not red damage numbers. Instead, they were white shield damage. The Earth Elemental shield had no defensive power, it could absorb as much damage as was dealt. This made the damage values jump impressively, each one fierce as a tiger. Some even dealt 4-digit damage. However, with Xiao Chen's over 200 points of spell attack and the tenfold amplification from his godly talent, his Earth Elemental shield had a health value of up to 2.5 million points. 2.5 million health. This was the health of a level 100 plus legendary boss, and a mere group of players in their 20s, attacking it head-on? After a round of attacks, the shield's health bar had only decreased by about 2%, showing hardly any significant loss. How is it? Is it satisfying to hit? Xiao Chen did not strike back but laughed as he watched everyone. The members of Tianxia Wushuan looked at him, surprised that he neither dodged nor countered. Why isn't he dead? What skill is that? Elemental shield? I've seen this kind of skill, it's completely paper thin, breaks with a poke. How come it's different with him? Many expressed their confusion, but their attacks did not stop, as various first-turn basic skills and those learned from skill books poured out frantically. Fireball. Armor-piercing arrow. Blood spike. Whirlwind slash. -515, -409, -299. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? TSK, too weak. Hit harder, did you not eat? I'm ready to take it. With the Earth Elemental shield. Xiao Chen was already in an invincible position, standing there and shouting, completely different from his earlier gloomy expression. Damn it, too arrogant. Vice President, use your forbidden spell to blow him up. Tianxia Dai Shui could no longer stand it and shouted at Tianxia Wushuan. Okay. Tianxia Wushuan, also furious, began to chant the forbidden spell he had just learned not long ago. Oh? Using a big move? Xiao Chen waited with interest. Although the shield magic was considered a garbage skill, it had one advantage: it could not be interrupted. Unlike some physical shield skills that would be directly interrupted after taking a heavy hit, rendering any damage reduction ineffective. Forbidden spell, Meteor Strike. Tianxia Wushuan chanted for a full 10 seconds before finally unleashing his ultimate move. The sky suddenly darkened and a gigantic meteor fell from the sky, heading straight for Xiao Chen. Looks pretty impressive. As the duration of the Earth Elemental shield ended, the cooldown was also up, and Xiao Chen timely cast a new one. Boom! The meteor fell, taking 2 seconds to reach him. Then it accurately smashed down on Xiao Chen's head. With a loud crash, the ground trembled. It seemed as if the meteor had smashed Xiao Chen into the ground. But in reality, it caused no impact at all. -25,919. A 5-digit damage number popped up. To be fair, this damage was already quite terrifying. At this stage, no player could withstand it. But unfortunately, it hit the 2.5 million shield value, which was like a mere tickle. Wow! That's amazing. It actually took away a whole 1% of my shield value. Xiao Chen gave a thumbs up, exaggeratingly praising. It's you. Tianxia Wushuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He widened his eyes, staring at the nearly unchanged white shield health bar, feeling worse than if he had swallowed a fly. Are you done playing? It's my turn now, right? Xiao Chen chuckled, slowly raising his staff. He's going to cast Chain Lightning, everyone scatter. Tianxia Dai Shui immediately reacted, pulling away from those around him. Ha, too bad, you guessed wrong. Fireball. A simple fireball spell was unleashed. Oh, wait, it wasn't simple at all. Boom! Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, a fireball 1 meter in diameter and resembling a small sun rose from the tip of his staff, heading straight for Tianxia Wushuan. Holy crap, such a big fireball. He can also cast meteor spell? Did he throw it directly from his hand? This must be fire explosion. Vice President, run! Tianxia Dai Shui shouted. Tianxia Wushuan's eyes went blank, completely stunned. He wanted to run, but there were people all around him, he couldn't move. Moreover, why could Xiao Chen also cast meteor spell? He had spent over 1 million cash to acquire that forbidden spell book from a lucky player, and it should have been a one-of-a-kind item. Boom! Before anyone could think too much, the enormous fireball had crossed over 20 meters and smashed into Tianxia Wushuan's forehead. -5115123-51134040-5114929.5 million damage, shocking the entire crowd. Not just Tianxia Wushuan, but all team members within 3 meters of him were instantly fried, turned into skewers. Gulp, the sound of swallowing echoed, and everyone was dumbfounded. This is your mother. Is he even human? 5 million, damn. I'd have to grind for a year. It was terrifying, the damage was simply too horrifying. Compared to this, Tianxia Wuxuan's meteor spell was a joke. And the more terrifying thing was, Xiao Chen was already reading his next skill. Run! Someone shouted, and the team of hundreds suddenly fell into chaos. Many began to scatter and flee. Want to leave? Is it that easy? Rainstorm spell. Boom! A thunderclap sounded, and dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. An area of 50 meters square was completely shrouded. Rainstorm spell, chanting for 1.5 seconds, summons rain clouds, striking all targets within a 10 by 10 meter range. Deals 15% of attack power as spell damage per second, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds, consumes 80 mana. Actual range 50 by 50 meters, splash, huge raindrops fell from the sky, covering every inch of land. Those standing on the ground after the raindrops fell had numbers in the hundreds of thousands of damage pop up above their heads, collapsing on the spot. Ah, what's happening? Why did I die? What kind of magic is this? How is the range so big? You have been attacked by player Xiao Chen's rainstorm spell, health minus 348,191. Cries of horror echoed, and in just 1 second, within the 50-meter wide area, only Xiao Chen remained alive. However, there were still about 100 members of the Tianxia Guild who had run fast enough to escape the skill's range. Before they could rejoice at their speed, Xiao Chen began casting again. Windstorm spell. Windstorm spell, chanting for 1.5 seconds, summons wind elements to surround oneself, forming a tornado with a radius of 20 meters, dealing 25% of attack power as spell. Damage to all enemies within the skill range per second. Cooldown 60 seconds, consumes 100 mana. Actual range radius 100 meters, Wuxia hurricane suddenly erupted. The turquoise wind, visible to the naked eye, rapidly expanded outward from his body, instantly enveloping a radius of 100 meters. A super large tornado with a radius of 100 meters swept across the entire area. What the hell is this skill? This range must be a super forbidden spell, right? Is a 1-second chant reasonable? Gale spell? To me? Caused 560,000 damage? Oh snow. In just a few seconds, there was not a single person from the Heavenly Guild standing within 100 meters. If it weren't for the attack judgment not targeting friendly players, even onlookers from further away would have been instantly killed. Where the gale passed, not a blade of grass remained. Hundreds of people attacking Xiao Chen were thus completely wiped out, and a lot of equipment dropped. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Sigh, truly vulnerable. A grandson is always a grandson. The equipment you left behind, I'll gladly accept. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, feigning disappointment. Xiao Chen, don't get too cocky too soon. Tianxia Wuxuan roared on the ground. But Xiao Chen completely ignored his anger and directly picked up the epic belt that had fallen from him. Sapphire belt, level 20, health plus 150, magic defense plus 10, spirit plus 5, mana recovery speed plus 5 points/second. Although the attributes weren't very high, it was much better than the trash belt he was wearing and could be equipped immediately. Not bad, at least it can be worth 1,000 bucks, thanks, dear grandson. Xiao Chen said with a smirk. Bastard, I won't let you off. Tianxia Wuxuan shouted. As the vice president of the Tianxia Guild, he had never experienced such humiliation. 500 people, more than enough to challenge a mythic boss of the same level, were wiped out by a single player. If this got out, where would he put his old face? But, at this moment, the news had clearly already spread. Stormwind City was the main city, and with the crowd coming and going outside the city gates, nothing escaped the player's eyes. Just now, there was a conflict between the two sides, followed by the god-level boss Minya appearing and instantly killing 500 people. Then the 4 mythic NPCs of the Stormwind Temple made a grand entrance to revive the 500, and right after that, a level 120 legendary NPC came out, doing a live broadcast of a hidden class transfer. Finally, Xiao Chen unleashed 3 earth-shattering spells, leaving the Tianxia Guild members reeling with no way to escape. Such a grand visual feast could not possibly be hidden. Fortunately, the heavens did not have a recording feature, otherwise, the 5 minutes of action just now would have already flooded the forums. Even so, the news of Tianxia Guild's 500 people surrounding the number 1 god-level player Xiao Chen, only to be wiped out, spread like wildfire, reaching an almost universally known level of fervor. Wuxuan, what happened? How did you get trampled by a casual player? At this moment, lying on the ground, Tianxia Wuxuan received a message. Big brother, Tianxia Wuxuan was almost in tears. The person looking for him was none other than the official president of the Tianxia Guild, Tianxia Wudi. Although Tianxiao Wushuang was arrogant, he was very honest in front of his brother. He recounted what had just happened to Tianxiao Wudi, vividly describing how Xiao Chun was so arrogant and looked down on the Tianxia guild. Finally, he added, "Big brother, this matter cannot just be let go, otherwise, we won't be able to stand in the heavens in the future and will forever be a laughingstock." There was silence on the other end of the communication for a moment. After half a minute, Tianxiao Wudi replied, "Don't rush this matter, there is something more important to deal with right now, you hurry and bring the brothers over to help." "Ha? This isn't urgent? What could be more important than the guild's dignity?" Tianxiao Wushuang asked. In confusion. "What else could it be? The outpost order," Tianxiao Wudi replied. "What? The outpost order?" Tianxiao Wushuang was shocked and asked, "Big brother, did you find the boss?" The outpost construction order was an essential item for the guild to apply for building an outpost. Since the launch of the heavens, no guild had managed to obtain one, because this item only dropped from god-level bosses above level 100, which current players simply couldn't handle. Even if they encountered a suitable boss, they would need to use a human wave tactic to grind down millions of health points with force damage of -1/-1. The losses would be unimaginable. Even large guilds were reluctant to try it lightly. It's a level 105 boss, very hard to deal with. I spent 5 million and hired 5,000 people from other guilds to help grind down the health. Now we just need a main force team. You and a Shui need to come over immediately. That Xiao Chen, once the base is built, I'll slowly deal with him." Tianxiao Wudi said calmly. "Alright. Big brother, we'll be there soon." Although Tianxiao Wushuang was very angry, he also understood the urgency of the situation. The first guild to establish a base in the war zone would receive incredibly generous benefits, which all members of the guild could enjoy. This was a top priority and absolutely could not be taken lightly. As for Xiao Chen, once the base is established and the guild members have learned the Legion skills, won't he be easily dealt with? Xiao Chen, just you wait. Tianxia Wushuang shouted angrily again, then resurrected nearby and returned to Stormwind City. "Oh, take care, no need to see me off." Xiao Chen was still picking up items on the ground and responded with a smile upon hearing this. The Tianxia Guild was quite wealthy, with over 500 people. They lost 2 pieces of epic gear, dozens of rare items, and hundreds of gold coins, making them richer than an epic boss. After picking up items for quite a while, he finally left, satisfied, once his backpack was full. At this moment, many people on the streets of Stormwind City were still paying attention to him, pointing and looking at him with admiration. That's Xiao Chen, the main character of the recent Storm battle. So strong, a 1v500 victory, simply unbelievable. The Tianxia Guild has finally been stepped on, feels good, I wonder how he did it. He just changed to a hidden class called Weather Mage, sounds so powerful. Xiao Chen paid no mind to the attention. Being a big shot, it's normal to be surrounded wherever he goes. At this moment, he was more concerned about his attributes. Name, Xiao Chen class, Weather Mage level 38 talent, Divine Might, Super God, Weather Control, Legendary, Health Points, 5620/5620 Mana Points, 445/445 Spell Attack. Power, 227 Physical Defense, 71 Spell Defense, 113 Strength, 38 Intelligence, 146 Constitution, 61 Spirit, 55 Agility, 45. Potential points 0 after changing 2 new pieces of equipment and adding the attribute points from his class change, his attribute panel had slightly improved. However, this increase was not significant, and could even be considered very small, because the attribute growth of the Weather Mage class was exactly the same as that of an ordinary mage. There was no advantage at all. The real difference lay in the new talent Weather Control. Weather Control, Legendary, Primary Form. The Weather Mage summons the heavens and earth, expanding the scale of all spell skills by 500%, increases by 500% with each class change. A 5-fold increase in skill scale is the source of all terror. This talent is not affected by Divine Might because it is also a talent, not a skill. However, the 500% scale increase here does not refer to coverage area/volume increasing 5 times, but rather length/width/radius increasing 5 times. Because of this, the Rainstorm spell changes from 10 meters in length and width to 50 meters. The Gale spell also changes from a 20-meter radius to a terrifying 100-meter radius. The Fireball spell even changes from the size of a human head, 20 centimeters in diameter, to a diameter of 1 meter. Beep beep beep. The friend list flickered, and the only friend next door Oldly sent a communication request. Oldly. Xiao Chen answered the chat. Damn. Old Xiao, you're incredible. As soon as the call connected, Li Li's surprised voice came through. Did the news reach you that quickly? Xiao Chen was a bit surprised. He had just finished picking up items and returned to the city. The whole process took no more than 5 minutes, yet it had already reached his good buddy far away in another main city. Lily said in an exaggerated tone, "You're just too awesome. Just now, a friend said you took down over 500 people from the guild outside Stormwind all by yourself. And you only used 3 skills the whole time, each one more outrageous than the last." The tornado spell swept across several kilometers, blocking out the sun, just like a level 12 tornado. Exaggeration, it's exaggerated, Xiaochen quickly explained. Several kilometers? That's too ridiculous, it was actually just a radius of about 100 meters. 100 meters? And just that? Lili said, sounding like he wanted to hit someone. He shouted, "Old Xiao, stop talking, come take us with you. We're about to get wrecked by the boss. It's really unacceptable for you to be so strong and not help your brothers." Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile. "Alright, I happen to have nothing to do right now, so I'll come over and level up with you guys." The issues in Stormwind had been resolved, and his profession finally had a direction. Now, aside from the items in his warehouse that he hadn't sold yet, there was basically nothing else to arrange. "Which main city are you in?" he asked. "Dragon Blood City. We just logged back in, so if you come now, we can meet at the teleportation circle," Lili said. "Logged back in? What happened? Did you run into a big boss?" Xiao Chen asked in surprise. Although the 2 roommates weren't as extreme as him, their gaming skills were quite good. They should be able to challenge the boss at the same stage with some teamwork. Who would have thought that Lili would say, "Old Zhang triggered a crazy quest to defeat a level 55 legendary boss. That boss is outrageous. Not only does it have 900,000 health, but it can also turn invisible, taking out players one by one. It sent us all back in just a few hits. A level 55 legendary boss." Xiao Chen immediately became interested. "Alright, I'm coming right away." Up until now, the only boss he had personally defeated that was mythical was the Golden Lion. The rest were all epic, and he hadn't encountered a single legendary one. Since there was this opportunity, he certainly couldn't miss it. So, Xiaochen headed straight for the teleportation array, paid the fee of 10 gold coins, and was teleported to Dragon Blood City. There are a total of 24 main cities in the Blue Star Battle Zone, among which there are 15 level 3 main cities, 6 level 2 main cities, and only 3 level 1 main cities. Currently, the level 2 and level 1 main cities are not yet open. Someone needs to trigger the corresponding main storyline for them to be unlocked. Among the 15 level 3 main cities, only 7 belong to the Dragon Kingdom. They are Moon City, Flame City, Ice City, Storm City, Dragon Blood City, Bird City, and Giant Elephant City. The other 8 main cities, Sun City, Star City, Thunder City, Sky City, Earth City, Ocean City, Flower City, and Forest City, belong to overseas players. Major regions and countries overseas share these 8 main cities. The Dragon Kingdom exclusively has 7. Relatively speaking, the survival environment for players from the Dragon Kingdom is somewhat better, as they don't have to compete for territory with players from other countries right from the start. However, once the number of players reaching level 3, level 100, hits 100,000, all main city boundaries will open. At that time, the great chaos in the Blue Star Battle Zone will begin, with guild wars, alliance wars, and faction wars sure to be fiercely contested. The war for control of level 2 and level 1 main cities will be unprecedentedly intense. Of course, these are not concerns for Xiao Chen. After all, he doesn't have a fixed guild, and he is strong enough, as long as the main city he is in isn't taken over by foreigners, he can keep playing. Dragon Blood City, as one of the 7 main cities of the Dragon Kingdom, has the word dragon in its name, making it undoubtedly the main city with the most resident players. When Xiaochen stepped out of the teleportation array, the dense crowd of players made him momentarily think he had returned to the newbie village at the server's launch. Make way, don't block the path." A familiar voice rang in his ears. Before Xiaochen could step out of the teleportation array, he was pushed back a bit by the patrolling city guards in the square. "Damn it, these NPC soldiers are too arrogant," Xiaochen said, looking frustrated. This was the 3rd time. The curse of Otogu was a real pain. If he couldn't get rid of it, he would have to deal with the NPC soldiers to stay in every day. However, he currently had no good way to resolve it and could only endure. After all, with his current strength, he wasn't quite ready to take down the main city and defeat the city guards. "Old Xiao, over here!" A familiar shout came from a distance. Xiaochen turned to see Lili, dressed in a priest robe, and Zhang Fan, clad in light armor. 2 female teammates were waiting beside them. "Oh, a 2v2, 2 pairs here," Xiaochen said as he approached, noticing both teammates were female players and instinctively teasing them. "What nonsense are you talking about? Just ordinary teammates," Zhang Fan replied irritably. Zhang Fan's game ID was Next Door Old Zhang, which was quite similar to Next Door Old Li. Seeing their IDs, Xiaochen suddenly felt like a light bulb in the dormitory. "I'm not talking Nonsense, you two are a couple, and the two sisters are a pair of fairies, he said, curling his lip and speaking without holding back. Fuck, your uncle. Zhang Fan lifted his great sword and poked him with the hilt. Friendly banter. Not malicious attacks, so the NPC guards wouldn't interfere. Taking a closer look at the two female teammates. The shorter girl on the left was wearing heavy plate armor, carrying a shield larger than her body, named One Shield to Smash. You, currently level 26 with nearly 4,000 health, and her equipment was quite exceptional. However, her appearance was that of a cute little lowly, yet she played the heaviest and most hit-taking tank class, which was quite a contrast. The other tall girl was an archer, with long legs and a slim waist, named Blind Archer. The name was a bit strange. She was level 27, dressed in a mix of blue and green gear, with only 2,000 health, but her weapon quality seemed decent. Everyone, let me introduce you, this is our good brother, Xiaochen. His ID is his real name, and he just bullied a big shot from the Tianxia Guild. But I must warn you two girls, this guy is a beast in disguise. Be sure to keep your distance, or it could be very dangerous. The night girl is said to be a freshman from our school, but we haven't verified it yet. You can just call her Shieldy. The archer girl is a techie, not very talkative, but very loyal, a reliable teammate. You can call her Blind Sister. There was originally a mage, but he was too weak, and knowing you were coming, we kicked him out. Lily introduced the three. Senior Xiaochen, please take care of me, the lowly knight Shieldy. Playfully winked at Xiaochen and greeted him. The blind archer was a bit silent, just nodding slightly. So calm in response. Xiaochen thought to himself. It was said that he had just bullied a big shot from the Tianxia Guild, yet there was no reaction at all. He thought that with such a powerful god leading them to fight the boss, the two girls would be excited enough to scream. Instead, they only politely greeted him, not even a wow of surprise. Disappointment. Too much disappointment. The atmosphere building ability of this generation of girls was failing. Let's set off first, and discuss the boss situation as we go. Zhang Fan said, forming a team, adding each other as friends, and heading out of the city. From his appearance, he seemed very eager to tackle this boss. It was clear that this task was very important. Xiaochen entered the team, and his level and class were displayed. Oh, a level 38 weather mage. Senior. Xiaochen, are you a hidden class? How did you level up so fast? The lowly tank Shieldy looked over and her eyes widened. Fast? I haven't gained any experience for 4 hours. Xiaochen pouted. His name had been at the top of the level leaderboard, yet this girl looked completely unaware, seeming like an immersive player, focusing only on what was in front of her. 4 hours? Just 4 hours ago we were barely level 20. Shieldy was even more surprised, looking puzzled as if she thought Xiaochen was bragging. Xiaochen looked speechlessly at his two good brothers. Did you not tell the teammates about my strength before I came? We did. Lily replied matter-of-factly. Then why are they so calm? Xiaochen expressed his confusion. That's because your strength is completely insignificant compared to old Zhang's task this time. Lily said with an inscrutable expression. Upon hearing this, Xiaochen's interest was immediately piqued. What a big talk, could it be the inheritance of the main god? He asked in surprise. Lily and Zhang Fan began to show off, speaking mysteriously. The Buddha says, it cannot be said. Damn. They didn't say anything, and he wasn't in a hurry to ask. After all, they would naturally know when they fought the boss later. After the team left the city, they quickly headed towards the distant high-level monster area. The teammates were quite interested in Xiaochen's hidden profession and asked several related questions. However, Xiaochen didn't explain much, only telling them that his spell range was a bit larger. Then he returned to the main topic, discussing the boss they were about to face. Zhang Fan's quest had started back in the Novice village. This was a chain quest, initially defeating level 15 small monsters in the Novice village. Later, they went to the main city to defeat level 25 elite monsters. Then it was a 35 level rare boss. After that, a 45 level epic boss. And now, it was the 55 level legendary boss. Xiaochen was quite surprised that they could defeat the 45 level epic boss. After all, they were only around level 26, and trying to take on a boss 20 levels higher was no small feat. Upon asking, he learned that they had used the terrain to their advantage, hiding in a spot where the boss couldn't reach them, slowly wearing it down with ranged skills. After the 55 level legendary boss, there won't be a 65 level mythical boss and a 75 level super god boss, right? Xiaochen expressed his opinion. The person involved, Zhang Fan, said no, this is already the last part of the quest. After completing it, I will receive a token and then go to the Dragon Blood Cathedral to change my class with the High Priest. The Dragon Blood High Priest, like the Storm High Priest, was a very powerful mythical level NPC. It seems there really is something to it. Xiaochen's interest grew stronger. Let's level up on the way, it's a bit far. Lily said. Then he cast a punishment on a level 25 Wild Monster, the Furious Lemur, by the roadside. Whoosh! The blind girl reacted quickly. As soon as the priest made a move, she, as a ranger, immediately followed up with an arrow. -89 -388. Two damage numbers popped up from the Furious Lemur, taking away 1/10 of its health. Squeak! The lemur cried out, summoning 4 or 5 nearby small monsters, charging towards the team together. Taunt! The little T-Tank raised her super large shield, releasing a taunt skill that drew all the aggro from the small monsters, then did nothing. Taking out some sunflower seeds bought from the system store, preparing to munch on them while taking hits. Zhang Fan also drew his weapon, ready to deal damage. Unexpectedly, the next moment, under everyone's gaze, 5 furious lemurs screeched and actually bypassed the tank. Ignoring her taunt, they charged straight at Xiao Chen. Senior Xiao Chen, be careful. The tank, realizing her taunt had failed, was shocked and quickly threw away the seeds, running over to land a shield strike, trying to pull the aggro back. The furious lemur took the shield strike, glared at the tank, and then continued charging at Xiao Chen. Tank! Xiao Chen! Whoosh 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 multi-shot. The blind girl's area skill was unleashed, shooting out 7 or 8 arrows in one go, landing in the pile of small monsters, dealing a series of damage between 200 to 400. Zhang Fan shouted, whirlwind slash, unleashing a wave of sword energy, also dealing over 300 damage. Old Xiao, what are you waiting for? Get in there! Lili called out from the side. Although he noticed Xiao Chen had a lot of health, thicker than a knight's, standing still as a mage seemed a bit suspicious. Oh! Xiao Chen replied, swinging his staff. Bang! He smashed it down on the charging lemur. -8. A single-digit damage popped up. What are you doing? Everyone's faces turned green, almost rushing over to beat him up along with the monster. The lemurs had all charged forward, frantically tearing at Xiao Chen. Like a group of shrewish women fighting, the scene was extremely intense. But Xiao Chen had no intention of fighting back, instead smiling and saying, "Aren't I just giving you a chance to show off? Otherwise, if I make a move, it wouldn't be interesting at all." Damn, you're acting all high and mighty again. Lili said, speechless. Courage blessing. He cast a skill on the blind girl. With the blessing, the blind girl's attack power increased by 15%, her body faintly radiating a holy light, her hands moving continuously, shooting arrows like raindrops. -459 -398 -800 critical hits. The damage numbers kept popping up, as both the archer and assassin classes had agility builds, naturally possessing a high critical hit rate. So it wasn't uncommon to see enlarged damage numbers. Zhang Fan also kept using skills, consecutively casting 5 different skills, dealing quite impressive damage. Xiao Chen let the lemurs pound on him, observing his teammates' skill combinations. The battle ended quickly. A group of level 25 small monsters simply couldn't withstand the barrage from the 2 damage dealers. Old Xiao, this isn't how you slack off. Although the mana potions are a bit expensive, you don't have to be this stingy, right? After defeating the small monsters, Lili said. Exasperated. Before Xiao Chen could respond, Shun Shun walked over with a gloomy face and asked, "Why did my taunt fail?" Senior Xiao Chen, you can't be a knight in a magic robe, can you? A proper knight couldn't even hold the aggro of small monsters, which was a huge blow to her. Even worse, Xiao Chen hadn't even made a move. Why was the aggro pulled away? Looking at the adorably clueless little T, Xiao Chen gave an encouraging look and said, "Don't be discouraged, with a little effort, you'll definitely be able to hold aggro." Shun Shun. This was worse than not saying anything, it was too demoralizing. Hoof. Shun Shun sulked, carrying her large shield and continuing forward. Another lemur spawned by the roadside. In her frustrated mood, she used a charge skill to rush in, her massive shield slamming into the lemur's face like a door. Shield bash. Taunt. After 3 consecutive skills, although the damage wasn't high, it generated tons of aggro. Then, 3 seconds passed, and when the lemur recovered from its stun, it completely ignored the fierce Shun Shun, bouncing and hopping, cawing as it charged towards Xiao Chen. Shun Shun. Everyone. Sigh, being handsome really is a curse, even monsters wanna get close to me, Xiao Chen lamented shamelessly. He knew this was the effect of Otto's curse, where his aggro was always at the highest in the team, no matter what skills the knight used, even forced aggro couldn't hold it as steadily as he could. I don't believe it. Shun Shun was extremely angry. This was a disgrace for a knight. Don't hit it, I wanna see what's wrong with this group of small monsters. The angry little T ran back with her giant shield, positioning herself between Xiao Chen and the lemur. She stood very close, with no space for the lemur to slip through, preventing it from reaching Xiao Chen. But under the puzzled gazes of everyone, it jumped to the side, bypassing Shun Shun, still intent on attacking Xiao Chen. Ah! This is driving me crazy. Shun Shun was about to explode with anger no longer resembling her previous leisurely self as she swung her shield, smashing it down repeatedly. The lemur had less than 4,000 health, and it looked like it was about to be crushed to death by her as a knight. Yet it was still determined to hit Xiao Chen, completely ignoring her attacks in fury. Soon, the lemur died under the shield, dropping 8 copper coins and a piece of white gear. Woo! Shun Shun was so angry that she turned into a pitiful state, almost crying. She glanced at the incredibly stable aggro and the more than 5,600 health of Xiao Chen, silently putting away her shield weapon and taking out a great sword. Since she couldn't hold aggro, she might as well switch to dealing damage halfway. Knights can also use great swords and polearms, offering a variety of choices. It's just, with a full tank build, the damage might be a bit lacking. Old Xiao, it's not right to bully your little sister. The team continued forward, and Lily quietly moved to Xiao Chen's side. Softly complaining, Shun Shun is a junior from the same school, we see each other all the time, give her some face. I don't want to either, it's just unavoidable, Xiao Chen said helplessly, revealing the matter of the curse. What the hell, it can be like this? After hearing this, Lily exclaimed. The teammates also heard this explanation. Leading the way with a great sword, Shun Shun turned her head, casting a resentful glance at Xiao Chen, sniffed, and felt even more wronged. Then she vented this grievance on the wild monsters. Charge! Shield strike! Taunt, forget it, normal attack. -61, -72, -49 transforming into a sword. Knight, Shun Shun unleashed a flurry of damage and the monster's health bar slowly decreased. Blind Sister shot a piercing arrow, dealing more damage than her 5 or 6 skills combined. At that moment, Shun Shun felt increasingly disillusioned with life. She even thought about logging off. We're almost there. As they walked, the monster levels grew higher. Unbeknownst to them, they had already reached the vicinity of their destination. Zhang Fan looked at the map, pointed to a valley ahead, and said, The NPC is in the valley. After the dialogue, we can enter the exclusive dungeon. Without a second thought, everyone rushed towards the valley. This valley was called Earth Dragon Valley, home to giant lizard monsters of levels 45 to 55. On the way, Blind Sister habitually used ranged skills to pull a few small monsters for leveling. At this moment, Shun Shun said, these are level 50 monsters. If we pull too many, we won't be able to handle it. It's fine, old Xiao has a lot of health, Lily immediately replied, casting a blessing of courage on Blind Sister and casually throwing out a punishment. But Shun Shun wanted to say something, but seeing that everyone had already accepted that Xiao Chen was the team's main tank, she fell silent. Damn senior. Charge. Shield strike. Taunt, normal attack. A series of skills hit the level 50 Earth Dragon monster, dealing negligible damage. The level 50 Earth Dragon had a health of 8,200, being a tank-type monster with high defense and thick health, it would take a long time to defeat. Moreover, with its level, its attack power was not low, pulling 5 at once would lead to a rapid loss of health. Blind Sister and Zhang Fan quickly output damage, wanting to resolve the battle as soon as possible. But with their damage, it would still take some time to take down such a high-health wild monster. Old Xiao, why don't you make a move? Do you have to wait until the boss to show your magic? Li urged. All this way, Xiao Chen hadn't used a single skill, just a soulless moving taunt machine. But he hadn't acted before because it didn't matter whether he did or not, the pace of progress was about the same. Now, the speed had clearly slowed down, and if he didn't help, it would waste time. Alright, then I'll make a move, you all mustn't get depressed, Xiao Chen said. Why would I get depressed? Zhang Fan asked in confusion. Shun Shun pouted, indicating that she was already feeling down. Xiao Chen didn't explain, just raised his staff and casually casted chain lightning. Boom! A lightning arrow as thick as an arm shot out, bouncing into a lightning chain. -5441812-51199929-4891012 A series of damage numbers floated up. Originally, the chain lightning was only as thick as a finger, but under the enhancement of meteorological control, it became much larger. All 5 small monsters were killed, 4 of them turning to ashes, while one was steaming, as if it had been roasted. Seeing these damage numbers, everyone momentarily gaped, frozen in place. 500 million? Zhang Fan stuttered, unable to speak smoothly. Lily was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, what the hell? 5 million? Old Xiao, what kind of damage is this? Even the blind girl who had never spoken before couldn't help but ask, how is this possible? As for Shun Shun, at this moment, he had completely lost the ability to speak, pouting silently while hugging his rare quality greatsword, hiding in the corner and weeping silently. It's nothing, just output a bit stronger, let's hurry up, Xiao Chen said. Looking at his teammates who were deeply shocked, Xiao Chen's vanity was strongly satisfied. However, he wouldn't show it on his face. Instead, he put on an expression of "it's okay, average," just like that, and calmly walked forward. His teammates followed him mechanically, completely intimidated by his damage. Millions of damage, no wonder the aggro is so stable. Is this what a god looks like? I finally understand the gap. Oldly, do you think I can really beat Old Xiao after I change jobs? Amidst the complex feelings of the team, they arrived in front of the quest NPC. Old Zhang, let's start the dungeon, Xiao Chen reminded. Zhang Fan glanced at him and approached the NPC. Mr. Larnio, I come in the name of the Dragon Blood High Priest to assist you in suppressing the abyssal monsters. The NPC was an elderly temple knight, a level 120 epic boss, his armor worn and his face full of weariness. Behind him was a 1-foot-wide crack, occasionally emitting a faint dark aura. Warrior. Old Zhang, you have already failed once, you should know how powerful the monsters inside are. With your current strength, it is impossible for you to defeat him, Larnio said earnestly, trying to persuade Zhang Fan to give up for now. We are well prepared. This time and confident we can defeat him, Zhang Fan affirmed. But the NPC wanted to persuade him again, but seeing his determination, he could only say, alright, I will open the crack for you, you can take a few partners with you. But you must remember, you only have 5 chances to challenge. If you fail all of them, it means you are not suited to inherit the power of the Dragon Blood Warrior. I understand, please begin, Zhang Fan said. Xiao Chen listened from the side and nodded secretly. The Dragon Blood Warrior, indeed a divine inheritance. The deity worshipped by the Dragon Blood Temple is the Dragon God, and the Dragon Blood Warrior is naturally a divine-level inheritance, on par with the War God inheritance encountered in the Novice village. How is there a traitor among the gods in your team? Larnio was about to open the dungeon when he suddenly heard Xiao Chen speak and couldn't help but look over. Upon seeing him, his eyes widened with hostility. Xiao Chen. Old Xiao. What's going on? Zhang Fan asked in confusion. Sigh, it's still that curse issue, Xiao Chen shrugged and said helplessly. Larnio's hostility was evident, his hand already resting on the sword hilt. Zhang Fan hurriedly stepped forward to explain and persuade. After 3 minutes of talking, he finally convinced this loyal follower of the Dragon Blood Temple. For the sake of the High Priest, I'll give him a chance for redemption this time. Go in, this is your second challenge, Larnio said with a snort. He then recited a spell, opening the valley crack behind him. A temporary portal appeared in the crack, exuding a dangerous aura. Xiao Shen and the others jumped into the portal, and the next moment, they entered Zhang Fan's exclusive dungeon. Shatter. Pour. Heir of the Dragon Blood, here to die again. This time, I will slowly torment you, making you feel the fear of death amidst your wails and screams. A low, sinister voice echoed from all directions. Everyone be careful, we have entered combat, the boss is in stealth. Zhang Fan reminded. This dungeon had no minor monsters, it was a boss battle from the start. Win, and they clear the dungeon, lose, and they return to the city. Blind sister, be careful, it will prioritize assassinating the player with the lowest health. Lily reminded again. The blind sister nodded, slowly moving and standing with her back against the wall. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen quickly cast a soil element shield on himself. Prioritizing assassination, it should be him. The exclusive dungeon is not large, with a radius of about 20 meters, and is a dimly lit cave. There is an opening at the top that lets in a faint light. The cave is sealed all around, and mysterious runes are inscribed on the ceiling to prevent the boss from escaping. Zhang Fan and the others have already failed once and know how formidable the boss is. To avoid being ambushed, everyone stands with their backs against the wall. The boss can attack while in a state of invisibility, and if it strikes someone in the back, it can deal a terrifying amount of damage exceeding 1,000,000, ignoring defenses, and killing anyone instantly. Hitting someone in front, however, only results in 4-digit damage, with a chance to withstand it. The battle has begun, and Lily casts a blessing of resilience on the blind girl who has the lowest health to boost her defense. Shun Shun also activates a bravery state, sharing 20% of the damage with his teammates. Chirp 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 lowly. Ants. Die. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of the blind girl who was standing against the wall. It was a humanoid creature with mantis-like arms, and as soon as it appeared, it stabbed the blind girl in the chest with its mantis blade. Ah! The blind girl cried out in surprise as she was attacked. Minus 3,988, then she fell down. Shun Shun also took over 600 damage, and his health bar dropped a bit. I still couldn't withstand it. The blind girl was instantly killed, letting out a helpless sigh. Oldly, you have low health as a priest, you're next, make sure to boost your defense. Old Xiao, use area damage to draw it out. It will break invisibility if it takes a certain amount of damage. Zhang Fan remained calm and directed. After the boss appeared and attacked the blind girl, it immediately entered a state of invisibility, disappearing without a trace. In that brief moment of less than 1 second, Xiao Chun also saw the boss's information. Abyssal Envoy Poison Blade. Legendary boss, level 55 health 910000/910000. Target level too high, unable to read more data. You all defend well, just leave it to me. After swimming through the water, it was time for him to perform. He was slightly surprised that he hadn't been attacked. It seemed that the abyssal creature was not affected by the curse of Auto, and its super aggro had lost its effect. Storm of Rain. Xiao Chen made his move. He only had 2 area skills. After chanting for 1.5 seconds and designating the area, a thunderclap echoed in the cave. Immediately, a chilling wind howled, dark clouds covered the cave ceiling, and a torrential rain began to pour down. The range of the Storm of Rain is 50 times 50 meters, larger than the area of this cave, completely enveloping the boss's room. No matter where the monster hid while invisible, it had nowhere to escape. Damn, what kind of skill is this? The range is so big. Zhang Fan initially wanted to randomly throw a few skills at the empty space in front of Lili to see if he could draw out the boss. But he was startled by Xiao Chen's grand display. Damn! What is that? An angry curse echoed from the darkness. The boss's figure appeared 5 meters away, forced out by the damage from the Storm of Rain. Minus 249,193, minus 239,489, minus 241,392. High damage numbers popped up above the boss's head, and after just 3 hits, it was nearly killed. And the rain had not stopped yet, it would last for a full 7 seconds. I will kill you. The Abyssal Envoy roared, and suddenly a black, film-like shield appeared around it, absorbing 2 instances of storm damage. At the same time, it blinked and appeared in front of Xiao Chun, thrusting down with its mantis blade. Old Xiao, dodge! Zhang Fan shouted. Although he didn't understand why Xiao Chen's damage was so terrifying, such a fierce person was crucial for their success. If he were killed, Lili, who was only at first transition, wouldn't even have resurrection spells and would be unable to continue. However, when the blade of the Abyssal Evil Envoy fell, several team members were stunned. Put! This strike accurately hit Xiao Chen's chest. Not only did it hit him, but it also dealt a fatal blow. Minus 138,193. A boss-type assassin once. It dealt a critical effect, inflicted a full 10 times the attack, far more ferocious than an assassin player. The damage soared to over 100,000, causing Zhang Fan and the others' hearts to spasm. They thought Xiao Chen was doomed, and today would be another wasted day. However, in the next second, all 4 of them were dumbfounded. How is that possible? The Abyssal Evil Envoy exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Chen, who had taken over 100,000 damage, stood there unscathed. The white shield value covering his health bar had only decreased by about 5%. Over 100,000 damage and only 5%? Damn! This is outrageous! Zhang Fan and Lili blurted out. In the next moment, they saw Xiao Chen grin and say to the boss, "You don't think you're the boss, do you? In fact, I am the real boss." Then he raised his staff, and a thick bolt of lightning howled out. Lightning Arrow, a universal mage skill that condenses lightning elements to deal 280% spell damage to a designated target, with a cooldown of 10 seconds and a mana cost of 20. This was Xiao Chen's highest single target damage skill at the moment. Whoosh! The lightning arrow flashed by. A damage of 4.8 million appeared above the Abyssal Evil Envoy's head, instantly turning it to ashes, leaving no corpse behind. This boss had over 20% magic damage reduction, but unfortunately, it was still no match for Xiao Chen's terrifying tenfold amplification. Ding, you have defeated the legendary boss Abyssal Evil Envoy Poison Blade, and received 102,500 experience shared among the team. You have defeated the legendary boss Abyssal Evil Envoy Poison Blade, and gained 3,500 reputation points. Congratulations! Your level has increased to level 39. After the boss's death, the system notifications followed closely. The experience calculation for legendary and mythical bosses is different from ordinary monsters. There is a total experience value that is then distributed among all participants based on the number of people. The experience shared among the 5 for defeating the boss was even more than that of an epic monster of the same level. The fewer people there were, the richer the experience. The reputation points awarded were also substantial, comparable to defeating 10 epic bosses of the same level. Awesome, we really did it. Zhang Fan was trembling with excitement at that moment. Such a terrifying boss was actually taken down by his good friend in just a few moves. He had originally prepared to wait until level 50 to tackle this quest, but now it was completed so easily, it was hard to believe. Old Xiao, you are the real boss. Lili said quietly. One skill dealing hundreds of thousands, even millions. Taking over 100,000 damage, and his health bar didn't even budge. What else could he be but a boss? Not only a boss, but a super god level one. Quick, revive Blind Sister. The rewards are out. The Abyssal Evil Envoy dropped a pile of rewards, dazzling and colorful. As a teammate, Blind Sister also participated in the battle. Although her contribution was minimal, she couldn't be left out at such a time. This was a matter of team credibility. Lily took out a revival scroll, equivalent to a resurrection spell, but cannot be used in battle. The experience loss still applies, and revived Blind Sister. Old Xiao, you killed the boss, you open it. Zhang Fan shouted excitedly. His task was actually already completed, and the boss's rewards were entirely bonus. He could accept it even if he didn't take any. Hearing this, Xiaochen said, then I won't be polite. He stepped forward and picked up the loot on the ground. The first item, glowing red, was a divine item. But it was not a divine artifact, but a scroll. God-level assassination scroll, used in battle, chance for 3 seconds, applies an assassination effect to a designated target within a 100-meter range, causing 200,000 points of physical damage, ignores defense, can be resisted by damage reduction effects. Hiss. God-level scroll. 200,000 fixed damage. Even a level 103rd transformation character can be killed in one hit. This thing is worth at least 100,000 yuan in the market. Everyone gasped, shocked by the powerful damage number. However, upon reflection, compared to Xiao Chen's magic, this scroll was trash. Let's look at the next item. The boss also dropped a legendary equipment. Swift Boots. No level or class restrictions, plus 500 health, plus 20 agility, plus 100% base movement speed, passive effect lightness, ignores all slowing effects. This is definitely a divine artifact. No level or class restrictions mean anyone can wear it. Although the additional attributes are not many, its practicality is no less than that of a divine artifact. Xiao Chen also showed a surprised expression. Old Zhang, I want these shoes, I'll trade you my divine artifact shoes later. He had always liked the divine artifact shoes that Otto had dropped before, but due to class restrictions, only knights and warriors could wear them, so no matter how much he coveted them, it was useless. Now, with these legendary shoes that offered even faster movement speed, it couldn't be more perfect. With this, his base movement speed would be double that of others, and with a charge potion, it would be 6 times. The effect is obvious. Zhang Fan replied irritably. What are you talking about trading? Just take them. Without you, we wouldn't be able to defeat this boss at all. After saying that, he added, but if you have any divine artifacts or super divine artifacts that you don't need and want to give to me for free, I wouldn't mind. Then I won't be polite. Xiao Chun happily accepted the agility shoes and put them on right away. His original shoes were trash, only adding 3 agility and 30 health, but after changing, his health directly broke the 6,000 mark, and with the increase in agility, his critical hit rate also rose. Let's see what else is there. Everyone urged eagerly. There were still many items on the ground. Xiao Chen continued to open the loot. There was another legendary item, which was the essence of abyssal monsters, identical to the one in Xiao Chen's backpack. Having more was useless, so he gave it to Zhang Fan. Additionally, there were 3 pieces of 50-level epic gear, which all teammates could use, so he directly distributed them to Lily, Blind Sister, and Shield. The remaining potions and trash gear were distributed casually, and the gold was evenly split among the 5. Really, I didn't do anything, yet I got so many benefits, it's embarrassing. Shield held a pair of epic leg armor, still wearing that doubtful expression about life. Instead of being happy about the loot, he felt even more like a waste. I feel the same way. Blind Sister agreed deeply. Who isn't? Sigh. Having a boss as a teammate is like this, everyone has to get used to it. There will definitely be more opportunities like this in the future. Lily said leisurely while counting the gold comfortably. As a roommate, he had played with Xiao Chun for 3 years, so he didn't feel so distant. Xiao Chun smiled. Let's go to the dungeon and see how powerful old Zhang's hidden class is. Yeah, we must surpass old Xiao and put this guy's arrogance in check, Lily said fiercely. Everyone laughed heartily and exited the dungeon together. Back in the Dragon Valley, Zhang Fan chatted with the NPC Lanio for a few moments and received a proof of challenge. Success. Then the 5 of them used the return scroll of Dragon Blood City together and returned to the main city. Get out of the way, don't block the path. Just as they returned to the teleportation array, a familiar shout rang in their ears. Immediately, Xiao Chen was pushed aside again. I can't believe it, how does this NPC soldier manage to pass by me every time I return to the city? Xiao Chen said, speechless. He was almost getting used to this feeling of being pushed around. It was simply ridiculous. I'm going to the Divine Temple to change my class. You guys can wander around the city first and sell any useless equipment, Zhang Fan said to the group before quickly leaving, filled with excitement. As he ran towards the Dragon Blood Temple. With nothing else to do, Xiao Chen and the others headed to the market. Player levels had gradually increased and level 30 equipment was about to become mainstream. Xiao Chen happened to have some stock in his warehouse, ready to take to the auction house for consignment. Although most of it was only rare quality, given the current market prices, a piece of rare gear could sell for around 50 gold coins, which, at the offline trading rate of 1 gold coin equals 10 yuan, amounted to 500 yuan. All the main city warehouses were interconnected, so he directly retrieved the stored equipment from Dragon Blood City and took it all for consignment. In the large warehouse, only a few skill books and 5 pieces of equipment remained. These 5 pieces were Otto's Ancient Boots, mythical quality, usable by warriors/knights at level 30. Staff of Holy Words, legendary quality, usable by priests at level 50. Weather Staff, legendary quality, exclusive weapon for weather mages, usable at level 50. It had considerable attack power and also doubled the range of exclusive skills for weather mages. Ring of Magical Will, legendary quality, usable by mages/priests at level 100. The attributes were average, but it could record 3 different skills to be released when needed, without occupying the caster's cooldown or consuming mana. Magic Crystal Pendant, epic necklace, usable by all classes at level 50, with a single attribute that increases spirit by 120, a rare characteristic equipment, so he decided to keep it. While consigning the equipment and items, Xiao Chen also bought an epic pair of gloves from the auction house. Moonlight Gauntlets, epic gloves for level 30 mages, with plus 100 health, plus 20 intelligence, plus 10 magic defense, and plus 5% casting speed. This cost him 600 gold coins, which was a bit expensive. However, the attributes were quite good, significantly boosting his attack power and slightly enhancing his health defense. After leaving the auction house, Xiao Chen planned to make another trip to the warehouse to retrieve the Staff of Holy Words, Otto's Ancient Boots, and the skill book Furious Roar to give to his friends. Just then, he saw a group of players with the world icon rushing into the warehouse, quickly taking something and then hurrying out of the city. Old Xiao, your rivals, Lily also noticed the scene and reminded him. Yeah, the World War King and the world's #1 flirt, they are core members. I wonder what they are in such a hurry for, Xiao Chen said, recognizing 2 of their IDs but unable to guess why they were in such a rush. At that moment, Blind Girl suddenly said, they must have died and are here to replenish their equipment. Oh? You figured that out? Xiao Chen asked in surprise. Blind Girl nodded, their equipment is incomplete. And I heard one of them say, hurry, go buy some resurrection scrolls, the consumption is too high. Resurrection scrolls? This. Xiao Chen and Lily exchanged shocked glances. The World Guild must be pushing an extremely difficult boss. The resurrection scroll can only be used after a battle, equivalent to a costly resurrection at the same spot. Buying such an item is all about convenience, avoiding the hassle of running back and forth. As core members of a major guild, they would definitely carry a bunch of these with them. Under such circumstances, the need to purchase more can only indicate one thing: they are facing a big boss that requires dying many times to defeat. With the strength of the Tianxia Guild, the only thing that could make them so on edge is probably a mythic level boss. Blind sister, are you sure? Can you really hear from this far away? Li Li was a bit incredulous. Just now, the few people from the Tianxia War King were also at the market warehouse, but they were about 10 meters away from him. At that distance, speaking softly would be hard to hear beyond 5 meters, let alone 10. Blind sister nodded again, my hearing is very strong. The game Zhutian has a unique feature where some real-life skills of players have a certain probability of being brought into the game. Hearing her say this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask, are you really blind in real life? Generally, those with exceptionally strong hearing either have a natural talent or have developed strong hearing due to being unable to see. The name Blind Archer, along with her performance, instinctively led people to think of this. Blind sister didn't elaborate, just responded with a sound. Upon hearing this, Shun Shun couldn't help but show a hint of sympathetic expression. Xiao Chen and Lily exchanged glances and fell silent for a moment. In the end, they didn't say anything, just kept its sympathy hidden in their hearts to avoid being too abrupt and hurting Blind Sister's pride. Let's find out what the Tianxia Guild is up to with their boss. If there's a chance, let's teach them a lesson. Xiao Chen shifted the topic back to the Tianxia Guild. Lily replied, leave it to me, I have plenty of informants. He then opened his friend list and began gathering information. Old Xiao, Old Li, Blind Sister, Shun Shun, I'm here at that moment. Zheng Fan finally returned after finishing his job change. He jogged over from the main city avenue, looking quite pleased with himself, and said, hee, Old Xiao, take a look at my stats, how do they compare to yours? His face was full of joy, radiating a strong sense of bragging. The next second, he shared his attribute panel in the team channel. Let me see. Everyone, curious about his smug expression, clicked on the shared attribute panel. Upon seeing it, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. My god! How many years of bad luck did you step in? Even Xiao Chen widened his eyes, exclaiming in astonishment. Name, neighbor old Zhang class, Dragon Blood Warrior. Level 28 talent, Dragonborn, God level, permanent increase of 300% to both defenses, mana limit converted to 10 times life limit. Skills can be released without mana consumption, can transform into a dragon once every 24 hours, health points, 22540/22540 mana points. 0 out of 0 physical attack power, 1122 physical defense, 303 magical defense, 660 strength, 244 intelligence, 28 constitution, 58 spirit, 375 agility, 46 equipment slot, Dragon Tooth Rune Sword, Mythic, Dragon Scale Armor, Mythic, Dragon Crystal Ring, Mythic. Skill slot, Wind Slash, Triple Slash, Whirlwind Slash, Heroic Strike, Dragon Roar, 15-meter circular area control damage, Dragon Leap, increases speed and attack power, Dragon Transformation, Talent Skill, transforms into dragon form after use, damage reduction of 50%, attack increase of 50%. During this time, the Dragon Blood Warrior's exclusive skill effects are doubled, lasting 1 minute, so strong. This attribute panel is simply terrifying. The blood volume has broken the 20,000 mark in one breath, attack power exceeds 1,000, both defenses are extremely high, plus 2 powerful exclusive skills and an even stronger talent skill. It's not an exaggeration to say that right now in the Heaven's Blue Star battle zone, there are no more than 10 people who can defeat Zhang Fan in a one-on-one fight. 3 exclusive divine artifacts, mana multiplied by 10 turns into life, this profession is just too outrageous. The teammates were all envious. Zhang Fan smiled and said, when I changed jobs, the Archbishop reset all my potential points, and I allocated all my original physique to spirit, resulting in explosive magic defense and an enormous blood volume. Plus, the divine artifacts themselves also grant a large amount of spirit attributes. Now I'm really taking off. Of course, I still can't compare to old Xiao. Suddenly, I don't want to give you the divine artifact shoes anymore. Xiao Chen said gloomily. No way you're backing out. Hehe, I'm not taking your divine artifact for free, I also asked for a good item in return. Zhang Fan grinned mischievously and suddenly kept him in suspense. What good item? Xiao Chen asked. Zhang Fan pulled out a skill book. Here, the Mage legendary skill book, Meteorite Spell. Xiao Chen's eyes widened. Damn, isn't that the ultimate move of the Unmatched? He clearly remembered that the Unmatched had chanted for 10 seconds and dealt over 20,000 damage to him. That damage, that scene, that visual effect, it was absolutely explosive. After taking the skill book and looking at it, he immediately felt delighted. Meteorite spell quality, legendary attribute requirement. Intelligence 500 class requirement, Mage effect, condenses fire elements, summons meteorites to fall from the sky, dealing 2000% spell damage to the designated target area, and causing 50% splash damage to a 30-meter radius. Chanting time, 10 seconds mana cost, 500 cooldown time, 60 minutes strong. Invincible. Xiao Chen was very excited. This is a legendary level skill, commonly known as a Mage Forbidden spell. After chanting for 10 seconds, it deals damage at 20 times the attack power and can also strike multiple targets within a 30-meter range. It's simply earth-shattering. Under the dual talent effects of Divine Might and the Weather Mage, his skill not only reaches 200,000 times the attack power, but the attack range also reaches a terrifying 150 meters. It's like a small asteroid falling. Although learning the spell requires 500 points of intelligence, he can't gather that much yet. But as long as he gets a few more intelligence-boosting equipment or finds some temporary potions to enhance his intelligence attributes, he can meet the learning requirements. If the Unmatched can do it, can't Xiao do it too? Old Zhang, hurry. Take the shoes, or I won't feel at ease. Xiao Chen eagerly opened the trading function and handed the divine artifact shoes autos. Ancient battle boots to Zhang Fan. We're brothers. Zhang Fan didn't hold back either. Trading a legendary skill book for a divine artifact is basically of equal value. In fact, in a way, Xiao Chen came out ahead. After all, low-level divine artifacts will eventually be eliminated. But a forbidden spell skill can be used for a lifetime. What should we do now? Level up, or find a boss to practice on? Zhang Fan asked. After changing to the Dragon Blood Warrior, he felt a bit inflated and really wanted to challenge a boss one-on-one. Xiao Chen replied, let's wait for old Li's news, I might have to play the old schemer this time. Oh? What's going on? Did I miss something? Zhang Fan immediately showed an interested expression. After a while, Li closed the friend chat and turned his attention back to his teammates. How is it? Xiao Chen asked. Li chuckled, old Xiao, it's a big deal. What does it mean? Hurry up and say it. Seeing his friend's expression, Xiao Chen knew that the matter was definitely serious. He already had some vague guesses in his heart. Li did not speak directly but switched to the team channel, using a voice that outsiders could not Here and said, Tianxia Wudi is leading a group to attack a mythic boss above level 100. The specific information about the boss cannot be found out, but it can be confirmed that it is for the purpose of obtaining a base construction token. Xiao Chen's eyes widened. Sure. Enough. His guess was not wrong. What could make the Tianxia Guild be on high alert was indeed a mythic boss. The base construction token. It hasn't appeared in the Blue Star battle zone yet. It is said that the Longhun Guild and the Gods Guild have both offered a reward of 100 million cash just to become the first guild to establish a base. It seems Tianxia is ahead, discovering the boss above level 100 earlier than other major guilds, Zhang Fan said in surprise. The popularity of Zutiang is evident, with over 1 billion people playing in the entire Blue Star. Yet, not a single guild base has been established. Because guild bases are not part of the early gameplay but are more mid-game oriented. When the average player level approaches 100, the Guild War gameplay will be activated, and the base will have practical significance. Attacking others and defending against attacks are all based on the base. With a base, players can also learn legion skills, making boss fights incredibly fierce. Completing construction tasks daily can yield a large amount of experience and gold, and there will be a monster siege event every so often, where battles often result in several level ups. These are all the benefits brought by the base construction token. Moreover, the level of the base can also be upgraded. As long as they continue to consume base construction tokens, they can continuously increase the level and expand the base size, gradually building from a small village to a large city. It is said that after accumulating the consumption of more than 30 base construction tokens, the guild base can be upgraded to the scale of a level 3 main city, on par with the system's main city. Of course, the construction costs during the upgrade process are astronomical. If completed, just attracting NPCs and player merchants to settle in would yield an astonishing amount of tax revenue daily. Old Xiao, what do you think? Zhang Fan and Lili looked at Xiao Chun, wanting to know his thoughts. Both of them knew him well and understood that he held grudges. The Tianxia Guild had blocked him once in the Novice village and again in Stormwind City. Although he had killed them both times, this active provocation would not just end like that. He couldn't just sit back and wait for others to come and provoke him, could he? Where are they? Xiao Chen asked. Hearing this, Lili knew he had decided to take action. He immediately replied, Tianxia's secrecy work is very good. But with so many people, it's inevitable that someone will see them. It can now be basically confirmed that they should be in one of the two maps, God's Fallen Land, or Ghost Plains. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately opened the world map. The God's Fallen Land and Ghost Plains are both high-level monster maps in the Dragon Blood City area. The two places are closely connected. The former is a leveling area for levels 100 to 120, while the latter is for levels 80 to 100. With such high levels, very few people would go there now, and it could even be possible to push the boss without needing to clear the field. It's a bit far, I need to set off immediately, or if I go late, they might have already taken down the boss, Xiao Chen said, immediately running towards the city gates. Hey, old Xiao, wait for us. Li shouted. Xiao Chun, wearing the level-less swift shoes, was twice as fast as others and quickly ran far away. The others couldn't keep up, and could only shout at him in the team channel. Xiao Chen said, you guys don't go, I have 1,000,000 shields and a super large AoE, I'm not afraid of a 10,000-man team. But you can't, if you die and drop good stuff, it would be a pity. You're looking down on people. We're all brothers, when it comes to fighting, we definitely stand shoulder to shoulder. If we die, it's not like our main bodies are gone, what's there to be afraid of? Lili said a bit unhappily, feeling abandoned by his brothers. Zhang Fan also said, I just finished my hidden class, was planning to have some fun, and you're going alone, that's not fair. Shun Shun and Blind Sister didn't say much. Their strength was far from the level required to participate in top-tier team battles, and their relationship with Xiao Chen wasn't deep enough to offend the World Guild for him. Old Zhang, although your artifact is bound, you know the strength of a 10,000-man team, it's better to develop a bit first, at least put on the auto-ancient boots before anything else. If you want to practice, take them to farm a few epic bosses. I won't take you this time, but definitely next time. Xiao Chen said seriously, leaving no room for negotiation. It wasn't that he looked down on his friends, but the battles at the 10,000-man level were simply too terrifying. Now, the attack range of mages and archers was already very far. In open terrain, one person facing a guild could potentially endure over 500 attacks at once. Let alone ordinary players, even someone like Zhang Fan, with over 20,000 health and high defense as a hidden class, could be killed in an instant. Only his Earth Element shield could withstand such fierce attacks. After equipping the legendary boots and epic gloves, Xiao Chen's health reached around 6,200, and his attack power increased to 250. Now, his overall strength completely surpassed the level 50 Mythic boss Auto Ancient, making it impossible to measure with conventional data. Fighting against the World Guild would also test his damage absorption capability. After leaving the city, Xiao Chen accelerated and rushed towards the eastern part of Dragon Blood City. The land of Divine Fall was simply too far away, a full 100 kilometers, and running there would exhaust him to death. Fortunately, his boots had a built-in double speed, making him much faster than ordinary players. Running along the main road, he soon saw the World War King and the first-ranked troublemaker he had just encountered in the main city. To avoid alarming them, Xiao Chen chose to take a detour, bypassing them from the side and continuing forward. As he sped along, he couldn't even be bothered to quickly take down a few small monsters. He ran at the fastest speed, fearing that the boss wouldn't withstand the siege and would die first, giving the World Guild an easy win. On the way, Lily sent him a few messages. The main city resurrection area has started to see a lot of Muscleman Guild players. They should be external reinforcements from the world, returning only after their resurrection scrolls ran out. People from the world are also appearing in the resurrection array one after another, but not in large numbers. They are all frontline classes, probably came back because they died too far away to be revived on the spot. Before reaching the location, Xiao Chen had already mentally pictured a scene of a 10,000-man army besieging the boss, constantly pulling people up and sending them madly. After more than an hour, he finally entered the Ghost Plains map. The background of this plane was an ancient battlefield where gods and their followers fought against abyssal monsters. In the end, that god died here, and the central area of the plane became the land of Divine Fall. And those followers of the gods, their heroic spirits lingered, wandering the plane to guard their gods, unwilling to leave. Later, the power of the abyss seeped in, and the heroic spirits were invaded and corrupted, gradually turning into evil spirits. Some high-level soldiers from the land of Divine Fall also became elite monsters, wreaking havoc on the world. The experience from level 80 to 100 evil spirit minions was still considerable, and Xiao Chen casually used instant cast skills like Lightning Arrow, Lightning Chain, and Magic Missile to take down a few. The speed hardly slowed down, and the experience points kept increasing. Along with the previous gains from the legendary boss, he slowly leveled up to level 39. After leveling up, he finally arrived in the map of the land of Divine Fall. In the distance, a large number of players gathered together, a sea of people. Amidst the crowd, there were occasional low growls of anger. Xiao Chen let out a sigh of relief. "Hang in there, boss. I'm coming to save you. Charge." Once again accelerating, Xiao Chen headed straight for the core area of the God-Fallen Land. The God-Fallen Land was somewhat different. From the plains, the ground was completely black, as if it had been thoroughly scorched by a super forbidden spell, with not a blade of grass growing. The sky was also gloomy, thick clouds obscuring the sun, and a continuous cold wind blew, filled with a sense of deathly silence. In the center of the area, there was a massive deep pit, about 1.5 kilometers in diameter, resembling a crater created by a falling asteroid. The boss challenged by the Tianxia Guild was right there. "Who are you? This area has been reserved. Please leave immediately." There were many members of the Tianxia Guild, some attacking the boss inside the pit, while a large number waited outside as substitutes. Seeing a player in a dark blue mage robe approaching, one of the members who looked like a small manager stepped forward to block him. Xiao Chen glanced at the other person's information. Tianxia Zuayer, level 25 knight, 3,800 health. With this level in health, he surely wasn't a big shot. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words and raised his hand to cast a magic missile. Ding, you have actively attacked and killed the peaceful player Tianxia Zuayer, gaining 50 points of evil value. The system prompted, and over 2 million damage appeared above Tianxia Zuayer's head, causing him to fall instantly. What the hell? What just happened? I got one shot? As a knight, Tianxia Zuayer felt his strength was formidable, not in the top 10 but certainly in the top 100 of the world. Yet, he was killed by a passerby player, which he simply couldn't comprehend. Opening the battle record, he saw the name Xiao Chen and the massive 7-digit damage, leaving him dumbfounded. Immediately, he shouted in the guild channel, President, something's wrong, Xiao Chen is here." "Ha? Xiao Chen?" Tianxia Wudi, who was commanding the legion to attack the mythical boss in the pit, furrowed his brows. "Wushuang, what's going on?" he directly asked a mage. Tianxia Wushuang standing beside him. After all, the one who had a direct grudge against Xiao Chen was the vice president, Tianxia Wushuang. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's name, he became somewhat agitated. Cursing under his breath, he replied, "I don't know, bro, could he have come here on his own?" Tianxia Wudi thought for a moment. "It's possible. We deployed 30,000 people, and several hundred have died. It's not surprising if we were discovered. Bro, what should we do now?" That guy, although annoying, his damage is indeed a bit terrifying. Our brothers might be in trouble. Tianxiao Wushuang expressed his concern. Don't worry, no matter how strong he is, he's just one person. Tianxia. Wudi remained unfazed, merely feeling a bit annoyed. He said in the guild channel, brothers from the 4th and 5th legions, clear out that Xiao Chen for me. The boss still has 35% health, we can't afford any mistakes at this time. Understood. Members of the 4th and 5th legions immediately responded. A legion is the largest player team unit in the game Zhudiang. A squad consists of 5 people, a team has 50 people, and a legion is a full 5,000 people. Only guilds can form legions, solo players cannot. With a rustle, the crowd moved. The 2 legions, totaling 10,000 people, were directly mobilized by Tianxiao Wudi's command, surrounding Xiao Chen from both sides. There were actually quite a few level 100 wild monsters that occasionally respawned on the plains. However, in front of the massive crowd, they would often be focused down and killed before they even had a chance to understand this world. Xiao Chen, you are already surrounded by us. If you know what's good for you, roll back to the main city. We are magnanimous and can overlook your offense, shouted the leader of the 4th Legion, Tianxia Kuangma. From a distance, with 10,000 people encircling him, the scene was truly grand. In a world shrouded in gray skies and darkness, 10,000 people clad in various types of gear surrounded Xiao Chen like a regular army, their skills poised to strike. Yet, faced with such a massive legion, Xiao Chen showed no fear. He laughed 3 times and said, I want to say the same thing to you. The scions of the world. Guild, you are surrounded by me. Damn it, control him. The crowd looked at him as if he were an idiot. Take him down. The world madman waved his hand, issuing the attack order. With such a large army, it was impossible for every single one to attack Xiao Chen. But as long as a few hundred hit him, the massive damage numbers would be enough to instantly kill any epic boss below level 50. Players who encountered it would be left with nothing. But unfortunately, today they were up against Xiao Chen. Earth Element Shield. With a wave of his staff, a translucent, soccer-shaped, yellowish shield enveloped him. Bang, pop, crack, boom, crash. A barrage of skills rained down. Arrows, fireballs, sword energy, lightning, beams, physical blunt attacks, and countless other skills smashed against the shield. The shield, with a defense value of 0, flickered uncertainly, with damage numbers ranging from hundreds to thousands popping up, giving a sense of being on the verge of collapse. After one round of skills, the shield's health bar dropped from 3 million to 2.84 million. 160,000 damage per second. If I let them output comfortably, my shield recovery speed in 30 seconds won't hold up. Xiao Chen quickly calculated his damage tolerance limit in his mind. I need to output to compensate for the damage I can take, making it impossible for them to hit me comfortably. He thought to himself. And began to unleash his skills. Fireball. Wuxia 1 meter diameter, enhanced super luxurious fireball plus shot out from the tip of his staff, hurtling towards the distant ranged team. The World Guild had gathered tightly to besiege him, making it impossible to dodge the skills. Seeing such a large fireball, the other mages from the World Guild exclaimed MMP. The fireball flew over, struck one person, and exploded on the spot. Boom! Like a small missile explosion, flames engulfed a radius of 3 meters. A series of high damage numbers flashed by, and everyone within the 3-meter radius fell, dropping several pieces of equipment. Xiao Chen did not stop. As soon as the fireball flew out, he was already chanting the next skill. Rainstorm. Thunder rumbled, and dark clouds gathered. A torrential downpour came crashing down. Xiao Chen designated the area for the rainstorm to be beyond 20 meters, targeting the ranged team, bypassing the nearest melee players. After all, the damage from melee was far less terrifying than that from ranged, and the melee players had shorter reach, making it harder for them to hit him, while instead forming a wall that congested their own backline. As the rain fell, there wasn't a single survivor within the 50 by 50 meter area. Ding Yu actively attacked and killed the peaceful player world's strongest, gaining 50 points of evil value. Ding Yu actively. Ding Yu actively. System notifications began to flood the screen. After his first strike, the entire opposing legion switched to defense mode. No matter how Xiao Chen attacked, it was considered malicious. After one rainstorm, his name changed directly from red to black, with his evil value reaching the maximum of 5,000 points. Quick, take him down. Destroy his artifact, the world madman shouted. Xiao Chen was already marked as a criminal, and with his name darkening, if he were killed, he would drop all his equipment. However, Xiao Chen was not worried at all. He raised his hand and unleashed another chain lightning. Zzzzz, the chain lightning bounced continuously, taking down another 10 players. Damn it, this guy has terrifying damage. Quick, Don't stop, take him out. The management of the 4th and 5th Legions was in a panic, watching as hundreds of their troops were suddenly reduced, truly fearing they wouldn't be able to defeat Xiao Chen. With the command to attack, the members of the Tianxia Guild began their coordinated strikes again. Those far away couldn't hit him, so they moved forward. As a result, a few foolish players, eager to claim credit, rushed headlong into the area of the rainstorm spell. Ah damn. That hurts. Damn it, I was careless. Suddenly, damage numbers in the range of 3 to 400,000 popped up, and those who had entered the rainstorm area were wiped out. A bunch of idiots. Xiao Chen laughed heartily, casually unleashing lightning arrows and magic missiles, randomly selecting a lucky player to deduct 20% of their experience. Damn, control him. The madman of Tianxia was about to go crazy. With so many people attacking a solo player, they couldn't even break his shield, feeling as if they had encountered a level 200 boss. Melee players frantically unleashed their firepower on Xiao Chen, with shield strikes, jump slashes, and other control skills coming one after another. However, the number of melee players who could hit him was already very few, and his level was a full 13 levels higher than theirs. Under the pressure of levels, his counter-control effect was very significant, and almost no one could inflict a stun on him. Even if they were lucky enough to trigger a stun, it would automatically in less than a second. Puff, puff, puff skills fell one after another, the glow of the earth element shield still flickering, and the white health bar gradually decreasing. However, due to the interference from his skills, combined with the clearing effect of the rainstorm area, there had been no attacks on him for 10 consecutive seconds, significantly reducing the speed at which his shield value was depleted by about half, enough to last until he could replenish his shield in 30 seconds. Crazy demon, are you done? Come down and rotate with Team 2. In the guild channel, Tianxia Wudi was inquiring about the progress. In his view, taking down a player, no matter how strong, should be a matter of seconds. Tianxia Guangma felt uncomfortable and replied, President, this guy is really tough. He has an absurdly thick shield. I estimate it to be around 3 million. After several rounds, I still haven't broken through. And his output is terrifying. Whoever he points at dies, the rainstorm skill. Alright, no excuses. Come down to rotate in 1 minute. Don't you have a scroll? Use the scroll to take him out. Tianxia Wudi said impatiently. Roar! Damn adventurer! In the pit, the boss's roar grew increasingly frantic, a sign of an impending ultimate move. Below the pit, nearly 15,000 players surrounded the boss, continuously unleashing skills. Although each hit dealt only -1 damage and often missed, the sheer number of players meant that 400 to 500 hits landed every second, totaling 2,000 to 3,000 health points lost in a minute. And when the boss struck, whether with a normal attack or a skill, anyone hit would die without exception. The only difference was that a normal attack killed one while a skill wiped out a group kill. Above and below the pit, 2 waves of Tianxia Guild members were frantically attacking the target at the center of the circle. The scenes on both sides were very similar. Below was a level 105 mythic boss, while above was a level 39 person. Hurry, throw out any skills you have, don't delay the president from fighting the boss. Tianxia Guangma urged, wanting to avoid giving the president the impression that he was ineffective, and took out a precious epic scroll to use on the spot. Alwa with a wolf howl, the scroll transformed into a 3-meter-tall translucent wolf spirit, pouncing towards Xiao Chen. The wolf spirit's attack dealt a solid 5,000 red damage to him. Damage that ignores the shield and hits me directly? Xiao Chen was slightly surprised. He only had 6,200 health, and losing 5,000 put him in a bit of danger, so he quickly consumed a golden holy grade life potion to restore himself fully. Damn! Why is his health so thick? Tianxia Guangma was speechless, even the epic scroll couldn't take him down. It was simply ridiculous. Fortunately, after more than 20 seconds of intense attacks, Xiao Chen's shield value finally hit 0. Quick, hit him! His shield is about to break, focus fire and take him down. Tianxia Guangma urged. Everyone gathered their strength and unleashed their firepower. Come on, I beg you to take me down. Xiao Chen shouted joyfully. Lightning arrow. Lightning. Chain. Fireball. Earth element shield. His skills never stopped, although the number of skills was few and difficult to connect seamlessly, the overall frequency was still high. A wave of output sent dozens of enemies away, and just as the cooldown for the earth element shield ended, he quickly cast another one on himself. Tianxia Guangma was waiting for his shield to break so he could take him down and loot a pile of equipment. Unexpectedly, in the next second, a new turtle shell was put on, instantly leaving everyone dumbfounded. What the hell is this skill? A shield of several million, how can it be used a second time so quickly? The madman of the World roared in anger. In his view, a skill that could form a shield effect of 3 million must at least be a divine level skill. Divine level skills often have long cooldowns. Being able to use it once a day is already good enough. How could it be used a second time so quickly? He found it unacceptable. Then, in the next second, something even more unacceptable happened. Gale technique. Xiao Chen waited for 30 seconds just to use his 2 large area skills with a 60-second cooldown on the 2 shields, reducing his damage pressure and preventing uneven damage frequency that could break the shields. The time was up, and his maximum range skill finally launched. Whoosh! The wind element gathered around his body, swirling and spreading. In just 1.5 seconds, it directly swept across a radius of 100 meters. A super large tornado with a diameter of 200 meters unfurled on the spot. "See you, you bastard." Xiao Chen grinned. Immediately, thousands of 6-digit damage numbers erupted like a spewing volcano. Ah! Damn it! What's going on? Within a radius of 100 meters, everyone instantly perished, with no chance to fight back. And this was just the first second. Charge. Potion. Xiao Chen wouldn't foolishly stand still, wasting the remaining 4 seconds of skill time. After taking a speed potion, his movement speed surged to about 6 times that of an ordinary player. With a single step, his body quickly charged forward. Along with him moved the 200-meter diameter large tornado. "Don't come over." Players who were still over 100 meters away watched in horror as a huge empty space suddenly appeared in front of them, and their teammates fell one after another. Following that, the greenish-blue giant tornado swept toward them. Instantly, a group of people panicked and prepared to scatter. However, the heavy formation of the entire legion made it impossible for them to move quickly. Escaping was difficult. Not to mention, their movement speed was already far lower than Xiao Chen's. Even if they had the chance to run, they couldn't get away. Unmatched in the world, Grandpa is coming. Ha ha! Xiao Chen laughed heartily, covering nearly 200 meters in just 4 seconds, reaching the edge of the pit. Where he passed, the 100-meter radius tornado acted like a giant meat grinder, taking the lives of over 2,000 people. Chain lightning. Fireball technique. Get out of my way. A few more skills cleared away the last few rows of players blocking the edge of the pit. Xiao Chen finally saw the true form of the boss being besieged by the World Guild. Wow, there are so many people. Below in the pit, nearly 15,000 players were encircling and continuously attacking a humanoid boss over 5 meters tall, dressed in tattered battle armor, holding a rusty spear and riding a skeletal warhorse. The boss's health bar showed only about 30% remaining. However, judging by its information, it should still hold out for a while. Evil Spirit General Evil Spear Mythical Boss Level 105 Health 3658 455/11 800 000. Target level 2 high, unable to obtain more data. This boss's total health reached 11.8 million, higher than that of the level 120. Minerva. Roar. Die. The glory of the war god shines forever on the earth. Just as Xiao Chen reached the edge of the pit, it was the perfect moment for the boss to unleash its ultimate move. The imposing undead general let out a roar, raised the spear in his hand high, and a thick black mist erupted from his body. The ultimate move is coming, retreat quickly, the unrivaled of the world. Shouted. Tens of thousands of members quickly moved, retreating to give their teammates in the front row space to withdraw. But they were still a step too late. The black mist surrounding the boss transformed into a black dragon that soared into the sky, then dove down to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the black dragon exploded, and within a 100-meter radius of the boss, no one survived. Good. Boss, your power is almost catching up to mine. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. A boss like this should bring him a nice profit. Why hasn't Xiao Chen died yet? Tianxia Wudi commanded the army while keeping an eye on the situation above the pit. The words shouted by Xiao Chen turned Tianxia Wushuang's face pale, indicating that he was unharmed. Hearing the president's question, Tianxia Quangma replied bitterly, President, we lost over 2,000 men in Team 4. The leader of Team 5, Tianxia Aozhan, awkwardly added, Team 5 lost over 1,300. What? In just this minute, over 3,000 have died. Even the usually calm Tianxia Wudi felt an urge to throw something upon hearing this. A mythical boss like the evil spirit general couldn't possibly kill that many in a minute. What on earth is going on? Tianxia Wudi shouted angrily. Before Quangma and Aozhan could respond, Tianxia Wushuang weakly explained, Big brother, it's just like I said before, that kid Xiao Chen's super large AoE skill. How is that possible? Tianxia Wudi expressed disbelief. They had both been in the game for the same amount of time, starting from scratch. How could someone take on 10,000 alone, not only survive but also kill over 3,000? We should spread out a bit, that should help us fight, Tianxia Wushuang suggested weakly. Tianxia Wudi frowned. We couldn't take him down with concentrated fire, spreading out will make it even harder. Tianxia Wuxuang dared not speak up. He wanted to ask, then how? Should we fight, but didn't have the courage? Before Tianxia Wudi could come up with a strategy, Xiao Chen had already charged down the slope. Wuxuang, Xiaoshui, Nai, and the pups. Grandpa is here to see you. He cast spells as he walked, using fireball, chain lightning, and lightning arrow, throwing them as soon as they cooled down. When his skills were on cooldown, he picked off lucky players with missiles. Although these small skills couldn't kill as quickly as his two big moves, he still took down dozens as he advanced. Seeing Xiao Chen move through the battlefield like it was empty, while the boss was slaughtering melee fighters, Tianxia Wudi's calm demeanor finally began to show signs of anxiety. Xiao Chen, what do you want? He shouted from a distance. Xiao Chen, relaxed, casually harvested the lives of Tianxia Guild's players, replying, I don't want anything, I'm just in a good mood today and came to visit my grandchildren. You're asking for death. Tianxia Wuxuang, already filled with hatred for him, was furious to see Xiao Chen disrespecting his older brother and immediately raised his staff to attack. Tianxia Wudi stopped him. He said to Xiao Chen, what kind of hero are you trying to be by using your tongue? You're just ambushing us. If you have the guts, wait until we finish the boss and fight us fairly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately laughed. Wudi, has your brain been kicked by my Wuxuang grandson? I'm not a hero. If I have the chance to ambush, why would I foolishly fight you head-on? Besides, it was your little friend Wuxuang who ambushed me, trying to steal my mythical boss. I'm just returning the favor. And you say you want to fight fairly? Please, take a good look. You have over 20,000 people attacking me, a lone individual. Is that what you call fair? That's called a human sea tactic. Xiao Chen retorted without holding back. Tianxia Wudi was momentarily speechless. After a while, he said, then what do you want? Draw a line. Now that's more like it. Xiao Chen snapped his fingers. In front of tens of thousands, he shouted loudly, I want to annihilate you. Storm of rain. As soon as he finished speaking, the storm of rain was immediately cast. The wind howled and thunder roared. Dark clouds gathered. The torrential rain poured down, crashing right onto the heads of Tianxia Wudi and Tianxia Wuxuang. In just 1 second, this group of executives from the Tianxia Guild was wiped out completely. Xiao Chen. Tianxia Wuxuang shouted in rage, wishing he could rush over and tear him apart. Tianxia Wudi's temper was also ignited. Lying on the ground, he coldly shouted, Xiao Chen, do you want to fight us to the death? So what if I do? Xiao Chen sneered, his skills continuously harvesting the lives of the Tianxia members. Many were attacking him, trying to take him down in an instant. But those attacks felt like mere tickles to him, utterly insignificant. Good, very good. Tianxia Wudi was thoroughly enraged. Since the establishment of the Tianxia Guild, he had never seen anyone dare to confront him like this. Even the giants of the Dragon Kingdom's top 10 gaming guilds, like Longhun and Zhongshan, were polite when they met him, maintaining a friendly attitude regardless of how heated the battles were. Only Xiao Chen. Not only did he give him no face, but he also took the initiative to attack, collectively, wiping out him and the other guild executives. Everyone, kill! Tianxia Wudi commanded in a low voice. The word kill echoed in the guild channel. Everyone? The members of the 1st and 2nd Legions who were fighting the boss were momentarily stunned. Yes, everyone. Forget the boss, kill him first. Soon, this group reacted, echoing the president's command in the guild channel. Following that, a massive army of 20,000 surged forward, centered around Xiao Chen. Ah, come on, let me see how powerful the Tianxia of the Dragon Kingdom's top 10 guilds really is. Xiao Chen stood unafraid, raising his staff high, casting a new earth element shield for himself. Then he chanted a skill, the prelude falling. A tremendous gale roared to life. With 10,000 encircling him, the density of the crowd was unimaginable. The wind spell swept through, and screams filled the air instantly, killing no less than 1,000. Xiao Chen dashed forward, using his 200% speed compared to ordinary players, driving into the crowd with a tornado. The terrain of the deep pit was relatively narrow, making retreat difficult. Moreover, with the Tianxia army attacking, there was no chance to dodge. As he charged in, damage numbers floated up in clusters, with dozens falling at a time, more efficient than a harvester cutting wheat. His ultimate skill lasts only 5 seconds. Don't be afraid, keep attacking. Tianxia Wuxuang shouted. He knew Xiao Chen best, having experienced all his skills, aware of where the opponent's flaws lay. If skill cooldowns could be considered flaws. Kill. Countless people swung their weapons, whether ranged or melee, attacking fiercely. Xiao Chen became the target of everyone's wrath, with damage numbers in double, triple, and quadruple digits continuously appearing. But he held on with his earth element shield. Meanwhile, in the center of the deep pit, the mythic boss, which had been surrounded by the crowd, suddenly found itself at ease, with no one attacking it anymore. The evil spirit General's patrol area was limited. When the large group from Tianxia rushed to besiege Xiao Chen, most had left his alert range. The boss took a few steps, using a couple of minor skills to eliminate the last few players in the alert zone. Then it leisurely returned to the center of its patrol area, trotting around on its skeletal warhorse, slowly regaining health. He, the evil spear, had finally escaped danger under the rescue of the warrior Xiao Chen. I'm throwing up. Why is this shield so thick? I've exhausted all my mana, and he hasn't even broken his shield. Is this reasonable? Don't stop, keep attacking him. Kill. Charge. Get him. The cohesion of the Tianxia Guild is incredibly strong, with a legion of over 10,000 people, all attacking a single Xiao Chen. The momentum is astonishing. However, since everyone is a first-turn player, their attack range and methods are limited, and in reality, only a few hundred can actually hit him. With damage exceeding 100,000 points per second, they methodically lowered Xiao Chen's shield value. Just as it seemed they were about to break through, he cast a rainstorm spell, instantly clearing the area. Then, under the sudden reduction of pressure, he leisurely replenished a new earth element shield, and his white health bar was full again. I'm throwing up. I'm really throwing up. What kind of attributes does this guy have? Is it a hack? Use your ultimate, throw everything you have at him. No matter how strong he is, his mana and health will eventually run out. Even if he can't finish his health potions, his equipment still has durability. Break. His durability, I don't believe he can't die. Many high-ranking officials of the Tianxia Guild were analyzing and directing the battle. With so many people and such a large legion, not being able to take down a single Xiao Chen was truly a disgrace. Originally, another vice president of the guild, Tianxia Hero, wanted to suggest leaving some people to hold the boss so it wouldn't recover health. But now seeing that Xiao Chen was even more troublesome than the boss, not losing a single drop of health, he dared not speak up. Ha, kids, put in some effort. Use the strength you have on the bed with Wu Shuang. I haven't eaten for 3 days. My hands and feet are weak. How can you still not hit him? Ah. Oh. Come on, hurry up and get me, ladies of the Tianxia Guild, please trample me hard. I'm a masochist. While Xiao Chen was using spells to instantly kill enemies, he mockingly taunted. With his words, the nearby players of the Tianxia Guild gritted their teeth in hatred, truly wanting to tear his mouth apart. But they couldn't break his shield, and tearing his mouth was also quite difficult. Damn it! Tianxia Wudi looked at his members falling one by one and couldn't help but feel anxious. He had just been killed as well and knew how terrifying Xiao Chen's damage was. Although the guild had prepared a large number of resurrection scrolls, players who were out of combat could immediately revive their fallen teammates in the battle circle. However, when too many people die in one place, a model freeze situation occurs and there isn't enough space for people to stand nearby. Even if the scrolls are used, they can't be revived, and they can only watch the resurrection countdown end, helplessly being thrown back to the main city by the system. As a result, under Xiao Chen's relentless bombardment of skills, their numbers gradually decreased, and over 1,000 people had been forced to return to the city. President, this isn't a solution. His shield seems endless, and we have no scrolls to break the shield. We can't kill him. Tianxia Hero remained relatively calm and was able to analyze the current situation. Tianxia Wushuang, however, had completely lost his cool, having already joined the battle, continuously attacking Xiao Chen from a distance, and coldly snorted, "If there are no scrolls, go buy some. I don't believe so many people can't kill him. If that doesn't work, call for external help. Bring in someone who can ignore shields and take him down. 100,000 or 200,000 is not a problem. I'll pay for it." Tianxia Wudi fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating the feasibility. He opened his friend list, where there was a player named Sword Slashing the World, who was exceptionally high level. But after hesitating for a long time, he still didn't send a message. Too far. Tianxia Hero shook his head. It takes 2 hours to run from the main city. It's fine for boss fights to send supplies, but to fight a person at Xiao Chen's attack frequency in 2 hours, we might all be dead. Even if we die, we have to drag him down with us. Unmatched in the world. Furious began to chant his ultimate skill, Meteor Strike, as a massive meteor fell from the sky, dealing 5-digit damage. The heroes of the world continued to shake their heads, not speaking to Unmatched, but instead said to Invincible, "President, this won't work. How about we retreat?" "No way, we can't retreat. I must kill him." Unmatched shouted in anger upon hearing his companion's words. At that moment, Xiao Chen unleashed another gale spell. Within 100 meters, no one survived, and Unmatched was taken down as well. "Are you guys even capable? Haven't you eaten? Do you want me to wait here while you log off for a meal and come back?" Xiao Chen continued to taunt. After several rounds of ultimate skills, the members of the Unmatched Guild who died at his hands numbered no less than 8,000. The opposing side piled on. top of each other, causing many dead members to be unable to resurrect and be sent back to the city by the system, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Enough! At that moment, Invincible, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke again. His face was ashen, and his anger was evident. Looking at the arrogant Xiao Chen, he said coldly, "Today, you are strong, I admit defeat. If we meet again another day, I will avenge this humiliation and kill you out of this game. Brothers, retreat." After saying that, he crushed the return scroll and left directly. Big Brother! President! The members of the unmatched guild were all dumbfounded, not expecting their leader to leave the battle just like that. Clearly, there were still many resurrection scrolls available to bring people back. They were united and willing to continue fighting. But Invincible had left. This dealt a blow to everyone's morale. "Big brother, we still have the strength to fight, why leave?" Unmatched privately messaged Invincible. The latter sighed and replied, "We can't win, let's just accept it this time. A real man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. We have so many people, with the support of the consortium behind us, there will always be a chance to regain our honor." But Unmatched felt very upset and said, "But we spent so much money, so much experience, fought the boss for a full 3 hours, are we really just going to give up? What can we do? The boss still has so much health, we can't take it down in a short time. With Xiao Chen obstructing us, we can't hold on. Rather than continue to die, it's better to cut our losses and return to the city to level up first. We can find another boss later." Invincible's tone was relatively calm. In fact, he cared more about this battle than anyone else. Spending 5 million to hire the Macho Guild to help whittle down 20% of the boss's health, then having over 20,000 people take turns dying, accumulating who knows how many deaths, only to finally bring it down that much. The total amount spent on experience, equipment, and potions was worth an unimaginable sum. How could he be willing to accept such losses? But he couldn't say any of this, because he was the president. Big brother Unmatched's heart was bleeding. Suddenly, he regretted provoking Xiao Chen in the novice village. But then he thought, no matter how wrong he was back then, he never intended to be so ruthless as to let one person's actions nullify the efforts of 30,000. Moreover, he had already been killed by Xiao Chen 5 or 6 times, the debts had long been repaid. Even so, Xiao Chen still wouldn't let him go, such a person was too cruel. "Xiao Chen, I will definitely avenge this grudge," Unmatched vowed in his heart. He then chose to return to the city to resurrect, leaving the land of the fallen gods. Seeing that both the president and vice president had left, the other members were all filled with unwillingness. But morale had already dissipated, continuing to fight held no meaning. Thus, some who were not in combat quietly crushed their return scrolls and returned to Dragon Blood City. Some hot-tempered and passionate individuals, however, continued to attack Xiao Chen fearlessly. Seeing that the protagonist had already been driven away and that he had achieved a great victory, Xiao Chen gradually lost interest in continuing the slaughter. He said loudly, "You can leave now." Then he stopped using his skills, giving everyone a chance to disengage from the battle. There were still people attacking him, but the frequency had slowed down. After a while, the morale-dwindling members of the Tianxia Guild gradually chose to stop. Xiao Chen's name was red to the point of black, but his earth element shield had never been broken. Those people, filled with helplessness and resentment, waited until the battle was over and then returned to the main city one after another. Some even picked up the equipment dropped by their companions before leaving, hoping to recover some losses. Xiao Chen was also picking up equipment. After all, he had worked hard to defeat so many people, so he certainly couldn't let it go to waste. A few pieces of epic gear on the ground were all collected by him. Unfortunately, he didn't see any legendary or mythical quality equipment. It was likely that even if there were, they had been picked up by their own people first. Let's go, let's go. The defeated members of the Tianxia Guild gradually left the Godfall area and returned to the city. Originally, they had come with a total of 25,000 people, plus 5,000 external reinforcements helping to grind down the boss's health, bringing the total number to as many as 30,000. Even though many had been killed by the boss, most were revived on the spot, so the numbers hadn't decreased much. It wasn't until Xiao Chen arrived that the numbers began to sharply decline. Before long, most of the people around had left. A few who remained didn't want to continue fighting Xiao Chen. Instead, they murmured, having offended such a powerful god, "This guild is finished, there's no point in staying." Then they opened the guild interface on the spot, directly withdrew from the guild, and became solo players. After that, they took out their return scrolls and left. Xiao Chen found the actions of these last few people quite interesting. "I was so caught up in the excitement that I forgot to shout the ultimate slogan, 'No killing for withdrawal.' What a miscalculation." He shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. No killing for withdrawal. This was a slogan that had to be shouted when one side had the upper hand in the game world between rival guilds. He, Xiao Chen, had surrounded more than 20,000 people alone, successfully annihilating over 10,000 and forcing back the likes of Tianxia Wudi. Such an impressive record was truly unbeatable. Not shouting the slogan was a huge loss. Forget it, I'll shout it next time. Anyway, they still have to build their base. When the time comes, I'll throw a few storms, rains, meteors, or something at their base and tear up the ground for them. That will be the most impressive time to shout it. Xiao Chen thought mischievously. Of course, he was just thinking about it. In fact, after this battle, he had basically let go of the grudges with the Tianxia Guild. As long as the other side didn't provoke him again, he wouldn't be idle and go bully them. Of course, with the exception of Tianxia Wushuang. This guy had insulted him in the battle zone announcement. The level of hatred was akin to a vendetta for killing his father and stealing his wife, an irreconcilable enmity. Old Xiao, how's it going on your side? I see that the main force of Tianxia Wudi has returned to the city, at least 10 to 20,000 of them. Li Li's worried voice came through the team channel. Xiao Chen hadn't disbanded the team when he left Longxue City, so they were still in a team state. However, due to the long distance, his crime value wouldn't infect his other teammates. Hearing this question, Xiao Chen simply replied with 4 words, a great victory. Damn, that's awesome. One person kills 20,000, a great victory. Old Xiao, you're my bro, no, my mom. From now on, I'm sticking with you. The left thigh is mine, no one else can take it. I want the right thigh. Li Li and Zhang Fan couldn't help but joke around upon hearing such shocking news. Xiao Chen replied irritably, get lost, the middle thigh is more than enough for you. The 3 of them laughed and joked. Xiao Chen also took the time to pick up the gold coins, silver coins, and valuable equipment on the ground. Senior Xiao Chen, did you get their base token? At that moment, Shun Shun suddenly asked. Not yet. The boss isn't dead, and its health is almost full. Xiao Chen glanced at the boss in the center of the pit and replied. Shun Shun let out a sigh of regret, saying, what a pity. The dragon soul and the gods are at the 100 million bounty station. If you manage to grab it, you could become a billionaire right away. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen curled his lips and said, it's not like I have to steal it. This boss doesn't seem that impressive to me. I'll try to take it on solo and see if I can get this little target to drop. Although the boss had a terrifying health of 11.8 million, even scarier than the Witch Minya from the previous battle, his skills seemed to be just charge, sweep, and black dragon wave, all output type effects. Such damage should be enough for the Earth Elemental shield to withstand. Moreover, the boss's survivability was clearly not as good as Minya's, lacking any strange shield that directly negated damage. Therefore, Xiao Chen thought he still had a good chance of soloing this boss. Solo? Old Xiao. That's not fair. You're going to fight the boss without us. Zhang Fan shouted loudly. He was a hidden class with the inheritance of the main god, and the thing he wanted to do most was to beat the boss. But Xiao Chen ruthlessly refused, saying, this boss's level is too high. No matter how good your attributes are, it won't help, you'll die if you get touched. I'll take you next time. Really, definitely next time. Woo woo woo. Zhang Fan immediately started to pretend to cry. Li Li also put on a pitiful tone. Brother Xiao Chen, you've changed. You used to love us so much, but now you won't even share experience with us, boo hoo hoo. Come on, you guys should stop, don't scare Shun Shun and Blind Sister. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and directly closed the team channel. A level 105 mythic boss would definitely yield a lot of experience. Such monsters required experience to be shared. His teammates were all in Dragon Blood City, and it would take them 2 hours to get here. He really didn't have the patience to wait slowly. So he planned to take it all for himself. Boss brother, I'm coming. Now is the time for you to repay your life-saving grace. Xiao Chen shouted and rushed towards the boss with his staff in hand. The level 105 mythic boss, Evil Spirit General Evil Spear, had a magnificent stature. Although his armor was tattered and his warhorse had turned into a skeletal horse, he still exuded an imposing aura. His health bar rose from about 30% back to over 70%, visibly increasing by thousands at a time. Xiao Chen didn't want to wait for the boss to recover full health before making a move, so he charged into the boss's alert zone, ready to unleash his skills. However, the boss was faster than him. The 200-meter wide alert zone was far beyond Xiao Chen's skill range. As soon as he noticed someone intruding, he delivered an opening line. Lowly ants dare to challenge the great god. Then he raised his spear and thrust it, the energy transforming into black light, crossing 100 meters to strike Xiao Chen. -129,819. A single skill Dealt nearly 130,000 damage. If it weren't for the earth elemental shield blocking it, Xiao Chen would have already returned to the city. This damage would be tough even for a level 100 knight. He continued to charge forward, with the highest single target damage lightning arrow ready. The boss unleashed another black light attack, dealing 130,000 damage. At the same time, he shouted, in an astonished tone, "It's you! So it's you! What?" Xiao Chen was taken aback. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Why did the boss sound like he was very familiar with him? In the next moment, Xiao Chen understood. The evil spirit general raised his evil spear and roared, "You dare to kill the main god's most beloved mount, Otogu? In the name of the 10 generals of the war god temple, holy spear, I sentence you to death." Then, with a loud bang, a surge of black energy erupted from him. He had gone berserk. Damn! Why is it Otogu again? What the hell have I done? Xiao Chen almost spat blood. The evil spirit general charged in on horseback, his 9-meter-long spear descending like a telephone pole with nowhere to hide. Xiao Chen braced himself for a hit, and a white -289,131 appeared above his head, the damage doubling. Instantly. The enraged boss's attributes were almost equivalent to a 50-level increase. "Rebel, don't run. Take my spear." The evil spirit general struck, and seeing that Xiao Chen was still alive, he continued to attack. Xiao Chen was furious as well and threw out a lightning arrow. Sizzle! -3489892. A massive damage number floated up. The theoretically 7 million damage lightning arrow only dealt half its effect, clearly indicating the boss had high magic damage reduction. But it was still enough. Ah! Great! War god Asada, grant me strength. The cursed spear, now fallen into evil, still believed in the god Asada whom he followed in life. After calling out the name of his god, his weapon glowed with a dark light. With a single arm swing, a crescent-shaped, 30-meter-wide massive skill wave howled out. Boom! Xiao Chen was directly knocked to the ground, suffering a control effect, knocked down for 5 seconds. At the same time, a huge damage number of -300,000 appeared above his head. Although the shield has no defense, this damage is just ridiculous. Level 100 knights are like paper. Xiao Chen was speechless. He knew that the auto-ancient curse on him forced the boss to become even stronger, but he still felt a certain shadow from the 105-level mythic boss. Fortunately, his shield was thick enough, otherwise, he would have really died here today. During the 5 seconds of being knocked down, he couldn't break free or get up. The boss shouted slogans loyal to the gods, black gas spewing from his body, spear raised high, and that massive black dragon wave skill was unleashed once more. The black dragon-shaped demonic energy surged into the sky, and then crashed back down. With a loud bang, -520,000 terrifying damage appeared above Xiao Chen's head. This damn Xiao Chen was too exhausted to complain. Fortunately, the 5 seconds of control ended quickly. He cast a fireball, followed by a magic missile. Boom! -3,199,421 -25,000 burning -1,587,131. Even more terrifying damage numbers popped up, and the evil spirit general's health bar was almost emptied, leaving just over 400,000. Xiao Chen was preparing to cast a lightning chain to finish him off. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. "Holy Spear General, your loyalty has been sensed by the gods. In the name of the second war god of the war temple, I accept your soul's allegiance. Return, Lario." The holy light bathed the evil spirit general's body. His tattered armor and rusted spear shed their old traces inch by inch, restoring to a brand new appearance. The warhorse beneath him was also filled with golden light, as if resurrected, once again majestic and powerful. The evil spirit general looked up to the sky, his roar shaking the surroundings, arms wide open to receive the divine light's baptism, tears streaming down his face in excitement. "My god, you finally remembered me." Although the war god had long fallen, the temple remained, and faith never collapsed. The golden light purified the evil spirit general inch by inch, while Xiao Chen secretly threw a lightning chain at him, only to be ruthlessly bounced back, not even dealing -1 damage. This boss won't suddenly run away, right? A 105-level mythic boss who knows how rich the experience is. Don't let anything weird happen. Xiao Chen was quite speechless, fearing that the Kodak would fly away. Gradually, the evil spirit general's armor had fully restored to a brand new look, and he no longer appeared old and decrepit, but transformed into a handsome man riding a tall horse, resembling a celestial being. Looking at his information, it had completely changed. General of the Holy Spear, Lei Rio, Mythical Leader, Level 210 Health, 2360000/2360000. Target Level 2 High, unable to obtain more data, Xiao Chen Both the level and health have doubled, and all statuses are full. With these attributes, continuing to fight might be a bit difficult. The divine light dissipated. The evolved perfect form of General Lario of the Holy Spear looked down at the short weather mage, who was only 1.8 meters tall. He said, "Evil rebel, I should have eliminated you on behalf of the War Temple, but considering your power helped me gain the temple's summons, I will spare you this time. Next time we meet, I will not let you go." After saying this, he squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, and the warhorse actually leaped into the air, flying off into the distance. "Hey, where are you going? What about my experience? What about my artifact? I'm going to hit you." Seeing the boss suddenly run away, Xiao Chen became anxious and couldn't help but curse. Lario flew further and further away, but a cold snort echoed in his ears. "Rebel, if you want to challenge me, come to the War City's temple to find me. Lario is always waiting." As the voice faded, the handsome knight disappeared into the horizon. At the same time, in front of Xiao Chen, the spot where the boss had just been suddenly erupted with a burst of golden and black light. Countless items scattered on the ground, the sound of gold coins clinking as they fell, along with the dazzling red, orange, and purple glows, dazzled his eyes. "Ding, congratulations, you have defeated the mythical level boss, the evil Spirit General Evil Spear, and gained 28,500 reputation. Congratulations, you have triggered the activation conditions for level 2 main city, War City. Please continue forward according to the clues to unlock War City as soon as possible. You defeated the Evil Spirit General Evil Spear and gained 216,000,000 experience points. Congratulations. Level increased to 40. Congratulations. Level increased to 41. Congratulations. Level. Congratulations. Level increased to 57. Notice, your level has reached the requirement for the second job advancement. Please go to the temple for your second job change to gain more powerful abilities." A series of system notifications exploded in his ears, and Xiao Chen let out a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't in vain, the boss rewards were still given out. The massive 21.6 million experience was more than all the experience he had accumulated before combined. Originally at level 39, he skyrocketed 18 levels to 57, once again far ahead of all players in the battle zone. What delighted Xiao Chen the most was the large pile of items that had dropped on the ground. Level 105 Mythical Boss Super Invincible Gorgeous Explosion Plus. Gold coins, everywhere gold coins. Picking one up, the system displayed a total of 720,000 gold coins dropped, and Xiao Chen's eyes widened. Now, one gold coin is worth 10 yuan, so 720,000 gold coins would be 720,000. A seaside house in Haizhou. Wow, I hit the jackpot. And this was just the basic gold coin drop. Quickly, he looked to see what other treasures were there. The red glow was undoubtedly the most attractive thing. Besides the never-before-seen rainbow. Super divine item, red items were the highest quality. A total of 4 red items dropped. However, not all were equipment. The first one, and the one that excited Xiao Chen the most, was a token-like item. Base construction order, mythical level item. The guild leader/deputy leader holding this item can go to a level 3 or higher main city lord's mansion to apply for a region to build a base. During the base construction period, there will be monster siege activities. If the defense fails, the construction will fail, and the base construction order will not be refunded. This item, without needing to look at its description, one can clearly know its value, starting at 100 million. If taken to the auction house for consignment, perhaps a higher price could be achieved, but it might also not sell for a high price due to insufficient gold. Little goal, oh little goal, I love you to death. Without a second thought, Xiao Chen directly put it into his backpack, fearing it would be refreshed by the system. Then he looked at the next divine item. Invitation from Lario, an invitation from the Holy Spear General Lario, one of the 10 generals of the War Temple. Holding this item allows entry to the main city Temple of War to challenge the level 210 mythic boss Lario. Preconditions must be unlocked before the challenge for Great Evil Spirits Subduers. This is the follow-up plot triggered by Lario's last words. The system prompt indicated that the activation condition for the level 2 main city had been triggered, which is related to this item. Xiao Chen checked and found that a new task had appeared in his task list. It was also the first task he had accepted since the opening of the server. Subdue the 4 great evil spirits. Mythical task. Description: 3,000 years ago, the war god temple fell apart due to the fall of the war god Asada. 4 of the 10 generals and 4 bishops perished in the battle against the abyssal monsters. They were then invaded by demonic energy and fell into evil spirits. Task requirements: defeat the 4 great evil spirits scattered throughout the world and release their imprisoned souls. Current progress: 1/4. Available targets: Evil Spirit General Demon Sword, Evil Spirit Bishop Smoke of War, Evil Spirit Bishop Sea of Blood. Task time limit 30 days, game days. There's not even a hint for the task, and I have no idea where these 3 bosses are. How am I supposed to do this? Xiao Chen looked at the task information and couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. However, since it was a divine level task, if completed smoothly, the rewards would undoubtedly be extremely rich. He looked at the other rewards. There were 2 other red items, both equipment. Evil Spirit War Spear quality, mythical level requirement, level 100 class requirement, night class. Physical attack plus 780 strength plus 50 constitution plus 100 special effect bloodthirst, active skill lifesteal plus 10% special effect block, using the weapon to block can negate 70% of physical damage. Active skill Blood Song of War, damage reduction plus 15%, damage increase plus 25%, lasts 300 seconds, limited to once per day. Note, never wears out. Heroic Spirit Holy Ring quality, mythical equipment requirement, none. All attributes plus 10, activated at level 10, all attributes plus 20, activated at level 50, all attributes plus 30, activated at level 100, all attributes plus 40, activated at level 150, special effect Holy Radiance, when the wearer's level reaches 200, an additional 10% physical/magic attack is added, so powerful. As soon as Xiao Chen saw the attributes of the 2 divine artifacts, his eyes widened. The weapon was somewhat acceptable. Although the attributes were significantly increased, it wasn't for his use, and the level requirement was 100, making it hard to sell, so it could only be a visual treat. But the effect of this heroic spirit holy ring made him so pleasantly surprised that he couldn't help but put it on immediately. This ring, when fully activated, could increase all attributes by 100 points, which is a total of 500 attribute points. Although he was currently level 50 and could only activate the plus 10 and plus 20 effects, having all attributes at plus 30 was already very impressive, providing him with over 800 health points, 200 mana points, 36 points of magic attack, and a small chance of critical hits. Wearing the artifact ring and switching to the weather staff, my attributes will significantly increase, making my damage even more terrifying and my shield thicker. Xiao Chen felt a bit excited. Once he completed the second class change and learned new skills, he would update all his attributes. It should probably, maybe, possibly, be worth trying to dismantle a temple? Considering that there are at least 4 mythical bosses above level 200 in the temple, and that mythical bosses like Manga would employ all sorts of outrageous tactics, Xiao Chen felt it was better not to think too much for now. At the very least, he should wait until his skill damage exceeds 20 million, so he can one-shot the High Bishop before attempting. Moreover, there was one very important point: his name was currently red and black, making it impossible for him to enter the main city or retrieve the weather staff from the warehouse. If he went back now, it would be like taking on a main city all by himself. Thousands of city guards surged out, and he had nowhere to run. So those thrilling feats had to be postponed for a while. Xiao Chen continued to pick up items. After collecting for red items, there were still 8 legendary props on the ground, 4 of which were level 100 legendary equipment, currently meaningless and could only be stored in the warehouse. The other 4 included a level-less night-exclusive weapon shield, the Holy Spirit Round Shield, which had negligible attack power but added 50 points to constitution and 200 points to physical defense, making it a fine weapon nonetheless. The other 3 were just props. Spirit Summoning Scroll, legendary, summons an 80-level epic boss, Spirit War General, to assist in battle. The Spirit War General has 700,000 health points and 1,500 attack power, no skills, and can exist for a maximum of 600 seconds. Divine Light Redemption Potion *4, legendary, can be used on any target to purify their demonic nature. Quest item, not tradable. Divine Power Essence, energy essence of the Temple Guardian, holding it allows entry into the divine realm without being repelled by its powers. The potions are essential for the 4 Great Spirit Subduers quest, but now there are only 3 bosses left, so only 3 potions are needed, leaving 1 extra that might have other uses. The Divine Power Essence is the same as the Abyssal Monster Essence, a required item to enter the divine realm corresponding to the Abyss. Xiao Chen collected them one by one. Next came a dozen epic gear and skill books. His backpack was nearly full from the equipment dropped by the Tianxia Guild, and now with so many fine items, he had to discard some relatively useless blue gear. All the epic gear was level 100, and none were usable, so they had to be stored in the warehouse. However, there were a few good skill books that could be given to Zhang Fan, Lili, and others. Xiao Chen cleaned up the scene. The next thing to consider was washing his red name. 4,700 points of sin value. How long will it take to wash this off? Xiao Chen looked at his current sin value, feeling a headache. Showing off was momentarily satisfying, but washing a red name was a funeral. The maximum sin value is 5,000, and it automatically decreases by 1 point for every minute online, meaning it would take more than 3 days just by being online. However, killing monsters and bosses could also help wash off the red name. Just now, a mythical boss had wiped off 300 points in one go. The monsters in the land of divine destruction were of a higher level, and the effect of washing red was more significant, so he could level up here first, and once he washed white, he would return to the main city and find a way to second transfer. Xiao Chen crawled out of the boss area pit and began to fight monsters on the scorched earth. Evil Spirit Archer. Level 100 health 28 500/18 500. Evil Spirit Knight. Level 110 health 37 900/27 900. Evil Spirit Mage. Level 105 health 29 100/19 100. The nearby monsters were all soft targets for Xiao Chen, easy to kill. Their attack power was quite high, dealing around 8 to 900 damage to him, stronger than the current elite players. However, with the seamless connection of the Earth Elemental Shield, it wasn't a problem. You defeated the Evil Spirit Archer and gained 1,520 experience. You defeated the Evil Spirit Knight and gained 1,905 experience. You defeated the Evil Spirit Mage and gained 1,592 experience. System messages kept refreshing, but Xiao Chen was too lazy to look, just burying himself in hard work, killing monsters when he encountered them and bosses when they appeared. No one came to the land of divine destruction, just him alone, so the number of monsters was sufficient for him to keep fighting. Occasionally, he would cast Rainstorm and Gale to clear the area, and the dark earth was marked with traces of his bombardments everywhere. Occasionally, an elite monster or a mini-boss would appear, but Xiao Chen wouldn't even glance at them, he would take them down in an instant, leaving no room for negotiation. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The time spent grinding was long and tedious. Xiao Chen, feeling bored, opened the leaderboard to check the latest level rankings. The order of player levels had basically stabilized, and the top 10 players rarely changed. Level rankings: first, level 57 Weather Mage Xiao Chen; second, level 44 Ancient Sword Immortal Sword Slashing the World; third, level 40 Flower Language Assassin 1 Hit 1 Average Guy; fourth, level 39 Flower Picker Wang Fugue; fifth, level 39 Archer Heard You Can Win Prizes; 6th, level 36 Moon Witch Lucky Meow; 7th, level 36 Starry Sky Hunter Shaky Hands Not Parkinson's; 8th, level 36 Warrior Please Stop Hitting; 9th, level 36 Priest Deflated; 10th, level 36 Dragon Knight Shield Protecting the Sky. The gradient of the ranking list is quite interesting. Xiao Chen and Jinzhan Songsheng are in a league of their own. The 3 players around level 40 are also significantly ahead of others. However, the ones truly putting in the effort to level up are actually those at level 36. They don't have as many legendary or mythical bosses to fight, or they simply can't defeat them. Therefore, their experience is accumulated bit by bit through grinding monsters and completing quests, making them the true first tier. Behind the first tier is the second tier, around level 33, which consists of elite players who have mostly been absorbed by major guilds. Zhang Fan, Li Li, and others are in the third tier, currently at level 30. However, Zhang Fan, who has switched to a hidden class, has significantly increased his strength and is clearly gaining experience faster, gradually catching up. Sigh, so boring, so lonely. The wind in the God's Fallen Land is strong, and Xiao Chen feels like he's about to be blown silly. He keeps grinding monsters, and his output skills can basically reach 1 per second, excluding the time spent finding monsters. He can defeat about 30 monsters in a minute. Monsters that are 50 levels above him have a high efficiency for washing away his red name. Each small monster he defeats deducts 1 point of evil value. This means he can wash away about 30 points of evil value per minute and earn over 50,000 experience points. At this rate, he can clear his red name in 2.5 hours and level up to around level 59. However, after more than 2 hours, there hasn't been a single person to talk to, which is still a bit lonely. Xiao Chen looked at his dazzling backpack and thought for a moment before sending a message to Li Li. Oldly, I want to sell the base construction order for 120 million. Help me find a buyer. If they're reliable, just give them my serial number, and I'll tell them the transaction location. Li Li was currently fighting bosses with Zhang Fan and others. Hearing this news nearly gave him a heart attack. Damn! Awesome! You really took down a mythical boss? Li Li exclaimed. Yeah, check the leaderboard. Wow, level 57. With so much experience, you're not sharing with us? Boo-hoo, crying get lost. Stop disgusting me and talk serious. Okay. If you want to sell, I can help you contact a few big guild leaders to see who offers the highest price. Li Li said, dropping the joking tone and becoming serious. Yeah, 120 million is the ideal price. If it's too high, 100 million is fine too, Xiaochen replied. Tisk. TSK, too awesome. A small goal each day, you're fiercer than some big company CEOs. Just a small matter, I still have 2 divine artifacts on me. By the way, as the saying goes, those who see it share in the spoils. After I sell the base order, I'll give you and old Zhang each a house, Xiaochen said with a smile. What the hell? Li was left speechless, not knowing what to say for a moment. In this day and age, housing prices are more expensive than life itself. You can't even afford a life's worth of work. In Haizhou, where they are, the price per square meter starts at 50,000, and in slightly more prosperous areas, it directly exceeds 100,000 per square. Not to mention ordinary college students, even families in business wouldn't dare to casually say they want to buy a house. And Xiaochen actually said he would give them each a house. Not renting, but buying. Old Xiao, calm down, calm down. Zhang Fan also joined the conversation, and the 3 of them formed a small channel. Advising, although you've done well in this game and made a big profit, you should still consider money matters carefully. Plus, we haven't graduated yet, so there's no need to think about buying a house so early. Living on campus is worry-free and safe, no need to run outside. Xiaochen thought about it and found it reasonable. So, do you guys want anything? A luxury watch? A sports car? A young model? A female celebrity? This time, I'll treat. It doesn't matter, we're all game nerds. If you want to give us something, just send us a few good pieces of equipment. Zhang Fan laughed. Li then mentioned, once you turn the base order into cash, you can send some money home to show filial piety to your parents. Usually carefree, Li was also a very understanding child. However, Xiaochen did not agree and said, if I transfer that much money, I'm afraid it will scare my parents into having a heart attack. Anyway, my family is doing fine. When I really need money, or when I've established a solid income, I'll show my filial piety then. It's more prudent. Earning $1 billion from gaming is something most people would find hard to accept. If it hadn't happened to him, Xiaochen wouldn't have believed it himself. He didn't want to transfer the money only for his parents to suspect the source and report him to the authorities, leading to his own arrest. That makes sense. Let's not think too much about it for now. The items definitely need to be sold, but don't take it too seriously. Let's cherish our university time playing games. We can deal with future matters later, Zhang Fan summarized. Then I'll ask the gods if they're willing to pay that price, Li said, then went to leverage his connections to contact buyers. By the way, Lao Xiao, you're doing so well now, don't you want to start a guild? Zhang Fan asked. Xiaochen smiled, let's skip that, none of us know how to manage, and it would just lead to a pile of messy issues that would drive you crazy. But we could find a casual guild as a base. If others have bosses they can't defeat, we can help out and share some rewards. Joining a big guild would also provide great benefits. Doing daily-based tasks would speed up leveling by 5% compared to others. Playing games definitely requires joining a guild, otherwise, many things can't be done. Moreover, not all guilds participate in wars. Many are just casual small guilds. Xiaochen didn't like being managed, so a casual small guild was the best fit for him. If there are no objections, I'll look for one when I have time, preferably one with more girls, Zhang Fan chuckled. LSP. Xiaochen expressed his disdain. A few minutes later, Li's voice rang out again in the small channel. He said, I've inquired, I just asked the heads of 4 major guilds through friends, and they all offered over $1 billion. Which guilds are they? How much did they offer? Xiaochen asked eagerly. Li replied, the gods and Dragon Soul both previously offered 100 million as a reward. This time, I provided them with confirmed information, telling them we've already obtained the base order. The gods said they could offer 110 million, while Dragon Soul is at 100 million, plus 2 opportunities for hidden class transfers. What about the other 2? Xiaochen continued to ask. Li said, one is East Sea, also one of the top 10. Offering the same as the gods, which is 110 million. The last one is a newly rising guild called Conquer the Heavens, which is the only one willing to offer 120 million. Although Xiaochen set a high price of 120 million, he didn't actually intend to sell for that much. He could accept the prices offered by the first 3. The fact that one was willing to buy for 120 million surprised him. What's the deal with this Conquer the Heavens? I've never heard of them, Xiaochen and Zhang Fan asked simultaneously. Li explained, their predecessor was the Flame Fire Guild. It's said that with the launch of Heavens, they received significant investment from a mysterious person, suddenly becoming quite powerful. Mysterious person? Xiaochen was even more confused. He could understand someone spending money on a game, but creating a mysterious persona was a bit absurd. Li clarified, the financier behind Conquer is really mysterious, even the bosses of other major guilds can't figure out who the investor is. Some speculate that it might be a certain department of the Dragon Kingdom's government supporting this, wanting to explore the alien civilization behind the heavens. There's a guild like this in the M Federation division as well, and it's said to be even more ferocious than ours. Xiao Chen and Zhang Fan were momentarily speechless. The support from the Dragon Kingdom is truly formidable. If it's true, then it must be sold to this one. Let the warriors add me. I'm currently red named and need them for outdoor trading, Xiao Chen said, making a decision. In less than a minute, Xiao Chen received a friend request. Upon opening it, he saw it was from a player named Zhang Tian. Such a name, there are at least 80,000 in the Blue Star Battle Zone. However, the level was quite high, a level 35 archer. Hello, Master Xiao Chen, I am the president of the Conquer the Heavens Guild. After adding each other as friends, the other party immediately opened with a line. Xiao Chen also exchanged pleasantries. President Zhang Tian, I've long admired your name. Zhang Tian was straightforward and asked directly, your friend said you obtained a base construction order, can I take a look? The game's chat function allows players to send item information directly for friends to browse. Xiao Chen directly sent the divine item, base construction order, through the message page. It dropped half an hour ago. I snatched it from the boss of the Tianxia Guild, Xiao Chen said frankly without hiding anything. Oh? You dared to snatch the boss of Tianxia, truly worthy of being a master. Zhang Tian was somewhat surprised, and after confirming the item information was indeed true, his tone carried a bit more joy. So, President Zhang Tian, are you interested in buying it? Xiao Chen asked. Zhang Tian laughed heartily, of course I am. I've already discussed the price with your friend, 120 million. After the transaction is completed, it will be directly transferred to your account. My people are already at the bank counter, you just need to provide your account number and corresponding information. If you're worried about being scammed, I can ask a few bosses to act as guarantors, all of whom have assets over 10 billion in real life. So you won't suffer any losses. Seemingly afraid Xiao Chen might be uneasy, Zhang Tian added. To be honest, with so much money involved, Xiao Chen was indeed a bit afraid that the other party would take the item and not acknowledge it. But since the game itself had no official trading platform, he had no other options. Since the other party proactively suggested finding someone to guarantee the transaction, he found it reasonable and nodded, then let's find a reliable big shot to act as a notary. I'm currently red named and can't return to the city. You come to the Dragon Blood City Ghost Plains, coordinates XXXXXXXX, and I'll wait for you here. Okay, I'll be there soon. Oh, it's quite far, so you might have to wait a bit, Zhang Tian replied, and upon checking the map, he realized it was an 80-level area, unable to help but smile. Riley. No problem, if you're in a hurry, I can walk back a bit, Xiao Chen said. The two discussed and finally decided to meet at the level 60 monster map, Cold Wind Ancient Path. Zhang Tian would bring some teammates to protect him, so he wouldn't be too vulnerable to wild monsters. There would also be a notary accompanying him. After setting the transaction location, Xiao Chen left the God-fallen land and headed towards the Cold Wind Ancient Path. The monster levels in the Cold Wind Ancient Path were still very high for ordinary players. However, since they weren't excessively high, some elite players still chose to level up nearby. With a bright red name, Xiao Chen walked back, and many people, upon seeing his luxurious equipment, divine, legendary, and epic, were extremely envious. Everyone wanted to take him down. But when they saw his information, level 57 meteorological mage Xiao Chen ranked first, with over 8,000 health points, many lost their nerve. An assassin player, unable to resist temptation, chose to launch a sneak attack using backstab, bloodstab, and deadly poison blade. After a series of skills, he dealt over 5,000 damage. As a result, Xiao Chen didn't even lose a sliver of health. A thick shield blocked the damage, and he remained unscathed after taking a round of hits. Then, the red-named Xiao Chen raised his staff and threw a luxurious fireball plus with a diameter of 1 meter, directly blowing the assassin to pieces. Seeing such terrifying survivability and attack power, no one dared to have any ideas anymore, even actively keeping their distance, fearing they would be targeted by this red-named player. Xiao Chen waited for about 10 minutes at the Cold Wind Ancient Path, and then Zhang Tian and the others arrived. A total of 13 people arrived, with 2 teams of 5 members each, all wearing the battle icon of the Battle Guild. The other 3 were there as notaries to provide guarantees. Lord Xiao Chen, your red name is a bit intimidating, Zhang Tian greeted from a distance. How many people do you have to kill to turn red like this? The big shot who robs the World Guild is indeed extraordinary. The accompanying bodyguards were all amazed. These bodyguards were also well-known experts in the gaming world, including a hidden-class star hunter ranked in the top 10, named Shaking Hands. Is not Parkinson's. But in the face of Xiao Chen's ability to solo a guild, they all seemed quite ordinary. Xiao Chen, clad in an earth element shield, approached the Crowden said helplessly, I still need to kill a few thousand high-level monsters to wash this off. I'm also taking the risk of being taken down to come here for the trade. Haha, with your level and strength, who could take you down? Jean Tian laughed heartily. Facing everyone, he introduced himself, Lord Xiao, let me formally introduce myself. I am the president of the Battle of the Heavens Guild, my real name is Yang Yixiao, and you can verify my identity as a corporate person from the Dragon Kingdom. This time we are entering the heavens to expand our online business and also to relax. It is an honor to meet a great god like you. Xiao Chen was just a college student and didn't have much to say, so he humbly replied, I don't deserve it, I'm just a bit luckier than others. Jean Tian then introduced the three notaries. This is the vice president of Longyin Group, whose real name is Su Mo, known in the game as Longyin Jiuxiu. You can also find his information online. He is a person of great importance. This is the president of the 8 Desolations Guild, the 8 Desolation War God. You should have heard of him, he is a giant in the gaming world and my senior in teacher. This is the owner of the Treasure Merchant Association, Little God of Wealth Gao Qian, who is also a big shot that shakes the gaming circle with a stump. Each of the three was more formidable than the last. Longyin Group is a well-known large enterprise in the Dragon Kingdom, with assets in the hundreds of billions. So the authority of the vice president is understandable. Xiao Chen also knew about the 8 Desolations Guild, one of the top 10 in the Dragon Kingdom. Although it ranked slightly lower, it was still on par with the World Guild. It was quite puzzling that such a big shot didn't buy a residence order but instead acted as a notary for a competitor. The third one was even more renowned. Little God of Wealth Gao Qian, nearly 60 this year, had remained active in the gaming world. In every popular game in recent years, the Treasure Merchant Association was sure to be present. This association was always one of the top player guilds in the game. His real-world assets were said to have reached the 100 billion level, so one could imagine how much he had made from the Blue Star gaming world. With these three big shots as guarantees, Xiao Chen's concerns were finally alleviated. The two parties conducted the transaction on the spot. The credibility of the Little God of Wealth was the most reliable. So Xiao Chen temporarily traded the residence construction order to him and then provided his bank information to Jean Tian. After that, he logged off for a moment to check his bank information. Sure enough, in just 3 minutes, his phone received a notification of a bank deposit of 120 million, and his account was automatically upgraded to diamond level, along with a notification that he could open private banking services. That long string of zeros made him a bit dizzy. He counted several times and confirmed it was correct before logging back in. Ignoring other messages, Xiao Chen returned to the game. There was a significant time discrepancy between the real world and the game. He had only been offline for a minute, but 10 minutes had passed in the game. The crowd had been waiting for a long time before finally seeing him online. Earth Element Shield. When he logged in, Xiao Chen saw that everyone had red health bars. When red named, others were in an attackable state and instinctively cast a shield on himself. Jean Tian smiled and said, There's no need to be so nervous, Lord Xiao. You should have received the money by now, right? Yes, I have. Xiao Chen's mood was still hard to calm. After receiving his confirmation, the Little God of Wealth, Gao Qian, handed over the territory construction order to Jean Tian. Pleasure to cooperate. It seems that Lord Xiao doesn't have a guild yet. Would you be interested in joining us in the conquest? With the territory construction order in hand, Jean Tian was in high spirits and sent an invitation. Xiao Chen shook his head and politely declined. I don't have plans to join a guild for now. Maybe in the future. Alright then, I won't disturb you. But the Conquest Guild welcomes your joining at any time. Jean Tian and the others exchanged a few pleasantries, and soon after, they crushed their return scrolls and left. Having obtained the territory construction order, they were eager to apply for the territory to build the first player domain in the Blue Star Battle Zone. This transaction went very smoothly, without any unexpected incidents. After sharing his joy with friends about the large sum of money received, Xiao Chen slowly calmed his excited heart. I can play the game with peace of mind now, no longer worrying about finding a job after graduation, he secretly rejoiced. In this era where everyone struggles hard for a living, being hit by such a big pie, he felt that he must have saved the universe in his past life. With the assurance of a financial foundation, Xiao Chen was filled with confidence, and his motivation to play the game grew even stronger. After finishing the red, I'll start looking for ways to second transfer, then go do the 4 Great Evil Spirits quest. I want to unlock the level 2 city, dismantle the temple, take down the main god, break through the heavens. I will make a name for myself in this world. Xiao Chen resolved inwardly. While others were thinking about how to level up, how to obtain hidden professions, and how to gain temple contributions for high-level equipment, what he wanted most was to crush all those NPCs and temple clergy who looked down on him. Sigh, I'm so bored. In the land of divine fall, a handsome wizard dressed in a magnificent dark blue robe casually tossed skills at a group of innocent evil spirits. Lightning arrow. Magic missile. Fireball. Magic missile. The evil spirit monsters fell one after another, and the sin value gradually decreased. After manually defeating thousands of monsters, Xiao Chen felt like he was about to turn into an automatic casting robot. Ding! Battlezone announcement. The guild, Conquer the Heavens, has successfully completed the construction application task for their base and has received special approval from the Lord of Moon City for construction. As the first guild in this battle zone to build a base, all members will receive double experience for base tasks for 7 days, game time, and the difficulty of the first base defense battle will be reduced to 50%. Battle Zone announcement. Battle zone announcement. A pleasant announcement suddenly rang out. After more than an hour, the Conquer the Heavens guild finally completed the prerequisite tasks for the base construction application and was granted permission to build. This announcement echoed throughout the entire battle zone, and even overseas players learned about it at the same time. In an instant, everyone felt shocked. How strong! The first day of the game isn't even over yet, and they've already started building a base. I heard that the base construction order can only drop from mythic bosses above level 100. What kind of guild is Conquer the Heavens? They're so impressive. Double task experience for everyone sounds amazing. Goodbye, guild leader, I'm going to leech some experience. I'm so jealous. I want to go too, but I'm the guild leader myself, boo-hoo. Players from the Dragon Kingdom are really crazy. They must be using a swarm tactic to push the boss, right? The entire Blue Star battle zone of Conquer the Heavens was in an uproar. Countless people were inquiring about where the Conquer the Heavens guild was recruiting, and the system announcement of double experience was more effective than any advertisement, instantly drawing massive attention to Conquer the Heavens, with at least millions wanting to join them. Although this double effect only applied to the base construction task over 7 days, it would amount to around 2 million experience points. But that was already comparable to an ordinary player grinding monsters for 3 hours. Xiao Chen was boredly grinding monsters in the land of divine fall when he heard this announcement and couldn't help but feel a bit interested. He opened his friend list, found Zhang Tian, and asked, Guild Leader Zhang Tian, what's the difficulty of your base defense battle? When does it start? Zhang Tian seemed very busy and replied after a while, Xiao God, thanks to you, we've made quite a splash this time. There are hundreds of people messaging me privately, and I can barely keep up. As for the base defense battle, it starts 24 hours from now. I don't know the specific difficulty, but the NPC Lord has dispatched a 300-man level 100 city guard to assist us in defense, so it should be no big problem. The base defense battle is what is known as a monster siege. Waves of wild monsters will appear from all directions to attack the newly constructed base. The system's construction speed is very fast. After 24 hours, a level 1 base can be completed, turning into a small village with sides of 1,000 by 1,000 meters. At this level, the base doesn't even have walls, just a fence. Therefore, its defense is very weak, and if a large boss attacks the base, it will be very dangerous, relying solely on a human wall to withstand it. After hearing Zhang Tian's words, Xiao Chen frowned and said, knowing that the difficulty is halved and still sending you 300 level 100 soldiers clearly means the Lord knows the defense battle won't be easy and thinks you won't be able to hold out, which is why they're helping. Guild Leader Zhang Tian, I suggest you prepare more resurrection scrolls and damage scrolls to avoid a disaster later. Now that you mention it, that does make some sense. Well, I will have the brothers level up as soon as possible and then organize more manpower for defense. Zhang Tian listened to his advice. Xiao Chen added, give me a guest qualification. If you can't hold it, I'll help you defend. After all, he had taken 120 million from them, and if the other side lost a base order because they couldn't hold it, it wouldn't look good for him as the seller. That would be a great honor. With the help of the great Xiao Chen, we can ensure everything is foolproof. Zhang Tian said happily. He had already heard through the grapevine that Xiao Chen had single-handedly driven away over 20,000 members of the Tianxia Guild, and he understood deeply how terrifying this top-level expert was. With such a master willing to help for free, he was naturally overjoyed. The two ended their communication. Xiao Chen's lips curled slightly. In fact, he had another purpose for wanting to help, which was to gain experience. The base defense battle was a disaster for players with weak strength, but for those with strong abilities, it was an opportunity to level up rapidly. On a map where monsters surged like a tide, casting a gale spell and a rainstorm spell would yield experience points that skyrocketed. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. The construction of the base for the conquest of all heavens had attracted countless people's attention and heated discussions. Many players applied to join the Conquest Guild in order to benefit from double experience and the defense battle activities. However, some were happy, while others were worried. While the high-ranking officials of the Conquest Guild were busy reviewing membership applications, in another place, several high-ranking members of the Tianxia Guild, such as Tianxia Wudi, Tianxia Wushuan, and Tianxia Haojie, had faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. President, we found out that the base order from Conquest was indeed purchased from Xiao Chen. The specific transaction amount wasn't disclosed, but it should exceed the bounty offered by the gods and Dragon Soul. A member reported the news to the three managers. Damn it! Tianxia Wushuang was furious, cursing, "This should have been our glory, but now it's all ruined by Xiao Chen." In this battle, not only did they fail to obtain the base order and become the first guild in the battle zone, but they also lost 3 hours of leveling time and suffered a significant loss of experience. All in all, they had lost at least 4 or 5 levels. I hate it. We're all playing the same game. Why is he so strong and made so much money while we... Enough! Tianxia Wushuan was still complaining when he was interrupted by Tianxia Haojie. This vice president, who held equal authority, reprimanded him. "Wushuan, you should reflect on yourself. If you hadn't provoked Xiao Chen first, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. This is not the time for complaints. We should think of ways to make up for the losses and catch up on our progress." Haojie, you... Tianxia Wushuan was already angry, and being scolded made him even more furious. Just as he was about to retort, he heard the leader, Tianxia Wudi, speak in a deep voice. "Haojie is right, your relationship with this matter is indeed significant. Brother, Tianxia Wushuan had always respected his elder brother, and seeing him say this left him at a loss for how to argue back, feeling very wronged inside. Tianxia Wudi continued. "We have been brothers for many years, and I won't say anything harsh. However, from now on, you should learn to be more Loki. Everyone in all heavens has drawn prizes, and there are countless lucky players. Each one may have hidden cards we don't know about. Unless faced with unavoidable circumstances, it's best not to make enemies outside." Having learned his lesson, Tianxia Wushuan felt even more wronged and hated Xiao Chen even more. He lowered his head, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. "Yes, brother, I understand. Continue gathering information. Even if we lose first place, we must maintain a position in the top 3. We cannot fall behind any further, otherwise, we might not even be able to keep our place among the top 10 guilds." Tianxia Wudi said seriously, issuing the order. "President, what if that Xiao Chen comes to cause trouble again when we fight the mythic boss next time?" Tianxia Haojie said with some concern. Tianxia Wudi gazed into the distance, his expression complex. And after a long pause, he said, "I will invite a master to sweep the field. With him around, Xiao Chen won't be able to stir up any trouble." Is there really such a person? What my brother said, could it be? Both vice presidents were somewhat surprised. Under their puzzled gazes, Tianxia Wudi nodded. "Yes, it's one sword. His hidden class may not be as good as Xiao Chen in terms of monster fighting and area damage, but when it comes to single-target assassination, he is definitely the strongest in the Blue Star battle zone. It really is him." Tianxia Haojie showed a relieved expression, while Tianxia Wushuan began to laugh sinisterly, as if envisioning the scene of Xiao Chen being taken down in a 1v1 battle. In the land of Divine Fall, Xiao Chen was still grinding monsters. About 10 minutes after the announcement of war, his sin value was finally cleared. The system prompted, "Congratulations! Your level has risen to level 59. As his name returned to white, Xiao Chen's level finally increased to 59, further ahead of other players. "Finally, I can leave this hellish place." Xiao Chen sighed in relief, eagerly shattering the return scroll, returning to Dragon Blood City with a full backpack of top-notch equipment. With over 700,000 gold coins on him, he could splurge at the auction house. This time, he wanted to replace all his gear with epic items above level 50 and experience the taste of being a wealthy player. Upon returning to Dragon Blood City, Xiao Chen's first task was to be scolded by the patrolling city guards. "Get out of the way. Don't block the path." The NPC soldiers were increasingly aggressive, either ignoring other players or politely advising, "Please make way, trouble, make way." But as soon as Xiao Chen arrived, they immediately acted as if they had encountered a sworn enemy. Watching a small group of NPC soldiers gradually walk away, Xiao Chen began to imagine what kind of equipment they would drop after their demise. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. "I'll come back in a few days to tear down your main city," he thought viciously. Then he headed straight for the market. Upon reaching the warehouse area of the market, Xiao Chen immediately took out his class-exclusive weapon stored in the warehouse, Weather Staff. Weather Staff. Class exclusive, non-tradable, non-modifiable, non-droppable, never falls, quality, legendary level requirement, level 50 class requirement, weather mage spell. Attack plus 195 intelligence plus 50 constitution plus 25 special effect mastery of fire, 1% chance to immediately clear the cooldown of the skill when using class exclusive. Skill special effect weather expansion, all spell type skills scale increased by 100%, increased from the initial scale. With this weapon, Xiao Chen's attack power directly exceeded 500. And it wasn't over yet. Put on all the epic and legendary gear I can wear, and go to the auction house to fill in the gaps. Xiao Chen quickly changed into the best available equipment. Then he made a trip to the auction house, withdrew all the gold coins earned from previously consigned equipment, and bought a few pieces of suitable level 50 epic gear. Even the level 30 epic gloves moonlight gauntlets he had just bought and the level 20 sapphire belt dropped by Tianxiao Wushuan were replaced with better ones. After changing all his equipment and allocating his attribute points, Xiao Chen's attributes had been completely refreshed. Name, Xiao Chen. Occupation, Meteorological Mage, can be promoted. Level 59 Talent, Divine Might, Super God, Weather. Control, Legendary, Health Points, 9834/9834 Mana Points, 1476/1476 Spell Attack Power, 815 Physical Defense, 110 Spell Defense, 180 Strength, 89. Intelligence, 297 Constitution, 139 Spirit, 264 Agility, 109 Potential Points, 0 Mastered Skills, Magic Missile, Chain Lightning, Fireball, Lightning Arrow. Rainstorm, Gale, Earth Elemental Shield Equipment Slot, Weather Staff, Legendary, Attack Power plus 195, Intelligence plus 50, Constitution plus 25 Magic Crystal Pendant. Epic, Health Limit plus 500, Spirit plus 100 Heroic Ring, Mythical, all attributes plus 30 Fire Element Ring, Epic, Attack Power plus 25, Intelligence plus 10, Physical. Defense plus 10, additional increase in fire magic damage, can be ignored for Xiao Chen. Godslaying Robe, Mythical, Health Limit plus 3600, Spirit plus 50, Physical Defense plus 50, Spell Defense plus 100, restores 50 mana per second. Longevity Headscarf, Epic, Health Limit plus 450, Constitution plus 10, Physical Defense plus 20, automatically. Restores plus 10 health every 5 seconds. Scholar's Belt, Epic, Health Limit plus 350, Spirit plus 10, Spell Defense plus 25, automatically restores plus 5 mana every 5 seconds. Snow Mountain Magic Pattern Pants, Epic, Health Limit plus 400, Constitution plus 10, Physical Defense plus 15, Spell Defense plus 15. Flower Princess Gloves, Epic, Health Limit plus 250, Intelligence plus 20, Spirit plus 10, Spell Defense plus 15. Swift Shoes, Legendary, Health Limit plus 500, Agility plus 20, Movement Speed plus 100%. The complete level 59. Meteorological Mage Xiao Chen has an already luxurious attribute panel. Even without a 10,000-fold talent, he is definitely an elite player. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to give up health defense and buy all attack attribute equipment. After all, every 1 point of spell attack equals 12,000 shield value. No amount of health and defense can compare. However, there was no way. The 50-level epic equipment in the auction house was still too scarce, so he could only pick relatively useful ones to wear. It's still better to be in a big guild. When Tianxiao Wushuan was over level 20, they could already learn Meteorite Spell. I'm level 59, and my intelligence is still not even 300. It's really infuriating to compare. Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit envious. But then he thought, isn't Jingzhan Jutian also a big guild? Their influence now is probably much greater than Tianxia. I might as well ask them for help. With that thought, he contacted Zhantian again. President Zhantian, I have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Xiao Chen got straight to the point. Please, great God Xiao, as long as it's within my capabilities, it's no problem at all. Zhantian replied enthusiastically. Xiao Chen succinctly explained his situation. I need some equipment specifically to increase intelligence points, level 50, mage class, the more intelligence the better, other attributes don't matter. The price is negotiable. I have plenty of gold, as long as there's stock, money is not an issue. Just stacking intelligence? Is it to learn advanced skills? Zhantian, with rich gaming experience, quickly guessed his purpose. Then he said, no problem, this little matter is still quite simple for our guild. Just give me a coordinate, and I'll have a brother deliver it to you shortly. No need for payment, it's all small stuff. How can that be? My requirements are still quite high for a full set. Xiao Chen felt a bit embarrassed to take someone else's things for free. But Zhantian laughed and said, aren't you just learning a skill? Once you learn it, just return the equipment, and that's it? We've made a deal worth over 100 million, so we can consider ourselves partners. Let me lend you some gear too. Where, I can't very well charge you rent, can I? That's true, Xiao Chen said, suddenly enlightened. Then thank you, President Zhantian. Ha ha ha, no. Need to call me president. I'm just a few years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Old Yang, and I'll call you Brother Xiao, Zhang Tian said warmly. This president knew very well how significant top players were in the game, and he saw great potential in Xiao Chen's abilities. Although he couldn't recruit him, he certainly didn't want to make an enemy. Helping him out felt like a benefit to Zhang Tian. After all, the favor Xiao Chen owed was worth far more than just a few pieces of equipment. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Tian went off to attend to his matters. Xiao Chen waited in place for about 10 minutes. Before he soon saw an assassin player with the conquest icon rushing over. Xiao Chen, great god, sorry to keep you waiting. The newcomer, named Jia Tian, was level 35, positioned between the first and second tiers. Thank you for making the trip, Xiao Chen replied politely, not putting on any airs of a great god. The two traded on the spot, and several pieces of pure intelligence gear came into Xiao Chen's hands. Boots of Wisdom Epic Intelligence plus 30. Intelligence plus 30 Tome of Knowledge Epic Intelligence plus 100 Special Effect Knowledgeable Additional Intelligence plus 50 Ring of the Sage's Discipline Epic Intelligence plus 30 Intelligence plus 20 Necklace of the Demon Spirit Legendary Intelligence plus 150. All four pieces of equipment were purely intelligence gear. Aside from intelligence, they had no other attributes. This kind of gear was quite special. It could be considered top-notch or trash, because aside from intelligence, it added nothing else, making it unsuitable for regular players. For Xiao Chen, however, they were very useful, as his attack was basically equivalent to his health, which was very reliable. But since they had agreed it was just a loan, he felt embarrassed to say he wanted to buy them. After learning the skills, he would have to return them. Ding, do you want to learn the skill, Meteor Strike? The skill book will disappear from your backpack after learning. He used the skill book in his backpack, and the system popped up a prompt. Without a second thought, Xiao Chen chose to confirm. Ding, congratulations, you have learned the legendary skilled Meteorite Technique. Meteorite Technique condenses fire elements to summon meteorites from the sky, dealing 2000% spell damage to a designated target area, and causing 50% splash damage within a 30-meter radius. Chanting. Time 10 seconds, mana cost 500, cooldown 60 minutes. Looking at the newly added orange skill in his skill bar, Xiao Chen smiled like a madman. 200,000 times spell damage, with 815 attack power, I can deal 163 million damage, and then scale it up by 600%, dealing 81.5 million damage within a radius of 180 meters. Ha ha! I'm simply a god. He was already a bit impatient to test the effect of this skill. But no rush. Changing jobs was more important. The second job change was a significant turning point. All major professions would learn skills for control, release, and invulnerability, and attribute growth would also improve. Each attribute point could be converted into more final data. However, Xiao Chen's job change was a bit different from others. Although he had the job change item, whether Mage Secret Tome, he lacked a mentor and needed to find an NPC for help. The mentor who had helped him with his job change last time, Yutu, had no idea where he had run off to, and judging by his attitude, he probably wouldn't help a second time. Therefore, Xiao Chen decided to find another one himself. But where should I go to find one? Throughout the day, most of his time had been spent on adventures, fighting monsters to level up, or battling with the Tianxia guild members. He hadn't even done any quests, so he was naturally very unfamiliar with the distribution of some NPCs in the game. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen opened his friend list and poked Li Li boldly. You're well informed, help me find a level 100 or above mage NPC, other than the temple clergy. I need to change jobs. At that moment, Li Li was still leveling up and fighting bosses with Zhang Fan, Shield, Blind Sister, and a random passerby. Upon receiving his message, he quickly replied, sure, I'll ask around for you. Less than 5 minutes later, he sent another message saying, Old Xiao, I found quite a few. I've compiled the information for you, take your time to study it. We're about to fight a boss, so I won't chat with you for now. Okay, if you encounter a boss you can't beat, call me anytime, Xiao Chen replied. Soon after, he received a large pile of NPC information sent by Li Li. He began to check them one by one. Wild Mage NPC Information List 1. Ice and Snow High Priest Elena. Level 175 Mythical Leader, located near the Ice City in a place called Frost Fortress. 2. Storm Grand Sorcerer Duncan. Level 180 Legendary Leader, located in the Level 4 City Iron Helmet City, one of the high-ranking officials of the city's army. 3. Flame Holy Domain Mage Larinar. Level 200 Mythical Leader, a quest NPC in the high-level map Core Lake. He is very lonely as he guards Core Lake alone and will enthusiastically help players with their requests. 4. Moon Poet Daphne. Level 150 Mythical Leader, a bard who has recently appeared in the Level 5 town Giant Stone Town. 5. The list contained information and locations for over 30 high-level mage-type NPCs. After reading through a dozen of them, Xiao Chen didn't want to continue. There were too many, and it made his head spin. He quickly filtered through them from top to bottom. The first one, Frost Fortress, sounds related to war. I'd probably get stopped if I went there, so forget it. The second one is similar. The army NPC would be more likely to attack me than help. The third one can be considered a level 200 mythical, clearly a big shot. The Heart of the Earth Lake. Damn, it's so far away, it takes 3 hours just to run there. Moon Poet. That's her. The world of the heavens is truly vast. The jurisdiction of each level 3 main city is comparable to the land area of the Dragon Kingdom. Although there are some level 4 cities scattered within the jurisdiction, and there are teleportation arrays available, the distance between each city still exceeds 1,000 kilometers, which is extremely far. The Heart of the Earth Lake map is a level 150 monster area located within the jurisdiction of Flame City, and currently, only a very few people have been there while doing quests. Xiao Chen didn't want to waste too much time running, so he decided to look for the nearest one. Giant Stone Town, let me see. He opened the world map and directly searched for the place name. In the next second, the map automatically indexed and located to the jurisdiction of Storm City. Its geographical position is about 950 kilometers northwest of Storm City, just a short distance from the level 4 city. Wind Fury City, which can be reached in 30 minutes. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen cleared his backpack, only bringing along the meteorologist's secret tome, Demonic Corruption, and a few important items, and set off on his second transition journey. After paying a fee of 10 gold coins, he returned to Storm City. Then, he teleported again within the jurisdiction to a small city for a price of 1 gold coin, arriving at Wind Fury City. The scale of a level 4 city is much smaller than that of a level 3 main city. The teleportation square is only the size of a basketball court, and the streets are only 3 to 4 meters wide. Compared to the spacious main city, such small cities are closer to everyday life, and the pace of the city is not so hurried. There aren't many players here. Because level 4 cities do not have resurrection arrays, players who die will only return to the level 3 main city, so the number of permanent residents is definitely low. Moreover, the resources in level 4 cities, such as NPCs, quests, and monster maps, are not as good as those in the main city, so those who stay here for a long time are basically casual players. It's rare, no one is telling me to get lost. After stepping out of the teleportation array, Xiao Chen looked around and found that there wasn't even a patrolling soldier, which felt a bit unusual. He opened the map to confirm the location of Giant Stone Town and prepared to run there. At that moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from beside him. "It's you! The foolish and rich Xiao Chen." The voice was soft and pleasant, but the startled tone, combined with the content of the words, was somewhat unlikable. Xiao Chen turned his head and saw a female player in a white robe, holding a magic book, quickly running towards him. "Don't run! I must return your money this time." She took 2 steps at a time and reached him, spreading her arms to block his way. "What the hell, I can run into her here." Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. This female player was none other than the Lucky Meow, who had sold him 3 pieces of equipment for 5 silver coins in the Novice village and later thought it was too expensive and wanted to return the money. Looking at her information, she was now level 39, with the profession of Moon Witch, and was quite strong, ranking on the leaderboard. With over 100 million players, 7 main cities, and dozens of level 4 cities, running into her here was quite a coincidence. Quick, accept the trade. After blocking him, Lucky Meow immediately initiated a trade request. Xiao Chen was speechless. 5 silver coins. Just 50 cents, not even enough to buy a bottle of water, and she had blocked him twice at the teleportation array. "Fine, if you want to give it, then give it." Xiao Chen was also helpless, encountering someone so insistent. If he ran away again, he might be wanted by her all over the world. He accepted the trade request, and the other party put up a trading amount of 50 silver coins. When the server first opened, the exchange rate for 1 gold coin was 100 yuan, now it's 10 yuan. The game currency has depreciated tenfold. The transaction price of 5 silver coins back then is equivalent to 50 silver coins now. The actual price of those 3 pieces of equipment is about 50 cents, roughly equivalent to 5 silver coins now. I sold it too expensively, so I should return you 45 silver coins. However, a day has passed, and considering interest, capital turnover, and regeneration issues, I will give you an extra 5 silver coins as compensation. Click confirm and we'll be settled. For just 50 silver coins, she managed to say a whole lot. Xiao Chen was only half listening, not really catching what she was saying. With a click of confirm, he received the 50 silver coins and turned to leave. "Hey, add me as a friend." Lucky Meow chased after him, sending him a friend request. Without a second thought, Xiao Chen immediately rejected it. Why? Lucky Meow asked, puzzled. Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. The last time he rejected her was because she called people fools with too much money right off the bat, which made him hold a grudge. But this time, Xiao Chen was genuinely afraid of her. He couldn't not be afraid. A woman who was so serious and loved to calculate, if any economic dealings happened, wouldn't he be bothered to death every day? Such a person could never be a friend. Xiao Chen accelerated, unleashing the 200% movement speed of his swift shoes, disappearing without a trace. Stop. Damn it. What's wrong with you? What did I do to you? Lucky Meow stomped her feet in anger as she watched Xiao Chen run away quickly. She kindly returned his money, and instead of being grateful, he acted like he had encountered a fierce tiger. Was she really that scary? Xiao Chen left the city and quickly headed towards Giant Stone Town. On the road outside the city, he could see some players leveling up, but their levels were not high, belonging to the more casual type, forming small teams of 3 to 5. Leisurely pulling monsters and fighting slowly. Among them were not a few elderly people and children, creating a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere, far from the violence of the leveling area near the main city. Outside Wind Fury City, there was a small river, and Xiao Chen crossed a single log bridge, where he encountered an NPC girl coming towards him. It wasn't just the players here who were relaxed, even the NPCs were the same. The NPC girl wore a pure white dress, holding a bouquet of wildflowers, her steps light, humming a tune resembling a fairy. This scene was like a dream from a fairy tale. Xiao Chen couldn't help but be affected, smiling and feeling his mood lighten. However, the next second, just as he was about to brush past the NPC girl, she suddenly fell to the ground with a loud thud. Oh no, I fell, the NPC girl exclaimed. Xiao Chen? What's going on? You can fall on such a flat road? He looked incredulous. Whoa, what? Was even more unbelievable was that the NPC girl was clinging tightly to one of his legs, shouting loudly, help! The adventurer maliciously bumped into me, come quick, bullying a minor. What the hell, what's going on? Is she trying to scam me? Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. After so many years of gaming, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. Looking down, he saw that this NPC girl was quite pretty, scoring a 95 out of 100. It was just that her character was not great, trying to extort even a level 59 little mage like him. Danny's level, 73 health, 272400/272400 magic attack, 910 physical defense, 45 magic defense, 60 skills, wind blade, wind wall, levitation, small wind tornado. Looking at the information, she was only level 73, but her attributes were already comparable to an epic level boss, so she wasn't weak. Such a fierce little sister, actually learning to scam like an old lady, was simply despicable. Let go. Xiao Chen said irritably. Danny shouted, you bumped into me and want to run? Pay up. You won't leave today without 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins? Why don't you go rob someone? How can a beautiful girl like me be a robber? Stop wasting time, hurry up and pay, or I'll report you. Danny's slender arms were surprisingly strong, and Xiao Chen couldn't break free. Looking at the NPC girl with a what are you going to do about it expression, Xiao Chen's temper flared up. Hey, I can get scammed by an NPC while playing a game? You won't let go, huh? Fine, I'll show you a meteor spell to teach you a lesson. Just because she was an NPC, she thought she could do whatever she wanted because she was pretty? Not to mention she was just a set of data. Even if she were a real person, Xiao Chen wouldn't hold back. Meteor spell. Xiao Chen began to chant the forbidden spell on the spot. As a legendary level skill, the meteor spell had a chant time of 10 seconds. During these 10 seconds of chanting, fire elements gathered wildly, and a crimson object suddenly appeared in the sky, gradually taking shape. What are you doing? This, could it be? Danny's, being a wind magic user herself, had some knowledge. Seeing Xiao Chen about to cast a forbidden spell over a disagreement, she panicked and quickly said, let's talk it out. Don't just cast forbidden spells. If 1,000 gold coins is too much, we can negotiate. Let go. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. The chant countdown had 5 seconds left. 500 gold coins, how about 500 gold coins? Danny still didn't let go, clinging to his leg, trying to bargain. The chant countdown was at 2 seconds. You're done for. Xiao Chen sneered. No. I won't scare you anymore, okay? Denise's face was full of reluctance as she released him under the intimidation of the meteor spell. At the same time, the chanting time for the skill came to an end. Considering her understanding, Xiao Chen adjusted the skill's targeting direction, changing the target of the meteor spell to a rabbit grazing by the river not far away. Big wild rabbit level 5 health, 340 out of 340 skills, none boom. The sky suddenly darkened, and a fire-red meteor floated in the air, shaking the atmosphere, exerting pressure on the universe, and plummeting at high speed. What a huge meteor! Denise got up from the ground, and upon looking up, she was shocked to see a giant meteor. 6 times larger than the usual meteor spell. Players training outside Wind Fury City were all drawn to the enormous commotion and turned to look. What is that? A meteor? A shooting star? Magic? Oh my god, help! Run! Some nearby. People were so frightened that they turned and fled. The meteor, rubbing against the air, emitted dazzling flames. The next moment, boom! A loud noise shook the entire Wind Fury City. The ground trembled, the river churned, and people fell uncontrollably to the ground. The meteor struck the ground, creating an enormous, deep pit. The shockwave spread in all directions, dissipating only after pushing out 180 meters. The entire affected area was several times larger than a football field. Chirp amid the loud noise, a faint, pitiful cry of a small animal could be heard. The poor little rabbit, under the vast coverage of the meteor spell, had no place to run and was directly turned to ashes. 162999999A. 9-digit damage value slowly floated up from the center of the impact. Within a 180-meter radius, numerous damage values in the millions emerged, indicating that far more than one wild creature had perished. Oh my god, how terrifying! Is this a natural phenomenon in the game? Damn it, that scared me to death. What the hell is this? That damn meteor. It actually killed the cute rabbit. Boohoo! Players outside the city were left dumbfounded. When the special effects of the meteor spell faded, Xiaochen was astonished to see a 5-meter deep pit in the center of the area hit by the meteor spell. This forbidden spell had directly affected the game environment. How fierce! He clearly remembered that the last time Tianxia Wushuan used a meteor to hit him, it hadn't caused such destructive effects. And this time, the impact was so great, it was probably related to the Weather Mage's talent and the extremely high damage. Although the pit quickly began to restore, its shocking effect was still terrifying. You scared me. Pay me. Denise's face turned a bit pale, clearly able to infer how terrifying the damage from this meteor spell was. She habitually opened her mouth to ask for money. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately regretted it, waving her hands repeatedly. No, I didn't mean that, I just said it out of habit. Xiaochen glared at her, ready to hit her with another lightning arrow. However, seeing her back down so quickly, he decided to let it go. Get out of the way, he said irritably. Pay the toll, Denise once again habitually opened her mouth to ask for money but was silenced by her own left hand covering her mouth. The rest of her words stuck in her stomach. Crazy. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and continued forward. Damn adventurer. Denise shot him a resentful glance, casting a fearful look at the distant meteor pit. Then she picked up the wildflower she had dropped, sniffed, rubbed her eyes, and continued to act like a pure girl, humming a tune as she strolled ahead. Before long, a level 39 female player also exited the city, taking the same path and crossing the small bridge. Lucky Miao was feeling quite gloomy. Even though she had paid off her debts, she just couldn't feel happy. After leaving the city, seeing the beautiful scenery of green mountains and clear waters outside the city, her mood improved slightly. The damage caused by the meteorite had completely recovered. Ahead, on a small bridge, there was a naive and carefree NPC girl singing. She found it interesting and wanted to go listen to the lively sounds of the game. Then, smack, oh no, I fell. Why, the adventurer bumped into me maliciously. Come look, bullying a minor girl, you bumped into someone and want to run? Pay up. You won't leave today without 1,000 gold coins. Lucky Meow. 20 minutes later, Xiaochen arrived at Giant Stone Town. The size of this small town was similar to Silver Mine Town. Although it was called a town, it was actually just the size of a village, with only a few shops and scattered players coming and going. Hey friend, do you know where the bard Dafiona is? Xiaochen casually asked a player for directions. Wow. A level 59 big shot, it's the number 1 on the leaderboard, the great Xiaochen. Yeah, so do you know where Dafiona is? Xiaochen replied with a forced smile. Great one, you're so amazing. Can you take me to level up? Your equipment looks so impressive, can you give me one? Sorry to bother you, goodbye. Xiaochen decisively left, abandoning the idea of asking for directions and started searching from house to house. NPCs of the bard type usually appear frequently in taverns. There was indeed a tavern in the small town, and he rushed in. As soon as he entered, he heard the sound of a harp accompanied by a deep, magnetic baritone voice. Why is it a man? Xiaochen looked at the information and saw that the singing bard was named Algernon, level 80, clearly not the target he was looking for. There were only 3 people in the tavern, the bard, the tavern owner, and a blind old lady. Xiaochen intended to inquire about Dafiona's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, upon looking at the old lady's information, he found her directly. Moon Poet Dafiona, mythical boss, level 150 health. 13-700-000/13-700-000. Target level too high, unable to obtain more data. Wow, so old. When he first looked at the introduction, he thought, this bard with a nice name should be a beauty, no more than 35 years old, fitting the sexy mature woman type. But looking at her now, her age seemed to be more than doubled. At this moment, the male bard finished a song and said to Xiao Chun, on this sunny afternoon, meeting a handsome warrior like you is truly a delightful thing. Sir, would you like to request a poem? Just 30 copper coins to buy me a rum. Sure. Xiao Chen nodded happily and paid 30 copper coins. The male bard strummed the harp and began to sing another song. The short lyrics, simple rhythm, paired with a deep and elegant voice, made for a nice enjoyment. Tavern owner, bring some food and drinks for me. This old lady, and the bard. Xiao Chun, with hundreds of thousands of gold coins, made a generous move and directly took out a handful of gold coins. The singing bard paused for a moment upon seeing so many gold coins. The old lady turned to glance at Xiao Chen but said nothing. From her reaction, it seemed she didn't have any adverse reaction to Otto's curse, which made Xiao Chen breathe a slight sigh of relief. As long as they aren't devout followers of the gods, it's fine. Before long, the tavern owner brought out food and fruit. The food in the game didn't add any attributes, purely satisfying one's appetite. The old lady didn't hold back and started eating and drinking. With the food on her table, the male poet finished singing the second song and said, I want to dedicate another poem to this generous adventurer. Let's have a drink first. Then, taking advantage of the moment he raised his cup, he stealthily pocketed a gold coin from the table. Xiao Chen watched this unfold but said nothing, quietly listening to the song. After the third song, the bard seemed eager to continue his earlier actions. At that moment, the elderly lady, Fiona, had also finished her drink and looked at Xiao Chen, saying, Are you here to see me? Yes, I have something I'd like your help with, Xiao Chen replied directly without beating around the bush. The bard, Algernon, thought Xiao Chen was sitting there to enjoy his beautiful singing and was lavishly tossing gold coins. Hearing this exchange, he felt quite disheartened. This scene was noticed by Lady Fiona, who sighed, bards have it tough. Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, realized there was likely a little subplot involved. He nodded and said, indeed, having seen the myriad of human experiences and tasted the bittersweetness of life, one can only record everything in song without being able to change anything. When dealing with an elderly NPC like her, logically, one should approach it from the perspective of life's hardships to gain her empathy. As for how the bard lived, he didn't know, just making up some generic phrases. The clueless bard, Algernon, chuckled awkwardly and said, actually, it's not that bad. Aside from being a bit poor and often going hungry, there's really nothing too difficult. Fiona smiled at this and nodded in agreement. Xiao Chen instantly understood. Here, with this, you won't have to go hungry anymore. He directly pulled out 1,000 gold coins and placed them on the table as a tip for Algernon. This. Algernon was left dumbfounded. Over 1,000 gold coins. In this world where a drink costs only 20 copper coins, a normal civilian NPC only needs a few silver coins to live for a month. 1,000 gold coins would make one a super rich person in a small town. Xiao Chen's gesture left both Algernon and the tavern owner's wife stunned. Fiona also showed a surprised expression and said, young man, you are quite generous. But with so much money, you're not helping him, you're harming him. Could he be robbed? Xiao Chen laughed. The old lady shook her head and candidly said, wealth can lead to a loss of integrity. Sudden wealth will only lead to one's downfall. Xiao Chen shook his head in response, not everyone is like that. Those who fall because of wealth never had much integrity to begin with. Oh? What makes you say that? The old lady was somewhat surprised. Xiao Chen smiled and said, I am someone who has just become wealthy, and the wealth I've gained is far more than 1,000 gold coins, by hundreds or thousands of times. But I am still myself, money has only relieved me of many worries without making me blind. He felt quite qualified to say this. After all, personal experience is the most authoritative. The old lady looked at him thoughtfully and after a moment, nodded slightly, you are good, very capable, no wonder you could become a weather mage. At this point, they were about to get to the main topic. Xiao Chen deliberately smiled wryly and said, unfortunately, I have offended the gods and have no chance to advance. This time, I came to seek your guidance, hoping you can help me become a great mage. Job advancement has names for each stage. Below level 10, it's called an apprentice. At level 10, the first transition is a formal magician. At level 50, the second transition is a grand magician. At level 100, the third transition is a sorcerer. At level 150, the fourth transition is a grand sorcerer, and at level 200, the fifth transition is a holy domain mage. Fiona had long seen through Xiao Chen's information, and upon hearing this, she was not surprised. She nodded and said, I can help you with this, but there is one condition. Please, go ahead. You may not know, but I have a deep-seated grudge with the Moon Temple. The Grand Bishop of the Moon is secretly sending many people to track me down, wanting to eliminate me, Fiona said. Xiao Chen was puzzled. Wasn't this old lady the moon poet? How could she be in conflict with the Moon Temple? Both sides worship the moon as the main deity and share a common faith, so they should be coexisting harmoniously. Recently, the Moon Temple has cultivated several new heirs, inheriting the legacies of the Moon Witch, Dark Moon Archer, and Shadow Assassin. These people will be coming soon to assassinate me, and I need you to help me fend them off. Once this is accomplished, I will facilitate your job transition, the old lady said. Ding, do you accept the quest? Expel the heirs of the Moon Temple, the system prompted. A flash of inspiration struck Xiao Chen, and he suddenly understood. It turned out that the lucky cat inheriting the moon witch profession was also coming to Stone Giant Town to find this NPC. However, her purpose was not to seek help but to eliminate her. No problem, leave this small matter to me. Wait, with your level 150 strength, would you be afraid of a bunch of kids? He patted his chest to assure her, but halfway through, he felt something was off. Fiona smiled wryly and shook her head. I am old now. Don't be fooled by my strength, I can hardly walk and have little energy to cast spells. Alright. No energy to cast spells but enough to help with the job transition. Indeed, a character is just a character, so rigidly fitting into the role. Xiao Chen silently complained. The quest had been accepted, and the way to achieve it was to expel 3 heirs of the Moon Temple, with the reward being advancement to the second transition profession, clearly stated. It seemed he would need to wait here for some time for the job transition. Algernon had already eaten some food during their conversation. He did not take all the gold coins on the table but only took 10 of them. When Fiona saw this, she asked him why. He replied, I know I can't treat money like dirt as this brave sir does. So I don't want too much money on me, just enough to travel far, not starve, and stay warm is enough. This statement made both Xiao Chen and Fiona look at him with newfound respect. Brave sir? Old lady, let me recite another poem for you, he said, taking a big gulp of wine and continuing to play and sing. Once there was a brave warrior, his name was Xiao Chen. This poet immediately began to improvise a flowery poem, portraying Xiao Chen as a powerful and brave hero who scorned wealth. After finishing a poem, the tavern door was knocked on. Fiona frowned and said, She's here. Immediately, Xiao Chen saw the female player named Lucky Cat walk in. Hello, boss, I'm looking for someone named, Xiao Chen, you're here too. She had been searching from shop to shop and, out of habit, began to inquire, only to find Xiao Chen, the person who had caused her to fail twice. Are you here to kill her? Xiao Chen pointed to the old lady beside him. Lucky Cat glanced at the NPC's information and realized it was indeed Fiona, exclaiming, How did you know? Xiao Chen shrugged, My duty is to protect her. According to the quest description, I need to eliminate 3 players like you. What? Luck Cat's face was filled with disbelief, then her expression changed, and she angrily said, Are you deliberately messing with my mindset? You ignore me when I ask for my money back, refuse my friend request, arranged for an NPC to scam me on the road, and now you want to go against me. You are really too much. What do you mean? Clearly, you were the one who was rude first, saying I'm a fool with too much money, Xiao Chen said innocently, also feeling a bit helpless. Did that NPC scam you too? What do you mean by too? That Danes was clearly arranged by you. She admitted it herself. Luck Cat was furious, almost unable to hold back from hitting someone. Xiao Chen was confused by her words. What do you mean? Can NPCs frame someone? When did I arrange her? Clearly, she wanted to scam me and I scared her off with a forbidden spell. I'm just an ordinary player. How could I give orders to an NPC? Upon hearing this, Luck Cat felt it seemed somewhat reasonable. But she was still very indignant and asked, Then why did she say it was you who made her deal with me? She scammed me out of 1,000 gold coins and my total assets are just over 2,000. Her tone was extremely aggrieved. Being scammed by an NPC is not an experience everyone can encounter. Xiao Chen was strong, a meteor spell scared Danes away, but she wasn't that powerful. Despite having a divine artifact and decent attributes, facing a level 73 epic boss who was very cunning, she was completely at a disadvantage and could only obediently pay the medical fee of 1,000 gold coins. Xiao Chen said helplessly, She must have been scared by me and wanted to frame me. If I had known she would slander me like this, I should have just used a lightning arrow to take her out earlier. Hoof. After hearing the explanation, Luck Cat basically believed him. However, she was still very unhappy, her lips pouting. Hi. Little girl, it was the High Priestess who sent you to kill me, right? At this moment, the moon poet Fiona spoke up. Luck Cat saw her attributes and knew that a mythic boss with over 10 million health was not something she could kill, so She temporarily dismissed the idea of completing the quest. She replied, "The High Priestess said you betrayed the Lord God and stole the divine artifact, the Moonlight Orb, so she ordered to kill you and retrieve the lost artifact." Dafiona shook her head. With a bitter smile, "I have never betrayed the Lord God, I just grew tired of the temple's ugly face and wanted to live my own life. As for taking the Moonlight Orb, it was to survive." Luck Cat didn't know how to respond to this. "To survive? What do you mean by that?" Xiao Chen asked. Dafiona said, "My body has already collapsed, only the divine power within the artifact can sustain my life. Unless I can obtain the nourishment of the divine dew spring, once I lose it, I will die immediately." "Oh, there's a clue." Xiao Chen and Luck Cat were not novices, they immediately caught on and asked in unison, "What is the divine dew spring? Where can we find it?" According to logical reasoning, as long as they could find this thing called divine dew spring for Dafiona to restore her health, she should give them the Moonlight Orb. Although this matter had no significance for Xiao Chen, he was still quite interested. Dafiona explained, "The divine dew spring is a treasure that contains miraculous power. It holds strong vitality, capable of reviving withered plants and rejuvenating dying elders. This thing must be hard to get, right?" Xiao Chen said. Coming back to life and rejuvenating, just hearing the description made it clear it was a divine object, definitely not easy to obtain. Dafiona nodded, "Yes, I have been searching for over 20 years and still haven't found it. It is said that there are only 3 places in this world where the divine dew spring exists, and my strength is not enough to explore these places." "What are the 3 places?" Xiao Chen and Lucky Cat quickly asked. They had already caught the scent of the mission. Dafiona reported 3 locations: the Divine Realm, the Abyss, and the Tower of All Heavens. Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow exchanged glances, both a bit surprised. Lucky Meow said, "The Divine Realm and the Abyss, at our current level, we probably can't go there. What is this celestial tower?" "The Abyss is a place suitable for levels above 150. The Divine Realm, on the other hand, is a map for levels above 250. These 2 places not only have high levels but also high entry thresholds. They are not ordinary maps that one can just go to, one must reach them through teleportation." Therefore, both believed that the Celestial Tower was the true place to search for the divine dew spring. However, they were mistaken. Dafiona explained, "The Celestial Tower is a special trial ground built by the Creator God, with no specific location. One can only enter when the opportunity is right. It is said that the Celestial Tower has a total of 9,999 floors, each with its own trials. As long as you pass, you can receive rewards and move to the next floor. The Grand Archbishop of the Moon once entered but was stopped after reaching the 100th floor. It is said that even the main gods can only reach the 1000th floor." Upon hearing this, the 2 were instantly dumbfounded. A total of 9,999 floors. The main god only reached the 1000th floor. What kind of strength would it take to reach the end? "At which floor can the divine dew spring be obtained?" Xiao Chen asked. Dafiona wasn't very sure, only saying, "I once read in the records of the Moon Temple that the divine dew spring appeared on the 84th floor. A level 220 Grand Archbishop has the strength of the 100th floor, so the 84th floor is equivalent to 84% of a Grand Archbishop. Rounding up, a level 185 Mythic boss could pass through." Lucky Meow calculated in her heart and decisively shook her head. Too difficult. All 3 places were very challenging, far beyond what she could handle at her current stage. Moreover, they didn't even know where the entrance to the Celestial Tower was, so there was no way to attempt it. "Dafiona, this matter might be a bit difficult. It's not something that can be done in a short time. And I will be undergoing my second job change soon if I don't bring back the Moonlight Orb. The Grand Archbishop won't allow me to change jobs," Lucky Meow said, with a hint of pleading in her tone. Dafiona said, "If you are willing to do something for me, I can also help you with your job change. Once the task is completed, I can even give you the Moonlight Orb, allowing you to possess it directly without having to submit it to the temple." It seemed she was very eager for Lucky Meow to take on this task. But to Lucky Meow, this task still seemed too difficult. She didn't care much for the temptation of a mere artifact. She was inclined to refuse. At that moment, Xiao Chen suddenly said, "I actually have a way to enter the abyss, and I should have no major difficulty venturing in there. With my current strength." "What do you mean? Are you going to help me?" Lucky Meow was a bit surprised, her face showing a hint of joy. "What are you thinking? Are you dreaming?" Xiao Chen replied irritably, distancing himself, "I'm just snatching the task. That artifact you look down on. I value it very much." Lucky Meow, like Zheng Fan, had inherited the main god's legacy and had just changed jobs to receive 3 pieces of bound mythic equipment with no level restrictions. So in her eyes, an artifact wasn't a big temptation, the job change task was more important. But Xiao Chen didn't think so. No matter how trashy an artifact is, it's still a treasure, at least worth a lot of money. Moreover, from Diofiona's context, this moonlight orb was definitely not an ordinary artifact. It could extend life and bestow vitality. It was undoubtedly a top-tier existence among artifacts. It might even be a super divine quality treasure. After all, in the eyes of NPCs, mythic equipment does not equal artifact, the latter is more powerful. Why are you like this? Lucky Meow felt a bit angry and somewhat wronged upon hearing Xiao Chen's explanation. I'm just trying to do a job change task, and you not only stop me but also snatch my branch task. You really are unreasonable. What? A coincidence. I am unreasonable. Xiao Chen grinned. He had a thick skin and was not afraid of being criticized. Damn it. Lucky Meow stomped her feet in anger and said, I just don't want to have conflicts with others. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I am a dignified main god class with 3 divine artifacts. No matter how high your level is, you definitely won't be my match in a fight. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen laughed out loud. He currently dealt over 100 million damage with a forbidden spell, and even a small skill could deal tens of millions. Even a level 100 mythic boss would have to tuck its tail between its legs in front of him, and here was a mere level 39 little sister, truly unaware of her own insignificance. Lucky Meow was quite furious and had already taken out her weapon, ready to strike. Just then, Difiona suddenly frowned and said, Someone else is coming. Someone else. This meant that the next hidden class player from the Moonlight Temple was coming to assassinate her. Leave it to me. Xiao Chen took out his staff and stared at the door. As the door opened, a male archer in leather armor walked in. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen struck first. Lightning arrow. Whoosh. Wait, what the hell, am I dead? The dark moon archer named Chungchun wanted to ask something. But before he could finish his sentence, a lightning arrow struck him on the head. A massive -22.8 million damage number popped up, and the world in his eyes turned black and white. This is not a place for Moonlight Temple people, please leave. Xiao Chen said, his name turning red. The man lay on the ground, innocently saying, I was just passing by to ask for some information. Which brother is so overbearing? What the hell? Over 20 million damage, this is not scientific. He initially wanted to complain and express that he meant no harm, but upon seeing the damage he just took, he immediately felt unwell. Over 20 million? Lucky Meow couldn't help but widen her eyes, showing a hint of fear. Now that you know how powerful I am, hurry up and get lost. Xiao Chen urged again. Okay, big brother, I'm leaving right now. The dark moon archer named Chengchun was quite frightened and immediately returned to town to resurrect, not daring to stay any longer. Lucky Meow discreetly put away her weapon, completely intimidated, and her desire to fight vanished without a trace. Over 20 million damage from a single skill, who knows how that was achieved? She had no chance of winning against such a person. The tavern fell silent again. Senior Difiona. You have seen my strength. Venturing into the abyss and the divine realm is completely not a problem. The task of finding the divine can be entrusted to me, Xiao Chen said with a smile to the old lady. He was just short of writing I crave divine artifacts on his face. Difiona, being a high-level mythic boss, could naturally see how terrifying Xiao Chen's attack power was. She nodded slightly and said, You are indeed quite extraordinary. Your future achievements are limitless. However, the Moonlight Pearl is an artifact that can only be used by followers of the Moon God. Even if you obtain it, you won't be able to use it. The first part of her statement made Xiao Chen feel pleased. The latter part, however, was a bit of a blow. Otherwise, you could give me some other artifacts or something. I'm not picky, he said with a shameless grin. Difiona shook her head with a smile. There are only a few dozen artifacts in the entire world combined. I only have this one and no others. A few dozen? Both Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow were taken aback. They exchanged glances, and Xiao Chen's earlier thought resurfaced. It seemed that the Moonlight Pearl was truly not the mythic equipment players envisioned, but rather an item related to gods of super god quality. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for there to be only a few dozen in the entire world. After all, given the current number of hidden class players and the accumulation from various channels like lotteries and drops, there should be at least dozens of mythic items. Super god. So far, the only super divine quality that Xiao Chen has encountered is his talent. And his super divine talent is far stronger than his roommate Zheng Fan's divine talent. This shows that the quality of super divine equipment must far exceed that of mythological items by 10 times. Just as the two were in shock, Difiona spoke again, saying, Warrior Xiao Chen, if you really want to help me, I can promise you a reward after the task is completed that is worth no less than a divine artifact. No less than a divine artifact? What is that? Xiao Chen immediately asked. Difiona did Not explain, only saying, in any case it won't disappoint you. Alright, since you say so, I accept this task. Xiao Chen decisively nodded. Wait a minute. Lucky Meow suddenly became anxious. What about me? What about me? I'm the one who needs the Moonlight Magic Pearl the most. As she watched her most important job transfer task being snatched away, Lucky Meow was on the verge of tears. Since the game's launch lottery, she had always been lucky, achieving the best results in everything she did. She thought this time would be no different, an easy task to prepare for her transfer, but the reality turned out to be so cruel. Seeing Xiao Chen's happy face, she almost cried out of anger and said, Xiao Chen, I haven't offended you. This is really too much. Xiao Chen, a typical straight man, was completely immune to the girl's fake crying tactics and smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Moon Poet Sr. Please issue the task to me, and then I'll drive her away, and you help me with my second transfer. The latter part was directed at Fiona. The task hadn't even been accepted yet. Although they verbally agreed to exchange the Divine Dew Spring for a reward on par with a divine artifact, the system hadn't issued the task, indicating that this verbal agreement wasn't enough. Fiona looked at Xiao Chun, then at the almost crying Lucky Meow. Suddenly, she smiled and said, How about this, you two go. Help me find the Divine Dew Spring together. If you find it, I'll give you what you want. But as a condition, you need to complete this task in a shorter time. Ding, do you accept the team task? Find the Divine Dew Spring? This task must be completed within 7 days, game days. The system prompt popped up again. Team? Xiao Chen frowned, feeling a bit resistant. He didn't mind teaming up for tasks, but it had to be with a male player. Female players were annoying and chatty, it was unbearable, he simply couldn't accept it. Especially playing with a girl who loved to calculate everything, it was pure torture. He quickly refused. No way, this is a high-level map task. I'm not very confident going alone, let alone dragging a deadweight along. Senior, please. Retract your order and give me a solo task. He wasn't afraid of the 7-day time limit. With his current growth rate, he could probably take down the main god in 7 days. But having to travel with a weak and annoying female player who loved to calculate everything would give him a headache. So he had to refuse firmly. Lucky Meow, seeing him look down on her, retorted with oath, grievance and anger, I'm not a deadweight. I'm a powerful support with a hidden class, I can output and heal, and I have many strong buffs, so why can't I do it? However, her tone was much softer than before. Clearly, she knew that she couldn't complete this task on her own and had to rely on Xiao Chen's output. Moreover, the task required teamwork, and the system's order had been given, which couldn't be changed. For the sake of her transfer, she could only obediently improve her attitude and see if she could hitch a ride on his team. Strong buffs? How strong? Xiao Chen said dismissively, not taking such words to heart. Well, you join the team, and I'll show you. Lucky Meow huffed, sending a team invitation, eager to prove herself. Xiao Chen had just killed a player and was already marked as a red name. If he didn't team up, she couldn't give him buffs. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and temporarily accepted her team invitation. Teammate Lucky Meow has used Moonlight Blessing on you. Teammate Lucky Meow has used Night Ruler on you. Teammate Lucky Meow has used Moonlight Shield on you. As soon as he entered the team, Lucky Meow immediately cast 3 skills on him. Xiao Chen opened his status bar and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Moonlight Blessing, attack power plus 10%, physical/magic defense plus 10%, restores 50 health per second, lasts for 30 seconds. Night Dominator, attack power plus 30%, movement speed plus 30%, critical hit rate plus 30%, lasts for 20 seconds. Moonlight Shield, physical/magic defense plus 30%, negates 1 instance of damage, lasts for 30 seconds. This buff is really quite powerful. His output is already very high, and if he activates the Moonlight Blessing and Night Dominator buffs, it would be simply outrageous. How about that? Impressive, right? Lucky Meow said with a smirk, a bit proud. At the same time, because she was giving Xiao Chen buffs, she also got marked with a red name. It's just that much, Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. Although these buffs were indeed powerful, he could still kill the bosses he needed to without them. Lucky Meow pouted, you, stop being stubborn. Let's take on the quest together and take them down. Everyone can smoothly change jobs without losing anything. If you think I'm a burden, I'll just give you all the rewards I get and even pay you back 500 gold coins. I only have 500 gold coins left anyway. Her tone was much softer than before, carrying a sense of humility and compromise. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's steel-like heart softened a bit. It was true that he had taken the quest first, and Lucky Meow wasn't being unreasonable, she was even trying to make peace. If he insisted further, it would just be him being unreasonable. Hey, don't be mad. I didn't mean to upset you earlier, I just wanted to return your money, nothing else. And just now, you were the one who took the job first. I was just a bit anxious and said a few words. Lucky Meow saw that he wasn't speaking and explained again. She looked straight at him while speaking, her eyes filled with sincerity. This made Xiao Chun feel a bit awkward. Their banter wasn't about who could hold out longer, but rather the one who was more generous had the upper hand. Well, fine, I'll reluctantly take you along as a burden. But you said it yourself, all rewards belong to me, Xiao Chun said. Awkwardness aside, he couldn't miss out on what he was entitled to. Lucky Meow definitely wouldn't be of much help in this task, so he was essentially taking her along for free, not charging her 500 gold coins was already quite generous. I don't want anything, Lucky Meow said, her expression much more cheerful now that he finally relented. Fiona looked at the two young people with a kind smile and said, then it's settled. You two hurry up, don't waste time. With a wave of her hand, a beam of moonlight fell. Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow didn't see anything clearly, they just felt their bodies sway and were teleported away from the tavern, appearing in the wilderness. What the heck, is this how we accept the quest? Both of them were taken aback. They hadn't even made their choice yet, and Fiona had already issued the quest to them. Opening the map, they saw that their coordinates were between Wind Fury City and Giant Stone Town, right on the path they had walked before. This teleportation distance, the methods of a level 150 mythic boss are terrifying. Look at the quest details, Lucky Meow reminded. Xiao Chen's quest, Expel the Moon Temple Air, had disappeared, and the second job rewards were merged into the new quest. Find the Divine Dew Spring, Mythic Quest. Quest details, team up with designated partner Lucky Meow to go to the Divine Realm or Abyss, find the item, Divine Dew Spring, and bring it back to the Giant Stone Town Tavern to give to the Moon Poet Fiona. Quest time limit, 6 days 23 hours 59 minutes. Quest rewards, second job promotion, mysterious reward note, must be completed in a two-person team state to gather Divine Dew Spring. Goodness, it seems like I'm not even allowed to ditch you and go gather it alone. Xiao Chen felt a bit helpless. He had originally thought that since he was strong enough, he could handle tasks alone and just bring this little burden along to turn in the task. He didn't expect the system to not allow Lucky Meow to slack off, it had to follow him. Why do you have to ditch me? I can help too, you know, Lucky Meow said with a look of grievance. Alright, let's go do the task, Xiao Chen said as he took out the return scroll to prepare for departure. Hey, you're still a red name, Lucky Meow reminded him upon seeing this. Xiao Chen was caught off guard, he had killed so quickly just now that he almost forgot about this. If he returned to the city now, wouldn't he end up in jail at light speed? Beep, you have a new friend request. The system popped up a notification. Lucky Cat suddenly sent a friend request to him. This was the third time. The first time was in the Novice village, when her careless remark "fools have more money" made Xiao Chen so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Of course he couldn't agree. He had also rejected her previous request in Wind Fury City, not wanting to be bothered by such an annoying female player. But now, they had to do a quest together, and rejecting her again would seem a bit deliberate. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and chose to agree. First, let's clear your red name status, then we can go do the quest together, Lucky Cat said. With a red name status, he couldn't even enter the city or use the teleportation array, making it impossible to do anything. Alright, Xiao Chen nodded. In fact, he didn't like playing with women unless it was with Li Li and Zhang Fan like last time, otherwise he would feel very awkward. But this quest was initiated by Lucky Cat, and it would be unreasonable to take her task without her. Moreover, the quest description clearly stated that they had to go together. If he went alone and the NPC didn't recognize his completion, that would be the most troublesome outcome. I know a way to get to the Abyss, but we have to wait for the dungeon cooldown of 1 hour. I'll take you there later, but don't start calculating silver coins and inflation again, or I'll explode, Xiao Chen said, voicing his taboo. He had a way to the Abyss, the teleportation portal at the end of the level 75 dungeon, Silver Mine, could lead directly to the Abyss world. However, the main storyline dungeon could only be entered once a day, and it would take more than an hour for the game time to reset and the dungeon cooldown to refresh. Got it? Lucky Cat chuckled lightly, understanding that he was annoyed by her calculations, and nodded happily. Captain gives you this, I'll need to rely on the great Xiao Chen's help. For the rest of the matters she transferred the captain role to Xiao Chen. The two of them stayed in a party and found a map to grind monsters. The monster levels near Wind Fury City were generally not high, one was level 39 and the other was level 59, and it would take a long time to clear red names by fighting level 20 to 30 monsters. Therefore, they had to choose a map with level 50 monsters. That was a bit farther away. As they walked, Lucky Cat took a breath of the cool air, her mood gradually improving, and the earlier frustration from being scammed had dissipated. Arriving in the wild monster area, she took out her spellbook and directly cast several light-based skills. -75,626, -74,522, -79,231 damage numbers popped up one after another, and the small monsters were instantly killed. Wow, not bad, Xiaochen praised. Of course, otherwise how do you think my level went up? Lucky Cat smirked, a bit proud. Although her level couldn't compare to Xiaochen's, she was still a notable presence. As a god-level class, her attack attributes were very high. And she had 3 pieces of mythic gear, not much inferior to Zhang Fan. At this stage, regardless of the class, the skills that could be learned were very few, and everyone had only a handful of attack skills. With the skill gap not yet widened, as a priest, her output was still quite impressive. During the previous time, she had been leveling up on her own, but her speed was even faster than others who were in parties, and she even exploited a terrain bug to loot a legendary boss, skyrocketing her experience and pushing her into the rankings. If it weren't for encountering Xiaochen, the top player, with her strength, she wouldn't have had to become the one being carried. But in front of abyss monsters, you're still weak, Xiaochen bluntly criticized her again. Lucky Cat huffed at his words, unable to refute. The levels of abyss monsters were generally above level 100, far too high. Under such a high level suppression, it was normal for her not to be able to fight back. What about you? How much can you fight? She asked. As for me, I'm just average. Xiaochen's lips twitched. Then he waved his staff, unleashing various skills at will. Lightning arrow, fireball, magic, missile. -319719991-298100112-1409198. He quickly cast several skills, and enormous damage numbers popped up over the heads of the monsters. The small monsters with less than 10,000 health clearly couldn't withstand such incredible damage, leaving nothing but scraps behind. Lucky Cat was completely stunned, her mouth agape, unsure of what to say. The city spring that had just been killed claimed to have taken over 20 million damage, but after all, it wasn't witnessed firsthand. Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. Now, witnessing Xiaochen's damage as a teammate, she couldn't help but be convinced. This is just ridiculous, this damage. She marveled inwardly. Xiaochen strode forward, searching for monsters while dealing damage, head held high, brimming with confidence. His damage was terrifying, not a single teammate could remain calm after witnessing it. It's no exaggeration to say that anyone who had teamed up with him would fondly remember the days of following behind him to gain experience. He noticed Lucky Cat's reaction. Her expression was the same as Zhang Fan and the others before, all stunned. It was no wonder, after all, there was only one player as handsome and strong as him in the entire region. The two walked and cast spells, quickly clearing monsters. Xiaochen targeted one monster with each skill, occasionally casting Rainstorm and Gale, cleansing the entire map. Lucky Cat's output skills were mostly single target, although the area of effect was small, they could still one-shot monsters, providing some assistance. When she had nothing else to do, Lucky Cat would also cast those 3 powerful support buffs on him, giving him a boost. The 3 support skills of the Moon Witch had only Night Sovereign with a 40-second cooldown, while the other 2, like Earth Element Shield, had a 30-second cooldown, allowing for perfect synergy without interruption. Therefore, when teamed up with Lucky Cat, Xiaochen's permanent attack power increased by 10%, reaching 896 points. A 10% increase in attack meant at least 1 million more output for him. The effect was obvious. Well, although it was still one-shotting small monsters, killing with 10 million damage versus 11 million damage had a different visual experience. The 50 points of sin value washed away quite quickly. In just 10 minutes, Xiaochen had restored his white name. Where to now? Lucky Cat inquired. Xiaochen glanced at the system time and replied, there's still an hour until the next point. Reset, we can't enter the dungeon now, so let's do something else first. Which dungeon are you talking about? Is it difficult? Lucky Cat asked, a bit puzzled. He explained the connection between the silver mine and the abyss world. After hearing this, Lucky Cat realized, I see, it seems you were the first to clear this silver mine, I saw it in the announcement. Basic operation, don't overthink it, Xiaochen said calmly. Since we have an hour and nothing else to do, how about we go find someone first? Lucky Cat seemed to remember something, suddenly smiling as she suggested. Find someone? Who? Xiaochen asked. Dainies, she said with a mischievous smile. Xiaochen was taken aback. Dainies was that NPC girl who always asked for money and liked to scam others. Lucky Cat had been scammed once, which meant she wanted to get revenge. You have high output, help me subdue her and get the money back. We'll split the money evenly. As they walked, Lucky Cat continued. No need to split, it's just a small effort, Xiaochen said. nonchalantly, not interested in 500 gold coins. No way. I won't take advantage of others for free. If I help, I must be compensated. Fine, whatever you say. Remembering her experience of being blocked twice for 5 silver coins, Xiaochen decisively gave up the idea of bargaining with her. A few minutes later, Wind Fury City was already in sight. On a small bridge outside the city, a blonde girl in a white dress, Danis, was still wandering back and forth, holding a bouquet of wildflowers and humming an unknown tune. Lucky Niao clenched her fist and snorted, "That annoying NPC is still pretending to be cute. Xiaochen, let's go and beat her up." The two of them stepped forward together. The girl in the white dress, Danis, noticed someone approaching and instinctively hopped over in their direction. Just as she was about to fall with a thud, she suddenly got a clear look at the two of them. Her expression turned to disappointment. "Ah, it's you guys. Since I've seen you today, I'll let you off this time." Xiaochen's mouth twitched. This scam artist actually had a bottom line. She wouldn't scam the same person twice. Lucky Niao was furious. "You liar. Give me back my money." "What money? What are you talking about?" "I don't understand," Danis said, her round blue eyes wide, tilting her head in a confused manner. "Stop pretending. 1,000 gold coins handed over. Not a single coin less." Lucky Niao was fuming. This NPC sister was too despicable. Not only did she scam money, but she also used magic to beat her up, and her attitude was terrible. As a player, she could not accept this at all. She had to reclaim her dignity. "I didn't scam your money, you gave me the medical fee." Danis firmly refused. "Humph, it seems you won't cry until you see the coffin." Xiaochen hit her. Lucky Niao was infuriated and directly filled Xiaochen's 3 status skills. "What do you want from me?" Danis felt a sense of danger as Xiaochen approached and instinctively stepped back. Meteor spell. Xiaochen, wanting to give his teammate face, used the just cooled down forbidden spell. Buzzing fire elements gathered in the sky, and the 10-second chant time began to count down. "You're using this move again. Damn it!" Danis screamed in fear and turned to run. "Is running useful?" Xiaochen chuckled. The designated strike range of the meteor spell reached 100 meters, plus a 180-meter diffusion range. Unless she could run 280 meters in 10 seconds, it was useless to run anywhere. And Danis' speed clearly couldn't reach that level. Boom! The fire elements gathered more and more, and the sky had darkened. Players leisurely leveling up and fighting monsters outside the city were shocked by this scene. It's coming again. It seems to be heading towards that scam NPC. Finally, someone is here to punish her. Smash her, it will be a great relief. With 5 seconds left on the meteor spell countdown, Danis ran a few steps and realized she couldn't escape, panicking instantly. She pitifully begged for mercy. I was wrong, I'm sorry, please let me go." "Boo-hoo, give me back the money," Xiaochen shouted. I will, please, don't." Danis burst into tears. "That's more like it." Xiaochen snorted lightly. The countdown had ended, and he slightly adjusted the designated range, aiming at a wild rabbit not far away. Wild rabbit. Boom! With a loud crash, an enormous meteor fell, turning the innocent little rabbit into dust. The shockwave spread nearly 200 meters, shaking the entire ground and overturning the river. His Lucky Meow saw a series of damage numbers floating up in the distance, over 200 million, over 100 million, and couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, Danis had already collapsed on the ground, trembling and crying in fear. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Lucky Meow felt no sympathy. Instead, she felt very satisfied. "Give me back the money." She stepped forward, extending her hand. "Oh." Danis reluctantly pulled out a bag of gold coins, which contained exactly 1,000 gold coins. Lucky Meow bent down to take it. "Wait." At this moment, Xiaochen called out to her. "What?" Xiaochen stepped forward, looking down at the blonde girl sitting on the ground. With a grin, he said with a strange laugh, "Little sister, you come here to scam every day. Your income must be quite good, right?" Huh? What are you talking about?" Danis looked confused, pretending not to understand him. Xiaochen weighed the bag of gold coins and shook his head. Too little. Your actions today scared both me and my teammates twice, causing us great psychological harm. I am now formally demanding 1 million gold coins in compensation for emotional damages. You can choose to pay immediately, or I can send you to meet the god above with a lightning arrow, and let the god judge your crimes." "Ha?" Lucky Meow tilted her head, a row of question marks appearing above her. She just wanted to get her 1,000 gold coins back. Xiaochen, on the other hand, was extorting the NPC. Danis was also stunned at this moment, looking at the man with ill intentions. She anxiously said, "You can't do this. How can you do this? I only earned 1,000 gold coins from you, and you actually demand one." million right off the bat. That's impossible. Impossible. Is it? Xiaochen slowly raised his staff. You should know my strength. Even without forbidden spells, I can take you down in an instant. Woo woo woo. Danis started crying again. She sat on the ground, wailing, you despicable adventurers, you bully me. Woo. I won't let you go, I will definitely report to the mother goddess, let her cast you into the abyss so you can never see the sun in the sky again. Mother goddess? Lucky Meow was slightly surprised, curious about Danis's identity. Xiao Chun, however, remained unmoved, palm open. Stop the nonsense, 1 million gold coins, either pay up or I'll kill you. You're threatening me, you're threatening me. Whoa, mother goddess, someone is bullying me. Danis cried louder and louder, directly shouting to the sky. Stop shouting, even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. Hurry up and pay. Xiao Chen said irritably. He found crying and making a scene by women the most annoying. If it weren't for the fact that killing an NPC would get him wanted and affect his entry into the city, he would have definitely shot this Danis with a lightning arrow. Mother goddess, save me, Danis cried and shouted, but it was all in vain. Bang! Xiao Chen slammed a big chestnut on her forehead, scolding, are you done? Be quiet. Wu Wu Wu, seeing that her cries for help were ineffective and instead brought her a beating, Danis's tears flowed even more. She had a delicate and charming appearance, and at this moment, looking like a rain-soaked pear blossom was quite infectious. Any normal man would soften at the sight. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was a tough guy. I'll pay, okay, Danis cried, realizing her act of pity had failed. She had no choice but to accept her fate. Slowly, she reluctantly took out a bag of gold coins. The bag of coins was a type of currency carrier in the game. No matter how many coins it contained, the size was the same. This second bag of coins contained exactly 35,000 gold coins, a considerable amount. Lucky Meow looked at it and couldn't help but be astonished. Her gaze towards Xiao Chun changed. Extorting an NPC actually succeeded, and they got so much money. 35,000 gold coins, equivalent to 350,000 in cash. This was a true overnight fortune. Is this all? You scam every day, you shouldn't be this poor, right? Xiao Chen glanced at the bag of coins, still somewhat dissatisfied. Danis saw that he was still not satisfied and cried, this is all the money I have. Even if you kill me, I won't have more. Alright, then let's leave it at that for now. I'll take the money, consider it a lesson for you. In the future, be a good NPC and don't bully weak, pitiful, and helpless little players all day. Otherwise, if I find out every time I see you, I'll hit you. Xiao Chen scolded fiercely, taking both bags of gold coins away, then dividing them equally. With one bag containing 18,000 gold coins shared with Lucky Meow. Whoa, just you wait, I will definitely make the mother goddess take revenge for me. Dani said, hugging herself in grievance, unwilling to back down. I await your arrival at any time. When your mother goddess comes, make sure she brings more money or divine artifacts. I love a scene with explosions everywhere, Xiao Chen replied calmly, completely unconcerned by the threat. Not to mention whether Danis had any backing. Even if there really was a god, Xiao Chen had nothing to fear. At worst, he could just use a meteor spell to obliterate the god. You really know how to deal with NPCs. Back in Wind Fury City, Lucky Cat looked at Xiao Chen with newfound respect. Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, what's the big deal? It's just a low-level NPC. After all, he was a god who could handle over 20,000 members of the Tianxia Guild. This was nothing but a piece of cake. Let's go to the abyss, it's about time. The two took the teleportation array back to Stormwind City. Then, under Xiao Chen's lead, they headed straight for Silver Mine Town. Aren't you going to call a few more people to form a team? The abyss is a high-level map, and I've heard that even the weakest monsters are level 100, with bosses above level 150 everywhere, Lucky Cat said with some concern. Xiao Chen shook his head. No need, the fewer people the better. You need items to enter the abyss. If you call people without items, it will only cause trouble. He did want to call a few more, like Old Li and Old Zhang, but unfortunately, the others' strength was lacking, and they would just be a burden. Moreover, entering the Abyss world required carrying Abyss monster essence, otherwise not only would attributes be significantly reduced, but they would also be expelled from the Abyss world in a short time, randomly thrown to some location. Xiao Chen only had one Abyss monster essence on him. Defeating another boss would yield a second, but that would only be enough for 2 people. Alright then. Lucky Cat knew he was strong, better alone than a whole team, so she didn't say anything more. The two made their way to Silver Mine Town. With the increase in player levels, various hidden quests, and the discovery of special professions, overall strength was rapidly improving. Now, there were quite a few players in the level 60 leveling area near Silver Mine Town, and even the Silver Mine Cave dungeon had seen many entries. However, just because they entered didn't mean They could defeat the bosses inside. The second and third bosses in the mine were no pushovers, and even a typical level 50 team would find them quite challenging. The two formed a team and entered the Silver Mine Cave Dungeon and the narrow mine tunnels looked no different from when they first came. Follow me. Xiao Chen was familiar with the route and moved quickly. Now, he had several more skills than when he first started exploring. Without stopping, he charged forward at full speed. Upon encountering small monsters, he unleashed Lightning Chain and Fireball as small AoE attacks. In less than 3 minutes, they arrived at the lair of the first boss, the Lizard King. Before Lucky Cat could even see what the boss looked like, a massive fireball struck, dealing millions in damage and obliterating the boss, leaving behind a pile of blue and green gear. This guy is ridiculously strong. Lucky Cat was stunned as the boss's experience pushed her to level 40, realizing they had just killed a boss, and couldn't help but complain. Xiao Chen ignored her and descended to the second level, maintaining a high-speed pace as if he were just sightseeing. Soon, they reached the second boss. The Abyss Servant Chief appeared in red, blue, green, and purple, looking fierce. But he was met with a barrage of lightning arrows, magic missiles, fireballs, and lightning chains, all 4 skills unleashed in succession. The bosses didn't even have time to transfer their health before they all perished, turning into experience points. Lucky Cat was already numb from the shock of the 2 or 3 million damage dealt, mechanically following behind to pick up items like a little follower. The two continued down to the third level. The third level of the dungeon was slightly different from when they first explored. There were no half-dead miners like Roblo to guide them, so they had to find the boss on their own. Relying on his memory, Xiao Chen retraced the path they had taken before, confirming it was correct, and directly arrived at the final boss's room. Just before entering the boss room, he heard a familiar voice. "Foolish humans, how dare you disturb the great Lord Samaka, prepare to die." The voice of the Abyss Lord came from within, followed by 2 tentacles reaching out toward Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow. "Be careful." The huge, ugly tentacles made Lucky Meow panic, quickly retreating 20 to 30 meters. Xiao Chen, however, did not dodge or evade, smashing a lightning chain forward. Sizzle! Ah! The Abyss Lord Samaka howled in pain. "Damn humans, how dare you resist?" In the boss room, Samaka's figure twisted, seemingly trying to extend more tentacles to attack. Xiao Chen unleashed the speed of his swift boots, charging forward, and with a single shot of a million-level magic missile, he directly dismantled the magic crystal pool. Then he followed up with a lightning arrow, turning the Lord Samaka into dust. "Ah! Damn it! I will return!" Samaka roared, collapsing amidst his unwilling cries. "You have defeated the Abyss Lord Samaka and gained 282,000 experience. With the boss dead, an epic item and a ground full of blue and green gear dropped." Xiao Chen quickly spotted the only orange item on the ground, the essence of abyssal monsters, picked it up, and tossed it to Lucky Meow. "Let's go into the portal." After saying that, he leaped into the portal, heading to the Abyss world. This is too fast." Lucky Meow looked at the blue and green gear left on the ground, feeling a bit pained. The portal would soon shrink and disappear, and she didn't dare linger in the boss room, quickly following after him. Ding, you have entered the Abyss world. All healing effects decreased by 50%, attack power reduced by 10%. As the two stepped out of the portal, the system immediately popped up a notification. Although they carried the essence of abyssal monsters, their attributes would still be slightly suppressed. If they hadn't brought it, the reduction would have been even greater. Is this the Abyss? It looks no different from the dungeon. Lucky Meow scanned the surroundings, finding it still to be a mine, and complained. "This is originally a mine. Stepping outside is the Abyss world," Xiao Chen explained. The mine emitted a blue-purple glow, and the sound of mining was quite pleasant. Warrior, you have returned." At that moment, a voice came from the side. It was Jeffrey, the miner who had previously asked Xiao Chen to rescue them. Seeing Xiao Chen, Jeffrey's face lit up with joy as he said, "Warrior Xiao Chen, I knew you wouldn't abandon us. Please save us." "You know the NPCs here?" Lucky Meow asked in surprise. Xiao Chen nodded. "I met them last time. They are human miners who were captured to do hard labor. If possible, we should take them back." Lucky Meow muttered, "They're just low-level NPCs. Sometimes a plot kill wipes them all out," implying that such low-level NPCs didn't need special rescue, as there was no reward. Xiao Chen replied, "That's why we need to save them." His feelings towards the NPCs in the multiverse were somewhat different from those of other players. The fearful Rafro, the infatuated Minya, the scheming Danes. Each character seemed to have flesh and blood, making him feel as if he were communicating with a group of living people. Therefore, he didn't want to treat these characters with the same attitude he had when playing games before. "Let's go, we need to take down Lord Lamaka." To rescue these miners, they first had to defeat Lord Lamaka. A level 150 legendary boss was no challenge for Xiao Chen. One skill could take care of it. The only thing that made him uneasy was the Abyss Princess Minya, a boss that could ignore skill attacks. Returning to the topic, Minya last went to Stormwind City to help out and then was pursued by the Storm General Zevil. It's uncertain whether she managed to escape. With a hint of curiosity, Xiaochen walked towards the exit of the mine. Inside the cave, a few imps were wandering around as overseers. He casually used a small skill to take them out one by one, causing no disturbance. Lucky Cat followed behind, occasionally casting a couple of buffs on him, making it unnecessary for her to intervene. The two arrived at the fence outside the mine. This time, the fence was surprisingly open, allowing them to exit without waiting. Outside the fence was a dungeon, where a few imps were patrolling. Upon spotting Xiao Chen and Lucky Cat, one of the leaders shouted angrily, "Ugly human miner!" dared to sneak out, and then swung a whip to attack. Chain lightning. Xiao Chen unleashed his skill, and a bolt of lightning shot out from the tip of his staff. In the narrow dungeon, the chain lightning perfectly bounced 9 times, instantly killing all the imps. The entire process took less than 2 seconds, from shouting to silence. "Last time I was here, I didn't know what was beyond this point." Xiao Chen explained the situation. "Let's go take a look," Lucky Cat said. The dungeon had many cells, and Xiao Chen deliberately checked each one, thinking there might be human NPCs like rams trapped inside. However, they were all empty. Not a single person inside. The two pushed open the next door and continued outside. Beyond was no longer the narrow and rugged mine tunnel, but a flat secret corridor. Xiao Chen cast an earth elemental shield on himself and led the way. Last time, the Lord Ramaka had entered the dungeon through this corridor, and he didn't want to run into a boss and be killed due to his negligence. After walking a few dozen steps down the corridor, they came to a staircase leading up. As they walked for a while, they suddenly heard the sound of a tentacle monster moving, accompanied by the voices of abyssal creatures. "Captain Jigil, you're here. What are your orders?" "I am commanded by Lord Ramaka to capture 10 humans and send them to Princess Minya's palace." "Ah, is the princess holding a coming-of-age ceremony? But why did she choose humans instead of Pa? What nonsense! The princess is not as vile as you think. She was injured and needs to absorb human life force to heal." Okay, wait. The princess can actually be injured? She is the daughter of the great bloodthirsty demon god. Who would dare harm her? I'm not sure about that. I heard she was injured by a human general, and the demon god himself had to rescue her. Hiss. The great bloodthirsty demon god actually took action himself. The last time was 3,000 years ago. Alright, enough talk. I'm going to catch people. You lot, come help with the escort. Then the footsteps gradually approached, some walking, others sliding like tentacle monsters. Xiao Chen listened to their conversation, deep in thought. He had just been pondering about Minya and unexpectedly overheard this. It seemed that after leaving Stormwind City, Minya had not escaped the pursuit of the Storm General Zevil and was nearly harmed. Thankfully, the bloodthirsty demon god intervened and saved her. With the strength to kill the god of war, dealing with a general would certainly be easy. He just didn't know how serious Minya's injuries were, that she needed to absorb human life force to recover. The footsteps drew closer, and several abyssal creatures appeared ahead in the corridor. Not good, the humans have snuck out. The leading tentacle monster spotted Xiao Chen and Lucky Cat and quickly shouted, "Catch them!" "Yes, Captain," the other imps responded, raising their weapons and charging forward. Xiao Chen took a moment to glance at the attributes of the leader. Abyss Dungeon Guard Captain, Jigil, Rare Boss, Level, 120 Health, 178400/178400, Target Level 2 High, unable to obtain more data, 2 weak. A chain lightning shot out from the staff. In the small passage, the 3-meter bounce range was more than enough to maximize its effect. After several bounces of the chain lightning, a few abyss creatures fell on the spot, with some turning to ashes directly. "Captain. Not good. Human warriors have broken in. Quickly report to Lord Ramaka." In the back of the corridor, there were a few more abyss creatures that had not come over. Hearing the commotion, they immediately glanced this way. Upon discovering that their companions and superior had been killed in an instant, they panicked and shouted, running out to report. "Oh no, there are minions alerting them, we might be surrounded soon." Lucky Meow became anxious upon seeing this. Xiao Chen was indifferent, saying, "It's fine, as long as it's not a myth-level boss, I can handle however many come." While speaking, he picked up the items dropped by Jigil and the abyss creatures, continuing forward. Not long after walking out of the corridor, he arrived at a door. This door was very sturdy, made of stone, and incredibly heavy. Xiao Chen tried to push it, but it didn't budge at all, proving useless. Seeing this, Lucky Meow stepped forward to help. However, with both being magic classes and having pitiful strength, they still couldn't move the stone door an inch. "What should we do?" Lucky Meow frowned. "Let me see if I can blow it open." Xiao Chen stepped back a few paces, silently chanting the fireball spell, releasing an oversized fireball with a diameter of 1 meter. Boom! The fireball flew out, colliding with the stone door, causing a violent explosion. When the flames dissipated, the door had turned into rubble, scattered on the ground. Xiao Chen looked outside the door and found a street, where many abyss creatures were already armed and on high alert. Wow, so much experience, he thought happily, casting a new earth element shield on himself, making Lucky Meow step back a few paces and walked toward the entrance. Outside the stone door seemed to be night, with a bright full moon hanging in the sky. This moon was exceptionally bright, illuminating everything on the ground clearly. Under the moonlight, a stone-built Abyss City stood on the hillside, its scale not as massive as Stormwind City, even smaller than the Level 4 city, Wind Fury City. The main streets of the city crisscrossed, with one of the widest being nearly 10 meters across, connecting from the city's exit all the way to the foot of the mountain behind the city. At this moment, Xiao Chen was walking out from a cave at the foot of the mountain, arriving on the main street. Bold human! How dare you invade the Abyss world? In the name of the bloody demon god and Lord Ramaka, you are under arrest. Quickly surrender your weapons, or we'll drown you with our spit. Dozens of Abyss creatures above level 100 gathered on the street, shouting loudly. The number of Abyss creatures was still increasing, with many Abyss soldiers rushing this way. Xiao Chen did not strike immediately but waited for the monsters to gather, planning to use the wind spell to clear them out once there were more. However, the Abyss creatures, seeing that Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow had low levels, couldn't help but take the initiative to attack. Capture him. This male human is exceptionally ugly, the princess will definitely like him. No, we can't offer him to the princess. We must kill him. Yes, kill him. This kind of human is the most despicable, ugly, and trying to flirt with our Abyss female demons, truly detestable. Take him down. A group of ugly monsters shrieked as they charged forward. Why are you in such a hurry to send yourself off? Xiao Chen said, speechless. A dozen Abyss creatures rushed over, some resembling slimes, others like octopuses, and a few looking like red goblins that had eaten too many sweet potatoes. So ugly. Being approached by these hideous monsters was a very uncomfortable experience, so Xiao Chen took action. Fireball. An enhanced luxury plus fireball roared out, exploding among the group of little demons. Boom, flames erupted, and screams filled the air. The Abyss creatures at the front were all killed in an instant. Damn! How is he so powerful? A level 59 human took out a group of level 100 creatures, which was unacceptable for the Abyss beings on the street. Then, something even more unacceptable happened. That's enough, Gale Spell. Xiao Chen saw that the number of Abyss creatures gathered on the street had exceeded 100, and without hesitation, he unleashed his big move. Whoosh, the gale swept in, forming a vortex. An ultra-large tornado with a diameter of 240 meters took shape in just 1.5 seconds. The next moment, damage numbers began to soar. -2106348-20676664-209A464. Each damage was over 2 million, and not a single Abyss creature could withstand it. They all perished in 1 second. Moreover, the massive gale knocked down surrounding buildings. The houses of the Abyss creatures on both sides of the street were also destroyed, as if a doomsday disaster had struck, creating a terrifying scene. Ah, help! Humans are so scary, great demon lord, save us! All the nearby Abyss creatures fell in an instant, turning into a massive amount of experience. Although Lucky Meow had seen the effect of the gale spell, the efficiency of experience gained still astonished her. After 5 seconds, the gale spell ended. Within 100 meters, not a single Abyss creature remained, they were all cleared out. At that moment, a furious shout rang out, "Bold human, how dare you run wild in the Abyss!" Whoosh, the sound of wind howled, and tentacles over 20 meters long came rushing in. Soon after, not far in front of Xiao Chen, a gigantic tentacle monster appeared. High-level Abyss Lord Ramaka, legendary leader. Level 150 health for 70000/470000. Target level too high, unable to obtain more data. The strongest creature in this small Abyss city had appeared. It's you! Upon discovering that the troublemaker was Xiao Chen, Ramaka's huge eye narrowed slightly. Last time, I spared your life for the princess's sake, and you dare to come back. Ramaka roared, swinging its massive tentacles with great momentum. Xiao Chen curled his lips. I didn't ask you to spare me, I was actually begging you to kill me back then. Cunning human, you used the princess's ignorance to escape when you were weak, and now that your strength has grown, you come to prove your power? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Ramaka said coldly, looking down on Xiao Chen's actions. There's no need to say it so harshly, I'm actually here to find something. Xiao Chen initially thought it was nothing, but after Ramaka's words, it seemed he really might have been a bit excessive. So he temporarily dismissed the idea of fighting and turned to the serious matter first. What is it? Our abyss treasures will never be given to you humans. Ramika snorted coldly. Xiao Chen replied, it's something called Divine Dew Spring, which can grant life force. Divine Dew Spring, that is? Ramika pondered for a moment. Then, he recalled the name and status of this item in the abyss. In an instant, his huge eyeball widened, and he roared, you are seeking death. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh, he struck directly. Accompanied by the roar, the sky suddenly darkened, and black raindrops poured down. Every drop of rain condensed into black blades like the edge of a knife. Minus 15,819, minus 17,193, minus 16,818 white damage numbers began to appear above Xiao Chen's head, and his shield value was slowly decreasing. A single drop of black rain could deal over 10,000 damage, and with many black raindrops falling, the speed at which his shield value was diminishing was still very fast. The level 150 legendary boss is indeed quite powerful, Xiao Chen thought to himself, then shouted, Ramika, for the sake of Minya, I'll give you a chance to live. Stand down and leave, and I won't make things difficult for you. Arrogant. Ramika, a high-ranking Abyss Lord, had never been so despised by a mere human. Instantly furious, her tentacles lashed out towards Xiao Chen. At the same time, a more powerful skill was silently unleashed, and from the giant's single eye, a crimson ray shot forth. Sizzle. This ray, akin to a laser beam, struck him, and Xiao Chen's earth element shield began to visibly deteriorate. Minus 100,000, minus 100,000, minus 100,000 is single hit of 100,000 damage, jumping 3 times per second. The damage effect was quite terrifying. Moonlight Shield. Ruler of the Night. The lucky cat, hiding in the cave, quickly cast a buff on Xiao Chen. With a pop, the holy shield effect that came with the Moonlight Shield shattered immediately, offsetting a portion of the 100,000 damage. Crack. Ramika's tentacles arrived, striking hard, with damage values soaring to over 100,000, sending Xiao Chen flying against the mountain. Hiss, that hurts. The impact caused him to lose several thousand health, and the earth element shield had taken over 2 million damage, losing about 15%. At this rate, Ramika could completely break his earth element shield within 30 seconds. It's my turn. Xiao Chen wiped the dirt off his face and got up from the ground. Lightning arrow. He raised his staff, and a bolt of electricity as thick as an arm shot out from the tip of the staff. Ramika's giant single eye was filled with disdain, mocking, is this all you have, such lowly means? He looked down on the lightning arrow as a low-level magic. Pop. He also had the holy shield effect, and while the lightning arrow broke the shield, it did not cause any damage. Come again. Knowing from the lucky cat's skill effect that this special shield had a limited number of uses, Xiao Chen felt no fear. A magic missile was launched, landing on Ramika's massive body. Pop. Boom. The second layer of the shield shattered and disappeared, while Xiao Chen took a hit, the earth element shield suffering over 100,000 damage. Fireball. Boom. A massive fireball roared out. Ramika continued to mock Xiao Chen's weakness, outputting fiercely and ignoring defense. The next moment. Boom. The fireball struck Ramika's bald head, erupting into a blaze of intense fire. 248839111 critical hit. A huge crimson damage number appeared. Ramika's eyes widened in disbelief. This can't be. With a rumble, his enormous body collapsed like a tall building, falling, kicking up countless dust. Both Xiao Chen and the lucky cat heard a pleasant notification in their ears. Ding, your team has defeated the level 150 legendary boss, high-ranking Abyss Lord Ramika, and gained 20,450 reputation. Your team has defeated high-ranking Abyss Lord Ramika, gaining shared experience of 4,636,000. Both of their levels increased simultaneously, with Xiao Chen rising 3 levels to level 62. The lucky cat jumped from level 40 to level 46, soaring to 3rd place on the leaderboard, just behind Xiao Chen and sword slashing the world. Ah! Lord Ramika is dead. The Lord has been killed by humans, everyone run. Quick, report to General Klim. With Ramika's death, the Abyss creatures, watching from afar, scattered in panic. Xiao Chen did not go after them. It was not out of mercy, nor was it because he did not want the experience, but because he discovered that a few special items had fallen from the corpse of Ramika. Red items. The red light is dazzling, a symbol of mythical quality items. The ground is littered with various things, with the most being gold coins, followed by purple items, then orange and blue. The red items are the least, with only 2. Xiao Chen stepped forward to pick them up one by one. 1,040,000 gold coins, richer than the mythical boss, the evil spirit general, directly earning him 2 sets of houses. Looking at the red items. Crimson Domain Scroll, Mythical, chant for 3 seconds to release, creating a crimson domain with a radius of 1,000 meters and a height of 100 meters, causing all characters within the domain, except for the user, to have all attributes reduced by 50%. The domain lasts a maximum of 300 seconds, and this effect is invalid for lords of legendary quality and players above the 4th transfer. Heart of the Demon, Mythical, permanently gain 50 points of strength after use. Higher level items overwrite lower level ones of the same type, and only one effect can exist at a time. Both red items are consumables, and their effects are quite shocking. The Crimson Domain Scroll is a strategic treasure that will play a crucial role during faction wars. As long as an assassin sneaks into the enemy's army and releases it, everyone's attributes will be halved, rendering them useless. The Heart of the Demon is also outrageous, giving 50 points of attributes for free, equivalent to the potential points provided by 25 level ups. Even considering the automatically increased attributes from each level up, it's comparable to level 17. It's just a pity it can only increase strength. There are also many legendary quality items, with 4 or 5 pieces of equipment alone, but none have no level requirements, so they can't be used yet. Additionally, there is a legendary quality scroll of considerable importance. Directional Teleportation Scroll. After use, it opens a teleportation portal that can transport to a designated location. The portal lasts a maximum of 60 seconds, and the current designated location is Storm City Silver Mine Town. This scroll is a quest item to rescue the miners in the Magic Crystal Mine. The other items, like the essence of abyssal monsters, are not very appealing. Instead, 2 good items appeared among the epic quality items. Group Resurrection, epic, usable by all 3rd transfer priest classes, immediately resurrects all teammates within 50 meters and restores 20% of their health and mana, chance for 5 seconds, cooldown 600 seconds. Random Teleportation Scroll, epic, instant cast, randomly teleports to any location. Lucky Meow spotted the epic skill book dropped by the boss for her class and drooled with envy. But she had already promised not to take anything, so she couldn't bring herself to ask for it. Group Resurrection can be learned by both her and Li. This skill can resurrect up to 4 teammates, which is significant and a dream skill for every priest. Although it requires the 3rd transfer to learn, getting it now means no worries in the future. Moreover, this is not a skill given away by the system. Even after playing for half a year, only a few priests might encounter it. This book is needed by my brother, so I won't give it to you, Xiaochen said. Oh, okay, Lucky Meow replied, feeling a bit disappointed but not wanting to say much. Looking at the precious items scattered on the ground, Xiaochen casually tossed her a rare skill book usable by priests. Here, have a little bonus, don't go around saying I'm stingy. This skill book is Group Purification. Although not as valuable as Group Resurrection, it can dispel negative states for all teammates, making it an excellent skill for both PvP and PvE. Thank you, great god. Lucky Meow, who thought you would gain nothing, suddenly received a book and smiled with joy. Xiao Chen put the remaining loot into his backpack. Let's go rescue the miners first, and then continue searching for the Divine Dew Spring. After picking up the items, he didn't head towards the Abyss City but turned back into the mine. There's no need to rush, right? Lucky Meow was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that after defeating a boss, the first thing he would do was turn back to save an NPC. The two returned deep into the cave, winding their way for a while until they reached the bottom of the mine. Warrior Xiaocheng, you're back. How is it? Is there danger outside? Jeffrey and the other miners were quietly waiting for his news. Xiaocheng took out the directional teleportation scroll and said loudly to everyone, I have killed Ramika. You are safe now, you can go home. He then opened the scroll, creating a teleportation portal. Oh my. This is real. Warrior Xiaocheng has killed the evil Abyss Lord. We are free, the miners wept tears of joy. Jeffrey suddenly knelt down, gratefully saying, Warrior Xiaocheng, thank you so much. Without you, we would likely have been eaten by the monsters of the abyss. Even if we survived, we would have to spend the rest of our lives in this dark place. You saved us, please accept our sincerest gratitude. Yes, you saved our lives. A group of miners knelt down in unison, bowing deeply to express their thanks. Xiaocheng hurriedly helped Jeffrey up and said to everyone, you don't need to do this, hurry and leave, the portal can only stay open for a minute. If you're late, you won't be able to leave. These miners were just ordinary NPCs, and he didn't expect to gain any benefits. The reason he returned to save them was not to gain anything, but rather out of concern that if he ventured deeper into the Abyss world, the Abyss creatures here would not find him and might take their anger out on the miners, putting them in danger. Warrior Xiaocheng is right, we should leave here first, and when we get back, we'll petition the Lord to reward Warrior Xiaocheng. Jeffrey and the others quickly got up, thanked Xiaocheng again, and then one by one entered the portal. Counting carefully, there were at least 40 to 50 human miners here. If they delayed any longer, the portal would likely close. Once the miners left, The surroundings fell silent and the clanging of mining ceased. You treat NPCs like real people, not only chatting with them but also caring about their safety, Lucky Meow said in surprise. They are just like real people, with personalities and stories. Don't be fooled by their status as ordinary NPCs, perhaps they have mythic boss-level friends and relatives behind them, Xiao Cheng replied. Calmly. After encountering Rafro, he had a new understanding of this game. Some things are not written on the surface. NPCs represent not just tasks and rewards, but also more stories that the game designers want to present to the players. Or rather, depth. Let's continue to look for the Divine Dew Spring, Xiao Cheng said, leading the way out of the cave. As they walked, he added, just now, when the boss heard about the Divine Dew Spring, he reacted nervously, so it seems that thing is a very precious treasure in the abyss and not easy to obtain. Yes, the fact that Fiona is willing to trade an artifact for it is enough to prove its value. A consumable comparable to an artifact, just thinking about it makes it clear how precious it is. It seems a bit noisy outside. Could the monsters have returned? Just as they were about to reach the exit, a commotion erupted outside. Lucky Meow frowned and instinctively cast 3 buff skills on Xiao Cheng. I think some small monsters mentioned they were going to report to some general. Could they have come back so soon? Xiao Cheng speculated. A general sounds like it might be even higher than a high-level lord. Could it be something like a 200-plus mythic boss akin to a temple general? If that's the case, then TSK, interesting. Xiao Cheng immediately became interested, cast the earth element shield on himself, and quickly ran outside. Before long, he returned to the place where he had fought against Ramika. Roar. As soon as he stepped out, an angry roar echoed from the sky. Looking up, he saw a dozen giant wolves with wings soaring in the air. On the backs of the giant wolves, there were several burly, green-faced, tusked demons. Are you the ones who killed Ramika? The leading burly man looked down at Xiao Chen and the other, as if gazing at insignificant ants. Yes, it's us. Do you have any objections? Xiao Chen remained calm, not the slightest bit flustered. He glanced at the information of the opponents. Flying Wolf, Elite Monster, Level 110 Health, 103000/103000 Abyss Warrior Leader, Epic, Level 150 Health, 12785000/127850 Abyss General, Now, Legendary, Level 180 Health, 620500/620500 Mounts, Minions, and Bosses all had different attributes, with vast disparities. One legendary boss accompanied by 12 epic bosses demanding an explanation made for quite an explosive scene, far more formidable than when Ramika fought alone earlier. Thus, their momentum was even more arrogant. Moreover, Ramika was a long-established lord, and such an existence being killed by humans was enough to enrage the powerful beings of the Abyss. Looking at the 2 low-level humans, the leading Abyss general's anger surged, and he snorted, "In that case, you shall die. I will bring your corpses back to report to General Klim." With that, he waved his hand. The 12 epic bosses attacked simultaneously. Xiao Chen, be careful. Lucky Meow reminded, quickly retreating into the corridor. Her survival ability was too low. Facing so many high-level bosses, even a glancing blow would send her back to the city to resurrect. All 12 bosses' attacks were aimed at Xiao Chen, and the Earth Elemental Shield was already in place, waiting for the opponents to arrive. Boom! 12 energy shocks struck, causing the floor beneath Xiao Chen to crack. Looking at the damage taken, each attack dealt over 70,000 damage, totaling over 1 million. Hiss, so strong. I might just die here. Xiao Chen gasped. He dared not hesitate and immediately countered. Chain lightning. Zing! A bolt of lightning shot out, heading straight for the nearest Abyss Warrior leader. The lightning was incredibly fast, impossible to dodge. With a crack, the chain lightning hit, dealing 20 million damage and instantly killing the opponent. However, the opponent was in flight and too far from his companions to bounce back. Bastard! How could he be so strong? A group of epic bosses, shocked and furious at seeing their companion killed, unleashed their ultimate skills. All at once towards Xiao Chen. Mud Trap. Abyss Overlord / Bloody Plunder. Each powerful skill fell, and Xiao Chen's Earth Elemental Shield flickered uncertainly. Minus 28,938 slow, minus 179,892, minus 72,894 damage numbers flashed by at an extremely fast rate. Xiao Chen was preparing to continue casting skills to eliminate enemies. Unexpectedly, an Abyss Warrior leader leaped down from his mount and dove in for a slash. He was stunned. Moreover, the stun lasted for 5 seconds. What the hell? Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Following that, several more skills landed, and he found himself afflicted with even more negative statuses. Slow, stun, immobilization, paralysis, silence. This was a rhythm of being controlled infinitely until death. Xiao Chen was horrified to discover he could no longer move at all, unable to cast a single skill. Purification. At that moment, Lucky Miao, hiding in the back corridor, threw out a signature priest skill. In an instant, all negative statuses and control effects on Xiao Chen were cleared, and he entered a 5-second invulnerability state. Well done. Xiao Chen laughed heartily, the crisis averted. And he struck again. Rainstorm. Boom. Thunder roared, the wind rose. A torrential downpour fell, covering an area of 60 meters in length and width. Raindrops poured down in a cascade. 7 of the 12 epic bosses were enveloped within it. In an instant, screams echoed one after another. Ah, what is this thing? It hurts so much, Deputy Commander, save me, damn it, I can't hold on, ugh. With damage reaching up to 1,000,000 per second, this group of epic bosses simply couldn't withstand it. In just 2 seconds, all 7 epic bosses perished, turning into a rain of gold and equipment that fell like a torrential downpour. Damn humans! The Abyss War General watched helplessly as 2/3 of his subordinates were wiped out, his fury erupting. Die! He shouted, leaping down from the sky. A 3-meter-long battle blade appeared in his hand, striking down towards Xiao Chen's face with immense force. This was a locked skill, and Xiao Chen couldn't dodge, only able to brace himself. But he wouldn't just stand there and take the hit. He had to fight back. Lightning arrow. Bang! Sizzle! The battle blade and lightning struck the opponent simultaneously. A massive -870,000 damage popped up above Xiao Chen's head. However, the Abyss War General Miao only had a layer of his shield broken and suffered no damage at all. Ha! The fact that one strike didn't kill Xiao Chen left Miao utterly astonished. He didn't stop, his body glowing with bloodlight as he swung down an even more powerful strike. This damage was something even a level 180 knight in full epic gear couldn't withstand. Crack! The battle blade, larger than Xiao Chen's body, came crashing down again, exploding with 1,000,000 level damage. The Earth Element shield took a heavy blow, losing 1/3 of its shield value. This boss was incredibly strong, far surpassing the level 105 Wraith Knight. Impressive, but you're still going to die. Magic Missile. Fireball. Xiao Chen had adapted to the unique shield effects of high-level bosses, casting several instant small spells without delay. The missile broke through a layer of the shield with a baya sound. The fireball shattered another layer with a loud boom. That was 3 layers down. Gale spell. Seeing the boss still alive and his invulnerability time running out, Xiao Chen began to cast again, unleashing his ultimate move. At the same time, he was being besieged by the Abyss War General and several other surviving epic bosses, his shield value dropping by 50%. Whoosh! The Gale spell was released, whirling and forming a massive blue tornado. Another layer of the Abyss War General's shield shattered, totaling 4 layers. Xiao Chen's magic missile finished its cooldown, hitting at close range. -3,998,123 normal attack skill finally dealt damage, but the value was about half of what he expected, failing to kill the boss in one hit. Yet the Abyss War General was still greatly alarmed, quickly shouting, "Bloody shield!" A blood-red barrier suddenly formed around him. This layer of shield was very similar to the Earth Element shield, serving as a defensive barrier against damage. The Gale spell swept through, and a white -1,000,000 and a red -1,099,892 popped up above the boss's head, instantly breaking the shield. Impossible, this can't be happening. The Abyss War General Mo was filled with terror, never expecting to be so thoroughly beaten by a level 62 human. In the next second, a gust of wind struck again, and another 2 million damage appeared, completely draining his health. No! With a roar, the Abyss War General exploded, turning into a pile of gold and equipment. As for the other epic bosses, they were shredded into pieces by the Gale spell even earlier. You have defeated the epic leader Abyss Warrior Chief, gaining 3,755 reputation points. Ding! You have defeated the legendary leader Abyss War General Miao, gaining 24,500 reputation points. Your team has defeated Abyss War General Miao, gaining a shared experience of 8,950,000. Your team has defeated Abyss Warrior Chief, gaining 994,500 experience points. Your system messages flooded the screen. The 12 epic bosses and 1 legendary boss granted Xiao Chen and Lucky Miao a total of 20 million experience points. In an instant, Xiao Chen's level skyrocketed, jumping straight to level 67. Even Lucky Miao shot up to level 57, quickly closing the gap and ranking second on the leaderboard. My goodness! I just leveled up. 16 levels? Looking at his suddenly increased level, Lucky Meow was momentarily stunned. Xiao Chun, however, was not too surprised and said, "It's not bad. Now, high-level monsters definitely give more experience, but it will slow down more as we go further." The ground was now covered in gold coins and equipment. Various purple and orange items were scattered everywhere. There was even a piece of red equipment. Xiao Chen couldn't wait to pounce on the only red equipment, picking it up. Bloody Power Crown, Mythical, Level Requirement, None Class. Requirement: Priest, Mage Health plus 2500 Physical Defense plus 100 Constitution plus 50 Special Effect. Bloody Power automatically restores 50 health per second. Special Effect: Bloody Shield automatically gains a layer of Blood Shield every 300 seconds, stacking up to 3 layers at once. Each layer can absorb 1 attack, and can only take effect once per second. This is a no-level mythical item. The base health and physical defense it provides are quite substantial, significantly higher than the previous epic hat. Moreover, the automatic health recovery of 50 per second is comparable to having a priest by your side. Even more impressive is that it can stack the Blood Shield effect. The Blood Shield is the Holy Shield. I finally have a Holy Shield too, Xiao Chen exclaimed with joy. He had envied this ability when he saw Minya ignore his attacks, and now he finally had it himself. After reviewing the equipment effects, he understood how the Holy Shield mechanism worked. In fact, even with this Holy Shield, one cannot completely ignore damage. If attacked multiple times within 1 second, it can be taken down directly. Because no matter how many layers are on, it can only take effect once per second. He directly assigned this mythical quality hat to himself, replacing his previous equipment and putting it on. After equipping the mythical helmet and distributing the new attribute points, his health suddenly rose to 12,958 points, and his physical defense surpassed his magical defense, reaching 198. Although none of this was as practical as a soil element shield. There were many coins on the ground, and since several bosses had died somewhat scattered, Xiao Chen and his companion picked them up one by one, ultimately gathering a total of 930,000 coins. Speaking of which, compared to Lord Ramika, this was considered little. The level 180 legendary boss Abyss Warrior, along with his 12 subordinates, had everything combined not worth as much as one boss from Ramika, just a bit more epic gear. This was probably because Ramika, as a lord, possessed more wealth, while the Abyss Warrior and others were merely soldiers with little opportunity to accumulate wealth. On the ground, besides equipment, there were various scrolls, potions, and other items. After picking up for a long time, Xiao Chen finally found that his backpack was full, so he had to throw all the blue quality items to Lucky Meow, keeping only the epic and above equipment and some valuable skill books. We clearly came to do a quest, but I didn't expect to end up with so many things. Xiao Chun, thank you. Lucky Meow looked at the pile of loot, so happy she couldn't close her mouth. As someone who didn't want anything, just picking up the trash that Xiao Chen's backpack couldn't hold, she had collected many items, and selling them casually in the main city would at least fetch her 10,000 coins. That's 100,000 cash. This was a huge profit. Before meeting Xiao Chun, she only had over 2,000 coins in total. After being paired up by Fiona, she first extorted a sum from Danes with Xiao Chen, making a windfall. Then coming to the Abyss world, she witnessed a wealth she had never even dared to imagine. Up to 2 million coins. Nearly 10 pieces of legendary equipment. Dozens of epic equipment. A large number of high-quality scrolls, potions, and skill books. The combined value of all these items was at least several tens of millions in cash. For Lucky Meow, who came from an ordinary family, this was already an astronomical figure. And this was just the beginning. Xiao Chen took out a few decent epic priest equipment pieces and handed them to Lucky Meow, saying, "Here, I'll give you 2 useful ones. Your purification spell just saved my life, so this is a thank you." Although these pieces of equipment were good, their level requirements were a bit high, so they couldn't be used for now. Old Lee's equipment needs, of course, he hadn't forgotten, and there were legendary quality items lying in his backpack. Giving these few things to Lucky Meow didn't amount to much in total value, about 1%. However, for her, it was quite a bounty. This. Lucky Meow was momentarily stunned. With so many top-tier items, even if she went with a team to fight a big boss, she wouldn't get a share. And now, just a little bit leaking through Xiao Chen's fingers had already far exceeded that. She was deeply shocked, and after a long while, she weakly said, I just came to tag along for the quest. I can't take so many things. Just take them. This is just the beginning. The Divine Dew Spring hasn't been obtained yet, and we haven't even fought the Mythic boss, Xiao Chen said nonchalantly. Since he got the construction order for the base, his attitude towards valuable items in the game had become much more indifferent. When he encountered artifacts he could use, he was naturally very happy. As for those he couldn't wear, in his eyes, they were just goods to pile up in the warehouse, at most to sell for a little money, and he wouldn't feel bad about sharing with teammates. Moreover, he was still the one taking the lion's share, and what he gave away was just a little bit. But this is too much. All of these are from bosses you defeated. I hardly contributed. Lucky Meow didn't dare to take so many rewards from him, feeling a sense of guilt. Stop hesitating. Let's go find that General Klim. We fought too quickly just now and didn't ask about the Divine Dew Spring, so we have to keep looking, Xiao Chen interrupted her hesitation and headed straight for the city outskirts. He had considered giving things to Lucky Meow. This girl was currently a very powerful support. Not only could she provide buffs, but she could also help with control and invulnerability, playing a significant role during boss fights. If there were higher difficulty boss battles later, she would be a strong support. Otherwise, if the boss managed to control him and kill him, no matter how high his output was, it would be meaningless. If he died and returned to Stormwind City, it would take until tomorrow to come back. Giving her some benefits was like paying her for her work. In that case, I will graciously accept. Hey, Xiao Chun, slow down. Wait for me. The two of them walked one after the other along the wide road, heading straight for the city outskirts. The name of this city was Ramika City, and it was unclear whether it was named after Ramika or if the city used Ramika's name. The system map function was greatly restricted in the Abyss world, unable to open the world map for viewing, only when arriving at a place. Would they see what it was called? The Abyss creatures of Ramika City had been intimidated by Xiao Chen's terrifying strength and dared not come out, making the roads exceptionally quiet, with not a single monster in sight. Xiao Chen was too lazy to slowly look for those small monsters to grind for experience and ran straight to the city gate. Ramika City was built on a mountain, and the city gate was located at a broad foothill. Under the bright moonlight, looking into the distance, one could see a vast plain below, resembling farmland, planted with some crops unique to the Abyss world. Further away, there were many mountain cities similar to Ramika City, varying in size, most of which were smaller than Ramika City, though a few were comparable. The only city larger than Ramika City was located on a large mountain 30 kilometers away, looking grand and imposing, slightly smaller than a level 3 main city but much larger than a level 4 city. That should be General Klim's city. Let's go over there. Xiao Chen analyzed the surrounding terrain and said. This stretch of road was quite far, and it would take some time to run over. As the two advanced along the road, the fog on the map dissipated wherever they passed, turning into a visible state. While running, they suddenly spotted a building in the distance on the mountain that had a style completely different from the other mountain cities. Lucky Meow asked in confusion, Xiao Chen, look over there, that city seems a bit like a human city. Xiao Chen also noticed the luxurious and grand castle-like building. The style of that castle was completely different from that of the Abyssal demons. It was the style of surface human civilization. The entire city stood atop a mountain, and from a distance some Abyssal demon soldiers could be seen patrolling. Above the castle, a flag fluttered in the wind, prominently displaying a rose pattern. Rose Castle. Thinking of some news he had heard from the Abyssal creatures earlier, he couldn't help but exclaim, could that be the palace of Minya? Minerva? Is she the Abyss princess you mentioned? Lucky Meow had heard him mention her a few times and knew there was such an NPC. Xiao Chen nodded and said, last time she got seriously injured trying to save me. Since I'm passing by, I might as well check on her. With his increasing strength, he was no longer afraid of Minerva. Although this lovesick sorceress was quite powerful, she definitely wouldn't be his match in a real fight. Moreover, as the Abyss princess, she would surely know a lot, making it a perfect opportunity to gather information about the Divine Dew Spring. Xiao Chen changed direction and headed towards the castle. Walking on the plains of the Abyss world, the surrounding map gradually lit up, revealing place names. This plain was called Klimland, named after General Klim. The nearby small cities had various names, mostly named after their lords, just like Ramika City. Not good. Humans are coming, run. While walking through the Abyss farmland, he occasionally encountered some Abyss creatures, and they would immediately flee upon seeing him. Just as human commoners feared demons, the commoners here also feared humans. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered with these low-level ordinary Abyss creatures and didn't take action. After half an hour of travel, he and Lucky Meow arrived outside the castle gate, which was suspected to be Minerva's palace. This castle covered an area larger than 2 football fields, with the front gate located at the foot of a mountain, making it easy to identify. Outside the gate, a group of level 120 Abyss warriors stood guard. Upon seeing Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow approach, the Abyss warriors immediately took a defensive stance. Bold human, how dare you invade the Abyss world? Just in time, capture them and use them as nourishment for the princess. Charge! Several Abyss warriors rushed forward, brandishing their weapons. Xiao Chen had intended to ask a few questions, but before he could speak, they had already revealed their intentions. This is indeed Minerva's residence, let's go in and take a look. He completely disregarded the Abyss warriors. A chain of lightning was thrown out, instantly wiping them out. What? So strong? Watching his companions get obliterated by a single bolt of lightning, the nearby castle guards were all astonished. A little demon leader shouted, "Quick, go notify General Klim, a human expert is attempting to ambush Princess Minerva." Then another little demon yelled, "Swear to protect the princess, let's fight them." Immediately, dozens of abyss creatures surged out from the castle, like a swarm of hornets, charging towards Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow. So much experience. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and unleashed a rainstorm. Spell. Deadly raindrops poured down, killing anyone they hit, and experience points surged, even taking out those who were trying to warn others. Although these monsters were all Minerva's subordinates, Xiao Chen had no intention of killing her. But since he was already here, and the little demons were so eager to attack him, he couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Visiting Minerva and leveling up were not mutually exclusive. All the abyss creatures were red-named monsters, and if he didn't kill them, it would be somewhat sadly of him. After a wave of torrential rain, there were hardly any monsters left alive around. At the front door of the castle hall, a high-ranking demon with greenish skin saw how fierce the two were and shouted in a low voice, "Stop! This is the palace of Princess Minerva, the little princess under the bloody great demon god. If you dare to enter, the great demon god will punish you, and you will surely die. Even your patron deity cannot save you." Xiao Chen glanced at the information of the opponent. Rose Castle Steward, Nunat, Epic Boss, level 150 health, 1384000/1384000, target level 2 high, unable to obtain more data. This was a named high-level monster with substantial health, but it still posed no threat to Xiao Chen. Rose Castle. Abyss Rose. After seeing the message, Xiao Chen remembered that he still had a token of love from Minya. He took it out of his backpack and said, "I came to find you, your highness the princess." The purple-black Abyss Rose appeared in his hand, and a pure and noble aura of high-level demons spread out. The little demons and minions that had intended to continue their attack all hurriedly stopped, staring at the Abyss Rose in silence, dropping their weapons and prostrating themselves. This was a suppression of bloodline. Low-level demons instinctively felt fear in the presence of high-level demons, kneeling and falling silent. The castle steward, Nut, did not kneel but showed a shocked expression, incredulously saying, "This aura is the essence of the prince. You actually possess the essence of the prince." Stunned in place, the earlier threatening demeanor vanished, and for a moment, the entire castle fell silent. Seeing this, Xiao Chen smirked. "If I had known this thing was so useful, I should have taken it out as soon as I arrived in the abyss." With the Abyss Rose in hand, all the little monsters knelt down, waiting for him to reap experience. It was simply too comfortable. Just then, the door to the castle hall suddenly opened. A shadow swiftly floated out from inside and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, you came to see me." The enchanting, soft voice was utterly captivating. Xiao Chen felt a weight on him, a force rushing towards him, causing his whole body to involuntarily lean back slightly. Hey, what are you doing?" This witch actually jumped over, wrapping her arms around his neck and throwing herself into his embrace. A strange fragrance filled his nostrils, and the witch's head nestled against his neck, gently rubbing. This posture was as intimate as could be, almost like a couple reuniting after a long separation. But that wasn't all. Just as Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned by the witch's surprise attack, Minya lifted her head from his embrace and, in a flash, pecked his lips lightly. "Mua, I love you, Xiao Chen. My first kiss." In an instant, Xiao Chen's head buzzed, feeling as if thunder was crashing. And 1,000 alpacas were galloping by. He actually got forcefully kissed by an NPC. Although he knew Minya was infatuated, he never expected their reunion would be like this. You guys?" The lucky cat beside him was also dumbfounded. Watching a level 120 mythic boss charging out with a huge health bar, she was ready to buff up and retreat, letting Xiao Chen face the boss alone. Yet, this boss, with such swift speed, after appearing before Xiao Chen, did not attack. Instead, she kissed him and said, "I love you." At that moment, the lucky cat felt her worldview collapse. Wasn't the red-named one a monster? Aren't monsters meant to be killed? How could they hug and kiss? Calling him Xiao Chen, brother, so sweetly, was that a title a boss should use for a player? This was unreasonable. Even more outrageous was that the usually fierce and quick-to-kill Xiao Chen did not resist her. "Xiao Chen, brother, it was worth my risking going to the human main city for you. You came to see me so soon. I'm so happy." Minya held on to Xiao Chen without letting go, slightly tilting her head to look at the bewildered Xiao Chen, joyfully saying, Her eyes, as beautiful as purple flowers, gazed at the young and handsome mage, filled with stars and overflowing happiness. And Xiao Chen. I suddenly forgot what I was going to say. Originally having serious matters to attend to, Xiao Chen was completely thrown off by the witch's sudden attack. Hearing this, Minya smiled sweetly and said, "If you've forgotten, then forget it. Don't think about it. Come, let's go to my chamber. You promised me before that as long as I help you, you'll serve me well with that." She took Xiao Chen's hand and walked towards the castle. "Hey, wait a minute." Lucky Meow suddenly panicked when she saw it and shouted at Xiao Chen, "We're here to do serious business. Why are you flirting with an NPC? NPI 11? Why is this word coming up again? What does it mean?" Minaya showed a puzzled expression. At the same time, she glanced at Lucky Meow and asked Xiao Chen, "Is she your friend? She seems to have the aura of a certain main god, but it's pitifully weak." Xiao Chen came back to his senses and sorted out his thoughts. Looking at Minaya, whose face was filled with joy but also a bit pale, he said, "Well, Minaya, I'm very grateful for what you did for me last time. I heard you were injured, so I brought some healing potions for you. I don't know if they will be of any help." Saying this, he took out several bottles of golden holy life potions. Minaya took a glance and immediately took them all, tossing them into an unknown place. Then she happily said, "You care about me. That's great. Xiao Chen, you don't have to worry, my injuries aren't serious, it's just my body that's damaged, my essence is fine, I'll be fine after a few months of rest." As long as it's not serious. Xiao Chen didn't quite understand whether her response was serious or not, he just replied politely. Then he said, "We came to the Abyss this time with another purpose, we want to find something. You're the Princess of the Abyss, you should know a lot, could you possibly share some information with us?" Upon hearing this, Minaya slightly furrowed her brows. "Is there another purpose? I thought you came specifically to see me." Her tone was a bit disappointed. Lucky Meow was completely dumbfounded. A woman's intuition told her that this NPC in front of her wasn't pretending to be close, she truly had special feelings for Xiao Chen. And the degree was so high that it could almost be called obsession. This is outrageous, Lucky Meow thought to herself. Although Xiao Chen was indeed very handsome and strong, this Abyss princess was an NPC. An NPC infatuated with a player, what kind of situation is this? Doesn't she know she's just a string of data? Even if she considers herself a real person, the game has only been live for a little over a day. How could she fall madly in love with a male player in such a short time? This kind of absurdity was unheard of for Lucky Meow, and she didn't even dare to think about it. But now it was happening right in front of her. Your Highness," at this moment, the butler Nunat approached with something to report. "What is it?" Minaya frowned slightly, displeased. The thing she disliked the most when talking to someone she liked was being interrupted. She didn't get angry because Nunat was a loyal butler. The castle butler cautiously approached and said, "Your Highness, this man and this woman just killed Lord Ramika and Deputy General Mio. They are our enemies in the Abyss, you shouldn't be so close to them." Minaya's frown deepened upon hearing this, and she scolded. "Shut up, are you teaching me how to do my job? I wouldn't dare." Nunat quickly lowered his head. "Step back." "But Your Highness, don't make me say it a second time." Facing her subordinate, Minaya showed another side of herself, exceptionally strong and unyielding. Nunat had no choice but to lead his subordinates out of sight. The surroundings suddenly became empty, leaving only Xiao Chen, Lucky Meow, and Minaya. Once the subordinates had retreated, Minaya furrowed her brows and seriously asked, "Xiao Chen, is what he said true? Did you kill Uncle Ramika?" That's indeed true." Xiao Chen wasn't used to lying, and in this case, lying wouldn't help, there were plenty of witnesses in Ramika City, so he could only admit it. Mina sighed upon hearing this, her gaze towards him tinged with reproach. She slowly said, "Uncle Ramika was an old soldier who followed my father long ago. Although he is not very strong, he has a high status. During these years of my exile here, I have relied on his care. You killed Uncle Ramika, which is a serious matter. As the Princess of the Abyss, I must uphold the iron law of the Abyss and cannot let you go." What do you mean?" Xiao Chen asked, confused. Mina thought for a moment and replied, "According to the rules, your actions warrant a death sentence, and it would be the kind where you are eaten alive. However, you are my future husband, the son-in-law of the demon god, so such a cruel punishment cannot be applied to you. In my view, I will punish you to be my male servant in my Rose Castle for 10 years, attending to my daily needs." Xiao Chen. So, after all that, she still wants him for his body. He helplessly said, "Your Highness Mina, thank you for your affection. However, I am just an ordinary player and truly do not deserve the honor of being the son-in-law of the demon god." I came today to thank you for helping me out in Storm City and also to inquire about the Divine Dew Spring. As for staying to be a male servant, cough, that is really impossible. Xiao Chen's tone was very polite. If a female player stood before him at that moment, he certainly wouldn't have been so courteous and would have taken her out with a skill immediately. But NPCs are different from players, their way of thinking is shaped by the game designers. If it involves mutual interests, it's still necessary to show some respect to better exploit their value. Otherwise, with Mina's level of power, even if she wasn't injured, she wouldn't withstand a few of his skills' bombardments. Although he had been very polite, Mina was still quite displeased after hearing Xiao Chen's response. You're not even willing to stay and be my male servant, it seems you don't care about me at all. I understand now, it's because of her, right? She is human and has received the inheritance of the main god, her status is noble. From a human perspective, it makes sense that you would like her. The witch princess wore a melancholic expression, as if she had just suffered a heartbreak, her pitiful appearance tugging at the heartstrings. But in the next second, her expression suddenly turned cold and fierce. However, I still cannot let you go, Mina said. The originally gentle and charming witch instantly transformed, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Whether it's out of the responsibility of the Abyss Princess or my personal feelings for you, I must keep you here. As for her, daring to compete with Mina for a man, she can only die. With that, she reached out with one hand, her slender, jade-like fingers directly gripping the neck of Lucky Meow. Lucky Meow? Ah, it hurts. What did I do? Why do you suddenly want to kill me? The witch was very strong, and the onlookers were being choked, feeling immense pain. Lucky Meow was almost speechless, feeling so innocent. She was just an ordinary teammate, here to leech off the quest and experience. She never expected to stumble upon an illicit romance between an NPC and a player during the quest. As if that wasn't enough, the NPC who had been rejected by the player actually regarded her as a hypothetical enemy and wanted to eliminate her. Could anything be more absurd than this? Xiao Chen, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Mina, please don't overthink it. I'm just a serious player, I have no strange feelings for you, nor do I have any special thoughts about Lucky Meow. We can talk things out, if we can't be a couple, at least we can be friends. He spoke sincerely. Is that so? Are you sure you're not lying to me? Mina asked, half convinced. Cough cough. I'm going to suffocate, put me down quickly, please. Lucky Meow was being held in the air like a little chick, her face turning red from the strain. Manhwa looked at her nearly dying expression, and seeing that Xiao Chen's demeanor lacked any urgency for his beloved, she finally believed it and threw Lucky Meow to the ground. Damn witch. Lucky Meow silently held a grudge after falling. Let's sit down and have a serious talk, Xiao Chen suggested. Manhwa looked at him, her eyes still filled with infatuation, but she seemed much more awake than before, nodding and saying, alright, let's talk properly. It's not too late for you to change your mind. With that, she led the two of them into the castle. The interior of the Rose Castle is spacious and magnificent, resembling a royal palace. The attendants serving Minya are not the ugly abyss creatures, but rather ordinary human servants. Most of these servants are common NPCs below level 80, captured in the abyss and stripped of their freedom. However, they do not seem to have been treated too cruelly, at least their arms and legs are intact, and there are no signs of long-term abuse on their bodies. Xiao Chen and Lucky Cat followed Minya into the living room. Minya elegantly sat in the master's position, her noble black gauze dress covering half of her body, revealing her long, rounded calves and lotus-like arms. What exactly are you here in the abyss for? Minya asked. Xiao Chen repeated what he had said before. His purpose, of course, was to obtain the Divine Dew Spring. As for visiting Minya, it was merely a side trip. However, he still had to show some respect to the witch princess, verbally placing the two matters side by side. But it was hard to ignore that Minya was a love-struck girl. After hearing Xiao Chen's answer, she sighed and said, if you don't like me, why would you risk danger and come all the way to the abyss to see me? You're playing hard to get, teasing me, you wicked man. But I still want to accept you like this. By the end, she seemed a bit pleased with herself. The fierce look she had just moments ago vanished, returning to her lovesick demeanor. Xiao Chen was left speechless. Lucky Cat noticed his helplessness and explained, it's not like that, princess. Actually, Xiao Chen is gay, he doesn't like women. The way he treats you is just a matter of politeness. Xiao Chen? Why throw him under the bus while explaining? He, Xiao Chen, is a steelman. How could he possibly like men? Fortunately, as an NPC, Minya couldn't understand the meaning of gay. She merely smiled and shook her head, saying, you're talking nonsense, I don't believe it. Just now, when I hugged and kissed Xiao Chen, his heart was racing, he clearly likes me. Really? Lucky Cat cast a doubtful glance, feeling like she was witnessing something bizarre. Xiao Chen deadpanned, I was just startled. To prevent the two women from continuing to distort the topic, he decisively changed the subject, saying, "Let's talk about the Divine Dew Spring. Minya, can you tell me about this item? I really need it. Without it, I can't advance to the second transition, and my strength will struggle to grow." Well, Minya showed a troubled expression. After a moment, she said, "I can tell you, but this thing is very precious, even I can't just give it to you. It's too important, and I can only obtain it with my father's permission." Xiao Chen's heart stirred. When he previously asked Ramika about the Divine Dew Spring, Ramika had reacted with great excitement and acted immediately. Now even Minya was so serious, it seemed that the Divine Dew Spring was indeed not an easy item to obtain. What exactly is it? What effects does it have? Where can I get it? Xiao Chen asked. In rapid succession. Minya explained, the Divine Dew Spring is what it's called in the Divine Realm. In our abyss, it's called the Primordial Source Liquid. Primordial Source Liquid? Both Xiao Chen and Lucky Cat were taken aback. The name sounded quite impressive. Minya nodded, yes, the Primordial Source Liquid is a treasure highly valued by both the divine and demonic races. It can enhance the quality of bloodlines and increase potential. For example, I evolved from a high-level demon race to a perfect pureblood demon race because I absorbed a large amount of the Primordial Source Liquid's power when I was young, gaining a flawless appearance. In addition to enhancing bloodlines, it can also be used to extend lifespan. Every drop of Primordial Source Liquid can enhance lifespan by 10 years. The more you consume, the stronger the effect, with a maximum extension of up to 10,000 years. Its preciousness ranks among the highest in the entire world. For the Abyss and the Divine Realm, this is an important treasure of racial heritage, not to be shared with outsiders. If anyone covets it, they will face insane retribution. After this explanation, Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow finally understood the function of the Divine Dew Spring. It enhances bloodline quality and extends lifespan. This thing is undoubtedly very powerful, ranking among the best of all items in the game. Although they didn't know what effect it had on players, Xiao Chen still felt the difficulty of obtaining it. He thought for a moment and said, "You evolved from a high-level demon race to a pure-blood demon race using a large amount of Primordial Source Liquid. A single drop of Primordial Source Liquid can only extend life by 10 years, which isn't that strong. If I only want a few drops, I wonder if you could give me some?" Minya shook her head, "It's impossible. My father won't agree to let the Primordial Source Liquid flow to humans. Even if you go to the Divine Realm to find the gods, they won't agree either. Then what should we do? If we can't get this thing, we won't be able to advance to the second transition and our progress will fall behind." Lucky Meow frowned, feeling anxious. She knew that the Divine Dew Spring was hard to obtain, but she didn't expect it to be this difficult. Even the great demon god cared about this thing. For two players under level 100, it was almost impossible to get their hands on it. Minya didn't care about Lucky Meow's feelings. But seeing Xiao Chen also frowning, she couldn't help but want to offer some advice. So she asked, "What do you need this for? Who sent you to seek the Primordial Source Liquid?" "An elderly poet named Daifiona. She was originally from the Moon Temple, but later." Xiao Chen explained the situation. After listening, the witch frowned and said, "Xiao Chen, you're so foolish. You don't have to rely on her to help you advance, can't you just find someone else? As for the Moon Witch, you could just kill her and take her artifact, isn't that simple?" Lucky Meow explained, "I thought of that at first, but it seems I can't beat her. If I wait until my strength grows and then go, I won't need her artifact anymore. Moreover, Xiao Chen also needs her help to change jobs." Daifiona issued a team quest, so we teamed up to come here. Xiao Chen said awkwardly, "I just wanted to get a super artifact to play with. I didn't expect the Divine Dew Spring to be so hard to get, and besides, what if I kill Daifiona and she doesn't drop the artifact? The most important thing about playing games is to have fun." Tempted by the rewards comparable to super artifacts, he was certainly willing to put in the effort to fight for it. A trip to the Abyss wasn't too big of a challenge for him, so after Daifiona set the conditions, he immediately rushed over. But reality was harsh. After Minya's explanation, he had deeply realized how absurdly difficult it was to obtain the Divine Dew Spring. Daifiona was completely a trap. Minya couldn't help but smile, looking at Xiao Chen with a doting gaze, and said, "Silly brother, if you want treasures, just come to me. Although our demon race can't create artifacts, we have taken down quite a few high-ranking divine envoys from gods and temples over the years, and we've obtained many artifacts from them. As long as you ask, no, as long as you promise to serve me well and be my man, I can give you whatever you want." As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow both froze in their expressions. Xiao Chen awkwardly said, "Can we not keep bringing up such strange requests? Although my level isn't high, I can handle things on my own and don't need to rely on others. Besides, I have dignity and boundaries, please don't say such things again." "But what I said is from the heart," the witch said sincerely. Lucky Meow was almost dying of embarrassment on the side. However, thinking about it, if serving an NPC could yield many divine artifacts and super artifacts, it didn't seem so hard to accept after all. It could even be a huge profit. Alright, I'm the strongest man in all heavens, and I'm quite clear-headed. I absolutely won't trade my body and dignity for virtual items, Xiao Chen said somewhat impatiently. The infatuation of Manhwa was indeed troubling him. If it weren't for the fact that this NPC had helped him with his temper, he would have already used a skill to take her out. Manhwa, I still want to ask, if I really want to obtain the primordial source liquid, where should I go to find it? He stood up and asked one last time. Manhwa shook her head. Don't think about it, there's no chance. The only place it can be produced is the ancient mountain range at the very center of the endless abyss. And there, my father and 2 other demon lords, 3 major avatars, are guarding it. Even if the main god descends, they won't gain any benefits. Alright, then I'll give up, Xiao Chen sighed and said helplessly. The strength of the demon lords was comparable to that of the main gods. With his current abilities, he might have some chance against the divine generals in the temple, but to take on a real god was still beyond him. Lucky Meow, let's go. Xiao Chen took out the return scroll, preparing to leave. But the quest item. Lucky Meow became anxious upon hearing this. Xiao Chen could forego Fiona's reward and find another NPC to help with the second job change. But she couldn't. Only the Moon Archbishop and Fiona could help her with the second job change. If she didn't complete this quest, she wouldn't be able to learn advanced skills, and even if she was ahead of others now, she would slowly be overtaken. Xiao Chen said, you can form a party to take down Fiona, then go do the temple quest for the job change. She's sick and almost dead, she probably isn't that strong. Lucky Meow still felt a bit troubled. The difficulty of a level 150 mythic boss was still very high. She wasn't sure if she could defeat it. Just then, Manhwa suddenly said, I happen to have something that might help you complete this quest. Ha? What do you mean? Didn't you say the primordial source liquid can't be given to us? Xiao Chen asked in surprise. Manhwa shook her head. Of course, the primordial source liquid can't be given to you, but the person you're talking about, doesn't she just want to extend her life? Extending life doesn't necessarily require the primordial source liquid. That seems to make sense. Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow were both taken aback for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Manhwa said to the two, in our abyss, there is a treasure called the Fountain of Youth, which can also have the effect of prolonging life. Drinking a pot of the Fountain of Youth can extend one's life by 200 years, enough for you to report back. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. Where is that thing? We'll go find it right away. Lucky Meow's eyes also lit up, reigniting hope. However, just as the two were filled with hope, Manhwa began to play coy. She crossed her arms, her tone leisurely, and with a hint of meaning said, there are no free benefits in this world. What do you want in return? Xiao Chen asked. Manhwa's purple eyes, like a blooming purple flower, gazed at him, smiling without speaking. Lucky Meow, watching from the side, instantly understood and explained on his behalf, you just need to serve her for one night. Xiao Chen, farewell. Such an absurd condition was completely unacceptable to Xiao Chen, and he immediately took out the return scroll, preparing to leave. Don't go. We can negotiate. Seeing him refuse so decisively, Manhwa became anxious and quickly cast a control skill, freezing him in place. Xiao Chen's body couldn't move, but his mouth was still active, firmly rejecting, I'm a serious player, not here to play some 18+ sleazy game. It's fine, you won't lose anything. I won't tell anyone, and once you leave here, you'll be a clean little boy again. Lucky Meow, finally seeing hope for completing the task, was unwilling to miss such an opportunity and fanned the flames from the side. Damn, you actually turned against me. Xiao Chen really wanted to zap her with a lightning arrow. Manhwa had been rejected several times, and her confidence was severely shaken by Xiao Chen. Seeing his resolute stance, she could only say dejectedly, forget it, you're right, a forced fruit isn't sweet. Here, take this, you can go now. She then threw a beautifully crafted metal bottle to Xiao Chen. This is? Xiao Chen focused his eyes and was instantly overjoyed. Elixir of Immortality, Mythical, permanently increases life limit by 10,000 points after use. Each character can only use it once. This thing not only extends the lifespan of NPCs but also enhances player attributes, comparable to a piece of divine armor. Unfortunately, there was too little of it. It could only be used for tasks, not for himself. Manhwa, thank you. Xiao Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. Poof. The once fiery witch now turned her back, acting like a sulking little wife, no longer paying him any attention. Xiao Chen felt a bit awkward but had nothing more to say. He put away the elixir of immortality and thanked her again before leaving. That damn man. Seeing Xiao Chen leave without looking back deeply affected Manhwa. But after a while, she revealed a hint of a smile, muttering to herself, my judgment is indeed good. Xiaochen not only looks handsome but also has great integrity, principles, and boundaries. A man like him is not easily obtainable. I need to work harder and keep trying. After leaving the Rose Castle, Xiaochen and Lucky Meow directly crushed their return scrolls and returned to Stormwind City. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. The familiar shouts rang in their ears. The surface environment is so comfortable, bathed in sunlight. Xiaochen stretched lazily, too lazy to bother with the city guard NPCs beside him. Lucky Meow looked at him with curiosity, seriously observing, honestly, where does your charm come from? Why is Minia so obsessed with you? Xiaochen shrugged, how would I know? She was obsessed with an NPC before, but as soon as she saw me, she immediately changed her target, making me feel so awkward. Could it be because I'm too handsome? He felt very helpless. Maybe that's just her character. This game is getting more and more fun. Lucky Meow couldn't help but smile. Fun my ass. Let's go, let's turn in the quest. Xiaochen didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer and walked straight to the small teleportation array. Paying a fee of 2 gold coins, the two of them teamed up to teleport to Wind Fury City. Then, following the path they had taken before, they headed to Boulder Town. On the small bridge outside the town, the figure of the scammer, Danes, was nowhere to be seen. It was unclear whether she had run home to cry after being extorted or had gone elsewhere to scam someone else. The two walked quickly and soon arrived at Boulder Town. Senior Fiona were back. Back in the tavern, Fiona was still sitting in her original spot, and the bard Algernon had not left either. So soon. Did you find the task too difficult and want to give up? Fiona asked in confusion. The two had only been away from the tavern for 3 hours since being teleported. In such a short time, even a deep abyss teleport wouldn't be enough, so it was clearly impossible that they had returned after successfully completing the task. It was likely that after careful consideration, they felt it was too challenging and wanted to come back to plead for a reduction in difficulty. Daphne thought to herself, so she shook her head and said, although this matter is difficult, the reward I give you will definitely be worth it. I will not change my mind. You should think of another way. Xiaochen and Lucky Meow exchanged glances and smiled. Senior Daphne, I think you may have misunderstood. Although we couldn't obtain the Divine Dew Spring, we found another treasure that can extend life. It should have the same effect on your current physical condition. As they spoke, they took out a beautiful bottle containing the elixir of immortality from their backpack. Another treasure? What else could replace the Divine Dew Spring? Daphne expressed her disbelief. She took the elixir of immortality, examined it closely, then uncorked the bottle and sniffed it. After a moment, she exclaimed in surprise, what is this? It contains such immense life force. Xiaochen explained, it's called the elixir of immortality. Produced in the abyssal world. Drinking it can extend your life by 200 years. It's a mythic level treasure. Senior, this is comparable to 20 drops of the Divine Dew Spring. Are you satisfied? Good stuff, really good stuff. Daphne's murky old eyes sparkled with joy, and her aged face seemed to regain some vitality. Suddenly, she let out a loud laugh, picked up the bottle, tilted her head back, and drank the elixir of immortality in one go. Then she said, finally, I can rid myself of the shadow of death. Warrior Xiaochen, Warrior Lucky Meow, thank you so much. No need to be polite, Senior, we all have our needs, Xiao Chen said excitedly, rubbing his hands together, ready to welcome the second-class change. After the second-class change, he would not only learn more skills, but his professional talent would also advance, expanding his skill set even further. When the time came, if they encountered a team battle, it wouldn't just be against 20 or 30,000, even 50 or 100,000 wouldn't be enough for him to handle. Lucky Meow was equally excited. Her profession was actually more powerful than Xiao Chen's, just lacking a 10,000-fold talent. Once she underwent the second-class change, it would be a qualitative leap. However, just as the two were eager to accept the class change, Daphne, who had just finished the elixir of immortality, suddenly sneered, and her expression changed. She coldly said, what do you mean by we all have our needs? I asked you to find the Divine Dew Spring. This elixir of immortality is a gift you gave me, not a task item I entrusted you with. Now that the Divine Dew Spring hasn't appeared, your task is incomplete. Why should I agree to your class change? At the same time, her appearance rapidly changed at a visible speed, transforming from old to young. In no time, she became a 30-something black-robed sorceress. What do you mean by that? Hearing Daphne's words, Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow were both stunned. This NPC actually wanted to go back on her word. Chapter 061, Battle. Level 200 Mythical. What does this mean? Haha, foolish adventurers. Fiona slowly rose, her black robe gradually transforming, revealing intricate magical patterns. At the same time, a staff inlaid with azure gemstones appeared in her hand. Moonlight Sage Defiona Mythical Boss Level 200 Health 174500/17450000 Target Level 2 High, unable to retrieve more data. A brand new set of data appeared. This was Defiona's true form. Looking at the bewildered Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow, she laughed. Arrogantly, I thought I had reached the end of my life, but unexpectedly, heaven did not take me, sending you two fools to save me. Now that my power has finally returned, I can continue to fight alongside the Archbishop, my sister. As thanks, I will let you die without pain. With that, she waved her staff, and a beam of moonlight shot out like a blade towards Lucky Meow. Watch out! Xiao Chen sidestepped, shielding his teammate behind him, and a soil elemental shield instantly formed around him. Thud, the moonlight blade struck him, but was absorbed by the blood shield from his mythical hat. This damn game, the NPC can actually deceive players, it's so disgusting. Lucky Meow, hiding behind Xiao Chen, said indignantly. She was very angry, and Xiao Chen was even angrier. If he had known things would turn out this way, he should have helped Lucky Meow take down that old hag directly. But now it was too late to regret. The situation was set, and the precious fountain of youth was given away without return. They could only defeat Defiona and reclaim their honor. Lightning Arrow. Magic Missile. He instantly cast two small skills to counterattack Defiona, but they were nullified by an invisible shield. In the tavern, Algernon and the tavern owner were already dumbfounded, cowering under the table, trembling. You pitiful little worm, you dare to resist? Defiona looked down on Xiao Chen's defiance. She clenched her left hand, and vast magical power erupted. The next moment, boom! A surge of white moonlight burst forth, radiating from her body and spreading outwards instantly, destroying the entire tavern, and at an incredibly fast speed, demolishing the surrounding buildings one by one. Ah! What happened? What's going on? Help! The poor tavern owner and the bard were directly crushed by the shockwave of moonlight, losing all their health and dying on the spot. Bang! Another layer of the blood shield on Xiao Chen broke, leaving only the last layer. Lucky Meow, sheltered behind him, was unharmed. The moonlight shockwave continued to spread for 500 meters before stopping, destroying all buildings within that range. Players and NPC civilians all perished, with only a few slightly stronger militia surviving. Damn it, this guy is a madman, even killing civilian NPCs. Xiao Chen was both shocked and guilty at this scene. It was his fault, otherwise Defiona wouldn't have become like this. Since that was the case, he had to clean up the mess. Rainstorm Spell. Xiao Chen chanted the skill, releasing a large area of group magic centered on himself, enveloping Defiona within. Little thing, you're still alive? Defiona was somewhat surprised to see him still standing after taking a moonlight blade and a shockwave. The rainstorm spell was successfully cast, with raindrops accompanied by magic missiles and fireballs all crashing down on Defiona. In the same second, 3 segments of damage. Even the holy shield couldn't block it. However, a white spherical protective shield enveloped Defiona, and these skills struck it without causing any damage at all. This is the passive skill Eternal Moonlight after the 5th job change in the Moon God Temple, which grants immunity to all damage for 3 seconds, Lucky Meow explained. So strong, just give it to me, it might be 30,000 seconds of invincibility. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Knowing that damage was ineffective at this moment, he retreated with Lucky Meow, creating distance from Defiona. You look so cute struggling, then I'll play with you, Defiona said with a cat and mouse expression, waving her staff as damage spells flew towards the two. Xiao Chen, be careful. Moonlight Blessing. Night Dominator. Moonlight Shield. Lucky Meow quickly cast 3 buff spells on Xiao Chen. At the same time, he said, my survivability isn't great, I might die. If I get killed, I'll resurrect at the Moon God Temple to bring help, just hold on. No need for that, who dies is still uncertain. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Being deceived by an NPC was truly an insult to his intelligence. He had to take down Defiona to vent his anger. NPCs issue quests, players complete them. This was a default rule, and no one would expect an NPC to play tricks. But the situation had already occurred, overthinking was useless, there was only one battle to fight. Bang bang bang. The moonlight spells hit him, and the last layer of the blood shield and the shield effect of Moonlight Shield disappeared. With a crack, Xiao Chen took an attack, and a massive damage of -310,000 appeared above his head. A level 205th job mythic boss had reached peak power with a normal attack, dealing 2 to 300,000 damage. One could imagine how difficult it was to deal with. But Xiao Chen had millions in shields, and he remained unafraid. 3 seconds are up, die. Counting the time as he saw the moonlight shield on Defiona disappear, he immediately struck again. First, a magic missile was sent out, followed by a gale spell. The heavy rain continued to pour, and the Gale rose again. The surrounding space was filled with wind and rain, terrifying damage sweeping everything around, completely crushing the already severely damaged buildings. A novice mage dares to challenge a domain expert, how ridiculous, Fiona said disdainfully. She chanted for a brief second, and a white moon rose from behind, emitting endless brilliance, converging into beams that poured towards Xiao Chen. -300,000, -300,000, -300,000. The beam struck, dealing 300,000 damage every 0.5 seconds. But at the same time, Xiao Chen's skills also took effect on Fiona. Crack! -169,192-1378198 -268,981. The damage from the rainstorm, magic missile, and gale spells appeared one after another. Compared to Xiao Chen's nearly 1200 attack power at this moment, it seemed very abnormal, only about 1/10 of the theoretical damage. Her magic damage reduction is as high as 90%. Xiao Chen was secretly shocked. He had thought he could take down Fiona with just a few skills, but he didn't expect her to be so tough. This was a bit troublesome. Meteor spell. Xiao Chen's mind raced and he made a decisive decision. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate move. The cooldown for the meteor spell had long since finished, and taking advantage of the ongoing storm, he quickly began to chant the strongest skill. Under the cover of wind and rain, the fire element began to gather. At this moment, the damage from his several skills also caught Fiona's high attention. Good boy, under the suppression of a domain expert, you can still inflict such great damage on me. Trying to use a forbidden spell? Seeking death. Her narrow eyes suddenly narrowed, realizing Xiao Chen was beginning to chant a forbidden spell. Fiona decisively unleashed 3 consecutive high-damage single-target skills. Boom! Bang! Hiss! -2193829-1887919-240999193. Consecutive terrifying damage numbers exceeding 1,000,000 left Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow pale with fear. Fortunately, the earth element shield was solid enough. Even after sustaining such heavy damage, it remained unbroken, still holding a small portion of health. Ha! It's not dead yet? Fiona exclaimed in shock. She was very confident in her own strength, believing that no one below the holy domain could withstand her continuous attacks unscathed. Yet, in front of the seemingly weak adventurer, she had actually made a mistake. She hadn't even broken the elemental shield. This is impossible. Try again. Fiona thought angrily, unleashing another powerful skill. Buzz around moon appeared out of nowhere, casting a large amount of moonlight. An indiscriminate attack within a 100-meter range. A Lucky Meow was illuminated by the moonlight, letting out a scream as -800,000 damage appeared above its head, collapsing on the spot. Xiao Chen's shield also showed a damage spike of 900,000, lasting a full 5 seconds. The earth element shield was broken. As Xiao Chen was chanting the meteor spell, he couldn't release any other skills. Moreover, the cooldown for the earth elemental shield hadn't expired yet. Just 3 seconds left, just 3 seconds. Damn it, I'm not willing to accept this. Xiao Chen was anxious, but there was nothing he could do to stop the skill and do something else. You little brat, die. Fiona revealed a fierce expression, seeing that he had no defensive means left to use. With a wave of her staff, a single target moonlight blade slashed towards him. Purification. At that moment, Xiao Chen was astonished to find that the lucky cat, which had just been killed, actually crawled back up and granted him a state of invulnerability. But the invulnerability state couldn't reduce damage. He would still die from the attack. Moonlight Shield. The lucky cat cast a new buff skill. Pop! The moonlight blade arrived, and the shield effect of the moonlight shield shattered, just in time to cancel it out. Does your skill have no cooldown? How is it so fast? Xiao Chen asked in surprise. It hadn't even been 30 seconds, how could the skill have cooled down so quickly? Before the lucky cat could respond, another moonlight blade was already coming at him. Just 2 seconds left. Now he really had no skills left. Xiao Chen, I did my best. The lucky cat dashed forward, spreading its arms to block in front of him. Swoosh! The moonlight blade struck down, dealing over 200,000 damage, and the lucky cat, just revived, fell again. Ugh, so tragic. Watching his teammate die consecutively, Xiao Chen felt a pang of sadness. The meteor spell was about to be released in 1 second, but Fiona's next skill was already approaching. It was over, he had no skills left to add another shield, and the blood shield effect of the divine helmet would take over 4 minutes to regenerate. What a waste! Swoosh! An attack landed on him, and Xiao Chen felt a pain in his chest, his vision darkening for a moment. But he didn't die. Undying Spirit as status effect jumped out from above his head. His health bar was still full, and he even had an additional shield with the same value as his health. Undying Spirit. The passive effect of the Godslayer robe. Oh man, I almost forgot I had this life-saving passive. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. At this moment, the chant for the meteor spell finally ended. Boom, the sky trembled, and flames illuminated the earth. Damn it, how could he succeed? Fiona cursed, not expecting that two humble weaklings would be so difficult to deal with. The forbidden spell, the meteor spell, came crashing down. She had already experienced Xiao Chen's attack power, losing over 3 million health after being hit by a full barrage. Now, seeing the super meteor in the sky, which was 6 times larger than a regular meteor spell, she knew she couldn't withstand it. So she quickly cast defensive magic, setting up 3 layers of protective shields. The meteor fell from the sky, rubbing against the air and bursting into intense flames. Boom! A loud noise echoed as the meteor hit the ground. Bang bang bang, the 3 layers of holy domain level shields on Fiona shattered one after another. -10 million, -20 million, -30 million. The 3 shields directly absorbed 60 million damage, which was terrifying in effect. But at that moment, the meteor spell's damage reached 240 million. After breaking through the 3 layers of shields, the meteor spell's power remained undiminished, continuing to smash down on Fiona. Moon Goddess's body. Fiona used her last life-saving skill. Bang! The earth trembled, and shockwaves spread in all directions. A pit appeared where the tavern used to be. And Fiona was completely buried by the meteor. -12,398,299, a damage value much smaller than expected, jumped out from above her head. She actually didn't die. Oh man, this is way too tough. Xiao Chen said in disbelief. Over 200 million damage skills couldn't kill her, and her final damage reduction effect reached a terrifying 95%. Hahaha, beneath the deep pit, Fiona let out a wild laugh. At this moment, her health was just below 2 million. But after all, she was still alive. Struggling to float out of the pit, she mocked, "Weakness is always weakness, in the true holy domain, you." Before she could finish her sentence, a bolt of lightning, a missile, and a fireball struck her in succession. -1672892-900,918 damage numbers popped up, and the fireball spell hit empty. Fiona's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the young mage not far away, filled with regret. Not dead yet and still taking your time to taunt me? How foolish. The mocking voice lingered in her ears. In the next moment, Fiona lost consciousness, her body falling back to the bottom of the deep pit. Splash! In an instant, a massive amount of items exploded from her, filling the entire bottom of the pit. At the same time, a pleasant system notification echoed in Xiao Chen and Lucky Cat's ears. Ding, you have defeated the level 200 mythic boss, Moonlight Sage Fiona, and gained 98,750 reputation. Congratulations! You are the first player in this battle zone to kill a holy domain boss, receiving an honor reward, a mythic skill book for your class. Your team has defeated Moonlight Sage Fiona evenly, distributing 92,650,000 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 68. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 69. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 85. Battle Zone announcement: players Xiao Chen and Lucky Cat have first defeated the Holy Domain boss, receiving a mythic skill book for their class. Battle Zone announcement. Battle Zone announcement. In an instant, the sound of the announcements echoed in the ears of all players in the battle zone. Everyone was stunned. Holy Domain boss? Isn't that a mythic monster above level 200? Damn, 2 people defeated a level 200 mythic boss? Can someone tell me what's going on? Mythic skill book, sob, I want one to look at the level leaderboard. Those 2 are skyrocketing. It had been less than 2 days since the server opened, and some people didn't even know what the words holy domain boss meant. That meant a mythic level boss above level 200. Just being level 200 without reaching mythic strength didn't count. And at this moment, someone had actually defeated such a powerful boss, leaving all players in shock. Opening the level leaderboard, the first place, Xiao Chen, had shot up to level 85 in one go. The second place, Lucky Cat, had also reached level 82, far ahead of everyone else. The third place, Sword Slashing the World, had just reached level 50, while the fourth place and below were still under level 45. This is ridiculous. Countless people in the entire battle zone were complaining about this matter. Xiao Chen also received messages in chat, requests from friends, but he didn't accept any, because it was time to pick up items. The meteorite pit would soon be repaired, and if he was late, what if the boss's dropped items were buried underground? Ignoring Lucky Cat still lying on the ground, he jumped directly to the bottom of the pit and began frantically collecting all the dropped items. Red, still red. Hiss. There was even a colorful one. At this moment, Xiao Chen was shocked beyond measure. In just a minute, Xiao Chen had packed everything into the team's communal backpack. Lucky Meow did not resurrect in the main city but lay on the ground waiting for the outcome of his battle. Seeing the extra items in the communal backpack, she exclaimed, "Ah! A super artifact drop!" The colorful glow was so special, displaying a completely different performance from any quality item. As the light swirled, a round white sphere appeared in their view, exuding endless charm. "It wasn't for nothing that we fought. A super artifact, what a thrill!" Xiao Chen laughed heartily. He crawled out of the pit, took out a resurrection scroll, and pulled Lucky Meow up. "You're so strong, you can even take down a level 200 myth, it's simply unbelievable." Lucky Meow marveled. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that someone could achieve this. Looking at the backpack full of loot, she felt her head buzzing, completely losing her ability to think. The dazzling colors made her unable to resist checking its attributes. Moonlight Orb, Beyond Myth, Soulbound, never drops after binding. Equipment requirement: Follower of the Moon God, designated player Lucky Meow, serial number XXXXXXXXXX. Special effect: Power grants level *80 spell. Attack power special effect: Solemnity grants level *1000 health limit special effect: All beings all healing effects plus 100% special effect: Wisdom can learn all skills of the current profession regardless of level special effect: Divine Grace has a small chance to trigger double effects when using skills. Active effect: Wrath of the Moon God summons a full moon, projecting scorching moonlight over a designated area with a radius of 100 meters, dealing 200% of attack power as spell damage per second for 10 seconds, limited to once per day. Active effect: Night punishment designates a target, blinding them for 60 seconds. This effect cannot be dispelled, limited to once per day. 5 special effects, 2 active skills. Both Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow were stunned. This was an equipment without basic attributes, but the first 2 special effects were more powerful than any attributes. Any level 50 player equipped with this super artifact could gain 4,000 attack power and 50,000 health. To think that when Xiao Chen was level 60, his attack power was just over 800. With this super artifact, even without a hidden profession or special talent, one could walk around freely. Not to mention the subsequent effects, each one more powerful than the last. With the active skill Wrath of the Moon God having a total damage of 2000%, it was completely a forbidden spell that required no chanting. This was the power of a super artifact. However, such a heaven-defying super artifact could only be used by a follower of the Moon God. And it had just dropped and was directly bound to Lucky Meow, giving him no chance at all. Xiao Chen's mindset broke. "Sister Meow, how about we swap accounts?" he said pitifully. Lucky Meow, still immersed in the terrifying effects of the super artifact, instinctively replied, "We can't swap. How do you change accounts?" Xiao Chen was on the verge of tears. After finally getting a super artifact, it turned out to be something he couldn't use. It was unbearable. Lucky Meow slowly came to her senses, feeling happy about suddenly acquiring an invincible super artifact. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression of wanting to cry but having no tears, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't look so glum, you still have plenty of myth quality items, they're all worth a fortune. Sigh, once you've seen the vast ocean, everything else seems like mere water. After seeing the moonlight orb, everything else I look at feels like trash," Xiao Chen said gloomily. "Damn system, such good equipment actually went to a minor support instead of him, the main damage dealer. Where is the justice in this?" The joy of defeating the level 200 mythical boss was replaced, and now all he felt was frustration. However, to be honest, he was not entirely unprepared for this. After all, before going to complete the quest, Fiona had already mentioned that even if he got the Moonlight Magic Pearl, he wouldn't be able to use it. Now that he had seen the effect with his own eyes, he could only resign himself to it. Better to look at other things. Out of sight, out of mind. He picked up the items. The Moonlight Magic Pearl never passed through his hands, it was automatically assigned to Lucky Meow by the system. "Xiao Chen, thank you for helping me change jobs and for getting me the equipment." With the super artifact in hand, Lucky Meow was so happy that his eyes squinted into slits. Feeling that wasn't enough sincerity, he added, "From now on, if you need anything, just call me anytime. Even if it means fighting the Moonlight Temple, I will help you unconditionally. No, even if it's a real-life fight, I'll fly over to cheer you on." "Okay." Xiao Chen nodded, feeling a bit better inside. After all, at least he had gained a friend from this wave. With Lucky Meow having obtained the super artifact, he could now firmly sit on the throne of the #1 support in all heavens. As for himself, barring any accidents, he could definitely be the #1 damage dealer in all heavens. Together, they would eventually be able to push through all the bosses in the all heavens world. By then, they would surely be able to obtain even more super artifacts. As for real-life fights, he was just a college student, not a thug. What kind of fight was that? First, let's check the other loot. In the public bag, the amount of gold was slightly low, only 200,000 gold in total. Clearly, Fiona was a poor person. This 200,000 was still the minimum monetary reward provided by the system. However, the item rewards were very rich. There were a total of 6 red quality items. Among them, 3 were equipment, all requiring fourth transfer and needing level 150 to use. They had good attributes, but for now, they could only be stored in the warehouse. The other 3 were quite impressive. First was the base construction order, which was guaranteed to drop from a mythical boss above level 100. It had been less than a day since they began their conquest of all heavens and established a base. The value of this base construction order was still very high. Even if it couldn't be sold for 100 million, selling it for 30 to 40 million was definitely not a problem. Next was a special item, neither equipment nor consumable. It was a job transfer item. Moonlight Priest Manual. With this item, you can go to the Moonlight Temple to change jobs to become the Moonlight Priest class, a hidden priest type class. This is just right for Oldly. Xiao Chen thought to himself. He just didn't know which was stronger, the Moonlight Priest or the Moon Witch. The last red item was a divine medicine, Holy Heart, that permanently increases intelligence by 50 points. Xiao Chen directly consumed it, gaining a boost in attributes. Besides these, there were also a bunch of legendary and epic quality items in his backpack. Among them, there were 5 skill books, but Xiao Chen could only use one. Blade of the Gale releases a wind blade that advances forward, dealing 200% spell damage to enemies along the way, dissipating after advancing 30 meters or dealing damage 10 times, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. This skill is influenced by the meteorologist's talent, allowing it to cut through a full 180 meters. However, the damage cap of 10 times, like the bounce limit of the chain lightning, was not increased. Therefore, it could only be used as a small skill to fill in skill gaps. There's also a god-level skill book as a first kill reward in my backpack. Xiao Chen suddenly noticed a flash of red light in his backpack. Lucky Meow also just noticed it. Mythical skills are even more powerful than legendary skills, the ultimate skills. Legendary skills are forbidden spells, while mythical skills are undoubtedly the ultimate skills, commonly known as divine punishment. The two simultaneously revealed the mythical skill book rewarded by the system. Apocalyptic Catastrophe. Mythical, the ultimate skill of the weather mage, continuously unleashing fire rain, hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and thunderstorms. 5 effects covering a radius of 1,000 meters around itself, with each weather effect lasting 10 seconds. Chanting for 5 seconds, immobile. During casting, immune to control, consuming 2,000 mana per second, usable once every 7 days. Desperate Sacrifice, mythical, the ultimate skill of the Moon Witch, sacrificing all of its attributes to release the final moonlight in a 500-meter radius around itself, restoring 200% of the sum of its attributes as health to all friendly characters, and dealing 200% of the sum of its attributes as damage to all enemy characters. Chanting for 3 seconds, all attributes reduced to 1 for 24 hours after skill release, consuming 5,000 mana, usable once every 7 days. The two looked at the introductions of the 2 skill books and fell into silence. So strong. After a long while, Xiao Chen finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Lucky Meow had no idea what to say. These 2 skills were the strongest in their respective classes, with a cooldown time of 7 days. Their effects were beyond doubt, essentially capable of wiping out everything on the screen. It's a pity the mana cost is too high, I can't use it right now, Xiao Chen said regretfully. His was a bit better, he could quickly gather the 2,000 mana needed. Lucky Meow's, however, required 5,000 mana, which he probably wouldn't reach even at level 100. Let's learn it first, it will be useful sooner or later, Lucky Meow said. Both books were bound, and even if they didn't learn them, they would still take up space in their bags. The two used the skill books on the spot, adding these powerful skills to their skill bars. It's settled, the bag is full, let's head back to the main city. Xiao Chen noticed that his bag could no longer hold the large number of items dropped by Fiona. He hadn't even stored the things he had obtained from the abyss yet, and this pile of equipment could only be temporarily thrown into the public bag. But Lucky Meow frowned and said, "Can we go back to the main city now?" Looking around, the entire giant stone town had been destroyed by more than half, and many NPCs had died. Although it was mainly Fiona's doing, Xiao Chen's later gale and meteor spells had also caused some damage to the surroundings, and they weren't sure if they would be wanted. Just then, the frightened townsfolk in the distance began to recover. A few injured town militia ran up to Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow, expressing their gratitude. "Warriors, although we don't know what just happened, we still want to thank you for saving us. The evil sorceress has been killed by you 2 warriors, and we will petition the lord of the city to reward you." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was delighted. It seemed they wouldn't be wanted after all. Moreover, the militia, who had previously had a very bad attitude towards him, had now become much friendlier. Clearly, doing good deeds had its rewards. Let's go back to the city. After chatting with the town NPCs for a bit, Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow crushed their return scrolls and directly returned to Stormwind City. Move aside, don't block the way. The patrolling soldiers in Stormwind City were as arrogant as ever. Xiao Chen had long since gotten used to it and ignored them. The two headed straight for the market area, ran to the warehouse, stored various valuable items, and took out everything from the public bag to distribute to Xiao Chen. Although they hadn't completed the second job change during this trip to Giant Stone Town, the rewards were extremely rich. Both of them had surpassed level 80, and they were not far from the third job change. After organizing his bag, Lucky Meow said to Xiao Chen, "Fiona is dead, I'm going back to Moonlight City to change jobs. Let's play together again when we have the chance." Xiao Chen nodded, "Go ahead. I should also accompany a friend to the Moonlight Temple later. Please say a few good words for me in front of your Archbishop, maybe he will let me in to help me with my second job change." After several hours of team battles, his attitude towards Lucky Meow had improved quite a bit, and he no longer found her as annoying as before. After all, if it weren't for this teammate's help, he would have found it difficult to defeat so many powerful bosses consecutively. "No problem, I'm off now, goodbye." Lucky Meow exited the team, bid him farewell, and left Stormwind City. Xiao Chen, carrying various epic gear that neither he nor his roommate could use, made a trip to the auction house. Each piece of equipment was assigned a starting price based on its level and handed over to the system for sale. As for legendary and mythical items, he worried that players at this stage wouldn't have enough gold to buy them, so he didn't consign them to avoid wasting listing fees. The items he had previously consigned at the auction house had already sold, and after tallying up the gold, he had accumulated 2.5 million gold in his bag. "So much money, I have no place to spend it myself, I might as well find a way to sell it." At this stage, players mainly spend gold on equipment and blood potions. For someone who doesn't need to buy blood potions or equipment, having tens of thousands of gold is more than enough. If too much is left and gold depreciates, it could lead to significant losses. 250 gold in a construction order for a base. I can make a big deal out of this. It had been less than 24 hours since the last cash inflow, and he didn't expect to earn a large sum so quickly. Heavenly Realms was simply a place where one could pick up money with a sack. Xiao Chen felt secretly pleased. Contact Oldly, sell the stuff, and then log off to rest for a bit. "I've been playing for so long, I'm starving." It had been about 36 hours since the server opened, and nearly 4 hours in the real world had passed. It was already evening. After logging off to eat and take a leak, game time would almost reach the next day. The base defense battle in Heavenly Realms would likely start around that time, just in time for him to log back in and help defend the city. Oldly. Xiao Chen opened his friend list and called Li Li. As soon as he clicked on Li Li's avatar, a barrage of voice messages blasted his ears. "Damn! Old Xiao. You're amazing, you can take down a level 200 mythic boss. Quick, tell the brothers what epic artifacts dropped. If there's a priest's item, make sure to save it for me. Wait. No way, you actually farmed the boss with a girl? And didn't bring us along? This brother can't take it anymore. Quick, tell me, who's Lucky Meow? I want to 1v1 her. We agreed to be single dogs together, but you secretly found a girlfriend. That's just too hurtful. Hey, at least reply, you can't be that busy flirting, right?" A continuous stream of voice messages had started since he just took down Fiona, with the most recent one being a minute ago. Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, quickly replying, "Just a regular teammate, we happened to run into the boss while doing a quest together. What are you guys up to? I got some skill books and equipment for you, come to the Stormwind City warehouse to pick them up." "Damn. You finally decided to reply. Stormwind City, right? We're on our way, tell that Lucky Meow not to leave. I want to meet my sister-in-law." Li Li immediately replied. "Sister-in-law your mother. If you don't want to come, then don't say one more word and I won't even give you copper coins." Xiao Chen retorted angrily. I was wrong, brother Xiao Chen. Just wait a moment, we're coming right away." Seeing his tone was unfriendly, Li Li quickly backed down. "What a fool," Xiao Chen said helplessly. He went through his friend list and saw he had received quite a few messages. Besides his roommates Li Li and Zhang Fan, Zhang Tian, and Gao Kaishan also sent inquiries. Mainly because Xiao Chen had just taken down a level 200 mythic boss, they all knew such bosses would definitely drop base construction orders and wanted to ask if he could sell them. Originally, Xiao Chen planned to have Lily help find a buyer, but seeing Gao Kaishan speak up first, he simply replied to the big boss's message directly. Boss. Gao, I was busy just now and didn't reply in time, I'm really sorry. Xiao Chen sent a greeting. The other side quickly replied, I understand, it's always like this after finishing a boss, you have to distribute the loot first. Boss Gao, did you just say you wanted to act as an agent to sell my base construction order? Xiao Chen asked directly. Gao Kaishan, laughed heartily upon hearing this. Yes, great God Xiao Chen, you should know that our treasure guild intends to stay in heavenly realms for a while. At this early stage of the game, to increase our influence, we must collect some valuable items for sale to enhance our reputation. Everyone is well aware of the preciousness of the base construction order. Yours should be the third one in the game, and it's very valuable. As long as Master Xiao Chen hands it over to us for auction, we won't charge a single penny in handling fees. The second settlement construction order appeared 2 hours ago, issued by the Dragon Soul Guild, and the settlement has now been established. The double experience benefit lasts 2 days less than the first one. Well, Xiao Chen pretended to hesitate. Gao Qian, fearing he wouldn't be tempted, added, the system auction house charges a hefty 5% fee, and transactions must be in gold coins. If the buyer doesn't have enough money, they won't be able to sell for a good price. Even if it sells, given the rarity of the settlement order, just the transaction fee alone would amount to over 1 million cash. Just thinking about it is painful. But if you hand it over to us, not only will you not have to worry about not getting a good price, but it can also be directly converted into cash and deposited into your card, without worrying about fees or the depreciation of gold coins. Xiao Chen was quite tempted. The auction houses fees were indeed high. The epic and legendary equipment he had auctioned off before had deducted several thousand gold coins in fees, equivalent to tens of thousands of dollars. Although he had money now, losing tens of thousands all at once still stung a bit. Since Boss Gao is so warmly inviting me, I will graciously accept, Xiao Chen agreed. Before Gao Qin could speak, he added, by the way, Boss Gao, I not only have the settlement construction order, but also a few high-level mythic and legendary items. Additionally, I want to sell some of the gold coins I've accumulated for cash. Haha, no problem. The more business, the better. Every item from the Great God Show is a masterpiece, we are honored. For today's collaboration, I will waive all fees for you, and you can sell the gold coins directly to me at the best current price. In business, the most crucial thing in the early stages is liquidity. Xiao Chen's willingness to sell a large amount of gold coins made Gao Qian happier than hosting the auction for the settlement construction order. Then let's set a location and meet shortly, Gao Qian suggested. Xiao Chen arranged for him to come to Stormwind City to find him. Before long, Li Li and Zhang Fan arrived with their teammates Shield and Blind Sister in front of Xiao Chen. The God of Wealth Gao also arrived, and the group gathered in a lively manner. God Xiao, we meet again. Gao Qian and the God of Wealth Gao came to the market area with 2 assistants. Li Li and Zhang Fan had just arrived and were playfully teasing Xiao Chen. Seeing this giant of the business world in the gaming community, they couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Chen's influence. Old Xiao has really made a name for himself. He can do business with big bosses even before graduating. So envious. But we're not doing too bad either. Having such an impressive roommate means we can also enjoy some gear and skill books. The two were envious but not jealous. Just a minute ago, Xiao Chen had given each of them 2 pieces of legendary equipment, several pieces of epic gear they could use later, and 2 high-quality skill books. These items could sell for no less than 100,000 gold coins at this stage, equivalent to 1 million cash. Their value was evident. They couldn't feel jealous of such a generous roommate. God Zhao's friends are quite impressive too, a dragon blood warrior with 30,000 health, a priest in epic gear, and both little sisters are at high levels, very formidable. Gao Qian greeted Li Li and the others with a smile. Among the 4 companions, Zhang Fan was the most dazzling, with attributes even higher than Xiao Chen's. As a businessman, Gao Qian was eager to befriend high-end players and naturally wouldn't overlook this group. Boss Gao, let's get down to business, Xiao Chen suggested. He temporarily created a team, adding Gao Qian's people and his friends, and shared a bunch of item information in the team channel. The first item was naturally the settlement construction order, a striking crimson item that immediately caught everyone's attention. Following that were several mythic quality items. Crimson Domain Scroll, Mythical Scroll, dropped by Ramika, God-level Assassination Scroll, Mythical Scroll, dropped by Abyssal Evil Envoy, Demon's Heart, permanently increases strength by 50 points, dropped by Ramika, Evil Spirit War Spear, level 100. Knight Mythical Weapon, dropped by Evil Spirit Knight, Fallen Moon God Bao, level 150 Archer Mythical Weapon, dropped by Defiona, Chasing Light Boots, Level 150 Archer, Assassin Mythical Shoes, dropped by Dayfiona, Night Poet Robe. Level 150 Mage Mythical Clothing, dropped by Dayfiona, Evil Spirit. Summoning Scroll, Legendary Scroll, dropped by Evil Spirit Knight. Knight's Round Shield, Level Less Knight Legendary Weapon, dropped by Evil Spirit Knight. Night Demon Dagger, Level Less Assassin Legendary Weapon, dropped by Dayfiona. Tearing Sky 10 Strikes, Assassin Epic Skill Book, dropped by Ramika. A large number of item information flooded the team channel. 4 pieces of mythical gear, 2 level less legendary weapons, plus several mythical items. At this moment, everyone was stunned. This is just too extravagant, right? Li opened his mouth, momentarily taken aback. Even Gao Qian and his 2 assistants, who were used to great storms, were shocked at this moment. If it were later in the game, and someone pulled out so many high-value items, they would definitely remain calm. But the server had only been open for less than 2 days. To acquire so many divine items in such a short time was simply absurd. Oh, sorry, I accidentally sent one more. The demon's heart is for old Zhang. Just a slip of the hand. Xiao Chen scanned through what he had sent and suddenly noticed the demon's heart, quickly telling everyone that this one didn't count and directly traded it to his friend Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan couldn't help but be taken aback. Old Xiao, this is probably not cheap. Gao Qian was also surprised. 50 points of attributes, equivalent to a full strength growth of level 17. This thing's market price is estimated to start at least 100,000 gold coins. Tisk. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Fan with envy. And Zhang Fan, under everyone's gaze, took a nervous step back, looking at Xiao Chen, feeling flattered and surprised. Old Xiao, you are just too good to me. Looks like I have to clean up tonight. Waiting for you. Get lost. If you don't want it, give it back to me. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Chen had already kicked him away. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed heartily. After the laughter, the atmosphere relaxed a lot. Gao Qian examined each item and said to everyone, these items, except for the 3 troublesome level 150 mythical gear, the rest are all easy to sell. I estimate that if auctioned one by one, they can sell for at least 4.5 million gold coins. Plus the base construction order, it will total around 8 to 9 million gold coins. None of these items were ordinary. The cheapest should be the god-level assassination scroll, which can only kill one person and has a relatively single effect. But it can also be used to instantly kill important figures, playing a crucial role in future faction wars, valued starting at 100,000 gold coins. The 4 pieces of mythical gear, each worth a million gold coins, can be reached at level 100 quickly, and level 150 would only take a month or 2, so they won't be stuck in storage for too long. Well, that's about what I estimated. Boss Gao. With these items plus the 2.5 million gold coins I have, how much do you expect I can receive offline? Xiao Chen said. Gao Qian thought for a moment and said, currently, the price of gold coins has started to drop, with 1 gold going from 10 yuan down to around 8 yuan. With these items, plus the gold coins, I estimate around 100 million, with fluctuations not exceeding 10%. Li suggested. Then why not have Boss Gao directly buy them out, and then your guild can sell them? This way, old Xiao can save a lot of trouble, and if you market it well, you can also make a little profit. This. Gao Qian was somewhat tempted, but not knowing what Xiao Chen was thinking, he didn't speak directly. Xiao Chen thought. For a moment. The price of gold coins was definitely on a continuous decline. The longer they were held, the more they would lose value. The same went for usable items. What might increase in price were those high-level mythical equipment, which would see a rise once players leveled up. But that was too far off. So he nodded, I think that's fine. If Boss Gao agrees, this way of settling is the most convenient. Well, since that's the case, I can make the decision to buy out these items and gold coins from the great god. Xiao. Gao Qian was the big boss. A single order worth 100 million could be decided by him alone without needing the consent of other executives. The 2 sides quickly reached an agreement and completed the transaction on the spot. Gao Kaishan was reliable. And Xiao Chen wasn't afraid of being cheated, so he directly traded the items and gold coins over. Before long, he received a bank notification via text message stating that 100 million had been credited, bringing his balance to 220 million. I'll have to make a trip to the tax office later. With so much money, I don't even know how much tax I'll have to pay, Xiao Chen thought to himself. He returned to the game and confirmed the transaction completion. Gao Qian took out a card and handed it to him, saying, Great God Xiao, this is our Treasure Merchant Association's Diamond VIP card. If you have anything to consign in the future, just come to our association. The handling fee is only 1%, and you'll have priority bidding rights. We have stores in all major cities. Thank you very much, Boss Gao. Xiao Chen accepted happily. Gao Qian continued, the value of the outpost construction order lies in its timing. We will hold an auction at the Longshu's city store in 20 minutes, inviting the bosses of major guilds to participate. This auction will be almost exclusively yours. These items will all be up for sale. If great God Xiao isn't busy, you can come and enjoy the excitement. 20 minutes, huh? Alright, I'll watch the excitement before going to eat. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and nodded. With the influence of the Treasure Merchant Association, 20 minutes was enough to gather the core executives of the top 10 guilds in the Dragon Kingdom. By then, with all the big shots gathered, he also wanted to see who would ultimately acquire his treasures. Moreover, since the Tianxia Guild was defeated by him once, he hadn't heard of them making any big moves since. Their member levels were about 3 levels behind others, and they probably didn't have time to fight for the outpost order. In this auction, the Tianxia Wudi would most likely come out to compete for the 3rd spot. Although Xiao Chen had no intention of continuing to trouble the Tianxia Guild, keeping an eye on them wouldn't hurt. If they could successfully bid, it would be like giving himself money. What a joyful thing. Gao Qian and his assistant teleported away. 20 minutes. Wasn't a long time. Xiao Chen didn't plan to leave the city but instead chatted casually with his friends, exchanging game insights. Now, the majority of players had reached around level 35, and the normal players on the leaderboard had already hit level 43. It was expected that before the day ended, a batch of second transformation players would emerge. However, after level 50, the leveling speed would slow down. It could take 2 days to reach second transformation, but to reach level 100 for third transformation would require at least 10 days or more. Except for special individuals like Xiao Chen, Li Li and the other 4 were all at level 35, while Zhang Fan had equipped the auto-ancient battle boots and updated to a full set of level 30 gear, with his health nearing 30,000. Quite outrageous. After consuming the demon heart that Xiao Chen had given him, his attack power had also increased to around 1300, with his attribute panel reaching about 2 to 3 times that of ordinary players. However, compared to the lucky cat that obtained the Moonlight Pearl, that was nothing. Old Li, I have a good thing for you. After chatting for a while, Xiao Chen remembered he still had a divine level item he hadn't used, so he took it out from his backpack and initiated a trade request with Li Li. What good thing? Oh wow, it's red. Wait. Damn it, this is a hidden profession? Li Li initially didn't take it seriously, being rather carefree. But when he saw the item description on the trading interface, he was instantly dumbfounded. God level quality. Hidden profession transfer item. Isn't this exactly what everyone dreams of? Calm down, it's just a hidden profession. Who isn't a hidden profession these days? Zhang Fan said with a calm expression. Everyone could see Xiao Chen's strength. No matter what he brought out, they wouldn't be surprised. However, for Li Li, it was a different story. He accepted the trade, trembling as he held the transfer item, feeling emotional. Old Xiao, you're like my real brother. After old Zheng changed professions, he always looked down on me. Now, I can finally regain my dignity. I thought you'd be so grateful you'd introduce your sister to me. And this is all I get? Xiao Chen teased. But thinking about it, it made sense. In a dormitory of 3, he was the only one without a hidden profession, which was quite frustrating. Let's go, while there's still time, let's make a trip to Moon City. Xiao Chen called out and left with his 2 roommates. Shun Shun and Blind Sister didn't follow. Their friendship with Xiao Chen wasn't that deep, they had only teamed up once. This time, they had already made a big profit by casually picking up a few epic items, so they felt embarrassed to keep following him around. The 3 men teleported to Moon City, heading straight for the Moon Temple. Xiao Chen had 3 divine artifacts on him, and Zhang Fan had 4. One was at an extremely high level, and the other had an astonishing amount of health, attracting the attention of countless passing players. Li Li walked beside them with little presence, feeling a bit resentful. Good thing I'm about to change professions too, otherwise being with you two makes me feel like a transparent person. I can't even hit on girls. Xiao Chen laughed. Wait until you change to a hidden profession as a healer, then 1,000 girls will be fighting to get your healing. Yeah, I suggest Old Li find a damage dealing girl to pair up with. In the game, she can take your healing, and offline, you can take her. Zheng Fan chimed in with a cheeky tone. You two are so inappropriate. How shameful. To be with you. Li Li scolded with annoyance, quickening his pace towards the temple. Soon, the 3 arrived at the temple entrance. Stop. This is sacred ground. Filthy people are strictly prohibited from approaching. Xiao Chen was stopped once again, the temple guard knight displaying a superior attitude. Clearly, Lucky Cat's kind words had no effect. A mere level 180 legendary boss? What are you so arrogant about? Xiao Chen felt quite displeased, and the thought of destroying the temple resurfaced. However, such things had to be endured. If he were to destroy something, it should be the foreign main city's temple. You guys go in, I'll wait outside. There was no choice, he could only temporarily step back and let his 2 friends go in to change professions. Li Li and Zhang Fan entered the Moon Temple. Xiao Chen waited under a statue not far away. After a while, he heard Li's boisterous laughter coming from the direction of the temple. Ha ha ha, I finally became a hidden profession. So strong, really. Strong. Hey, why are you low on health? Come here, big brother will give you a heal. After changing professions, Li was like someone who had just won $200 in the lottery, wanting the whole world to know, shouting as he walked, even tossing healing spells to passing low health players. This guy. Xiao Chen couldn't help but facepalm. Old Xiao, come try my healing spell. The two ran towards Xiao Chen, and even from 10 meters away, Li excitedly shouted, tossing out two skills from a distance. Xiao Chen's health was full, but the effects of the healing spell were still visible. Two green numbers popped up, 4882 and 19281. The first was the most basic first-tier priest skill, minor healing. The second was the exclusive skill of the Moonlight Priest he had just learned, Prayer of the Moon God. The healing output is not bad. What tier of hidden class is it? Xiao Chen asked. Hidden classes are divided into many tiers, with the lowest tier being weaker than ordinary classes, possessing only some special traits. The mid-tier is similar to ordinary classes, with one or two additional skills and a piece of epic gear. The high tier not only has more skills but also grants legendary equipment, and some even receive the talent effect. The next tier up is at the level of a weather mage, commonly known as a legendary class, which grants a legendary talent with very distinct skill characteristics. The top tier is the profession inherited from the main god, which not only has many skills but also offers divine talents and mythical equipment, making it incredibly powerful. Zhang Fan replied, it's on the same tier as you, but luckier. Besides the talent, it also came with a mythical weapon. Oh, you hit the jackpot, huh? Xiao Chen exclaimed. No wonder the healing output was so high, it turned out the mythical weapon was at play. Otherwise, the previous Li could only manage around 1000 with a single healing spell, and even with that, he couldn't fully heal Xiao Chen and Zhang Fan, both of whom had massive health pools. Here, let me show you the effect. Li said proudly, sharing his attributes and mythical weapon. The attribute growth panel of the Moonlight Priest was stronger than that of an ordinary priest, with health and healing output increased by 10%. This advantage wasn't obvious in the early stages, the panel still looked quite normal, mainly due to the talent and artifact being more prominent. Pure Soul Legendary Talent, Basic Healing Effect increased by 50%, all support skill effects increased by 30%, and when affected by control effects, there is a 10% chance to immediately break free and gain 3 seconds of invulnerability. This effect can trigger a maximum of once every 15 seconds. Moonlight Chanting Staff, Level Less Exclusive Mythical Weapon, Spell Attack plus 750, Healing Power plus 200, Spirit plus 50, Healing Effect increased by 30%, Passive, Faith Feedback. Restores an equal amount of health to himself when using healing skills on others. With these two combined, Li's base healing output reached 3000, and when he used a higher coefficient healing skill, the healing amount naturally skyrocketed. Not bad, healing 2000 times is equivalent to the effect of one of my shields, it's a good class. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, looking very approving. Damn, you freak, who can compare with you? Li, who was just feeling pleased, was suddenly hit hard by Xiao Chen's words. Hey, Xiao Chen. At that moment, a soft voice suddenly came from beside them. Turning around, it was the lucky Miao, whom they had just parted from not long ago. What a coincidence, you're here. Too. Xiao Chen greeted. I just finished learning a skill. Are you discussing healing output? Lucky Miao said with a smile. My brother just switched to a hidden class and is showing off. Xiao Chen chuckled, pointing at Li. You should give him a healing boost to open his eyes. Ha? What do you mean? Li didn't catch on at first. After seeing Lucky Miao's name, he felt a stir in his heart, as if he understood something. Could it be? The next moment, a moonlight crystal ball appeared in Lucky Miao's left hand, and with a gentle wave of her right hand, white moonlight fell, and a green number floated up from Li's head. Plus 146,312, double Li. A 6-digit healing effect completely broke his defenses. Holy crap! How the hell, how did you do that? Li, who had just been arrogant, was now filled with confusion and shock. Lucky Miao explained with a smile, this is a 4th transition healing skill, Holy Healing, with a base healing coefficient of 480%. My attack power is 7050, strong healing is 115%, so one hit is over 70,000. Just now, I also triggered a double healing effect, which is why the result is like this. Attack power, over 7,000? 4. A moment, Li and Zhang Fan were both shocked. Even a god-level profession like the Dragon Blood Warrior, with 3 divine artifact sets, doesn't have such terrifying attack power. It's less than 1/5 of hers. How did you do it? This isn't scientific, the two asked in disbelief. Xiao Chen, knowing the effect of the moonlight orb, wasn't surprised. He just asked, was the moonlight orb not taken by the high priest? Lucky Meow shook her head. The high priest said she intended to give this to me. I was a bit suspicious before. Now I've learned all the skills from 2nd to 4th transition, but the 5th transition holy domain skills have attribute point requirements, so I can't learn them for now. You learned all the skills from 2nd to 4th transition? Are you even human? Upon hearing this, Li Li and Zhang Fan found it even harder to believe, disregarding the fact that the person in front of them was a girl, and they started to vent. Lucky Meow smiled shyly and replied, the high priest insisted on giving it to me. I couldn't help it. Damn, people make me feel inferior. Sigh, what a drag, I'm logging off to sleep. Both of them were deeply affected. Xiao Chen felt a bit envious. 2. This girl was so lucky, she really had a good name. With such a powerful profession and a super artifact in hand, if it weren't for his own abnormality, there probably wouldn't be many in the game whose overall strength could compare to Lucky Meows. With over 7,000 magic attack, just casting a punishment skill could kill someone instantly. In the future, when her mana is sufficient, casting Desperate Sacrifice, with total attributes in the hundreds of thousands, dealing 3 to 400,000 damage, could wipe out everyone within 500 meters, while all allies would be at full health. Simply terrifying. And this was purely her own luck. Even if she hadn't met Xiao Chen, she could achieve such results by doing the Daifiona quest herself. Are these two your friends? Lucky Meow asked. Xiao Chen nodded, college roommates. Then he introduced the three of them to each other. Sister-in-law, hello. Sister-in-law, good luck. Zhang Fan and Li snapped back to reality from their shock. They both had a personality that thrived on chaos, and seeing that Lucky Meow was very beautiful and had teamed up with Xiao Chen to fight bosses, their male instincts kicked in immediately. Lucky Meow felt awkward being called that by the two and quickly explained, I'm just an ordinary friend of Xiao Chen, we've only known each other for a few hours. Well, everything has to start somewhere. Understand, the progress is quite fast, it feels like you've known each other for a month already. The two continued to chat casually. 2 sticks. Xiao Chen kicked them both away and said to Lucky Meow, we're about to go to an auction, so we won't chat with you anymore. See you when we have time. Okay, I have some tasks to do too, Lucky Meow nodded. Sister-in-law, see you next time. Sister-in-law, come visit our school when you have time. Haizhou University, Department of Ancient Literature. Xiao Chen, phone number 18. The two continued to banter, and Xiao Chen grabbed one of them, forcibly dragging them away. Lucky Meow watched the three leave and couldn't help but smile. So he's still a student. Haizhou isn't far. The auction house of the Treasure Merchant Association has begun, and Xiao Chen and his companions teleported to Dragon Blood City, quickly arriving at the entrance of the Treasure Merchant Association. Wow, what a grand place. This storefront must have cost a fortune, Li exclaimed as he looked at the magnificent entrance of the association. This building is even more luxurious than the system auction house and is one of the most representative structures in Dragon Blood City. To purchase ownership from an NPC, it would take at least a few million gold coins. However, the Treasure Merchant Association is wealthy and doesn't care about such a small amount of money. An 85-level meteorological mage, it's the great Xiao Chen. As the three of them just arrived at the entrance, an employee player from the Treasure Merchant Association immediately approached and said, Great Xiao Chen, the auction for the construction order has already started, please follow me. Thank you for your trouble. Xiao Chen nodded and followed, saving himself the time of searching for the bidding room. The first floor of this association building sells potions, scrolls, ordinary equipment, and other quick transaction items, all at fixed prices. The second floor is the auction house, divided into 12 halls, holding auctions in batches and categories like a cinema. The two followed the attendant to auction hall number 1, entering through the back door. This hall is not very large, accommodating about 100 participants, with 10 sets of seats in the front, each set seating 4 people, and the back filled with ordinary seats. Since Xiao Chen and the others were not participating in the bidding, they sat in the guest seats outside the auction area. At this moment, 5 exhibits were displayed on the stage, simultaneously up for bidding. The bosses in their seats each had a remote control device that allowed them to bid on any exhibit on the stage. This greatly speeds up the auction process and saves time. Moreover, there is no need to raise a paddle to bid, which would require a slow wait. Of course, this collective bidding method is only suitable for ordinary items, designed to fit the fast-paced atmosphere of online games. Truly valuable items are still auctioned slowly to maintain a sense of ceremony. There are quite a few people, and some familiar faces, Li said as the three of them just sat down, glancing at the guests in the VIP area. The attendant did not leave and quietly introduced the bosses participating in the auction. In seat number 1 is the president of the Gods Guild, Divine Emperor, along with his right-hand men, Killing God and Frenzy God. Xiao Chen glanced at seat number 1. The Gods Guild has always overshadowed others among the top 10 guilds of Dragon Country, and although there is no official ranking, many people tacitly acknowledge them as the first. President Divine Emperor is a middle-aged man, around 37 or 38, with a stern appearance and noble demeanor, giving off an ancient aristocratic vibe. His profession is Thunder Messenger, a mage type, and he seems to be a very powerful class. Killing God and Frenzy God beside him also do not appear to be ordinary people, exuding a sense of killing intent, and it is said that they have had special professions in reality, with blood on their hands. The background of this guild is quite mysterious. Some have speculated that Divine Emperor is the illegitimate son of a super consortium boss, lacking the qualifications to inherit the family fortune, thus having to squander in the game. However, others say he started from scratch, without any support from a consortium, and built his own empire. In short, he is a formidable character, dominating in previous generations of games, and has even brought glory to the country by winning several world-class national wars. In seat number 2 is the Dragon Soul Guild. They have already issued a residence order, so they are just here to join the fun, the attendant continued. The main figure in seat number 2 is a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a kind face and a friendly demeanor. Lily glanced over there, rubbing his hands, and said, Ironhead Dragon actually came too. Let's show him the strength of our trio later. Let's hold off for today, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Xiao Chen smiled. The president of the Dragon Soul Guild is named Zhu Long, and because he always plays a tank class and is particularly tough, he is often jokingly referred to as Ironhead Dragon. In the last game, a member of the Dragon Soul Guild stole a boss from Lily, who, feeling wronged, went to confront the Candle Dragon. As a result, the Candle Dragon stood still and hit him, ultimately losing less than 10% of its health, while Lily ended up dying from the reflected damage, making him lose face. However, this was just a minor grievance. Later, the Candle Dragon personally compensated for the loss, and Xiao Chen and the others did not hold a grudge, but rather developed a good impression of the Candle Dragon. The person in seat 3 is from the Conquer the Heavens Guild. They are also here to join the fun, mainly because they heard that God Xiao has good items for sale and came to check it out. The attendant continued to introduce. Xiao Chen glanced over, and the person in seat 3 was Zhang Tian, along with a player known as Shaking Hands Not Parkinson's, who was a top-ranked archer. This auction has a level 150 mythical bow. Zhang Tian will probably make a move for Parkinson, Zhang Fan analyzed. That Parkinson is a key output player for Conquer the Heavens, a top archer in the country, with strong awareness and skills, and this time he has a very powerful hidden class, making quite a name for himself. Seat 4 is from the Great Flag Guild. The president, Iron Blood and Heart, is also here and should be a main bidder. Seat 5 is from the Prosperity Guild. The president, Prosperity Morning Song, couldn't make it, but they definitely brought enough money for bidding. Seat 6 is from the World Guild. God Xiao should be quite familiar with him. His gaze swept over, landing on seat 6. There were 4 people in the seat: World Invincible, World Peerless, and World Heroes, all of whom Xiao Chen had seen before. But there was one more person who was quite surprising. A level 54 Ancient Sword Immortal, sword slashing all living beings. Old Xiao, isn't that the expert who was second on the level leaderboard before? Zhang Fan exclaimed upon seeing the person's information. Xiao Chen naturally noticed as well. He had been paying some attention to this name, which was ahead of other players, with a very steady improvement rate. Sword slashing all living beings was a young man, plain in appearance, with a cold demeanor, dressed in simple cloth, without any divine or legendary glow. From a distance, he exuded an aura reminiscent of an ancient hero returning to simplicity. His health was over 20,000, more robust than Xiao Chen, but slightly inferior to Zhang Fan. Lily frowned and said, I've heard of this person. He drew the Ancient Sword Immortal class from the opening lottery. The game's background is Western fantasy, and he's the only one playing an Eastern fantasy class, so he has always felt superior. His strength is formidable. He has soloed mythical bosses over level 50, and it's said he can fly with his sword, so if he can't win, he can just fly away, which is quite flashy. Flying with a sword? That's impressive. Xiao Chen was astonished. But then he thought, if a mage can learn the wind spell levitation after the second class change, it wouldn't be too strange. Very impressive. In terms of prestige, he is definitely among the top in this game. But in terms of strength, compared to you, old Xiao, there should still be a bit of a gap. He can only rank second or third, Lily said. Don't underestimate him, Xiao Chen pondered. Such an expert actually aligned with the World Guild. Who can say it's just a coincidence? Perhaps this is the backup that World Invincible brought in, planning to take revenge on him, Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen was completely unafraid. His strength was on a completely different level from ordinary players, even if the opponent had the first move. Trying to kill him would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Level 1 is Ancient Sword Immortal, level 30. Is Ancient Sword Immortal, level 50 is still Ancient Sword Immortal. This guy seems not to need to change classes, which is really enviable. Xiao Chen noticed a small highlight inside. Normally, a person would directly do a small quest at level 50 and then change classes. At level 85, the first class change, he was the only one in the entire game. Once this sale is over and he helps Xingzhan finish the defense battle, he will have to hurry to find the next NPC to help him change jobs. Otherwise, if he fights a few more bosses, he will reach level 100. The attendant continued to introduce the other people at the various seats. The top 10 guilds of the Dragon Kingdom, along with the newly risen powers battling across the heavens, all had representatives present. The auction process moved quickly. Xiao Chen's non-ranked legend sold to the wealthy god of fortune, along with 2 divine-level scrolls, were soon sold as well. The divine-level assassination scroll indeed turned out to be the cheapest among them, selling for only 80,000 gold coins. 2 non-ranked legendary weapons and an epic skill book sold for around 150,000 gold coins each. The strategic significance of the blood-type domain scroll was strong, fetching a high price of 210,000. Calculating these scattered items, the god of fortune should be making a small profit. The 4 pieces of mythic gear were auctioned separately, one by one. The evil spirit war spear could be used soon, and the knight player Iron Head Dragon splurged 1.25 million gold coins to win it, shocking the entire audience. The other 3 pieces of 150 level mythic gear, although not immediately usable, would be useful for a longer time in the future, so they also sold for 1 million gold coins each, with only the shoes being slightly cheaper. Soon, the main item of this auction, the base construction order, made its appearance. Ladies and gentlemen, guild leaders and bosses, this is the 3rd base construction order from heavens, provided by our top-ranked player, the great Xiao Chen. The auctioneer began by introducing the item's origin. The purpose was obvious, everyone present already knew. He continued, according to the rules we established earlier, game equipment will be traded in gold coins, while this base construction order will be traded in cash. You may bid in gold coins, with 1 gold coin equivalent to 10,000 cash. The starting price for the item is 10 million, which is 1,000 tokens, and each bid must increase by no less than 10 tokens. Now, let the bidding begin. Considering the current stage of the game, the total amount of gold coins was relatively low, making it difficult for even the guild leaders to gather over 10 million gold coins to participate in the entire auction. Therefore, the Treasure Merchant Guild established special rules to separate the base construction order and auction it in cash to prevent the bosses from being constrained at the beginning due to the final auction. As the word start was announced, the price marker on the display immediately refreshed. The Invincible pressed the device in his hand, inputting a price of 2,000 tokens, instantly raising it to 20 million. The other guild leaders who urgently needed to build bases were not to be outdone, and the tokens jumped quickly at a rate of 100 each time, soon surpassing 3,000. It seems the final price for the base order will be much higher than we expected. Old Xiao might be at a loss this time, Lily remarked with some regret as he watched the rapidly rising price of the item. Xiao Chen smiled, they are taking risks in business, so making a profit is only right. The transaction prices for those equipment and items were about what we expected. If the base order doesn't make a profit, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? You really have a broad perspective, the 2 brothers chuckled. Xiao Chen smiled without speaking. This wasn't about being broad-minded, it was about being content. Earning over 200 million in just over a day, he was already very satisfied. An extra 10 million or less didn't matter much anymore. 3,500 tokens. 3,700 tokens. 3,800 tokens. The price continued to refresh. The bosses didn't need to speak, as long as they had enough gold coins, they could raise the bid using the auction room's bidding function. Once the price reached 4,000 tokens, fewer people were bidding. The God Emperor of the Guild of Gods raised it to 4,500 tokens, instantly suppressing many competitors, and the jumping numbers finally came to a halt. 45 million, is there a higher bid? If not, this base construction order will belong to the God Emperor, the auctioneer announced loudly. The Shangshur, Daki, and other guilds had already given up, this price was not worth it for them. After just a day or 2 of game time, most players can reach level 60 with their 2nd class advancement. By then, when the large guilds go into battle, defeating level 100 mythical bosses will be a piece of cake. Spending tens of millions for just a few hours of real time is simply not worth it. Only the gods are wealthy enough for that. Previously, they could spend 100 million to reward the first territory order. Now, even though they have dropped to 3rd place, they can still come up with tens of millions. 45 million for 1. 45 million for 2. The auctioneer raised the hammer, ready to finalize the result. At that moment, the player in seat 6, Invincible, suddenly refreshed his bid. 46 million. The price jumped again. The God Emperor frowned slightly and spoke directly, "Brother Invincible, why bother?" He then raised the price to 48 million. Clearly, he was determined to win. No matter who raised the bid, he was willing to follow. Invincible's expression was not good at that moment. 48 million, if I raise it again, it will break 50 million. The hero of the world whispered from the side, "President, it's unwise to compete with the gods. Offending them could be troublesome." The unmatched of the world also advised, "Yeah. Big brother, this territory order is something that bastard Xiao Chen produced. We don't need to help him drive up the price." "I know, but..." Invincible gritted his teeth and said to the two, "We suffered such a huge blow yesterday. If we don't secure this order, the cohesion and morale of our members will plummet. For better development in the future, this money must be spent." With that, he raised the bid again. 50 million. President Invincible bids 50 million. Such a generous offer is truly rare. "Is there anyone willing to go higher?" the auctioneer exclaimed with excitement. As an auctioneer, if the item sells for more than the ideal price, he will earn a considerable commission. Seeing the price break 50 million, the God Emperor frowned and said, "Brother Invincible, it seems you are sincerely trying to compete with us gods?" His tone carried a hint of threat. Invincible replied, "God Emperor, I have no intention of making enemies with you. Our guild desperately needs this territory order. Please, brother, be magnanimous and let this go. We will surely reward you handsomely afterward." The God Emperor shook his head slightly, picked up the bidding device, and prepared to raise the price again. At that moment, he suddenly received a friend message. Upon opening it, the God Emperor couldn't help but smile. He then said, "All right, since Brother Invincible has said so, I will give you this face." He directly withdrew from the bidding. "Thank you." Invincible let out a huge sigh of relief. Among the guild leaders present, he feared the gods and the Dragon Soul the most. The Dragon Soul already had a territory, so they were not a concern, but if the gods decided to compete, he really couldn't win. Fortunately, the God Emperor voluntarily withdrew, which relieved him of a burden. 50 million once. 50 million twice. 50 million 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer struck the hammer, and the auction concluded successfully. President Invincible, the auction item has been automatically sent to your backpack. The 5,000 gold will be refunded to you shortly, and someone from the offline treasure merchant will contact you, the auctioneer said. "Ha, no need to refund the gold, I've already prepared the offline people. We still have to go do the territory purchase task, so I'll take my leave." Invincible, having obtained the territory order, was in a great mood. After saying a few words to everyone, he directly crushed the return scroll and left. Many distinguished guests left one after another, some having acquired auction items, while others left empty-handed. "I didn't expect the gods to actually forfeit, making it cheap for the world." The third throne. Zhang Fan sighed. Due to Xiao Chen's influence, they didn't have a good impression of the World Guild. However, Lili shook his head and said, "I don't think it's that simple. The God Emperor is an extremely strong-willed person. With so much wealth, he wouldn't easily give up." Xiao Chen and Zhang Fan weren't very familiar with the leaders of the major factions, but Lili was different. His lifelong hobby was mixing in the underworld, and he was well versed in the various powers and experts of this vast online gaming world. He even had his own little intelligence network. Hearing him say this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but make a connection. Could it be that the gods people have already issued a residence order, and the God Emperor suddenly received news and then gave up on the bidding? It's possible. Zhang Fan and Lili nodded in agreement. While the three were discussing, someone walked over to them. "Li Ergo, doing well, huh? Climbing up to the branch of the number 1 god?" The person was Zhu Long, the president of the Dragon Soul Guild. The name Li Ergo was Lili's old name, and among the three, only Lili was familiar with him. Hearing this, Lili snorted, "What do you mean climbing up? Old Xiao is my brother. If it weren't for him being busy last time, he would have beaten you to death." Zhu Long laughed. "Then I truly regret missing the chance to be beaten to death." "No need to regret, you can still be beaten to death now," Lili retorted. Xiao Chen felt helpless. Old Li was indeed a grudge holder. Although their past grievances had long been settled, he still couldn't change his habit of bickering when they met. "President Zhu Long, nice to meet you." He took the initiative to greet. Zhu Long shook his hand, showing an appreciative expression, and said, "God Xiao, I've heard of your deeds. Over 20,000 members in the world, all educated by you alone. It's hard to believe. I was just shocked to hear about you taking down a level 200 mythical boss." "Ha, just luck, really not much skill involved," Xiao Chen humbly replied. "Luck is also a part of strength." "God Xiao, I see that. The three of you haven't joined a guild yet. Have you considered finding a place to rest?" Zhu Long suddenly extended an invitation, offering Conditions: our dragon soul has some standing in the country. With the strength of the three of you as hidden classes, if you join, I can guarantee a monthly salary of 100,000, and you won't be bound by any restrictions, as long as you can participate in large-scale battles. Upon hearing this, the phrase big spender immediately popped into the minds of Xiao Chen and the others. They wouldn't have to do anything, just being present during large battles would earn them 100,000 a month. It was like a pie falling from the sky. After all, large-scale battles in the game wouldn't happen often. There might only be 1 or 2 in a month. Who would refuse such money for just 1 or 2 fights? Normal people wouldn't. However, the person he approached was precisely Xiao Chen and Lili. Xiao Chen replied apologetically, President Zhulong, your invitation is very tempting, but I personally don't have any intention of joining a faction at the moment. Let's talk about it again in the future. Lili was even more direct in his refusal. What are you thinking? My goal is to poison you to death. How could I possibly become your subordinate? Seeing both of his partners refuse, Zhang Fan naturally shook his head in decline as well. A salary of 100,000 would have made their hearts race and would have had them eagerly joining Dragon Soul in the past. But times had changed. Xiao Chen was no longer short on money, and the items Lili and Zhang Fan had received from him were already worth over 1 million. Even if the salary is very tempting, they would not choose easily. Not joining a major guild and playing freely has always been the consensus among the three. For 3 years in college it has been this way. Well, what a pity, Zhulong sighed. But if there's a chance in the future, I still hope we can collaborate. The charm of Lord Xiao makes me admire you greatly, Xiao Chen humbly replied. You flatter me, President Zhu. Let's add each other as friends. The two added each other as friends, and then Zhulong took his people and left. Most of the people in the auction hall had already left, and when Xiao Chen and the others were about to leave, the High God of Wealth personally came to see them off. This time, the Treasure Merchant Association made quite a bit of money from the auction, and as the supplier, Xiao Chen naturally received ample courtesy. After some pleasantries, nearly 30 minutes of game time had passed. The three of them left the Treasure Merchant Association, preparing to log off. Old Xiao, you made a fortune this time, you have to treat us to a good meal. Lili chuckled, not missing the chance to take advantage of the rich. Xiao Chen generously said, no problem. But for the sake of game progress, let's not waste too much time offline, let's eat near the school, no need to go to any big hotels. Zhang Fan suggested, isn't there a seafood buffet outside the school? 158 per person, I think it's pretty good. 158? That's just over 400 for 3 people, too cheap for old Xiao. No way, we need to invite a few more, let's call our classmates and Shun Shun the junior too. Lili was determined not to let Xiao Chen off the hook. Hearing this, Xiao Chen quickly shook his head. No, let's not talk about our success in the game everywhere, to avoid leaks and envy. Besides, there are many enemies in the game. What if someone seeks revenge offline? That would be dangerous. As for inviting Shun Shun, if you want to invite her, go ahead, I don't mind treating one more. But let me make it clear first, no drinking during the meal, we can't bully the little sister. Come on, am I that kind of person? I just want to meet a teammate from the game. Lili said with a hint of grievance, feeling his character was insulted. The three agreed, and Lili asked Shun Shun if she wanted to join for dinner. She was ruthlessly rejected, saying she was shy and would rather wait for another opportunity. In the end, they could only have dinner as the three brothers in the dormitory. Just as the three were about to log off, an announcement suddenly rang out. Battle Zone. Announcement: the Guild Gods has successfully completed the outpost construction application task and has received special approval from the Lord of Dragon Blood City to build. As the third guild in this battle zone to construct an outpost, all members will receive double experience for outpost tasks within 3 days, game time, and the difficulty of the first outpost defense battle will be reduced to 75%. Battle Zone Announcement. Battle Zone Announcement. As soon as this news came out, many players in the game were in an uproar. The third one. It's actually from the Dragon Kingdom again. The players from the Dragon Kingdom are simply too crazy. Conquest, Dragon Soul, Gods, these are the 3 major guilds of heavens in the future. Countless players both domestically and internationally were shocked by the announcement. Just as Xiao Chen and the others were about to log off, they heard this and burst into laughter. Awesome, the God Emperor is indeed the God Emperor, he completed the application ahead of everyone. Tianxiao Wudi spent 50 million and couldn't even get an announcement. This must be infuriating. So tragic. Really too tragic. If I were Tianxiao Wudi, I would never rest until I took down the God Emperor. Ha ha ha, the three laughed heartily. Meanwhile, in Another place at the Lord's mansion in Storm City, Tianxia Wudi and a few companions had just rushed to the Lord, ready to submit the final task. Item. Suddenly, they were stunned by this announcement. What's going on? Gods? Impossible, this can't be. Why is this happening? Wasn't the God Emperor just bidding? How could he establish a base so quickly? Could it be that his withdrawal was because of? Damn it. I'm so angry. Those damned gods, I will never let them go in the future. Damn. Let's pull in the enemies, directly pull in the enemies. From now on, if we encounter any gods in the wild, we'll kill them on sight. A group of people was furious. The face of the Invincible One changed dramatically. From shock to anger, then from anger to helplessness, and finally turned pale, sinking into deep silence. He submitted the task item, and the base construction application was successful. 100,000 guild members received the news of the successful base construction and the coordinate information. The city lord would send craftsmen to the designated location to assist in the construction, which could be completed within 24 hours. But there was no warzone announcement, no extra rewards, and no benefits at all. Nothing. Even the difficulty of the base defense battle was a complete 100%. Sigh. Many people sighed silently. Originally, they should have been the first guild to establish a base. But now, the expressions of those invincible people must be quite something now. So comfortable, this round of NBPs from the gods is amazing. Offline, Xiao Chen and the others were enjoying a seafood buffet, laughing joyfully. The buffet restaurant had a screen that could connect to the internet, and at that moment, it was scrolling through some news related to the multiverse. The multiverse was incredibly popular. It opened at noon, and by evening, over 1 billion people had entered the game. Whether students or office workers, many found interesting ways to play the game. The tenfold difference in time allowed some people, who originally had a tight pace of life, to find relief within it. Although they didn't understand why time in the game could be 10 times slower than reality, most people loved and accepted it. At that moment, the TV screen was showing news about the Gods Guild purchasing a base, with many people leaving comments to congratulate and express their thoughts. Some insiders revealed that the Tianxia Guild had only purchased their base 1 minute after the gods, which drew mockery or sympathy from many. The Tianxia Guild really messed up this time. In just one afternoon, they were schooled by old Xiao a few times and then got tricked by the gods. The loss of trust will probably lead to hundreds of people quitting the guild, Lily said while peeling shrimp, laughing. Xiao Chen played with the empty conch shell. I almost feel sorry for them. A big guild like that is really in a tough spot. Oh, spare me the sympathy, they might be plotting how to get back at you. Zheng Fan shook his head. True. Let's check out the news from abroad. I wonder how the foreigners are doing, Xiao Chen suggested. He switched the screen to the overseas news channel, and various messages appeared. M Federation Super Expert Lord of Darkness soloed an 80 level Mythic boss. The top player on the international server Battleaxe challenges the Dragon Kingdom. Come conquer you at level 100. Bug? Fell 50,000 health when stepping down. Some news had high attention, while others were less popular. Foreign players tended to be lone wolves or small groups, and their execution in large-scale operations was not as strong as that of the Dragon Kingdom. Although they hadn't taken down the 100 level Mythic boss to establish a base, there were still many skilled players. The current top player on the international server, Battleaxe, was already level 76, which was impressive considering he hadn't killed many mythic or legendary bosses. One could imagine how fast he was leveling up. There were also some well-known professional players, veteran experts, international tournament champions, and other special groups who were thriving and achieving remarkable feats. The announcements in the entire Blue Star battle zone had been made dozens of times, with the number in the international server's half clearly higher than that of the Dragon Kingdom's half. The first kills of mainline dungeons at various levels were mostly taken by international server players. Of course, this was mainly because mainline dungeons were hard to find and required luck to trigger. Otherwise, with Xiao Chen's strength, it would be easy for him to level up from 25 to 155 alone. Additionally, a mysterious player on the international server had revealed the attributes of a super artifact. According to the described attributes, it was a staff that could increase spell attack by 10,000 points and came with a devastating active skill. Once fully unleashed, one person could flatten a map. Some questioned its authenticity, but Xiao Chen felt it should be real. However, that person did not reveal their game ID, so no one knew exactly who it was, and they could only guess based on in-game performance. The disconnect between the game world and the internet made it difficult for many in-game messages and scenes to be presented intuitively online. This is a great regret, leading many who haven't logged in yet to have high expectations for the game, but they cannot get a sneak peek. However, it's good that it's almost time to get off work and school. After dinner, the heavens will welcome a large batch of players, and the major cities will be even more lively. No more eating, let's hurry back to the dorm and continue the game. Xiao Chen and his two friends were initially enjoying their meal, but after seeing a lot of information, they were a bit impatient to log in. So they hurried back to school, quickly washed up, took care of their physiological needs, and then returned to bed, reconnecting their consciousness to the game server. Welcome back to the world of the heavens. You have created a character and can log into the game at any time. On the login screen, Xiaochen saw a handsome male mage holding a weather staff. I have to say, I am really handsome. After a moment of self-admiration, he stepped into the character's image. A flash of light and shadow transformed before him, and he appeared on the streets of Dragon Blood City. Old Li, Old Zhang. His two roommates were already online, and the three remained in a party. Old Xiao, what should we do now? Shall we go level up together? Li, full of energy after eating, asked. Sure, someone is looking for me. Just as Xiaochen agreed, a friend chat notification popped up. Brother Xiaochen, you finally came back, come help us. Our base is about to be breached. The message was from the president of the Conquest Guild, Zhang Tian. His tone was a bit anxious, clearly indicating that they were in serious trouble. Has it started? Xiao Chen asked. It started almost an hour ago. The monster levels are too high, each one takes a lot of skills to take down. Our people have already died several rounds, and now we are relying on the NPC army to help hold the line. Zhang Tian replied helplessly. Give me the coordinates, I'll be there right away. Xiao Chen knew the situation was serious and that there was no time to delay. He quickly said. You go to Moon City, take the small teleportation array directly. To conquest the heavens, I've already opened the teleportation permissions for you, Zhang Tian replied immediately. Open permissions for two of my friends as well, we'll go together. Their serial numbers are XXX. Xiao Chen instructed. Then hurried with his two brothers straight to the teleportation array. They teleported from Dragon Blood City to Moon City, and then from the small teleportation array in Moon City to the Conquest the Heavens base. Notice, the target area is currently in a state of war. Do you confirm the teleportation? Due to the special nature of the target location, the system asked for confirmation during the teleportation. Confirm. The three of them paid the teleportation fee and directly arrived at the guild base where the base defense battle was taking place. Boom crack. Roar. Just as they arrived at their destination, waves of sound came from afar. The three of them looked up and saw that they were in a simple village, with basically no buildings around, only wooden walls and a few simple functional buildings. Within the 1000 by 1000 meter base, a large number of players were congested, rushing out towards the walls to battle the monsters after respawning. Outside the base was a beast tide so vast it resembled an ocean. Monsters of various sizes were charging towards the base. Players were overwhelmed by the beast horde, and most would fall within 3 seconds. The damage they dealt to the monsters seemed weak and ineffective. Priests focus on healing the NPCs, knights and warriors use potions. We can die, but the NPCs cannot die, otherwise we definitely won't hold. Old bye, go restock the NPC at the pharmacy, the blood potions are running low. Brothers who lost weapons, go to the warehouse to get new ones, don't worry about armor for now, killing monsters comes first. Zhang Tian's shouts echoed within the base, as the president stood at the entrance of the simple conference hall, directing the overall situation. The building behind him was the true core of the entire guild. Once the monsters broke through the city walls and invaded this place, destroying the council hall, this defense battle would be considered a failure. Old Zhang, which side of the city wall is under the most pressure? I'm going to provide support. Xiao Chen quickly assessed the situation around him in a few seconds and swiftly entered a state of readiness, shouting to the battlefield. Brother Xiao Chen, you came at the right time, the pressure from the east is the greatest, I'm counting on you. Zhang Tian exclaimed. With joy upon seeing him, Xiao Chen nodded and said to his two companions, Old Li, Old Zhang, let's go. Then, he quickly ran towards the east city wall through the crowd. Finally, I can show off with Old Xiao. Li said happily. He can show off, and we can at most just leech some experience. Zhang Fan said with self-awareness, his tone somewhat melancholic. Come on, with so many monsters, can he really handle it alone? Just unleash a transformation and show off a bit too. Li encouraged. The crowd within the base was a bit crowded, but the space was limited, and soon they reached the city gate. Boom! A loud sound echoed as a giant mad bull monster crashed into the 4-meter-high wooden city wall, creating a huge noise. Level 105 epic boss, Bull King, this is insane. Li exclaimed in surprise after glancing at the boss information. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of lightning struck down and the once arrogant Bull King let out a terrible scream and fell. Seeing this scene, the surrounding players were astonished. What the hell? Whose lightning arrow is that? So fierce. The next moment, everyone saw a handsome male mage in a dark blue robe standing at the top of the city wall. Level 85 Weather Mage, Xiao Chen. The great Xiao Chen has arrived, our powerful external support is here. Ah, monsters, die. Attack. Even a level 200 mythic boss was taken down by the great Xiao Chen, these pathetic creatures, 1 hit, 1 kill. 2 hits, double kill. Xiao Chen's appearance triggered a chain reaction. The members of the war guild, who had been demoralized from dying many times, suddenly regained their spirits and fighting will. Quick, give the great one buffs. Blessing of courage. Stone skin. Rejuvenation. In an instant, numerous buffs were cast on Xiao Chen, enhancing his attributes even further. However, boom! Just as everyone was focused on Xiao Chen, a loud noise erupted. A section of the wooden wall on the southern part of the east city wall was suddenly struck hard, creating a 1-meter-wide breach. The wolf pack howled, and many wild wolf monsters rushed madly through the breach into the base. Not good. Hold the line, the Legion commander on the wall shouted urgently. That's a level 120 legendary boss, the colorful giant python. The creature that broke through the wall was a giant python over 30 meters long and thicker than a water barrel. With a single tail swipe, it could take the lives of several people, and even the skills of NPC soldiers couldn't push it back. Faced with such a terrifying boss, ordinary players with an average level of around 38 had no power to resist. Moreover, at the same time, thousands of smaller monsters were attacking the wall, leaving them with little energy to deal with the boss. The sound of cracking wood echoed, and the entire city wall of the base was on the verge of collapse. Seeing the tense situation, Xiao Chen knew he couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted, "You all hold the wall, focus on taking down the small monsters. Leave the boss to me." After saying that, he consumed a charge potion, his movement speed skyrocketing to 6 times that of an ordinary person, and he dashed towards the giant python boss. The great Xiao Chen is making his move. Quick, follow his command. Let's take down the small monsters first, we can't let them breach the base. Priests and knights, be sure to protect the great Xiao Chen. Everyone reacted quickly and immediately began to act. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had already taken a few steps and was near the giant python boss. Colorful giant python, legendary boss, level 120 health, 2 189 172/4 500 000. The boss is below half health because the difficulty of this garrison defense battle has been halved, resulting in all monsters that appear having their health, attack power, and defense reduced by 50%. Even so, under the level suppression, it remains incredibly difficult. Magic missile. Seeing the boss's health so low, Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to use a big skill and directly launched a normal attack. Bio missile, mixed in with countless colorful and dazzling skills, was hardly noticeable. But when it landed, the giant python, which had just been thrashing its tail against the city wall, arrogant and invincible, let out a strange cry. Its body stiffened, swayed left and right, and slowly fell down. You participated in defeating the legendary boss colorful giant python, gaining shared experience of 189,130 and reputation of 1,890. The system prompted. A legendary boss attacked by many people, the final experience shared was not much for Xiao Chen. But he didn't care about that. In the city defense battle, the boss's experience was minor. The small monsters, like a tidal wave, were the real prize. Rainstorm. After defeating the boss, before the members of the Conquest Guild could cheer, Xiao Chen had already begun to unleash area skills. With a thunderous roar, accompanied by rising winds and swirling clouds. Soon, a massive rain cloud covered the sky, and torrential rain began to pour down. Spanning 60 by 60 meters, it directly enveloped a large section of the city wall. Where the torrential rain fell, countless small monsters died on the spot, unable to last even a second. Even the small bosses mixed in with the small monsters were instantly killed, turning into experience and dropping equipment. You defeated the Peachtree Spirit, gaining 2,168 experience. You defeated the elite monster Demonized Giant Tiger, gaining 47,890 experience. You defeated. System messages began to flood the screen, with a single skill unleashing a kill count that exceeded 100. And this was just the beginning. Xiao Chen is invincible. So strong, one skill wipes out a whole area. High damage, wide range, this is simply divine. Such a swift and decisive kill of the boss, and mass killing of small monsters, instantly invigorated the Conquest members, who began to shout excitedly. Chain lightning. Fireball. Gale blade. Magic missile. Xiao Chen ignored the cheers of the crowd, leaping down from the city wall, charging out of the garrison, crossing the night players' defense outside the city, and rushing into the monster horde. Xiao Chen, be careful, the monsters have high attack power. Priests of Team 9, hurry up and keep him healed. Seeing him charge forward fearlessly, everyone was shocked and quickly prepared to support. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen shouted, "Don't worry about me, I won't die, just deal with the stragglers." After saying that, he accelerated again, disappearing into the monster horde. Damn, so reckless? Everyone was astonished to see him dive into the monster pile. At this moment, Lili and Zhang Fan, witnessing Xiao Chen's achievements, couldn't sit still. Damn it, old Xiao is showing off without us. Old Zhang, transform quickly, I need to heal you. Lili said fiercely. Okay. Zhang Fan, being straightforward, immediately activated his talent skill and transformed into Dragon Man form. Roar with a low growl, his height surged, and a layer of dragon scales covered his body, significantly boosting his attributes. I'm going in. He also imitated Xiao Chen leaping down from the city wall and charging into the monster horde. So cool, what skill is this? Nearby players admired his appearance and heroic stance. Zhang Fan plunged into the monster horde, swinging his divine sword, unleashing the exclusive skills of the Dragon Blood Warrior. 4-digit damage numbers popped up above the monster's head, and the damage values looked quite pleasing. Although he couldn't defeat monsters as quickly as Xiao Chen, he still managed to take down many low-health and half-health monsters with a single sweep. Die. A humanoid boss saw Zhang Fan and charged over, weapon in hand, ready to kill him. However, when a skill landed and hit Zhang Fan, it only dealt a few hundred points of damage, which was instantly healed by Lili. Haha, it's my turn to perform. Zhang Fan laughed heartily, feeling secretly pleased, and prepared to take on the humanoid boss in front of him. Just then, everyone suddenly gasped in surprise. Look over there. What a huge tornado. It's the great god Xiao Chen, he's using his ultimate skill. Whoosh, the tornado rises, and the wind fury spell is unleashed once again. Xiao Chen, with the earth element shield, deliberately charges deep into the monster horde, surrounding himself with countless monsters in all directions. Then, in this most dangerous place, he releases his ultimate move. Whoosh, with a gust of wind, all monsters within a radius of 120 meters almost instantly perish. In such a vast area, the number of monsters is simply in the thousands, countless. And the only one gaining experience is him. The experience bar rises visibly at a rapid pace. In just 1 second, he gains nearly 1 million experience points. Charge. With 4 seconds left on Wind Fury, he can't bear to waste this skill and quickly rushes forward. The tornado moves and advances with his steps. In 4 seconds, he covers a distance of 30 meters, taking away another wave of small monsters. An open space appears outside the East City wall, covered with silver coins, gold coins, and ordinary equipment. But there are still many monsters, and soon they replenish. The nearby area channel has system information indicating that they are only at the 12th wave of monsters, with a total of 24 waves, so there is still a long way to go. Xiao Chen's vast skill range can temporarily relieve the pressure on one side of the city wall, but completely eliminating monsters from one direction is still very difficult. Moreover, there are a total of 4 sides to the outpost, and the number of monsters is too numerous to count. Bang bang bang. Many small monsters are attacking Xiao Chen. With the earth element shield, his health bar will never be broken, but being stunned from time to time is still a bit annoying. If only I could use the apocalypse, Xiao Chen thought to himself. His current mana is only over 1700, still short of the minimum requirement of 2000, let alone continuously casting the entire apocalypse. Forget it, I'll hold on with small skills for now. With Wind Fury already used, the only big move he can use now is Meteor Strike. But considering that stronger monsters will appear later, he can't use his trump card so quickly, so he plans to save the cooldown for Meteor Strike. 1 minute passes quickly. He first uses Fireball, Blade of the Wind, and Chain Lightning, these 3 small area damage skills, to clear some elite monsters and bosses, while using basic attacks and Chain Lightning to pick off some small monsters, which can also provide decent relief. Whoosh! Boom! Swish! One skill after another is unleashed. Although the scene isn't as flashy as a big skill, it still results in death for anyone it touches, without exception. The once precarious East City wall gradually stabilizes with Xiao Chen's involvement, and after he kills all the bosses, it finally holds firm. Oldly, heal me, I can't hold on. Zhang Fan, transformed into a dragon man, is surrounded by a group of monsters over level 100, his health plummeting, and the ordinary priest simply can't keep up. Lili's skills drop one after another, barely stabilizing his health bar. Everyone, hold on. Our supply reinforcements are on the way, and there will be many large scrolls to assist in clearing the field. The commander of the Conquest Guild is boosting morale, and the members are fearless, dying and resurrecting to continue fighting, refusing to let the monsters advance even a step. Conquest is also a wealthy guild. Every piece of equipment dropped upon death and every potion consumed is quickly replenished, continuously provided for the members to use. They even contacted the Treasure Merchant Association to help supply, pouring large sums of money into it. This wave of monster siege must be held, otherwise all previous efforts will be in vain, and the outpost will collapse, being reclaimed by the system, rendering everything futile. Brother Xiao Chen, the pressure on the east side has temporarily lessened. Please help out on the south side to deal with the boss. The brothers are struggling a bit. Zhang Tian oversees the situation, clearly knowing which side is under the most pressure. With the entry of Xiao Chen and his companions, a few large AoE skills later, the East City, which was under the most pressure, suddenly becomes the area with the least pressure. He had to admire Xiao Chen's strength, while also seizing the opportunity to send this powerful fighter to where he was needed most. No problem. Xiao Chen was very cooperative, and upon receiving the message, he immediately rushed south from outside the city. He didn't even need to enter the city, he just charged forward with the earth element shield, although he was occasionally controlled by monsters along the way, causing his steps to be a bit unsteady. It didn't take much time. Soon, Xiao Chen arrived outside the southern city. A supersized lizard over 6 meters tall was frantically attacking the wooden wall, having already taken down 2 NPC soldiers. Now a level 150 NPC squad leader was helping to fend it off. Ironclad Dragon King, legendary boss, level 160 health 3 177 828/7 650 000. This monster had a lot of health, comparable to a mythic boss. Even with its attributes halved, it was still not something ordinary players could contend with, dealing only -1 damage with each skill. Even the NPC army's archers and mages, bombarding it continuously, were doing pitifully small damage. Xiao Chen, this monster has high physical defense and low magic defense, it's up to you. The main damage dealer of the Conquest Guild, the Parkinson of the Stargazer Hunter class, was in the south, wielding a level-less legendary weapon and unleashing skills frantically, but his damage was at most in the hundreds, a drop in the bucket compared to the Ironclad Dragon King's 3 million health. Xiao Chen arrived nearby, and without saying a word, he shot a lightning arrow. Zing! The electric light flashed, and damage exploded. The Ironclad Dragon King, which had just been charging fiercely at the city wall, collapsed with a loud crash, dropping a pile of gold, coins and equipment. A level 160 legendary boss instantly killed. Holy crap! Awesome! Millions of health, and it was one shot by a lightning arrow? Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the ground covered in gold coins and epic gear, completely stunned. Even the player, who had always thought he was quite strong, not Parkinson, was frozen in place, shocked into silence by Xiao Chen's terrifying damage. Xiao Chen did not pick up the items on the ground. The drops from the garrison defense battle automatically belonged to the guild, requiring no manual collection. After a while, they would automatically be added to the guild warehouse. As an external aid, he wasn't suited to take the spoils for himself. If he wanted something, he could just ask Zhang Tian for it after the fight. Are there any more bosses? Tell your mages to use fireballs to focus on the boss. Guide me. After taking down the Ironclad Dragon King, Xiao Chen shouted loudly. The scene was too chaotic, with battles happening everywhere, the lights and effects of skills nearly obscuring the city wall. Xiao Chen couldn't find the boss's figure for a moment and could only ask the Conquest members for help. Fireball guidance? The Legion commander on the wall immediately understood and shouted in the Legion channel, all team mages, in 10 seconds, use fireballs to focus on the nearest boss monster. Give Xiao Chen a signal. The cooldown for fireball was relatively quick, and they could cast it again after a short wait. Upon receiving the order, all the mage players prepared a fireball. Fire! With the Legion leader's command, thousands of fireballs flew towards several bosses outside the city wall. The brilliant flames erupted outside the wall, making the figures of several bosses particularly prominent. Received. Xiao Chen instantly got the signal, weaving through the monster crowd, heading straight for the nearest boss. Fireball! A super luxurious fireball shot out, causing a tremendous explosion. Amidst the explosion, the level 135 epic boss was blown to pieces, turning into experience and reputation. Xiao Chen did not stop his steps, continuing forward, killing bosses along the way. Rain of Blades. Gale. When the cooldown for his big skills was over, he would casually choose a spot with the densest monsters and unleash his ultimate move. These two 60-second cooldown area skills can effectively reduce the pressure on the city walls and clear out monsters over a large area. In just a few minutes, the pressure from the south was also alleviated. Xiao Chen, hurry to the west city. There's a mythic boss over there. Battle Heaven sent another message. Upon hearing this news, Xiaochen couldn't help but show a look of joy. Leave it to me. The battle is still ongoing. The garrison defense battle is somewhat painful for the players engaged in the fight as the number of deaths is simply too high. Although the massive monster experience can compensate for the loss of levels, constantly dying affects one's mood significantly. If it weren't for the collective determination of the guild's many players, many would have already given into the urge to flee. However, Xiaochen is the only one among all present who was enjoying the tide of monsters. West City, I'm here. Soon, Xiaochen arrived outside West City. Where is the mythic boss? He asked loudly. Over here. The commander of the Western Legion is a female mage, standing atop the high wall, casting a dark thundercloud and continuously striking the boss with lightning, guiding Xiaochen. Following the sound, Xiaochen saw that the boss was a humanoid monster draped in a black robe, over 4 meters tall, with rotting skin exposing its skeleton, looking like a walking corpse. It was a bit far, so he couldn't see the boss's information. But it felt somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Perish, you humble ants. The boss spread its arms and chanted a spell. Waves of black mist surged from its body, transforming into black evil dragons that swept across the city walls. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. The fragile wooden walls could not withstand the boss's assault, breaking open a 3-meter wide gap. NPC soldiers also could not withstand such a powerful attack, each one spitting blood and falling from the walls, their fates unknown. Captain, we can't hold on any longer, the battling members shouted, feeling utterly helpless. The great Xiaochen has arrived. At that moment, someone exclaimed. Xiaochen quickly made his way through the dense crowd of monsters and approached the boss. A quick scan of information brought a smile to his face. Evil Spirit Bishop, Smoke, Mythic Boss, Level 110 Health 5003919/10600000, Target Level too high, unable to obtain more data. It's actually one of the 4 great evil spirit bosses. After defeating the evil spirit knight, he had received a mythic level main quest to defeat the 4 great evil spirit bosses scattered throughout the world and release their souls. Only then could he unlock the level 2 main city War City and gain the qualification to challenge the 220 level mythic boss General Lyriel of the Holy Spear. He had been worried about where to find the other 3 evil spirit bosses. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon one today. Die. Seeing the mythic boss, Xiaochen was like a starving wolf seeing meat. He cast a new earth element shield for himself and charged forward. Fireball. As soon as he struck, it was a super fireball resembling an explosion. The 1.2 meter diameter fireball whistled out, hitting the towering body of the evil spirit boss. Boom! The fireball exploded, sending sparks flying. The boss let out a piercing scream, instantly taking 15 million points of damage. This damage would be unbearable even if the boss were at full health, let alone in its current half-health state. As the fireball exploded, it directly knocked the boss out of combat, locking its health at the last 300,000. Lord God, Tyrants, return to your embrace. The boss did not fall. After locking its health, it tilted its head back and let out a deep, hoarse cry to the sky. A beam of golden light descended from above. A gentle female voice echoed. Bishop of Warsong, your soul will be redeemed. In the name of the second war god of the war temple, I welcome you. Return, Tyrants. The boss's rotting body gradually restored to a healthy appearance under the golden light, the black robe transforming inch by inch into a bright red color, resembling a blazing battlefield. The entire transformation process was almost identical to that of General Lyriel of the Holy Spear. Before long, the boss was reborn, and its attributes doubled. War Song Bishop Terrence, Mythical Leader, Level 220 Health 21-200-000/21-200-000, Target Level too high, unable to retrieve more data. Young warrior, thank you for clearing the fallen body for me and releasing my soul. Although you killed Otto, which I despise, your reward will not be lessened. I will be waiting for you with Relio in the War Temple. Your prize is there. After transforming from a boss to an NPC, Terrence said a word to Xiaochen. Then, with a wave of his staff, he floated into the air and flew towards the western horizon, quickly disappearing. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the mythical boss, the evil spirit Bishop of Smoke, and gained 31,700 reputation. The progress of the task, subduing the 4 great evil spirits, has been updated. Please continue forward and unseal War City as soon as possible. You participated in defeating the evil spirit Bishop of Smoke and gained a shared experience of 800,000. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 86. With a loud crash, numerous loot items exploded around, with over 1 million gold coins alone, and 2 pieces of mythical equipment emerged. Xiaochen glanced around and found one of then was levelless, making him a bit envious. Endless Smoke Belt Mythical level requirement, none class requirement, none health. Plus 2000 physical defense plus 50 magic defense plus 50 physical damage reduction plus 15% magic damage reduction plus 15% special effect in the combat. State of Endless Smoke. For every enemy killed, increase your own attack and defense by 1%, stacking up to 15 layers, becoming ineffective after leaving combat. What a good item! Although it only had one special effect, this effect could easily increase 15% of attack and defense attributes by clearing some small monsters at any time, making it very practical. President Zhang Tian, a mythical belt dropped here, it's perfect for me, take a look. Xiao Chen immediately sent a message to Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian had already learned from the reports of guild members that the boss had dropped 2 pieces of mythical gear. Seeing Xiao Chen take the initiative to speak, he readily replied, "Brother Xiao Chen, just take it." He knew very well how important Xiao Chen's help was in this defense battle. Even if he took all the loot he had obtained, it wouldn't be a problem. Then I won't be polite. Xiao Chen laughed heartily and directly picked up the Endless Smoke Belt from the ground and stuffed it into his backpack. He couldn't equip it yet, since he was still in combat. The battle continued, with the 13th and 14th waves of monsters arriving, and the figure of another boss slowly approaching in the distance. Xiao Chen leveraged his high damage advantage, helping to take down bosses everywhere. When the cooldowns for Rainstorm and Gale ended, he would release them in the densest areas of monsters, greatly reducing the pressure on the Conquest Guild. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Waves of monsters kept appearing, and the pressure on the city walls was immense. Xiao Chen tirelessly roamed around, rushing to assist in all directions. Alone, he created a momentum stronger than 1,000 troops, stabilizing a situation that was originally extremely difficult. With each boss falling and waves of small monsters being cleared, his experience point soared. When the last wave of monsters appeared, the system prompt sounded. Xiao Chen's level had reached 89, and his leveling efficiency was comparable to that of a level 40 member of the Conquest Guild, with no sense of the increasing difficulty of leveling up as one got higher. After 2 hours of fierce battle, the NPC soldiers had mostly been wiped out, relying solely on the members' reckless defense to hold on. The 24th wave of small monsters was finally cleared. Everyone collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. However, the battle was not over. Boom boom boom, accompanied by the heavy footsteps like a drumbeat. A boss, whose size resembled that of a mountain, slowly approached from the distance, heading towards the northern city. Wasn't it said there were only 24 waves of monsters? Why is there a boss? At that moment, everyone felt very confused. But the crowd remained calm. After witnessing Xiao Chen's overwhelming power in defeating various bosses with a single strike, they no longer felt any fear towards bosses. No matter how strong it was or how much health it had, in front of the great Xiao Chen, it was as fragile as paper. The giant boss approached slowly from a distance, entering the defense perimeter of the base. It was a creature resembling a massive elephant, standing about 20 meters tall, its entire body a dusty yellow, covered in long yellow fur, with a huge trunk that looked like an inverted pagoda. Isn't this too big? The level 180 legendary boss from earlier wasn't even half its size. Could it be a mythic boss above level 200? Tens of thousands of members of the Conquest Guild looked at the beast, their hearts filled with uncertainty. Brother Xiao Chen, can we take it down? Zhang Tian had just come out of the conference hall and arrived at the northern city wall. Let's check its attributes. The boss was so large that Xiao Chen wasn't very confident. He jumped off the city wall, donned an earth elemental shield, and walked out. Just as he was about to get closer to check the boss's data, he heard a regional announcement. Congratulations to all members of the Conquest Guild. You have performed excellently in this base defense battle and have earned an additional welfare boss reward opportunity. The welfare boss, War Elephant, is now in position. Damage calculation will begin in 120 seconds. Welfare battle time, 60 seconds. Friendly reminder, this boss has infinite health, and the damage dealt within 1 minute will be converted into 100 times experience, evenly distributed among all participants in this defense battle. As soon as the regional announcement was made, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then, tens of thousands of voices erupted. Welfare boss? There's such a setting? Any damage output within 60 seconds will be converted to 100-fold experience, shared among everyone. Wow! If you do the math, if everyone deals 500 damage per second, that's 30,000 damage in 1 minute. Equivalent to 300,000 experience per person. 500 damage per second? Who do you think you are? At least 520. Wait, have you all forgotten about the great Xiao Chen? In an instant, countless gazes fell upon the handsome male mage outside the city. Xiao Chen was also a bit dazed at this moment. Infinite output, with damage converted to experience 100-fold. If he didn't have to share it with others, he estimated he could reach level 200 in one go. At the very least, level 150 was definitely not a problem. If only he could keep it all to himself. Unfortunately, the crowd determined that everyone who participated today would share the rewards, and even if he temporarily drove everyone else away, it would be useless. The war elephant stood still 100 meters away, waiting to be attacked. Xiao Chen moved closer to check the information. War elephant, special creature, level 1 health. Physical defense 100, magical defense 100, skills, professional target, attack range plus 1000 meters, no need to attack the entity, any attack skill released within the area can cause effective damage, 100 points in both defenses, everyone except pure meat knights should be able to deal around 5 to 600 damage per second. This wave should yield quite a bit of experience. Brother Xiao Chen. Zhan Tian jumped down from the city wall and quickly walked over. Zhang Fan, Lili, Parkinson, and others followed. Old Yang, what do you think about this wave? Xiao Chen asked. With over a minute left in the preparation time, they could set up a strategy. Zhan Tian said, your output is the highest, absurdly so. I want to apply all the different types of support skills from our guild to you, maximizing your damage output. Others will focus on dealing damage in front, with priests behind, surrounding the boss and trying to deal as much damage as possible. Just as I thought. Xiao Chen nodded. Although the boss was very large and had an additional 1000 meters of output range, there were still over 100,000 people here, making it impossible for everyone to hit it. To maximize benefits, pure meat knights and healing priests needed to step back slightly, allowing damage-dealing classes to stand in the front row, applying buffs and outputting damage like crazy. Time is limited, I need to quickly arrange all the guild members into formation. You join Parkinson's team and let him arrange the buffs, said Zhan Tian, and then he began to organize the guild's lineup. Everyone, move out. Hundreds of thousands of members, without having time to rest, were mobilized again to gather in the open space outside the city. Xiao Chen joined the team that wasn't Parkinson's with two brothers, and soon a group of teammates surged around them. A team of 50 people was filled in less than 10 seconds. Besides Xiao Chen, Zhang Fan, Parkinson, and an assassin named Big Hammer 80, the rest were all priests, there to provide buffs for these 4 damage dealers. Team 1 and Team 2, keep an eye on the blessing status of the great Xiao Chen. Team 3 and Team 4 are with me. Team 5 and Team 6 give it to old Zhang next door. Team 7 and Team 8 to Big Hammer. Teams 9 and 10, all special buffs go to the great Xiao Chen. Try not to overlap the buffs, aim for the highest damage. Parkinson quickly assigned the buff supply situation for each team. Once everything was arranged, the countdown for the welfare boss also entered the final 30 seconds. Everyone in position. Zhan Tian had also briefly arranged the guild members, with tens of thousands of damage dealers running around the boss, ready to start the battle. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. The system began the countdown, and soon it reached the last 3 seconds. Buffs up. Zhan Tian roared. In the next moment, over 10,000 priest players began to unleash different skills. Xiao Chen's combat information bar instantly filled with dozens of lines. Player overflowing healing has cast courage blessing on you. Player oldly next door has cast moon gods gift on you. Player wah 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 crying has cast blade blessing on you. Player sit on you dead has cast charge horn on you. Player. A series of buffs appeared in the status bar, and his attack power suddenly surged to a terrifying level. Originally, his level 89 spell attack was just over 1200. Now, it reached an astonishing 2750. He also gained a 25% critical hit rate and a 10% increase in spell damage. Brother Xiao Chen, start your performance. Zhan Tian shouted the command, and countless players simultaneously released their skills. He looked towards Xiao Chen, expecting this boss-slaying god to amaze everyone with his attack. However, to everyone's confusion, Xiao Chen did not start casting spells directly. Old Xiao, what are you doing? Li Li finished applying the buffs and, seeing him motionless, quickly asked. Xiao Chen did not respond. He was chanting a skill. Falling stone technique. He had hesitated to use the skill to clear the small monsters, but now it was finally time to unleash it. Looking at his attribute interface with an attack power exceeding 2700, Xiao Chen's heart trembled. This would be the strongest strike he had ever made. Buzz the fire element was gathering, and in the sky, a mass of fire clouds instantly took shape. Everyone, look at the sky. Many were puzzled as to why Xiao Chen was still, and some were even anxious enough to want to scold him for occupying the spot without doing anything, wasting so many buffs. But soon, someone noticed something was off and looked up at the sky. What? A huge mass of fire clouds. This is a forbidden spell, it's a forbidden magic. The great Xiao Chen is unleashing his ultimate move. The real ultimate move. In an instant, everyone became excited. They had already witnessed Xiao Chen's Gale technique and Rainstorm technique, thinking those were the strongest skills. But now, seeing him chant a skill, they were shocked beyond measure. Trembling with excitement. A forbidden spell. A small skill could already one-shot a boss, and now he was casting a forbidden spell. This damage would definitely be astonishing. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. The incantation of the meteor spell gradually approached its end. Come on. Soon, the skill's chanting finished and an enormous meteor appeared in the sky. With a flick of Xiao Chen's staff, the meteor trembled slightly, transforming into a blaze of fire, and rapidly fell towards the war giant elephant. -906 -1071 -1293 1 by 1, damage numbers erupted from the body of the war giant elephant, thousands upon thousands every second, at an astonishing speed. If it weren't for the war giant elephant's infinite health, this rate of losing tens of millions of health per second could easily take down a mythic boss. Meteor spell, it's the meteor spell. Xiao Chen unleashed his forbidden spell, and a gigantic meteor, blazing with fiery light, descended from the sky. Oh my god, how terrifying. It won't take us out in an instant, will it? Someone shouted. In fear, looking at the meteor falling towards them, feeling immense psychological pressure. Before anyone could think too much, the meteor had already hit the ground. The intense firelight collided with the towering giant elephant. Boom! An unprecedentedly massive explosion shocked everyone present. The meteor struck the giant elephant, causing the immovable giant to sink its feet into the ground. The shockwave spread out in all directions like ocean waves, shaking the earth, extending up to 180 meters before it finally stopped. The damage. Dealers in the front row were not injured, but they were still shaken by the shockwave, nearly falling over. Everyone, look at the damage! Someone shouted. Everyone turned their gaze to the boss's head. A massive damage number slowly floated up. -907654851 critical hit 900 million, a full 900 million critical damage. My heavens! Gulp nearby, the sound of people swallowing their saliva echoed. Everyone was stunned. Even Xiao Chen himself was dumbfounded. One skill, 900 million damage. The boss with the highest health seen so far had only over 20 million. With this one meteor strike, even a level 220 temple boss would owe him dozens of lives. Don't stop, keep outputting. Battle Heaven's voice spread outside the city, waking the stunned crowd. Yes, output is crucial, output is crucial. Everyone quickly set aside their shock and increased their output frequency. Old Xiao, you really are something else. Zheng Fan's voice came from the side, sounding somewhat melancholic. He was also fully buffed, but after unleashing a whole bunch of skills, his accumulated damage was only in the hundreds of thousands. Compared to Xiao Chen, it was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. Looks and damage are proportional. Xiao Chen snapped back to reality from his shock and shamelessly said. Then he continued to output. Rainstorm spell. Gale spell. Fireball spell. Lightning arrow. -6800015-11292699-113015512122-127812122 damage numbers jumped from the millions, tens of millions, to over 100 million, making the other damage dealers envious and drooling. Just as the buff was about to end, a new batch of buffs came in. Xiao Chen's attack power remained above 2,500, and every skill unleashed tons of damage. The welfare battle is about to end. Countdown 10, 9, 8. The system prompt echoed in their ears as time slowly ticked down to 0. Everyone desperately outputted. Finally, at the moment the countdown reached 0, the war giant elephant vanished with a buzz. At the same time, a regional announcement rang out. In this welfare battle, total damage dealt to the war giant elephant 527-188-8822. MVP player Xiao Chen. Total damage dealt 279-182-8412. MVP skill Magic Missile. Total damage dealt 109-828-2431. Number of participants in this garrison. Defense battle 148893. Experience gained per person 3540723. Wow! In the next moment, among the tens of thousands present, everyone except Xiao Chen was enveloped in the glow of leveling up. 3.5 million experience. This is way better than fighting wild monsters for 3 hours. Wow, this is amazing. I leveled up 4 times in one go. I leveled up 3 times, hahaha, in an instant. The levels of hundreds of thousands of players surged simultaneously, and the originally average level of the Conquest Guild, which was below 40, jumped to around level 43. Some elite players even shot straight into the top 1000 of the level rankings. Parkinson, who was already on the leaderboard, also leveled up twice, reaching 4th place just behind Xiao Chun, Lucky Meow, and Sword Slaying the World. Xiao Chen is awesome. Xiao Chen is the best. Xiao Chen is number 1 in the world. The regional announcement clearly informed everyone of the damage Xiao Chun dealt. He alone dealt more damage than the combined output of 30 to 40,000 other damage-dealing classes. With such data, who could not be impressed? Old Xiao, you really made it big this time. After this battle, all players in the Dragon Kingdom will know how monstrous you are. Even foreigners will admire you to the core. Zhang Fan and Li Li were also greatly shocked by Xiao Chen's terrifying damage, expressing their amazement. At this moment, Xiao Chen had only one thought in his mind. The meteor spell wasn't even an MVP skill. It dealt less damage than the magic missile. But thinking about it, the meteor spell could only be cast once, and dealing over 900 million was indeed very high. However, the magic missile was cast a total of 24 times, each time dealing 120% damage, which definitely added up to be stronger than the 2000% of the meteor spell. Moreover, this statistic also included the damage from others using the same skill, which added a significant amount. Regional announcement: the defense battle at the Conquest of the World base has ended. Congratulations to Conquest of the World for successfully defending. All participants are rewarded with 1 million experience points, 500 reputation, and 10,000 guild contribution. All business operation taxes and maintenance costs are waived for 10 days of game time. Keep up the good work. As soon as the system announcement came out, another 1 million experience points fell upon them. Most people leveled up again, and Xiao Chun finally reached level 90. Cheers erupted all around the base. After the grueling battle, the generous rewards made the members ecstatic. Although the preparation and battle took over 3 hours in total, the gains were very satisfying, with everyone leveling up by more than 4 levels, and some brave fighters with fewer deaths even leveled up 6 or 7 times, pushing from the 2nd and 3rd tiers into the vanguard. Brother Xiao Chun, we owe this to you. If it weren't for you turning the tide, we would have been overwhelmed by those high-level bosses long ago. Zhang Tian remarked, looking at Xiao Chun with admiration and gratitude. A single high-level legendary boss might not be a big deal, the crowd could take it down in an instant. But when a massive number of monsters attacked the city, it was impossible to concentrate everyone's damage. The terror of the bosses was far greater than usual, at least 10 times more. In such a situation, if it weren't for Xiao Chen rushing to assist and taking down almost all the bosses after the 12th wave, this defense battle would have undoubtedly ended in defeat. Xiao Chen smiled and said, having taken so much of your money, it's only right to lend a hand. Zhang Tian sighed. Again, it's truly a great fortune to befriend a player as amazing as you. If you hadn't warned me that the difficulty might be high, I might not have prepared enough scrolls and potions, and I might not have even lasted until you came to support. Ha ha ha, it's all in the past. Now, everything is going smoothly, and everyone is happy. With the praise, Xiao Chen felt delighted. Zhang Tian also laughed and said, this wave was tiring, but we can truly say we made a huge profit. It's a pity you're not in our guild, you can't see how rich our guild's warehouse is now. The bosses you just took down dropped no less than 10 mythic quality items, and the legendary equipment is almost reaching 100. Each wave of monsters features 4 legendary bosses and several epic bosses, plus a malevolent bishop mixed in, resulting in a very high number of high-quality boss kills. Xiao Chen took 1 piece of mythic equipment, and there were 2 more that dropped. There were also 8 or 9 other red items, all of which were good stuff. Among them was a base construction order dropped by the malevolent bishop. However, this base construction order is bound to the guild and cannot be sold to other guilds. It can only be used by Zhang Zhan to upgrade the base level. Otherwise, if they could summon a level 100 mythic boss for every defense battle, they could infinitely obtain new base orders. Brother Xiao Chun, you played a crucial role in this defense battle. It wouldn't be right if we didn't show our gratitude. Come on, let's go to the warehouse. I want to thank you properly, said Zhang Tian cheerfully, pulling Xiao Chun towards the base. Although Xiao Chun had already obtained a mythical belt, compared to the boss rewards he had earned and the crucial role he played in this battle, a mere mythical item was truly insignificant. Zhang Tian led Xiao Chen and his group into the dilapidated guild headquarters, arriving near the warehouse. The guild, known for its wealth and power, had expanded the warehouse to the highest level from the very beginning, boasting a staggering 1 million slots, which were now almost filled to capacity. Sorted by item. Quality: the first page was filled entirely with red and orange items, followed by numerous epic quality items, filling several pages in succession. Zhang Tian began browsing from the highest quality items, taking out things that Xiao Chen could use and gifting them to him. The level 2 equipment is almost obsolete for you. I'll give you some no level and level 3 items, which will be more useful in the future, Zhang Tian said. Xiao Chen was already level 90, and at his rate of leveling up, he would likely reach level 100 for the third class change in just a day or two. By then, switching to level 100 legendary gear would significantly enhance his attributes. However, no-level equipment was also nearing its limits for Xiao Chen's needs, as the no-level items produced by the system were essentially based on level 50 attribute templates. The base attributes of no-level mythical gear were not as high as those of level 100 legendary gear, they simply had stronger special effects. Nonetheless, given the other parties' goodwill, Xiao Chen felt it was inappropriate to decline. A pile of top-tier equipment was traded over, even if he couldn't use it immediately. He could save it for later or give it to friends, right? A single trade could involve a maximum of 10 items, and after the first trade, Zhang Tian felt it wasn't enough and sent a second trade request. This time, he threw over many skill books. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing them. Fire Resistance Ring condenses fire elements to create an outward expanding Ring of Flames. The ring can expand up to 15 meters, dealing 150% spell damage to enemies it touches and knocking them back, with a casting time of 0.5 seconds and a cooldown of 30 seconds. Ice Arrow instant cast deals 180% spell damage to a single enemy, with a 50% chance to freeze them for 3 seconds, range of 30 meters, cooldown of 15 seconds. Dragon Breath Technique instant cast exhales dragon flames in a 3 by 15 meter area in front of oneself, dealing 185% spell damage to all enemies in the area. With a 50% chance to induce a fear state, unable to use skills for 5 seconds, cooldown of 60 seconds. Basic Fire Element Summon. Instant cast summons a fire element to assist, inheriting 10% of the caster's attack power and 10% of their health, lasting for 30 seconds, cooldown of 30 seconds. 4 consecutive mage skill books, all of which he could learn right now. Although there were no epic or legendary quality skills, each of these skills would become exceptionally powerful in his hands. Zhang Tian also placed 1 million gold coins on the table, giving them to Xiao Chen along with the skill books. After the trade, he said apologetically, Brother Xiao Chen, these items are trivial compared to the help you've provided. However, as I run the guild, I still need to keep some resources as a safety net, so I can only give you this much for now. But rest assured, we will always remember your help, and in the future, your enemies will be our enemies. Anyone who dares to provoke you will not be spared by us. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "You're being too modest, brother. I actually came here to level up and gain experience. Everyone gets what they need. What you've given is already more than enough, so you don't need to feel indebted to me. If you feel bad about it, just get some equipment for 2 of my brothers. That goes without saying, I've been prepared for that." Zhang Tian laughed heartily and immediately sent trade requests to Zhang Fan and Li Li. Although they weren't as terrifying as Xiao Chen, their combat power was quite impressive, and they had helped significantly. With the face of Xiao Chen, Zhang Tian gave each of the 2 a piece of unranked legend gear, along with 5 or 6 pieces of currently usable epic gear, and 1 or 2 skill books. These were all dropped during the earlier defense battle. This fight was a huge gain for all participants, and the Conquest Guild made a fortune. In terms of economic benefits, it far exceeded the 120 million spent on the Residence Order. Of course, the 300 NPC soldiers who came to support this time almost all perished in battle, and they would also need to compensate for the corresponding losses. The battle is over, you can celebrate slowly. We 3 will take our leave first, Xiao Chen said as he bid farewell to Zhang Tian and the others. Conquest welcomes you any time. Zhang Tian replied. See you next time, great God Xiao Chen, the guild members around shouted. See you next time, Xiao Chen smiled and teleported away. He leveled up another 5 levels, getting closer to his 3rd job change. But he still hadn't reached the 2nd job change, which was quite a headache to think about. The 3 of them teleported back to Moon City. TSK, this feels great, Li Li said, putting on his newly acquired gear, looking very pleased. He and Zhang Fan had both reached level 44, catching up with the top-tier players. With top-notch equipment and the advantage of a hidden class, they were definitely among the elite. Xiao Chen also equipped his new mythical belt and legendary gauntlets, temporarily stashing the other level 100 legendary gear in his backpack. With the new gear and attributes, his health reached over 15,600, and his attack power was 1,247. However, his mana still hadn't reached 2,000. Just over 1,700, and the growth rate was a bit slow. Old Xiao, what do you plan to do next? Zhang Fan asked. Xiao Chen took out the 4 new skill books and learned them one by one. While learning the skills, he said, first, I'll find an NPC to help. With the second job change, then I'll do a main quest to unlock the level 2 main city. The second job change was definitely a priority, followed by the quest for the 4 great evil spirits. This quest was very important as it related to the unlocking of a level 2 city, and the sooner it was completed, the better. Because once unlocked, War City would be incorporated into the territory of the Dragon Kingdom's half-region, which would be a benefit for the entire half-region. Even if the boundaries of the half-region were opened in the future, merging the Dragon Kingdom and the international community, the corresponding dominance would still be in the hands of Dragon Kingdom players. Moreover, the level 2 main city symbolized greater strength and higher levels, and there should be many valuable quests to encounter at that time. We can't help with the job change, but if you need help with the quest, just call us, Lily said. Xiao Chen nodded. If I can't handle it, I'll call you for help. Upon hearing that the quest involved fighting, Lily instantly wilted. If Xiao Chen couldn't handle it, then their help wouldn't make much of a difference. Let's go, Xiao Chen said, exiting the party and teleporting away. He needed to find the level 200 mythical boss Larinar to assist him with his second job change. This NPC had an interesting attribute called Helpful, so he should be easy to talk to. The reason he hadn't sought out this NPC before was that the location was too far, and he felt it would be a waste of time. Now, he thought that as long as the efficiency was high, a little fatigue from running wouldn't matter. After all, he had a pair of swift shoes, making his movement speed twice as fast as others. Moreover, the core lake map where Larinar was located was a high-density area for advanced monsters, so leveling up there would also be good. Xiao Chen teleported to the level 3 main city, Flame City, and then to the level 4 city, Volcano City, beginning his journey across the map. The heart of the Earth Lake is located in an underground fissure 120 kilometers outside the level 4 city of Volcano City, with astonishing temperatures that make it rare for any lifeforms to survive within. Previously, a player had ventured inside to collect a type of plant for a quest. As a result, they failed to gather the quest item and ended up dying from the heat on the way, having to give up. Generally, only capable priests can delve into the heart of the Earth Lake, relying on their healing abilities to withstand the damage caused by the high temperatures. According to the notes in the Wild Mage NPC information sheet, the 200-level Holy Domain Mage Larinar resides at the deepest part of the heart of the Earth Lake. This is not a place that just anyone can reach. Xiao Chen raced forward, maximizing the speed effect of his swift shoes, running like a humanoid cheetah, astonishingly fast. Even so, it took him a full hour and a half to arrive at the entrance of the heart of the Earth Lake. Huff, I'm exhausted. Continuous running consumes the hidden attribute stamina, and at this moment, Xiao Chen was so out of breath that he could only rest on the spot. Roar! Not far away, a 3-meter-tall flame creature swayed towards him, letting out a low growl. Xiao Chen glanced at the information. Volcano Element, Elite Monster, Level 150 Health, 280,000/280,000, Target Level 2 High, unable to obtain more data. Volcano Element? I seem to have one too. Xiao Chen thought of the new skill he had learned and immediately cast it. Beginner Fire Element Summon. 50 mana points were deducted, but were instantly replenished by the effect of his robe. A fire element gathered at the tip of his staff and then transformed into a 1.5-meter-tall little fire person. Originally, the beginner fire element was only about 20 centimeters tall, a short-limbed, adorable little creature with a flame resembling a cute tuft on its head. However, under the enhancement of the Weather Mage's talent, its size was magnified sixfold, suddenly becoming nearly 1.5 meters tall. But still a short-limbed, adorable big cutie. The beginner fire element let out a cute sound and then noticed the approaching enemy. It stretched out its little hand, less than 20 centimeters long, and waved at the slowly drifting volcano element. Puff! A small fireball flew out and hit the target. The next moment, boom! Minus 621,655. A violent explosion sounded. The volcano element was directly blown away, shattered into pieces. Wow, so strong! Xiao Chen was startled and quickly checked the attributes of this summon. Beginner Fire Element, Xiao Chen Summon, Level 90 Health 15, 688,000/15, 688,000 Attack Power, 1,247,000 Physical Defense, 0 Magical Defense, 0 Skill. Small Fireball deals 100% of attack power as magical damage to the target, cooldown 3 seconds. Remaining existence time, 25s. What the heck? For a moment, Xiao Chen was completely stunned. This thing is called a Beginner Fire Element? This is simply the arrival of the Fire God. Originally, the beginner fire element was purely a garbage skill, summoning A creature with health and attack only 10% of his own, dealing minimal damage every 3 seconds. Even with an infinite connection every 30 seconds, it would only increase the total output by about 3%, and considering the enemy's magical defense, getting even 2% would be good. But under Xiao Chen's super god level talent, the attributes of the summon were directly increased 10,000 times. Over 10 million health, over a million attack power, even just a basic attack could one-shot an epic boss of the same level. Soloing legends, soloing myths, all became possible. I seem to have suddenly discovered a new way to play. Xiao Chen was dazed for a long time, feeling as if he had opened a new world. A junior fire element is so powerful. If I could summon some advanced elemental magic or learn several at once, summoning 10 or 8 elemental creatures would make it easy to wipe out a temple, right? But it seems there's a limit to summon creatures. At most, only 2 can exist simultaneously, and if there are more, the earliest summoned one will be dismissed. Little fireman, charge! With such a strong ally, Xiao Chen felt much more at ease, sitting directly on the ground to rest while directing the fire element to hunt the wandering wild monsters around. The wild monsters nearby were mostly special creatures related to flames, naturally possessing over 50% fire spell damage reduction. However, in the face of the little fireman's 1.24 million attack power, it was basically ineffective. Whoever was targeted would die. Xiao Chen gradually regained his stamina, while the little fireman fought slowly, earning him experience points. After 30 seconds, the little fireman weakly emitted a sound of "ah-oh," and its body turned into a ball of flames and dissipated. Xiao Chen summoned another one, continuing to let this little guy work. Bayo bayo bayo, the little fireballs danced, and soon the surrounding volcanic elements were cleared. Xiao Chen noticed a volcanic element over 4 meters tall in the distance, seemingly a rare boss, and directed the little fireman to engage. Unexpectedly, when the little fireman floated forward 100 meters, it suddenly burned fiercely and disappeared. Out of range, the summoned creature has automatically vanished. The system feedback came. Xiao Chen then realized that summoned creatures could only act within a 100-meter radius of himself. After resting for 5 minutes, Xiao Chen's stamina gradually recovered. He summoned the little fireman again and moved closer to the rare boss. Little fireman, take it down. Once they were at a suitable distance, Xiao Chen let the fireman charge in. A fierce battle between the volcanic element and the fire element began. By a boom, by a crack, by a roar, they exchanged blows for 10 seconds. After the third little fireball was launched, the boss let out a miserable scream and shattered into a pile of debris. Well done, Xiao Chen praised. Although the battle efficiency wasn't as fast as when he fought personally, it was much more comfortable. Continuing forward, picking up the gold coins dropped by the boss, Xiao Chen led the little fireman toward the heart of the Earth Lake. This area was a vast fire zone, surrounded by volcanoes and lava. While walking, he had to avoid the molten lava on the ground, otherwise stepping on it would cost 5,000 health. And staying for 2 or 3 seconds would require returning to town to respawn. This burn effect caused by the environment could even bypass the earth element shield, and even Xiao Chen had to stick to the main road. The heart of the Earth Lake was located in an underground fissure at the junction of 3 volcanoes, and it took him over 10 minutes to find it. The fissure sloped downward, winding and spiraling, resembling an inverted diamond mine. The opening was small, but it widened deeper underground. At the opening, lava columns flowed downward, forming a spectacular lava waterfall. Xiao Chen cautiously circled around the lava and entered the fissure, following the winding path deeper inside. -100, -100, -100. The surrounding high temperature began to inflict damage on him, losing 100 health per second, while the artifact hat restored 50 per second, meaning he was still losing 50 health points every second. Although his health had reached over 15,600, the rate of health loss was still a bit fast. Moreover, since Xiao Chen learned the earth element shield, he had not developed the habit of using potions, and he only had a total of over 20 holy grade life potions and 1 set of superior life potions that restored plus 1,000 health. He tried to cast an earth element shield on himself, but it had no effect. Then he cast a rainstorm spell on himself. The heavy rain poured down, and the temperature around dropped significantly. The magma temporarily turned dark red under the pressure of the storm, and the blood loss numbers above Xiao Chen's head also momentarily stopped. However, the rain spell could only be used once every minute and could only last for 10 seconds, which was still somewhat insufficient. It seems I can only speed up and push through with a blood vial, Xiao Chen said helplessly. He quickened his pace and rushed deep into the crack. Along the way, he occasionally encountered some high-level monsters, all at least level 150, with astonishing attack power. However, in the face of Xiao Chen's high damage, they were nothing. more than chickens and dogs, shattering with a single touch. After racing along the crack for a few minutes, Xiao Chen had descended to a very deep place. The temperature around him had risen even higher, with his health dropping from 100 per second to 150. Relying solely on health potions was becoming unsustainable. He could only occasionally use the rainstorm spell to cool himself down to maintain his condition. This damn place is really hard to navigate without some strength, Xiao Chen said, feeling a bit of a headache. Fortunately, the heart of the Earth Lake was almost within reach. After running down for another 2 minutes, a massive lake of magma appeared before him. The heart of the Earth Lake, located 400 meters underground, was a large lake of magma with a diameter of over 300 meters. The scorching heat melted everything, and there were very few places to stand. Only a few rocks floating thanks to magic circles could be used as footholds. When Xiao Chen arrived here, he saw an old man sitting cross-legged on the ground ahead. The old man wore a golden-red magic robe, and his hair was also fiery red, resembling a brilliant flame, almost blending into the environment. Upon closer inspection, he found that this was indeed the person he was looking for. Flame Domain Mage, Larinar, Mythical Boss, Level 200 Health, 3000000/300000000. Target Level 2 High, unable to obtain more data. As a Level 200 Mythical Boss, this NPC was nearly twice as resilient as Fiona. His strength must be even greater. Master, save me! Xiao Chen shouted. The Flame Domain Mage Larinar opened his eyes, meeting Xiao Chen's gaze from over 50 meters away. Why would I save you when you're fine? The mage said with a faint smile. He looked quite old, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, with a long beard, wrinkled face, and somewhat cloudy eyes. However, the gentle smile on his aged face made him seem approachable, like a breath of spring air. It's too hot here, master, please save me, I'm about to be cooked alive. Xiao Chen feigned pity, taking 2 steps at a time to jump from the floating rock to the large stone platform where Larinar was sitting. As he jumped over, the surrounding temperature surged again, causing his health to drop to 350 per second. Even with the artifact hat, he was losing 300 health per second. He put on a pitiful expression to garner sympathy. According to legend, this NPC was a kind-hearted person who would help with anything within his ability. Sure enough, as the health loss debuff appeared, Larinar smiled kindly and said, "You child, knowing it's so hot here, why did you come?" At the same time, he waved his hand, and a layer of flame barrier appeared, wrapping around Xiao Chen. Although this barrier was also made of fire, it had no temperature, isolating all the surrounding heat. The health loss status instantly stopped, and Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. His health began to recover at +50. He thickened his skin and replied, "The heart of the Earth Lake is very dangerous, but it cannot stop my desire to pursue magic. Master, to be honest, I came to seek your guidance." "Oh? Seeking guidance?" Larinar smiled and shook his head, saying, "You are a meteorological mage. I only specialize in fire magic and can't teach you anything." "You can teach me. Master, you are a powerful being of the domain, just a few casual words of spells from you would be enough for me to benefit for a lifetime." Xiao Chen quickly flattered. Larinar was indeed a very easygoing powerful figure. Upon hearing this, he said, "Then what do you want to learn?" Because he was too easy to talk to, Xiao Chen was suddenly at a loss for words. What do you want to learn? What advanced skills does a fire mage have? He didn't do his homework. For a moment, Xiao Chen felt completely embarrassed. However, he was good at disguising himself, and this embarrassment was quickly brushed aside with a single sentence. Xiao Chen said, "I want to learn fire-type forbidden spells and advanced magic, like Meteor Fire Rain and Fire Sea Technique." Although he hadn't done his homework, fire magic was one of the most classic series for mages, and it was no problem to name a few classic skills. Larinar listened and shook his head with a smile, saying, "Well, you came too early. Meteor Fire Rain is a 5th transition holy level skill, and Fire Sea Technique requires a 3rd transition to learn. Your current strength isn't quite enough, go and hone your skills a bit more, and come back to find me when you're ready." Damn, does that mean I can really learn for free? Xiao Chen was surprised. What a good person. Larinar was definitely the friendliest NPC in the heavens. He was the ultimate good person. Although his level was currently insufficient to learn these 2 skills, Xiao Chen was not disappointed. Instead, he was overjoyed. He immediately got to the point and said, "Speaking of which, Master, you should be able to see that I've hit a bottleneck in my cultivation. I'm already level 90 and haven't undergone the 2nd transition yet. I'm still just a novice weather mage. You are powerful and knowledgeable, with unparalleled mastery in magic. I wonder if you could give me some guidance to help me break through this obstacle." Larinar nodded. "That's not a difficult task, as long as you have the weather mage's inheritance texts. However what?" Seeing him hesitate, Xiao Chen quickly asked. Larinar stroked his red beard and smiled. "I've been guarding the Heartfire Lake for over 200 years, and very few People come to find me. It's quite lonely. Since you've come, just sit with me for a while, talk, and chat. As long as you make me happy, I'll help you with your job transition. Make you happy? Aren't you already smiling quite happily? Xiao Chen thought to himself. However, he didn't dare to say that out loud and instead nodded. Of course, it's my honor to speak with a powerful being like you. Larinar was very pleased with this and showed a kind expression, saying, "Good child, you are much cuter than the young man who came last time." Cute? Xiao Chen's expression stiffened, feeling that this word was somewhat inappropriate for him. Larinar said, "The child who came last time was here to ask me for a fire element crystal, and he was very purpose-driven from start to finish. The conversation was quite dull. After I gave him the fire element crystal, he just left, sigh. He even sighed after saying that. Larinar seemed to be complaining about the last player who came here. But to Xiao Chen, it also felt a bit like a warning, reminding him not to be too perfunctory. Thinking of this, he said, maybe that person was too busy, at first, to level up. He would cherish every minute and second, trying to save time. But I'm different, I have plenty of free time and can spend time talking with you. At such times, he definitely needed to highlight his own characteristics to gain the favor of the NPC boss. He really wasn't busy. His level was absurdly high, with at least over 100 million more experience points than normal players, leading by at least 3 days of progress. Even if he chatted with Larinar for 3 days and nights, he would still be among the top levels. Moreover, even if his level was lower than others, with the 10,000-fold amplification effect, his strength would always be the strongest. Larinar picked up on something from Xiao Chen's words and asked, "Is the outside world very busy?" "Yes, it's very busy. Everyone is fighting desperately for levels and equipment, rushing around for gold, and only a few stop to appreciate the scenery and relax their minds," Xiao Chen replied. The first batch of players entering the game were basically all here to level up and gain strength. So they were all very busy, spending most of their time fighting monsters to level up and collecting equipment. There are very few casual players now. Those who enjoy the scenery or socializing will probably log in only in the evening of real time, meaning they are just now creating their characters. Larinar sighed upon hearing this. "When I was young, I was just as busy. Studying, practicing, fighting, battling abyssal creatures, resisting extraterrestrial races. Every day was busy and fulfilling." "Then you must be very lonely now?" Xiao Chen asked knowingly. "Yes. Sitting here all day, accompanied by the magma of the Earth's core, I can only endure this solitude to prevent the flames of this land from erupting and harming innocent people." "You are truly great," Xiao Chen praised. In the game, he really admired and respected Larinar's character. This old mage, like a soldier in the real world, silently guards against crises, keeping danger away from the common people. Unlike soldiers, this aged mage has no companions, he is all alone, yet he must suppress the entire land's veins. Larinar shook his head and said, "I can't say it's greatness, it's just my duty. This land vein connects to the largest fire element core in the world. Once it erupts due to the demon's influence, the nearby thousands of miles of land will be torn apart, and the spewing magma will devour all living beings. It is my lifelong honor to hold this critical position alone." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback. It turned out that the importance of this core lake was so high. Once it erupts, the area under the jurisdiction of Flame City for thousands of kilometers will be reduced to hell. This small core fire lake is like the button for a nuclear bomb. It looks small, but once pressed, it could bring about destruction. "Are there abyssal creatures nearby eyeing the core lake? If so, I can help you get rid of them," Xiao Chen proactively suggested. He was confident in his strength. Even against a level 150 mythic boss, he felt he could fight. But Larinar just smiled and said, "You are still young, there's no need to get involved in this conflict. Moreover, those abyssal creatures come and go. Even I cannot accurately grasp their positions, so it would be hard for you to find them." Okay, Xiao Chen said helplessly. "Child, can you tell me how you obtained the inheritance of the god of weather?" Larinar changed the subject and asked. "Well," Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment. His inheritance as a weather mage was obtained from the abyss, having witnessed the abyssal princess kill the former inheritor of the god of weather. From their earlier conversation, Larinar seemed to despise abyssal creatures. If he found out about Xiao Chen's connection with the abyssal princess, wouldn't he want to kill him? "Is it inconvenient to say?" Larinar asked when he saw Xiao Chen's difficulty. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and honestly replied, "It's not that it's inconvenient, I'm just afraid that if I say it, you might hit me." "Oh? What do you mean by that? Did you kill the inheritor of the god of weather and seize this inheritance for yourself?" Larinar asked with great interest. He didn't seem very angry. After saying this, he added, "You carry the curse of the war god's mount, which offends the lineage of the temple. If you add the god of weather to the mix, then your audacity is indeed quite large. Such a tone and attitude made Xiao Chen suspect that Larinar was not a fanatic of the gods. So he mustered his courage and spoke the truth. Actually, it was like this. I accidentally entered the Abyss world and happened to see. He recounted his encounter with Ramsdell and Minya, as well as the ambush he faced near Storm City, the use of the witch's token, and the subsequent events. Larinar listened quietly throughout his story, and only after hearing the entire process of his class change to whether Mage did he burst into laughter. You, my child, are really lucky. None of the Abyss princesses are easy to deal with, and to have one of them take a liking to you and even risk helping you, you have quite the fortune. What kind of fortune is that? Xiao Chen said. Awkwardly. Minya was just an NPC, no matter how beautiful or noble she was, he wouldn't be interested. Moreover, she was a lovesick fool with a quirky personality, not his type at all. Larinar explained, you probably don't know, but there are 3 great demon gods in the Abyss world, and the number of their offspring is very limited, which gives them a very high status. The one you encountered should be the youngest daughter of the bloody demon god, still underage. According to the customs of the Abyss, if you pass the great demon god's test and become her husband, you will inevitably inherit the power of the Abyss, making it easy to step into the sacred domain, and becoming a god would also be quite simple. So what? Even without the power of the Abyss, I can still reach the sacred domain and become a god, Xiao Chen said nonchalantly. He was a player, not an NPC. Level 200 sacred domain, level 250 to become a god, these were steps he would definitely take in the future. He didn't need any other power to help. However, Larinar shook his head and said, you, my friend, are still young and know too little. Master, why do you say that? Xiao Chen asked in confusion. The sacred domain is not so easy to reach. Larinar slowly began to explain the details. In fact, not every level 200 being is considered a sacred domain powerhouse. In this world, the growth of beings can actually be divided into 2 parts. One is the body, and the other is the soul. Reaching level 200 in terms of the body is quite easy, most beings can achieve it as long as they work hard enough or have good enough talent. But such a level 200 is very weak. Just like the wild monsters by the roadside, they are not durable at all. Only when the soul also reaches level 200 and breaks through the sacred domain barrier can one become a true powerhouse. True sacred domain beings possess mythic level strength, not to mention, just their ability to take hits is thousands of times stronger than that of ordinary level 200 monsters. As adventurers, players, while different from NPCs in many ways, have a simpler leveling method. However, breaking through to the sacred domain also has many conditions. Larinar told Xiao Chen that after reaching level 100, in the 3rd class change, a new attribute called will would appear. Willpower would be an important criterion for breaking through the sacred domain and becoming a god in the future. This attribute is difficult to increase, potential points and equipment cannot grant it, relying solely on one's own efforts and talent. If one inherits the powers of the gods or the Abyss, the speed of will growth can be greatly enhanced, making it much easier to break through the sacred domain. After listening, Xiao Chen pondered. It seemed that the game Heavens was not just about leveling up, fighting monsters, and changing equipment. Once the level reached a certain point, one also needed to stack this special attribute called will, or else they would encounter a bottleneck. But, even so, he couldn't just rely on others for his level growth. Even if the sacred domain is unattainable, I will use my own efforts to reach that step, he said seriously. Larinar nodded in approval. Very good. With this firm belief, your future achievements will surely be significant. By the way, after chatting for so long, I still don't know how your magical talent is. Child, come, try casting a fireball spell at me, let me see what your potential is like. Master, this. I'm afraid it's not very good. Xiao Chen's face showed difficulty. Fireball spells and such, the panel damage is over 30 million. Larinar only has 30 million health, and even if his defense is high, if a burning effect triggers, it would still be very dangerous. However, Larinar did not know his terrifying aspect. Hearing this, he smiled and encouraged, don't be nervous, child, I just want to see how talented you are. Even if your skills are not refined, it's fine. Because talent mainly depends on your affinity with the elements, not on whether you are strong right now. From this, it was clear that he took Xiao Chen's demeanor as a sign of being unskilled and too shy to show it. Xiao Chen was momentarily speechless. Master, I think I should just throw a fireball at the empty space beside you. If I accidentally hit you and hurt you, I would feel terribly guilty, Xiao Chen said. You child, do you look down on this old man? Larinar did not expect him to say that, and immediately sat up straight, his expression serious. As a dignified fire domain mage, can I be hurt by a little brat's fireball? Master, please don't misunderstand, I have great respect for you and mean no disrespect. It's just that. Just what? Well, that is, I might be a little bit abnormal. In front of the big shot, Xiao Chen felt that saying he was very strong was a bit too shameless. Unable to think of a better adjective for a moment, he could only explain it this way. Upon hearing this, Larinar frowned and said, "What do you mean by normal or abnormal? Just use it boldly, and I will know what your problem is at a glance. If you are practicing incorrectly, I can help you correct it." Xiao Chen felt a mix of emotions. However, thinking about it, even though his damage was outrageous, with a fireball panel damage exceeding 30 million, the domain mage was not to be trifled with. Dafiona could withstand meteor spells without dying, with damage reduction over 90%. Larinar specialized in fire magic, and perhaps he was even more formidable. Therefore, throwing a fireball at him should not cause any major issues. With this in mind, Xiao Chen said, "Since Master says so, then I will embarrass myself. Master, be careful." Saying this, he raised his staff and released a fireball spell. The chanting time for the fireball spell was less than 0.2 seconds, essentially a quick cast skill. The tip of the staff flashed red. A large amount of fire elements gathered, instantly condensing into a massive fireball with a diameter of 1.2 meters, which then shot towards Larinar, who was less than 4 meters away. Hiss! What a big fireball! Such a high affinity. Larinar was taken aback by the size of the fireball. The next second, the fireball crashed into him. Boom! With a loud bang, the fireball exploded. Larinar's figure was engulfed in flames, and the shockwave of the magic lifted the corners of Xiao Chen's clothes, his blue magic robe fluttering. When the flames dissipated, Xiao Chen focused his gaze. The once majestic figure sitting there like a ball of fire, Larinar, now had his beard and hair singed, his magic robe covered in sparks, and his face was charred black. Seeing him in such a disheveled state, Xiao Chen almost laughed out loud. Cough, cough. The elderly mage was left covered in ash from a fireball spell, coughing incessantly. Above his head, a huge -3.04 million damage number was slowly floating and dissipating. 3.04 million damage, with damage reduction similar to Dafiona, also around 90%. You brat, cough cough, really, cough cough. Larinar coughed for a long time before slowly regaining his composure. Master, are you okay? Xiao Chen asked, suppressing his laughter. I'm fine, I'm fine. Larinar held on to his dignity, waving his right hand and releasing a spell of unknown origin. His face, with the black smoke cleared away, had the singed hair and beard disappear as well. However, it did not return to its original state. Instead, it was shortened, and the aura of a high-level person diminished by 10% along with the hair and beard. After spending 10 seconds to adjust his posture, he slowly returned to his previous calm demeanor. Looking at the stifled laughter of Xiao Chen, he touched his shortened beard and sighed. Your affinity for fire elements is very high. No wonder you are the heir of the god of weather. It seems that in the future, you should have a chance to advance to divine level in fire magic. Well. Master, I'm not just fire, other elements are about the same, Xiao Chen weakly replied. What? Other elements are equally compatible? Larinar exclaimed in shock. Xiao Chen nodded. When I changed to a weather mage, I gained a talent that can enlarge the scale of spells. So no matter what magic I cast, it will be several times stronger than normal. Quick! Use it so I can see. Larinar urged, increasingly astonished. Alright. Wait, should I cast the magic at you? Xiao Chen blinked. Larinar's old face stiffened. He then waved one hand and released a spell. A fire portal appeared 10 meters behind him, and an 8-meter tall giant elemental creature walked out. Xiao Chen took a look. Flame Lord, Larinar's summon, level 180 health, 760000/760000. Try it on it, Larinar said. Okay. Seeing this summon, Xiao Chen couldn't help but think of his little fire person. However, he didn't say anything and simply followed the instructions, starting to throw skills at the Flame Lord. Lightning arrow. Whoosh! A lightning bolt, thicker than an arm, shot out and struck the Flame Lord. Roar! The Flame Lord let out a painful roar. Then, it directly disintegrated. -328100093. The massive damage far exceeded the Flame Lord's own health, instantly killing it. Larinar. He had intended for the Flame Lord to endure a full set of Xiao Chen's skills. He didn't expect it to die in one hit. Suddenly, his old face felt a bit embarrassed, and he quickly released another summoning spell. Buzz! The portal appeared again, and this time, a 10-meter tall elemental creature emerged. Magma Giant, Larinar's summon, level 185 health, 1000000/100000000. Try another element, Larinar said. Alright, this time it's ice. Xiao Chen replied, instantly casting the ice arrow he had just learned. Whoosh! The ice arrow, originally only 2 centimeters thick, transformed in his hands into a thick spear over 2 meters long, flying towards the magma giant. With a crack, the ice arrow hit precisely. Under the elemental restraint of ice against fire, it dealt a staggering 34.5 million damage. Even more powerful than the lightning arrow. The extremely robust magma giant collapsed on the spot. Larinar was left speechless, shocked by Xiao Chen's magical attack power. He used the summoning magic for the third time, summoning an even more powerful creature. Crimson Flame Demon King. Larinar summon, level 190 health, 1280000/1280000. Continue. As you command. This time it's wind. Xiao Chen replied, chanting for 1.5 seconds before unleashing the wind spell. Whoosh! A massive tornado with a radius of 120 meters appeared above the heart of Fire Lake. The hurricane swept up, even lifting the magma, churning like waves. The summoned enemy, the Crimson Flame Demon King, was set to take damage under the raging winds, with damage numbers popping up above its head, -3102929-3098188-3099656-3110092-3089819. 5 damage figures appeared just as a wind spell finished. The magma in the Heart Lake churned violently, and the Crimson Flame Demon King, caught in the storm, shattered into pieces, dying a tragic death. Witnessing Xiao Chen casting 4 types of magic, Larinar's expression was no longer calm. Looking at the young man before him, he slowly squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth: genius. Genius, truly a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Such talent, such charisma, absolutely the most perfect child of heaven in the history of magic. Larinar was somewhat excited, watching Xiao Chen's eyes shift from initial calm to shock, and finally completely transform into surprise. Yes, surprise. The kind of surprise one feels when encountering a once-in-a-millennium super genius. Good child, do you have a master? A personal one, not a temple instructor. Larinar jumped up in excitement, running over to grab one of Xiao Chen's arms, asking kindly. This demeanor was completely unlike that of a high-level figure. Instead, he resembled a friendly old neighbor. His enthusiasm made Xiao Chen feel awkward. He replied, I can't even enter the temple. Of course I don't have a master. That's why I came to find you. Good. Wonderful. Larinar was overjoyed. Then would you be willing to take me as your master? My strength is quite decent, and I can match the gods. I can handle 3 to 5 of those 220 level storm archbishops you've seen without a problem. As long as you join my school, I will impart all my lifelong knowledge to you. The system popped up a prompt. Ding, Larinar has applied to become your master. Do you agree? Xiao Chen was taken aback. Become a disciple? Does this game really have a feature for finding NPC masters? Isn't it just about changing jobs and paying some gold to learn skills? Moreover, Larinar, a level 200 mythic boss, actually claims he can match the gods and can take on 3 to 5 220 level storm archbishops without issue? That's quite a boast. Before he could think further, Larinar hurriedly urged, Child, you must agree. Your talent is truly remarkable, but if you grow blindly without guidance from a great master, you will eventually waste it. I have practiced magic for over 400 years, and if it weren't for suppressing the heart of the Earth Lake, I would have long since broken through the limits and achieved divinity. My qualifications rank at least in the top 3 among all wizards in the world. Having me as your teacher will not disgrace you. Xiao Chen replied, is there any restriction on this apprenticeship? Will my profession change as well? When Larinar mentioned imparting his lifelong knowledge, Xiao Chen was quite tempted. Because this meant he could learn all the skills from the 2nd to the 5th transition for free. But if it would affect his profession, he felt it might not be worth it. The talent of a meteorologist was too exhilarating. It complemented divine might, turning him into a human nuclear bomb, and there was no profession more suitable for him in the world. Hearing this, Larinar immediately answered, Of course not. I just want to teach you how to properly cultivate and grow, how to truly master the power of the elements. Your meteorologist inheritance will not disappear. Instead, it will become even stronger, allowing you to make the 4 elemental meteorological spells even more shocking. Hiss. Isn't this just getting benefits for free? Xiao Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He quickly replied, In that case, I am willing. Master, no, teacher, from now on I am your disciple. Ding, congratulations, you have become the disciple of the Flame Domain Mage Larinar, gaining 100,000 reputation points. As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt came out. Xiao Chen was stunned. Just for becoming a disciple, he received 100,000 reputation points. That's more than defeating 3 mythic bosses. This master is amazing. Could it be that matching the gods isn't just bragging, but is actually true? Time to cling to this big leg. This is truly a windfall. Good, great. I, Larinar, finally have a disciple. Larinar saw that he had agreed and even called him master, laughing heartily. He patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder and said, Come, sit down, and I will teach you how to control the elements and become a true elemental mage. Then He pulled Xiao Chen to the center of the floating stone platform and sat down on the ground. The stone was very hot, a bit burning on the backside. However, there was a barrier for protection so it wouldn't cause his backside to sweat. Xiao Chen was filled with anticipation, ready to accept Larinar's inheritance. However, Larinar's guidance was not a magical infusion of inheritance, but rather a lecture. After sitting down, he took 3 seconds to organize his thoughts. Then he said, "Child, you are an adventurer who has come from another realm. Due to the rules of the Creator God, you are naturally able to control elemental powers. But you must understand, this is merely a privilege granted to you by the Creator God, not a true understanding of how to use the elements. To truly use magic, you must first perceive the elements and establish a friendly relationship with them, allowing them to come close to you. Only then can you call upon the elements, arranging them into various magical formations to unleash powerful destructive force. Controlling elements to arrange magical formations requires a certain accumulation of knowledge to understand the structure of the formations. More importantly, it requires a strong willpower to meticulously arrange more perfect and exquisite magical symbols. For example, as he spoke, he moved both hands, condensing 2 fireballs. The small fireball in his left hand smacked onto Xiao Chen's shoulder, dealing -55 damage. The fireball in his right hand looked identical, but after hitting Xiao Chen, it dealt 302 damage. Larinar said, both are the simplest circular fireball formations, but the degree of structural refinement differs, leading to a significant difference in destructive power. Xiao Chen blinked, his head buzzing, dumbfounded by this lecture. What was this? Wasn't he supposed to be receiving skills as a disciple? Why was he being taught theory instead? The use of elements was just a game setting. It wasn't like he could really learn magic. Even if he learned it perfectly, it would just mean having more game knowledge and understanding. It was meaningless. He could destroy the world with just one skill. What was the point of learning this stuff? Master, Xiao Chen wanted to refuse the theory class. But Larinar didn't give him a chance to refuse, saying, "Come, concentrate your mental energy. Do not use the privileges granted by the Creator God, and try to draw upon the surrounding fire elements to release a fireball spell." Master, the so-called privileges granted by the Creator God referred to the operation of releasing skills. What kind of logic was it to release skills without actually using them? Could this game even allow for self-created skills? He was puzzled, but also a bit curious. If it were possible, that would be quite interesting. But the problem was that learning theoretical knowledge was exhausting. He was originally a student with many courses to study. He played games to relax and earn some money on the side. Why did it have to turn into a class again? Don't think about your skills, just try with your heart. There are fire elements everywhere. It's very simple. Come and give it a try. Larinar coaxed Xiao Chen like a child trafficker. Alright, I'll give it a try. Xiao Chen was persuaded. He closed his eyes, not using any skills, but instead trying to feel the so-called fire elements with his heart. Larinar, fearing he wouldn't know what fire elements were, explained further. Fire elements are the source of all flames in the world. They are not fire, in essence, but a pure element without high temperatures. We need to gather them together and construct a connection with a magical formation before they can transform into fire. Carefully sense the passionate elements in the surrounding air. Those are the fire elements, Xiao Chen expressed. He couldn't understand it all. What is all this? The source of flames in the air, isn't that the fire element, but rather carbon or hydrogen elements? Exactly. The hydrocarbons indeed do not have high temperatures, they only turn into a blazing flame after being ignited. But what is this magic circle? Is it a reactor? Structure for creating deuterium-tritium fusion? The educated young man could not accept such a surreal concept as magic. Playing games and using skills was fine, but trying to analyze the principles behind it was completely nonsensical. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and said helplessly, "Master, I can't do it." Larinar looked at him in confusion. "It's impossible. Your talent is so outstanding, and your affinity for the 4 elemental systems is something I've never seen in my life. How could you not even form a flame?" Xiao Chen forced a smile. "That's because the talent I gained after becoming a weather mage is weather control. Without this, my magical skills would be quite ordinary." Larinar shook his head. "A job change cannot grant you qualifications out of thin air. That is something you already possess. The job change process merely helps you to awaken it. The fact that you have such talent proves that your affinity for the elements must be extremely high. It's just that you're using the wrong method, so you can't sense the elements for the time being." Such a strong argument was quite something. Xiao Chen secretly complained and said, "Master, I feel like I have no talent in this area. Anyway, I'm already quite impressive with my skills, so why don't you just change my job and teach me a few more spells?" My meteor spell deals several 100 million damage that shouldn't tarnish your reputation. Hey! You child, how can you give up so easily? Larinar said with a reproachful look. He waved his aged hand again, creating another layer of barrier to wrap around Xiao Chen, saying, try again. I have gathered a large amount of fire elements for you right within your barrier. Focus and sense them, you will definitely succeed. Xiao Chen. Alright, I'll give it a try. It's worth sitting a little longer to get Larinar to change my job. Just that my butt is a bit hot. I wonder if sitting too long will turn me into a teppanyaki. Closing his eyes, he tried to sense the fire elements around him again. But, as soon as he closed his eyes, it was pitch black around him. Forget about the fire elements, he couldn't even feel the flow of air. Carefully sense, they are gathering around you, fondly rubbing against you, hoping to be utilized by you. So many, densely packed fire elements. Cheering and waiting for you to turn them into blazing flames. Larinar whispered guidance in his ear. Xiao Chen listened, feeling as if it were a lullaby, and suddenly felt a bit sleepy. Playing the heavens was like logging in with consciousness, which was very similar to sleeping and dreaming, providing a 50% sleep effect. If he slept in the heavens, it would be deep sleep, even better. Xiao Chen's eyelids grew heavy. The more Larinar spoke, the more he wanted to sleep. Eventually, he really fell asleep, emitting soft snores. As long as you focus, disciple? Larinar, who was tirelessly explaining the method of sensing fire elements, was suddenly stunned by Xiao Chen's snoring. Following that, he became somewhat displeased and scolded, you little brat. With such good qualifications, you don't grasp them well. I'm seriously guiding you, and you're actually sleeping. After saying that, he slapped Xiao Chen awake. -998. That slap stung quite a bit, and Xiao Chen's sleepiness was instantly swept away. What just happened? After a brief nap, Xiao Chen's head buzzed, completely unaware of what had just happened, even forgetting what he was doing, his entire memory completely fragmented. Focus on understanding elemental magic. Otherwise, you won't be leaving, you'll stay here in the core lake with me until you grow old. Larinar said irritably. This. Xiao Chen was taken aback, his mind finally clearing. This was not good. This NPC master actually wanted to forcibly extend the class and not let him leave. What to do? Should he take him down? It seemed like he couldn't win. Larinar was much stronger than Dafiona, able to take down several archbishops at once. Previously, the fireball spell hit for 3 million, and that was only effective when the opponent was completely unprepared. If he really wanted to fight, his chances of winning would probably be less than 10%. Forget it, continue learning. What if he could really conjure a fireball with his bare hands after finishing his studies? Xiao Chen closed his eyes, following Larinal's instructions, and continued to sense the fire elements. This time he did not fall asleep. With his eyes closed, he sensed that the temperature around him was very high, and there were a large number of fire elements drifting in the air. No, to be precise, it should be that the surroundings were very quiet, and the air was flowing with high temperatures. Fire elements, those are things that cannot be seen or touched. If he couldn't see them with his eyes, wouldn't it be even harder to see with his eyes closed? The so-called sensing actually relies on the 5 senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch to gather information from the outside world. If none of these senses can perceive anything, then it must be non-existent. Could there be something like will? Xiao Chen suddenly froze. Earlier, Larinal had indeed mentioned that after reaching level 100 in the third transition, players would gain the attribute of will. Could it be that he needed to rely on will to sense the fire elements? But he was only level 90. Focus, there are fire elements all around you. Even a pig could use this to cast the fireball spell. Larinal's tone was much harsher than before, already starting to provoke Xiao Chen. Master, why don't you let a pig try? I really can't feel the fire elements. And you haven't told me what the formation structure of the fireball spell looks like. How can I attempt it? Xiao Chen asked without opening his eyes. Larinal replied irritably, you aren't even trying. The structure of the fireball spell is very simple. It's just about accumulating fire elements into a spherical shape and using your will to compress them. Once the pressure is applied, they will ignite on their own. This was very basic magical knowledge. Even the most foolish apprentice in this world could recite it fluently. But when this fell on Xiao Chen's ears, it took on another meaning. The structure of the fireball is very simple. It's about stacking deuterium and tritium elements together and using high temperature and pressure to explode their atomic structure, fusing 4 hydrogen atoms into 1 helium atom. This problem is very simple. Just use willpower to create high temperature and pressure. The question is, what is willpower? How can it be used to create high temperature and pressure? Xiao Chen was filled with confusion. 10 minutes passed and he still made no progress. Laranal grew impatient, feeling that he was slacking off again, and angrily said, "You little brat, you aren't putting in any effort at all, it's driving me crazy. Don't move, I will lend you my willpower, I don't believe you can't even do this." Saying this, he placed one hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder and, using an unknown method, shared his own will with Xiao Chen. In an instant, Xiao Chen felt that the world before him had completely changed. He still had his eyes closed and could see nothing. But in his mind, it was as if a window had opened, allowing him to see everything in the outside world. He was still on a floating rock in the heart of the lake, surrounded by emptiness. Yet in the empty air, there were tiny things that were too small for the naked eye to identify drifting about. Those were the fire elements. Gather the fire elements, release the fireball spell. A voice echoed in his mind. It was Laranal urging him. "Yes, master." Xiao Chen responded verbally. At the same time, he used the willpower he now possessed to gather those fire elements in the air. Willpower was like a pair of invisible hands, slowly gathering a portion of the fire elements and shaping them into a sphere. Next came the compression. High temperature. High pressure. He used the hands of willpower to compress the fire elements, causing them to rub against each other. In less than a second, a spark flew out with a whoosh, quickly spreading and igniting the entire structure. Fireball spell formed. A small fireball flew out, and Laranal moved, using his body to catch it. Bang! The fireball hit the old mage and instantly extinguished. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and saw a -1 damage floating above Laranar's head, pitifully weak. Seeing this damage, Xiao Chen fell silent. Laranal was also silent. How could it be so weak? The old mage expressed his confusion. Clearly, a casual fireball spell. Earlier had almost blown him away, yet now, with such careful casting of real magic, the damage was less than 1/10,000th of before? Could it be that this seemingly extraordinary talent was actually a complete fool? "Well, I said it wouldn't work, but you didn't believe me," Xiao Chen said awkwardly. At the same time, he felt a bit helpless. He had originally intended to create a nuclear fusion, but before the high temperature and pressure environment could be established, the fire element had impatiently ignited itself. The grand plan was stillborn, completely useless. This doesn't make sense, it shouldn't be like this. Laranal frowned, lost in thought. Xiao Chen used his own skills on the spot, cast another fireball, and threw it into the core lake. In an instant, a massive fireball with a diameter of 1.2 meters flew out, landing in the magma and exploding into a burst of flames. Seeing the huge difference between the two fireballs, Laranal became even more puzzled. After a long time, he sighed, "Perhaps your willpower hasn't been developed yet, so you can't control your true talent. Well, this can't be rushed, experience needs to be accumulated slowly." Xiao Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that the old mage should have given up on the idea of continuing to teach him magic. "Master, can you help me with the second transition now?" he asked. Laranal nodded, "Yes. Come here and take out your magic book." "Okay, master," Xiao Chen said excitedly, immediately taking out the meteorologist's secret tome and running over to Laranal. The latter took the book, glanced at it, and frowned. "This book is incomplete." Yes, it can only be used up to the third transition, I still need to find the rest," Xiao Chen replied. The original owner of this book, Ramsd, was only at the third transition level, and there was no place to learn meteorologist skills beyond the fourth transition, so he would have to find a way to seek them out himself later. However, Xiao Chen wasn't worried. After all, he was strong. As long as he smoothly transitioned to the third level, he could easily take on mythic bosses over level 200. By then, with the slowed leveling speed, he would have plenty of time to slowly search for the paths to the fourth, fifth, and even sixth transitions. But Laranal didn't think so. He had already taken Xiao Chen as his personal disciple and valued him greatly. The failure of elemental knowledge education would not affect his regard for Xiao Chen. Noticing the book's incomplete content, he said, "The second and third transitions will be passed quickly, but without the fourth transition meteorological inheritance, your future growth will be very unfavorable. How about this? After you transition to the second level, take my token to the Flame Temple and have that little thing, the Flame High Priest, communicate with the gods, and ask the god of meteorology himself to find the other half of his inheritance left in this world." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, directly asking the Flame High Priest to consult the god of meteorology. This cheap master was really bold. The Flame High Priest was a proper mythic boss over level 200, the strongest in a city. The god of meteorology was, after all, a true deity. Laranal actually referred to the Flame High Priest as little thing. Moreover, the tone of his speech showed a lack of reverence towards the god of meteorology, as if he were talking about an ordinary passerby. Just how strong was Laranal? A level 200 mythic. was definitely not his full strength. If there is no need to distract and suppress the heart of the Earth Lake, it is feared that at least level 250 is required. Close your eyes and feel the magic around you. Larinar began the job change for Xiao Chun. His aged hand gently pressed on the magic book and an overwhelming surge of magic erupted. The magic book burst forth with 4 colors of light shooting into the sky, just managing to escape through a small hole above the heart of the Earth Lake and merging into the clouds. Weather magic is essentially a composite magic that combines magic with natural weather phenomena. The god of weather is a high-ranking deity, subordinate to the main god, possessing powerful magic in 4 elements, with countless disciples. If he were to descend to the mortal realm, his strength would be no less than that of the main god, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. With this inheritance, study diligently. And with your talent, you will surely ascend to the divine realm in the future. However, what kind of god you can become and how far you can go in the divine realm depends on your own fortune. Larinar said in a low voice with his eyes closed. Xiao Chun silently noted these words. It seemed that the god of weather was indeed very powerful, although his level was not as high as the main god. In this mortal world, the strength of the gods would be suppressed, and he could display abilities on par with the main god, all belonging to the top tier. As a weather mage, he was naturally strong as well. Once his level increased in the future, even without the enhancement of divine might, he should still be able to compete with the inheritors of the main god's profession. Whoosh, the 4-colored light dove down from the sky, merging into Xiao Chen's forehead. Xiao Chen felt as if a certain power had been injected into his body, making him feel much lighter, and his breathing became more relaxed. At the same time, the system prompt echoed in his ears. Ding, congratulations, you have advanced to the 2nd job class, Great Weather Mage. Due to your job advancement, your basic attributes have increased. Due to your job promotion, your attribute growth rate has increased. Your exclusive talent, Weather Control, has advanced, and its effect has been enhanced. Ding, you have learned the Universal Mage skill Firewall. Creates a firewall, causing damage. Ding, you have learned the Universal Mage skill Water Shield. Creates a water shield, resisting attacks. Ding, you have learned the Universal Mage skill Levitation. Removes control, allows for brief flight. Ding, you have learned the exclusive skill of the Weather Mage Lightning Strike. Continuously tracks a target for attack. A series of information prompts flashed by, and Xiao Chen felt elated. Upon checking his attributes, the 2nd job change directly granted him 20 points in intelligence, 10 points in constitution, and 10 points in spirit. The conversion rates for intelligence and spirit had also improved, resulting in a slight increase in his attack power and mana. Name, Xiao Chen. Job, Great Weather Mage. Level, 90. Talent, Divine Might, Super God, Weather Control, Legendary, Spell Scale increase 1000% health points, 15940/15940 mana. Points, 2033 spell attack, 1345 physical defense, 248 spell defense, 210 strength, 120 intelligence, 460 constitution, 230 spirit, 315 agility, 140 potential points, 0 mastered skills, magic missile, chain lightning, fireball, lightning arrow, rainstorm, gale, earth elemental shield, fire resistance ring, ice arrow, dragon breath, basic fire elements summon, firewall, water shield, levitation, lightning strike, meteor spell, forbidden spell, apocalypse disaster, divine punishment. Now, his mana could finally support the use of the apocalypse disaster for 1 second. Moreover, with the advancement of his professional talent, factoring in weapon effects, the scale of his skills has expanded to 1100%. The diameter of his fireball spell can reach 2.1 meters, and the size of his rainstorm spell has become 110 by 110 meters. The Gale spell and Meteor spell have reached radii of 220 meters and 330 meters, respectively. Of course, these are not the most terrifying aspects. The most frightening thing is that the radius of the ultimate skill, Apocalypse Catastrophe, was originally 1,000 meters. After being amplified, it becomes 11,000 meters. Isn't that apocalyptic? It's not an exaggeration to say that after the 2nd advancement, Xiao Chen's destructive power is already enough for him to easily contend with any super-large player faction. Even attacking the main city or demolishing the temple is not out of the question. Not to mention, he hasn't even learned skills from Larinal yet. Master, I feel incredibly awesome right now, Xiao Chen said with overflowing confidence. Larinar, puzzled, asked, what does incredibly awesome mean? It means very powerful. Oh, based on the strength you displayed earlier, it is indeed very strong, far beyond your current realm. But master, I still want to learn more magic from you. After all, having more skills is never a burden. If we learn more, it can prevent us from running out of skills when they all go on cooldown. Xiao Chen chuckled and said, with a grin, Larinar returned the meteorologist's secret tome to Xiao Chen and nodded. Alright, then I will teach you some practical fire magic. Before that, show me all the fire magic you have mastered so I can analyze your needs. No problem. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen immediately began casting spells. The fire element was the one he had the most skills in, not counting the mixed element divine punishment skill, the Apocalypse Calamity, which also had 6. Fireball. Xiao Chen shouted, casting the fireball he had just used. However, this time, the fireball he threw had a diameter of 2.1 meters, nearly double the size of the previous one. Seeing such a massive fireball, Larinar's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Even he couldn't unleash such a terrifying fireball. Boom! The fireball exploded in the magma pool, causing the magma to surge restlessly, like water disturbed by a bomb. Fire. Resistance Ring. Xiao Chen used his second skill. Whoosh! A ring of fiery red flames erupted from his body, expanding outward. This ring expanded for a distance of 165 meters before gradually dissipating. Larinar, being an ally, wouldn't be harmed. But as the fire ring passed by, he still felt a force stronger than a typical fire ring. Next was the third skill, Dragon Breath. Xiao Chen raised his staff, and a torrent of blazing flames surged forth like a rushing wave. The standard range of Dragon Breath is 3 times 15 meters. While his Dragon Breath spanned 33 by 165 meters, overwhelming like a giant red carpet. It directly sprayed against the edge wall of the core fire lake. The fourth skill, Basic Fire Element Summon. With a flick of his staff, a creature that looked adorably silly, but stood over 3 meters tall appeared out of thin air. Seeing this summoned creature, Larinar's face stiffened again. He could clearly sense that the aura of this basic fire element was not at all weaker than his strongest summon, the Crimson Flame Demon King, and even had a more violent aura. Firewall. Xiao Chen used his fifth skill. Firewall creates a firewall that causes burning effects on enemies that pass through, dealing 20% of attack power as damage per second, lasting for 8 seconds. The firewall remains for 8 seconds, and enemies that pass through repeatedly will suffer stacking effects, up to a maximum of 5 layers. Cool down time, 45 seconds. This skill did not specify the size of the firewall, but as soon as Xiao Chen cast the skill, a firewall measuring 110 meters long, 22 meters high, and about 5.5 meters thick suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Such a massive firewall left Larinar stunned. Xiao Chen himself felt it was absurd. This was no firewall, it was practically a mountain of flames. With a thickness of 5.5 meters, if it were thrown at a player, it would take 1 or 2 seconds to run out, inevitably resulting in more than 2 layers of burning status. Of course, 2 layers and 1 layer didn't make much difference. After all, just 1 instance of damage would be enough to take them out. Next was the final skill, Meteor Strike. Xiao Chen began to chant the skill, taking a full 10 seconds to read it out. What's this? The surrounding fire elements began to gather rapidly. Larinar was slightly taken aback and quickly shouted, "Child, stop. The Meteor Strike's destructive power is too strong, you must not cast it here." Okay. Xiao Chen interrupted his reading upon hearing this. With his current amplification multiplier, if he were to blow up a meteorite in the heart of the Earth Lake, it would likely overturn the magma here and shatter the Earth vein suppressed by Larinar. At that point, it would lead to great suffering for living beings, and the consequences would be dire. Master, have you decided what magic you want to teach me? After demonstrating all the skills, Xiao Chen ran back in front of Larinar, waiting for instruction. The old mage looked at him, feeling extremely complicated. This child had a truly terrifying talent, even a small spell cast by him was earth-shattering. If he were to teach him some truly profound fire magic, it might even tear the heavens apart. However, this is my disciple. A strong disciple only brings joy to the master. Thinking of this, Larinar stroked his beard and smiled. I've thought it over. With your strong talent, I must teach you the most powerful magic. You are now at the level of a great mage, and there aren't many top-tier spells you can learn. I will teach you the skills Flame Dragon Dance and Summon Flame Lord. Saying this, he raised his right hand and placed it on Xiao Chen. A surge of majestic magic erupted, and under his mental guidance, it was infused into Xiao Chen's body. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned the fire magic Flame Dragon Dance from Master Larinar. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned the fire magic Summon Flame Lord from Master Larinar. Xiao Chen eagerly opened the skill bar to check the effects. Flame Dragon Dance Epic Skill, a guiding skill that summons a fire dragon and controls its flight. The fire dragon will deal 200% spell damage to enemies it touches, and can breathe fire every 10 seconds, dealing 400% spell damage and causing continuous burning. The fire dragon can exist for a maximum of 30 seconds, consumes 500 mana, and has a cooldown of 300 seconds. Summon Flame Lord epic skill, chant for 3 seconds to summon a Flame Lord to assist. The Flame Lord has 50% of its own attack power and 300% of its health, can exist for a maximum of 60 seconds, consumes 500 mana, and has a cooldown of 600 seconds. Wow, so strong! Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock. Both skills were actually of epic quality. Aside from the meteorite spell and the apocalypse disaster, these two were the strongest he had. The Flame Dragon Dance was a skill that required continuous control, during which no other skills could be used. Even so, its damage potential was undeniable. Moreover, the size of the fire dragon was also a concern. Flame Dragon Dance. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen directly released the skill. Roar, a deafening dragon roar. Echoed. Flames erupted from the tip of the staff, and a dragon with 2 wings flew out. The dragon was engulfed in flames. At first, it was not very large, but as it distanced itself from the staff, it gradually grew massive. Eventually, it transformed into a giant dragon nearly 60 meters long, with a wingspan of about 110 meters. Such a colossal dragon was almost too big for the entire heart of the Earth Lake to contain. Seeing this, Larinar couldn't help but marvel again at Xiao Chen's talent. Whoosh, with a thought, Xiao Chen made the fire dragon burn away. Then, after chanting for 3 seconds, he released the skill to summon the Flame Lord. Roar, a gigantic portal appeared 10 meters behind him, and a massive Flame Lord stepped out. The portal was about 50 meters high, and the Flame Lord that emerged was also around 45 meters tall. As soon as it took a step, it fell into the heart of the Earth Lake due to its enormous size, being swallowed and assimilated by the magma. Xiao Chen felt a bit regretful for not being able to see the Flame Lord's flamboyant display. But in that moment, he had already seen the attributes of the Flame Lord. Flame Monarch. Xiao Chen summoned level 100 health 478200000/478200000 attack power 6725000 physical defense 500 magic defense 500 skills Fire Demon Fist Flame Breath remaining existence time 59 seconds. This attribute can no longer be described as powerful. It's simply divine. Lorona, who also recognized the attributes of the Flame Monarch, couldn't help but recall the Flame Monarch he had just summoned. For a moment, he felt as if he had just taught his disciple, only to find himself on the brink of starvation. Master, your magic is truly incredible, please accept my knee. Xiao Chen shouted excitedly. These two skills are just too amazing, he feels invincible now. Not just among players, but invincible in the entire game world. Larinar didn't know what to say at this moment. This disciple in front of him clearly had a weak perception of fire elements, like a magic idiot. Yet the magic he unleashed was more monstrous than that of a deity. That Flame Lord who just fell into the lava lake, if he stood up to fight, even all the bishops and divine generals of the temple together might not be able to defeat him. And this is just an epic summon. What if one day this kid learns the divine punishment skill and whimsically wants to practice? That scene would be hiss. Larinar couldn't bear to imagine any further. Good child, you are outstanding, but I can't teach you anything else for now. You can leave here and continue your training outside, Larinar said. He actually felt very lonely and hoped someone would talk to him. But Xiao Chen's presence was just too discouraging. He felt that if he stayed with Xiao Chen any longer, the good nature he had cultivated for over 400 years would collapse. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will come back to seek your advice when I reach level 100. By the way, Master, you just mentioned giving me a token to go to the Flame Temple." "Oh, this? Here. Take it." Larinar conjured a staff out of thin air and handed it to Xiao Chen. The staff was very cool, resembling ivory, with a sparkling red gem embedded at the top, its light spreading like flames burning. When Xiao Chen looked at the attributes, he was stunned. Wrath of the Fire God, Beyond Myth, special item, cannot be used, cannot be lost, spell attack plus 10,000 mana plus 10,000 spell damage increase plus 30% special effect, burn everything each time a damage skill is released. An additional 10,000 points of fire damage is added. Special effect, Power of the Fire God, all fire magic power is increased by 100%. Special effect, Fiery Barrier, each time a skill is released, there is a 5% chance to trigger a barrier effect. Gaining a fire shield that can absorb 1 instance of damage, lasting 5 seconds. Active effect, Wrath of the Fire God summons the Phantom of the Fire God to deliver a devastating strike to the target area, dealing 600% of attack power. As spell damage per second for 5 seconds, consuming 10,000 mana, limited to once per day. This token is actually a super artifact. Master, this. Xiao Chen swallowed hard, unable to hide his greed. Seeing this, Larinar smiled and said, This staff was granted to me by the deity when I served as the Grand Bishop of the Flame Temple, and it is perfect to use as a token now. If you can step into the sacred realm, I will give it to you. Right now, this super artifact is still not usable, just a quest item that requires permission to claim as one's own. Hearing this request, Xiao Chen was itching with anticipation. Don't worry, Master, I will definitely reach the sacred realm soon. You may go. Come back to visit me often when you have time. Larinar waved his hand and returned to sit in the center of the floating rock. I will come often, Master. Xiao Chen promised solemnly. He then put away the staff, crushed the return scroll, and left the Heart of Fire Lake. This child is truly a weirdo. Larinar watched Xiao Chen's figure disappear, feeling a wave of emotion. He wasn't sure whether Xiao Chen's talent was very good or very poor. If he said he was a genius, he couldn't even communicate with fire elements on his own. If he said he was useless, his magic was simply more shocking than that of a god. What is this? A cheat? Flame City. Xiao Chen appeared at the teleportation array, holding the super artifact staff. Get out of the way, don't block the path. The city guards, as usual, immediately began to curse upon sensing Otto's curse. Damn, what's wrong with you? Can't you see the staff in my hand? Xiao Chen said, speechless. This staff was used by the former Archbishop of the Flame Temple, a symbol of authority. How dare a mere city guard NPC shout at him like that? Truly blind. However, he couldn't be bothered with such a small fry, so he shot a fierce glare at the NPC soldier and walked away. Xiao Chen's trip to the heart of the Earth Lake had yielded results beyond imagination. Not only did he successfully advance to the second tier, but he also learned 2 powerful skills. Even more rare was that he encountered an impressive master. With Larinar around, future job changes would no longer be a hassle. All he needed was to obtain the Weather God's Legacy spellbook. Now, he planned to make a trip to the Flame Temple to reserve the spellbooks needed for the 4th tier and beyond, ensuring a worry-free future. Xiao Chen crossed the main street and soon arrived at the entrance of the Flame Temple. Halt! No filthy person may approach the sacred ground of the temple. The knight at the temple entrance, as usual, blocked his way with a spear. Xiao Chen raised the wrath of the fire god in his hand and scolded, Are you blind? You only see Otto's curse and not his staff? This is... The 2 knights glanced at each other, suddenly shocked. It's the wrath of the fire god. The most precious staff of the Flame Temple. They both exclaimed, then shouted, Quick! Someone! Capture this thief! How dare you steal a holy relic of our church? You must be tired of living. The last sentence was directed at Xiao Chen. In the midst of speaking, one knight swept his leg, knocking the unsuspecting Xiao Chen to the ground. What the hell? It can be like this? Xiao Chen sat on the ground, bewildered. He thought that upon seeing the staff, the people of the Flame Temple would kneel and shout, I pay my respects to the former Archbishop, but instead, they treated him like a thief. Damn it! How do I look like a thief? Open your eyes and see clearly, is there such a handsome thief in the world? Xiao Chen was furious and got up to argue. Many players coming in and out of the temple gathered around to watch the commotion. TSK, who is this guy, actually stirring up the temple knights? The NPC says he's a thief. Really, you can't judge a book by its cover. He looks quite good, yet he's a thief. Level 90 Weather Mage, Xiao Chen, isn't he the top of the level rankings? He's actually a thief? No wonder he levels up so fast. He must be stealing experience too. People were discussing and pointing. The temple knight seemed to ignore them, coldly snorting, You betrayed the gods and killed the beloved mount of the war god, you must be a vicious person. Speak! Where did you get the staff? Xiao Chen was instantly speechless. So, Larinar's face didn't hold as much weight as Otto's? The knight's arrogant attitude made him very unhappy. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered to explain, so he shot back directly, Where did it come from? It came from your mother's coffin. Get out of the way, I want to see your archbishop. You're delaying my important business, I'll strip your skin off. The crowd around gasped. Wow, this guy is too ruthless, even daring to curse at an NPC. I don't know why, but it feels so satisfying. Go for it, bro. Curse a few more times for me, I've been unhappy with these NPCs for a long time. The NPC knights, being wise, were enraged by such insults and roared, Damn! Rebel, hand over the fire god staff immediately, or I will kill you on the spot. They stepped back 2 paces, leveled their spears, and assumed a combat stance. Several companion knights also circled around, surrounding Xiao Chen completely. Kill on the spot? Damn it! Xiao Chen was furious at the sight. If you want to fight, then fight. I've shattered 200 level mythics before, do you think I'm afraid of a few of you weaklings? He sneered, stowing away the wrath of the fire god, and pulling out the weather staff. With a thought, he immediately cast a spell. Summon Flame Lord. The earth element shield instantly enveloped him while he began to chant a newly learned ultimate move. Buzz 3 seconds felt fleeting, the knights hadn't even truly begun to act when a supergiant 50-meter tall portal opened behind Xiao Chun. 50 meters. What does that mean? It's as tall as a dozen stories, almost rivaling the height of the temple buildings. Roar the Flame Lord, covered in burning red rocks and sporting 2 bull-like horns, slowly emerged from the portal with a roar. It stood nearly 45 meters tall, with a single toe larger than a person. Its massive roar startled everyone. As soon as the Flame Lord appeared, it blocked the light at the temple entrance, and those nearby could only see 2 red and black ankles and shins. Ah! What's going on? Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap! What is that? The fire giant searcher? My god! In an instant, the onlooking players were dumbfounded. The knights who had intended to attack Xiao Chen were also startled by the suddenly darkened sky. Is this the Flame Lord? No way! There's no Flame Lord this big. It's like the true form of the fire god. Such a strong aura. Such terrifying pressure. This. Under the gaze of the Flame Lord, the knights found it hard to breathe, their hands trembling as they gripped their long spears. So, do you still want to fight? Xiao Chen looked disdainfully at the nearby temple knights. Just a few legendary bosses, and the Flame Lord has over 6 million attack power. It could crush them with a single punch. A terrifying pressure enveloped the front of the temple. Such a huge commotion couldn't be hidden. The city guards had already been alerted, and a team of hundreds was rushing over. Faster than the city guards were the big shots from within the temple. What's going on? Who's making noise? What? Where did the Hellfire Demon come from? Get ready immediately. A middle-aged mage in a red robe stepped out, intending to scold, but upon seeing the enormous form of the Flame Lord, he was instead left dumbfounded. Bishop Kaka, it's this rebel who summoned it. The knights who had just been shouting at Xiao Chen were now stuttering in fear, pointing at him and accusing him with trepidation. Bishop Kaka frowned deeply upon seeing Xiao Chen. A traitor to the gods. In front of the Flame Temple, you think you can be arrogant? He snorted lightly and commanded, all bishops and divine generals, heed my call and gather quickly. Though he spoke fiercely, he was actually terrified and hurriedly called for help. His voice spread through magic, reaching every corner of the temple. In just a few seconds, responses echoed from all around. Before long, over 10 bosses had gathered at the entrance of the Flame Temple. Xiao Chen scanned the crowd, taking stock. These individuals were all very powerful. There were 180 level bishops, 180 level knight captains, 200 level divine generals, 220 level judges, and 225 level archbishops. Each one was mythic level, without exception. But Xiao Chen felt no fear whatsoever. He took a few steps back, standing at the foot of the Flame Lord, and calmly said, if you can't win, just call for help. You really have learned the true ways of street thugs. Is this all the Flame Temple has to offer? You bold fool. In front of the archbishop and the judge, you dare to be so reckless. The knights, now backed by the big shots, regained their confidence and spoke with renewed vigor. He mustered his courage, brandishing a spear, and charged forward, intending to take down Xiao Chen. Just moments ago, Xiao Chen had been knocked down by him once. He felt that although this person could summon a colossal Flame Lord, his own strength should be lacking. However, as he swung the spear, sweeping across Xiao Chen's lower body, a cold voice suddenly rang out. You seek your own death, you can't blame me for that. Before the words had even faded, a burst of fire erupted before him. A crimson fireball, over 2 meters in diameter and taller than a person, appeared out of thin air. Boom! The fireball roared, sending the knight flying directly into a wall. Bang! The knight didn't even have time to react before being turned to ashes by the searing heat. 278919929 A massive damage number appeared, and the level 180 legendary boss was instantly killed. What? Daring to kill a temple knight at the entrance of my Flame Temple. Rebel! By the gods, this person must not be spared. This scene shocked the clergy of the Flame Temple. The players were left dumbfounded. What the hell, am I seeing things? A giant fireball over 2 meters? One move to instantly kill a level 180 legendary temple knight. Am I going crazy, or is this world crazy? Countless people at the temple entrance were momentarily stunned by this unbelievable scene. Players had never considered fighting NPCs. Even if they had, they didn't think it was a feasible thing to do. But Xiao Chen's actions shattered their understanding. Temple Knight? One skill to wipe them out at full health. All divine envoys heed my command, work together to take this person down. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. The chief judge of the Flame Temple, a level 220 holy domain warrior named Austin, stepped forward, radiating a dazzling light of fire, ready for battle. The other clergy members also entered combat mode, prepared to act at any moment. Only one person was an exception. That was the Archbishop of the Flame Temple, a level 225 Holy Domain Mage Belrut. Hold on a moment. The Archbishop frowned, looking at Xiao Chen with a complex expression, and stepped forward. Archbishop, be careful, this person is formidable, and he carries a strong rebellious aura. He may pose a threat to you, the clergy members warned. Archbishop Belrut ignored them and walked straight towards Xiao Chen, stopping 5 meters away. Young man, you carry the aura of Master Larinar. Who is he to you? He asked. Archbishop. The surrounding crowd showed puzzled expressions, not understanding what he was talking about. Only Chief Judge Austin furrowed his brow, as if he had thought of something. Xiao Chen had been ready for a fierce battle, but upon hearing this question and seeing the Archbishop, he had to pause. He took out the Wrath of the Fire God, again holding it in his left hand. Without needing an explanation, as soon as Archbishop Belrut saw the staff, he exclaimed in surprise, so that's it. No wonder I sensed a special aura from you. You are the heir of Master Larinar. Archbishop? Heir? Who is Larinar? Except for that Chief Judge, all the clergy members looked confused. Normally, a temple knight being killed at the temple entrance should result in immediate capture and execution, regardless of the opponent's identity. But the Archbishop's reaction was far from normal. Even more unbelievable was that in the next moment, Xiao Chen said to the Archbishop Belrut, my master has sent me to instruct you to communicate with the divine realm and seek the god of weather, asking where the legacy of the god of weather left in the mortal world is located. His tone was surprisingly unceremonious, showing no respect for the Archbishop, but rather sounding like he was issuing a command. Damn it! How dare you show disrespect to the Archbishop? A level 200 divine general was furious and was about to take action. Stop! But the Chief Judge moved and directly grabbed him. Chief Judge? The divine general was puzzled. The Chief Judge shook his head at him and whispered, it's all a misunderstanding, one of our own. One of us? Although the voice of the presiding judge was not loud, everyone present had keen hearing and understood it clearly. This explanation left everyone bewildered. A person with an aura similar to that of the main god's curse could actually be one of their own? Moreover, the Archbishop's attitude towards him was surprisingly good. Presiding judge, who exactly is this person? A divine general asked. This question piqued not only the curiosity of the NPCs but also the players. What was the background of the top-ranked player, Xiao Chen? Not to mention his terrifying strength that could instantly defeat the Temple Knights, just the fact that he could maintain his composure and even exude a high status in front of many big shots in the temple was 1,000 times beyond that of an ordinary player. The presiding judge glanced at the staff in Xiao Chen's hand, sighed, and after a long pause, explained, he should be a direct disciple of our previous Archbishop of the Flame Temple. The previous Archbishop? Hiss. Is he the legendary great predecessor who guards the Lake of Fire in the Earth's core? So that great person's name is Larinar. In an instant, everyone was moved. The presiding judge added, that staff is a divine artifact. There's no doubt about it. Lord Larinar's strength has already reached the divine level, and it is impossible for it to be taken away. It can only be presented by him personally. It seems there may be some misunderstanding between us and this young man. While he was speaking, the Archbishop also addressed Xiao Chen. Archbishop Beirut said, since it is Master Larinar's instruction, I will take care of it as soon as possible. However, may I ask how Master Larinar has been recently? Is everything well at the Lake of Fire? Xiao Chen shrugged. Master is doing quite well, just a bit lonely. If you have filial piety, you could send a few people to keep him company. The fight was off, his mood was a bit off. The strength of the Flame Lord could not be tested, just showing his face was a waste of mana. Yes, we will send a few people to visit Master Larinar soon. The Archbishop replied. He then asked, besides inquiring about the god of weather, does the master have any other instructions? Can this staff be returned to the temple? His tone was cautious, not at all like that of an archbishop, but more like a little follower. Xiao Chen couldn't help but be intrigued, gaining a new understanding of Larinar's strength. This chief master was really impressive. Xiao Chen replied, nothing else, you can go ask, I'll wait for your news here. He directly avoided answering about returning the staff. Are you kidding? Can a super artifact be handed over? It's worth more than 100 pieces of mythical gear. The Archbishop's expression stiffened at his words, and he quickly explained, communicating with the divine realm is not an easy task, it requires ample preparation, and it may take several days. If you, brave Xiao Chen, wish to wait, please stay in the temple and wait slowly. So long? Forget it, I'll go level up first, Xiao Chen said, pouting, and turned to leave. He had no time to wait several days, with that time, he could reach the third transfer. Since there was no quick result, he might as well do something else, like finishing the tasks of the 4 great evil spirits and unsealing the level 2 city. Brave Xiao Chen, wait a moment. Archbishop Beirut called out to him. Is there anything? Else? Beirut took out a badge and said, although I don't know why you are valued by Master Larinar, I have no doubt about the Master's judgment. There is still a curse on you, which may cause inconvenience while traveling outside. Wear this badge and the various divine temples will not make things difficult for you in the future. Oh, such a good thing exists. Xiao Chen was instantly delighted upon hearing this. The attitude of the NPCs had always been something he found quite frustrating. If it could be resolved, that would be even better. Taking the badge, Xiao Chen looked at its attributes and couldn't help but smile. Glory of the Gods badge, all attributes plus 10, movement speed plus 10%, allows free entry and exit to any temple when worn. Special equipment does not occupy equipment slots. This item not only spared him from being troubled by the clergy but also added 50 points to his total attributes and movement speed, which was quite impressive. Thank you, High Priest, Xiao Chen said, gratefully, directly putting the badge on his chest. Please send my regards to the Master. We have always remembered his contributions, Beirut added sincerely, with a hint of respect in his tone. Clearly, Larinar's guarding of the Heartfire Lake was no easy task and had come at a great cost. I will pass on the message, Xiao Chen replied, then turned to leave. The temple's clergy watched him go, their feelings complicated. Suddenly, the massive body of the Flame Lord collapsed as Xiao Chen actively recalled it, dissipating on the spot. The onlookers, having witnessed the entire process, were all amazed. So impressive, truly amazing. He took down a temple knight right at the temple's entrance, and not only did nothing happen, but he also walked away with what looks like a powerful piece of equipment. This Xiao Chen is the real gamer. We are simply being played by the game. Ah, I actually forgot to add the great god as a friend, damn it. Everyone had mixed feelings. A few even ran towards Xiao Chen, wanting to befriend him. Xiao Chen ignored them, preparing to use the teleportation array to find 2 evil spirit bosses and complete his quest. Unexpectedly, just as he left the temple entrance, he was blocked by a group of NPC soldiers. Xiao Chen, you dare to fight within the main city and have killed innocent residents of this city, a grave crime. In the name of the commander of the 1st Legion of the City Guard, I will arrest you. The leading NPC was a level 185 legendary boss titled City Guard Commander. Beside him were over 100 City Guard soldiers ranging from level 120 to 150, along with squad leaders. Xiao Chen was taken aback, pointed to the badge on his chest, and said, "Do you see what this is? If you dare to trouble me, aren't you afraid the gods will come after you?" He thought his newly acquired special equipment had lost its effect, so he made a point to clarify. However, the City Guard commander was not swayed at all. After glancing at the glory of the god's badge, he snorted, "That is a privilege of the temple, not of the main city. Put down your weapons and accept arrest immediately, or you will be wanted throughout the entire main city." Xiao Chen was instantly at a loss. Temple? Main city? Aren't they supposed to be on the same side? They had previously targeted him together, excluding him. Now that the temple had improved, the main city's army still held this attitude. Oh, right, the badge's description states free entry and exit to any temple, but it doesn't mention the words main city. It seemed he had overthought it. Looking at the surrounding NPC soldiers, Xiao Chen contemplated whether he should unleash a big move to take them down. At that moment, a temple general approached, running to the side of the city guard commander and whispering a few words. After listening, the commander shot Xiao Chen a resentful glare and shouted, "This time, I will let you go for the temple's sake. If there is a next time, I will not be lenient." Xiao Chen shrugged, "This is my conflict with the war temple, what does it have to do with you? Mind your own business." He had no intention of being polite to these unfriendly NPCs. If it came to a fight, who was afraid of whom? He didn't want to create conflict with the main city, but as a player from the Dragon Kingdom, he didn't want to destroy the main city and affect the experience of players from his country. If it really came to blows, it wasn't certain who would come out worse. The city guards glared at him with anger, but in the end, they did not take action and let him leave. Xiao Chen walked away, his graceful figure making the players admire him even more. So strong, so strong. This is the master, daring to confront even the NPC army, not giving face to anyone. If I had half of his strength, no, not even half, just 1% would be enough. Woo, does anyone know where Master Xiao Chen lives? I want to go warm his bed, I want to be his mistress. After this incident, Xiao Chen's fame grew even larger. As the top player on the leaderboard, he was already under much scrutiny. Frequent announcements made countless people remember this name, even those who didn't check the rankings knew there was such a fierce person. Recently, he had single-handedly defended the guild's base and then dealt over 2.7 billion terrifying damage in just 1 minute. Such news couldn't be contained. Although the heavens had no official forum or built-in community, through word of mouth among players and the spread of the Blue Star Network, countless people learned about the terror of Xiao Chen. High level, hidden class, super strong output, a bad temper, good looks, these were all his tags. And now another one had to be added, extremely arrogant. Killing the temple knights at the temple gate, is that not arrogant enough? Even giving orders to the archbishop, it was simply lawless arrogance. Many were speculating where Xiao Chen's immense power came from. Some said he got a super artifact from the starting lottery, others said he had a super divine talent, and some even claimed he was an alien using hacks from the back end. Regardless of the various opinions, Xiao Chen himself did not step forward, leaving it all as mere speculation. Some even attempted to dox Xiao Chen, trying to find the player himself to consult on gameplay strategies. Yet, Xiao Chen was completely indifferent to all of this. Or rather, he didn't even know how much attention he had attracted. After leaving the temple, Xiao Chen returned to Stormwind City through the teleportation array. The NPC soldiers' angry curses still came as expected, not improving because of the glory of the gods. Badge. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered to respond, directly opening his friend list and poking Oldly to ask, "Oldly, you're well informed, help me find out some news." Lily replied instantly, "What do you want to know?" "I'm fighting a boss, make it quick." Looking for 2 mythic bosses above level 100, one called the Evil Spirit General Demon Sword, and the other called the Evil Spirit Archbishop Bloodsea, Xiao Chen said succinctly. The task of subduing the 4 evil spirits did not specify where the bosses were located. Previously, when helping defend the guild, the Smoke and Fire Archbishop was nearby Moon City, so the system forcibly conscripted him into the siege army. But the other 2 wouldn't appear so conveniently. He needed to find them himself. Upon hearing this, Lily responded, "Okay, I'll have a friend help me find out and get back to you as soon as possible." Are your bosses easy to deal with? Do you need help? I've already changed classes, so I'm relatively free now, Xiao Chen said. Lily decisively refused. "Nah, with you around, why bother with bosses? The game should have some difficulty to be interesting, we can take our time to fight them ourselves." "Gotta go, old Zhang is about to die, I need to heal him first, talk later." With that, he ended the message. Xiao Chen smiled. Lily's hurried tone reminded him of the times when the 3 of them would go dungeon diving together to fight bosses. Back then, he played as a tank, always at the front taking hits, and every time they faced a tough boss, he would be tortured to the brink of death. This was the main reason he didn't want to continue playing as a tank. Now, due to the curse of Auto, he would still be targeted as the primary enemy by monsters. However, his powerful survival ability and output completely freed him from the helplessness of the past. Now he even found himself somewhat nostalgic for the days of being beaten. Sigh, who will come and hit me? Xiao Chen sighed, shamelessly talking to himself. Lily needed some time to gather information, so he didn't rush to level up. Instead, he made a trip to the warehouse and learned the second transfer skill book, Demonic Corruption, which he had obtained a long time ago. After learning this skill book, the number of skills he mastered reached 18, and he basically wouldn't have any skill gaps anymore, allowing for infinite output. However, the monsters qualified for him to output continuously seemed to be very few. Xiao Chen looked at the effects of several new skills, which he hadn't paid attention to before due to the hurried job change. Water Shield instantly creates a water shield to resist damage. The water shield lasts a maximum of 3 seconds and has 1000 health points. When a single damage exceeds the water shield's defense limit, it negates that damage. Cooldown 15 seconds. The effect of this water shield is similar to that of special shields like Holy Shield, Blood Shield, and Fire Shield, with a very low shield value, basically only usable to block some single burst skills. However, Xiao Chen could amplify it by 10,000 times, making it not just a holy shield for him, but a shield effect with 10 million health points, which worked very well in combination with the Earth Element Shield. Lightning Strike, chant for 1 second, mark an enemy, and summon a thundercloud to track it. The thundercloud strikes with lightning every second, dealing 175% of attack power as spell damage, for a total of 5 strikes. Cooldown 60 seconds. This skill is a godly technique for PvP, locking onto an enemy for tracking attacks, hitting 5 times in a row, with total damage reaching 875%. Even ordinary players can deal considerable damage with it. However, for Xiao Chen, it was somewhat redundant, as he could kill players, monsters, and bosses in an instant, making the subsequent 4 lightning strikes unnecessary. A 175% hit after a 1-second chant was less practical than an instant 280% lightning arrow. Levitation removes all control effects, putting oneself into a floating state. In the floating state, immune to all control effects, but defense drops to 0. Duration 3 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. This is the first control removal skill for the Mage class, with significant strategic importance. Removing control and being immune for 3 seconds allows for many actions, such as using potions, unleashing powerful skills, or escaping without obstruction. However, during this process, having a defense of 0 is quite troublesome for ordinary players, as they can easily be focused down. Xiao Chen walked down the street and cast levitation on himself for an effect test. As the skill took effect, his body became much lighter, floating over 2 meters high. Why is there no amplification at all? He had thought that both of his talent skills would take effect, giving him 30,000 seconds of invulnerability, and elevating him to 11 times the height. But it turned out to be completely useless. The invulnerability was still 3 seconds. His levitation was exactly the same as that of ordinary players, with no difference at all. Could it be that the 10,000-fold amplification effect was applied to defense equals 0? Xiao Chen couldn't help but ponder. With defense reduced to 0, amplifying it 10,000 times still resulted in 0, which meant no change. Moreover, the scale expansion effect of the Weather Mage was completely ineffective for levitation, as this skill had no scale to speak of. Understanding the reason, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile. It was rare to finally have a skill that wasn't so outrageous. 10 minutes later, Lily sent a call request. Old Xiao, I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? After the call connected, Lily said. Xiao Chen didn't hesitate. Let's hear the bad news first. Lily spoke with a tone of regret. Mythical bosses above level 100 are too hard to find. All the major guilds are looking for them, and if there are any, they've already been claimed. I asked a friend to inquire, but he couldn't find the 2 bosses you mentioned. All right. Xiao Chen sighed, feeling a bit disappointed, but he could accept it. After all, this was the truth. Mythical bosses above level 100 that could drop the construction order for a stronghold were the targets that all major guilds were competing for. What about the good news? He asked. Lily smiled mysteriously and said, although we didn't find the bosses, there's a lucrative job we can take on. Lucrative job? What kind of job? Xiao Chen asked, puzzled. Lily laughed. You helping defend the stronghold is now known by all the major guilds. Zhanzhan shared the process with them for free, and now Longhan, Zhongshan, and Tiantian, these 3 guilds are all worried about not being able to defend their strongholds. This is a great opportunity for you to make a fortune. Many people now knew the difficulty of the stronghold defense battle. Zhanzhan nearly collapsed under the 50% difficulty mode. If Xiao Chen hadn't appeared in time, all their efforts would have been in vain. Longhan and Zhongshan, as the 2nd and 3rd strongholds, faced a defense difficulty of 75%, which was much higher. Even with the support of 300 NPC troops from their respective main cities and a few extra hours for leveling, the difficulty remained significant. Perhaps the foundation of these 2 veteran guilds was richer than Zhanzhan's, but their strength was still limited, and with the difficulty increased by half, the outcome was likely to be very dangerous. Zhulong is my friend. If they need help, he should reach out to me himself, Xiao Chen said. Lily replied, that's for sure. Their defense battle starts in 2 hours, and before that, Taya Tulong will definitely contact you. But I heard they also invited outside help and seem to plan to collaborate with Zhongshan to get through this tough time. I don't know the specifics of their cooperation. Zhongshan? Xiao Chen thought. For a moment, Zhongshan's defense battle is still about 8 hours away. They can finish Longhan's and then go for Zhongshan's. There's enough time. But the guest slots are limited, and the cooperation cost isn't small. The stronghold defense battle can invite guests to help. However, the maximum number of guests is 500, any more is not allowed. The significance of guests has 2 aspects. One is that if they die, they can immediately resurrect at the stronghold and continue fighting. The other is that after the battle ends, they can share in the collective rewards, which means the experience from the welfare boss and the experience from successfully defending the stronghold of 1 million. If they participate as non-guests, the cost will be much higher. Every time they die, they have to resurrect in the main city, which costs 1 gold to teleport back to continue fighting. Moreover, they won't receive the final collective rewards and will lose 1 to 2 levels of experience. Of course, if the 2 guilds negotiate and help each other, this won't be a problem. The cost of teleportation is nothing to 2 wealthy guilds. Old Xiao, are you planning to help? Lily asked him. Xiao Chen decisively replied, as long as they invite me, I'll definitely go. So much experience, plus I can get equipment skill books. Only a fool wouldn't go. Ha ha ha, I think the same. If they contact you, remember to bring us along, we want to level up for free too. Lily laughed. No problem. Good things are definitely shared with others. If they can really participate in the activities of Longhan and Zhongshan, then Lili and Zhang Fan, after 3 defense battles, will surely enter the top tier in levels, and they might even make it into the top 100. As for Xiao Chen, if all goes well, he could directly reach around level 100. After all, his skill range was getting larger, allowing him to single-handedly take on many monsters. Speaking of which, I wonder how the Tianxia Guild will defend themselves. Xiao Chen thought of another guild that had also applied for a base and chuckled to himself. Although Long Hun and the gods were also tough opponents, at least their difficulty was 75%, which meant some weakening. The Tianxia Guild not only lacked this 25% weakening but also didn't have 300 NPC soldiers, relying entirely on themselves. In this situation, they would need to recruit a sufficiently large number of external reinforcements to withstand the relentless attacks from the monsters. In 8 hours, there should be a batch of elite players reaching level 2, which will significantly improve their resistance. But considering the difficulty gap is too large and they have no NPC soldiers, I think they will most likely not hold out, Lily analyzed. Who cares? Xiao Chen said nonchalantly, ending the chat. In his view, the grievances between him and Tianxia were basically over. Unless the other side provoked him, he couldn't be bothered to target them again. Of course, if Tianxia Wudi asked for his help, he would definitely refuse. No way, he held a grudge. Xiao Chen, stop right there. Just after hanging up, a voice suddenly came from the side. A rough voice filled with anger sounded malicious. Xiao Chen turned his head, thinking it was some enemy wanting to beat him up. To his surprise, it was an NPC soldier. Deputy Commander of the Storm City Guard, Heart, Mythical Leader, level 200 health. 20480000/20480000. Target level 2 high, unable to retrieve more data. He was the second in command of the City Guard. Behind him was a small squad of 10 City Guards. Is there something you need? Want to fight? Seeing the unfriendly look on the other's face, Xiao Chen immediately took out his weather staff, casting an earth element shield on himself, ready for battle. You weakling are not worthy to fight me, Deputy Commander Hart said coldly, with a strong disdain. Then what do you want? Xiao Chen replied irritably. If they weren't going to fight, why act so high and mighty? Just a level 200 mythical, one round of skills could blow him to pieces. Deputy Commander Hart said in a deep voice, the Lord of the City is looking for you, come with me at once. The Lord of the City? Xiao Chen frowned, somewhat puzzled. He hadn't done anything bad in Storm City, so why would the Lord be looking for him? Wait. No, not looking for him. It was a summons. Is it because of the incident in Giant Stone Town? He asked. Previously, in the battle with Dafiona, he had nearly destroyed the entire Giant Stone Town. Giant Stone Town was a small town within the jurisdiction of Storm City, and the local militia had mentioned reporting to the Lord to commend his achievements after the battle. It seemed the news had reached him. Deputy Commander Hart snorted lightly. Someone from Silver Mine Town and Giant Stone Town reported your merits to the Lord. Although you are a rebel, the Lord is magnanimous and, for the sake of the common people, has decided to reward you. Oh. Xiao Chen responded, somewhat surprised, not expecting the rescued miners from Silver Mine Town to report this matter as well. Immediately follow me to the Lord's mansion, don't keep the Lord waiting, Deputy Commander Hart said in a commanding tone. Xiao Chen curled his lip. I'm a hero now, how dare you speak to me like that? If you want to invite someone, you should do it properly, bow your head and bend your waist, respectfully call me Warrior Xiao Chen, and I might consider it. But right now, I'm not in the mood. With that, he turned and walked away. It was just a couple of trivial matters. Even if there was a reward, it would be at most some gold coins and epic gear. Did he, Xiao Chen, lack such things? To think he could show off with such a meager reward, what a dream. As the great Xiao Chen, he could forgo other things, but his face must come first. Please vote. Don't hesitate to throw in your recommendation and monthly votes. One day, 5 updates without rest. If the earth doesn't explode, the author won't take a break. Rebellious fool. Vice Commander Hart snorted coldly, not bothering to keep Xiao Chen from leaving, and turned away. As expected, there's no sincerity, Xiao Chen complained. He didn't care about any awards or recognition, whether it was saving miners or killing Dafiona. It was all just a matter of convenience. He wasn't doing it for the Lord's commendation. With the city guard's terrible attitude, if they expected him to humbly accept a reward, even if it was a mythical item, he wouldn't want it. After wandering around the city for a while, he received a message from a friend. As expected, the president of the Dragon Soul Guild, Zhu Long, had indeed contacted him. Xiao Chen, are you busy? The president greeted him, as familiar as a neighborly uncle. Just shopping, is there something you need? President Zhu Long? Xiao Chen asked, feigning ignorance. I thought you were leveling up, it seems you're quite free. Here's the thing. Zhu Long got straight to the point after a brief introduction. Our garrison defense battle is about to start in a little over an hour. According to Brother Zhan Tian, the difficulty of the Heavens defense battle is very high. Although we've coordinated with the Gods to prepare for the challenges, we're still worried about potential issues, so we would like to ask you for help. As for compensation, we can negotiate whether it's game items or real money. Xiao Chen almost wanted to agree immediately. The temptation of massive experience points is hard for any player to resist. However, as a top player, he had to maintain some stature, otherwise, every guild would want him to help for free during their defense battles, which would seem too casual. So he replied, the defense battle takes a bit of time. I have plans to run a dungeon with friends later. Zhu Long immediately advised, dungeons can be done anytime, there's no rush. You can bring a few friends over, the experience rewards from the defense battle are substantial, and after it's over, you can even get legendary or mythical gear. I'm sure they'll be very interested. Well, let me ask them. Xiao Chen pretended to hesitate. Okay, I'll wait for your reply. After temporarily ending the chat, Xiao Chen told Li Li and Zhang Fan about Zhu Long's invitation. The two immediately laughed like wolves who had found a little white rabbit. Old Xiao, stop being modest, just agree. After a couple more defense battles, we'll be top of the level rankings. Have you finished with your boss? There's still over an hour until it starts. No need to rush your answer, Xiao Chen said calmly. Zhang Fan replied, almost done, we're about to see the last boss and then we can head back. Alright, we'll talk when you get back. Xiao Chen continued to wander around the main city. After playing for so long, he hadn't officially explored Stormwind City. There were many places he didn't know the purpose of. This massive city had countless buildings, but only a small portion was for commercial use, mostly concentrated around the teleportation array, market, and war hall. The rest included areas for life skills activities. Additionally, there were NPC residences and properties available for players to purchase. Those purchasable houses were quite expensive, costing hundreds of thousands of gold coins. At the current rate of 1 gold coin equals 8 yuan. They were no cheaper than houses in first-tier cities. However, buying a house in a game, wasn't that a bit crazy? People play games to fight and defeat bosses who would just stay at home. Even with money, one shouldn't be so reckless. So far, no one had done such a thing. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Fan and Li Li returned to the city after finishing their dungeon. The three met in Stormwind City, and Xiao Chen contacted Zhu Long. President Zhu Long, my friends agreed. Please give us guest status, and we'll come 10 minutes before the defense battle starts. He sent over the serial numbers of his two companions. Zhu Long quickly said, alright, I've given you permission. Once you arrive at Dragon Blood City, you can directly teleport to the base. The President of the Gods, the Divine Emperor, is also here. You can come over early to chat. He wants to ask for your help in the defense battle. Sure, I'll come over later to talk. Xiao Chen nodded. By the way, Xiao Chen, regarding the reward for this defense battle, do you have any requests? Zhu Long inquired. Xiao Chen thought for a moment. If there are any unranked or level 100 Mage Mythic gear, you can give them to me. As for skill books, it depends on the need. My demand for skills is quite low now. Isn't that a bit too simple? I heard from Brother Zhan Tian that he also gave you 1,000,000 gold coins, and you already had a trading relationship. If I offer too little, the Dragon Soul Guild might be laughed at. Zhu Long, upon hearing this, even wanted to increase the offer and give more rewards. Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. So how do you want to calculate it? Zhu Long said, how about this, keep what you just said unchanged, and I'll give you an additional 20 million as a commission offline. Because our guild has a huge demand for items in the game right now, you can't use too much legendary gear by yourself. Keeping it will only devalue it. Cash is the most practical. Alright, I have no objections. Xiao Chen readily agreed. He felt a surge of joy inside. Not only could he gain several levels of experience from a fight, but he could also get mythic gear and skill books. He could even earn a huge reward of 20 million offline. It was a dream come true. The advantages bestowed upon him by the heavens were truly overwhelming. Send me your account number and I'll transfer it to you right now, Zhu Long said. Okay. Xiao Chen sent over his bank account information. After a while, Zhu Long said, alright, it's been credited, you can log off to check. The reputation of Dragon Soul is well known, so I won't log off. We'll see each other later, Xiao Chen replied. He was already feeling quite inflated, not needing to personally confirm a transfer of 20 million. No choice, he had grown wings and was feeling bold. After ending the chat, Xiao Chen was in a good mood and shared the agreed reward with his two friends. Li Li immediately said with a hint of envy, being a god is great. In less than 3 days, I've earned 240 million, with a daily salary close to 100 million. Even a money printer can't compare to you. However, his expression showed only admiration, not jealousy. Money has become just a number for old Xiao. But speaking of which, we aren't doing too badly either. Thanks to old Xiao, our wealth has also reached hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Selling off some unused items could easily net us 1 million in savings. Zhang Fan laughed. True. Li agreed, then pretended to sigh dramatically. Being too rich is tough. I feel uncomfortable if I don't spend money. Let's go shopping for some blood magic potions and scrolls. Xiao Chen immediately retorted, when others get rich, they buy young models and female celebrities. When you get rich, it's blood magic potions and scrolls. Sigh, is this what being a country bumpkin is? Damn. That's a personal attack. Compensation. I can't let this go without 1 billion. The three wandered around the player market, purchasing consumables. After stocking up, they checked the time and realized there was still a full hour before the Dragon Soul defense battle began. Still an hour, it's a bit hard to wait. How about we go farm some wild monsters? Zhang Fan suggested. I'm fine with anything. Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. Then let's go to the Setting Sun Wasteland. There are level 100 monsters there, not far away. Just right for old Xiao, Lili proposed. The three quickly agreed and headed to the teleportation array, preparing to teleport to the nearest level 4 city. Just as they arrived near the teleportation array, a figure walked out from it. It was a young man dressed in traditional Chinese clothing, without any flashy equipment, shining, resembling a simple and unadorned hero. The 4 characters soared, slashing all lives above his head, along with the prominent level 62 and 40,000 health points in the information, indicated his strength. The two sides collided head-on. Sword slashing all lives caught sight of Xiao Chun, who was fully equipped in extravagant gear, and a hint of disdainful amusement appeared on his cold face. A flashy fool, he said lightly as he passed by Xiao Chen and his companions. Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Jianzhang Songshang and Tian Xiaowudi were close, and their relationship with him wouldn't be good. He was well aware of this. But he didn't expect that just a chance encounter would lead to being insulted. He, Xiao, had been wandering in Zhutian for 3 days, encountering monsters and players alike, effortlessly killing bosses, unstoppable by thousands. Even the Divine Temple had to bow down. With such arrogant achievements, who wouldn't respectfully call him Great God? Even unrelated people, upon seeing him, would look at his level information in surprise and keep their distance. Yet, this guy came up and called him fool. As if he were high and mighty, while Xiao Chun was of low quality. This guy really knew how to show off. Lili instantly lost his composure, turning around angrily and shouting, "Stupid dog, what are you barking for?" But Jianzhang Songsheng completely ignored him, as if Lili wasn't worthy of speaking to him, and walked away on his own. Stop. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold as he said in a low voice. Jianzhang Songsheng only paused upon hearing him speak. But he didn't turn around, merely facing away from the three, saying, "What's wrong? Are you angry? You insulted someone and still want to leave?" Before Xiao Chen could speak, Lili cursed first. "You little trash, who do you think you are? Playing a special class and acting like a master. Level 62 little waste, daring to show off in front of your level 90 big daddy? You like to show off, huh? Come on, let's fight outside the city, and see how our Xiao can kill you 1,000 times with a magic missile." Annoying. Barking. Jianzhang Songsheng remained unfazed, his expression calm and indifferent, ignoring Li Li's shouting, turning to look directly at Xiao Chun, and said, "Your companion has such quality, as I thought, all are lowly people." "Oh? Lowly people are out, and you are which high-ranking person? While others eat rice, you eat shit. While others drink water, you drink urine. While others sleep with their wives, you sleep with your mother? You, high-ranking person, are truly unique." Li Li continued to curse without holding back. Vulgar, lacking quality. Jianzhang Songsheng scoffed. "You have quality? Calling people fools, how high is your quality?" Zhang Fan retorted. The other party's expression was indifferent as he replied, "I was just stating a fact. Why aren't you speaking?" The last sentence was directed at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked at this level 62 ancient sword immortal, feeling furious. This guy was too pretentious, even more so than him. He, Xiao, could only show off by unleashing a big move to kill a boss, calling upon a flame lord to dominate the scene, using momentum to intimidate the onlookers. But Jianzhang Song Shang, on the other hand, did nothing but rely on his mouth to adopt the posture of "you are all ants." How could this be tolerated? He Xiao Chen laughed in anger, slowly uttering, "You say it's a fact? The fact is, I am your father." After saying this, the meteorological staff appeared in his hand, and a lightning arrow directly exploded downwards. Swish! The giant lightning arrow, as thick as a thigh, roared down and struck Jianzhang Songshang. In the city, he acted directly. In the world of Zhu Tian, there was no place where he could be humiliated. In an instant, Xiao Chen's name turned yellow. However, Jianzhang Song Shang, struck by the lightning arrow, did not fall immediately. Instead, with a bang, it was as if a layer of glass was blocking him and no damage appeared, only being pushed back half a meter. What's wrong? Did I hit your sore spot? Are you anxious? Xiao Chen suddenly attacked. Jianzhan Songshang looked slightly surprised but remained calm, instead showing a mocking expression. Li Li and Zhang Fan were both astonished, not expecting Xiao Chen to take action, and even more so that someone could survive in front of Xiao Chen's million-level lightning arrow. However, Xiao Chen himself was not surprised by this outcome. He had 3 layers of blood shields protecting him, and Jianzhan Songshang, as a special player of a mysterious profession, would surely be no exception. A lightning arrow missed its target, but he was not disappointed. Then, a fireball spell was unleashed. Whoosh! The supersized fireball, with a diameter of 2.2 meters, whizzed past, illuminating the entire teleportation array. Bold! Daring to fight in the main city, seeking death. A furious roar came from not far away. 2 NPC city guard squads, each with 10 members, rushed over quickly. Among them, a ranged class city guard NPC immediately cast an attack spell on Xiao Chen. Earth Elemental Shield. Xiao Chen had prepared for the city guard's capture before making a move, and a shield appeared around him, providing nearly 15 million shield points. Boom! The fireball struck Jianzhan Songshang. With a loud crash, his body was pushed back 5 or 6 meters, but no damage appeared. Is that all you've got? Jianzhan Songshang continued to taunt. At the same time, he clenched his palm, and a beautifully crafted long sword, resembling jade, appeared in his hand. This was the sword of the ancient. Sword Immortal. He swung the long sword, and a sword chi slashed towards Xiao Chen. The NPC soldier's skills landed first, breaking through Xiao Chen's 3 layers of blood shields. Immediately after, bang! Hiss! Minus 61,882 minus 192,882. The magic from the NPC soldiers and Jianzhan Songshang's sword chi struck simultaneously, displaying different damage numbers. Over 100,000 damage, not weak at all, Xiao Chen thought. For an average player to deal this kind of damage was already terrifying. Even a lucky cat wielding a super artifact would only deal around 10,000 damage with a basic attack, not even a tenth of Jianzhan Songshang's. Such a thick shield, but it's just a lowly method from the lower realms, far from true immortal techniques. Jianzhan Songshang showed a hint of surprise upon seeing Xiao Chen was still alive. But he quickly regained his composure, casually flicking his wrist, sending the long sword flying into the air. The next second, countless sword chi rained down. 10,000 sword technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sword chi shot towards Xiao Chen like a volley of arrows. At the same time, 20 city guard NPCs also launched an attack on Xiao Chen. Earthquake strike. A level 139 NPC soldier released a control skill. Xiao Chen was instantly stunned, unable to act for 5 seconds. Minus 281,929 minus 310,929 minus 299,903. Jianzhan Songshang's sword. She could deal damage every 0.3 seconds, with a total damage of over 1 million per second. Such high damage was truly shocking. Xiao Chen's earth elemental shield was visibly being destroyed and weakened, while the damage from the NPC soldiers also troubled him. However, compared to Jianzhan Songshang, these level 130 NPC soldiers seemed somewhat weaker. Such a powerful class, Xiao Chen thought to himself. However, he was not afraid. Levitation. With a thought, he instantly cast the control release skill, and all control effects vanished. His body flew up over 2 meters high, with his defense dropping to 0. Demonic corruption. A new skill targeted Jianzhan Songshang, released in an instant. Black energy surged from the tip of his staff, heading straight for Jianzhan Songshang's body. Control skill? Ridiculous. Jianzhan Songshang traced an arc with his hands, forming a mirror-like surface. Ding! The demonic corruption, which could weaken attack power, was directly deflected. What kind of skill is this? Xiao Chen exclaimed in surprise. He could understand not dealing damage, but having the skill deflected was a bit absurd. Under his astonished gaze, Jianzhan Songshang sneered, I am the sword immortal of the 9 provinces. In this lowly plane, all skills are ineffective against me. Xiao Chen, admit it, you are just a weak fool. After saying this, he pointed, and the long sword in the air trembled, transforming into a massive 30-meter long sword shadow that stabbed down towards Xiao Chen. Kyushu sword immortal? Low-level plane? Skills ineffective? Xiao Chen frowned deeply. What kind of setting is this? Is there such a background in the game? Could it be that above the magical world there is a cultivation world? As he watched the enormous sword shadow descend, he focused his mind, and a water shield appeared, hovering above his head. The water shield was originally only the size of 1 person. But under the influence of the meteorological mage's talent, it expanded 11 times, resembling a rooftop. When the giant sword phantom struck, the water shield shattered with a loud crash, nearly dispersing. 3982822 nearly 4 million damage, taking away a small half of the water shield's value. This attack had already surpassed that of a mythic boss. Damn, that's outrageous. I thought old Xiao was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect someone could compare to him. Lily exclaimed in shock as he saw the damage numbers. Still not dead? Then let's have another sword. Jianzhan Songshang said calmly, moving his hand as a new sword move descended. Bang! There were at least 20 city guard NPCs around Xiao Chen attacking him. Although the shield was not dropping quickly, he was still affected by control effects. Old Li, give me a body enhancement. Under the pressure from all sides, he had to ask for Lily's help. No problem. Lily responded, promptly casting a purification spell that granted him 5 seconds of body enhancement. Immediately after, Xiao Chen focused his mind. Chain Lightning, Magic Missile, Thunder Strike, Rainstorm, Magic Missile, Gale. One skill after another was released from his hands. Jianzhan Songshang's sword energy fell, taking away 1 million from his shield, and the effect of the earth element shield had already been broken by nearly half. Meanwhile, his skills fell like raindrops towards Jianzhan Songshang. The chain lightning flickered down, once again interrupted by the previous glass effect. The magic missile fell, and with a crack, that layer of protective glass effect seemed to shatter. Then thunderclouds gathered, rain poured down, and the wind rose. High-frequency attacks followed one after another. The surrounding space of hundreds of meters became entirely Xiao Chen's domain. The whole city was engulfed in magic. Ah! What's happening? What's going on? Is this a forbidden spell? Who would fight in the city? The city guard NPCs around Xiao Chen were instantly killed, while passing players, not being classified as enemies, were unharmed. In the center of the storm, Jianzhan Songshang finally changed his expression in the face of this high-frequency damage. Boom! The lightning from the thunder strike struck every second. Put! Xiao Chen's earth element shield, under the continuous sword energy attacks in these few seconds, was left with less than 2 million. Shield effect. But Jianzhan Songshang's glass shield effect shattered first with a loud bang. The fifth lightning bolt, accompanied by the rainstorm and gale, finally struck Jianzhan Songshang's body. Hiss! Minus 233,982 A damage of over 200,000 appeared. Over 40,000 health points were instantly cleared, and Jianzhan Songshang finally fell. How could this happen? Jianzhan Songshang, lying on the ground, felt somewhat incredulous. He was actually defeated by a being from a low-level plane. The ancient sword immortal was a noble profession far surpassing several levels of this world. How could he possibly lose? He was baffled. At this moment, although Xiao Chen had defeated his opponent, his expression was not good. I only dealt 230,000. The damage from Thunderstrike should be over 23 million. Which means that even without that long-lasting shield effect, Jianzhan Songshang's damage reduction effect was still 99%? With his 10,000-fold amplification effect, he had only dealt such a small amount of damage, which was truly unfathomable. Such a high damage reduction was even more outrageous than that of a mythic boss. Jianzhan Songshang's profession was indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, he was still not as strong as him. What's going on now? Xiao Chen stepped forward, wanting to teach Jianzhan Songshang a lesson. But before he could say anything, the other party surprisingly revived nearby and appeared at the teleportation array. Then, with long-distance teleport, he vanished to who knows where. He ran away? Xiao Chen and his two companions felt as if they had swallowed a fly upon witnessing this scene. Just moments ago, Jianzhan Songshang had been flaunting his superiority, making it seem like the three of them were weaklings. They had intended to take him down, then stomp on his corpse to humiliate him and regain their dignity. Who would have thought that he would just bolt when the situation turned against him? He didn't leave them a single chance. Damn it, if we run into him again, I'll make sure to curse his ancestors for 18 generations until they crawl out of their graves. Lily said fiercely. This time, he almost succeeded in showing off, but thankfully my endurance is strong enough. Xiao Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, his skills had continuously failed, dealing no damage at all. Even the demonic corruption that weakened attack power was ineffective, which had severely shaken his confidence, making him almost think he couldn't win. On top of that, a group of NPC soldiers was still harassing him, occasionally controlling him, which made him feel flustered. Fortunately, in the end, under the bombardment of his high-frequency skills, Jianzhan Songshang's shield effect finally shattered. Otherwise, with only 2 million shield points left, it probably wouldn't have lasted against a few major skills. Without the protection of the Earth Element Shield, with just 16,000 health points, he couldn't withstand the attacks of the Ancient Sword Immortal class at all. This Ancient Sword Immortal class is really powerful. If it weren't for you, old Xiao, anyone else wouldn't be able to block a single hit, Zhang Fan sighed. This person has been recruited by the Invincible under heaven. He will surely cause trouble for old Xiao in the future, so be careful, Lily added. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. The Ancient Sword Immortal was indeed strong. If the other party had launched a sneak attack first, he could have been taken out in an instant. However, this was not the time to worry about that. More troublesome matters had already arrived. Bold ruffians. How dare you openly fight in the main city and kill the city guard soldiers? Quickly put down your weapons and surrender. You will be sentenced to life imprisonment. A loud shout came from the direction of the city lord's mansion. A tall, rugged-voiced general, accompanied by hundreds of NPC soldiers, rushed over, surrounding Xiao Chen and his companions. Things seem a bit dire. Lily's face darkened upon seeing this. They had just been in a team state, and with Xiao Chen killing people and NPCs in the main city, his name had turned red. And he had even acquired a wanted status. This state had directly infected them, and now all three had become criminals. We should have fought outside the city, Zhang Fan said, feeling a bit gloomy. The three stood back to back, facing such a large number of NPC soldiers, seemingly at a dead end. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled. This is a game, there's no need to hesitate. Just have fun. If someone insults you, of course, you hit back immediately. You can't just challenge them to come out of the city like kids. That's true, but we're about to be caught, Lily said, a bit helpless. What was the point of talking about revenge now? Once caught, it meant life imprisonment, equivalent to being sealed off. At that point, no matter what artifacts you had, how many gold coins, or how strong your talents were, it would all become meaningless. Without those, making big money would be incredibly difficult. However, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said to the two, what's there to panic about? It's just an NPC army. You don't think I can't handle them, do you? After saying that, he began to cast a skill. 3 seconds passed, and just as the army completely surrounded them, the leading general, Deputy General Hart, stepped forward, ready to shout, take them down. A gigantic teleportation portal opened up behind the three of them. Right after that, a flame monarch over 40 meters tall tore open the portal with a roar and stepped out. Roar! The fierce roar echoed for thousands of meters around. Stormwind trembled, and the tens of thousands of players near the teleportation array were all stunned by this scene. What is going on? What a huge monster! Is this the boss? Flame Lord, Xiao Chen's summon? Damn! 478 million health. The Flame Lord's size was too enormous, appearing on the vast teleportation array like a mountain rising from flat ground, and everyone could see it clearly. The attributes of this summon were visible to all. Being a summon, all its information could be read. When people saw its 478 million health points and over 6 million attack power, they could only think of 2 words: absurd. There was nothing more absurd than this. Oh, old Xiao, Lily stuttered, standing at the foot of the Flame Lord, feeling like an ant that could be crushed at any moment. You should have just summoned this thing to beat Jin Zhan Song Shang, Zhang Fan said quietly. Xiao Chen curled his lips. Isn't it a bit long to cast for 3 seconds? I was afraid it wouldn't make it out before the battle ended, so I was too lazy to use it. The two were instantly speechless. Bold Xiao Chen, where did you summon such a monster from? Deputy Commander Hart originally intended to question and arrest Xiao Chen and his companions. Suddenly seeing the imposing Flame Lord like a fire god descending to the world, he couldn't help but be alarmed. He vaguely felt that the strength of this Flame Lord was far beyond his own, and it would be difficult to deal with. But as the deputy commander of the city guard, it was his duty to protect Storm City, and even if it was dangerous, he could not back down. Therefore, he stepped forward without retreating, sternly shouting. Xiao Chen looked at Deputy Commander Hart and replied, I summoned it from the skill bar. Hart, I apologize for accidentally killing a few of your subordinates just now. But if you want to arrest me and my friends, I'm afraid I can't agree. This Flame Lord is standing here. If you want to make a move, you should weigh your options. The attack on Jin Zhan Song Shang was something he did for his own satisfaction, not wanting to hold back. But if he were to be imprisoned and lose his freedom because of it, he could not accept that. After playing for so long, Xiao Chen knew that in the heavens, anything was possible, and being wanted didn't necessarily mean imprisonment. As long as one's fists were strong enough, rules could be broken. Killing requires paying with one's life. And breaking the law leads to imprisonment. Don't think that just because you are adventurers and unafraid of death, we can't do anything about you. According to the laws of Storm City, the three of you have committed a grave mistake today. and must be detained, never to step out of prison again. Heart, in the face of the terrifying majesty of the Flame Lord, still did not back down. He waved his hand, ready to shout arrest them. But Xiao Chen interrupted, you better think it through. Once you make a move, all your subordinates will die, including you. Storm City will be destroyed by my Flame Lord, and this city will become ruins. At this moment, he did not want to fight. It wasn't fear, he simply did not want to stand completely opposed to the main city. After all, he was a player, and no matter how strong he was, he still needed to use many functions of the main city, such as teleportation, resurrection, and trade. If he killed this group of NPC soldiers, Storm City would blacklist him, and they would fight him on sight, cutting off his access to the teleportation array. Even if he could face the power of the Storm City NPC army without fear, it would become very troublesome. His words were meant to take a step back and resolve the matter. But to Heart's ears, it was a blatant threat. Heart angrily said, our soldiers fear not death. To uphold the laws of Storm City, even if it means bloodshed today, we will take you down. After saying this, a spear appeared in his hand, and he charged forward. Old Xiao, what do we do? Are we really going to fight? If we kill him, we won't be able to mix in the heavens anymore. All human main cities are interconnected. Once the vice commander of Stormwind is taken down, you basically become a black household, unable to do anything and wanted wherever you go. But if you don't resist, spending a lifetime in prison isn't much better than being a black household. What to do? At this moment, Xiao Chen also felt a bit of a headache. Die. Heart shot a spear towards Xiao Chen, aiming to eliminate him, the summoner, and eradicate the Flame Lord at its source. The strength of a level 200 mythic boss is no joke. What seems like an ordinary thrust actually deals damage in the hundreds of thousands. Xiao Chen quickly cast a water shield to defend. At the same time, the Flame Lord, connected to his thoughts, also made a move. Boom! The water shield rippled under Heart's spear, taking 300,000 points of damage. A massive fist, larger than a room, made of red rock, struck Heart the next moment. With a loud crash, Heart's heroic body was sent flying, smashing through the thick floor, rolling over a dozen times, and finally crashing into a wall, buried under rubble. Puff! The vice commander was half buried under the stones, spitting blood, with minus 3.9 million damage appearing above his head. The Flame Lord's fist could deal 150% attack power. Even a mythic level boss would be heavily injured from a direct hit. General! The NPC soldiers were shocked at the sight. To prevent Xiao Chen from pursuing Heart, they instinctively surrounded him, hundreds of them launching attacks simultaneously. In an instant, wind and fire howled, arrows rained down, and the scene dazzled the eyes. Old Zhang, hide under the Flame Lord's feet. Seeing this, Xiao Chen was startled and quickly shouted, while also casting an earth element shield on himself and stepping back a few paces. Hundreds of NPC soldiers above level 130 were joining forces. This was no joke. Even he himself would find it hard to withstand, only able to endure such damage by relying on the massive body of the Flame Lord. Boom boom boom, hundreds of people, both melee and ranged, physical and magical. As this large area of skills fell, damage numbers immediately appeared on the Flame Lord's enormous body. Ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000, some NPC soldiers were weak, while others were legendary level leaders with considerable strength. Xiao Chen squeezed his two friends under the Flame Lord's ankle, using his body as another wall to shield them. The city guards did not specifically target the two. After a round of attacks, they were unharmed. Xiao Chen, however, had nearly 3 million shields knocked off, suffering about a quarter of the damage the Flame Lord did. Bring it on! Heart, who had somehow gotten back up, spat out the blood in his mouth, and a greenish-blue hurricane erupted from his body as he charged forward. Stop! At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from the direction of the Lord's mansion. Hearing this voice, Xiao Chen, who was about to counterattack, paused. Heart, rushing forward, also froze for a moment and quickly halted his steps. Lord of the city? Heart turned to look at the Lord's mansion, a puzzled expression on his face. All the NPC soldiers also looked that way. Many players surrounding the battle were also curious and looked over. They saw a man in green soft armor carrying a long bow and quiver, standing in midair over 50 meters above the ground, flying towards them at a steady pace. He can fly. This NPC can actually fly. So cool, is this the Lord of Stormwind? At this moment, the players erupted in excitement. The flying NPC was a first for Xiao Chen as well. The floating spell of a second transformation mage couldn't be considered true flight. It was far inferior to actual flying. It was said that a level 150 mage could learn the wind system's flight technique, but he had yet to see one. Now, this Lord of Stormwind City appeared without even using magic, directly flying through the air, which was truly shocking. Lord Mayor, how did you come out? Heart held great respect for the Lord and, upon seeing him appear, quickly sheathed his weapon and performed a knightly salute. Xiao Chen glanced at the information of this NPC from a distance. Demigod Lord of Stormwind City, Cassius, Mythical Boss, level 250 health, 31,500,000/31,500,000. Target level 2 high, unable to obtain more data. What the hell, a demigod? What is this? Seeing this information, Xiao Chen was taken aback. It was the first time he encountered a being with the title demigod before its name. The strongest creature he had encountered before was merely sacred domain. Could it be that level 250 was a demigod? Then the next job change after level 250 would be true god. Just as Xiao Chen and countless players were astonished, the demigod lord had already flown above the teleportation array. He looked down at the crowd below and said to Heart, "Today's matter ends here. You withdraw and take care of the fallen brothers. I will handle Xiao Chen's issue myself." But, Lord Mayor, Heart clearly was not willing to let it go. Xiao Chen had killed 20 NPC soldiers, which he considered an unforgivable crime that must be severely punished. But the demigod lord, Cassius, was equally resolute. He said, "Heart, do you question what I said?" Subordinate dares not. Vice Commander Heart quickly lowered his head. "Withdraw," the lord ordered again. Yes. Though unwilling, Heart did not dare to defy the lord's command. He could only glare at Xiao Chen resentfully, waved his hand, and led his city guard troops away from the teleportation array. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, the situation had not escalated further. The Lord's timely appearance had saved him. "Thank you, Lord Mayor," he cupped his fists in gratitude towards the sky. The next moment, however, the Lord said, "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. You've caused such a commotion. If I don't deal with you, it will be hard for me to maintain authority as the Lord of Stormwind." Then what does the Lord intend to do? Xiao Chen couldn't help but be curious. The demigod lord slowly took down the bow and arrows from his back and said loudly, "You killed 20 of my soldiers with your rainstorm technique. As punishment, you will take one of my attacks. After one attack, life and death will be determined, and I will no longer pursue the matter." "Fine, bring it on." Xiao Chen decisively agreed. He had already reformed a layer of blood shield, capable of withstanding one attack. Coupled with the refreshed earth element shield and water shield, with 3 layers of protection, it would be incredibly difficult to kill him. 2. Put it another way, even if he were killed, it didn't matter, he wouldn't really die, and at most, he would lose 20% of his experience. The Lord is actually taking action personally. Xiao Chen is doomed this time. The Forced Heart and others, upon seeing this scene, were instantly overjoyed, their earlier gloom dissipating. Unrelated parties quickly step back. The demigod lord set in the air, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. Buzz at. The moment his bow and arrow touched, an inexplicable pressure suddenly emerged. Lili and Zhang Fan felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on them, their scalps tingling, and they hurriedly fled to the side. Xiao Chen also felt a sudden heaviness in his chest, as if a boulder had struck his heart, and his mood became unprecedentedly tense. What's going on? Is the demigod at level 250 this powerful? Before I even made a move, I felt fear? Xiao Chen was secretly shocked. He didn't dare to be careless. The water shield and earth elemental shield were immediately released to defend. In front of him, the number of players gathered around had already exceeded 10,000, all of them staring intently at this scene. Could the strongest player, Xiao Chen, withstand a skill attack from the Lord of Stormwind City? Everyone was curious. The power of a level 250 demigod had yet to be truly witnessed by any player. This strike would be a clash recorded in the annals of the world of heavens. Light gathered at the tip of the arrow, dazzling like the stars. The demigod lord, Cassius, had drawn his longbow to its full moon. "Explosive meteor, fallen god arrow." He announced the name of the skill. In the next moment, the arrow was released. Whoosh! This arrow fell like a bright moon, shattering the blazing sun, collapsing the heavens. The speed of the arrow seemed slow, and everyone could see its trajectory clearly. But it also seemed fast, like a beam of light, appearing just before it struck Xiao Chen. Break! The gentle water shield could not block such a sharp penetrating effect. The fallen god arrow pierced through the shield and hit the next layer, the earth elemental shield. The turtle shell-like earth elemental shield slightly resisted the piercing of the fallen god arrow, but it lasted less than 0.01 seconds before it shattered with a crack. Then, a layer of blood-light shield appeared, blocking the attack for Xiao Chen. Yet, under this incredibly terrifying arrow, the blood shield, which was supposed to absorb one attack, also broke. Even the mythic level hat providing the blood shield cracked open a gap. Holy crap! Xiao Chen was shocked beyond measure. This demigod's strike actually ignored the protective effects of the water shield and blood shield, landing directly on him. The arrow pierced through him, drilling down below. Boom! The remaining force exploded the ground into pieces, creating a 30-meter wide explosion radius, shattering the stone slabs into dust. -87,309,982 critical hit. A terrifying damage number erupted above Xiao Chen's head, visible to everyone present. 80 million. In an instant, gasps could be heard clearly. All the players were dumbfounded. A level 250 demigod boss was terrifying to this extent. Over 80 million damage. Who could withstand that? Any mythic boss would be killed in an instant. Xiao Chen was dead. After leaving the novice village, it was the first time he had been killed. The effect of the robe's undying spirit had not refreshed yet, unable to protect him from this strike. Moreover, even if the effect refreshed, it would probably be like the hat, not only failing to block but also causing severe damage to the equipment itself. A damage of up to 87 million was simply beyond his capacity to bear. And this was after breaking through the 10 million water shield and 15 million earth elemental shield. Without the two defenses, the damage would have easily exceeded 100 million. Since the opening of the server, it was the first time Xiao Chen encountered such a terrifying boss, finally understanding what level 250 represented. No wonder Larinar could suppress the heart of Fire Lake, protecting the entire Flame City over thousands of kilometers. When strength surpasses the holy domain and becomes a demigod, it is a complete qualitative change. Crash! As soon as Xiao Chen died, a large pile of items and gold exploded around him. He was in a red name state, and the item drop rate was many times higher than that of ordinary players. Money also dropped 20% all at once. The demigod Lord Cassius looked down at this scene, his handsome face calm and unperturbed. He said loudly, "Young man still needs to continue honing his skills. I will take these gold coins to compensate the families of the soldiers you killed. Any objections?" No objections. In his corpse state, Xiao Chen could not resist, nor did he want to. After all, it was indeed he who acted first in this matter, and paying a compensation of 20% experience and 200,000 gold coins is quite reasonable. The demigod city lord waved his hand, and all the gold coins on the ground disappeared, then turned and floated away from the teleportation square towards the city lord's mansion. Lili hurriedly stepped forward and used a resurrection scroll to bring Xiao Chen back to life. Xiao Chen picked up his dropped equipment and put it back on. Looking at the attributes of the bloody power crown, he found that the effect of the blood shield had changed from a maximum of 3 layers to a maximum of 2 layers. The power of that fallen god arrow was truly terrifying, capable of even damaging equipment. Fortunately, it hadn't completely shattered, otherwise he would have to find a new hat. "Come to the city lord's mansion sometime, I have something to discuss with you." Just when Xiao Chen thought this matter was over, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. The voice was very familiar. It was the demigod city lord Cassius speaking. Cassius's figure had already disappeared, and this sentence could only be heard by him. Clearly, this was also a method of high-level NPCs, similar to whispering. "Looking for me? What could such a powerful demigod want with me?" Xiao Chen wondered. He then recalled that he had done some things in Stone Town and Silver Mine Town, and the city lord had previously wanted to reward him. Could it be related to these two matters? After being killed once, Xiao Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. He wanted to fight back, but he didn't have a good reason, and his current strength was probably far from enough. Today's 2 battles were of great significance to him. On one hand, he witnessed the top experts among players and realized that he was not completely unbeatable. He was not the only lucky player. On the other hand, he also came into contact with some high-level information about the game world. The power of demigods. The 9 provinces soared immortal dimensions. This world was far larger than he had known. Just as the alien civilization had described when the game world first descended. This was not just a game, it was a universe of unparalleled magnitude. Once his strength reached a certain level, Blue Star would connect with other cosmic civilizations. Higher-level powers and more complex worlds would gradually reveal themselves. And by then, power would become even more important. Although this was a long way off, Xiao Chen still kept an eye on it. After reaching level 100, he planned to make a trip to the Abyssal Lake to ask Master Larendel about information on the higher worlds. Xiao Chen and his 2 companions temporarily left Storm City to wash their red names outside the city. Although they had left, the discussions did not stop. After 3 consecutive battles, the number of witnesses grew from few to many. Finally, when the demigod city lord appeared, that stunning arrow became a topic of conversation for countless players. In contrast, the earlier battle between Xiao Chen and the top player sword slashing the world received less attention. Firstly, the battle had occurred very suddenly, and only those closest could see it. Those a bit farther away, upon feeling the storm and thunder, rushed over only to find the battle had already ended. Of course, the scene where Xiao Chen summoned the Flame Lord still left a deep impression on many. This scene took place at the teleportation array, and with no buildings obstructing the view, it was much more spectacular than when it happened at the Flame Temple, with more spectators witnessing it. Xiao Chen's terror, under this series of shocking performances, spread rapidly to every corner of the Dragon Kingdom's half-region in all heavens, as if it had grown wings. Even those who didn't pay much attention to the game's trends had heard of it. Behind Xiao Chen's terrifying strength, a damage of 87 million weighed down like a mountain, looming even higher. As for sword slashing the world, aside from a few like Xiao Chen, very few noticed him. Of course, this did not mean he was not powerful. On the contrary, in Xiao Chen's mind, the threat of sword slashing the world was far greater than that of the demigod City Lord. The City Lord was an NPC. No matter how strong, he only had one life, and if he became an enemy, there was a chance to defeat him. But sword slashing the world was a player. A person with the power to kill him in an instant, if he was determined to oppose him, would be a significant trouble for a long time to come. Moreover, judging from this chance encounter, it seemed difficult for both sides to coexist peacefully. The next time they met, there would surely be even more intense battles. Xiao Chen, the garrison defense battle starts in 20 minutes. Have you resolved your matters? Can you make it in time? During the process of washing his red name, Zhu Long sent a message to inquire. With the intelligence sensitivity of the dragon soul, he must have known about what had just happened in Storm City and was a bit worried that Xiao Chen would be unable to free himself because of it. Xiao Chen replied, "Don't worry, I'll be there soon, I'm washing my red name." With 50 points of evil value, he could finish it in less than 3 minutes with his monster killing speed. That's good. Ha ha. I just heard about your incident in Storm City. You're truly a godlike existence. With your help, our garrison can rest easy. Zhu Long laughed. You're too kind, we'll see each other later, Xiao Chen replied politely and ended the chat. Old Xiao, you've already secured the top spot in the hot discussion rankings of all heavens. No other player has ever been as impressive as you, whether they are world champion level experts or billion-dollar spenders, they can't compare to you, Li Li sighed. Before all heavens launched, no one expected Xiao Chen to reach this point. In less than 3 days, he had far surpassed other players, achieving an astonishing level. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "This is just the beginning. You all need to get used to it, I'll be even stronger in the future." Damn, a few compliments and you're already puffing up. What can I say? I'm just too handsome. The three laughed together. They fought some wild monsters and cleared the map, quickly washing away their red names. Crushing the return scroll, they headed back to Stormwind City. This time, the city guards surprisingly didn't pass by, nor did they shout at him to get lost. Xiao Chen couldn't help but glance around, then noticed 2 patrol teams glaring at him from a distance. Their expressions clearly showed they were holding a grudge. However, they didn't dare to approach and act tough, probably out of fear after witnessing his strength. The count of get lost from the 7 main cities decreased by 1. Teleport, Dragon Blood City. The 3 directly teleported to the main city where the Dragon Soul Guild was stationed. Xiao Chen didn't go to the Lord's mansion in Stormwind City. After all, the demigod Lord Cassius hadn't said he needed to meet him urgently, so he could visit whenever he had time. Upon arriving at Dragon Blood City, the 3 took a small teleportation array to reach the Dragon Soul Guild's base. Here he comes, the great Xiao Chen is here. As soon as they appeared, excited voices rang out around them. Looking closely, they saw a simple village surrounded by a group of high-end players in quality gear, all eagerly watching them. In the distance, many guild members with dragon soul or god's icons above their heads had set up thick defensive circles inside and outside the city walls, ready to face invading monsters. Xiao Chen. Zhu Long was at the front of the crowd, laughing as he called out, "Come over, let me introduce you to a few friends." Surrounding him were expert players, the closest being the president of the Gods Guild, Shindi. Such a grand welcome, I'm truly flattered. Xiao Chen smiled and walked towards the 2 guild leaders. President Shindi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Shindi was considered the top player in the Dragon Kingdom's guilds, his strength rivaling that of Dragon Soul, with extraordinary personal combat power and unfathomable wealth, belonging to the type of person best not to offend if you can befriend them. Great. Xiao, there are rumors about you everywhere outside. Today I must see your prowess with my own eyes. Shindi was also very polite to Xiao Chen, calling him Great One like everyone else. This person had a naturally cold and noble aura, but he still appeared quite approachable on the surface. Perhaps it was because the people around him were all top-tier players. If it were a group of ordinary players, he probably wouldn't even bother to acknowledge them. Xiao Chen humbly replied, "I dare not show off in front of the masters, I just play casually. By the way, these 2 are my close friends, Old Li and Old Zhang. We are all casual players, so I hope to receive your guidance in the future." He couldn't forget his brothers when showing off in such a grand occasion. As long as he introduced them, Li Li and Zhang Fan would receive many friend requests. After chatting for a while, Zhu Long and Shindi introduced some elite players from their respective guilds to Xiao Chen. The top experts of the Dragon Soul Guild now have two teams, either high-level hidden classes or those with impressive talents, with each person significantly stronger than ordinary players, on par with Zhang Fan. Among them, the strongest is a girl. Her in-game name is 1/ for every average guy, known as Sister Knife, a flower language assassin, currently ranked in the top 10 and at level 56. This girl is not exceptionally beautiful, but her figure is extremely alluring, dressed in tight-fitting green vine armor, with a perfect curve from chest to waist to hips that is breathtakingly enticing. The flower language assassin is a magic assassin class. Although she wears leather armor and wields daggers, all her skills deal magic damage and can inflict poison, making her single target damage incredibly terrifying. Ordinary players can't survive more than 3 seconds against her. Moreover, Sister Knife enjoys using her small knife to stab people in the back for sneak attacks, fully embodying the lewdness and cunning of the assassin class, and she is a world-class assassin player who gained fame in the previous game. The experts on the side of the gods are even more numerous, but not all are present, only 8 or 9 have arrived. Among them, the one with the strongest overall strength is also ranked in the top 10, with the in-game name Killer God, currently at level 57. This Killer God is a dark warrior belonging to the Berserker type of class, with overwhelming output, more than 10 times that of ordinary players, and can also leech health. However, their survivability is relatively weak. Without strong priests or knights for support, they can easily be taken down in large battles. This group of top experts is basically the core backbone of Dragon Soul and the gods, the kind of people the guild pays salaries to. In this base defense battle, apart from Xiao Chen, they are the main boss hunting team, responsible for dealing with the more threatening boss monsters. With a total of 18 people from both sides, they couldn't form 4 full teams. At Xiao Chen's suggestion, Li Li and Zhang Fan were added, making a total of 20 people. Then, these 20, along with Xiao Chen and 29 priest players, formed a 50-person team, becoming the core force of this base defense battle. Once the team was assembled, there were less than 5 minutes left until the event started. Team 1 and 2 to East City, Teams 3 and 4 to South City, Teams 5 and 6 to West City, Teams 7 and 8 to North City. Teams 9 and 10 will follow Xiao Chen for flexible support. Does anyone have any objections? As the battle was about to begin, Zhu Long assigned the combat roles, using one main team plus one priest team as the core, distributing the experts to various directions. Killer God, Sister Knife, and others had no objections. Only Xiao Chen said, "I don't need anyone to follow me, my movement speed is too fast for them to keep up. Teams 9 and 10 can move freely for now. Just concentrate on buffing me when the welfare boss appears." Alright, then we'll do it according to Xiao Chen's wishes. Zhu Long knew that Xiao Chen's strength was on a different level, and charging deep into the monster horde was his style. Such deep incursions were beyond what the priests could handle. Blindly following would only lead to death. Then let's take our positions and prepare for battle. The 50 people dispersed, heading towards the 4 city walls. Xiao Chen temporarily went with his 2 good brothers to East City. The main force of Team 1 in East City consisted of 5 people: Warrior Zhang Fan, Priest Li Li, Assassin Sister Knife, Knight Zhu Long, and Archer Bai Long. This was a team with extremely strong defense, ample supplies, and decent output. In a conventional battle mode, they could easily take down an 80-level epic boss. "Sigh, old Xiao is coming along, we won't have any bosses to fight now," Li Li said gloomily on the way to East City. Zhu Long laughed. "It's fine to easily kill small monsters, it saves effort." Xiao Chen casually replied, "If you all want to fight a boss so badly, I can leave a legendary one for you." Then maybe let's skip that." Li Li quickly backed down. The monsters attacking the city in the later stages are all above level 100. If a legendary one shows up, it would take not just 2 teams, but hundreds of people a considerable effort to take it down. A group of people took their positions on the eastern city wall. The defensive facilities of the level 1 outpost were quite poor. With a few thousand people standing on the city tower, there was no more space, and most were stationed outside the city. Countdown to the outpost defense. Battle, 200 seconds. The system had already started the countdown, and it was about to begin. Zhang Fan rubbed his hands excitedly. "Once we finish this fight, I can advance to the 2nd class. Xiao Chen replied, "Yeah, after this fight and the next, we should be able to reach the 3rd class. Everyone, look, monsters are appearing over there," suddenly shouted a member of the Dragon Soul nearby. In the plains about 3 kilometers away from the outpost, a group of monsters slowly emerged. A few sharp-eyed individuals took a distant look and exclaimed, "Those are level 80 monsters from the Ghost Plains." Xiao Chen squinted and saw that the monsters were a bunch of ghost creatures and corpse demons, quite familiar to him. The Ghost Plains was An old map he was familiar with. The previous battle for the outpost order happened deep in the Ghost Plains at the Land of Divine Fall. It seemed that some high-level monster maps near Dragon Blood City would have their wild monsters summoned to besiege the outpost. Looks like there won't be any mythical bosses today. He sighed. Oh, why do you say that? Zhu Long asked, puzzled. Xiao Chen shrugged. In the large map near Dragon Blood City, there should only be the evil spirit knight as a mythical boss. But that boss was killed by me long ago, and the system has no place to summon it, so it shouldn't appear. Everyone fell silent. A level 100 mythical boss, even a second-class team would find it difficult to defeat. It would require Legion-level combat power to repeatedly sacrifice lives just to forcefully deal damage. That's how Dragon Soul fought for the outpost order before. And Xiao Chun single-handedly took down the mythical boss. The gap was evident. Countdown to the outpost defense battle, 30 seconds. As the time drew closer, the monsters in the distance had already spawned in the thousands and began moving towards the outpost. I'll go test the waters first, you all have fun. Xiao Chen, eager to level up, jumped off the city wall, lost 300 health points, and quickly ran towards the outside of the city. Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? Knife's sister shouted when she saw him running out to his death. Li Li waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. Old Zhao's shield has 15 million points, even the city guards can't break it, let alone a bunch of level 80 small monsters. 15 million. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. They only knew Xiao Chen was strong but had no idea how strong he really was. When this number came out, they were all stunned. Knife's sister calculated with her fingers, frowning. With so much shield, I'd need to poke at it for 50 minutes to take it down? He can also regenerate a shield every 30 seconds, Lily added casually. Knife's sister. While everyone was talking, Xiao Chen had already dashed into the crowd of monsters with his extremely fast movement speed. Scanning the information, he found all level 80 to 100 small monsters. He casually unleashed a Blade of Gale. Whoosh! The Blade of Gale could sweep 330 meters, but it would dissipate after triggering damage a maximum of 10 times, disappearing after slaying a few monsters. You defeated a Ghost Scout and gained 853 experience points. You defeated. The system information flooded the screen, but Xiao Chen frowned. The experience is a bit low. He now needed 7 million experience to level up, and each monster only gave him over 800. He would need to kill 8 or 9,000 to be enough. Low as it was, there were plenty of monsters, so killing more was still possible. Summon Flame Lord. Xiao Chen paused slightly, chanted for 3 seconds, and summoned a giant beast. Roar! The flame giant rose from the ground, towering over the ghostly creature by at least 10 times. Members of the Dragon Soul Guild in the distance gasped in shock. What's going on? Why is it so big? The first wave of monsters has a mythic boss? You fool! That's a summon creature of the great Xiao Chen. It's an ally. Damn, with this kind of momentum. Why do I feel like it's not us who are in danger, but the monster army? Couldn't agree more. Bang! After the Flame Lord appeared, it swung its massive fist and struck the ground. With a loud bang, a shockwave spread out for 20 to 30 meters, instantly killing many small monsters. With an attack power exceeding 6 million and a height of over 40 meters, it was enough to crush a group of small monsters just by walking over them, let alone using skills. Moreover, the Flame Lord had a powerful skill. Use Flame Breath. Xiao Chen commanded. The Flame Lord obeyed, immediately spreading its arms wide and tilting its head back, charging for 1 second. Then, roar! It opened its mouth wide, and a stream of fiery heat transformed into a golden beam spewing forward. The width of this flame breath was over 4 meters, striking down from above and then dragging forward like an old ox plowing the field, continuing for over 80 meters before stopping. Where the breath passed, the ground turned charred black and the ghost monsters were reduced to ashes. Xiao Chen's experience points surged by tens of thousands, with nearly 100 monsters being killed instantly. Wow, that's so cool. I wish I could summon such monsters too. The players from East City exclaimed in envy upon witnessing this scene. The Flame Lord was so towering that even players from the other 3 directions could see it. Xiao Chun, having witnessed the Flame Lord's ability to clear monsters, felt great. Alright, I can slack off now. He then cast another skill, summoning a junior fire elemental. He sent the 2 summon creatures forward to clear monsters while he leisurely cast Rain of Fire, Chain Lightning, Fireball, and other skills from a distance. The activity range of the summon creatures was within 100 meters, with the Flame Lord focusing on distant targets and the little fire elemental handling close ones, while he acted as a ranged mage, easily dealing with the surrounding monsters. Base defense countdown, 3, 2, 1, start. First wave of monsters, 20,000. Boss monsters, 0. The defense battle. officially began, and the monsters' movement speed increased as they charged toward the city walls. However, there was a bit of an unexpected situation. On the East City side, Xiao Chen's presence attracted many monsters. Those level 80 to 100 monsters actively rushed toward him, the super taunt target, trying to take him down. Then the Flame Lord and the little fire elemental unleashed their power, killing one monster at a time or two at once. Xiao Chen himself casually cast spells, basically killing anyone he saw. A single city wall with a massive monster attack route was almost entirely cut off by him alone. Wow, this is too strong, right? Are we just idling? How few monsters have come so far? The players on the city wall, including Zhu Long and others, were dumbfounded. The monsters that circled around to attack the city, those that hadn't been intercepted by Xiao Chen, were less than half. This was ridiculous. With no monsters to fight in the base defense battle, where would they get experience? Old Xiao, send some monsters over, you can't hog them all. Lily shouted in the team channel. Ha! Oh, sorry, I didn't notice, I'll go to a nearby spot to farm. Xiao Chen finally noticed that there seemed to be fewer monsters behind him, not enough to share with the Dragon Soul members. So he ran toward a corner with the two summoned creatures. Halfway there, both summoned creatures expired and disappeared. He summoned another little fire elemental, but the Flame Lord was temporarily on cooldown. Losing the massive Flame Lord seemed to reduce Xiao Chen's ability to attract monsters significantly, and finally, a large batch of monsters charged toward the city walls. As for him, he dove headfirst into the pile of monsters and unleashed a gale spell. Whoosh, a greenish-blue tornado swirled up around him, reaching a radius of 220 meters, terrifyingly large. Where the gale swept through, monsters were instantly killed, and in an instant, hundreds of monsters perished. This was still the first batch of monsters. With a relatively low density, if they were denser, even more could be killed. The experience bar surged a little, and Xiao Chen was running and weaving from a distance, moving around, chasing the monsters, hunting down the siege monsters everywhere. The battle on the city walls quickly ignited, with a total of 200,000 players from both guilds participating. Dragon Soul was at the front, while the gods were bombarding from the back. And the experience was pouring in. Level 80 monsters were not too strong for players at this stage. With such a sufficient number of players and thorough preparations, they were basically just a cold dish. In less than 3 minutes, the first wave of 20,000 monsters was completely wiped out. The defense battle was like a tower defense game, with waves every 5 minutes, a very steady frequency. The second wave of monsters took 2 minutes to spawn, still at the level of 80 to 100, but the number increased from 20,000 to 30,000. Xiao Chen stood outside the city, monopolizing about 15% of the monsters on the east side, killing over 1,000 and gaining more than 900,000 experience points. With so few monsters, he couldn't clear them all with his two big skills, so he had to be frugal, using his ultimate skill to clear a patch and then picking off the rest with single target skills. Otherwise, he would be bored. Such an easy battle made the defending players feel incredibly comfortable. They even wanted to say, "Is that it? The third wave, the fourth wave." The monsters refreshed slowly, and a wave every 5 minutes simply couldn't keep up with the speed of 200,000 players farming monsters. In the fourth wave, each wall spawned 2 level 100 epic bosses. But there were simply not enough for the players to focus fire on. With over 1 million health, they didn't even need expert players to draw aggro. Everyone nearby could just throw a single target skill and take it down in an instant. In the fifth wave, the monster levels finally increased, becoming level 100 to 120. At the same time, each wall spawned 3 level 120 epic bosses. Seeing these towering bosses, the elite players couldn't help but show excited expressions. Finally, some real dishes. Xiao Chen glanced at the attributes of the epic monsters and curled his lip. Just dessert level, better leave it for old Zhang and the others. He was too lazy to take action and continued to hide in the corner, quietly farming monsters. He felt quite depressed. He had originally thought he could farm monsters recklessly and level up quickly. As a result, the defense battle was so easy that he had to hold back everywhere and couldn't steal others' kills. The fifth wave of monsters took 4 minutes and 35 seconds to finish, with the East City being a bit faster, taking less than 4 minutes. After a while, the sixth wave of monsters appeared. This time, there were 60,000 monsters at level 100 to 120, plus 4 epic bosses in each direction. The difficulty had increased quite a bit compared to before, but under the massive base of 200,000 people, they were still taken down within 5 minutes. Right after was the seventh wave. Seventh wave monster count, 100,000. Boss monster count, 20. The system announced. the information for this round of monsters, and when Xiao Chen saw that the number of monsters in each direction had surged from 15,000 to 20,000, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Finally, I can have some fun. He dashed out, throwing a rainstorm spell at the edge of the monster horde. Thunder rumbled and rain poured down. In just 1 second, the monsters in a 110 by 110 meter area were cleared. Some silly monsters continued to walk into the rain, giving Xiao Chen experience. Congratulations! Level increased to 91. After 7 rounds of monsters, Xiao Chen finally leveled up. The battle continued, and he didn't rush to allocate his attribute points, instead wandering around the edge of the monster pile. 100,000 monsters were crashing against the city walls, and each wall's 5 epic bosses began to show their power. Due to the surge in the number of monsters and bosses, the players finally started to feel some pressure. Level 120 monsters are a bit fierce, they deal over 1,000 damage with a hit. Wow, so many monsters are hitting me, I can't take it anymore. Sister Priest, I need healing. Don't worry about the small monsters, take down the boss first. With 200,000 people in battle, the noise level was even more chaotic than the roars of the monsters. However, with the Legion commander present, the scene was still being controlled in an orderly manner. The 7th wave of monsters was finished in 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Before it was over, the 8th wave of monsters was already charging towards the base. The president of the Dragon Soul Guild, Zhu Long, noticed that the number of monsters in the 8th wave had increased from 100,000 to 120,000, and a legendary boss had appeared, causing him to frown slightly. Xiao Chen, you can unleash your power now, he said to Xiao Chen in the team channel. I've been waiting for this line for a long time. Xiao Chen grinned, waved his staff, and the Flame Lord opened a portal, descending once again onto the grassy plains. Big fire, small fire, charge. 2 fire beings, one large and one small, charged towards the horde of monsters, unleashing their skills, taking down anyone they touched in an instant. Xiao Chen himself was not idle, locking onto the farthest target to cast the Rain of Fire spell, hurling 2-meter-wide fireballs around, while continuously expending lightning, wind, and ice magic. The 50-point mana regeneration speed from the God-slaying robe was enough to keep up with his current casting demands, making it almost unnecessary to use potions. The 8th wave of monsters was slightly more challenging, with 200,000 people holding the line, which was a bit strenuous. However, after 6 minutes, they successfully eliminated them, losing fewer than 200 personnel, all from the Dragon Soul, who could immediately respawn and return to their positions. Soon after, the 9th and 10th waves of monsters followed. The increase in numbers for these 2 waves was not too exaggerated, and the level changes were minimal. However, each wave took an extra minute or 2 to clear, gradually accumulating more monsters outside the city. By the time the 11th wave arrived, there was already a monster horde piled up to over 500 meters thick outside the city, with the number of uneliminated monsters exceeding 180,000. Xiao Chen understood why. The Conquest Guild was on the brink during the 12th wave, with several breaches in their defensive walls. If 200,000 people struggled, one could imagine the difficulty for the 140,000 defenders. During that defense battle, players' levels were significantly lower than now, and to hold the city, they had suffered no less than 1 million deaths. The alliance of Dragon Soul and the gods was relatively much easier. Zhu Long, I'm starting to clear the monsters around the city. Let me know where the pressure is high, and I'll prioritize the densely packed monster areas and bosses. Xiao Chen sent a message to Zhu Long, clearing monsters outside the city piece by piece, rapidly harvesting experience. Okay. Thank you. Zhu Long also knew that the pressure was increasing and could no longer let Xiao Chen hold back. Just as the words fell, a tornado with a diameter of 440 meters appeared outside the city, instantly clearing a thick layer of monsters. Players near the East City had already seen Xiao Chen cast the Gale spell no less than 20 times, but the efficiency of this monster clearing still left them in awe. Clearing a space, Xiao Chen maintained the Gale for seconds, moving at high speed, continuing to push forward. He then dashed through the tide of monsters and arrived at the South City. Rain of Fire. The pressure was greater in the South City without him, as the piled-up monsters had congested to a position 600 to 700 meters outside the city. After a 1-second chant, the Rain of Fire was unleashed, instantly killing over 1,000 monsters with its intense damage values. The dense horde of monsters allowed him to harvest 1 million experience points. With just one major skill, Fire Wall. Seeing that there were still many monsters, Xiao Chen found the right position and cast his second-tier fire skill. This was the first time he used the firewall in this defense battle. The firewall, 110 meters long and 5.5 meters wide, covered the wave of monsters, turning all within its range to ash. Monsters pushed forward by their companions who accidentally stepped into the firewall's range were also instantly killed. After casting 2 major spells in succession, the pressure in the South City significantly decreased. Without stopping, Xiaochen circled around to the West City. He cast a new Earth element shield on himself and then dove into the monster pile. Fire Resistance Ring. Another second-tier skill was unleashed. A massive fire ring expanded outward from his body in all directions. Boom! The blazing fire spread, with the fire resistance ring reaching a radius of 165 meters, second only to the Gale spell. This skill swept through, greatly reducing the frontal pressure in the West City. Seeing that the number of monsters was still dense and the 12th wave had spawned, he adjusted his position and ran to the area with the most monsters. Following that, another fire skill was unleashed. Dragon Breath. Roar! With a point of his staff, flames erupted forth. In a range of 33 by 165 meters, a breath of the dragon spewed forth, leaving no bones of the monsters behind. Invincible. Xiaochen is truly amazing. With just 2 skills, he cleared out 1,000 or so monsters. It's simply terrifying. The players, witnessing his godlike performance, were in awe, as he seemed like a monster exterminator, clearing everything in his path, leaving them speechless. Everyone, keep it up. After we finish these monsters, I'll show you a super ultimate move with 1 billion damage. Xiaochen laughed, encouraging everyone. 1 billion damage? The god is incredible. I know. The legendary super meteor spell. It was performed over there once. The crowd became excited, their fighting spirit soaring, as even the level 120 monsters couldn't withstand their relentless assault, falling one after another. Xiaochen casually used a magic missile to take down 2 bosses and then ran towards the North City. At this point, skills like Windstorm and Rainstorm had long cooled down. But he wanted to show off, so he wasn't in a hurry to use his old skills. Flame Dragon Dance. Standing amidst the monsters, Xiaochen unleashed another ultimate move taught to him by Larinal. With the point of his staff, a dragon with wings larger than the Flame Lord soared into the sky. Roar! The dragon, formed purely of flames, let out a scorching roar, its wingspan reaching 110 meters, resembling a kunping, spreading its wings, blocking out the sun and shaking the entire area. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Seeing this scene, the players defending the city were wide-eyed, even their instinctive exclamations were the same. Go! Xiaochen, in the skill casting state, could control the fire dragon's movement for 30 seconds. With the point of his staff, the giant dragon's wings flapped, soaring just above the heads of the monster horde. The intense heat could char monsters from 2 meters away. Where the dragon passed, a 110-meter wide area was cleared, and it flew hundreds of meters away. Fire Dragon Breath. Xiaochen didn't hold back against the monsters. The fire dragon opened its massive mouth, unleashing a breath that was visibly terrifying in its destructive power. The grass outside the city was scorched, turning into a dark patch. And the monsters? Not a trace remained. If it weren't for the game system's protection, the gold dropped would probably have been burned into lumps. So strong. So strong. The president of the Divine Guild, the God Emperor, who was stationed at the North City, couldn't help but exclaim at this scene. Always looking down on others, he had to admit defeat at this moment. Xiaochen's strength was no longer just powerful. It was perfect. Wide area, small area, single target, group, shield, invulnerability. He had all the skills. Just as the God Emperor was marveling, the fire dragon, which had been rampaging, suddenly vanished into thin air. What happened? Such a flashy skill only lasts 5 seconds? Xiaochen is a man, it's normal not to be strong all the time. Do it again, I want to see it again. The players, seeing the suddenly vanished fire dragon, chattered among themselves. Xiaochen. At this moment, a dizzying symbol appeared above his head. A cyclops wielding a large iron hammer was beside him, smashing down with a grunt. Although the damage was pitifully low, not even comparable to a mosquito bite in front of the earth element shield, it had control. The flame dragon dance was a channeling skill, and during the casting process, Xiaochen couldn't move. If he was controlled, the skill would be interrupted. He never expected that the big skill he used to show off would be interrupted by a level 120 small monster. I'm really fed up. Xiaochen, disturbed from his excitement, had a dark expression, with veins bulging on his forehead. Once the dizzy state ended, he raised his hand and shot a lightning arrow directly at the Cyclops monster's head. Boom! 329188825. Much better. Under Xiaochen's support, the pressure on the city walls from all sides was significantly alleviated. Although many frontline players still fell due to the combined attacks of the monster horde, the overall damage was not too severe. At least the walls remained intact. and the 300 NPC soldiers had not died, making it much easier than the initial battles. Xiao Chen was still running, his figure appearing in all directions, north, south, east, and west. The level 1 guild base was not large, with a side length of only 1 kilometer. Even if the combat area was expanded outward, it would only be a square of less than 3 kilometers on each side. He ran along the edges of this square, alternating between several area skills, and whenever he saw a cluster of monsters, he would throw his attacks in Storm Rain, Gale, Fire Ring of Resistance, Firewall, Dragon Breath, Flame Dragon Dance. These skills were all super large area attacks, with significant damage effects and top-notch monster clearing speed. Except for Flame Dragon Dance, which had a 5-minute cooldown, the others had cooldowns of about 1 minute, allowing for a high frequency of use and rapid experience gain. In a state of free play, Xiao Chen was basically earning nearly 1 million experience points every minute, and by the time the 18th wave of monsters arrived, he had already reached level 94. Number of monsters in the 19th round, 240,000. Number of bosses, 40. Soon, the 19th wave of monsters also arrived. Before the 18th wave was finished, the 19th wave came all at once, meaning each city wall had to face over 100,000 monsters, along with a dozen or so epic-level bosses. Of course, due to the frontline issues, many monsters were blocked behind, so although the number was large, only about 1/6 of them could actually apply pressure to the players on the front lines. Xiao Chen, a mythic level boss, has appeared in the West City. While Xiao Chen was clearing monsters in the South City, he suddenly received a message from Zhu Long. Upon hearing the news of the mythic boss, his eyes lit up. "I'm on my way." Xiao Chen casually cast a firewall, clearing a section of the area. Then he fully unleashed his movement speed and headed straight for the West City. In no time, he saw the boss. Undying Banshee Verna, Mythic Leader, level 145 health, 11-274 551/15-050-000, target level 2 high, unable to obtain more data. It was a demonic creature, about 2.8 meters tall, which was relatively short among non-human mythic bosses. In fact, her physique was indeed quite petite, resembling a lowly of about 10 years old, with pointed ears, a beautiful face, slender limbs, and a firm demeanor. Dark pupils emitted black-gray smoke, and she held a longbow, occasionally shooting 1 or 2 energy arrows. Whoosh! As Xiao Chen arrived, he happened to see her raise her hand and shoot an arrow over 1,000 meters away, instantly killing an NPC soldier. This was the first NPC soldier to die today. Her attack power is quite high. I need to take her down quickly, Xiao Chen thought to himself. He quickly passed through the monster horde, and from several dozen meters away, he unleashed a powerful skill. Gale, the veteran skill, was unleashed, sweeping across a 220-meter radius area. The small monsters were instantly killed, and even the epic monsters couldn't withstand it and immediately perished. However, no damage appeared on the dark lowly boss. A layer of gray barrier blocked the attack of Gale. Oh, a cute little thing has come? This boss not only relied on her dark lowly appearance but also had the personality of a tsundere. Lowly. Seeing Xiao Chen's domineering performance, she was not surprised but instead showed an interested expression. She drew her longbow and shot an arrow at him. Earth Element Shield. Xiao Chen knew that the boss's single target skills were locked on and could not be dodged, so he could only timely reinforce his shield to take the hit. Whoosh! Minus 881,829 critical hit. A black energy arrow flashed and struck directly at the chest. The damage was quite high. The burst power of the archer class is truly terrifying. Luckily, she isn't a demigod, Xiao Chen thought to himself. At the same time, a lightning spell was chanted, and a black thundercloud enveloped the dark lowly boss, Verna, above her head. Boom! Boom! Lightning struck once per second, hitting the boss. The layer of gray shield faded at a visible speed and quickly disappeared. What? So strong, the lowly boss exclaimed, hurriedly tapping her arm armor. With a crack, her arm armor split open and a non-corporeal lich flew out, transforming into a new gray shield to protect her. Is it useful? Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, throwing out lightning arrows and fireballs in succession. Damn humans, the lowly boss gritted her teeth in anger, letting out a sharp scream, drawing her longbow fully, gathering ghostly light into a solid black arrow. Break! The arrow shot out with a whoosh, creating a sonic boom and a sharp shriek. Water shield. Xiao Chen, unsure of the damage from that arrow, quickly cast a shield to defend. But it turned out that the soft water shield was not suitable for blocking attacks from the archer class. The shield, which should have absorbed the damage, was pierced again, and Xiao Chen took a hit, with minus 980,000 critical damage appearing above his head. The earth element shield is more reliable. Ha! Don't I have a weakening skill? Almost forgot, he murmured, realizing He could weaken the enemy's attack and couldn't help but smile mischievously. Demonic corruption. He pointed his staff, and a beam of black light shot out, entering the body of the undead succubus. Ha! The lowly boss showed a look of surprise and exclaimed, "It's actually abyss magic, how wonderful! How wonderful!" Xiao Chen tilted his head, not understanding for a moment. The dark lowly boss laughed joyfully, saying, such powerful strength, thank you, weak human, you have made me stronger." Xiao Chen. Does this mean that demonic corruption not only didn't weaken her but actually increased her attack power? Hiss. Realizing this, Xiao Chen panicked. The effect of demonic corruption was to reduce attack power by 1% per second, lasting 15 seconds, stacking up to 15 layers. And what he used was 100 times that. If this mythic boss increased her attack by 1500 times, how could he still play? Even a demigod could be killed in an instant. Damn it, what are you laughing at? Don't think just because you look like a lowly I'll go easy on you, I'll take you down. Xiao Chen was anxious and immediately unleashed all his skills except for forbidden spells and divine punishment. Resistance fire ring, lightning chain, dragon breath, magic missile. One skill after another bombarded her. The dark lowly's gray shield began to flicker again, clearly about to extinguish. You have angered me. She was also anxious, pulling the bowstring, not even using skills, directly attacking Xiao Chen with a normal attack. Whoosh! Boom! The arrow pierced into Xiao Chen's body, flames consuming the boss's form. Undying Spirit -1728992. Both of them had a status appear above their heads simultaneously. In 3 seconds. Although the lowly boss's attack was enhanced by 300 times due to demonic corruption, she was ultimately not a demigod. Even if her attack power might rival that of the demigod Cassius, the quality was insufficient, not strong enough to shatter mythic equipment. The god-slaying robe successfully blocked the force of that arrow, saving Xiao Chen's life. Meanwhile, the undead succubus, under the burning flames, turned into a cloud of black mist, attempting to reincarnate on the spot. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's fire magic was too domineering. Her reincarnation process was directly interrupted, and the undead succubus was instantly obliterated. Even the small monsters that had slowly gathered around were all wiped out cleanly by the resistance fire ring. Xiao Chen is mighty. Xiao Chen is amazing. Damn lowly killer. In the direction of the base, a group of players witnessed this scene, feeling excited about Xiao Chen's solo battle against the level 135 mythic boss and his overwhelming victory. With a crash as the boss fell, a large amount of gold and equipment dropped to the ground. Xiao Chen took a glance and saw 4 red items, making his eyes shine. Upon closer inspection, there were 2 pieces of mythic equipment, a construction order bound to the Dragon Soul Guild's base, and a bottle of mythic quality potion. Blood of the Siren, a mythical potion that grants a random epic abyssal talent permanently after use. Each character can have a maximum of 3 talents. The effect of this potion is very special, unprecedented. Old Xiao, what good stuff did the big lowly drop? In the team channel, Lily couldn't wait to ask. Xiao Chen picked up 3 mythical items, excluding the base construction order, and sent them to the team channel. Besides the blood of the siren, the other 2 pieces of equipment were usable by him. Screaming Siren Staff, level 100. Mage Weapon, Spell Attack plus 1180, Intelligence plus 100, Spirit plus 100, Spell Lifesteal plus 10%, Spell Penetration plus 20%. Special Effect Screaming has a 5% chance to deal an additional 10% true damage to enemies with each spell cast. Heart of the Fallen, level 100 Universal Necklace. Health Cap plus 3000, Mana Cap plus 1000, Constitution plus 40, Spirit plus 120. Special Effect Protection automatically gains 1 layer of Demon Aura Shield every 5 minutes, which can absorb 1 instance of damage, stacking up to 3 layers. 2 highly practical mythical items, plus a potion that grants talents. The benefits are astonishing. President Candle Dragon, all 3 of these items are useful to me, so I'll take them first and report later, Xiao Chen said in the team. No problem, take what you can use, don't worry about the rest, Candle Dragon replied generously. These 3 items are indeed great, but they are not precious enough for the Dragon Soul Guild to feel pain over. This potion has something special, I wonder what kind of talent it can give, said Knife Sister in the team. Abyssal talents. I hope eating it won't get us hunted by the temple, murmured the archer player, White Dragon. The God Emperor said something reasonable, a potion that clearly provides epic talents is worth at least 1 million cash in the market. Abyssal talents are stronger than regular ones, as long as luck isn't too bad, it should greatly enhance our strength. Everyone in the team felt the same. God Xiao is already so powerful, if he gets another strong epic talent, won't he be unstoppable, someone murmured. Xiao Chen smiled and ignored it, continuing to unleash powerful skills to slaughter small monsters. Experience points continued to surge. He received 4.85 million experience from the earlier undead siren boss, which accounted for about 1/10 of the total, clearly indicating that someone had anticipated the boss's death and deliberately used a long-range skill to touch it, stealing a portion of the experience. In the chaos of battle, such situations are unavoidable, and Xiao Chen was not angry. He was still the fastest in leveling up while harvesting small monsters in bulk. He did not consume the potion dropped by the lowly siren boss directly. Previously, Xiao Chen had no idea that there was a limit to the number of talents a person could have. Now he already had 2 talents, and he needed to consider the position for the third talent carefully, not to be too casual. The talents provided by the potion were merely epic. To be honest, he looked down on them a bit. However, if given to a friend, it would be quite nice. Halfway through the 19th wave of monsters, the 20th and 21st waves arrived. The monsters' levels had reached around 150, and legendary bosses were frequently appearing. Xiao Chen was outside the city, having a distance advantage, and saw the legendary boss from afar, rushing over to hit it with a lightning arrow. The single experience from a level 150 legendary boss was 9.27 million, enough for him to level up directly by 1. After continuously taking down 3 of them, along with clearing a large number of small monsters, his level had already reached 98. Soon, the guard battle entered the last 2 waves. Waves 23 and 24 followed one after another, with the total number of existing monsters reaching an astonishing 1 million. Brothers, let's go. After we finish these monsters, there will be a welfare boss. Those who want to see God shall perform. Charge ahead. Candle Dragon shouted in the regional channel, and everyone could hear it. Although there are many monsters, they do not affect the player's confidence in victory. In this battle, the Dragon Soul and the gods coordinated very well, and with Xiao Chen's early preparations, there was almost no significant loss in levels. Instead, everyone gained a large amount of experience, and their levels skyrocketed. Among the 200,000 players, fewer than 500 had reached level 50, with most around level 46 or 47. Now, there are already several thousand players above level 50, and those who are slightly behind are at level 48 or 49. Once they finish and receive the final rewards, stepping into level 50 will be easy. At that time, a group of people will undergo their second-class change and then help the gods defend their base, making it much easier. Fireball, Chain Lightning, Blade of the Gale. Xiao Chen's small skills were non-stop, still harvesting the small monsters. Occasionally, he would use a large area skill, achieving top-notch efficiency in clearing monsters. With 200,000 players working together, the output was insane. After more than 10 minutes, the million monsters had been reduced to less than 50,000. The last 2 layers of monsters once cleared, we can prepare for the welfare boss. The preparation time for the welfare boss is very short, and we can't be sure where it will appear. Let's leave a few monsters to delay, allowing the higher-level damage dealers to gather in the city first. Once we see the boss, we can immediately take our positions to save time. The main force can also start distributing the buff order. We must give the Great Xiao Chen the strongest state so he can unleash the most powerful meteor spell. Zhu Long and the senior executives of Dragon Soul were actively coordinating their guild members, aiming to maximize the benefits from the welfare boss. Some high-ranking gods, like the God Emperor, were also quite invested since they could receive experience dividends as guests, helping to rally the members of the Gods Guild. 3 minutes later, there were only about 1,000 monsters left at the city walls. At this point, large-scale defense was no longer necessary. The output players from various main legions began to withdraw, leaving the remaining small monsters for the frontline players to hold off while the NPCs slowly killed them. President, the output from each legion has gathered, and it's getting a bit congested. Okay, start clearing the area. Everyone prepare your scrolls and buff potions. We must achieve the perfect output in this last wave. Zhu Long commanded. With a single order, the remaining monsters were swiftly eliminated, and the monster count was completely zeroed. Done. Keep an eye on all directions. The boss is huge, and it will be visible at a glance. Zhu Long wanted to shout a few more words, but before he could finish, there was a loud thud, and a massive boss appeared out of nowhere outside the southern city. The war giant elephant has arrived. South City, hurry. The 20-meter-tall elephant was very eye-catching. Hearing the commotion, all the output players immediately gathered towards the southern city. Xiao Chen happened to be in the southern city, so he didn't need to go anywhere and took his position right there. The giant elephant slowly walked towards the base, while the players moved quickly like ants, converging on the target location. After a while, the giant elephant slowly reached a position about 500 meters outside the city gate. The system prompt finally arrived. Congratulations to all members of Dragon Soul, your performance in this base defense battle was outstanding, earning you an extra opportunity for a welfare boss reward. The welfare boss, War Giant Elephant, is now in position, and damage calculation will begin in 120 seconds. Welfare battle time, 60 seconds. Friendly reminder, this boss has infinite health, and the damage dealt within 1 minute will be converted into 100 times experience points evenly distributed among all participants in this defense battle. The prompt was exactly the same as last time, and the boss's attributes were completely identical. Xiao Chen stood 20 meters away from the boss, having the optimal output perspective. Unlike some melee players who were almost squeezed under the belly of the war giant elephant to make space. As the countdown to the welfare battle began, he shouted in the team, "Give me the buff when there's 10 seconds left on the countdown, I can start casting Meteor in advance, adding 10 more seconds of output time." Understood, the priests replied loudly, each one filled with excitement. They would provide Xiao Chen with ample buff experience. This time, the damage must exceed that of the battle across the heavens. Xiao Chen, eat this later. Sister Dao ran to Xiao Chen's side and tossed a potion to him. Furious Potion, Epic Potion, critical hit rate plus 25%, lasts 30 seconds, cooldown 300 seconds. Good stuff. Do you have more? Give me another set. Xiao Chen nearly drooled at the effect. What are you thinking? The boss dropped it, there's only one bottle. Sister Dao said irritably. Remember to give me one next time it drops, Xiao Chen said shamelessly with a grin. Dream on. Sister Dao flicked her dagger, gesturing as if to poke his backside from a distance. Zhu Long also ran over and handed Xiao Chen a potion. Calm Potion, Rare Potion. Intelligence plus 30, lasts 90 seconds, cooldown 600 seconds. This is also a nice buff. Xiao Chen looked at the timer. The countdown had already entered 20 seconds, so he downed it immediately. Countdown, 15, 14, 13. The system countdown gradually shrank, and as the number turned to 10, Xiao Chen and Zhu Long shouted almost simultaneously, "Start!" In an instant, skills flew out from the priests and hidden class priest players. Player 1 by $10 used Blessing of Courage on you. Player Oldly Next Door used Gift of the Moon Goddess on you. Player Is It Wrong to Be Handsome used Horn of Charge on you. You have been enhanced by player Sister Bite Me's Holy Aura. You have been enhanced by War Soul Scroll. A series of buffs filled Xiao Chen's status bar in less than 2 seconds. He said nothing, downed the Furious Potion, and immediately began to chant Meteor spell. During the chant, he opened the status bar to take a look. Goodness. 135% attack increase, base 3294 magic attack. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Not only had his attack power broken 3000, but his critical hit rate had also reached a terrifying 55% under the potion and status boosts. Spell amplification was at 10%, enough for him to go wild for a while. Rumble fire elements gathered, and the sky turned dark red. A massive meteor quickly took shape, twice the size of the one from the last battle with the guild. 3, 2, 1, start. The system countdown ended. Players frantically unleashed all damage skills, whether ranged or melee, anything that could deal effective damage was attacking. 1 second later, Xiao Chen's chant finally finished. Universe Invincible Supreme Luxury plus Meteor Spell, give me a critical hit. Xiao Chen shouted, pointing his staff forward. The sky trembled, the earth hummed, as if the moon were falling. The meteor smashed down towards the war giant. Boom! The loud sound reverberated across the land. A shockwave spread out in all directions, dissipating only after extending 330 meters. All players within the range stumbled and fell. Even the guild base hundreds of meters away felt the tremor, and NPC soldiers nearly fell from the walls. 1087209882 critical hit. A 10-digit damage floated up slowly. That eye-catching red number left everyone on the ground dry-mouthed and utterly shocked. Although they had heard that Xiao Chen could deal 900 million damage with one skill, seeing it with their own eyes was still unbelievable. Don't just stand there, hurry up and attack, Xiao Chen urged as he saw everyone in a daze. At the same time, he didn't waste time, chanting for 3 seconds to summon the Fire Lord to work, then chanting for 1 second to summon the short-legged little fireman to work. He had specifically left a small space for the Fire Lord to land, but it was still a bit cramped, nearly stepping on his own people. Lightning Strike. Rainstorm Spell. Gale Spell. Firewall Spell. He unleashed several skills with longer cooldowns, interspersed with instant cast spells like Magic, Missile, Lightning Arrow, Fireball, Ice Arrow, and other minor skills. The skill rotation of the second-tier atmospheric mage was very comfortable, with almost no downtime. After A barrage of attacks, damage numbers in the 8 and 9 digits continuously appeared above the boss's head, exciting those nearby as if they were the ones dealing the damage. The priest players diligently applied buffs to Xiao Chen, keeping his status bar at peak condition, with his attack power never dropping below 2500. Friendly players were enveloped in rain, strong winds, and firewalls, looking miserable. However, they actually took no damage, it was merely a visual obstruction. In the first 20 seconds of battle, under the enhancement of the Rage Potion, Xiao Chen's skill critical hit rate was absurdly high, resulting in massive damage. After the effect ended, the critical hit numbers slightly decreased, but the total damage remained impressive. As the welfare battle approached its conclusion, Xiao Chen summoned a gigantic fire dragon, which flew around the war elephant, dealing damage in bursts, and then unleashed a breath of fire, ending this welfare battle. Total damage dealt to the war elephant in this welfare battle, 8,054,810,386. MVP player, Xiao Chen, total damage dealt, 3,895,136,152. MVP skill, Magic Missile, total damage dealt, 1,329,451,257. Number of participants in this garrison defense battle, 149,805. Experience gained per person, 5,376,863. The system announcement played in the regional channel, and everyone who heard and saw the long string of numbers erupted in excitement. Xiao Chen is amazing. I love you, Xiao Chen. A whoa, meaningless howling. 5,300,000 experience. So exhilarating. Wow, leveling up several times in one go is even more thrilling than defeating a bunch of epic bosses. We can all go for the second tier now. In an instant, the entire South City area was in chaos, with many participating players acting as if they had gone mad. The 50,000 divine players, being mere external support without guest status, felt a twinge of jealousy for not receiving the welfare boss rewards. After working hard for 2 hours without gaining experience, they felt exhausted. However, it was okay, in a few hours, their own defense battle would begin, and then they would let the Dragon Soul players do the work for them. Making this group feel good now was to ensure they had more strength when it was their turn to work. Regional announcement. Dragon Soul Garrison Defense Battle concluded. Congratulations to Dragon Soul for a successful defense. All participants rewarded with 1 million experience, 500 reputation, and 10,000 guild contribution. All commercial operation taxes and maintenance costs are waived for 10 days. Keep up the good work. Another million experience points were credited. Xiao Chen's level refreshed once again, reaching level 99. Just 9 million experience left to reach the third tier. Looking at his experience bar, he felt quite pleased. Old Xiao, we made it to the level leaderboard, hahaha. At that moment, a loud, arrogant laugh came from beside him. Li and Zhang Fan ran over. Xiao Chen saw that both of their levels had reached 56, gaining a total of 8 levels in this battle, directly surpassing many on the leaderboard and squeezing into the top 100. They were still among the lower ranks. The Killing God and Blade Sister, who were already in the top 10, had now surpassed level 60 and were almost catching up to Sword Slaying the World. Feeling good? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. So good. Better than sleeping with a movie star. Hahaha. Li laughed non-stop. Zhang Fan scoffed, as if you've ever slept with one. We can enjoy it again later. The guard battle of the Divine Guild will start in less than 6 hours. At that time, we can take a rocket ride and easily level up past 100, while others can also reach level 60. Let's go. We need to split the loot with the Ironhead Dragon. Li waved his hand and put his arm around Xiao Chen's shoulder, heading towards the Dragon Soul's base. This time, Xiao Chen's help has been incredibly important. Our total number of deaths is less than 100,000, which is so much easier than the last battle. After returning to the base, Zhu Long was beaming with joy, expressing his feelings and praising Xiao Chen repeatedly. Xiao Chen had heard such compliments before, but it still made him feel very comfortable. Xiao Chen, you must come to the Divine Guard battle later. We will also give you the rewards that Zhu Long promised. You won't be shortchanged. The God Emperor, having witnessed Xiao Chen's group battle capabilities, couldn't help but make a reservation for him as a guest, fearing he might run away. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "That's easy to say. Now that everyone's level has increased, the difficulty of the battle will decrease, and I can easily earn my rewards. It's easy for you, but not for us, haha." Zhu Long laughed heartily. Without Xiao Chen's terrifying ability to clear the field and take down bosses, the difficulty of the entire battle would increase significantly. Even if they could hold their ground, the cost would be high, with the total number of deaths at least doubling. Moreover, the final reward battle wouldn't yield such massive damage, and the experience would be nearly halved. Even just for the half experience from the reward bosses, it was worth hiring Xiao Chun for help. Let's go check the warehouse to see what good items this battle has given us. Zhu Long called out, and the core participants gathered in front of the guild warehouse. Upon opening the warehouse, they found a full 1,000,000 items, completely filling it up. Sorted by quality, the first page of 400 items was mostly of mythic quality. However, even among mythic quality items, there are distinctions. Generally, job change items and skill books are the most valuable, followed by equipment, then scrolls, potions, and some special items that are of lower value. Of course, among the potions, there are treasures like Blood of the Siren, and some items are more outstanding than the usual ones. Are there any mythic skill books? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. According to the cooperation terms, he could freely choose what he needed, as long as it was produced from this battle. Mythic skill books are undoubtedly the highest quality items in the current game world. Unless a super artifact appears, even hidden job change items may not compare. Because the effects of god-level skills are more powerful than the characteristics of a profession, like a doomsday disaster. Just using them can devastate the land. Even without someone as terrifyingly talented as Xiao Chun, one could clear an entire map. The value of such items is unimaginable. Unfortunately, this guard battle did not yield any mythic skill books. Not even a legendary one. The drop rate for skill books of epic quality and above is too low, much lower than that of mythic gear, even after defeating no less than 30 legendary bosses and several hundred epic bosses. No legendary skill book appeared. However, 5 epic skill books did show up. Zhu Long replied, mythic books probably can only be obtained by completing main storyline mythic quests. Here, these are the few books of epic quality and above. Xiao Chen, take a look at which ones you want. You can take them all, they are all yours. As he spoke, he posted the effects of the 5 skill books in the team channel. Rain of Arrows, a third transfer archer skill, requires 400 agility points continuously. Releases a rain of arrows, channeling, covering a specified area with a radius of 30 meters, dealing 65% of attack power plus 880 physical damage to all enemies every 0.5 seconds for 5 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Earth Shatter Strike, a third transfer warrior skill, requires 400 strength points, instant cast, deals 750% of attack power physical damage to enemies within a range of 3 by 12 meters in front, with a 35% chance to cripple enemies, reducing movement speed by 50%, cooldown 30 seconds. Mass Ice Seal, a third transfer mage skill, requires 400 intelligence points, instant cast, deeply freezes all enemies within 15 meters around oneself, preventing them from moving or using casting skills. Effect lasts for 5 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Deep Freeze, will not thaw when attacked, more stable than normal freeze. Rain of Holy Light, a third transfer priest skill, instant cast, restores 120% of attack power plus 760 health to all friendly characters within 30 meters, with an additional 30% healing effect for targets with health below 30%, cooldown 30 seconds. Shadow Assassination, a third transfer assassin skill, requires 450 agility points, enters stealth state and enhances the next skill, can maintain stealth for up to 10 seconds. Becomes ineffective after attacking or taking damage. The next active skill deals an additional 50% damage, and attacking from behind increases damage by an additional 20%, cooldown 60 seconds. Among the 5 skills, only one is for the mage class. However, the quality is quite good, deeply freezing all enemies within a radius of 165 meters. The effect is outstanding. Give me the 3 skill books for warrior, mage, and priest, and let's see if there are any other useful skills, said Xiao Chen. The warrior and priest skills can be given to 2 good friends, although they are third transfer, getting them early saves trouble later. Zhu Long took out the 3 skill books and traded them to Xiao Chen, then took out some ordinary quality skill books for him to look at. Xiao Chen picked through them and found only one suitable for himself. Explosive Fireball, a second transfer mage skill, releases a large fireball that explodes upon hitting the target, dealing 250% of attack power as spell damage to the main target and 50% damage to enemies within 3 meters, cooldown 20 seconds. This skill is essentially a reinforced version of Fireball. Originally, Xiao Chen's Fireball could also explode to create a small area of damage within 3 meters, but this explosive 3-meter effect can be enhanced by Meteor Control, expanding it to over 30 meters, similar to a regular player casting Meteor Strike, with significant damage effects. After taking the skill books, Xiao Chen also picked out a few pieces of equipment that he or his good brothers could use. He took a total of more than 10 items, worth about several 100,000 gold coins. Only taking this much, Xiao Chen, you're too polite, Zhu Long said, feeling he took too little, and simply traded him 1 million gold coins. The enthusiasm was so high that Xiao Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Next time there's a guard battle, you can call me again, Xiao Chen said to Zhu Long. Haha, sure, we'll look for you when our base level's up to level 4. Zhu Long laughed heartily. Upgrading the base requires a guard battle every time it reaches level 3, and the difficulty increases each time. The guard battle from level 3 to level 4 is expected to involve monsters between level 130 and 180. I'll take my leave now, see you later at the god's base. Xiao Qin bid farewell to everyone, exited the team, and teleported away with his two brothers. As soon as they returned to Dragon Blood City, Lily said, "Old Xiao, you're already level 99, are you planning to take advantage of these few hours to get to third transfer?" "Yeah, not only do I want to get to third transfer, but I also want to find my NPC master to ask some questions." Xiao Qin nodded. The confusion brought to him by Jian Zhansong Shang was something he was eager to clarify. He traded 2 skill books and some equipment to Zhang Fan and Lili and said, "You can handle the second transfer quest yourselves, it shouldn't be too difficult. I'm going to hunt some monsters and we'll meet up later." With that, he left directly. Level 100 was not just the third transfer for him, but also the trigger point for the new attribute Will. He always felt that after reaching this point, his attributes would undergo a tremendous change. After teleporting away from Dragon Blood City, Xiao Qin quickly found a level 150 monster map. This map was called Thunder Mountain Range, a deep forest area where basically no players would come. Wandering in the deep mountains were some horsebeast-like monsters, with levels ranging from 150 to 185. Level 150 belonged to the 4th transition category, and the attributes of the small monsters could easily crush level 50 players, making them flee in panic in one-on-one encounters. But in front of Xiao Chen, they were nothing more than chickens and dogs, even a single skill could take them out in an instant. Level 99 to level 100 required 10.2 million experience points, and the average level 150 monster could give about 4,200 points. Without encountering a boss monster, he needed to defeat over 2,000 small monsters. This number didn't seem too high, but it was actually quite deadly. The higher the level of the monsters, the more sparse their distribution. So he had to search slowly and kill them one by one. On the Thunder Mountain Range map, even casting a large area spell like Gale could only take out a dozen small monsters at most in one go, and the rewards were far inferior to those from guarding the base. After grinding in the deep mountains for an hour, Xiao Chen was starting to feel overwhelmed. "Sigh, so boring, can a boss just show up already?" Xiao Chen lamented weakly. But in reality, even if he encountered an epic boss, he would be taken out in one hit, so there was no fun to be had. Oldly, keep an eye out for the evil spirit boss for me, I'm about to die of boredom." In his boredom, he could only reach out to his good buddy for a chat. Lili had already completed his second transition and advanced to a second transition high priest, currently grinding monsters with the second transition elite dragon blood warrior, Zhang Fan. Upon receiving his message, he immediately teased, "If you're lonely, just call a girl to play with you, what's the point of looking for the evil spirit boss?" "That's a good point, then you call a few young models and come to our dorm. I'll treat you all." In front of his good brothers, Xiao Chen didn't hold back. "Come on, if you really called them to the dorm, you'd run faster than anyone, shy little virgin." Lili mercilessly shot back. Xiao Chen snorted, "Don't make excuses, I see it's you who has no connections, right? After all, a kid like you wouldn't even know what a young model is." "Who says? I have a lot of apps on my phone, each one can. Each one is a telecom scam." "Damn. That's too much, at least that live streaming app is real." "Ha? A live stream with 100 level beauty filters? Even a potato can be smoothed into fair skin. Can you really handle an 80-year-old host? Damn. You're too harsh. I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to play with Shield Jr. Lili, unable to hit back, ended up feeling defensive and angrily hung up the chat. TSK, have you already gotten so close to Shield Jr.? Xiao Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. Thinking of that adorable lowly T holding a giant shield, no, a big sword, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious. But then he thought, he also seemed to have a pretty good female friend to play with. Opening his friend list, he saw that Lucky Meow was online and had even leveled up to 83. "Meow Jia, are you there?" Xiao Chen sent a message. "I'm here, does the great Xiao have any good news to share?" Lucky Meow quickly replied in a playful tone. "What great news, I'm just bored and want to chat with someone." Xiao Chen casually replied. I'm not here to just chat, you should find someone else," Lucky Meow responded and then hung up the chat. "Xiao Chen?" From her tone, she seemed a bit displeased. She had sounded quite happy just a moment ago. Was he too abrupt? "Yes, it's true that saying I'm just bored and want to chat with you so directly can be a bit offensive to girls feeling too frivolous." Xiao Chen quickly sent another message saying, "I mean no harm." But it didn't seem necessary to apologize. Lucky Meow received the message, but didn't reply. Xiao Chen found it uninteresting and decided not to pursue it further, continuing to farm his wild monsters. A few minutes later. Roar! Damn humans, how dare you wantonly slaughter my kin? With a roar, a boss finally spawned. Deep in the mountains. What the hell, I encountered it. Xiao Chen hurried over to take a look. Half-Orc Lord, Epic Boss, level 165 health, 18500/1850000, target level too high, unable to obtain more data. This attribute, to be honest, is quite trash. However, for Xiao Chen, it was a rare source of fun. Earth Elemental Shield. He excitedly cast a shield on himself, not attacking the boss, but instead leading it on a wild chase across the mountains, taking damage to kill other small monsters. The Half-Orc Lord's patrol range seemed to be very extensive, with 4 hooves chasing after Xiao Chen and a longbow in hand continuously shooting arrows, dealing tens of thousands of damage. Despicable human, stop running. At first, he thought Xiao Chen was running for his life, pursuing him aggressively. But after more than 10 minutes, he realized that Xiao Chen wasn't afraid of him at all, he was just walking the dog. As the Half-Orc Lord, the boss was very angry. So he entered a berserk state. In berserk mode, his normal attacks could deal close to 100,000 damage, comparable to some legendary bosses or even mythic bosses. Unfortunately, in front of the 15 million shield value, it still seemed insignificant. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Xiao Chen had already circled the mountains several times, taking down hundreds of wild monsters. His experience points were less than 30% away from leveling up, about 2 to 3 million. He estimated that as long as he took down this boss, it would be enough. However, in this hour, the boss was almost driven mad by him. Ah, damn human. I don't believe I can't take you down. Great beast god, please grant me strength. The berserk state had long ended, but this boss still wanted to become stronger to defeat Xiao Chen. His plea was heard by the beast god. A blue light descended from the sky, landing on the Half-Orc Lord. His already tall body suddenly became even more towering and majestic. Xiao Chen glanced sideways and exclaimed, "Goodness! This Half-Orc Lord actually evolved into a legendary boss because I made him so angry. What a magical game. Next time I encounter a mythic boss, I should anger it too, maybe it can evolve into a super god boss." Xiao Chen couldn't help but think. The Half-Orc Lord, now evolved into a legendary boss, had its health increased fivefold, nearing 10 million. It roared and unleashed a powerful skill. With arrows raining down on Xiao Chen, dealing over 800,000 terrifying damage. Xiao Chen retaliated with a lightning arrow. With a crack, the full-health legendary boss Half-Orc Lord died on the spot. Congratulations, you have defeated the legendary boss Half-Orc Lord, earning 10,850 reputation. You defeated the Half-Orc Lord alone, earning 13,190,000 experience. Congratulations! Your level has increased to 100. The system prompt flashed, and Xiao Chen's level instantly broke. Through 100, with his experience bar nearly full, just a few 100,000 away from reaching level 101. Nice, I can third transfer now, time to find my master. Xiao Chen checked the time, there were still 2 hours until the Guardians of the Gods battle. At this time, it was enough for him to make a trip to the Lake of the Earth's core. Picking up the things on the ground, he prepared to return to the city. At that moment, something that had fallen from the boss caught his attention. Fragment of the mysterious map, legendary quality. It is said to be a treasure map left by a certain deity, and this fragment is the 4th piece out of a total of 9. A mysterious treasure map? Interesting. One fragment is of legendary quality, and if all 9 are combined, it will undoubtedly be at least of mythical quality. The value of a mythical treasure map is unimaginable. I should ask at the treasure merchant association sometime to see if anyone is selling similar fragments. Xiao Chen thought to himself, then returned to the main city. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. The city guards of Dragon Blood City were as fierce as ever, and the level 100 Xiao Chen was ruthlessly pushed aside by a level 130 soldier. Xiao Chen had long since gotten used to this and didn't care at all. Look! The number 1 on the level leaderboard, Xiao Chen, has reached level 100. Someone at level 100 means the national borders are about to open. What the hell, I'm only level 44, how did this Xiao Chen do it? Near the teleportation array, many players were discussing the latest news. Everyone already knew about Xiao Chen's strength, but many were still puzzled by his leveling speed. Even though the garrison defense battles could provide a lot of experience, it was still not that exaggerated. Ultimately, it was because Dafiona had given too much. Xiao Chen ignored the crowd and teleported to Flame City, heading towards the heart of the Earth Lake. The road was a bit long, and it was a boring time along the way. He opened the system function to check the information about the national borders. There was only one national borderline in the Blue Star Battle Zone, which was between the Dragon Country and the others. Now, players from the overseas half-zone had gone crazy, with players from several populous countries fighting fiercely for resources and guild rankings. Meanwhile, Dragon Country remained very stable. Even if there were conflicts, they were not on a large scale. There were two factors that influenced the opening of the national borders. The first was that if the number of level 100 players who had completed their third class change in the entire battle zone reached 100,000, it would definitely open. The second was that if any one of the 3 level 1 main cities was unsealed in advance, it would also lead to the opening of all national borders represented by the level 3 main city. From a leveling perspective, it would still take a long time to gather 100,000 level 100 players. Although Shao Chun, Lucky Cat, and the Overseas Battle Axe and others were far ahead in levels, they could not represent the majority. The real day for the opening of the national borders would be when the first tier of players all reached level 100. So, the borders wouldn't open that quickly, at least, it was unlikely. Within a week's game time. Old Xiao, good news. Just as Xiao Chen was on his way to the heart of the Earth Lake, Lily suddenly sent a chat request. What good news? Are you and Shields Jr. going to share some sweetness? Xiao Chen joked. No, it's your good news. Lily emphasized. Me and Shields Jr. sharing sweetness? Sharing sweetness my ass. It's your evil spirit boss that has been found. Lily said irritably. What the hell? Where? Upon hearing this news, Xiao Chen immediately became agitated. The 4 great evil spirits were part of a divine-level quest, which was related to the unsealing of the level 2 main city. The rewards were so rich that one could imagine them just by thinking. He had been quite troubled about not being able to find these bosses, and unexpectedly, there was finally news today. Lily replied, I just got the news too. It was discovered in a dungeon map near Giant Elephant City, and the level is higher than the ones encountered before, at level 140. Level 140? That's not a big problem, I can take it on solo. Xiao Chen was not worried about whether he could defeat it, he just wanted to know where the boss was. For you, it's not a big problem, but someone is already fighting it. Lily said. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Besides him, who else could take on a level 140 mythical boss? What exactly is going on? Explain. It clearly, he frowned and said. Lily began to explain in detail. This evil spirit magic sword was accidentally discovered by a group of casual players, located in a hidden map called the Ancient Tomb in the Yellow Sandland area, and is the number 1 boss. The Ancient Tomb is essentially a level 150 team legendary storyline dungeon, extremely difficult, and that group was completely wiped out. Later, they sold the dungeon to the Tianxia Guild, and even with 50 people, Tianxia Wudi couldn't defeat it and was also wiped out. Now they are gathering expert players, and Jianzhan Songsheng has already gone with him there. It might really be possible to clear it. Xiao Chen frowned deeply after hearing this. Why is it again the Tianxia Guild? Although it was discovered by casual players, it was taken over by the Tianxia Guild, who formed a high-level player team to go, which is not good news. If the evil spirit boss is killed by someone else, he will never be able to complete this task. The key point is that this dungeon belongs to that group of casual players. The dungeon can only be opened if one of those people personally leads the team, and since they have already sold the dungeon to Tianxia Wudi, he can only obtain entry permission from Tianxia Wudi. But clearly, given the enmity between Xiao Chen and Tianxia Wudi, the other side would never let him in. As for the possibility of the dungeon being cleared, legendary team dungeons are the most difficult dungeons in the game, because there is no mythical quality in the dungeon. The bosses in legendary dungeons are all mythical bosses. A 50-person team will increase the bosses' health by 20 times, and both attack and defense will double, making it much harder than regular mythical bosses. This level 150 dungeon generally requires a team of elite level 150 players to clear, while level 100 players have little hope. As for level 50 second transformation players, being able to defeat 1 or 2 bosses is already impressive, clearing it is impossible. With Tianxia Wudi leading the team, the chance of failure is at least 99%. But with Jianzhan Songsheng involved, it becomes hard to say. Xiao Chen had fought against Jianzhan Songsheng and knew how high his attack power was. If their team could cooperate well enough to continuously revive Jianzhan Songsheng, they might really be able to push down the number 1 boss, the evil spirit magic sword, with sheer damage. After all, the evil spirit magic sword is just the number 1 boss, equivalent to the weakest one. Inside. Old Xiao, what are you planning to do? Li Li asked. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, his brow furrowing. I can't miss this boss, but Tianxia Wudi definitely won't give me a spot. Then we can only start with the dungeon's owner. The only way is to get the captain to take him in. For a level 150 legendary team dungeon, Xiao Chen couldn't say he was 100% confident he could clear it. But just the number 1 boss, that would definitely be no problem. Old Li, can you help me? Never mind, I'll find Zhan Tian, Zhulong, and Shindi. Xiao Chen initially wanted Li Li to help him gather information about the dungeon's owner and add them as friends to buy entry permission. But then he thought Li Li is just an ordinary player, only with sharper intelligence. To persuade someone who has already sold the dungeon permission, he must present enough of a hook. Zhan Tian, Zhulong, and Shindi are all guild leaders of the same level as Tian Xiaowudi, or even slightly higher. Having these three intervene would have a far greater chance of success than Li Lian himself. Well, I can't help with this matter either, let them give it a try. If they successfully grab the spot, I wouldn't mind going in with you for a bit, Li Li said, and then ended the chat. At this moment, Xiao Chen couldn't care less about the third transformation, the priority was to seize the dungeon first. He opened his friend list, created a temporary chat group, and pulled Zhan Tian, Zhulong, and Shindi into it. 3 bosses, I have something I need your help with. Xiao Chen got straight to the point and directly stated his intentions. Ha? This little group? What's so serious that all 3 of us have to show up? Is our little brother Xiao Chen being blocked by a level 250 demigod? Haha, the 3 guild leaders were all surprised, not expecting Xiao Chen to actively seek their help, and all at once, no less. It's like this, I have a main storyline mythic quest that requires me to kill 4 designated bosses. But now one of the bosses has appeared in someone else's dungeon, and the owner of that dungeon has sold the rights to Tian Xiaowudi. You all know I have a grudge against Tian Xiaowudi, he won't give me the location, so I want to ask the 3 of you for a favor to seize the dungeon rights. Xiao Chen directly stated the situation. After finishing, he added, I'll cover the cost of purchasing the dungeon rights myself, money is not an issue. This quest can unlock a level 2 main city, which is extremely important to me. This matter was too critical, so he didn't want to hide anything and laid out the conditions to try to get the 3 guild leaders to lend a hand. Upon hearing this explanation, the 3 guild leaders were taken aback. Main storyline mythic quest. It can also unlock a level 2 main city. This is a big deal. Once completed, not only are the rewards abundant, but we can also be the first to advance to the level 2 city and grasp the economic lifeline of the level 2 city. The 3 were not naive, they understood how important the control of a main city was. A level 3 main city was merely the starting place for players. While important, it was just the countryside compared to level 2 and level 1 main cities, which were more suitable for later development needs. Once they took the lead in occupying a level 2 main city, they could monopolize all the system shops. Just from collecting rent, they could earn massive wealth. If they operated it themselves, they could make unimaginable fortunes. Their ultimate goal in running a guild was to make money, investing heavily in the early stages and reaping the benefits later. This had always been the case in every game. The popularity of Zutiang meant they could earn even more wealth. And a level 2 main city was an important channel for making big money. Xiao Chen, my Dragon Soul Guild will take care of this. Give me the players' information and I'll handle it right away. Zhulong, don't think you can monopolize this. Since Xiao Chen has approached all 3 of us, we should all help together. Yes, relying on just you might not be enough to take down Tian Xiaowudi, we should go together. Zhulong spoke first, but Shen Di and Zhan Tian quickly expressed their agreement as well. No one wanted to miss out on this good opportunity. With 3 guilds working together to share a level 2 main city, while not as satisfying as having it all to themselves, it was still a lucrative channel, at least better than having nothing. Xiao Chen replied, I don't know that player's serial number, but they are still gathering experts, and the team hasn't set off yet. You should be able to find out if you inquire. Alright, I'll send someone to check it out. Shen Di was the first to say. I'll have someone look into it too, we can't let Tianxia get the jump on us. Zhan Tian also made a decisive statement. Zhulong, without needing to say anything, would definitely send someone to handle it. He even casually remarked, Xiao Chen, you could have just told me privately, no need to involve all 3 at once. Haha, Xiao Chen could only laugh to cover his embarrassment. He was just a casual player and hadn't considered the economic benefits of a level 2 main city. He was purely trying to resolve the situation. Now that he thought about it, he had missed an opportunity to conspire with a major guild to seize the economic lifeline of the level 2 main city. But since he had already said it, there was no changing it now. He could only proceed as planned. I'll leave the ownership issue to the 3 of you big shots. I'll try to reach level 3 before the Guardians of the Gods battle starts, so if I enter that dungeon, it will be much easier. Xiao Chen said to the 3 and continued on his way. Don't worry, we'll handle it together, no matter how big Tian Xiaowudi's face is, it won't matter. Zhan Tian guaranteed, taking on the responsibility. Good, then we'll contact each other later. Xiao Chen stopped wasting time and hurried towards the heart of the Earthfire Lake. On the other side, the leaders of the 3 major
Guilds also sprang into action, mobilizing funds and gathering experts, preparing to snatch meat from the mouth of the invincible.
Half an hour later, Xiao Chen arrived at the heart of the Earth Lake. The damage from the scorching heat was still a troublesome issue. But with the cooling effects of the rainstorm technique and the water shield, he could manage. Master, I'm here from a distance, Xiao Chen shouted. Larinar was on standby, sitting on the hot floating rocks of the heart of the Earth Lake, meditating with his eyes closed. Hearing Xiao Chen's voice, he opened his eyes and revealed a kind smile. Good boy, you came so quickly. Ha! You're already level 100? He thought Xiao Chen had come to visit him, to keep this lonely old man company. He didn't expect that in less than a day, this kid had skyrocketed 10 levels to find him for the third transfer. I took down some high-level monsters, Xiao Chen simply explained. Then he said, Master, I'm so frustrated. Today I encountered two particularly powerful people, one almost killed me, and the other actually did. His tone was filled with indignation, as if he had come to complain. Larinar knew he was an adventurer, and dying once or twice was no big deal, so he wasn't worried. Instead, he asked with a smile, Your magic is very powerful. Just releasing an elemental shield can form an unbreakable defense. Who could possibly hurt you? Even kill you? Alas, to be honest, one of those two, like me, is an adventurer, only in his 60s, but his skill damage is thousands of times that of an ordinary person, and he has a very special shield effect that not only is hard to break but also renders my weakening skills learned from the abyss ineffective, Xiao Chen said. Upon hearing this, Larinar frowned slightly, so, they are somewhat formidable. Regular magical shields cannot withstand abyssal power, that must be another form of defense. Yes, and he talks a lot about the 9 provinces and lower planes. He claims to be a higher lifeform, and all skills from our world are ineffective against him, Xiao Chen emphasized. Oh? Planes? Larinar perked up at this. Quick, tell me exactly what he said. Xiao Chen then recounted the words spoken by Jianzhan Song Shang in detail to Larinar. The old mage laughed heartily after listening. Good boy, you've encountered a true powerhouse. They are indeed strong. Master, from your tone, you should know about the 9 provinces, ancient sword immortals, and these planes. Could you tell your disciple about them? One of Xiao Chen's purposes for coming here was to gather information, and upon hearing Larinar's words, he immediately seized the opportunity to ask. These things are a long story, sit down, and we'll talk slowly. Larinar nodded and said. Xiao Chen complied and sat down, ignoring the scorching rocks, quietly listening to his master's explanation. Larinar said, Child, you should know that the world we inhabit is just a small part of the universe. Yes, there is the abyss below, the divine realm above, and many other civilizations, that's the basic framework, Xiao Chen replied. What you said is not entirely correct. The divine realm is indeed a higher world independent of this one. But the abyss is not. The abyss and we are in the same plane, only its geographical position is special, located beneath the endless abyss in the area of the Earth's collapse, which makes it seem isolated from the world. The abyssal world is shrouded in mist year-round, and the sun is as dim as the moon, so all creatures have undergone mutation, becoming stronger than us surface dwellers to adapt to the harsh environment, Larinar explained. Xiao Chen couldn't help but show a look of surprise after hearing this. The abyss was actually not an independent plane. He had thought the abyss corresponded to the divine realm, both being higher-level worlds. No wonder the moon I saw last time when I went to the abyss with Lucky Cat was more dazzling than usual. It turned out to be the sun. But isn't there the 3 great demon gods in the abyss? The bloodthirsty demon god can kill the war god, so it must be an incredibly powerful being. Logically speaking, such a powerful creature shouldn't exist in the mortal world but should ascend to a higher realm, right? Xiao Chen recalled a question. Larinar explained, the 3 great demon gods are indeed very powerful, but there is still a certain gap compared to the main god. The reason the war god was killed by the bloody demon god is that the main god himself first broke the rules of the universe and forcefully entered the lower world in the guise of a top-tier powerhouse from the upper world. Once in the lower world, his power was directly suppressed to the level of an ordinary deity by the rules of the universe. However, he did not realize this. Countless years of invincibility had inflated his confidence, leading him to recklessly charge into the abyss to battle the bloody demon god. You must understand that when the bloody demon god is in the abyss, he receives a boost from the ancient mountain range, reaching an unparalleled level of strength, unmatched by anyone. In this ebb and flow, the war god Asada ultimately fell to the bloody demon god and was subdued deep within the ancient mountain range. However, the main god is still the main god, with a solid foundation. The price of victory for the bloody demon god was his own life. Now, the bloody demon god in the abyss is merely a broken shell on the verge of collapse at any moment. He knows his time is short, so he condensed the last essence of his life into 2 small lives, sending them to 2 mysterious locations in the abyss to cultivate, hoping they can inherit his legacy. Powerful beings on the continent have ventured into the abyss more than once, hoping to eliminate these 2 small lives. Unfortunately, they have never been able to find them. The battle from 3,000 years ago was not a war of equals, but a classic case of the weak defeating the strong. The bloody demon god, as a powerhouse of the lower world, directly confronted the main god of the upper realm and ultimately turned the tables. Such a remarkable achievement, if it had happened among humans, would surely have been celebrated and sung for 1,000 years. But since this event occurred in the abyss, where the main god of the human side was killed, the narrative was reversed. The followers of the gods loathed the bloody demon god, and in their quest for revenge for the war god, they repeatedly invaded the abyss, causing widespread destruction. As a result, all abyssal creatures have retreated to their territories, no longer venturing out to battle as frequently as they did 3,000 years ago. But no one can say for certain when they will regain their strength and launch a counterattack on the continent of the gods. So that's how it is. Xiao Chen pondered after listening. It seems the counterattack of the bloody demon god must have been quite spectacular. One of the 2 children born during his perilous time should be Minya. The background story of this game seems quite vast. Perhaps after Minya grows up, she will also become a deity-level combatant, just like the bloody demon god in his prime. So, Master, do you mean that the strongest beings in our plane can only reach the god level? He asked. Larinar nodded. Above the holy domain is the demigod, and above the demigod is the god level. However, the god level is also divided into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. Once we humans break through the god level, we will be guided to the divine realm. The abyss, due to differing beliefs, cannot receive this guidance, so it can only remain and slowly grow in this inferior plane. Just like the bloody demon god, whose combat power in his prime had already reached the level of an upper deity, very close to the main god. If he were human, he would have long become a new noble in the divine realm. There are actually so many levels. Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He had thought that level 250 was a demigod, level 300 was a god, and that level 400 would probably be the main god. But clearly, that was wrong. There are also middle and upper deities, and only above them is the main god. So the true hierarchy should be level 250 for demigods, level 300 for lower deities, level 350 for middle deities, level 400 for upper deities, and level 500 for main gods. Ordinary people reaching level 300 will be guided to the divine realm and continue to improve. As for players, they can freely enter the divine realm at level 250. In that case, what is the relationship between the divine realm and the 9 provinces? Xiao Chen asked. What was on his mind? Larinar explained, every world has its own name, and the world we are in is called the Continent of Gods, while the name of the divine realm is Elemental Divine Domain. I haven't heard of the name Jojo, but based on your description, the warrior known as Sword Slashing All Lives should possess a power level on par with that of the divine realm. So, it should be a higher plane parallel to the divine realm. The parallel planes of the divine realm? Xiao Chen frowned, deep in thought. According to Larinar's reasoning, the strength of Sword Slashing All Lives did not stem from his profession but from the nature of his power. Simply put, it was a matter of different measurement units. Take basic attributes, for example. If an ordinary player adds 1 point of strength, it increases their power by 1 kilogram. Then, if Sword Slashing All Lives adds 1 point of strength, it increases his power by 1 ton. The difference between the two is 1,000-fold. This is the reason for his high attack. At the same time, the body of a higher plane greatly enhances his resistance to lower planes. A being with hundreds of tons of strength would undoubtedly have an exceptionally strong physique, making it incredibly difficult for an ordinary being with power measured in kilograms to harm him. As for the mysterious shield and sword energy, those are purely the professional traits of an ancient sword immortal. Child, your understanding of planes is still quite limited. Today, I will give you another lesson, Larinar said. Knowing that Xiao Chen still did not fully grasp the structure of planes. With a wave of his hand, fire elements gathered around, forming small flames that began to explain knowledge to him. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen realized it was important information, and quickly sat up straight, listening attentively. The world we are in is merely a basic plane. There are at least hundreds of millions of such planes in the universe. Tiny flames, the size of rice grains, gathered and arranged themselves, forming many hollow, spherical objects. At the center of these spherical objects, fire elements converged and ignited larger flames. Basic planes belong to higher worlds, which are similar to the divine realm in JoJo. Each higher world simultaneously possesses over 1,000 lower planes as vassals to maintain stability. The higher worlds are neighbors to each other, parallel to one another, forming a massive base. The flames burned, with small flames circling around the large fireball, and the large fireballs lined up side by side, forming a circular ring resembling beads on a string. At the center of this beaded string, a larger flame ignited.
Laranar
said, "The center of this base is the great world of all heavens, the place you will go in the future."
All heavens.
The great world. Xiao Chen's eyes widened. Before the game launched, the alien civilization that created the game had once revealed in a dream that the Blue Star civilization would ultimately compete with other cosmic civilizations in the world of all heavens. He never expected that this all heavens was actually at the level of the divine realm.
The conditions for players to enter the divine
realm are simpler than for NPCs. A demigod at level 250 can enter. By that time, players from the Blue Star battle zone will form the elemental divine domain camp with several other lower civilizations belonging to the same elemental divine domain, heading to the great world of all heavens to battle countless civilizations in the universe. Of course, before that, the civilizations of the Blue Star battle zone and other battle zones will first fight for the dominance of the elemental divine realm.
Master, what you mentioned is just the base.
What world exists above the base?
Xiao Chen recalled a question and asked curiously.
Laranar said, "The battlefield of the heavens is a place to select the talented. If one can stand out among countless civilizations, they can enter a higher world." With a wave of his hand, the fire element surged. Above the string of flames, a small flower pattern appeared. This flower was smaller than the flames below, yet it was vivid and dreamlike. Laranar continued, "I learned this information while communicating with the divine realm, but I cannot know what the higher world of the battlefield of the heavens is.
Because even the Lord of Flames is not the top-tier powerhouse in the battlefield of the heavens and does not qualify to enter the next level."
Xiao Chen looked at the flame pattern before him and couldn't help
but click his tongue.
He had originally thought that reaching level 100 in 3 days meant he would soon be able to complete this game. But now it seemed that within the structure of this flame pattern, he was still at the very bottom of the
bottom. Flowers, flames, large fireballs, small flames. The entire game world could be divided into 4 layers or more.
Even the small flame, this beginner village, required level 250 to graduate, and with his mere level 100, he had nothing to be proud of. In the universe, there were many civilizations like Blue Star. Assuming each battle zone had a Xiao Chen, and there were a total of 100 million battle zones, that would mean there were 100 million lucky individuals like him. Among these 100 million people, there would surely be someone even luckier, becoming Xiao Chen plus.
Therefore, to become a true big shot in the heavens, he was still far, far away.
This was not an exaggeration, but a reasonable deduction. Everything was possible. After all, with countless battle zones combined, the total number of players could be in the trillions, or even trillions of trillions. Under such a vast foundation, even the most unlikely events could happen.
Master, if I encounter Sword Slasher again next time, how should I deal with him? Xiao Chen posed a new question. Ordinary people had almost no chance against beings of the divine realm.
With a 1,000-fold power gap, they could only be crushed. He was fortunate to have a 10,000-fold amplification talent, not only avoiding being crushed but even crushing Sword Slasher tenfold. But after all, the quality of power could not compare to others, and over time, if Sword Slasher evolved into a more powerful force, he might not be a match. Laranar smiled, having already seen what Xiao Chen was thinking. He stroked his beard and casually dispersed the flame pattern. He said, "It's simple. As long as you also possess the power of the higher world, you can easily break his special shield."
Then how do I obtain the power of the higher world? Xiao Chen expressed his confusion.
Laranar laughed, "I'll help you change your class first. After your 3rd class change,
it will be easier to understand."
Saying this, he instructed Xiao Chen to take out his class magic book.
"Alright, then I'll trouble you, master." Xiao Chen took out the meteorologist's secret tome and handed it to Laranar. The latter extended
one hand, using supreme magic power to activate the hidden strength within the book, infusing it into Xiao Chen's body. For colored light pillars shot into the sky, even more dazzling than the last time. Lightning, water, fire, wind, 4 elemental magics poured out, all infused into Xiao Chen's body. The magic book trembled gently, transforming into light points that gradually dissipated. In that moment, Xiao Chen felt his body changing, becoming stronger, and even his mind was
much clearer than before.
The surrounding world became more vivid. He even had a feeling of finally opening his eyes. It was as if his former self was a blind person, unable to see the things around him, and only now had he finally removed the black cloth covering his eyes. Yet at this moment, he was actually keeping his eyes closed.
Clearly with my eyes closed, yet I can see the things around me. What is this? The eyes of the mind?
Xiao Chen was astonished.
At the same time, a system prompt sounded.
Ding, congratulations, you have advanced to a third transfer profession, Meteorological Mage. Due to your profession advancement, your basic attributes have increased.
Due to your profession advancement, your attribute growth rate has increased.
Your exclusive talent, Weather Control, has advanced and its effect has been enhanced.
You have gained a new ability, Willpower.
You have gained a new ability, Skill Proficiency. Ding, you have learned the Universal
Mage skill, Fire Sea Technique.
Large Area Continuous Damage. Ding, you have learned the Universal Mage skill, Lightning Instant. Instantly teleport to another location. Ding, you have learned the exclusive skill of the Meteorological
Mage, Water Tornado.
Area Damage. Ding, you have learned the exclusive skill of the Meteorological Mage, Wind Tornado.
Area Damage, congratulations. You are the first third transfer player in this battle zone. You have received a 50,000 reputation reward and a random mythical equipment.
After the system prompt, Xiao Chen's attribute panel underwent a tremendous change, and at the same time, a new piece of equipment appeared in his backpack.
God's Magic Pattern Pants, Level 100 Mage.
Leg Armor, Life Limit plus 5,000, Constitution plus 50, Spirit plus 50, Physical Defense plus 125, Magic Defense plus 125, Magic Damage Reduction plus 15%, Special Effect, Divine Power Amplification, has a chance to trigger an amplification effect when using skills,
increasing power by 10%.
However, at this moment, Xiao Chen was not focused on the equipment, but rather on the two new attributes that had appeared: Willpower and Skill Proficiency. Skill Proficiency was understandable, most games had similar settings, and most skills needed to be leveled up through proficiency. However, Heavenly Realms seemed a bit different, as it required a third transfer to trigger this attribute, which was quite unusual. Opening the panel, Xiao Chen looked at the descriptions of these two attributes. Willpower, the manifestation of the external projection of soul power. The stronger the willpower, the higher the mastery over skills, which can enhance skill power.
Each point of willpower can increase skill effects by 0.1%, up to a maximum of 100%.
At the same time, willpower is also an important indicator for breaking through realms. When willpower is insufficient, breakthroughs cannot be made.
Skill Proficiency, each effective use of a skill increases proficiency by 1 point.
When proficiency accumulates to a certain level, the skill will enter the transformation state, resulting in a qualitative change in effect.
Looks a bit impressive. After reading the descriptions, Xiao Chen marveled inwardly.
Willpower could double the effects of skills when accumulated to 1,000 points. And proficiency was the key indicator for advancing skills. Effective casting was required to gain proficiency, simply throwing a fireball
onto an empty space was ineffective.
Child, do you see the skill proficiency?
Larinar spoke up. I see it, Master. Xiao Chen nodded.
Larinar said, as long as you train a magic to the transformation stage, that magic will qualitatively change
into divine power, and its effects will completely transform.
Once you master this power, it will be fully effective against the strong ones in the divine realm or that adventurer you mentioned, and you will no longer be suppressed.
Hearing this, Xiao Chen quickly checked the proficiency requirements for all his skills. As a result, he was dumbfounded.
Among all the skills, the one with the lowest proficiency requirement, Fireball, still needed a full 100,000 proficiency.
100,000 proficiency. The cooldown time for the Fireball spell is 8 seconds each time.
Even if I casted non-stop, with every cast being effective, it would take a full 800,000 seconds, which
is 222 hours. And if I really practiced, a month might not be enough.
As for the magic missile, which has a shorter cooldown time, it doesn't even count as magic, it has no proficiency
setting and cannot be advanced. Xiao Chen's face turned dark.
It seems that using the power of the same realm to blow up the sword and slay the world will work. He can only rely on the effect of a 10,000-fold amplification to forcibly cut through 99% of the opponent's damage reduction.
Reaching the transformation realm isn't easy, you kid will
have to grind slowly. Larinar laughed, seeing Xiao Chen's helplessness. He then explained to Xiao Chen how to increase willpower.
Willpower is a very important attribute in the future. It cannot be obtained through allocating potential points or from equipment.
The only way to increase it is through personal cultivation.
The way for a mage to cultivate is through
meditation, which means sitting on the ground and using one's mind to sense magical elements, gathering the elements to form magical patterns and arrays, simulating spellcasting to strengthen one's soul power. This made Xiao Chen very resistant,
because he was just here to play a game, not to really become a mage.
This is a game, not a magical world. No matter how long he sits or how intensely he cultivates, he can't bring it back to the real world, so why waste so much energy?
However, if he doesn't cultivate, he won't be able to break through to the 4th,
5th, or 6th transitions in the future and can only maintain the 3rd transition profession to continue leveling up.
Losing the growth rate evolution from changing jobs would be too much of a loss. So, sooner or later, he would have to find time to obediently sit down and meditate. The friend list suddenly flashed. Someone sent him a message. Xiao Chen opened it to find that Zhu Long was looking for him. Xiao Chen, the invincible team has been intercepted by us. The three factions are putting pressure together, and the Tianxia Guild seems to be softening a bit, but to save face, they still propose to have a group fight. If we win, they will give us the leadership, and they only want 20 seats. If they win, we have to withdraw. Zhu Long explained the results of the three major guilds intercepting the Tianxia Guild. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and replied, after all, it's a big guild, it's indeed a bit unlikely for them to completely give up. Since that's the case, let's fight. Give me the coordinates, I can get there in 10 minutes. Both sides would have 50 people in the team battle. Normally, with the three major guilds joining forces, they would definitely have more experts than the Tianxia Guild. But with the sword slaying the world present, one person might be able to take on 50, so Xiao Chen had to personally go into battle to ensure victory. Alright, then I'll agree to him, we'll start in 20 minutes. We're currently at the arena in Giant Elephant City, just go 1,200 meters west from the teleportation array, Zhu Long replied. No problem, I'll hurry, Xiao Chen replied and hung up the chat. Child, do you have something else to attend to? Larinar noticed Xiao Chen's distraction and asked. Xiao Chen nodded and apologized. Sorry, master, I couldn't stay and talk with you longer this time. Once I'm done with this, I'll go buy some good wine and dishes to come here and chat with you for 3 days and nights. Larinar was not only a job transition mentor but also answered many of Xiao Chen's questions. Although he was an NPC, Xiao Chen had developed a great fondness for this old mage and treated him as a true friend. Larinar smiled kindly. I've been here for 200 years, I don't mind this little while. You go ahead. Oh, by the way, you mentioned meeting 2 people, you only talked about one, the Jojo Sword Immortal Adventurer. Who is the other? As he spoke, he remembered that Xiao Chen had only said half of what he wanted to say. Another one is a demigod. I wanted to ask you what level a demigod is, and how many levels up it takes to become a god. Now that I know, there's no need to ask more. Xiao Chen replied. Larinar showed a look of surprise. You encountered a demigod? Yes, it's the Lord of Storm City. I caused some trouble there, and he came out and took me down in an instant. A small punishment, I suppose. Xiao Chen replied honestly. That kid Cassius is getting bolder, even daring to hit my disciple. Upon hearing the name of the Lord of Storm City, Larinar immediately became furious. Master, do you know him? Xiao Chen was a bit surprised. Larinar said, over 200 years ago, before I came to suppress the heart of Fire Lake, he studied at the Flame Temple for a while. Back then, he was just an ordinary archer, relying on his handsome looks. He recklessly flirted with the female disciples of our sect, and I had to teach him a lesson a few times. Xiao Chen chuckled in disbelief. He didn't expect the demigod lord to have been such a flirt in his youth. Next time he meets him in Storm City, he must tease him about it. Master, I'll take my leave now and come back to accompany you another day. Xiao Chen stood up and performed a junior's salute. Go ahead, compete with that kid from the 9 provinces divine realm. I believe in you. Larinar encouraged. Yes. I will win. Xiao Chen crushed the return scroll and left the heart of Fire Lake. Larinar watched his figure disappear, a smile spreading across his aged face. This cheap disciple of mine really has some skills, even able to defeat the young ones from the upper realm. When he grows up, he will surely be a towering tree in the continent of the gods. It's just a pity, his willpower is a bit weak. Back at the teleportation array in Flame City, Xiao Chen took out the level 3 skill book, Group I Seal, and learned it directly. Then he equipped all his level 100 mythic gear, including the staff, discarding the weather staff that had plus 100% magic scale for the higher attack power, Wailing Banshee staff. After allocating attribute points and replacing equipment, his attributes were finalized. Name, Xiao Chen. Occupation, Meteorological Mage level 100 Talent, Divine Might, Super God, Weather Control, Legendary, Spell Scale Increase 1500%. Willpower, 1, Initial Value, Health Points, 30269/30694 Mana Points, 4353/4353 Spell Attack, 2839 Physical Defense, 387 Spell Defense, 390 Strength, 170 Intelligence, 650 Constitution, 445 Spirit, 475 Agility, 190 Potential Points, 0 Mastered Skills, Magic Missile, Chain Lightning, Fireball, Lightning Arrow, Rainstorm, Gale, Earth Elemental Shield, Fire Resistance Ring, Ice Arrow, Dragon Breath, Basic Fire Elements Summon, Firewall, Water Shield, Levitation, Thunderstrike, Summon Flame Lord, Flame Dragon Dance, Explosive Fireball, Sea of Fire, lightning flash, water tornado, wind tornado, mass ice seal, meteor spell, forbidden spell, apocalypse disaster, divine punishment, equipment slot, wailing banshee staff, level 100. Mythical weapon, spell lifesteal 10%, armor break 20%, small chance to deal 10% true damage. Heart of the Fallen, level 100. Mythical necklace, 3 layers of shield, heroic spirit, holy ring. Level 100 Mythical ring, activates all attributes plus 60. Ring of magical will, level 100. Legendary ring, can store 3 ordinary skills, no cost casting, epic and above not allowed, godslaying. Robe, no level. Mythical clothing, mana recovery 50, immortal spirit, bloody power. Crown, no level. Mythical hat, health recovery 50, 2 layers of shield. Endless smoke belt, no level. Mythical belt, increases attack and defense by 1% for each enemy killed, up to 10%. God's magic pattern pants, level 100. Mythical pants, small chance to increase effect by 10%. Thunder power gauntlets. Level 100. Legendary gloves. Swift shoes, no level. Legendary shoes, movement speed plus 100%. At this moment, only 1 ring, 1 gauntlet, and 1 pair of shoes were not of mythical quality. On Xiao Chen's body, the change of weapon directly allowed him to shed the low attack power panel of an ordinary player, with a significant increase in attack power, comparable to when he had received full team buffs during the previous defense battle. If he were to receive another wave of buffs now, his attack power would become even more terrifying. And this was not the most important part. The most important thing was that his mana points had exceeded 4,000, allowing him to cast Apocalypse Disaster for 2 seconds. Elephant City. Xiao Chen paid 10 gold coins and was teleported to the location provided by the Candle Dragon. After exiting the teleportation array, he headed straight west. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the arena. The arena is a place in the game where players can spar and compete. Here, even if you are killed, you won't lose items or experience. It's completely risk-free. Moreover, there are many types of arenas, including 1v1, 3v3, 5v5, and even 50v50. At this moment, a large crowd has gathered at the entrance of the arena. Tianxia, Longhan, Zhongshan, and Zhengjun. These 4 major guilds are in a dispute over the ownership of a dungeon. The news spread quickly, and within just an hour, it became widely known. Since the server opened, there has never been a formal power struggle in the half-region of Longhua. The major guilds have had an unspoken agreement to develop independently without interfering with each other. This is the first direct confrontation. Upon learning that the Tianxia Guild planned to engage in a 1v3 battle against the other 3 major guilds in a 50v50 team fight, countless players flocked to the grand arena in Giant Elephant City. At this moment, the entrance was so crowded that it was nearly impossible to get in. The Tianxia Guild really overestimates itself. They couldn't even win a 1v1 against Zhongshan and Longhan, and now they want to try a 1v3? You can't say that. Tianxia is the victim here. They bought the dungeon, and the other 3 guilds shamelessly came out to snatch it. Tianxia Wudi had no choice but to use this method to save face. That's true, they paid the money, and the ownership of the dungeon was already determined. The people from Zhongshan, Longhan, and Jingzhan are indeed excessive. They don't even follow this basic rule. Let's see the battle results. I heard that Tianxia invited the 3rd-ranked swordsman, Jian Zhansong Shang, to assist. That guy is a cultivator and very powerful, plus he can fly with his sword. There might be a chance to win. What good is Jian Zhansong Shang? Longhan also invited the top-ranked Xiao Chen. Do you know Xiao Chen? Just yesterday, he and his bound healer duo took down a level 200 mythic boss. Even if Tianxia formed a team, they can't compare to a level 200 boss. They aren't even enough for Xiao Chen to crush with a fire giant. Dude, are you a fanboy of Xiao Chen? With all due respect, no matter how powerful a mage is, they're still second-rate. Cultivators are the real strong ones. Come on, I heard that just a few hours ago. Jian Zhansong Shang was killed by Xiao Chen in Storm City. If it weren't for the city lord coming out, the whole city would have been demolished by Xiao Chen. At the entrance of the arena, a group of players who couldn't get in gathered together, chattering away. When Xiao Chen arrived, the door was already blocked. Players were packed in layers, almost tearing down the outer wall of the arena. Ahem, could everyone please make way? I need to get in to fight. Xiao Chen cleared his throat and shouted loudly, "Who are you? You, a trash mage, want to get in and fight? I see you. It's the great Xiao Chen. Sorry for the disturbance. What's going on? Xiao Chen really came? Wow, it's true. Level 100 Meteor Mage, over 30,000 health. What terrifying stats. Wow, he's so handsome. Even more handsome than my brother. Great Xiao Chen. Please give me an autograph, I'm begging you." In an instant, countless players turned their attention to him, surrounding him tightly. Some even rushed over directly. Hey, what are you doing? I'm here to fight, not to go on a date. Xiao Chen exclaimed. Before long, the area around him became so congested that it was impassable. He was completely surrounded. Damn, help me! Which bastard touched my butt? If you come any closer, I'm going to go red and start killing. Xiao Chen's desperate cries echoed from the crowd, but they couldn't dampen the player's enthusiasm. He couldn't escape at all. Xiao Chen, are you here? We have 10 minutes left before it starts. We're discussing tactics, Zhu Long messaged him at that moment. Xiao Chen helplessly replied, give me a moment, I'm blocked at the entrance. Do you need me to call a few brothers to clear the entrance? Zhu Long chuckled at the words. Xiao Chen was unaware of how charming he was quite clear about it himself. As the top-level god player, handsome and powerful, the numerous rumors of his glory had made his fame in the game surpass that of first-line stars in the real world. No need, I've found a way to break through. At that moment, Xiao Chen suddenly replied, refusing his help. Zhu Long nodded, alright, we'll wait for you. Under the number 1 arena. At this time, Xiao Chen opened his skill bar in the crowd and found a way to break through. Lightning. Instant removes all control effects and teleports forward at lightning speed for a short distance, ignoring small obstacles. After the teleportation ends, gains 1 second of invulnerability, consumes 200 mana, cooldown time 60 seconds. This skill is a game-changing technique for a third-tier mage, much stronger than the levitation spell. It not only removes control effects but also allows for movement. Whether for escaping or charging into attack, it is very practical. Its ability to ignore obstacles means it can pass through player blockades, as long as they are not walls, boulders, or other large solid objects. With a thought, Xiao Chen instantly released the skill. Whoosh, his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already near the arena gate, 50 meters away. The teleportation distance of lightning instant is selectable, with a minimum of 20 meters and a maximum of 50 meters. This skill, like levitation, is a special type of magic unaffected by divine might enhancements or weather control expansions. Otherwise, if it were amplified 1,000 times, teleporting 500 kilometers, his body would likely be torn apart by the speed. Hey, where did he go? Did he log off? Xiao Chen, the Great One. You haven't signed for me yet. Damn. It's all your fault, you scared my idol away. Xiao Chen's disappearance surprised the players. No one knew what kind of skills a third-tier mage possessed. To these enthusiastic onlookers, Xiao Chen could only say sorry. He dove into the arena, quickly oriented himself, and sprinted towards the number 1 arena. The structure inside the arena resembled a sports stadium but was many times larger. Surrounding it, like a stadium, were uniform stands, while the center was divided into dozens of large and small arenas. The largest, the number 1 arena, was a battlefield for 50v50 team battles, measuring 240 by 240 meters. The other smaller arenas were generally around 50 meters in size. At this time, the arena was already packed, with over 100,000 spectators who had paid 1 gold coin for admission to watch. Where there are many people, it is always noisy. Xiao Chen's appearance drew considerable attention, with many shouting his name, excited beyond measure, more exaggerated than seeing a big star. Xiao Chen ignored them and, taking advantage of his speed, dashed down the stands, jumped into the arena, and arrived at the tactical discussion area beneath the number 1 arena. At this moment, everyone below the arena was already in position. Long Hun, the gods, and the conquerors had about 100 people in total, including Li Li and Zhang Fan. The Tianxia faction also had nearly 100 members, all dressed in top-notch gear, except for Jianzhan Songshang, who wore simple clothes and posed with his cool jade sword. Sorry, I'm late. As soon as Xiao Chen arrived, he quickly apologized. This matter was initiated by him, yet he was the last to arrive, which was quite embarrassing. However, no one blamed him. Instead, they immediately checked his information. Weather Mage. Old Xiao has advanced to the 3rd tier. Lily exclaimed excitedly, quickly asking him, how does it feel to be 3rd tier? Is the attribute growth significant? Everyone looked over, including the Tianxia guild members. Xiao Chen scanned the crowd and smiled lightly. The growth is quite significant. The conversion ratios of physique, intelligence, and spirit have all increased, with significant improvements in blood, attack, and magic defense. Most importantly, at this point, his gaze settled on Jianzhan Songshang, and he slowly said, understood the deep structure of the game world. What is the deep structure of the game world? What does that mean? Everyone was puzzled. Xiao Chen did not explain. He simply asked everyone, so, who is participating in the battle now? You'll know when you join the team. The God Emperor directly sent a group invitation. After Xiao Chen accepted, he entered the battle team. Team members: God Emperor, God of Killing, God of Healing, God of Magic, Candle Dragon, White Dragon, 1/1 Average Guy, and Not Shaking from Parkinson's. All of them were second transformation players, with the highest levels being God of Killing and Parkinson's at level 62, and the lowest being Lily at level 53. In terms of class composition, there were melee, ranged, assassins, and healers, basically evenly distributed, fitting the conventional boss team composition. Out of the 50 people, including Xiao Chun, a full 21 were hidden classes, and the remaining members all had special talents or powerful mythic gear and operational awareness. It's not an exaggeration to say that even without Xiao Chun, they could take down a level 50 mythic boss, and even a level 80 mythic boss could be fought. However, with the upper realm expert sword slashing the world on the opposing side, it would be tough. Xiao Shen said within the team, once the fight starts, just give me the invulnerability status, and I can clear out everyone on the opposite side except for sword slashing the world within 3 seconds. For the remaining time, everyone just focus on surviving, and let me duel with sword slashing the world without interference. He had never fought in a team battle and did not need the team to coordinate with him. All he needed was to raise his staff, and he alone could surpass thousands of troops. More effective than any cooperation. Well, we'll just join in to make up the numbers, and if necessary, help you block some control effects, said Candle Dragon. Everyone present had seen his performance in the defense battle, and now with his third transformation, he would surely be stronger. So, there were no objections. The tactics they had discussed earlier were based on the premise that Xiao Chen's strength could not be exerted. There were still 3 minutes until the team battle began. On the side of the Tianxia Guild, it seemed they had also discussed their battle plan. Tianxia Wushuang saw Xiao Chun chatting and laughing with the leaders of the 3 major guilds and couldn't help but raise his voice, sarcastically saying, I've seen people trying to climb high branches, but I've never seen anyone trying to climb 3 at once. Some people really have no shame just to grab a dungeon. Xiao Chen had not intended to engage in a war of words with Tianxia, but since they provoked him, first, he wouldn't just stand there and take it. He smiled and said, Oh, my dear grandson, it's been 2 days without a fight and you're feeling itchy, huh? Come here, let Grandpa let you relive the feeling of being killed dozens of times in place. What are you pretending for? Playing a broken game, getting a broken class, and thinking you're superior? People like you are useless in reality, only able to find a sense of superiority in the game. Tianxia Wushuang said disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately laughed. Oh, why do I feel like you're talking about someone else? That little brother beside you, Ancient Sword Immortal, is the one who loves to act superior in the game, isn't he? Sword slashing the world, who had been silent, frowned and looked over when he heard someone mention him. Many from Xiao Chen's side looked at him and burst into laughter. There were quite a few people present who knew sword slashing the world. This guy was not only famous in the heavens, but he had also performed well in other games before, having dealt with several guilds. However, he was not as strong as he was now. He used to be just a cool, top-tier player, unlike now, where he could directly look down on the world. So, his show-off skills had only recently improved. Wushuang, no need to argue with them. Once the fight starts, we'll know who the real boss is. Tianxia Haojia pulled Tianxia Wushuang, who wanted to continue the banter. The latter thought for a moment, feeling that he really couldn't out-argue Xiao Chun, so he had to hold back. However, there were still some grievances in his heart, and he glared fiercely at Xiao Chun. Let's see who laughs last. Then don't cry later, Grandpa won't give you any candy, Xiao Chun said with a smile. You. The anger of Tianxia Wushuang was once again provoked. But soon, Tianxia Wudi pulled him back. The preparation time was about to end, and the referee signaled everyone to take the stage. Let's go. Enter the arena. Zhu Long waved his hand, and the 50-person team walked onto the battle platform in order. Tianxia Wudi also called out, bringing his side's people up. Xiao Chen and Jinzhan Sanxing were at the back, and before stepping onto the stage, they exchanged a glance. Jinzhan Sanxing, who had been defeated once, seemed to have no intention of holding back, his gaze instead cold and fierce. Looking at this posture, he probably still had a trump card up his sleeve. 2 minutes later, everyone had stepped onto the competition stage. The surrounding audience was already excitedly screaming. Ironhead Zhu Long. God Emperor. God Emperor. My idol sister Dao. Look at me Tianxia Wudi. Xiao Chen is so handsome. At this moment, among the 100 people standing on the stage, there were 5 experts in the top 10 of the rankings, 4 presidents of top guilds, 11 professional players who had participated in world-class events, plus 1 man with the highest looks and level. Except for Xiao Chen, the others had all made quite a name for themselves in other games to varying degrees. But in Zutiang, all these people combined did not have a reputation as great as Xiao Chen's alone. The NPC referee began to explain the competition rules. This friendly match is a team battle mode of 50 versus 50.
In the arena battle, scrolls and potions and other auxiliary items cannot be used, you can only rely on your own strength.
The battle can last a maximum of 10 minutes.
If one side's entire team is wiped out, it will end early. If there are still survivors after 10 minutes, the winner will be determined by the total number of deaths. If the number of deaths is the same, the total output and healing will be calculated. The battle will start in 30 seconds, please get ready.
After saying this, the referee exited the arena.
An air wall rose at the edge of the arena, enveloping the stage to prevent anyone from being pushed out by skill
effects.
50 people on each side were somewhat haphazardly distributed on either side of the arena. 8 knights, 8 warriors, 7 mages, 9 archers, 7 assassins, 10 priests, plus 1 ancient sword immortal whose profession is unknown. The configuration is quite balanced. Zhu Long quickly scanned the opposing team's configuration and said in the team channel. Xiao Chen's side had a similar configuration, with 2 more priests and slightly fewer mages.
The arena has been silenced, no skills can be
cast before the start,
so we can't chant our ultimate moves in advance, someone said.
Xiao Chen looked and indeed found that no skills could be used. They had to wait for the match to officially begin.
10, 9, 8. With just a few seconds left in the countdown, everyone quickly arranged their formations, knights in front, priests in the back, warriors and assassins ready to charge into the crowd, while mages and archers aimed at the opposing mid and back rows. On the 240 by 240 arena, 100
people were filled with killing intent, all fully prepared.
The match begins.
As the countdown ended, with the referee's command, the 100 people instantly moved. Jianzhan Sangxing's attributes have already been posted in the related works.
Purification spell. Heroic battle song. Shield mountain. Charge. In an instant, a large number of instant skills were activated, and everyone entered a state of battle.
The difference was that the Tianxia Guild launched a surprise attack, with melee
fighters rushing in and ranged attackers focusing fire on Xiao Chen.
Meanwhile, Xiao Chen's side simply held their ground, with knights in front to block and priests behind to dispel control effects, while the damage dealers hardly moved.
Earth Element Shield. Group Ice Seal.
With a thought, Xiao Chen instantly released 2 skills.
A hexagonal shell firmly protected him. Blue ripples
quickly spread out, covering the entire arena in the blink of an eye, freezing all opponents in place. The talent of a 3rd tier Meteor Mage can enhance spell scale by 15 times, and this skill has a maximum range of 225 meters, capable of completely covering
the entire arena.
All the players on the opposite side were frozen.
However, almost at the same time, many players in the opposing formation entered a state of invulnerability and regained their mobility. Look!
Sword slashing the world is flying.
It's sword flight. Wow, so cool.
Whoa, my immortal dream. At this moment, the audience in the stand suddenly erupted in a chorus of screams. Sword slashing the world lifted off the ground, a semi-transparent illusory flying sword appearing beneath him, carrying him into the
sky.
Whoosh! He soared to a height of 50 meters in one breath, raising the jade sword in his right hand and slashing it through
the air.
A curved sword energy slashed down at an angle, extending to 20 or 30 meters, sweeping towards Xiao Chen and the
front row knights. Resist fire ring.
Faced with this sword energy, Xiao Chen chose to ignore it, focusing instead on using his
big move to eliminate the weaker opponents first.
The resist fire ring can cover the entire area and does not require chanting, making it the most convenient skill for clearing the field. A burst of fire erupted from him, sweeping across the entire arena.
As
the sword energy from sword slashing the world descended, 1 layer of Xiao Chen's 5 layers of holy shield was broken.
Meanwhile,
the front row knights, Candle Dragon and a teammate named Old Man in his prime, suffered 50,000 and 110,000 damage respectively,
both collapsing. I can't believe I'm the first to die.
Candle Dragon, lying on the ground, felt frustrated. He had always prided himself on his tankiness, but this time he had met his nemesis. Buzz. Almost at the same moment, Xiao Chen's resist fire ring
swept across the Tianxia team's formation.
In an instant, a series of damage numbers around 40 million appeared above the heads of the opposing front row members, who were directly scorched by the flames.
What the hell? What kind of damage is this? 8-digit damage. And it's AoE across the entire field. This must be a hack. Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the arena, the audience in the stands could see the damage numbers. As the resist fire ring was unleashed, countless people were shocked. Some members of the Tianxia team attempted to jump to avoid the fire ring sweep, but Xiao Chen's fire ring not only had a large range but also an outrageous height of nearly 2 meters, making it impossible to jump over without a jumping skill. Once the fire ring cleared, only 4 members of the Tianxia team were left alive. 1 was sword slashing the world in sword flight status, 2 were warriors who had jumped to avoid the fire ring, and 1 was the invincible Tianxia with a special shield. 10,000 sword technique.
Sword slashing the world noticed his team list rapidly turning black, with almost all his teammates dead, and couldn't help but
feel helpless.
He threw out his sword, unleashing a powerful skill, with countless sword energies falling towards the ground.
Out of range. Can't block.
Someone shouted, and Xiao Chen's teammates quickly retreated in all directions. The coverage radius of the 10,000 sword technique is 25 meters, not too big, not too small.
Colorful sword energies fell like raindrops, creating a stunning scene.
Xiao Chen's 4 layers of holy shield shattered in just 1.2 seconds, and damage numbers of 300,000 began to appear above his head, causing his shields to drop rapidly. Some teammates nearby were caught off guard and were instantly killed by the
high damage of hundreds of thousands. The audience in the stands was left dumbfounded. This damage is outrageous. The sword immortal is so fierce. If only I were the ancient sword immortal. This isn't even a team battle, it's just Xiao Chen and sword slashing the world, putting on a personal show. The 10,000 sword technique took out more than 10 people in the first second.
And Xiao Chen's team lost a small portion.
Thunder strike. Ice arrow. Fireball. Xiao Chen stood firm against the 10,000
sword technique, continuously casting 3 skills. A thundercloud gathered in the sky, releasing thick lightning that struck sword
slashing the world. The latter tried to dodge by flying with his sword, but the thundercloud had a tracking effect and followed closely.
The lightning struck him, but was absorbed by a transparent shield, while the ice arrow and fireball were ineffective.
When
the thunder strike and 10,000 sword technique ended, both were still at full health.
Dominating sword technique.
Sword slashing the world shouted. The jade sword flew back into his hand and shook violently.
Whoosh! A beam of golden light burst from
the sword, transforming into a giant sword over 30 meters long, plunging down from the sky.
Water shield. Dragon breath. Xiao
Chen casually released 2 instant cast skills, a massive water shield with a diameter of several meters protecting his head, while
flames of dragon breath erupted from his staff, engulfing the enemy. Thud!
Whoosh! The giant sword struck down. The water shield
shook violently from the impact and then shattered with a crash. A damage of 1.6 million appeared, although it seemed impossible
to break through the water shield with a defense of 10 million, because it was a power of the upper realm, similar in nature to the power of the demigod city Lord Cassius. It still broke through that layer of defense. Sword slashing the world, who took the
dragon breath head-on, remained unharmed.
As the water and fire dissipated, the giant sword vanished, and both were still at full health. Xiao Chen's purification technique's invulnerability state had worn off, but no one from the enemy team could control him.
So he no longer needed the invulnerability.
The God Emperor and others rushed to the opposite side, each using a skill to overwhelm the invincible and 2 others, then retreated to the periphery, no longer intervening.
Now the entire arena was just the time for
Xiao Chen and sword slashing the world to solo.
Last time I didn't go all out, this time, in our battle, I will make you understand the gap between high-level practitioners and ordinary people.
Sword slashing the world stood in mid-air on his flying sword, speaking with an air of superiority.
Xiao Chen smiled. Isn't it just that you've had early contact with some higher planes? What's there to be proud of? Even if you are the true sword immortal, today I will pin you to the ground and beat you.
The 2 exchanged barbs, and in the next moment, skills continued to pour out.
Storm rain technique. Gale technique. Flame sword technique. Breaking sword technique.
Xiao Chen unleashed 2 signature spells, a storm and rain covering a vast area, making it difficult to escape even for those who could fly, forcing them to take it head-on. Sword slashing the world danced in the air with his sword, the jade sword emitting a faint colorful light, with different effects of sword energy falling down. The sword energy was deadly, and a series of high damage numbers appeared above Xiao Chen's head.
Crack after 3 seconds of the storm and rain raging. Sword slashing the world's transparent shield finally shattered. Xiao Chen took several sword immortal skills, and his earth element
shield lost several million. Seeing that the opponent's defense had been broken, he immediately shot down a lightning arrow.
Blade chi protects the body.
Zhenjiang Songshang reacted swiftly. As the shield broke, he swung his sword, and streams of sword chi formed
a protective wind, enveloping him and creating a new defense.
The lightning arrow crashed down, piercing through the protective chi and hitting him, surprisingly only dealing over 7,000 points of damage. The theoretical damage of the lightning arrow is 79 million, and his defense actually negated 99.99% of the damage, directly nullifying my tenfold amplification effect.
Xiao Chen marveled inwardly. So strong.
I have to say, the ancient sword immortal class is truly powerful. It feels almost as if it was designed specifically to counter
him. Come again.
With a thought, a bursting fireball flew out.
The size of the bursting fireball was the same as a regular fireball. But under the enhancement of the meteorological mage talent, it grew to a diameter of 3 meters, resembling a small sun. Break for me. Seeing the massive fireball, Jin Zhang Shang didn't want to take it head-on. He swung his sword, and the invisible sword chi split the fireball in two. Boom! The torn fireball exploded on him, weakened by 99% by the protective sword chi, and then further reduced by 99% by his own noble attributes, ultimately causing just over 3,000 points of damage. Damn, this insane damage reduction is making me lose confidence. Xiao Chen felt as if encountering Jin Zhang Shang had stripped him of his talent. His overwhelming tenfold damage had met its nemesis. Fortunately, he still had many skills to use. Fireball spell. The fireball spell was off cooldown and he threw out another fireball. Soul-settling sword chi. Jin Zhang Shang had no intention of standing still and taking hits, relying on his protective sword chi to withstand damage. He launched a new offensive. A dark blue sword chi fell vertically from above Xiao Chen's head, striking him on the head. -1288399 stun. This skill not only had extremely high damage but also came with a 5-second stun effect. Xiao Chen quickly cast a levitation spell, breaking the control while gaining invulnerability, and continued to unleash his new skills. Wind. Tornado. Pointing his staff, a tornado howled to life, forming out of thin air. Wind tornado, chanting for 0.5 seconds, creates a tornado with a radius of 2 meters, tracking and attacking a designated enemy. Deals 55% of attack power as spell damage per second, while reducing their movement speed by 90%, lasting 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. This skill is an improved version of the Gale spell. Although the range is much smaller, it is very effective against a single enemy. Moreover, the damage has increased significantly. The tornado, supported by his talent, expanded to a massive radius of 30 meters, enveloping Jin Zhang Shang along with his protective sword chi. Although the mortal slow effect was useless against him, the damage was very real. One after another, over 1,000 points of damage burst forth from him, and his health bar slowly dropped to around 50%. Why isn't the weapon's true damage effect triggering? Xiao Chen felt quite frustrated. His new weapon had a 5% chance to trigger true damage, dealing 10% of theoretical damage as true damage. This effect could not be resisted by any damage reduction. Once triggered, it would deal millions in damage, capable of instantly killing Jin Zhang Shang. Unfortunately, his luck was a bit poor, and it hadn't triggered yet. I have to admit, you do have some skill. But that's all there is to it. Jin Zhang Shang watched as his health bar was gradually whittled down. Understanding just how terrifying his damage reduction was, he knew what this health meant. As his health was about to drop below 40%, he focused his mind, and a trump card was immediately unleashed. Heaven and earth killing intent. A burst of light flashed, and Jin Zhang Shang's sword suddenly enlarged several times, becoming a sword over 4 meters long, radiating a crimson killing intent, while he himself vanished from sight. Where is he? Has he merged with the sword? Xiao Chen exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, he saw the sword shoot down from the sky, moving at an incredible speed. Kill. Kill, 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 kill. This sword, fierce and deadly, seemed to echo the word kill from all directions. Xiao Chen felt an immense pressure. Danger. His instincts told him that the earth element shield could not withstand this ultimate move. What was even more terrifying was that he was actually immobilized and unable to move. In a flash of lightning. In a hurry, he had no stronger defensive skills available, and the passive of the indestructible spirit was still on cooldown, so he could only choose to evade. With a flicker of lightning, he broke free from the immobilization, his figure disappearing from the spot and teleporting over 50 meters away. The giant sword of swords slashing the world almost fell to the ground in the next instant. Boom! A loud sound echoed throughout the arena. The giant sword plunged into the ground at the center of the stage, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, and deep cracks appeared in the surrounding ground, spreading out for 20 to 30 meters. Although the stage was repaired in the next second, the momentary shock still left countless people in awe. It even destroyed the environment. The damage of this skill is absolutely terrifying. Just now, the damage from swords slashing the world had already exceeded 1 million, and this strike is clearly even more powerful. It might even break 10 million. What a strong momentum. We're all playing the same game. How can others be so powerful? Xiao Chen also felt a lingering fear. There was no doubt that the damage from this strike had definitely reached the 10 million level. Just now, his shield was barely under 10 million. If he had been hit, he would have basically been unable to escape being instantly killed. If he died, this match would be lost, and no one else could deal with swords slashing the world, which had a basic damage reduction of 99% and a maximum reduction of 99.99%. Fortunately, he dodged. I underestimated you to think you could evade my move. The voice of sword slashing the world appeared in the center of the stage. The giant sword shrank back to its original size, and the swordsman's figure appeared beside it. The protective sword energy still surrounded him, but at this moment, sword slashing, the world looked somewhat weakened, his face slightly pale. Clearly, such a powerful ultimate move also had side effects for him. After revealing himself, he swung his sword, and the basic attack sword energy swept towards Xiao Chen. You must be at the end of your rope now, right? Xiao Chen smiled faintly, not dodging or evading, allowing the sword energy to hit him. Minus 39,819 0 defense from the earth element shield, which most directly reflects a person's attack power. At this moment, sword slashing the world was indeed much weaker than at the beginning. Lightning chain. Water tornado. Xiao Chen had no intention of being polite with his opponent. He sent out a lightning chain while chanting for 0.5 seconds, releasing another third-tier skill. Splash. A burst of water gathered at the feet of sword slashing the world, quickly transforming into a 30-meter-sized water tornado, trapping him completely and dealing damage. The effect of the water tornado skill was similar to that of the wind tornado, but instead of slowing down, it could directly push the opponent to a designated position, resulting in a force displacement effect, while the damage was also considerable. Minus 1,529, minus 1,498, minus 1,479 damage numbers kept popping up, and sword slashing the world's health bar visibly decreased. Just as his health was about to drop below the 10,000 mark, he remained trapped in the water tornado and unable to move. To be forced to this extent, you can be proud of yourself. Sword slashing the world gripped his long sword tightly, seemingly ready to unleash a powerful skill. However, at that moment, -1512992 true damage, a 6-digit damage suddenly appeared, and the passive ability of Xiao Chen's staff, Screech, finally triggered. A staggering amount of true damage, reaching the million level, ignored all damage reduction effects and directly impacted sword slashing the world. The swordsman, who had intended to use another ultimate move, fell down in disbelief, unable to accept this reality. In this match, the Divine Emperor team wins. At the moment the sword struck down the world, the NPC referee announced the name of the victorious team. Bullfrog, Bullfrog. Xiao Chen, the great god, is mighty. Xiao Chen, the great god, is the #1 in the world. Is this what a true top player looks like? So insane. In an instant, the arena erupted, everyone stood up, screaming and cheering. In just 3 days since the game's launch, they had witnessed the battle between the two greatest powerhouses in the game. The 50v50 battle was essentially just a duel between Xiao Chen and Jinzhan Songshang, with the rest merely filling the numbers. After this battle, everyone saw the terrifying damage and survival ability of Xiao Chen and Jinzhan Songshang. They were two towering mountains in the game's data, and many began to see them as the targets to chase in the future. The shouts around were thunderous, many were clapping, and even more were screaming meaningless cheers. On the stage, the 100 participants slowly regained their senses. Xiao Chen's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Just now, a single resistance fire ring dealt 2 billion damage, taking out over 40 people in one go, someone sighed. Another person said, in the face of such terrifying attack power from Xiao Chen, Jinzhan Songshang being able to hold on for so long is also very impressive. If it were us, we'd probably be dealing -1 damage. No matter what, we won, the spot is secured, and we can do quests with Xiao Chen now. Everyone on Xiao Chen's side was in high spirits. In contrast, the Tianxia team had many who fell silent. Especially Jinzhan Songshang, after hearing what others said, felt an extreme sense of frustration. He was the ancient sword immortal, possessing a god-level talent and a high-tier world immortal artifact that was even more powerful than an ordinary super artifact. Under such conditions, he actually lost. He was supposed to be a reference point for others, an insurmountable peak. But now, he was being told that holding on for so long is impressive, and had become a vassal, a clown. I won't accept this, I won't accept this. Jinzhan Songshang roared in his heart. The people on the stage all revived on the spot, with no losses incurred. After getting up, Jinzhan Songshang said to Xiao Chen in a deep voice, I still have my ultimate skill to use. Oh, what a coincidence, so do I, Xiao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. It was clear that Jinzhan Songshang indeed had a big skill to unleash, but due to the effect of the Wailing Banshee staff triggering, he was instantly killed and lost the opportunity. But it didn't matter. Even if the opponent had a big skill that could one-shot him, Xiao Chen didn't care. Who doesn't have a few trump cards? Not being able to use them just meant he was too weak. Who could he blame? Let's fight again. This time, I won't hold back.
Jianzhan Songshang stepped forward, actively challenging.
Compared to leaving directly after his last defeat, this result clearly mattered more to him. This was not surprising, after all, losing in front of hundreds of thousands of spectators in the arena was quite embarrassing. Is it holding back? Or was it just a miscalculation? Xiao Chen chuckled upon hearing this. Then he said, "Brother, I suggest you level up first. If you fall in the same place twice, it's easy to completely lose your confidence. And with so many people watching, if you lose again, wouldn't that be a total loss of face?" He didn't mind playing
again, but there were important matters to attend to, and so many people had waited for him for so long, it wouldn't be right to keep
them waiting.
Arena battles needed to be booked in advance, even if there was no queue. Preparations for the venue and judges were required,
and it would take at least 5 minutes to start.
Upon hearing this, Jianzhan Songshang immediately retorted, "I won't lose.
My skill
can kill you at full health, no matter how much defense or shields you have, it's useless."
"Then why didn't you use it from the start? You dithered for so long, and only after I killed you did you say you regretted it?" Xiao Chen didn't hold back, countering him.
Jianzhan Songshang was momentarily speechless. His ultimate move was useless because the cost was too great. After using it, he couldn't use any skills for 24 hours, which meant that using a big move required a whole day of rest.
In just over an hour, the Tianxia Guild would be fighting the garrison defense battle.
He had promised to help the Invincible Guild and had even received payment
if he used it.
Now, he wouldn't be able to help later, and that would be troublesome.
Then another day.
Jianzhan Songshang thought for a moment and
said, "Let's fight again at another time. Next time, I will never lose a sword."
At that moment, Tianxia Wudi walked over, patted Jianzhan Songshang on the shoulder, and whispered something in his ear.
The latter replied immediately, "I know he is strong, but I am more confident in my own strength. Today, I just held back and couldn't use my full power. If I go all out, I will never lose one-on-one." Clearly, Tianxia Wudi was advising him not to continue fighting Xiao Chen, to avoid making a fool of himself. But Jianzhan Songshang did not accept Tianxia Wudi's advice and stubbornly wanted to challenge him. Seeing his determination, Xiao Chen helplessly nodded and said, "Alright, since that's the case, let's schedule another fight. You decide when."
"Tomorrow," Jianzhan Songshang said decisively. "Game time, at this time tomorrow, you choose the location."
"Then let's go with the Storm City Arena. I hope you won't get cold feet by
then," Xiao Chen casually replied, directly confirming the duel.
They really set a date.
The members of both teams watched as these two big shots were about to fight again, each with different feelings.
Lili said, "This Jianzhan Songshang is completely obsessed. He
lost to Xiao twice and still wants to continue fighting. I'm really afraid he might break down if he loses more."
Tianxia Wushuang said,
"A sword is full of confidence, he must have a trump card that can definitely kill Xiao Chen.
I will definitely be there tomorrow to witness Xiao Chen being defeated."
The others had varying opinions, but they were mostly similar to the two.
"Let's go, let's find another place to discuss the dungeon matters." After settling the duel, Xiao Chen took out a return scroll, crushed it, and left the arena. The arena's
main gate had been blocked, and they, the participants, were like football stars. If they tried to leave through the main entrance,
they would likely be overwhelmed. Seeing Xiao Chen use the return scroll, everyone followed suit and left the arena. Jianzhan Songshang
did not leave directly but walked behind. Tianxia Wudi knew he was in a bad mood after his defeat and comforted him a few times, saying,
"A sword, don't take it too hard.
Xiao Chen is indeed too strong. Even the more than 20,000 of US couldn't defeat him.
Losing
to him is not shameful." Jianzhan Songshang smiled bitterly. "Brother Tian, I'm really sorry.
My loss cost you 30 slots. Regarding
the allocation of slots for the legendary dungeon, according to the agreement before the battle, if Tianxia Yifan lost, they would have
to give up 30 slots to the 3 major guilds.
These were positions bought at a high price, and losing one match meant a huge loss.
But
Tianxia Wudi did not blame him. Instead, he encouraged him, "Don't dwell on it.
I've already been into that dungeon and seen it. At this stage, there's no possibility of clearing it. Even if Xiao Chen and the others go in, it would be the same. Losing the slots is just losing. Anyway, no one can clear it for now. We can think about it again after the third transfer." "Is that dungeon really that difficult? Xiao Chen's skills can deal millions of damage, can't he do it?"
Jianzhan Songshang asked in confusion.
He had never been into that dungeon and didn't know what the situation was like.
But based on his 2 encounters with Xiao Chen, he felt that monsters below level 200
should be easy for Xiao Chen.
After all, he himself had the strength to take on mythic bosses above level 200, with a damage reduction
of over 99%.
As long as he encountered them, he could eventually wear them down and defeat them.
The Invincible replied, that's a
dungeon from the later stages of the game. It won't be possible to clear it for at least a month or two. Enough of that, let's go handle
this matter and then return to prepare for the defense battle. Whether the base can be held depends on you.
You go deal with the dungeon first, I'll head straight to the base. Jianzhang Song Sheng nodded, crushed the guild scroll, and returned directly to the base. In a system restaurant in Giant Elephant City, Xiaoqin sat in a private booth with a group of people. There were not many people present, only a few guild leaders and a level 45 male assassin, Little Knifestab, but this assassin was the owner of the 150 level legendary dungeon, and only he could initiate the team to enter the dungeon for battle.
What's the situation, everyone? Who should I take to start the dungeon? Little Knifestab but asked. Unrivaled in the world, Divine
Emperor, Candle Dragon, and War Sky sat together. Candle Dragon said, the battle results are out. Unrivaled, my brother, is willing to accept defeat. You keep 19 spots, we need 30, and Little Knife's spot should also be reserved for him.
There shouldn't be any questions, right?
Unrivaled in the world was not in a good mood, but he still had his credibility. He nodded and said, just tell me when to start. As he spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Divine Emperor. It was clearly not a right time to start a team for the dungeon, as the Divine Guild also needed to fight the garrison battle. As the guilds that apply to establish a garrison almost simultaneously, the Divine Guild had taken the top 3 position just a minute earlier, which had been bothering Unrivaled in the world. Now, with another competition, he had already regarded Divine Emperor as an enemy.
Xiaoqin, you decide the time.
This time you are in charge, we are just here to ride on the rewards. Candle Dragon said, looking at Xiaoqin, speaking indirectly. They had not yet released the news about the level 2 main city, only they knew. This time, the dungeon raid was merely for the boss rewards in the eyes of outsiders.
Xiaoqin thought for a moment and replied, I plan to start after we finish the Divine Guild's garrison battle. I need 3.
No, for spots, the rest you can distribute among yourselves.
We can gather in Giant Elephant City then. 4. Besides Old Li and Old Zhang, are there any other friends coming?
War Sky asked curiously.
Divine Emperor seemed to ponder, looking at Xiaoqin, and slowly uttered a name, Lucky Meow.
Many people knew about the announcements Xiaoqin had made, and there were
many speculations about his relationship with Lucky Meow. However, recently, the ones appearing with Xiaoqin were Zhang Fan and Li Li, so many had subconsciously overlooked the second-ranked expert.
Xiaoqin nodded and said, I want to
invite her to join.
This dungeon should be quite difficult, she is the strongest support in the game, and having her will make it much easier. How difficult the 150 level legendary dungeon would be, even he was unsure.
If they couldn't defeat it, losing 50 people once would be a significant loss.
So if possible, they must set out with the strongest lineup. Unrivaled in the world was too lazy to listen to their discussion and said, notify Little Knife half an hour before departure. I
will have our people come together. He then left directly.
Seeing this attitude, it seemed he didn't plan to send any strong players to help and would purely be occupying a spot without contributing. The others watched Unrivaled in the world leave without saying much.
If Xiaoqin couldn't defeat the boss, it wouldn't matter how many level 50 players they brought.
For this dungeon, the only valuable person on the side of the Unrivaled Guild was Sword Slashing the World. But that guy would never team up with Xiaoqin to fight the boss. So it didn't matter what kind of people Unrivaled in the world sent.
Little Knife, let's meet in 4 hours.
We'll gather the team and come find you, Candle Dragon said to Little Knife.
Stab but.
Okay, just decide, big brothers. I'll go level up first. Little Knife stabbed but said politely and then left. Only Xiaoqin and the 3 guild leaders remained in the private room. The 4 of them sat together, discussing the distribution of the spots. With 30 spots minus 4, there were still 26 left. One of the 3 guilds was destined to have one less person. For the level 150 legendary dungeon, no one would complain about having more slots, no one wants to be the one left out. The 3 guild leaders discussed among themselves, and when they couldn't come to an agreement, they decided to settle it with rock paper scissors. The result was that the God Emperor unfortunately lost and only got 8 slots. After finalizing the arrangements, the 3 of them went their separate ways. The gods and Dragon Soul would unite to conduct another base defense battle, and Xiaoqin would also participate. Such opportunities to gain experience and loot were never too many. However, there was still more than an hour left, so there was no rush. After leaving the System Tavern, Xiaoqin opened his friend list and contacted Lucky Meow.
Sister Meow, I need your help with something. He got straight to the point. Half a minute later, Lucky Meow replied with 3 words, not chatting. Her tone was icy.
Xiaoqin's face stiffened. Feeling a bit awkward, he said, I didn't mean anything by it last time, it was just a slip of the tongue.
This time I'm looking for you for something serious. What's serious matter? Hearing his explanation, Lucky Meow's tone softened a bit. Xiaochen said, it's a level 150 legendary dungeon and the difficulty is very high. I'm not completely confident I can clear it. Your support effect is strong, so I want to ask you to help me. Regardless of the rewards, I'll give you a share. A level 150 dungeon? A legendary one? Lucky Meow was immediately surprised. She quickly asked, where? Did you find such a high-end dungeon? I heard that the monsters in legendary dungeons have health points dozens of times that of normal dungeons. If a level 150 mythical boss has health points multiplied by dozens, wouldn't that be over a billion? Clearly, she hadn't been paying much attention to the game's news and major events, completely unaware of the 4 major guilds competing for the dungeon in Giant Elephant City. Xiao Chen briefly explained the origin of the dungeon, stating that he needed to defeat the number 1 boss inside at the very least. He then asked, are you in? The reward is negotiable. Lucky Meow didn't hesitate much and quickly replied, I'm in. I can't miss out on such a fun thing. But as for the reward, forget it. You helped me last time, and I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Didn't we already distribute the rewards last time? What are you thanking me for? Xiao Chen felt relieved, finally securing this helper. From your tone, you should be calmed down now, right? He asked. Am I angry? Lucky Meow retorted, letting out a light laugh, teasing, I just think that a little boy like you shouldn't be too flirty. I'm just trying to teach you a lesson. Little boy? Xiao Chen was speechless at this title and shot back, so that means you're quite old, huh? Of course. I'm super old. Z-cup, 1 mouthful of milk is over 100,000. Lucky Meow said with a laugh, joking around. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. The milk quantity in the game is different from reality. I see your qualifications are average, at most. Stop. No flirting. If you want to flirt, do it with someone else. Before he could finish, Lucky Meow interrupted him. Xiao Chen innocently said, you brought it up first. Is it only allowed for officials to set fire while the common people can't light lamps? So what? That's how it is when talking to girls. I'm just guiding you. Lucky Meow said with righteous indignation. Alright. Xiao Chen was completely at a loss for words. I have a base defense battle to fight, and there's a lot of experience to gain. Are you coming? He asked one last time. Lucky Meow's reply was concise and clear. Invite me. Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow met in Giant Elephant City. As soon as they met, Lucky Meow said, you level up really fast, already at the 3rd transfer. It seems you've been quite diligent in leveling up. She was only at level 85, and it had been almost a whole day since she defeated Fiona, having only gained 3 levels. It wasn't that she was slacking off, it was just that the experience required to level up after level 80 was inherently high, and the experience from defeating lower-level monsters would be diminished. With her level ahead of others, she couldn't team up with anyone to level up, so she had to go to the area of high-level monsters and fight them one by one. Support classes level up relatively slowly, lacking area skills, so naturally, the efficiency would be lower. Xiao Chen replied, I wouldn't say I'm diligent, mainly, I just participated in 2 rounds of the garrison defense battle, and the experience shot up like a rocket. I couldn't even stop it. However, as soon as Lucky Meow heard this, her tone changed immediately. You didn't call me for such good things before, and now you only think of me when you need support. What is it? When you need me, I'm a good friend, and when you don't, I'm a stranger, right? There was a hint of complaint in her tone. Xiao Chen had an innocent expression. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. Of course, I couldn't call you when I didn't need your help. Otherwise, what if you thought I was being a sycophant? You. Lucky Meow rolled her eyes, feeling speechless. Seeing that she was a bit angry, Xiao Chen quickly smiled and coaxed. Don't be mad, I was just joking. Come on, let me take you to level up for a while. Saying this, he led the way to the teleportation array. Didn't you say we were going to fight the garrison defense battle? Lucky Meow asked. The defense battle still has a while to go. Since we have some time, let's go fight some wild monsters first. Lucky Meow then nodded and said, okay, then you lead the way. If there's a free fighter, why not take advantage of it? The two teleported to a nearby level 4 city and headed to a level 100 map. This map was called the Galloping Horse Wasteland, which was very vast, scattered with various beasts and mutated monsters ranging from level 95 to 115. The monsters weren't densely packed, but Xiao Chen's skill range was exceptionally large. He would sometimes unleash a storm, sometimes a downpour, carelessly throwing fire rings and firewalls, and occasionally summoning a flame lord to do the work while he rested. When there were particularly many monsters, he would even unleash a sea of fire. Sea of Fire ignites the ground, creating a large sea of fire measuring 30 by 30 meters, dealing 45% plus 510 of attack power as spell damage to enemies every second for 8 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. The square sea of fire with a side length of 450 meters, although its range is slightly inferior to the 300-meter radius of the storm skill, its high damage and the ability to choose the casting range freely made it leap to become Xiao Chen's strongest area damage skill. With his current attack power, when he casts the Sea of Fire, the damage per second approaches 18 million, and even if a legendary boss spawns within the range, it would be instantly killed. In contrast, the Storm skill only deals 6 million damage and has a shorter duration. Of course, when it comes to clearing ability, the strongest is still the Flame Dragon Dance. The Flame Dragon Dance is a guiding skill. Once summoned, it can kill anything in its path for 30 seconds, with damage exceeding 50 million, leaving no wild monster alive in its wake. Under the third transfer talent, the Flame Dragon's wingspan has reached 330 meters, and it can fly up to 5 kilometers away, more ferocious than a bomber. However, this skill requires careful control. During the guiding period, one cannot be distracted, or the fire dragon will go out of control and dissipate. Additionally, when the distance is far, visibility is obstructed, making it inconvenient to operate. It is only practical in extremely open plains. Therefore, Xiao Chen still preferred to use direct release skills to clear monsters. He and Lucky Meow were leveling up in the Galloping Horse Wasteland, casting large area skills one after another, almost clearing the entire map, with the monsters on the map unable to escape their fate of being slaughtered. Fortunately, there's no one here to level up right now, otherwise I'd probably be scolded for being overbearing. Leveling up with you is just too comfortable. Lucky Meow looked at Xiao Chen's skills, which were like map-wide attacks, and couldn't help but sigh. With such a powerful teammate capable of clearing monsters, she didn't need to provide buffs or deal damage. All she had to do was pick up the copper coins and equipment dropped by the small monsters. The efficiency and comfort were more than 10 times better than if she were to kill the small monsters one by one herself. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It will get even faster in the future. My profession is meant for clearing maps." With a skill range this large at just the third advancement, when he reaches the fifth advancement and steps into the holy domain, and then the sixth advancement to become a demigod, the skill range will become even more terrifying. If he were to unleash the divine punishment skill, Apocalypse, it would truly be the end of days, and the entire main city would fall. Lucky Meow immediately asked, "Can I often leech off your experience in the future? You're fighting monsters anyway, and bringing someone along won't reduce your experience, so why not be kind and take me along?" "You can, but don't you think it would be boring?" Xiao Chen countered. "Boring?" Lucky Meow didn't quite understand his meaning at first. Xiao Chen explained, "When playing games, the main focus should be on having fun, not just pursuing levels and power. My two brothers know I clear monsters quickly, but they don't follow me to leech experience because that would take away a lot of their enjoyment, and they'd just become my little followers. If he wanted to take someone to level up, with Li Li and Zhang Fan just over level 50, they could easily level up 2 or 3 levels in an hour by fighting high-level monsters with him, easily catching up to the top 10 on the leaderboard. But neither of his good brothers had made such a request, clearly having their own things they wanted to enjoy, like happily running dungeons with girls. Hearing this, Lucky Meow couldn't help but laugh, but leveling up itself is a happy thing. It's even happier when you don't have to do anything to level up. As for fun, you're not playing 24 hours a day, right? The rest of the time, you can explore the game world. Well. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. That statement seemed very reasonable, and he found himself at a loss for words. "It's settled then. From now on, take me along when you level up. I may not be good at anything else, but I'm definitely a pro at slacking off," Lucky Meow said with a smile. Xiao Chen curled his lips. He felt a bit resistant to this idea because he subconsciously wanted to keep a distance from female players. However, given the current situation, refusing would make both of them lose face, and it might even lead to directly deleting each other from friends. Considering the strategic significance of Lucky Meow as the first support, he ultimately didn't refuse, tacitly agreeing. The two practiced in the Galloping Horse Wilderness for a while, and Xiao Chen's experience bar, which was already close to full, filled up directly, reaching level 101. Lucky Meow also leveled up to 86. Looking at the time, the Guardian battle at the God's Residence was about to begin. The two crushed their return scrolls, teleported to Dragon Blood City, and then to the God's Residence, ready to start harvesting experience. The residences of the gods and the Dragon Soul are located near Dragon Blood City, one to the east and the other to the west. On the surface, they seem nearby, but in reality, the distance from the main city to the residences is over 300 kilometers, and without using the teleportation array, it would take a long time to run there. When Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow arrived at the residence, the two guilds, the gods and the Dragon Soul, had already completed their preparations, with about 200,000 members gathered together, a scene even more impressive than the previous defense battle of the Dragon Soul. "Xiao Chen, how come you leveled up again? In such a short time? Are you going to leave us no way to live? And you brought back such a beautiful girl. Level 86 Moon Witch. TSK, such high health. Truly worthy of being Xiao Chen's bound healer, indeed extraordinary. As soon as the two appeared, the people around began to joke around. What are you doing? No need to guard the city, right? Why aren't you up on the walls? Are you standing here as a doorman? Xiao Chen glared at them. I spent a great deal to invite Miao over to help you guard the residence. So show some respect. If you provoke her and she gets angry, one normal attack could wipe you all out and I can't stop it. He was not the type to let others tease him and immediately retaliated one by one. Originally, everyone was just joking around without any malice. Seeing Xiao Chen defend Lucky Miao so fiercely, a chorus of boos erupted. Look, this is called being nervous. It's like the first time bringing your girlfriend to meet the parents. Sigh, a new generation replaces the old, I'm no longer the healer Xiao loved the most, boo-hoo. Li Li chimed in sarcastically. Before he could finish, Xiao Chen kicked him away. The defense. Battle starts in 10 minutes, everyone take your positions. Xiao Chen, you and Lucky Miao come with us to the South City first, and when the pressure is on, please run around a bit. The God Emperor interrupted the laughter and got down to business. Xiao Chen nodded. Yeah, the tactics will be the same as during the Dragon Soul battle. Now that there are more second transformation players, I'll hold back a bit and mainly focus on clearing the bosses. Alright, thank you. The God Emperor clasped his fists seriously. Even though it was the second time fighting, this time it was the god's own home, so he took it very seriously. Experts from all sides went to prepare outside the city walls, and the 50,000 members of the Dragon Soul Guild also joined in, eager to seize experience. On the way to the standby location, Xiao Chen asked Lucky Miao and their team, Sister Miao, you should have a lot of support skills by now, right? How much can you boost the output? Lucky Miao replied, I do have quite a few. Casting them one by one takes over 10 seconds. In total, I can boost your output by 1.5 times without any problem. 1.5 times. This is the increase given by a single class, single player. Previously, Xiao Chen had received about 150% increase from a group of priests and knights, and she could match that all by herself. The hidden class that learns all level 4 skills is indeed extraordinary. Then I'll be counting on your performance for the welfare boss later, Xiao Chen said with some anticipation. I'll support you, don't worry. Lucky Miao smiled slightly, full of confidence. The system prompt was updating. Countdown to the residence defense battle, 3, 2, 1, start. First wave of monsters, 20,000. Boss monsters, 0. Soon, the defense battle began. The number of monsters in the first few waves was small, and their strength was relatively weak. Xiao Chen did not use area skills, just casually casting a few fireballs, chain, lightning, and other small area, single target skills, allowing the ordinary players to have the chance to clear the monsters. Lucky Miao stayed by his side, occasionally casting a few output skills, her damage reaching 5 digits, fiercer than the surrounding mages and archers. As a priest class, the Moon Witch originally had few attack skills. However, having learned all the 4th tier skills, her total attack skills were not fewer than those of a 2nd tier mage, and when she unleashed her combos, she resembled a professional damage dealer even more. This scene drew gasps of admiration from those around her, giving them a glimpse into why Xiao Chen valued her so highly. If her output was impressive, one could only imagine the healing effects she could provide. The defense battle progressed quickly. Monsters appeared every 5 minutes, refreshing steadily without delay. By the time the 10th wave of monsters arrived, the walls in all directions began to show varying degrees of pressure, and it was no longer possible to deal with all the monsters within 5 minutes. Only then did Xiao Chen take action, stepping out from behind the knight's wall and diving into the wild monsters, starting to unleash area spells. 12 rounds, 15 rounds, 18 rounds. The entire process was tense yet orderly. Veterans who had experienced a defense battle before knew very well what would happen next, and even when facing powerful bosses, they could respond calmly. Xiao Chen dashed back and forth in all 4 directions, helping to clear out boss monsters and densely packed areas of monsters. Now, with a skill range of 200 to 300 meters, he was much stronger than when he had fought in the Conquest and Dragon Soul defense battles. When monsters saw him, it was as if players had encountered a boss. There was nowhere to run, and they were taken down before they could catch their breath. Over an hour passed, and Xiao Chen's level rose to 103, while Lucky Miao, Lili, and others in the team also leveled up by 2 to 4 levels. By the time the 20th wave of monsters arrived, the monsters outside the walls began to pile up. Xiao Chen cast one fire sea after another, and every few minutes, a flame dragon swooped in, sweeping the area clean and harvesting experience in bulk. The god's stronghold seemed precarious, but in reality, it was Unbreakable. Soon, the penultimate wave of monsters arrived. The system refreshed the number of monsters and bosses. Xiao Chen said. Somewhat disappointedly, this time, luck isn't on our side, we haven't seen a single mythic boss. The God Emperor replied helplessly. In the team channel, there's nothing we can do, the monsters are all summoned from the maps near the main city, and the mythic bosses in this area have already been absorbed by Dragon Soul. We can only settle for the leftovers. Hearing this, Zhu Long laughed heartily. Then I apologize, how about next time I sell you a stronghold order at a discount if we manage to get one, hahaha. The appearance of a mythic boss during the defense battle not only meant high experience and rewards but also a bound stronghold order. Once defeated, it would directly upgrade the stronghold by 2 levels, doubling its size to a 2-kilometer side length. The absence of a mythic boss was a significant loss for the gods. Lucky Meow, listening to the conversation between the 2 guild leaders, asked. In confusion, isn't there still one wave of monsters left? How do you know there won't be a mythic boss? The real big monsters must come out last. Xiao Chen shook his head. From my experiences in Conquest and Dragon Soul, mythic bosses usually appear before the 20th wave. The final boss is a level 180 legendary boss. Alright then. Lucky Meow, not understanding the rules, said no more. Before long, the 24th wave of monsters appeared. Looking at the suddenly increased number of monsters, the God Emperor said. With lingering excitement, make sure to cherish the last wave of monsters. Once it's over, there won't be as much experience to farm. Just as he finished speaking, someone in the team screamed, Mythic boss! A mythic boss has appeared. What? It really came out. It actually showed up in the last wave. Xiao Chen was overjoyed upon hearing this. The massive experience from a mythic boss was his favorite thing. He had to be the first to arrive and claim it all for himself. Where's the boss? What level is it? He asked. In the team, the members of the Gods Guild replied. To the east, level 135, named Evil Spirit Bishop Bloodsea. What? Damn. Hearing the name of the boss, Xiao Chen directly cursed. Evil Spirit Archbishop Bloodsea. This is too coincidental. He had been troubled about where to find the Evil Spirit boss. Unexpectedly, after the Evil Spirit Archbishop of Smoke, another Evil Spirit boss, Bloodsea, appeared in the garrison defense battle. Clearly, the Evil Spirit Knight Evil Spear was defeated near Dragon Blood City before. Could it be that there are actually 2 Evil Spirit bosses near Dragon Blood City? Old Xiao, you can take on your task now. Lili and Zhang Fan both knew that Xiao Chen had a myth-level main quest, which required him to kill 4 Evil Spirit bosses. Now he had already defeated 2, and he had learned the whereabouts of another. As long as he took down this Bloodsea, the quest would be completed, and he could directly unlock the level 2 main city. You all stay back, the boss is mine. Xiao Chen was excited and immediately increased his speed, rushing towards the east city. 2. Save time, he even used the electric flash, teleporting 50 meters in an instant to speed up his movement. What's going on? Xiao Chen, is this boss your quest monster? Zhu Long sensed something and asked in confusion. Yes, this monster must be killed by me, don't touch it. Xiao Chen replied affirmatively. He was originally in the North City, and it wouldn't take long to run over. In no time, he could see the myth boss, over 4 meters tall, ragged, and looking like a beggar. Evil Spirit Archbishop Bloodsea, Mythical Leader, level 135 health, 10-387 500/13 850 000, target level 2 high. Unable to obtain more information, this boss was indeed the quest monster he was looking for, and with the difficulty of the defense battle reduced, its health was just over 10 million. Since the boss had just appeared and was far from the garrison, no one had encountered this boss yet when Xiao Chen arrived. This wave was completely his to devour. Resist Fire Ring, Lightning Arrow, Ice Arrow. From nearly 100 meters away, Xiao Chen launched a fire ring. The huge ring of flames spread out 225 meters, instantly killing the monsters within its range. A black shield appeared on the Evil Spirit Archbishop Bloodsea, absorbing the damage from the fire ring, which then shattered. Following that, the ice arrow shot through the air and hit it. A massive damage of 30 million appeared, and the boss's health bar was completely emptied. But it did not die. After the health bar hit 0, the boss's body began to writhe and tremble. The red tattered robe on it seemed to turn into a pool of blood, spreading everywhere. In no time, it transformed into a blood pool with a diameter of 30 meters, entering its second form. Blood. See, Mythical Leader, level 135 health, 25-00000/25-0000000. The second form of the boss had fully restored its health, and its health increased significantly. With a loud crash, waves of blood surged towards Xiao Chen. The wave hit Xiao Chen, dealing 140,000 damage. Dragon Breath Technique. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun unleashed a massive dragon breath from the end of his staff. The scorching flames spewed onto the blood sea, and the terrifying high temperature directly evaporated the blood. Minus 26,628,282. Another high damage, just enough to kill the fully healed blood sea boss. The blood sea boss probably never imagined that it would be taken down twice from full health by someone with just 2 skills. The blood pool shattered, and a thin figure appeared within. Golden light fell from the sky, a ray of golden divine radiance showering down on the Blood Sea Archbishop. Lord God. Is it the power of the Lord God? The Blood Sea Archbishop, looking emaciated like a skeleton, whispered softly. The golden light shone upon him, and his body gradually shed its decayed appearance, transforming into a grand archbishop clad in a magnificent robe, holding a scepter. War Archbishop, the glory of the war temple should not be buried in a sea of corpses and blood. I await your return in the temple. This time, the words from the heavens were different. They did not say, "You will be redeemed," but seemed to be more courteous. Clearly, this archbishop held a higher status than the previous two. After the golden light baptism ended, Xiao Chen saw the new attributes of the boss. Demigod War Archbishop Ispan, Mythical Leader, Level 270 Health, 27,500,000/27500,000. Target Level 2 High, unable to obtain more data. This was a demigod level boss. As the golden light dissipated, the War Archbishop did not leave immediately but looked at Xiao Chun. At this moment, Xiao Chun had not yet received the system prompt for defeating the boss, meaning there was still a small segment of system storyline to unfold. Young warrior, it was you who released my soul. The Archbishop restored his original appearance and approached with his long scepter. He was still quite thin, but no longer towering at 4 meters. Instead, he had become a normally proportioned elderly man, somewhat resembling Larinal, both sporting a big beard. No need to thank me, it was just a small effort, Xiao Chen replied, not feeling particularly cordial towards the people of the war temple. The War Archbishop Ispan smiled slightly, showing a hint of appreciation. He said, "Very well, you have quite the temper, you are a talent. Although you killed Otogu, merits and faults do not offset each other, mistakes require punishment. And merits should be rewarded." As he spoke, he waved his scepter, and golden light fell upon Xiao Chen. Ding, congratulations, you have defeated the mythical leader, the evil spirit Archbishop Bloodsea, and gained 40,200 reputation. The progress of the task, subduing the 4 great evil spirits, has been updated. Please continue forward and unseal War City as soon as possible. You defeated the evil spirit Archbishop Beacon alone, gaining 48,500,000 experience. Congratulations. Your level has increased to 104. Congratulations, your level has increased to 105. Congratulations, your level has increased to 106. The system prompts flashed several times, and Xiao Chun single-handedly defeated a mythical boss, leveling up 3 times in a row. But, he felt a bit speechless. Is this even a reward? This is what I was supposed to get. Xiao Chen retorted without holding back. These things were normal boss drops, having nothing to do with rewards. Hearing this, the demigod archbishop chuckled, "There's more, don't rush." Then a beam of golden light fell from the sky, infusing into Xiao Chen's body. The system prompt followed. Ding, congratulations, you have received the baptism of divine power, randomly transforming 1 skill to the realm. Congratulations. You have mastered the realm skill Ice Arrow. Xiao Chen was instantly stunned. What is going on? The realm? He could actually obtain it this way. Wasn't skill proficiency supposed to be accumulated by repeatedly casting spells effectively? Ice Arrow, as a basic skill, required being cast 100,000 times to advance to the realm, which would take at least a month or 2. He never expected that after defeating this boss, the system would directly fast-track him to a realm-level Ice Arrow. Now you should be satisfied, right? The demigod Archbishop Ispan stroked his beard and smiled. Very satisfied, extremely satisfied. Receiving such a generous reward, Xiao Chen no longer put on airs, smiling more happily than anyone else. Ispan said, "I already know about your duel with Lario. I will be waiting in the war main city to witness this battle. Warrior, you should come early. The power of the abyss has already appeared. If you come too late, I and Lario and the others will have to go to the border to fight, and we won't have time to welcome you." With that, he waved his staff, and his whole body was enveloped in golden light, slowly disappearing from the spot. Xiao Chen's heart stirred at the words. The power of the abyss reappeared, heading to the border to fight? This meant that after defeating the 4 great evil spirits, the main quest still had a follow-up. Awesome! As a seasoned player, Xiao Chen knew with just a thought that the follow-up content of this quest should be quite substantial, perhaps even related to the unlocking of some important system. Gameplay. The quest was on him, he had to resolve it quickly, unseal the level 2 city, and then continue the next phase of the sprint. Old Xiao, what good stuff did the boss drop?
At this moment, Li Li's curious voice rang out in the team channel.
Xiao Chen looked and saw a large pile of gold coins and equipment had dropped on the ground, though he didn't know when.
Looking down, he indeed
found a decent piece of equipment.
Staff of War's Power, level 100 mythical weapon for priests, spell attack plus 1030, healing power plus 250, intelligence plus 100, spirit plus 100, passive skill morale boost increases the effect of all support skills that enhance attack power by 30%, duration plus 30%, active skill Child of War increases the attack power of all friendly characters by 20% for 30 seconds.
Limited to once per day.
This staff was a professional attack buff tool for a third transformation priest.
However, the two priest
players beside Xiao Chun, Li and Lucky Meow already had weapons above mythical level, so their need for it wasn't too great.
There's quite a bit of stuff, let's check it out together after we finish.
Xiao Chen didn't take the mythical gear but continued to engage in battle, helping to clear the last batch of small monsters.
In his spare time, he took a moment to glance at the ice arrow that had
been baptized by divine power. The original effect of the ice arrow was instant cast, dealing 180% attack power as spell damage to a
single enemy, with a 50% chance to freeze it for 3 seconds, range 30 meters, cooldown 15 seconds. Now, however, it had undergone a tremendous change. Ice arrow, transcendence, proficiency maxed. Instant cast skill, dealing 900% attack power as spell damage to a single enemy, with a 100% chance to deeply freeze it for 3 seconds, range 150 meters, cooldown 5 seconds.
My god, this is too insane. Xiao Chen was shocked after reading it. Just an ordinary skill entering Transcendence had transformed into such a terrifying
finishing move.
The damage increased fivefold, the ordinary freeze turned into a deep freeze not upon being hit, and the cooldown time was reduced by 2/3, with a significant increase in range. This was even more terrifying than the forbidden spell Meteor.
The Meteor spell required a 10-second chant and only had a damage effect of 2000%. This ice arrow didn't need a chant, hitting for 900% in just 5 seconds, averaging out to explosive damage per second.
In the future, I can store ice arrows in my ring, Xiao Chen thought
to himself.
His ring of magical will, could store 3 skills below epic level. Previously, he had stored Lightning Strike, Fire,
Sea, and Earth Elemental Shield.
1 single target, 1 area, and 1 shield, all useful for dealing with emergencies in battle.
Now that ice arrow had entered Transcendence, he could replace Lightning Strike.
If it weren't for the rule that the 3 skills stored in the ring must be different, he would have even thought to store 3 ice arrows.
Let's find a small boss to test it out, Xiao Chen pondered.
Among the last wave of monsters, there was not only one mythical boss but also many legendary bosses above level 150.
He quickly found a level 170 monster and threw a new version of ice arrow from a distance.
Whoosh, a purple ice arrow formed, thicker than a thigh,
like a pillar, shooting straight towards the boss 100-eyed spider demon. Puff! The ice arrow hit, and a massive damage number popped up. -256509988.
The power at the Transcendence level directly maxed out the damage, reaching 9 digits.
The monster's defensive
effects and damage reduction effects were all nullified, completely shattered by the skill of transformation.
So comfortable. The
legendary boss dropped a pile of loot, but the shared experience was not much, as too many people had touched it.
Having experienced
the power of the ice arrow of transformation, Xiao Chen felt extremely pleased. Previously, he had a bit of a headache, unsure how to deal with the Sword of Life and Death once it leveled up. But now, with this ultimate move, he just had to wait for the Sword of Life
and Death's shield to break, and he could kill it in one hit. What of the ancient sword Immortal? What of obtaining a divine physique in advance?
It was still just 1 skill away from costing thousands of lives. The battle is about to end, main force team prepare to
gather.
As the number of small monsters gradually decreased, the defense battle finally approached its conclusion.
Xiao Chen and the core
main force returned to the base to gather, waiting for the welfare boss to appear. Soon, the war giant elephant appeared on the west side of the base. As the war giant elephant slowly made its way over, everyone quickly rushed to take their positions.
Xiao Chen's
treatment was as good as ever. This time, not only did he have half a team of priests specifically buffing him, but there was also the super support, Lucky Cat. When the countdown reached 10 seconds, all buffs were applied simultaneously.
Xiao Chen opened his panel and
was instantly filled with excitement.
Today, his enhancements reached an unprecedented height.
His spell attack power soared from the
original 2900 to 8500. Meteor spell.
Before the countdown ended, he began to chant the forbidden spell as usual.
As the system's
start appeared, a meteor spell even larger than the last one fell from the sky, crashing into the war giant elephant.
2805819202. Critical hit. This skill's damage directly reached the total damage amount from yesterday's battle against the Celestial Guardians. The ground within a 450-meter radius shook violently from the impact of the meteor spell, causing countless people to fall. The terrifying damage of 2.8 billion once again stunned everyone. And this was just the beginning. As the meteor spell landed, Shao Chen stabilized himself with levitation and simultaneously cast the ice arrow of transformation. 12619829922 critical hit. 12619829992 true damage. The highest burst from one ice arrow dealt nearly 1.4 billion damage, once again leaving countless people in awe. After the shock, everyone was ecstatic. Old Shao is amazing. This wave of damage definitely broke 100 billion, the experience is ours. Li shouted excitedly. The crowd didn't know why Shao Chen had become so much stronger than before, but at this moment, they felt no jealousy. Only joy at being able to gain more experience for free. 1 minute isn't long, and as the welfare boss battle approached its end, Shao Chen fired another ice arrow, dealing 1.03 billion critical damage, finishing the battle. Total damage dealt to the war giant elephant in this welfare battle, 24.988 billion. MVP player, Shao Chen. Personal accumulated damage, 18.912 billion. MVP skill, Ice Arrow Transformation. Accumulated damage, 12.466 billion. Number of participants in this base defense battle, 152,988. Experience gained per person, 16,333,960. Wow! In an instant, all players eligible for experience sharing were enveloped in the glow of leveling up. And it wasn't just one level. They leveled up several times. These players were generally around level 55, needing only about 1.8 million experience to level up, with each level increasing by several hundred thousand. Gaining over 16 million experience in one go, everyone basically leveled up by 6 to 8 levels, with the average level subtly exceeding 63, effectively pushing everyone into the first tier. Those who were already on the leaderboard instantly widened the gap. Even Jianzhang Songshang was surpassed and dropped to 9th place. Shao Chen and Lucky Miao leveled up to 107 and 91 respectively, with a slight increase in their attributes. Shao Chen is amazing. This wave of massive experience rewards had the members of the Divine Guild shouting in excitement, lifting Shao Chen and throwing him into the air. Meanwhile, the Dragon Soul members who participated but did not receive any experience shares looked at Shao Chen with resentment, as if to say, "Did you hold back last time? How come the difference is so big for the same welfare boss?" After sharing their experiences, everyone's strength had significantly improved, and now there were almost no players below level 50 in the entire Divine Guild. With everyone at second transfer, it meant the game had entered its second phase, where player growth would gradually slow down, and they now had the strength to explore the game world. Shao Chen and the others returned to the base warehouse to divide the spoils. Previously, the God Emperor had already given him 20 million offline as a reward, just like the Candle Dragon, so this time Shao Chen didn't ask for much. In the end, he picked a few skill books suitable for his friends and gave them to Lili, Zhangfan, and Lucky Miao to learn. He only took a bottle of a permanent plus 50 Constitution Mythic potion and a rare skill book, Mirror Image. Mirror Image, a third transfer mage skill that instantly creates 2 mirror clones and swaps positions with one at random. The mirror clones will act normally like the main body but have no attack power, with their health fixed at 1 point, displayed as the main body's health. They automatically dissipate after taking damage and can exist for a maximum of 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. This skill is quite interesting. It has no offensive capability but can create a confusing effect. Before today, Shao Chen wouldn't have looked at such a garbage skill. However, after realizing the strength of swords slashing the world, who could kill him in an instant while he was unshielded, Shao Chen thought it would be better to learn it. In case of danger, at least he could swap places with the clone to dodge an attack, making it a sort of life-saving skill. Now that the defense battle is over, it's time to see the scene of the level 150 legendary dungeon, suggested Candle Dragon. Yes, once the God Emperor arranges the distribution of the guild's loot, we can set off, Shao Chen replied. The previously set time was about half an hour after the defense battle ended, leaving time for the God Emperor to handle matters and wait for the team members to gather. I'll send a message to Invincible under Heaven and Battle Sky, Candle Dragon said. This dungeon would involve 4 factions, plus Shao Chen and a few other solo players. Candle Dragon contacted Battle Sky and Invincible under Heaven. The former quickly responded to the call, gathering several experts from the Conquest Guild to meet at Giant Elephant City.
Invincible Under Heaven, however, stated that their defense battle had not yet ended and they couldn't spare any manpower. For the time being, asking everyone to wait for half an hour. Since they were already planning to wait for half an hour, Candle Dragon readily agreed.
I wonder how the defense battle is going over there,
Xiao Chen said with interest.
I'll go find out, Candle
Dragon said, leveraging his extensive connections to inquire through guild members.
After a short while, he said, it's said to be
quite brutal. Their average level is only around 45, with just over 5,000 second transfer players struggling against level 100 elite
monsters and bosses.
Although sword slashing the world is strong, he can't handle too many small monsters alone and can only help clear the bosses. His crowd control effect is leagues behind that of Xiao Chen, my little brother.
That was to be expected. The God Emperor
said with a peculiar smile, I had roughly calculated during the Dragon Soul defense battle that to win this event, at least 200,000
level 40 players are needed.
Invincible Under Heaven can only mobilize about 120,000 members at the same time, and even adding some second
transfer players makes it very difficult.
Without sword slashing the world, they would surely lose.
The base defense battle is still very challenging for the guild at this stage. Even with many second transfer players in Dragon Soul and the Divine Guild, they could still
be overwhelmed, with enemies breaking through the city walls and entering the council hall. Only someone as ridiculously strong as
Xiao Chen could casually kill legendary bosses and sweep away high-level monsters.
For other guilds to safely complete the defense battle, they would need all members to be around level 70 and have at least 80,000 players online at the same time.
After the God Emperor
finished speaking, he got busy handling the welfare prizes after the event.
The management of the Grand Guild was not solely his responsibility.
He didn't need to do everything himself, just needed to inform the other executives of the general distribution plan. Therefore, after just a few minutes, the God Emperor wrapped up his tasks and met up with the 7 core combatants, joining Xiao Chen and the others.
Let's go to Giant Elephant City.
The group formed a team and teleported to the city where the dungeon was located.
Upon arriving
at Giant Elephant City, they met up with Zhang Tian and the others, making their team size exactly 30 people.
The Tianxiao Guild was still
in the midst of their battle. The last 2 waves of monsters were about to break through the city walls, and many monsters had invaded
the base, causing destruction.
The situation was critical, and they couldn't temporarily pull people over to help with the dungeon. Although they hadn't planned to assist, they were aware of Xiao Chen's strength and believed they could at least gain experience and
rewards from 1 or 2 bosses.
Thus, they were unwilling to miss out on this opportunity. While waiting for the others, Xiao Chen, feeling bored, tested the effects of his newly learned skill.
The group waited in the open space around the teleportation array. He took out
his staff, stood at the edge of the slightly empty square, and said to his friends, Old Li, Old Zhang, see if you can recognize which
one is my real body.
Then, with a thought, the 3rd tier skill, Mirror Image, was activated in an instant.
Buzz at the moment the
skill was activated, Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly, his figure stretching left and right as if it were splitting.
The next second,
whoosh! Suddenly, countless figures appeared at the edge of the open square. Each of these figures wore a dark blue magic robe, held a staff, and looked very handsome. Their appearance was identical to Xiao Chen's, and even the information displayed read Xiao Chen, level
107 meteorological mage, showing no signs of distinction. What the hell? What's going on? So many Xiao Chens. Everyone present was stunned.
What had been a lively scene suddenly fell silent, with the sound of a pin drop audible.
Lucky Cat blinked and
said in a daze, the skill book said it would create 2 clones, but you, at least have thousands, right?
Looking around, the entire
teleportation square was filled with Xiao Chens.
Not just a few thousand, the number was definitely over 10,000. At that moment, not
only were the others dumbfounded, but even Xiao Chen himself was stunned. The number of clones from the mirror image skill had triggered the 10,000-fold amplification effect, resulting in a total of 20,000 images. Previously, the floating technique and lightning flash had not been amplified, and he thought that non-damage spells were unaffected by the super god talent.
He never expected this newly
learned skill to exceed expectations and display such a terrifying effect. At this moment, players near the teleportation array in Giant
Elephant City were all bewildered by these identical clones.
Level 107 meteorological mage Xiao Chen, over 30,000 health. What is
this? Why are there so many Xiao Chens? Bystanders looked completely confused. Not only was Xiao Chen numerous, but each one was also lifelike, just like the real thing. Aside from not being able to speak, they could perform various actions, and unless one checked the information individually, it would be impossible to find out where the real body was. What the heck? What use does this skill have?
Xiao Chen was dumbfounded.
2 clones could be used for position swapping to save his life, similar to lightning flash, but without the ability to break control. But with 20,000 clones, he would be blind himself. While the enemies would certainly be affected and unable to find him, he would also be squeezed and unable to move anywhere. If he had to say it had a purpose, it could probably be used to disguise as an army to scare off wild monsters. After 30 seconds, all the clones dissipated, and Xiao Chen's real body appeared in the center of the teleportation array. Zhang Fan said softly, "One is enough for old Xiao. If there are more, the bosses can't handle it." However, to be fair, this mirror image looks quite realistic. As long as old Xiao doesn't speak or make any big movements, it's basically indistinguishable, Zhang Fan commented. Everyone was quite shocked, but since this was happening to Xiao Chen, they felt relieved. This person has never been normal. Xiao Chen himself didn't think this skill was that impressive, he just felt it should be quite fun for teasing people. The people from the world are about to arrive. After a while, Zhulong said. As soon as he finished speaking, within a minute, a group of people with the world icon on their heads walked out of the teleportation array. Leading them were the handsomest in the world and the best healer in the world, while the rest were merely second-rate elite members, with the core members basically absent. Did you win your defense battle? Zhu Long asked with a smile upon seeing the people from the world. The handsomest in the world had a relatively good attitude towards Zhu Long, but upon seeing the Divine Emperor, his gaze clearly turned unfriendly, and he snorted, "Thanks to the blessings of the gods, only over 1 million people died." "Then you really are weak," the Divine Emperor said, ignoring the other's anger, in a calm tone. "You, the handsomest in the world," was furious at these words, clenching his fists. Fortunately, the best healer in the world held him back, preventing an outburst. Xiao Chen watched from the side, the corners of his mouth twitching. It seemed that the Divine Emperor had some prejudice against the people from the world. He wondered if there was some grudge between the two parties. It couldn't just be because of the bidding for the Residence Order when the Invincible from the world competed with him, right? Alright, as long as you won, that's good. We're all from the Dragon Kingdom's major guilds, there's no need to create conflict unnecessarily and waste our energy. Soon the borders will open, and fighting with the foreigners will be the most interesting thing. Zhu Long, noticing the discord between the two sides, stepped in to mediate. The handsomest in the world finally relented. The Divine Emperor also did not continue to mock. Let's set off. Make sure to bring enough blood potions and supplies. The attributes of the dungeon monsters are quite explosive, so try not to hold back our little brother Xiao Chen, Zhu Long said again. The small knife had already taken position, and the various forces formed a full team, ready to depart at any time. The team leader was handed over to the small knife, who led the way, and everyone left the city heading towards the desert of yellow sand. The desert of yellow sand was far from the main city, and just running the map would take over an hour. This journey was bound to be a bit boring, but fortunately, there were many people in the team, and the elite members of various guilds gathered together, so it wasn't too dull. The handsomest in the world, did you go when your guild entered the dungeon last time? Zhang Tian asked. There was no real conflict between the conquerors in the world, although there was a bit of friction this time due to Xiao Chen, they were still relatively friendly. The handsomest in the world nodded, indicating that he participated. Zhang Tian then asked, how was the difficulty of the dungeon monsters? What about their health levels? Everyone was quite curious, and even Xiao Chen was no exception. The handsomest in the world was silent for a moment, somewhat reluctant to talk to Xiao Chen, the Divine Emperor, and the others. But even if he didn't say anything about the dungeon information, everyone would see it soon enough. So he replied, at the entrance, there are level 130 and 140 small monsters with over 400,000 health, and elite monsters have 1.3 million. We pushed to the entrance of the first boss, who is level 140 with 280 million health, and his normal attack hits a level 50 pure tank for over 300,000. Hiss. Everyone gasped. The health of the small monsters was comparable to that of a level 70 epic boss, and the elite monsters even surpassed 1 million, stronger than a level 100 epic boss. As for the boss, it was indeed fierce, but that was something Xiao Chen had to consider. Everyone felt it was rather ordinary. Little brother Xiao Chen, do you have confidence? Zhu Long asked Xiao Chen. Everyone turned to look at him, wanting to know how confident he was. The people of the World Guild were all watching Xiao Chen. However, it wasn't out of hope for him to have confidence, but rather to see the difficult expression on his face. Unfortunately for them, they were disappointed. Xiao Chen wore a calm and indifferent expression and replied, full buffs, one-hit kill. Upon hearing this response, the God Emperor, Candle Dragon, and others felt much more at ease, believing that Xiao Chen could really do it. In contrast, the world's Number 1 handsome guy and others showed disdain. Aren't you afraid of your tongue getting twisted? That's a mythic boss, high defense and high damage reduction, not the same as low-level players. I don't know about the wind, but it's certain that you're short-sighted. Be humble. Don't treat ignorance as capital, Xiao Chen retorted lightly. Today, in a team state, he had already restrained himself a lot. If it were, usually, he wouldn't have been so gentle in his retort. We'll see. The world's number 1 handsome guy had been killed by Xiao Chen many times, and had always found him unpleasant, but he couldn't beat him, so he had to swallow his anger. Xiao Chen smiled. Yeah, we'll see. Although your strength is lacking, I don't mind bringing you along to gain some experience. A level 150 legendary dungeon, a whole bunch of mythic bosses. Just thinking about it makes one realize how much experience and loot there would be. If they cleared it all, everyone would probably level up several times. The team gradually moved away from the giant elephant city and entered the area with level 50 monsters. There are quite a few small monsters, let's take them out along the way. Sister Knife from the Dragon Soul Guild couldn't sit still, seeing so many small monsters along the way. She quickly stepped up and took out her signature move, stabbing with a small knife. Let me give you all a blessing. Seeing someone going to fight monsters, Lucky Meow took out the Moonlight Pearl and cast a group buff. A round moon rose behind her, hanging 30 meters high, emitting soft moonlight that enveloped everyone. Fiery Moonlight, 4th turn skill, all friendly members within 100 meters. Gain plus 15% attack power, all enemies lose minus 15% attack power, lasting 15 seconds. Full team buff, awesome. Lily, also a hidden priest class, couldn't help but drool with envy upon seeing such a legion level support skill. Just as his words fell, the wild monsters within 100 meters, affected by the fiery moonlight skill, all had their attack power reduced by 15%. They were also pulled into combat status. The wild monsters on this road were quite dense, with at least 40 to 50 monsters within 100 meters. A rush of them came at once, which was a bit dangerous for fragile classes. War Sky shouted from the front, tanks, block the monsters around, don't let the small ones touch the fragile ones. Candle Dragon and other knight players moved to the team's periphery, taking on the role of tanking the monsters. However, the wild monsters, upon seeing the knights, acted as if they hadn't seen them at all, even ignoring taunt skills, all charging towards Xiao Chen. The effect of Curse of Otogu was still in play. Lily knew the reason and said to everyone, just focus on dealing damage, old Xiao is the number 1 tank. In all heavens. What do you mean? Candle Dragon, who always considered himself the strongest tank, felt a bit displeased upon hearing this. Lily laughed, old Xiao is just so hateable, he has super taunt, all the monsters can't help but want to take him down. Although they all knew it was a joke, the team members surprisingly felt a strange sense of agreement. Strong wind shot. Earth split slash. Moonlight punishment. The team members launched attacks on the wild monsters, damage numbers popping up one after another. The level 50 wild monsters were like toys in the hands of this group of top-tier level 2 players, basically getting killed in one hit. Even if they couldn't kill them outright, they could severely injure them. Among the crowd, the one with the highest attack power was Lucky Meow, whose small skill dealt over 10,000 damage, making the group of damage dealers feel embarrassed. Xiao Chen originally wanted to throw a resistance fire ring to clear the monsters, but seeing that everyone was killing the monsters quickly and not delaying their journey, he simply decided not to intervene. As a big shot, he still needed to maintain his presence. Such trivial matters could be left to the younger brothers to handle. Not long after, everyone arrived at the land of yellow sand. This was a vast desert, with rolling sand dunes stretching endlessly. Hidden within the desert were numerous level 100 sandworms, scorpions, and other creatures, although small in size and low in health, they were elusive and quite troublesome. The team leader, Little Knife, glanced at the map while walking. Just ahead, near the entrance, there are a large number of scorpions, so be careful. Those who could come to this map were no ordinary players. Little Knife and the others hadn't fought their way here but had completed gathering tasks, searching for plant materials in the desert, and cautiously made their way to this place. However, now this team was as fierce as tigers, showing no hesitation. They charged through, crushing any small monsters they encountered underfoot, and easily reached the entrance. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a small lake ahead, surrounded by a bit of greenery, resembling a desert oasis. But around the oasis, there were scorpion monsters, densely packed, at least a couple of hundred. Big shots. Last time I sneaked in using my assassin skills, but with so many of us, we can only fight our way in, Little Knife said. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of fire appeared, and Xiao Chen threw out a 3-meter diameter explosive fireball. Boom! The fireball exploded, with a radius of 45 meters. All the scorpions within the range were killed. The remaining small monsters, disturbed by the commotion, all rushed towards Xiao Chen and the others. Rainstorm technique.
Xiao Chen cast another skill, a torrential downpour with a 150-meter side length, directly clearing all the small monsters.
So strong. This was the first time Little Knife had seen Xiao Chen in action, and he couldn't help but be dumbfounded.
"Let's go," Xiao Chen said.
Everyone followed Little Knife forward, entering the lake's greenery. "Where's the dungeon entrance?" "There's nothing
around," Zhu Long said, puzzled. This patch of greenery was small, about the size of a basketball court. Apart from a few trees and some grass, there were only a few stones scattered on the ground.
Little Knife explained, "There's a teleportation portal here, but it can only be opened with a quest item."
Saying this, he walked over to the stones and took out a worn-out parchment scroll, gently opening it.
As he activated the entrance, he explained, "This is a hidden quest I received while
doing a crafting profession. I need to enter the Lost Land to find a medicinal herb called Ghost Cry Tooth. The scroll was given to me by my crafting mentor, and it can be used a maximum of 5 times. If I fail all of them, there won't be another
chance." "Only 5 times? Then haven't you already failed 2 times? Li asked. Little Knife nodded. "Yeah, only 3 chances left.
If we can't beat it this time, I suggest you all come back at level 100 because it's really very difficult."
"Don't
worry, with Xiao Chen here, you'll definitely be able to complete the quest," Zhu Long laughed.
"Well, that's best.
Actually, it doesn't matter if I fail, I've already made enough money from selling dungeons to satisfy me," Little Knife chuckled.
The hidden tasks for crafting professions usually rewarded some god-level potions, scrolls, and the like.
The profits from selling dungeons were far more valuable than those items, so it was best if he could complete the quest, but it wasn't a big
deal if he couldn't. "It's opened."
Buzz as he spoke, the stones on the ground suddenly burst into light, connecting with each other to form a dazzling teleportation portal.
"Go in, this portal can only last for 5 minutes, Little Knife told everyone. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen cast an earth elemental shield on himself and entered first.
Lucky Miao, Li, and Zhang Fan followed behind. Then came Shindi, Zhu Long, Zhang Tian, and others. The members of the Tianxia Guild walked
at the back, leisurely following along.
"Ding, you have entered the legendary dungeon, Lost Land.
Current dungeon progress 0/9. Tip: this map is a one-time copy map. All monsters and resources do not respawn.
Players with gathering tasks please
pay attention to the success rate."
As Xiao Chen and the others entered the instance, they heard the prompt.
"Is this really a combat instance?
It feels purely like a gathering of life materials," Xiao Chen thought to himself.
Perhaps because the Little Knife had a task, the system's prompt paid extra attention to gathering reminders.
Inside the Lost Land was a dim space, the sky was gray, and they were on a flat stone mountain surrounded by steep cliffs, with no way to go.
As everyone entered the instance, the space became a bit cramped.
"God Emperor, there's a platform in your direction that you can jump down from. You can jump layer by layer to the bottom, and you'll encounter monsters," the Little Knife reminded.
Hearing
this, the God Emperor looked down and indeed saw a protruding spot about 3 meters down the cliff where he could jump. "Let me lead the way, Captain, give it to me," Xiao Chen said, knowing the difficulty of this instance and not wanting others to die in vain, so he stepped forward.
The Little Knife handed the captain's role to Xiao Chen, allowing him to distribute the loot from the upcoming battle in the instance.
Looking down the cliff was all mist, nothing was clear.
But when Xiao
Chen jumped onto the protruding stone, he could see another protruding stone below. Thus, he jumped down level by level, and after about 20 jumps, he finally reached the foot of the cliff. One by one, his teammates slowly made it to the bottom
of the cliff.
The environment at the bottom of the cliff was much more open, with a small river running through it, about 5 meters wide and 2 to 3 meters deep, where he could see fierce-looking large fish swimming, and there were also some herbs
that could be gathered around. Xiao Chen looked at the attributes of the large fish in the water.
Mutated Piranha, Elite Monster, Level 140 Health, 1-300-000/1 300-000. Clearly just an elite monster, yet it had attributes comparable to an epic boss, which was indeed a bit frightening. However, piranhas could only move in the water and could not come ashore, so the previously entered invincible player did not attack it. "Old Xiao, test the attack power of the monsters here," Li
suggested. "You just want to see me get hit."
Xiao Chen saw through his friend's little scheme. However, he did not refuse, and with his shield up, he approached the riverbank. Just as he reached the shallow water area, a piranha leaped up with a spring, opening its bloody mouth, its serrated teeth biting towards Xiao Chen. -23,928. A bite from the zero defense shield dealt nearly 24,000 damage. If a second transformation elite knight like Zhu Long came, it would probably be over 10,000 damage. Which was a bit uncomfortable, but not enough to be one-shot. "Not bad, just like that." Xiao Chen expressed disdain, casually casting a lightning arrow that instantly killed the piranha. "You defeated the piranha and gained 34,830 experience. Everyone received experience rewards and 2 gold coins, a blue item, and a sharp tooth dropped on the ground.
The little knife said, "That tooth is one of my task items. If the big shots don't need it, you can give it to me." Xiao Chen took a glance. Piranha Sharp Tooth, rare quality, a material for crafting a level 120 mana potion. Since this item was not needed by anyone, he casually tossed it to the little knife. The monster's health is 20 times that of the outside world, and its attack power and experience are double. Feels alright. After fighting one monster, Xiao Chen grasped some information about the instance. "Let's go, continue forward." He waved his hand, holding his staff, and headed deeper into the instance. The front part of the Lost Land dungeon had already been cleared by the invincible players. Walking along the riverbank, numerous herbs, ores, and other materials essential for life professions were scattered throughout the canyon. Apart from the little knife, everyone in the team were elite players who had been busy leveling up in the early stages of the game, hardly considering engaging in life professions, so no one bothered to gather them. After walking about a kilometer, there were no other monsters along the way except for the piranhas in the river. It wasn't until the group passed through a narrow area known as One Line Sky that the scene ahead suddenly changed, revealing a monster blocking their path. Ahead was a circular boss room, approximately 70 meters in diameter, surrounded by cliffs over 100 meters high, with lush vines growing everywhere. A few man-eating flowers wandered around the perimeter of the boss room, bouncing and hopping, looking quite comical. However, their fierce flower heads and attributes were enough to send shivers down one's spine. Hellman-eating flower, rare boss, level 140 health 9-800-000/9-800-000. A rare boss, it is the most common type of boss encountered by players, with epic bosses being the next tier up. Such bosses are generally easy to defeat in the outside world. As long as the player team isn't too weak, they can easily handle rare bosses of the same level. But the man-eating flowers here were a bit terrifying, with attributes comparable to legendary bosses from the outside world. Even more unacceptable was that there were a total of 12 such man-eating flowers in the boss room. Clearly, they were just a backdrop. Xiao Chen glanced around and did not see the evil spirit boss. So he asked, "Where's the evil spirit magic sword?" The little knife explained, "The real boss is entangled by the vines, bound to the mountain wall. As long as you attack the man-eating flowers, the vines will loosen and he will reveal himself. After defeating the man-eating flowers, it should be time to fight him." "I see." Xiao Chen nodded in understanding. Previously, the invincible players must have been here to spawn monsters, fought the man-eating flowers, and saw the evil spirit magic sword. But 12 legendary bosses were indeed too troublesome. At that time, sword slashing the world hadn't arrived, and with the attributes of the invincible players being only around level 50, they simply couldn't withstand it, ultimately being wiped out by the 12 man-eating flower bosses. "You all wait here, Old Li and Sister Meow, keep an eye on my status, I'll take them on one-on-one." Xiao Chen didn't want his teammates to die in vain, so he donned a new shield and stepped forward. Li and Lucky Meow cast several blessing statuses on him, boosting his attack power from 2,900 to over 5,000. Dragon Breath. Xiao Chen was quite arrogant. Even from over 100 meters away, he unleashed a dragon breath. The breath pierced through a distance of over 200 meters, directly scorching two of the closer man-eating flower bosses, with damage numbers reaching 9 digits, stunning everyone. At the same time, the other man-eating flowers were startled, all making the kaba-kaba sound of their sharp teeth clashing, jumping towards Xiao Chen. Boom! As the man-eating flowers moved, the surrounding cliffs also trembled. The dense vines began to shift, as if the entire valley was changing. "Something's not right, look, the roots of the man-eating flowers seem to have vines." The sharpshooter Parkinson had keen eyesight and noticed the anomaly on the remaining 10 man-eating flower bosses. Xiao Chen focused his gaze, and indeed, all the man-eating flowers were not just bouncing around randomly, but were being dragged by some vines moving along the ground. These man-eating flowers are one entity. The boss is behind the vines. Xu Long quickly deduced, lowering his voice to alert Xiao Chen. Whoosh! The green vines retracted, revealing a majestic figure on the nearby cliff. He was a warrior over 4 meters tall, his body a grim gray-black, flesh and blood already decayed, and his armor rusted and mottled, yet one could still see the imposing figure he had been in life. He was entangled by countless vines, pressed against the mountain wall above, as if imprisoned. Xiao Chen glanced at the attributes. Evil Spirit General Demon Sword Mythical Boss Level 140 Health 280,000/280,000,000. The data matched what the world's number one handsome had said before. It was indeed 280 million health. As for whether the boss was imprisoned by the vines or was actually the master of the vines, Xiao Chen didn't care. There was only one thing he needed to do: take down this boss. Resist Fire Ring. The man-eating flowers had already rushed over, the front few spitting out venom that splashed onto Xiao Chen. -5,000, -5,000, -5,000. The venom ignored defense, dealing 5,000 damage per second, which an ordinary person could not withstand. But Xiao Chen was unfazed. With a single resist fire ring, he created a radius of over 200 meters, clearing out all the man-eating flowers in the room. These man-eating flowers did not grant experience or any drops, clearly not independent monsters. As they died, the surrounding vines began to writhe more violently. Suddenly, the evil spirit general on the mountain wall abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes. "Who disturbs my divine slumber?" He opened his decayed mouth and spoke in a deep, hoarse, yet extremely authoritative voice. "Divine?" Xiao Chen scoffed, disdainfully saying, "You little trash, even if your level doubled, you'd only be 280, what kind of god are you?" Level 280 was merely semi-divine status. In the past, he might have been wary. But now, with the ice arrow of transformation, he didn't take it seriously at all. Such audacity, are today's adventurers so unaware of their own mortality? The demon sword general was enraged by Xiao Chen's words, his gaze casting down. His eyes had decayed, and in the dark eye sockets, only streams of black mist swirled. As he finished speaking, his body suddenly moved, leaping down from over 30 meters high on the mountain wall, landing on the ground. No, to be precise, he wasn't jumping down but was pushed down by several thick vines from behind. Boom! The demon sword general landed, causing several cracks to form in the ground. He slowly rose, holding a bloodstained demon sword, looking down at Xiao Chen from a height. The demon sword pointed forward, as if judging a humble ant. He arrogantly said, "Before you die, do you have anything to say?" "A lot." Xiao Chen was not intimidated by the other's imposing presence, remaining completely at ease. He raised his fingers and spoke rapidly. "First, I killed your master god's most beloved mount, Otto. Second, I killed your brother, the Holy Spear General, Lario. Third, I killed your brother, the Battle Hymn Bishop, Terence. Fourth, I killed your brother, the War Grand Bishop, Ispan. Fifth, my friend, I'm here to take you down this time, please do not resist. You speak nonsense, humble adventurer, die." After hearing his words, the demon sword general initially felt anger, but it soon turned to indifference. As if he considered it a joke. With a slash of his demon sword, a scarlet sword energy over 50 meters long swept out. Xiao Chen stood still, taking it head-on to see how much damage it would deal. Whoosh, the sword energy swept past, and over 500,000 damage appeared above his head. Damn, that's fierce. This attack power, even a level 150 full tank knight couldn't withstand it, definitely would be one shot. Xiao Chen was secretly astonished. This demon sword general was clearly stronger than the previous evil spirit bosses he had encountered, truly a formidable figure at level 280 in life. But unfortunately, he was going to be defeated today. Ice arrow. His thoughts stirred, and the transformation skill was instantly unleashed. Whoosh, a thick purple ice arrow shot out, striking the demon sword general. A layer of dark shield appeared on the surface of the latter, trying to resist. But the ice arrow was a transformation skill, equivalent to the power of the divine realm, and the shields of the mortal world had very limited effectiveness. Just like the arrow from the demigod city Lord Cassius back then, which also was a transformation skill, piercing through Xiao Chen's 2 layers of shields as if it were nothing. Put! The ice arrow hit the boss, dealing over 400 million damage. However, the demon sword general's health bar did not empty, it merely dropped by 50%. Very neatly. The remaining health was 140 million, not a single decimal point. This guy actually has a health lock? Xiao Chen noticed the clue. The ice arrow should have instantly killed the evil spirit general, but due to the boss mechanism, dropping health to 50% inevitably triggered some change, thus forcibly cutting a large portion of the damage, only dealing 50%. The spectators in the distance, including the Candle Dragon and others, were shocked by Xiao Chen's massive damage, not expecting that even a mythic boss could be treated this way by him. Members of the world's #1 handsome and other guilds were dumbfounded, not believing that in such a short time, Xiao Chen's strength had increased so much. Not bad, very strong strength, worthy of my full effort, said the demon sword general, who had just lost half his health and was still in the "I am the strongest in the world" posture, completely unaware that his life was being forcibly preserved by the system. He planted the demon sword into the ground, and several vines behind him stirred. Rustle, the vines shook the mountain, causing a large number of rocks to fall from the surrounding cliffs. Xiao Chen tried to throw a lightning arrow, but the damage was a miss. The demon sword general was entering his second form and was temporarily invincible. A few seconds later, the falling rocks were entangled by green vines and moved towards the boss. The vines wrapped around the boss, lifting him off the ground. Rocks gathered beneath his feet and around his body. Gradually, a humanoid creature made of vines and rocks enveloped the demon sword general. It seemed to transform into a mech. What the hell? This boss can transform. Is he playing Transformers here? Awesome. His health doubled again. The crowd in the distance was very surprised to see this scene. They had seen transforming bosses before, but they had never seen a boss that could activate a mech. Xiao Chen saw that. The boss's health had changed to 280 million, and the total health had doubled to 560 million. After the transformation was complete, the rock mech form of the Demon Sword General said in a deep voice, "Let me show you the true power of this god. Demon Sword, rise." As soon as the words fell, the sword planted in the ground flew up, enlarging to a size that matched his form. Then it was inserted back into the ground, and streams of crimson gas spread across the surface, penetrating deep into the earth. 1 million, 1 million. 1 million. The boss's health began to rapidly recover at a rate of 1 million every 0.5 seconds. In just a few seconds, it had returned to over 10 million. Xiao Chen sighed and said, "All this flashiness, what's the use? It's still going to be killed in an instant." With that, the already cooled ice arrow was sent out again. Whoosh! The thick transformation ice arrow struck the boss with a pft. Crackle! Another 400 million damage appeared, and the newly formed rock mech shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere. The boss's health bar emptied, and the massive demon sword shrank. From the rocks, the decayed evil spirit general fell down, half kneeling on the ground. How is this possible? His health bar was empty, but he did not die immediately. Xiao Chen stepped forward a few paces and said, "Stop the nonsense, hurry up and revive, and give me my reward. My request isn't high, just another transformation. Skill will do." What are you saying?" The evil spirit general spoke in a half-dead tone, his breath seemingly growing weaker. But the expected golden light and divine summoning did not appear. Xiao Chen frowned, puzzled. "What's going on? Isn't your god coming to take you back?" God? The demon sword general sounded confused, then bitterly said, "I have already fallen into darkness. The god will no longer accept me." Then what about my mission?" Xiao Chen was momentarily speechless, feeling that the situation was not good. The demon sword general did not respond to him. The body half kneeling on the ground fell silent. He was dead. The system prompt sounded. "Ding, you have defeated the level 140 mythic boss, Evil Spirit General Demon Sword, and gained 42,050 reputation. Your team has defeated the mythic boss, Evil Spirit General Demon Sword, and share 2,040,000 experience." Clatter! Gold coins and equipment exploded all over the ground, and the experience points were directly credited. Since it was a team dungeon battle, even if others did not take action, as long as they were nearby, they would share the experience, so Xiao Chen did not receive too much himself. Many people in the team leveled up by 1 level. Seeing the boss dead, everyone slowly gathered around. "Xiao Chen, you really are amazing. Taking on a level 140 mythic boss with 20 times the health is as easy as drinking water," Zhu Long exclaimed. Old Xiao, hurry and see what good stuff dropped." Li Li and others jogged over, extremely happy. But at this moment, Xiao Chen frowned deeply. The boss was dead, but the system did not prompt him that he had completed the task of subduing the 4 great evil spirits. What was going on? Could it be that this evil spirit boss was fake? Impossible. It could be understood that ordinary bosses had the same name, but mythic bosses were unique and would never appear repeatedly. Just as he was puzzled, an item flashed into his view. "Fallen Soul, special item, sealing the soul of the Demon Sword General, please deliver it to the War God Temple for purification by the High Priest." This was a special item of mythic quality. Upon seeing it, Xiao Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So it turns out I have to personally deliver it to the War God Temple to complete it. Damn, that scared me. He quickly picked up the item and, using the leader's authority, directly assigned it to himself. The Demon Sword General dropped a lot of things. Just the gold coins alone amounted to over 3 million, clearly indicating that the rewards for Team Legendary dungeons were much richer than those of ordinary dungeons. Xiao Chen took a glance. Besides the Fallen Soul, the boss also dropped 3 pieces of mythic gear, 2 mythic scrolls, 8 legendary equipment, and 1 epic skill book. There were also over 20 pieces of epic quality equipment and items. What a rich drop, 1 is worth 2. Seeing the boss's loot, the team was very surprised. Xiao Chen placed all the items into the team's public backpack. The team public bag had 100 slots for temporarily storing unallocated items, and only the leader had the right to allocate them. Others could not extract them on their own. "Let's finish the entire dungeon first, then slowly distribute the loot. There are quite a few epic items and equipment, so we might not have enough space. Let's give 1 to each person for now," Xiao Chen said to everyone. Then, according to the order of team members, he distributed the epic items 1 by 1, excluding the skill book. Everyone had no objections to this. The value of epic items varied, but since they could get rewards without lifting a finger, they naturally wouldn't complain. Let's continue, this is just the first boss and there are still 8 more. If all goes well, we can get at least 20 pieces of mythic gear, Xiaochen said cheerfully. The quest item is in hand, and he can casually look for the war main city to continue the next task. Anyway, there's no one else competing for the quest, so he doesn't need to rush. It's not too late to go after clearing the dungeon. The dungeon progress is now January 9th, with 8 stages remaining. No one knows how many bosses are in these 8 stages, but it's safe to assume they won't be any less formidable than the Demon Sword General. Xiaochen continued to forge ahead. Passing through the canyon at the end of the first boss room, the scenery ahead began to change. The path was gone. A wide river blocked the way, with nothing around. What's going on? Is there no way forward? Everyone looked confused. The river ahead was about 120 meters wide, the water a dark gray, unfathomable. The opposite bank was shrouded in mist, nothing could be seen, only the river winding off in a certain direction, seemingly long and far away. This great river was the confluence of the small rivers within the valley, and from the dungeon map, it could be seen that it was called the River of Despair. But no other information was known. Xiao Dao, do you have any hints for your gathering task? There's no way forward. Here, how do we get across? Xiao Chen asked. Xiao Dao had just finished gathering some materials in the first boss room and replied, no hints, my task is to collect 9 types of materials from the 9 boss rooms in the Lost Land. After completing it, the mentor will give me a god-level potion and a crafting recipe. God-level potion crafting recipe. The team members were somewhat surprised. God-level potions had a small chance of dropping only from bosses above legendary level and generally could permanently enhance attributes. Although the price was only around 10,000 to 50,000 gold coins, far less valuable than mythic equipment. If one could learn the recipe and mass-produce it, that would be a fortune. Xiao Dao noticed everyone's astonishment and explained, I can't do it myself unless I play for a very long time and level up my alchemy to god level. This task is mainly to build a good relationship with the mentor, making it easier to get high-level potions in the future. Only then did everyone feel relieved. Let's not talk about that for now, let's think of a way to cross the river. Xiao Chen interrupted the idle chatter. The river was wide, and its depth was unknown. There was no swimming skill in the game. Jumping in recklessly could lead to drowning. Moreover, based on the experience from the valley's small river, there were likely many piranhas in the water, and even if one didn't drown, they could be bitten to death. A group of people squatted by the river at a loss. In such a large dungeon, to have no path forward was quite frustrating. After a few minutes, Xiao Dao couldn't help but suggest, how about I jump in and try? Anyway, I'm in garbage gear, so I won't mind losing it if I die. With so many priests around, they can just resurrect me. I guess that's the only way. The underwater environment was special, and no one was willing to take the risk. Otherwise, if the equipment sank to the bottom, it would be impossible to retrieve. Xiao Dao volunteered to be the scout, and several priests quickly cast various defensive buffs on him. I'm going in, he shouted, leaping towards the river. Splash! Before Xiao Dao even hit the water, a piranha over 5 meters long jumped out and swallowed him whole in one bite. What the hell? Damn, that's a huge fish. Xiao Dao got one shot. Within the team, Xiao Dao's health bar turned completely black, and there was no corpse, making resurrection impossible. At the moment the piranha appeared, Xiao Chen and the others saw its information. King of Piranhas, Epic Boss, level 150 health, 49,500,000/49,500,000. Guys, I got thrown back to the entrance platform. I lost some experience but didn't return to the main city. Xiao Dao's voice echoed in the team channel. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he only died once and wasn't thrown out of the dungeon. Otherwise, re-entering would consume another entry, which would be a huge loss. The leader of the Candle Dragon team, Sister Dao, said, this fish should be a mechanism monster. We need to kill it to proceed. We have to find a way to lure it out and take it down quickly. That's simple, Xiao Chen immediately replied. I'll cover the river's surface with damage over time skills, then one person can jump in to lure it. As soon as it shows its head, we can take it down instantly. So who is the next lucky bait? The crowd exchanged glances, none wanting to experience the terrifying feeling of being swallowed whole by a monster. I'll do it. In the end, it was still Candle Dragon who stepped up, the most responsible one. The iron-headed guild leader took off his gear and stowed it in his backpack, saying to Xiao Chen, you set up the skills first, and I'll jump when you're ready. Okay, brother, you've worked hard. Xiao Chen didn't stand on ceremony. Clearing the dungeon was the most important thing. It didn't matter how many times each person died. Immediately, Xiao Chen had Lucky Meow cast all the buff enhancements on him, then laid down skills like Rainstorm, Gale, Sea of Fire, and Firewall on the river's surface. Go for it, Pikachu! Lily shouted from the side. Candle Dragon looked gloomy, but time was tight, and there was no time to complain, so he leaped into action. Splash! The Piranha King indeed surfaced again, opening its mouth wide to swallow Candle Dragon whole. The moment it emerged, the skill Xiao Chen had set up beforehand dealt damage, hitting it. -8390222 critical hit -11992922 -396299992. After several hits, the full health Piranha King was instantly killed. Its massive body fell back onto the river surface, splashing a large amount of water. However, there were no gold coins or equipment drops, only 1.98 million experience points. Many in the team leveled up, and in less than 10 minutes in the dungeon, the experience gain was quite impressive. Candle Dragon and Little Knife ran over from the initial platform of the dungeon. Xiao Chen and the others quietly waited for changes to occur by the riverbank. After the Piranha King died, the river's surface continued to shake. It wasn't the kind of rippling waves, but rather a violent shaking, as if it were boiling. It seems like something is coming out of the water. Parkinson, with sharp eyes, saw an object rising from beneath the murky river. Water. Soon, a wooden pole floated up, followed by a flag and canvas. Before long, a large ship appeared on the water's surface. The ship was about 15 meters long, looking shabby and worn, with the canvas and flags full of holes, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. Xiao Chen waited for a while, not seeing anything else appear, and said, "It looks like we need to board the ship and take the water route to find the next boss. Once Candle Dragon and Little Knife arrive, we'll set off." "Yeah, let's board the ship first." The group maintained a vigilant state as they climbed up a rope ladder onto the ship. Although the large ship had floated up from the water, it felt completely dry inside, even having some spider silk present. The flag on the mast was shaped like a skull, resembling a pirate ship. As Xiao Chen and the others boarded, the entire ship became a bit crowded. There were 6 pairs of oars on the ship and a steering wheel. Xiao Chen tried to pick up an oar to row, but the system prompted him, insufficient strength of 500, unable to use. The God Emperor also noticed this and exclaimed, "It seems like it requires 12 physical classes. With 500 strength to row the ship, and 1 person to steer. Insufficient intelligence of 500 to steer, that's quite a high requirement." Zhang Fan, being a warrior, played with the steering wheel and also discovered the attribute. Requirements. Who has 500 strength? Each person can control an oar. Let's have a mage on the steering wheel. My output is high, ready to prevent any sudden accidents. Xiao Chen said to the team. "I have 500 strength. Me too. And me." Zhang Fan, God of Death, and others quickly stepped up, each taking an oar. But even combined, they only had 9, not enough to meet the requirement of 12 sailors. Candle Dragon and Little Knife resurrected, re-equipped, and boarded the ship. Lily switched to a purely intellectual necklace to take the helm, then exclaimed in surprise, "The steering wheel has an operating interface. As long as we have 10 sailors, we can set sail. Who among you has attributes close to 500 points? Put on some strength-enhancing gear. I'm just 15 points short on strength. Who can lend me a pair of high-strength gloves?" A warrior from the Xingzhen Guild stepped forward. Without a word, Xiao Chen took out an epic pair of gloves from his backpack and traded them over. "That's enough. As long as 10 people row simultaneously, the ship will move," Lily said, glancing at the operating interface. Xiao Chen nodded. "Let's set off." 10 warrior players paddled simultaneously. Whoosh! The river water was parted by the oars, and the large ship began to move slowly. This steering wheel is quite fun, it even shows the speed. We're currently going at 2, let's speed up, go a bit faster. Lily played with the wheel, controlling the direction, steering the large ship along the lost river. The 10 sailors paddled with all their might, and soon the speed of the ship increased to around 30. Xiao Chen stood at the bow, scanning the surroundings for signs of monsters. Looking down from the bow, he could see several piranhas swimming in the murky water below. If one were to fall in, they would easily be eaten. "Old Lee next door, do you know the way? Don't steer carelessly, it would be awkward if we went the wrong way," Zhu Long called out from the stern, keeping watch. "Don't worry, I'm precise. This steering wheel has directional prompts, we just need to follow this river," Lily replied confidently. After a while, Parkinson suddenly said, "Monsters are coming. They can fly." Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a group of flying monsters emerging from the rugged mountains on the left bank of the river, rapidly approaching with their wings spread wide. Xiao Chen checked the monster information from a distance. Bone-eating bat level, 150 health, 472000/472000. Bone-eating bat leader, elite monster, level, 150 health, 1760000/1760000. There was only one type of monster, and a few larger ones, or elite monsters. The total number of monsters was quite large. At a glance, there were at least 200, each with a wingspan of about 1.5 meters, creating a rather intimidating presence as they flew over. "Priests, get into position, we defend." Xiao Chen, you deal damage. The God Emperor reacted quickly and commanded. The players present were all elite, and their reactions were swift. Although the members of the Tianxia Guild wanted to slack off, they didn't want to die either, so they also took defensive stances upon seeing this scene. Lucky Cat quickly cast 3 skills to raise the team's defense. In just a few blinks, the bone-eating bats had arrived. The swarm of bats emitted strange sounds that were quite unsettling. Xiao Chen cast a rainstorm spell over the large ship, instantly killing the bats that flew in with raindrops, turning them into a shower of gold coins that fell into the river. Not caring about the loss of money, a portion of the bats, shielded by the front line, reached above the ship. Squeak, a bat leader, screeched, using its small claws at the tips of its fleshy wings to grab Lucky Cat. Caught off guard, Lucky Cat was lifted off the ground by the bat leader and was being pulled outside. Lightning arrow. Xiao Chen reacted quickly, using a single target skill to take down the bat leader and save her. Oh no! Lucky Cat fell, landing on the ship's railing, nearly tumbling into the water. Ah, save me! Almost simultaneously, a priestess from the Tianxia Guild was also attacked in the same way. But she was less fortunate, no one came to her rescue, and she was pulled high into the air. The bat then released its claws, and she fell towards the river. Splash! A few piranhas jumped out of the water and quickly devoured the priestess. I'm dead, woo woo woo, so scary, the fallen priestess cried in the team chat. But no one had the time to respond, everyone was nervously dealing with the bat monsters. Xiao Chen cast several large area skills, quickly clearing the swarm of bats. However, even though he killed the monsters quickly, 3 team members were still thrown into the river, meeting their end at the jaws of the piranhas. And all the dead were priests. What should we do? 4 people are dead, should we go back to rescue them? Li Li asked. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said helplessly, let's go back, we can't leave our teammates behind. This dungeon was unusually deep, and if teammates were not brought along, those left behind would not receive any rewards. Li Li turned the wheel and steered the ship back to the original spot. A few priests who had just been killed quickly returned to regroup. After spending a few minutes, the team set off again. With the previous experience, Xiao Chen was particularly vigilant this time. The large ship soon passed the area where they had encountered the bats earlier. The bats did not appear again, clearly the same batch of monsters would not show up twice, as they only had one life. However, after continuing for a few hundred meters, a second batch of bat monsters appeared. And there were even more of them. Huge bone-eating bats emerged from the desolate mountains on both sides of the river, totaling no less than 500. Priests, grab something to hold on tight. No, everyone, the God Emperor shouted. Although the last time it was only the priests who died, no one dared to assume it was just a coincidence. Except for Xiao Chen, everyone crouched against the sides of the ship, firmly gripping the railings. Only the sailors and the helmsman continued to work. Storm spell. Gale spell. Fire sea spell. Fire wall spell. Before the bats arrived, Xiao Chen unleashed 4 major spells in one breath, covering the large ship. Flames and gales rose dozens of meters high, and torrential rain poured down, firmly protecting the entire ship. The swarm of bats charged in. 4669784-7566648-36488967 damage numbers appeared one after another, and the swarm of bats evaporated at an incredible speed, like mosquitoes entering a volcano. You defeated a bone-eating bat, gaining 8340 experience. You defeated the bone-eating bat leader, gaining 41,700 experience. You defeated Xiao Chen's speed in clearing the monsters was so fast that the system information flooded in with hundreds of notifications, causing the experience points of everyone present to surge, leading to immediate level-ups. Ah, this feels great, oh damn. Li Li laughed loudly upon seeing the rapidly increasing experience bar. However, he was targeted by a bat that had charged in, nearly getting carried away. Fortunately, the next moment, the fire sea spell roasted the monster, preventing him from falling into the river. Hundreds of bat monsters were quickly cleared, and this time there were no accidents, everyone was alive. The warrior players paddled hard, and the large ship continued to move forward. The bat monsters did not appear again, instead, a few large fish occasionally jumped out of the river, flying from the left side of the ship to the right, snapping their jaws, trying to bite the people on board. Such minor unexpected situations posed no resistance to Xiao Chen and the others, who easily avoided them. After more than 10 minutes, the large ship had traveled quite a distance. At this moment, Li Li suddenly shouted, "We're almost at the boss room, just 1 kilometer away." The helmsman could see the navigation map, and he spotted a huge red skull mark on the map, which should indicate the boss. However, when they were still 1 kilometer away, the large ship suddenly made a loud bang and came to a sudden stop. The abrupt halt from a speed of 30 caused a significant impact, and the people on the ship lost their balance, nearly falling. What happened? It seems like there's something in the water. Did we hit a reef? The team was filled with confusion. Xiaochen said, "Something's not right. Cast defensive buffs, prepare for battle." Splash! The sudden stop of the ship caused the river water to surge, and the surface became chaotic. He glanced into the river, trying to find the shadow of a reef. Instead of seeing a reef, he spotted a massive shadow rising from the water. A long row of crimson eye-like shapes slowly surfaced from below. "There's a boss!" Xiaochen exclaimed, quickly casting a shield on himself. The next second, boom! A tremendous force struck, and the skeleton ship was suddenly jolted, actually being flipped over. The river surface exploded with a splash, and the entire boat seemed to be struck by a giant hand from below, flinging it into the air. The boat flew towards the riverbank, and everyone on board, including Xiaochen, was thrown off their feet, tumbling towards the shore. Bang! The large ship crashed into a pile of rocks on the riverbank, shattering into pieces. Xiaochen and the others fell to the ground in disarray, each of them suffering fall damage ranging from hundreds to thousands. The group was in a sorry state, some landing on the jagged rocks, others pinned under broken planks. Fortunately, they were all still alive and hadn't died from the fall. Damn, that was terrifying. If someone had a heart condition, they would have died from fright. Lily exclaimed, still shaken as he landed on a sharp, stalagmite-like rock. After hitting the ground, Xiaochen immediately focused on the river surface. When the boat was flung away, a massive tentacle emerged from the water, identical to the abyssal creature they had encountered before. However, this one was much larger. The river churned, and a gigantic octopus head surfaced. Checking the information, it was indeed a boss. Abyssal Devourer, Mythical Boss, Level 150 Health 330,000,000/330,000,000. This was the second boss of the Lost Land dungeon. With 330 million health, it was significantly stronger than the Demon Sword General. However, for Xiaochen, it was still not too difficult. "Everyone, fall back. Priest, give me buffs." The battle had already begun, and Xiaochen couldn't care less about the safety of others. He shouted a command and immediately launched a frost arrow. To his surprise, the boss was incredibly cunning. Sensing the extraordinary power of the frost arrow, it quickly submerged into the water. The arrow, which could deal hundreds of millions in damage, hit nothing. Following that, a black tentacle covered in red suckers and thicker than a water barrel shot out of the water, rising 40 meters high, and swung towards Xiaochen. "Xiaochen, watch out," the God Emperor warned. "I'll check its damage." Xiaochen could have dodged but deliberately chose not to, bracing himself for the hit. Smack! The massive tentacle struck, sending him flying 40 to 50 meters, crashing into a cluster of strange rocks. Minus 520,019. The damage was comparable to that of the Demon Sword General. It hurt a bit, but his shield was robust, so he wasn't afraid. The tentacle, realizing he hadn't died, immediately pursued him. At this point, his teammates had regained their composure and quickly retreated, looking for a place to hide. This riverbank seemed to be a boss room, prepared by the system, more level than other areas, at least providing a place to stand. However, it was not very spacious. The area to maneuver was only about the size of half a basketball court, unable to accommodate too many people to face the boss. Fireball! Facing the pursuing tentacle, Xiaochen cast a fireball while rolling on the ground to avoid the strike. He could withstand the tentacle's damage, but being flung around was unpleasant. No one wanted to be kicked around like a ball. Bang! -8929993. The fireball dealt a 7-digit damage, significantly lower than the theoretical damage, clearly indicating the boss had a high damage reduction, with magic resistance above 85%. Moonlight Blessing. Night Ruler. Blazing Moonlight. Lucky Cat hid behind a stone pillar and quickly cast 3 layers of attack buffs on Xiaochen. With the buffs, Xiaochen immediately unleashed another set of skills. Lightning Arrow. Thunder Strike. Dragon Breath. He unleashed a series of spells, and bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, striking the tentacle. Each hit dealt 10 to 20 million damage, and the boss's health gradually decreased. But at that moment, Xiaochen was shocked to find that the health bar in front of him looked a bit off. Abyssal Devourer's first tentacle, 38192882/11000000. "This isn't the boss itself," he exclaimed in shock. Another lightning strike hit, and the tentacle's health dropped to around 12 million. One more hit would finish it off. But at that moment, the tentacle suddenly slithered back into the water. Immediately after, 2 more tentacles of the same size emerged, one on the left and one on the right, attacking Xiaochen. Abyssal Devourer's second tentacle, 11000000/11000000. Abyssal Devourer's third tentacle, 11000000/11000000. The health of the 2 new tentacles was independent and at full health, unaffected by the damage to the first tentacle. Is this thing trying to wear me down with a war of attrition? Xiaochen couldn't help but feel Speechless. Having more limbs is great. When one gets tired, you can switch to another. Facing the attack of the two massive tentacles, he remained unafraid and threw out a fireball, creating a huge wave of flames. At this point, Xiao Chen's attack power had been boosted to around 5,700 by his teammates like Lucky Cat, and even though the boss had high magic resistance, it still took over 20 million damage. The two tentacles were not far apart, and they lost health together, sharing the burden. Resist Fire Ring. Many of Xiao Chen's major skills were on cooldown, so he could only use whatever he had. The Fire Ring dealt over 10 million damage. At the same time, he was hit by the boss's tentacle, his forehead smashed by the massive limb, stunning him for 3 seconds. The Earth Element Shield absorbed the damage, and Lily cast a purification spell, removing the stunned state. Old Xiao, try summoning the Flame Lord to see if you can pull the boss out of the water, teammate Zhang Fan reminded. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Good idea. Taking advantage of the invulnerability time provided by the purification spell, he braced himself against the tentacle's strike, chanted for 3 seconds, and summoned the Flame Lord. The Flame Lord's size had grown even larger since he reached the third transition, standing a towering 60 meters tall, exuding an aura comparable to a super boss. Its attributes were astonishing. Flame Lord, Xiao Chen summon, level 107 health 9487800/948780000 attack power 2899000 with 900 million health and 29 million attack power. This attribute could easily pin down even a demigod. Roar. As soon as it appeared, the Flame Lord obeyed Xiao Chen's command, grabbing one of the tentacles and pulling with all its might. The river surface boiled, and it seemed something was being forcibly pulled out of the water. Xiao Chen prepared the ice arrow of transformation, ready to kill the boss as soon as it showed itself. However, to his surprise, even with the Flame Lord's strength, it still couldn't pull the boss out. After a moment of shaking, the tentacle stabilized again. It even extended 2 more tentacles, making it 4 against 1, wrapping around the Flame Lord's massive body, trying to pull it back into the water. Damn, this is too fierce! Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock. The Flame Lord was a 60-meter-tall giant, and if it couldn't pull it off, just how terrifying was the Abyssal Devourer? Was the Flame Lord only high in attack power but not in strength? For tentacles over 40 meters long wrapped around the Flame Lord's arms and legs, pulling towards the water's surface. Xiao Chen waved his staff and immediately supplemented the attack. Water Tornado, Wind Tornado, Fireball Spell. Several skills concentrated on one of the tentacles. Damage numbers jumped in the millions and tens of millions, and the tentacle's health bar visibly shrank. Roar! The Flame Lord opened its mouth and unleashed a scorching breath, adding to the damage and instantly eliminating the third tentacle. The tentacle was killed without any experience gained, and there were no drops, only provoking the boss's anger. When the third tentacle fell, a huge tentacle emerged from the water with a splash. Abyssal Devourer's first tentacle, 11000000/11000000, the first tentacle, which had just been beaten back, surprisingly returned to full health. The boss's tentacles not only each have their own independent health bars, but after retracting underwater, they can quickly restore to full health. We must pin them down to the ground. Xiao Chen made a judgment in his heart, no longer holding back the ice arrow, and shot it at the just emerged tentacle number 1. Put! The massive ice arrow struck tentacle number 1, dealing a damage of 700 million. The boss's magic resistance was completely ineffective against transformation skills, and it was instantly killed at full health. After 2 tentacles were knocked off in succession, the boss was enraged, and 2 more tentacles reached out, swinging towards Xiao Chen. Hey, is that all? Xiao Chen completely disregarded this foolish method of pure physical attack. He dodged when he could, and if he couldn't, he would take it head-on. With a base attack power of 5,700, the Earth Elemental Shield had a shield effect of over 68 million. Not to mention a few hits, even a storm of continuous strikes could withstand it. Ice Arrow. The 5-second cooldown was quick, and the transformation Ice Arrow was soon unleashed again, taking out another tentacle of the boss. His teammates watched in astonishment as the tiny Xiao Chen moved gracefully between the gigantic boss and the Flame Lord, casting spells effortlessly, as if he were facing not a mythic boss with 20 times the health, but an ordinary small monster. When can we fight such a boss? Knife's sister said softly. Zhu Long replied dryly, at least a level 120 pure meat knight in full mythic gear could possibly withstand the boss's attacks, and they must be able to heal instantly after taking a normal attack, otherwise, 2 hits would mean instant death. But even then, they could only take damage. As for output, the entire team at level 150 might not be enough. Sigh, comparing people makes one feel inferior. The God of Death said gloomily. Many of them were top-tier professional players in the world. Yet, in front of Xiao Chen, they seemed extremely weak. Boom! Xiao Chen had already taken down 4 of the bosses. Tentacles. With a roar from the Flame Lord, the boss was finally pulled out of the water. So big! Everyone exclaimed upon seeing the full appearance of the boss. The tentacles of this Abyss Devourer were nearly 80 meters long, and the main body was an octopus. Head with a diameter of 18 meters, when fully spread, it could cover an area of 1 to 200 meters. If it weren't for this, it wouldn't be able to easily overturn a 15-meter-long ship. Now dragged ashore, it had only 4 tentacles left, and 2 of them were half destroyed, being held by the Flame Lord, dripping with fluid. Damn humans! After coming ashore, the boss spoke human words, roaring in a deep voice. At the same time, a black light emerged from its huge single eye, casting a dark beam that froze everything within a 100-meter radius, while Xiao Chen and the Flame Lord both received over 800,000 damage. Fortunately, the teammates were far enough away, otherwise, they would have been wiped out. Xiao Chen was frozen and couldn't move for 10 seconds. But he was not worried at all, quietly casting a levitation spell to break the control, and sent out a fireball and lightning arrow. Bang! Hiss! The 2 small skills dealt over 20 million damage to the boss. The Abyss Devourer roared in pain, shaking off the Flame Lord with its 4 tentacles, while simultaneously striking towards Xiao Chen. The surface of the tentacles was coated with a layer of venom, and upon hitting Xiao Chen, it not only dealt high damage but also inflicted a poison damage of minus 10,000 per second. What a pitiful boss. Xiao Chen looked at the weak mythic boss with pity, and seeing that the cooldown for the ice arrow was over, he casually sent it out. The ice arrow hit the boss's main body. The enormous octopus monster instantly had its health bar emptied, letting out a miserable scream, flailing its tentacles wildly, and slowly sinking into the gray river. Splash! The river water splashed, stirring up towering waves. At the same time, gold coins fell like a torrential rain, accompanied by red and orange lights, covering the small clearing by the riverbank. Ding, you have defeated the level 150 mythic boss, Abyss Devourer, and gained 43,100 reputation. Your team has defeated the mythic boss, Abyss Devourer, and shared 2,784,000 experience. The pleasant system notification sound rang out, and all the members of the team, including Xiao Chen, leveled up. Old Xiao is amazing. Damn, this isn't fighting a boss, it's clearly the boss struggling under old Xiao's torment. So strong, as expected of the great Xiao Chen. The group emerged from the distant rubble and returned to the riverbank. Xiao Chen looked at the dungeon progress, which had changed to February 9, feeling pleased. He laughed. In just over half an hour, we've taken down 2 bosses, at this speed. Even the game designers probably didn't anticipate it. Dungeons above epic level usually require a long time to conquer, and each mythic boss is extremely difficult, often taking several days with countless failures. But with Xiao Chen's extraordinary talent, these bosses without special skills were basically no different from cabbages. A lot of items dropped on the ground, 3.2 million gold coins, 3 pieces of mythic equipment, 9 pieces of legendary equipment, several mythic potions and scrolls, and even an epic skill book, basically comparable to the old one magic sword general. Xiao Chen picked up everything, tossed it into the team bag, and then evenly distributed the relatively ordinary epic equipment and scrolls to everyone. Next, let's go check out the old 3. Old Li, where did you say the red skull mark is located? Xiao Chen asked. Li Li pointed ahead and replied, continue along the riverbank for about a kilometer, then walk about 200 meters towards the shore. Alright, let's keep moving. You guys go ahead, I need to gather some materials from the boss's corpse. Little Life still had a task to complete, and there was a small broken tentacle by the shore, which was his task item collection point. The group waited for about 2 minutes until he finished gathering, before continuing on their way. The ground by the river was rocky and uneven, making it difficult to walk. As they moved along the riverbank, piranhas would occasionally jump out of the water to attack them. However, with Xiao Chen around, any that showed their heads would quickly meet their end, so there was not much danger. After walking a few hundred meters, they could see the skull area that Li Li had mentioned from a distance. It was a massive nest filled with white bones everywhere. Inside and outside the nest, there were numerous eerie white bones, including those of beasts and human skulls, as well as some oddly shaped skeletons, resembling flying dragons, all arranged in various positions, looking somewhat frightening from afar. Hoof! A dull sound came from that direction, like an old horse snorting, but the sound was at least 10 times louder, resembling thunder. Sister Knife lightly jumped onto a rock and glanced over there. Then she exclaimed, it's a big dog. No, it's not a dog, its head looks a bit like a lion, with horns on its head, like a Qilin. Qilin? Are you sure you're not seeing things? The others expressed skepticism. This was a Western fantasy game. How could a divine beast from Eastern mythology appear? Only Xiao Chen showed a hint of surprise and quickly jumped onto a rock to look. In the distance, within the massive nest, a beast over 15 meters long lay sleeping on the ground. Its fur was brownish-green, and its body indeed resembled a dog, but its head looked like a male lion, just with shorter mane. There were tufts of white long hair at the chin and eyes, resembling whiskers, and white eyebrows, adding a touch of majesty. And on its forehead, there were a pair of sharp black horns. This doesn't look like a Qilin. Do you have some misunderstanding about Qilins? Xiao Chen expressed doubt about Knife Sister's judgment. Then what does it look like? Knife Sister pouted. Like, Xiao Chen couldn't think of anything at the moment, so he replied, "You'll know when you see it. Come on, let's do this." A group of people slowly approached the boss's lair. As they got closer, they saw a path. Coming from the riverbank, there was a road of moderate width leading directly to the boss's lair, and behind the lair was a fork in the road that could lead to 3 different directions. It wasn't hard to imagine that each path corresponded to a different boss. When Xiao Chen and the others arrived about 200 meters from the boss's lair, the boss, who had been lying on the ground sleeping, stirred and slowly got up. "Another prey has come to my door," it said in human speech leisurely. As it stood up, it wiped its face with its front paw, just like a cat waking up. However, this cat was indeed a bit enormous. Oh, this time it's humans? Quite a few of them. The boss opened its eyes and saw a group of people walking towards it, revealing a satisfied expression. Xiao Chen, holding a shield, walked at the front. Hearing the boss's muttering, he couldn't help but laugh. "I've noticed that in this game, bosses with even a bit of strength like to call humans humble and insignificant. But in fact, it's always them that get killed. That's called setting," Li Li said. "Who cares about setting? Just kill it." As the group approached, they saw the boss's information. Guardian Hound, Mythical Leader, level 200 health, 775,000,000/775,000,000. The monster's level was very high, 50 levels above the second boss, and its health had surpassed 700 million. Such a huge leap was somewhat hard to accept, but with Xiao Chen around, everyone remained fearless. Hound, that's a strange name. I think I've heard of it somewhere. A beast that feeds on dragons in the classic of Mountains and Seas, very powerful. But isn't that beast from the classic of Mountains and Seas? How did it end up in a Western fantasy game? Someone in the team said. Xiao Chen explained, "This game world is broader than we think, with elements from both East and West, and many alien civilizations. The profession of sword slashing the world should also correspond to a larger world. It's just that our levels aren't high enough yet, and we haven't reached such distant places." The boss overheard this. The Hound yawned and said to Xiao Chen and the others, "You humans, although your strength is weak, your knowledge is quite good. Since you can recognize my origins, I'll let you die a bit more gracefully later." Hey, you don't think of yourself as a dish, do you? Can't you see we're here to kill you?" Xiao Chen said irritably. "Why do all the bosses in this game love to show off? Every time they meet, they act so high and mighty. When they get killed, they shout stupid things like 'this is impossible' or 'no, I won't accept this.'" The Hound's expression seemed to be smiling, seeing that the others were standing far away. Only Xiao Chen walked within 100 meters, mocking, "Are you sure? Your friends have abandoned you. Look behind you, there's nothing. They're too strong and don't want to bully you. For a little kid like you, I'm enough on my own." Xiao Chen took out his staff and raised his hand to cast a frost arrow. Whoosh, the purple ice arrow shot out, hitting the boss right on the forehead. However, it was a miss. The boss was in an invincible state. "Ha ha, you're killing me. The Hound, instead of getting angry from Xiao Chen's attack, burst into human laughter, even rolling on the ground. It looked at Xiao Chen with pity and mocked, "Ignorant human, do you not know that this entire lost land is under my control? What do you mean?" Xiao Chen's heart stirred, feeling a bit confused, as if he was beginning to understand something. The boss said, "This lost land is essentially a prison. And I am the warden of this prison. If you want to kill me here, you can only say it's a delusion, haha, prison." Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. The Hound continued, "I serve my master's orders, guarding 14 powerful beings who have been exiled here for their grave mistakes. Among them, for attempted to escape and have already been killed by me. Their bones are over there." It pointed to 4 massive skeletons around the lair. They were a flying dragon, a giant python, a fierce tiger, and the remains of a humanoid creature. "Who is your master?" Xiao Chen asked, seeing that the other party did not attack him but instead spoke about the background. "This instance has a story. Perhaps if we dig deeper, we might find some hidden quests or treasures." The Hound raised its head proudly and said, "My master is the god who governs punishment and evil in the heavenly worlds. You are not yet worthy to know his name. A god who governs the heavenly worlds. This is quite impressive, Xiao Chen. was astonished. It seemed this boss was indeed extraordinary, likely not the number 3 boss of the Lost Land, but the final boss. As for whether the boss's strength matched that of the god of the heavens, Xiao Chen did not care. The war god was level 4 or 500, while Otto was only level 50. The gap seemed significant. But since the game arranged it this way, there must be a reason, and there was no need to worry about whether it was reasonable. So, from what you say, the bosses imprisoned here must be extremely vicious, right? Xiao Chen asked. The boss yawned lazily and replied, pretty much, they're all no good. So, human kid, are you thinking of taking them on? To be honest, I want to take on all your bosses, Xiao Chen said with a smile. The hound was not angry but laughed, interesting. Then I won't eat you just yet, I've been here for 1,000 years and am quite bored. If you can defeat all of them, I wouldn't mind stretching my legs with you. Of course, you can also choose to run, the flesh of cowards is not tasty, I only like to eat the brave. Alright, then I'll take them down first and then come for you. Xiao Chen nodded and turned back to his team. One person and one monster reached an agreement. Like this. This is also the flow of the instance. First, kill the other bosses, and finally, the Warden Hound. Wow, it can be like this? Lily and the others watched Xiao Chen's exchange with the boss, feeling speechless. So, we have to defeat the bosses behind first and then come back to fight this one? Lucky Miao asked. Xiao Chen returned to his teammates and explained, this boss is currently invincible, it should be a setting of the instance. We need to defeat the bosses behind first to lift its invincibility before coming back to fight it. Zhu Long thoughtfully said, according to the legendary information, the hound doesn't seem to be a vicious beast, perhaps in the end, we won't have to kill it, but there might be other gameplay involved. That's a possibility. But no matter what, we should go defeat the other bosses first. Xiao Chen nodded, agreeing with Zhu Long's idea. This boss hound is a bit special, with considerable intelligence, able to communicate with players, and it didn't attack immediately, remaining unfazed even after taking an ice arrow. Xiao Chen even secretly wondered if there might be some hidden quest here, perhaps related to the master behind the hound? There are 3 paths behind the boss room, which one should we take first? The God Emperor asked. The 3 paths led in different directions, the left path glowed a light blue, the right a light red. The middle path led to a distant place, with no end in sight. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and casually said, it's about the same, first left then right, the one in the middle looks very far, and we'll go there last. After speaking, he led the team towards the left side of the light blue road. Just as he walked in that direction, the hound lying outside the den lazily said, what's locked up in there is a big bird that is proficient in the power of thunder and lightning. It loves to eat human brains the most, and with so many of you, it will have enough for a feast. This boss could even serve as a manual, quite impressive, Xiao Chen said with a satisfied smile. No matter what strength the boss had, he didn't mind having a fight. Stepping forward, a group of people entered the left passage. This path was a bit narrow, only allowing 2 people to walk side by side. Xiao Chen walked alone at the front, followed by Lucky Miao and Lili, with Zhu Long and others behind them. The entire team stretched out long. The mountain path gradually climbed upward, leading directly to a high mountain over 1,000 meters away. The path resembled a winding single-plank bridge up the mountain, with cliffs dozens of meters deep on both sides. On such a path, if a small monster were to disturb them, it would be easy to fall off the cliff and die. Everyone be careful, if you encounter a monster, crouch down and hold onto the rocks, don't fall off, Zhu Long reminded. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp bird call echoed from afar. A giant eagle with a wingspan of over 50 meters flew over, its wings crackling with electricity, roaring like thunder as it flew, exuding a murderous aura. This was the boss. It's coming! Zhu Long shouted, and everyone immediately crouched down, firmly anchoring themselves to the ground. Xiao Chen cast a shield on himself, and as the boss approached, he shot out a frost arrow. Angry Thunder Eagle, Mythical Boss, level 160 health, 377,000/377,000,000. This boss's level was just right to connect with the Abyssal Devourer and the Demon Sword General. It seemed they hadn't taken a wrong turn. Whoosh! The frost arrow shot out quickly but missed the boss, which nimbly dodged. The angry Thunder Eagle flapped its wings, stirring up a violent wind. It extended its massive hooked claws, attempting to tear Xiao Chen apart. At the same time, a chilling voice echoed in everyone's ears. Such a weak creature dares to invade my territory. Die! Bang! Xiao Chen was struck by the eagle's claw, suffering a high damage of -800,000, and was sent flying off the cliff. Levitation! In a moment of crisis, he quickly cast a spell to suspend himself in the air, then floated back down to the ground. Ha! The angry Thunder Eagle flew far away, surprised to find Xiao Chen still alive. After circling around, it flew back. This time, it didn't target Xiao Chen alone. Instead, it paused slightly when it was about 60 or 70 meters away. Then, it flapped its wings in anger. Boom! A gust of furious wind, mixed with thunderous roars, surged forward. Group Purification. Lucky Meow raised the moonlight orb with one hand and hurriedly released a 4th tier skill, granting all members a 3-second invulnerability state to prevent being blown away. However, this attack from the boss was not just wind, it also dealt damage. Minus 189,923, minus 297,782, minus 258,829 damage numbers popped up over everyone's heads. Although they weren't blown away due to the invulnerability state, their health bars were completely drained. Out of 50 people, only Xiao Chen remained alive. Xiao Chen also took 300,000 damage, but his life was not in danger. Seeing that the entire team's health bars had turned black, he felt somewhat helpless. The angry Thunder Eagle hadn't flown far, he quickly cast several skills at it. Lightning Arrow. Fireball. Chain Lightning. Miss minus 4,982,993 miss. The lightning element was ineffective against the angry Thunder Eagle, dealing no damage at all. Completely immune. The fireball spell also didn't do well against its high magic resistance. Old Xiao, can you do it? Lily, in a corpse state, lay on the ground, worriedly asked. Everyone was down, and now they were counting on Xiao Chen to defeat the boss. If they could defeat it here, they would still be able to share the experience. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "Not sure, it's too fast. I have to cast spells within 50 meters to ensure a hit." The Thunder Eagle flew far away, then circled back. Seeing that Xiao Chen was still alive, it exclaimed in surprise, "This little thing is quite interesting. Then let's play with you." As it spoke, it circled in the distance, hovering in the air, and launched an attack from hundreds of meters away. Boom! The sky flashed with lightning, and electric snakes danced within the gray clouds, resembling the explosive scene before a thunderstorm. Annihilation Thunder. Within a radius of 200 meters, the lightning from the clouds howled out, striking directly towards Xiao Chen. Boom! Boom! Each bolt of lightning that fell dealt hundreds of thousands in damage, accompanied by a paralysis effect. Xiao Chen was directly immobilized, unable to move, as the high damage gradually tore apart the earth element shield's defense. This is way too strong, Xiao Chen thought in shock. A level 160 mythical boss, yet it had such might, even stronger than the level 200 Dafiona. No wonder they say humans are weak, compared to these monstrous bosses. Humanoid bosses are indeed much less ferocious. Hey, are you serving me? This tickles. Is there something more intense? Although he was in great pain and had almost no power to fight back, Xiao Chen still couldn't help but taunt. The Thunder Eagle was about 500 meters away from him, clearly out of reach. He needed to lure it in to have a chance to strike back. Still talking tough when death is imminent. The Thunder Eagle was surprised to find Xiao Chen still alive, but its pride wouldn't let it show. Great Thunder Technique. It flapped its wings, and the sharp cry of the eagle echoed throughout the lost land. A mighty force of lightning surged from its body, coalescing into a purple spherical lightning bolt about 3 meters in diameter, descending rapidly towards Xiao Chen's head. Just as the paralysis effect ended, the narrow mountain path made it difficult to dodge. With a thought, he shouted inwardly, "Mirror technique." Whoosh! In an instant, 20,000 mirror images appeared around him, filling the narrow mountain path, some falling from the cliff, others stretching far away. Xiao Chen switched places with one of the images, appearing directly at the mountaintop at the end of the path. Boom! The next moment, the spherical lightning exploded, transforming into a lightning storm that spread over a radius of several dozen meters. All the surrounding mirror images vanished, and those that fell from the cliff were gone, leaving only a few still existing. Where did he go? The Thunder Eagle didn't see Xiao Chen's body, only a large number of mirror images, leaving it somewhat puzzled. In contrast, Xiao Chen, having been randomly switched to the mountaintop by the mirror technique, focused his gaze and discovered that this was the Thunder Eagle's lair. The entire mountaintop was the Thunder Eagle's nest, with the surrounding rocks carved into the shape of a bird's nest, about 30 meters in diameter, not too wide, but not too narrow either. In a corner of this eagle's nest lay a bird egg over half a meter in size, emitting a strange glow. Wow, what a big egg! Could this be a mount egg or a pet egg? Xiao Chen pondered. The game had not yet introduced pet or mount gameplay, but some players had previously rented warhorses in the system's military camp, indicating that related functions still existed. Xiao Chen checked the information on the eagle egg. Exotic beast. Egg bird quality mythical level 0 health 10,000/10,000 hatching progress 88% description mount egg hatching will yield a corresponding quality bird mount requires owner recognition. Owner recognition condition inject 1 million mana points into the mount egg to assist in hatching. Seeing this information, Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned. Then came the overwhelming joy. It's mine, it's mine. Without a second thought, he rushed over to pick up the mount egg. However, operation failed. unable to pick up an item with an owner. A prompt popped up from the system indicating that the mount egg had not been taken by him and was still lying there. Instead, this action caught the attention of the Thunder God Eagle. Human, you see death. Unable to locate Xiao Chen's true form, the Thunder God Eagle immediately charged towards the lair. The young cub was in danger, and the Thunder Eagle burst forth at its fastest speed, reaching the nest in the blink of an eye. It did not use any wide area magic but landed on the edge of the nest's rocky surface, pecking fiercely at Xiao Chen with its sharp beak. Bang! The immense force sent Xiao Chen flying, crashing against the wall and bouncing back. Minus 288,981 damage wasn't too high. This boss was a spellcaster, and its physical attacks could only be considered average. Xiao Chen also dared not use area magic, worried about destroying the bird's egg. The ice arrow had 1 second left on its cooldown, so he first threw a magic missile to test the waters. 4892825 damage was a bit low, just barely breaking the skin. The Thunder Eagle's wings fluttered slightly, and all the mirror images inside the nest were destroyed, leaving only Xiao Chen's real body. Die. Ninefold Thunder Barrier. A series of blue lights fell, enveloping Xiao Chen within. Bang 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 bang. 9 consecutive sounds, 9 blue shields stacked one on top of the other, firmly trapping Xiao Chen. In the next second, the lightning elements gathered within the shield, and countless currents attacked Xiao Chen's body from all directions. Zap! The power of the lightning bombarded his body, with damage numbers in the hundreds of thousands continuously popping up 5 times a second, suddenly reaching 1 to 2 million, and in the blink of an eye it was several million. Damn, this is a mechanism skill. Xiao Chen silently lamented. Trapped by the lightning elements, he couldn't move. This high-intensity damage was something normal players absolutely couldn't withstand, definitely meant to force a reduction in numbers and limit combat time. Lightning Flash. In a moment of crisis, Xiao Chen used his second control-breaking skill, teleporting forward over 20 meters and crashing into the stone wall. The Thunder Eagle happened to be standing on the rock. Directly above him, its gaze locked onto Xiao Chen within the lightning barrier. This teleportation caused the Thunder Eagle to temporarily lose its target. By the time it reacted, Xiao Chen had already regained his ability to move, launching an ice arrow from less than 5 meters away, directly hitting its belly. Slap! At this distance, even if the boss was fast, it couldn't dodge. The ice arrow hit, and over 600 million damage appeared. The Thunder Eagle, which had just been furious and arrogant, instantly emptied its health. No, no! My child hasn't been born yet, I can't just die like this. It cried out in terror. Its voice grew fainter, and a few seconds later, its massive body crashed to the ground. Platter coins scattered everywhere, and a pile of mythic gear dropped as well. The system prompted rewards for reputation and experience, but Xiao Chen paid no mind. He rushed to the bird's egg and collected it again. This time, the system did not display an error message. The egg was directly taken by him. Awesome! Hahaha. Looking at the mount egg in his backpack, Xiao Chen laughed joyfully. A mythic quality mount egg. And it was a flying creature. If this thing hatches, he would be unstoppable. Old Xiao, come on, revive us. In the team channel, Lily and the others, lying dead on the mountain path, already knew the boss had been taken down by Xiao Chen and shouted excitedly. Xiao Chen collected all the boss's drops, returned to the mountain path, and used a resurrection scroll to revive Lucky Meow and Lily, who then used their priest skills to revive the teammates one by one. So many items. At this drop quality, after clearing the dungeon, there will be over 30 million gold just from this, Zhu Long remarked. All of this was basically Xiao Chen's achievement. Such a massive haul was simply unbelievable in the real world. Let's go, we're heading to the next boss. Xiao Chen did not tell anyone about the mount egg. The mount egg was not a team loot dropped by the boss but something he had gathered himself, similar to a profession material for a dagger. Such rewards did not need to be shared with others. After everyone was revived, they returned along the path near the lair of the Guardian Hound. Xiao Dao went alone to the lair of the Thunder God Eagle to gather the materials he needed. During the wait, Hound said to Xiao Chen, "You really have some skills. The Thunder God Eagle is one of the fastest flying creatures in the Divine Continent, and you actually took it down." "Of course, just look at who I am," Xiao Chen replied proudly. "Hee, but the next prisoner won't be so easy to deal with. It's completely impossible to defeat it in a one-on-one fight. Even I can't do it," Hound chuckled. "Oh? What do you mean? Is it stronger than you?" Xiao Chen asked in surprise. Hound lay on the ground, squinting his eyes to rest, and said leisurely, "That guy has extraordinary talent and possesses a mysterious power. It must be suppressed by 4 people using the 4 divine formation to inflict damage on him. Otherwise, he will be invincible forever. He will hit you, but you can't hit him. This meant that at least 4 strong teammates were needed to help suppress him. Xiao Chen felt a headache upon hearing this. Although the teammates in the group were all high-level players with decent strength, they were like children in front of a level 150 mythic boss. Even the lucky cat with a super artifact wouldn't last 2 seconds. Against such a boss, how could they suppress it? Is there any other way to kill it? Xiao Chen asked. Hound closed his eyes and ignored him. Damn, this is troublesome, Xiao Chen said, feeling a headache. The teammates also heard Hound's words and comforted him. It's okay. Let's go take a look, maybe the conditions are simple. Anyway, we've already killed 3 bosses, and you've taken down your quest monster. So this wave isn't a loss. Even if we can't beat it today, we still have 2 more chances to enter. We can come back later. Xiao Chen remained silent. Although what everyone said made sense, he still wanted to clear the dungeon in one go and didn't want to make a special trip later. Of course, if it really didn't work, he would have to give up. After a while, Xiao Dao returned. Let's go, check out the old 4. Xiao Chen called out and walked towards the right side of the light red passage. The right passage was a cave leading to the mysterious unknown underground. At first, the passage was illuminated by red light, but as everyone went deeper, it gradually changed to green light. At the same time, some level 160 skeleton soldiers appeared in the cave. There weren't many skeleton soldiers, and their strength was quite average. They could be defeated even without Xiao Chen. The group moved steadily forward, and the light in the cave slowly changed from green to blue, then to purple. Finally, they arrived at a huge underground cavern. This cavern was 300 meters wide and 100 meters high, and at the farthest wall, there was a row of steps. At the top of the steps was a stone throne. On the throne sat a gigantic skeleton, entirely in gold, striking a majestic pose, with a sword stuck beside it, exuding an imposing aura. Legendary Skeleton King Mythic Boss. Level 160 health 385,000/385,000,000. The boss's level was the same as the Thunder God Eagle, with slightly more health, but it didn't make much difference to Xiao Chen. Look around, Zhu Long reminded. Xiao Chen scanned the surroundings. In the 4 directions of the boss room, there were 4 magic circles raised 1 meter above the ground, faintly emitting red, green, blue, and purple light. In the center of the room, there was also a larger circular platform that echoed them. It looks like one person needs to lure the boss to the center. And then 4 people go to the small platform to activate the magic circles to suppress its power. The familiar players quickly deduce the strategy for this boss. If there are conditions on site that can be utilized, there is hope to win. Xiao Chen calmed himself and said to the others, you wait for me at the entrance. I'll go check if there are any conditions to activate the magic array and see if the boss is really invincible. As he spoke, he quickly stepped forward, rushing into the room, heading straight for one of the magic arrays. Foolish humans, daring to intrude into my territory. Since you are here, you shall remain forever as a part of my skeleton army, the Golden Skeleton. On the throne said in a deep, echoing voice as Xiao Chen entered the boss room. The nearest magic array was over 100 meters away from Xiao Chen, but with his fast movement speed, he could cover dozens of meters in a single dash. However, with the voice of the Skeleton King, pale, bony hands suddenly emerged from the ground throughout the entire room. Countless skeleton soldiers slowly crawled out from underground. In such a large room, countless skeleton soldiers crawled out from below. At a rough glance, there were at least 500 or 600. Xiao Chen glanced at the attributes of the skeleton soldiers. Their levels varied, with the strongest reaching level 150, their attributes comparable to legendary bosses in the outside world. Even the weakest had over level 80, with health around 200,000. Good thing it's me. If it were someone else, just dealing with these little monsters would be a headache, Xiao Chen thought to himself. With a thought, he cast a fire sea spell on the ground. The vast range of the fire sea could cover the entire boss room, and the red flames surged up, dealing over 10 million damage per second. However, after burning for just a second or two, all the little monsters were cleared away completely. The little monsters didn't give experience, they were merely the boss's auxiliary combat power. The boss, also scorched by the fire sea, had mist flashing above its head, confirming it was in an invincible state. Realizing that its subordinates had been wiped out in an instant, it felt somewhat incredulous. I underestimated you. It seems I have to take matters into my own hands, the Skeleton King said, its bones clattering. It grasped the battle knife stuck in the ground, stood up, and pulled it out. The standing Skeleton King was over 5 meters tall. Although it was just a skeleton, it still exuded an exceptionally strong presence. Xiao Chen stepped onto the magic circle, and the Skeleton King approached him. The boss's movement speed was slow, giving Xiao Chen just the right amount of time to operate. The magic circle was a mechanism. Once stepped on, it automatically began to draw his mana. Activating the magic circle. A 10-second countdown appeared, accompanied by a deduction of mana at a rate of -100 per second. Xiao Chen's mana regeneration was 50 per second, so the deduction of 100 was no pressure for him at all. The Skeleton King slowly walked over. Although its strides were large, it was still far away and would take over 10 seconds to reach him. After 10 seconds, Xiao Chen had already activated the magic circle. A red light lit up from the magic circle, converging towards the central disc. However, his mana was still being deducted, clearly indicating that he had to maintain it to suppress the boss's invincible state. Select 4 people with the most mana to stand on the 4 platforms. Once up, just protect yourselves, Xiao Chen said to the team. Hearing the explanation, Lucky Meow was the first to speak. I have over 4,000 mana, I can take one. I can too. I have 3,500 mana, that should be enough. A mage from the Gods Guild and a priest from the Conquest Guild also stepped forward. Including Li, the pure healing priest, the 4 of them were just enough. At this point, the Skeleton King had already approached Xiao Chen. Once within a 30-meter range, it let out a low growl. Human, take this. Then it jumped forward with its knife, delivering a powerful downward slash aimed directly at his forehead. Water shield. Xiao Chen used the water shield to block. With a splash, the water shield rippled but did not break. The damage from this strike was 1.1 million. The Skeleton King was purely physical, and its damage was still very high. Fireball, lightning arrow. Xiao Chen casually cast 2 spells. But with only the red magic circle activated, the boss remained invincible, and the attack still resulted in misses. Ice arrow. He cast another transformation skill, but the result was the same. This mechanism still needs to be obeyed. Guys, get ready to go up, Xiao Chen shouted to the team. He jumped down from the magic circle, moving the boss towards the central disc. Lucky Meow, Li, and the others sprang into action, running in the spacious hall, splitting into 4 groups towards the 4 magic circles. The world's #1 handsome man and the people from the World Guild did not move, staying at the door to watch the show. The Skeleton King swung his blade fiercely, his movements sharp and dazzling, like a master swordsman of unparalleled skill. Xiao Chen was just an ordinary person, lacking any martial art skills, completely unable to dodge such slashes. Occasionally rolling to avoid a strike was already an extraordinary performance. He was basically hit every time, his shield value plummeting. Fortunately, with over 60 million Earth Element shield points, it could still withstand the onslaught. The Skeleton King was gradually drawn to the center of the boss room, at which point Li and Zhang Fan's small team had already reached the nearest magic circle. Trying to use the 4 divine beasts formation to suppress me? The boss noticed this and paused his pursuit of Xiao Chen. Then, he actually ignored the auto-ancient cursed super taunt and took several big steps towards Li. Damn! Old Xiao, save me! Seeing this scene, Li let out a strange cry, quickly casting priest skills on himself and also casting a blind spell on the boss. But the boss had no eyes at all. Die! The massive Skeleton King shouted, raising his battle blade high and bringing it down fiercely. Roar! In a moment of crisis, Zhang Fan activated his dragon transformation, turning into a dragon man to block. Bang! The boss's blade fell, and even in Dragon Man form, Zhang Fan could not withstand such a terrifying attack, suffering a damage of -580,000 and dying on the spot. Group Ice Seal. Xiao Chen instantly cast a crowd control skill, trying to freeze the boss. But the boss was completely immune to control, rendering it useless. Another slash, and Li and the other 3 teammates were all taken down in one blow, lying dead. What the hell, is this boss so clever? Old Xiao can't even hold aggro? Li and the others lying on the ground said helplessly. Xiao Chen sighed. It seems he prioritizes attacking those who try to activate the formation. Aggro is useless. Then how do we pull him to the center? Even if we manage to activate the magic circle while dying, if he doesn't go to the center with you, he's still invincible. The team was in a state of confusion. Those who covet the 4 divine beasts formation kill without mercy. The boss growled and charged towards Lucky Meow's team. Xiao Chen used lightning flash, appearing in front of him, trying to block. But the boss completely ignored him, stepping over his head in a big stride, heading straight for Lucky Meow. Then, with a flurry of strikes, regardless of male or female, they were all chopped down. It seems we need to think of another way. After taking down Lucky Meow and the others, the boss ran towards the small team of the Divine Guild. Xiao Chen, try the Flame Lord. At this moment, the recently slain Lucky Meow reminded him. Xiao Chen nodded. There's no other choice. His own power was weak, and he couldn't hold the boss no matter what. Only the massive Flame Lord might be able to restrain him for a bit. Summon Flame Lord. Xiao Chen chanted for 3 seconds, summoning a 60-meter tall fire giant. Go, catch him. As soon as the Flame Lord appeared, Shao Chun gave the order, and they all chased after the boss. The Skeleton King was very agile. Although the Flame Lord was huge and could cover dozens of meters in a single step, it was still slightly less nimble and couldn't catch up. The God Emperor and others were also killed, and the Flame Lord arrived late. After taking down 3 waves of people trying to activate the formation, the boss no longer feared them. Seeing the massive fire giant, he arrogantly said, "I didn't expect to encounter such a powerful infernal flame demon in this desolate land. Very well, let me battle you and see if I have regressed over the past 1,000 years." Saying this, he charged at the Flame Lord with his blade. Shao Chen pointed his staff. "Now's the time." The Flame Monarch moved both hands in unison, encircling from left and right. The Skeleton King darted left and right, his blades rising and falling, each dealing millions in damage that appeared above the Flame Monarch's head. With nearly 1 billion health points, the Flame Monarch was completely unfazed, only wanting to capture him. The Skeleton King was very agile, and it took over 20 seconds for the Flame Monarch's left hand to finally meet him head-on. This hand was 5 or 6 meters large. Directly grabbing the Skeleton King in its palm, the Skeleton King struck the Flame Monarch's palm with his blade, slicing off a chunk of red rock. Shao Chen quickly instructed the Flame Monarch to use both hands, one grabbing the upper half of the Skeleton King and the other the lower half, holding him tightly like a chick. "Ha! Let go." The captured Skeleton King struggled fiercely but found he could not resist the immense strength of the Flame Monarch. Bang, bang, the Flame Monarch took heavy steps towards the central platform. "Quick, revive the teammates, continue to activate the magic array," Shao Chen shouted urgently. But time was running out. The priest's teammates rushed to help the fallen comrades, preparing to activate the magic array again. Just as they managed to lift someone up, the summoning time of the Flame Monarch ended. The Flame Monarch, who had been firmly pinning the Skeleton King to the platform with both hands, suddenly transformed into flames and dissipated. The Skeleton King let out an angry roar. "A great humiliation, a great humiliation. Humans, feel my wrath." Then he leaped up and slashed diagonally. Whoosh! The slash unleashed a golden blade aura several dozen meters long, sweeping across the field. Just revived, Lily had a minus 980,000 damage pop up above his head and fell dead again. "Damn, my experience," Lily lamented. Along with him, the priest who had just pulled him up also perished. In the same direction, only Shao Chen, relying on the earth elemental shield, managed to withstand it without dying. "It's over, there's no way now, we'll have to start over," Shao Chen said helplessly. He hadn't thought to use the Flame Monarch to control the boss right away, causing him to miss the best opportunity to break the invincibility buff. Now, with most of his teammates dead and the Flame Monarch on an 8-minute cooldown, he had no way to deal with the invincible Skeleton King and could only wait to die and restart. The world's most handsome and others saw the situation was dire and decisively retreated, trying to escape the boss room. But the boss room was locked, with an air wall preventing exit once entered. In the end, they were all killed by the boss's blades. Once the effect of the earth elemental shield wore off, Shao Chen was also slain by the boss. Everyone revived nearby. They had expected to respawn at the entrance of the dungeon or return directly to the main city. But that was not the case. Instead, they revived outside the lair of the Guardian Hound. The fork in the road lay ahead, and the team of 50 gathered, with a few losing some equipment, but overall, the losses were not too great. "Ah, kid, now you know how tough it is, right?" The hound still lay on the ground, mocking, as he saw Shao Chen and the others return from death. Shao Chen curled his lip. "Just a performance issue, we'll take him down right away." He then called everyone to continue towards the area where the Skeleton King was located. The cooldown time for the Flame Monarch was a bit long, but by the time they reached the boss room, it was nearly finished cooling down. Shao Chen stopped at the entrance and said to everyone, "The configuration for activating the magic array is the same as before. You 4 waves of people go to the nearby positions in advance, but don't get on the platform or the boss will chase you. Wait until I have the boss under control, then everyone activate the magic array together, and I'll take him down in one blow." "Okay. No problem." Lucky Meow and the others nodded, and each small team began to move. Shao Chen was the first to enter the boss room, heading straight for the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King had returned to his throne, and upon seeing Shao Chen and the others, impatiently said, "What bothersome crawlers." He slowly got up and drew his battle knife. A large number of skeleton monsters crawled out from the ground, clearly indicating that such skills would appear every time the boss respawned. Shao Chen had already laid out the fire sea technique. As soon as the small monsters showed their heads, they were burned to ashes, posing no threat to Lucky Meow and the others. "Rib Demon, come fight!" Shao Chen shouted, provoking the boss. Dragon Breath, Wind. Dragon Tornado, Water Dragon Tornado, Thunderstrike. One by one, skills were thrown out and hung on the boss. Although they didn't cause damage, they were enough to enrage the Skeleton King. Die! The Skeleton King roared and charged forward. Oldly. Cast Purification. Summon Flame Lord. Xiao Chen requested a state of invulnerability and used this time without control to directly read the spell to summon a helper. After 3 seconds, the Flame Lord walked out of the portal. This guy again. The Skeleton King paused slightly upon seeing the Flame Lord, showing some caution. In the next moment, the Flame Lord's large hands had already flanked him, blocking his escape route. However, the Skeleton King was still very agile. Under such circumstances, he managed to bounce away. Summon a junior fire elemental. Seeing that one summon creature couldn't block the boss, Xiao Chen used another summoning spell. A large, short-legged fire elemental, 4 meters tall, appeared beside him and flew towards the Skeleton King. With the encirclement of the 2 fire creatures, one large and one small, and Xiao Chen's harassment, the Skeleton King was finally caught. Start! With Xiao Chen's command, the personnel for the magic arrays quickly took their positions. At the same time, he, along with the 2 summoned creatures, dragged the immobilized Skeleton King step by step towards the central disc. No, this is impossible, let me go. The Skeleton King could never have imagined that he would be controlled like this, unable to stop the opening of the 4 Divine Power Array. Is this how dungeons are played? He, the Skeleton King, has no face to lose. The legendary Skeleton King was firmly pressed onto the disc by the Flame Lord's hands. And the magic arrays around had finished reading, with red, blue, green, and purple lights converging from 4 directions. The magic array invoked mysterious powers, gathering in the disc, transforming into a dazzling ball of energy. This energy flowed into the Skeleton King's body, and his lustrous golden form seemed to dim significantly. At this moment, the Skeleton King felt a speechless choke in his heart, if he had one. Old Xiao, it's your turn. Understood. Seeing the timing was right, Xiao Chen first threw a lightning arrow to test the boss's state. -148928838. The boss's invincibility state indeed disappeared, and it seemed his magic resistance was low, making him easy to kill. Ice arrow. The transformation skill struck fiercely, accurately hitting the Skeleton King's body. With a bang, the Skeleton King's body exploded entirely, turning into scattered bones that filled the air, and his health bar was completely emptied. Ding, you have defeated the level 160 mythical boss, Legendary Skeleton King, and gained 47,000 reputation. Your team has defeated the mythical boss, Legendary Skeleton King, and shared 3,268,000 experience. A large amount of experience poured in, and everyone present, except for Xiao Chen and Lucky Meow, leveled up. The Skeleton King still dropped a magnificent loot, with countless gold coins and 4 pieces of mythical gear. The most surprising thing was that this time, a legendary quality skill book was also dropped. And it was for the Mage class. The legendary skill book of the Mage, also known as the Forbidden Spell. Xiao Chen quickly picked it up to take a look. Undead Torrent quality, legendary attribute requirement, intelligence 500 class requirement, Mage class effect, corrupts the land beneath, continuously summoning undead creatures to assist in battle. The level of the undead creatures is the same as the casters, with a 10% chance to summon a rare boss, a 1% chance to summon an epic boss, and a 0.01% chance to summon a legendary boss, lasting for 60 seconds. After the skill ends, the summoned creatures can continue to exist for 600 seconds. Chanting time, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 2000. Cooldown time, 60 minutes. Note, learning this skill will increase abyss affinity, decrease the favor of the gods, and be rejected by the temple. It looks quite strong, Xiao Chen said with a smile. From the literal description, this skill should be able to enjoy a 10,000-fold amplification effect. However, unlike summoning the Flame Lord, it amplifies not the attributes of the creatures but the probability of summoning high-quality creatures. As for whether the Weather Mage's talent would take effect, he couldn't be sure. I'm going to take this book directly, Xiao Chen said to the others, using his leader privileges to assign Undead Torrent to himself. The mages in the team hesitated, each one envious. But this time, the main force of the dungeon was Xiao Chen. They were just helping to deal with some minor issues. Being able to share equipment, experience, and a bit of gold after finishing was already quite good, and the Forbidden Spell skill book was definitely not going to be theirs. Xiao Chen immediately learned the skill book on the spot. This abyssal nature of magic would have some side effects, affecting his social status in the game world. However, he didn't care much since he had never had a friendly relationship with the followers of the gods. After learning the skill, Xiao Chen immediately used this forbidden spell to test its effects. He stood in the center of the boss room, chanting the skill. The staff turned gray, and streams of black-gray air surged into the ground, quickly corroding the surrounding land into black. Crack crack. The ground emitted a series of bone-scraping sounds, which were somewhat unpleasant to hear. The entire 300-meter room was corroded, and one by one, skeleton monsters and liches crawled out from underground. There were humanoid creatures and beast-like ones, varying in size, with the largest being 7 or 8 meters tall and the smallest just over half a meter. Xiao Chen looked at the attributes of the summoned creatures. Skeleton Dog level, 108 health, 9800/9800. Skeleton Warrior, Elite Monster, level, 108 health, 42100/42100. Undead Siren Epic Boss, level, 108 health, 62700/6270000. The differences in monster attributes were significant. Epic bosses could easily defeat players of the same level, while the small monsters were only there to be slaughtered. Xiao Chen took a quick glance and found that the most numerous were the elite monsters, followed by the rare bosses, while the small monsters and epic bosses were relatively few in number. The 10,000-fold amplification effect indeed worked on probability, but it didn't mean that once the probability reached 100%, all would be epic monsters. Rather, at least one epic monster would crawl out with each wave. This skill summoned a wave every 5 seconds, and overall, the effect was quite considerable. Moreover, the range was very broad. On a lucky day, it wouldn't be surprising to see 4 or 5 epic monsters appear in the same wave. Roar. A few seconds later, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed. A bone dragon with a wingspan of 25 meters crawled out from underground and soared high. Bone Dragon, Legendary Boss, level, 108 health, 2400000/2400000. TSK. Xiao Chen's strength in defending the base has improved a lot, Zhu Long remarked, admiring the dense swarm of undead monsters. Some players in the team, who were a bit timid, shrank back in fear, trembling in front of the swarm of white and black creatures. Seeing that some teammates were very scared, Xiao Chen quickly interrupted his skill and dismissed the undead army. Although their quality is not as good as the Flame Lord, their numbers are quite impressive, and they are pretty good for a group fight, Xiao Chen said with a smile. These undead creatures were fundamentally different from the Flame Lord. They could not be considered summoned beings but were instead undead soldiers that crawled out naturally after the land was corroded by forbidden spells. Let's go check out the next boss. Xiao Chen called out, and everyone set off again, returning to the place where the hound was. On the way back, they distributed the epic gear that the Skeleton King had just dropped. Before long, Xiao Chen and the others saw the hound again. The hound said in surprise, I didn't expect you to actually defeat the skeleton. It seems your strength is quite impressive. What else is there to say? Once I take down the next 4 bosses, I'll come back to deal with you, Xiao Chen replied confidently. The hound got up from the ground and stretched lazily. It said, although you had a smooth time with the first few, you will definitely not be able to defeat the next prisoner. Why? Xiao Chen asked. He didn't quite believe the hound's words, as this guy had previously said he couldn't defeat the Thunder God Eagle and the Skeleton King. The hound explained, the next prisoner is a Golden Saint Dragon. Every one of its skills will deal true damage. You survived against the big bird and the skeleton thanks to your magic shield. But in front of it, that trick won't work, you have no hope of survival. It was clear that the hound was very familiar with Xiao Chen's battle process. Hearing this explanation, Xiao Chen and the others were all taken aback. True damage. This was the most troublesome attribute, completely undefendable. Just like when Xiao Chen had instant-killed sword slashing the world in the arena, no matter how much damage reduction or how thick the shield was, when faced with true damage, it would all be for naught. If the boss really triggered true damage with any skill, with Xiao Chen's current health of over 30,000, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Let's go take a look. If we really can't beat it, we'll just go around and fight the bosses behind it, Xiao Chen said, somewhat unwilling, still wanting to take a look. The hound laughed and said, you can't go around, the Golden Saint Dragon blocks the way. You can only pass by defeating it. Otherwise, whether you walk on the ground or fly in the sky, as long as you pass through its territory, it will hunt you down to death. Moreover, even if you could go around, it wouldn't help. The 3 guys behind are even more troublesome than the Golden Saint Dragon. What kind of bosses are behind? With so many powerful bosses, why are they imprisoned here? Lucky Miao couldn't help but ask. The hound glanced at her and replied, as the heir of the Moon Lord, you have the right to know the answer to this question. In fact, those imprisoned in the Lost Land are a group of ruthless criminals who have caused significant disasters to the Divine Continent. Behind the Golden Saint Dragon are 3 evil traitors who betrayed the gods, one of whom I wouldn't even want to face. As for their identities, I won't tell you for now, you'll learn about them slowly when your strength is sufficient. Saying that is like saying nothing, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Let's go. Take down the Golden Saint Dragon, he called out, leading the team down the middle path of the fork. The hound reminded him from behind, kid, don't rely too much on transformation magic. Sharpening your will is the true path to becoming strong. Willpower or something like that, Xiao Chen expressed that he didn't care at all. Not to mention whether he needed it or not. Even if he really needed the willpower attribute to break through to the later stages, there was no need to rush. After all, the game had only been live For 4 days, and others were still below level 100, while he was far ahead, completely unhurried. A group of people entered the central fork and began to explore forward. This path was quite different from the left and right forks. It was much wider, and there were even a few plants by the roadside. Xiao Dao saw these plants and happily said, "So many materials. These are all consumables for making blood potions for levels 100 to 150. The others, having hardly practiced any crafting professions, had no reaction to this. "When we're about to finish the dungeon, you can stay behind and gather slowly," Zhulong said, and the team's pace did not slow down. Xiao Dao casually collected a few and then caught up with the others, not wasting any time. After walking a few hundred meters, the scenery gradually changed. The desolate rocky mountains turned into a steel wasteland, covered in a golden iron hue. A few lizards jumped out from the roadside and attacked the group. These were minor monsters. Xiao Chen casually used a dragon breath spell, clearing them all without breaking stride. Along the way, they also encountered some elite monsters and mini-bosses, with a higher frequency of monster distribution than before. These minor monsters were quite a hassle for an ordinary team, but they provided experience, which was decent. Half an hour later, the group had run 3 to 4 kilometers forward. At this point, they saw a mountain of gold. It was a mountain purely made of piled up gold coins, and a golden dragon over 30 meters long was lying on the gold mountain, sleeping. This scene was somewhat similar to the illusion Xiao Chen had seen when he encountered the golden lion Otto in the novice village. However, it seemed that the gold coins here were real, not illusory. Old Xiao, while it's sleeping, hurry up and take it down," Lili said excitedly, rubbing his hands. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, "Good idea." Then, he cautiously approached the gold mountain alone. However, when he got within 200 meters, the golden dragon opened its eyes. "Another annoying two-legged insect trying to touch my treasure." The dragon merely opened its eyes and did not move its body. Xiao Chen thought it was not a big deal and that he could run a bit further to use Ice Arrow. However, the next second, he suddenly felt his body ignite. Golden flames appeared from nowhere, directly setting his body ablaze. Battle information: the golden dragon's scorching holy flame dealt 198,729 damage to you. The golden dragon's scorching holy flame dealt 19,873 true damage to you. Xiao Chen, from 200 meters away, without any action, it actually burned him. "Sister Meow, heal me." Xiao Chen did not want to die here. Although the earth element shield blocked most of the damage, the 19,873 points of true damage took away nearly 2/3 of his health. If he burned for another second, he would be dead. Teammate Lucky Meow used holy healing on you, health plus 89,818. Battle information: Lucky Meow delivered a big heal, bringing his health back to full. But the next second, another 19,873 damage appeared, and Xiao Chen's health was once again in danger. Lili cast a moon god's prayer, also bringing his health back to full. Xiao Chen quickly stepped back, losing health at minus 19,873 per second, and the effect of the true damage could not be removed at all. The other priests in the team saw him losing health so quickly and hurriedly helped with healing. A group of people continuously delivered big heals to stabilize his health line, and after a full 10 seconds, the effect of this scorching holy flame finally disappeared. "Wow, this boss really has some power." Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I didn't die, otherwise, it would have been so embarrassing for the boss to not even touch me before I passed away." He exited the 200-meter range, and the golden holy dragon ignored him, lazily sleeping on the golden mountain. Xiao Chen felt a bit annoyed. "Let's try again." This time, he directly took out a bottle of charge potion and downed it in one go. His speed, already 110% faster than an ordinary player, doubled again under the potion's additional boost, becoming 6.3 times that of a normal person. His speed was terrifying, and he shot out several dozen meters in one breath. You dare to come again?" The golden holy dragon opened its eyes again, and a scorching dragon flame silently attached itself to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt his health dropping. He had only 1 second left before dying. He was far from his teammates, and Lucky Meow couldn't heal him, so he could only use potions. But even with the potion, he couldn't extend the time by 1 second. "I'll go for it." In a flash, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and directly used the teleport skill Lightning Instant to enter within 100 meters of the boss. Then he instantly cast the Ice Arrow of Transformation. Minus 19,888, a real damage number popped up above his head, and his health bar was completely emptied. However, the effect of Undying Spirit was triggered, saving his life and granting him a shield effect of over 30,000. Whoosh! The Ice Arrow had already flown in front of the giant dragon. Just when Xiao Chen thought he could kill the golden holy dragon in one shot, a golden magical shield blocked the ice arrow. The ice arrow of transformation was actually stopped. How is that possible? Xiao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. The next second, he was burned to death by the third segment of real damage, and the shield's effect was useless, leading to his immediate demise. It even dropped a legendary gauntlet. Damn, this is ridiculous. Xiao Chen lay on the ground, feeling frustrated. The ice arrow of transformation actually failed. There were only two possibilities. First, the opponent had god-level combat power. Second, that golden magical shield was also a transformation skill. The golden holy dragon was only a level 170 mythic boss, so it clearly couldn't be the former. Yet, this shield just happened to block his ice arrow. I refuse to accept this. Let's try again. Xiao Chen was too far from his teammates, and the resurrection spell couldn't reach him, so he could only resurrect nearby. After reviving, he quickly ran back, and seeing that all his skills had cooled down, he downed another charge potion and then teleported into the 100-meter range. Ice arrow. The transformation skill was unleashed again. Put. The golden shield appeared once more, blocking his ice arrow again. Come on. Xiao Chen was burned to death again. This time, he was luckier and didn't drop any equipment, just losing a few thousand gold coins. Old Xiao, this isn't working. Getting close is just death. There's no way to fight, Zhang Fan advised in the team, telling him not to throw himself away. Let's try again. Xiao Chen refused to give up. He returned to his original position, ordered all his teammates to retreat 300 meters, and stood at the 200-meter boundary, chanting a long-range skill. Fire Sea Technique, Dragon Breath Technique, Flame Dragon Dance. 3 skills with a range exceeding 200 meters were unleashed in succession. The Fire Sea covered the front 300 meters, directly engulfing the entire approach of the Golden Holy Dragon. The Dragon Breath Technique spewed out 225 meters, just covering the boss. Then, a super giant fire dragon with a wingspan of 300 meters formed, directly crashing into the boss. Although it seems slow, the 3 skills were executed in just 1 second. Only the Fire Sea technique required chanting, while the Dragon Breath technique and Flame Dragon Dance were instant casts. With 3 consecutive skills landing, the Golden Holy Dragon finally took damage. Minus 379,892 minus 963,819-10267884. However, this damage was pitifully small. The Golden Holy Dragon reduces fire magic damage by 99%. Even with a tenfold increase, it remains extremely difficult to deal with. In the face of its staggering 430 million health points, this amount of damage is almost meaningless. Annoying. 2-legged insects. After being disturbed from its peaceful slumber for the 4th time, the Golden Holy Dragon finally became furious. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Fire rain. With a roar, the sky suddenly lit up. Countless golden flames fell from the sky, covering an area of over 1,000 meters. Damn! The teammates who had retreated to 500 meters away were instantly dumbfounded at this scene. The golden flames fell like a dense rain, impossible to evade. The fire rain struck the people, dealing 6-digit damage, minus 128,992 minus 133,029 minus 130,929. Although the single hit damage didn't seem very high, it was more than enough to kill in an instant. Moreover, sometimes a single person could be hit by multiple fire rains at once, making shields ineffective. The crowd, instantly killed, couldn't feel the effects of real damage or multi-hit damage. Only Xiao Chen, who endured 3 fire rains, lasted 1.5 seconds before being killed by real damage. Damn, the range of this skill is too big. At least a 1,000-meter radius. What kind of godly skill is this? Is it reasonable? We're done for. The big lion was right, this guy is truly not to be trifled with. In an instant, the entire team of 50 was wiped out, leaving a pile of equipment and gold on the ground. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. This golden holy dragon was unexpectedly powerful. It was far stronger than the level 200 de Fiona. He really didn't understand how the game levels were set. Was it because it was a legendary dungeon that the difficulty was increased? The entire team resurrected near the den of the hound. The hound lay lazily on the ground, leisurely saying, "I told you that you couldn't win, but you didn't believe it. Now you know how tough it is, right? Everyone." Xiao Chen's face was filled with frustration. The effect of real damage was indeed outrageous. It ignored damage reduction, and even the shield effect could be disregarded, directly breaking his defenses. With this characteristic, the originally low-attack Golden Holy Dragon became the biggest threat to him. At this rate, even if he used the ice arrow stored in the Ring of Magical Will, he still wouldn't be able to kill the Golden Holy Dragon. Because the Golden Holy Dragon's magic shield wasn't one-time use, but time-limited, it should immunize damage for 1 second. This meant he needed to wait 1 second to release the second ice arrow, and during that 1 second of real damage, it was enough to take his life. Without the effect of the Undying Spirit, he would need to withstand at least 3 seconds of damage to see the effect of the first ice arrow, and the second would be after 4 seconds, meaning he would need nearly 80,000 health. Even with the effect of the Undying Spirit, he would still need 60,000 health. If the boss had more tricks up its sleeve, even if Xiao Chen used the ice arrow stored in the Ring of Magical Will, he would still lose. Old Xiao, are we still fighting? Li Li asked. Xiao Chen had died 5 times, the biggest loss in this dungeon, and his experience points had dropped into the negatives. The others felt there was no hope, but still wanted to ask for his opinion. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and sighed, go pick up the stuff, let's retreat. The Golden Holy Dragon's skills were too buggy, it was impossible to fight. They could only wait until they were strong enough to come back. After all, they still had 2 more chances to enter the dungeon, and with proper preparation, they should be able to clear it. Alright, let's withdraw then. Zhu Long and the others had no other thoughts, they weren't qualified to fight any of the bosses in there. Since Xiao Chen said to give up, they could only give up. A group of them returned to the map where the Golden Holy Dragon was and picked up the items that had dropped earlier. After the boss finished using its ultimate skill, it had gone back to sleep. After collecting the items, everyone left safely. Let's distribute the rewards from the dungeon. If Little Knife wants to gather, he can stay, Xiao Chen said to the group, then first crushed the return scroll and left the dungeon. Lucky Cat, Zhu Long, and the others followed suit, returning to the main city and gathering at the teleportation array in Giant Elephant City. The Hound watched them disappear one by one, lazily muttering to itself, what a great magical talent, too bad the willpower is pitifully low. Giant Elephant City. The 49 members of the team, excluding Xiao Dao, gathered together, waiting for the distribution of rewards. This time we defeated 4 bosses. Obtained 4 construction orders for bases, 15 mythic gear, 35 legendary gear, 19 mythic items, 21 legendary items, 3 epic skill books, over 12.8 million gold coins, and many epic gear. Xiao Chen opened the team's public bag and reported the loot from the dungeon. Li Li rubbed his hands excitedly, so how should we divide it? Zhang Fan smiled and said, I suggest we divide it based on contributions. Old Xiao takes 99% and the rest is split among everyone. That's a bit excessive. Although I was the highest damage dealer, this time I also owe a lot to the help of the 3 brothers, Shindi, Zhulong, and Zhan Tian, for securing the dungeon qualification. As for the Tianxia Guild, well, there are some personal grudges, but since you bought the dungeon from Xiao Dao, I won't shortchange you. Each of the 19 people will get 1 piece of legendary gear, plus 1 construction order and 100,000 gold coins. How does that sound? Xiao Chen had no intention of hoarding the rewards. The greatest significance of this dungeon for him was the boss, the Demon Sword General. Now he had not only completed the task of the 4 great evil spirits but also received an extra Mount Egg, which made him very satisfied. If he were to hoard everything, he might earn more money, but it would ruin his relationship with Shindi and the others, which would be counterproductive. Hearing his distribution proposal, the members of Tianxia First Hands showed a hint of surprise on their faces. I thought you wouldn't share anything with us, it seems I underestimated you, said Tianxia First Hands. Then let's consider that you agree. Xiao Chen smiled slightly and immediately distributed the 19 pieces of legendary gear and 1.9 million gold coins to the 19 members of the Tianxia Guild. After receiving the team rewards, Tianxia First Hands and the others said with satisfaction, the president spent 20 million cash on the dungeon, and these items add up to at least break even. Thank you, we take our leave. After saying that, they exited the team and left Giant Elephant City. Li Li saw Xiao Chen's distribution and clicked his tongue, old Xiao, you are really generous. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't give the enemy a single cent. That's why your vision is limited, old Xiao is using money to insult them, Zhang Fan said, pretending to flatter. Zhu Long then said to Xiao Chen, with this, the Tianxia Guild should let go of some of their grievances against you. Perhaps in the future, there will be a chance to set aside enmity and become friends again. Xiao Chen nonchalantly replied, I'm not trying to buy their hearts or negotiate peace, I just can't be too greedy as the team leader. Let's not worry about them, let's continue distributing. What was given to Tianxia was just a small part of the dungeon rewards. The 3 guilds, Gods, Dragon Soul, and Conquest helped him secure the dungeon qualification, and their contributions were significant, so he couldn't shortchange them. Xiao Chen calculated and finally decided to give each of the 3 guilds 1 construction order, 3 pieces of mythic gear, 3 mythic items, and a dividend of 300,000 gold coins each. In total, there were 27 people sharing 8.1 million gold coins, leaving over 2.8 million. Gold coins, 6 pieces of mythic gear, 10 mythic items, as well as several legendary items and 3 skill books. These were the profits for Xiao Chen and his 2 brothers, along with Lucky Meow. For the 3 friends, Xiao Chen was a bit selfish and distributed more to them. He gave each of them 700,000 gold coins, 1 piece of mythic gear, and 2 mythic items, while the rest were divided according to their job needs. The 3 epic skill books were just right, 1 for the warrior and 2 for the priest, tailored for the 3 of them. In the end, Xiao Chen himself received 700,000 gold coins, 3 pieces of mythic gear, 4 mythic items, and some legendary items. It seemed like not much, but every piece was carefully selected for himself, with strong practicality. The 3 pieces of mythic gear were all level 100 equipment he could use directly, without needing to store them away to gather dust. The mythic and legendary items were also worth quite a bit. Centipede shoes, level 100 mythic shoes, usable by all classes, plus 2500 health, plus 50 agility, plus 50 dual defense, plus 120% movement speed. Passive ability lightness ignores all slowing effects. Passive ability centipede ignores small terrain obstacles like swamps, shallow water, rubble, and mud, maintaining normal movement speed. Thunder gauntlets, level 100 mythic gloves for the mage class, plus 2500 health, plus 1000 mana, plus 100 magic defense, plus 30%. Resistance to lightning spells. Passive ability Thunder Body has a 10% chance to deal 50% of attack power as spell damage retaliation when receiving melee damage. Heroic Magic Hat, level 100 mythic hat for the mage class, plus 3200 health, plus 1000 mana, plus 80 constitution, plus 120 dual defense. Passive ability Rapid casting reduces the casting time of all chance skills by 1 second. The 3 pieces of equipment grant him more health and defense, raising his health to 37,000 and his mana to a staggering 6,500. The shoes are also very powerful, not only allowing him to run faster but also ignoring many terrain obstacles. The hat's health regeneration effect is lost, and it has 2 fewer layers of health shield, but it gains a passive ability that reduces casting time by 1 second. Meaning that skills like Rainstorm, Gale, and Lightning Strike will no longer require chanting and will all become instant. However, compared to all this, Xiao Chen is more looking forward to the main quest rewards after defeating the 4 major evil spirit bosses, as well as the hatching of the Mount Egg. Xiao Chen, my brother, when do you plan to tackle your main quest? After distributing the spoils, Zhu Long created a temporary chat group and pulled Xiao Chen, the God Emperor, and Zhang Tian into it. This matter was highly confidential. The fewer people who knew, the better. They hadn't informed anyone else, only themselves were aware. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and replied, "It's better to do the main quest sooner rather than later. Let's make some preparations and set off in 1 hour." After defeating all 4 major evil spirits and obtaining the item Fallen Soul, although his quest progress hadn't updated, he had gained a new clue. That was the coordinate information for the level 2 main city, War City. The level 2 main city was not open yet, and he couldn't teleport. He needed to run to War City on foot to complete this quest. Receiving his affirmative response, the 3 guild leaders were very pleased. "All right. Then we'll gather in 1 hour. Everyone should bring enough gold. Don't miss out on the system shops and regret it later," Zhu Long said with a smile, as if he could already see himself buying up a whole street in the level 2 main city. Zhang Tian said, "I had my brothers prepare before I went into the dungeon. We've gathered over 180 million gold, so at least we can buy the most important shops." "What about you, God Emperor?" Zhu Long looked at the God Emperor. The latter smiled faintly. "I prepared 500 million. "What the hell, that much gold? Where did you get it?" Zhu Long and Zhang Tian were shocked. The game had only been live for 4 days, and the total gold output in the game was limited. Even for a major guild in the Dragon Kingdom, and having fought in the garrison defense battle, they could only scrape together around 200 million gold. Any more than that would put the guild in a tight financial situation. Yet the God Emperor had suddenly produced 500 million, which was simply outrageous. The God Emperor calmly said, "My wife did a hidden quest and got a treasure vault with 600 million gold in it. She kept 100 million for herself and gave the rest to me." Zhu Long, Zhang Tian, Xiao Chen. A treasure of 600 million gold. Impressive. Sigh, I envy you. If only my wife could give me money too, Zhu Long said with a face full of envy. Zhang Tian's expression was similar. "My wife is such a spendthrift, it's a miracle if she doesn't empty my vault, let alone help me make money." If so much gold flowed into the player market, the gold exchange rate would likely drop by several percentage points. However, the God Emperor himself didn't lack money, and after receiving this sum, he didn't need to rush to spend it, so it became funds for purchasing shops, which wouldn't harm the gold exchange rate and would allow him to acquire system shops. Truly a profitable deal. Xiao Chen felt a bit envious too, but he remained relatively calm. After all, he was more indifferent towards money. He said to the three, "I have something to attend to, I'll see you in an hour." With that, he left with his two good brothers and Lucky Meow. Lily and the others saw Xiao Chen and the God Emperor chatting privately for a long time and knew they must have important matters to discuss. Therefore, they didn't ask what they were talking about, only laughing and saying, "It's really great to be with old Xiao." In just over an hour in the dungeon, I leveled up 4 times and got a bunch of myth-quality treasures and skill books for free. It's more thrilling than a dream. Zhang Fan added, "And there's 700,000 gold. If you don't want it, you can give it to me." "Oh right. There's also 700,000 gold. At the current exchange rate, that's over 5 million in cash, enough for a house in Haizhou City." Li Li exclaimed in delight. Lucky Meow walked beside them, also wearing a joyful expression, agreeing Xiao Chen is indeed a great lucky star. I've run 2 quests with him and made a lot of money. Now I'm a bit reluctant to leave. Upon hearing this last sentence, Li Li immediately teased, "If you're reluctant to leave, then don't. Stay and help our old Xiao as." Ouch. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Chen's staff struck him on the head. "Stop babbling, I have serious matters to discuss with you," Xiao Chen said sternly. The dungeon is cleared, what serious matters could there be?" Li rubbed his forehead where he had been hit, puzzled. Zhang Fan and Lucky Meow also looked at Xiao Chen. "It's about the main quest." Xiao Chen formed a party and said to the 3 of them in the party channel, "You should know that the first boss in the Lost Land dungeon is the most important to me. Now my main quest has reached the delivery stage and I'm about to head to the main city. The God Emperor, Candle Dragon, and War Sky are my partners, and this time they are helping me to obtain the operational rights for the new main city system shop." Li Li and Zhang Fan were both well aware of this and nodded in response. Lucky Meow, knowing less, pondered and said, "So it's for the new main city, that's a huge business opportunity. But what does it have to do with us?" Xiao Chen explained, "When I defeated the 3rd evil spirit boss, they revealed some information to me, indicating that there should be a next stage of the storyline for this quest. The current stage already requires defeating 4 mythic bosses. And I'm worried that the next stage will be even more troublesome, so I want to ask you to continue with me. Of course, it doesn't have to be right now, I just wanted to give you a heads up." Before today, Xiao Chen would have charged in recklessly whenever he encountered a quest. However, after facing the legendary Skeleton King and the Golden Saint Dragon, his perspective had changed significantly. Not every boss in this game could be defeated with high damage alone. Many bosses had mechanics that made solo challenges impossible. Teamwork was essential. Therefore, he needed a few capable and trustworthy friends to tackle the main quest together. Although these 3 friends were not as exaggeratedly powerful as he was, they could still be of some help. Given their character, they were unlikely to leak information about the main quest, so he could take them along for the adventure. After hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Li Li put away his joking demeanor and said seriously, "The main quest probably won't be too simple. Sister Meow is high level and has a super artifact, she can be a great help. But the 2 of us might not be enough." Zhang Fan added, "We can handle players, but against high-level mythic bosses, we might just be able to take a normal attack." "You can level up first," Xiao Chen said. "I'll go investigate the quest clues and see what the next stage entails. You don't have to follow me for now. You can team up with Shield and Blind Sister, find a high-level map, and work on leveling up. Sister Meow is very strong, she can take down level 100 monsters easily, so she can help you level up for a while. Leveling up is the most effective way to increase strength, no matter how weak a class is. Reaching level 300 allows one to easily dominate level 50 players." Both Zhang Fan and Li Li were hidden classes, with growth rates higher than ordinary players, and the higher their levels, the more pronounced their advantages became. Even if they still couldn't match Xiao Chen, they could at least be of some assistance. "Well, we have no objections, it mainly depends on Sister Meow." Zhang Fan and Li Li knew that Lucky Meow was very powerful, and having her level up with them would significantly increase their efficiency. Lucky Meow did not agree immediately but asked, "Are there 2 other teammates? Wouldn't that mean there's no spot for Xiao Chen in the team?" Li Li immediately laughed and said, "Don't worry, your Xiao Chen is also a member of our fixed team, it's just that his strength is too high and the gameplay he engages in is too advanced, so we don't often play together." "What do you mean your Xiao Chen? Don't say that randomly. I was just asking." Lucky Meow's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted. Xiao Chen was also made quite awkward by Li Li's words, speechless as he said, "Oldly, tone it down a bit. Jokes like this are fine once or twice, but don't keep bringing them up. As for the team members, actually, what Oldly said isn't wrong. I'll definitely be playing with them long term, it's just that I'm currently engaged in some high-level tasks and haven't been leveling up with them. If there's something important or someone takes on a tough mission, we'll definitely work together." Like this. Lucky Meow showed a thoughtful expression. After a moment, she nodded and said, "Alright then, I was just worried about not having a fixed team to conveniently run dungeons, so I'll temporarily team up with you guys." You two at each other as friends, Xiaochen said with satisfaction. He pulled Lucky Meow into his small group, making it easier to ask for her help in the future. As for the issue of having one more person in the team, it wasn't a problem at all. They could just kick Old Li out when there were too many people. Xiaochen parted ways with his friends in Giant Elephant City. Lucky Meow and the others went ahead to level up, while he needed to prepare for the main quest delivery. In fact, there was no need to prepare for an hour before handing in the quest. The reason for having the Divine Emperor and the others meet up after an hour was simply to free up time to study the Mount Egg. If the Thunder God Eagle's egg successfully hatched, it would definitely be the strongest, coolest, and most impressive mount since the launch of the heavens. Xiaochen found a system tavern, requested a private room, and took out the Mount Egg. The eagle egg, over half a meter in size, looked particularly thick and hard, emanating a faint electric effect, sparkling and looking very cool. How does this thing hatch and recognize its master? Xiaochen pondered. The hatching progress of the eagle egg had already reached 88%, with just 12% left to break the shell. If he couldn't complete the recognition of the master before that, it might be more troublesome to do so after hatching. Currently, the official The Heavens had not launched any nurturing systems or methods for obtaining mounts, which meant he could only explore on his own. The attribute introduction of the Mount Egg stated that the way to recognize the master was to inject 1,000,000 points of mana. Xiaochen currently had a mana limit of over 6,500, which seemed a bit low and would likely take quite a bit of time. He tried reaching out to touch the huge eagle egg. Sizzle! A lightning bolt appeared on the surface of the eggshell, striking his hand and causing a slight numbness. At the same time, a system prompt sounded. "Would you like to inject mana to help the Mount Egg hatch?" Upon hearing this, Xiaochen suddenly realized. So the process of recognizing the master and hatching is the same. I just need to inject mana. He chose to agree. The system received the command, and immediately a pulling force emanated from the eagle egg, starting to draw Xiaochen's mana. Mana -100 deducted every second. The speed was neither fast nor slow. Xiaochen's robe had a built-in 50 mana regeneration effect, so in reality, the mana he lost per second was only 50 points. With 6,500 points of mana, it took over 2 minutes to be completely drained. After his mana was exhausted, Xiaochen looked at the attributes of the Mount Egg. Again, the hatching progress had changed from 88% to 88.13%, and the recognition progress had also changed to needing 987,000 more mana. Calculating it out, every 100,000 mana equated to 1% progress, so 12% meant 1.2 million. Without using mana potions, at a recovery speed of 50 points of mana, Xiaochen would need 400 minutes to hatch this Mount Egg. That's way too long. Is there a faster way? He thought to himself. The Mount Egg absorbed mana at a speed of 100 points per second, so if he continuously used mana potions to ensure the absorption speed matched the recovery speed, the time could be halved, hatching in 200 minutes. After roughly calculating the costs, Xiaochen ultimately decided to spend the money. The cooldown time for the mana potion was 30 seconds, and at 50 points per second, he would need a total of 1,500 points of recovery. Currently, the system store didn't have such a large mana potion, but players with the secondary profession of alchemist could produce higher quality potions, and dungeon bosses also had a chance to drop quality potions. Xiaochen immediately contacted the president of the Treasure Merchant Association, Gao Kaishan, to inquire about relevant information. After checking the market news for a while, Gao Kaishan replied, "The largest mana potion on the market right now is the plus 1,000 points Holy Mana Potion, which costs around 10 gold coins, but there aren't many available. Additionally, there's a percentage recovery potion that restores 30% plus 500 mana, called Spring Magic Potion, priced at 20 gold coins." Xiaochen calculated. The 30% plus 500 meant over 2,450 points of mana, which was more than enough. As long as he took a bottle every 49 seconds, he could ensure that the Mount Egg's hatching progress would remain uninterrupted. As for the cost, the unit price seems quite expensive. Just one bite costs over 100 cash, which is outrageous. But in total, it's only about 170 bottles, adding up to just a few thousand gold coins, which is nothing for him. Xiaochen decisively ordered 200 bottles of the spring potion from the God of Wealth. The efficiency of the Treasure Merchant Association was quick. In less than 5 minutes, the potions were ready. Xiaochen made a trip to the store for the transaction and also threw the extra items and scrolls from the dungeon runs to the auction house for consignment. After all this fuss, it took about 20 minutes.
With the remaining time, Xiao Chen didn't go anywhere, just squatted in the system tavern, hatching
eggs while waiting for the meeting time to arrive.
After 30 to 40 minutes, the hatching progress of the mount egg gradually
increased to about 91%.
Looking at the time, the agreed meeting time with the God Emperor and others was approaching.
Xiao Chen had no choice but to temporarily put away the mount egg and leave the system tavern. Xiao Chen, where are you now? Where are we meeting? Zhu Long asked first.
At the teleportation array in Bird City, I'm waiting for you there, Xiao Chen replied, sending the same message to the God Emperor and Zhang Tian. Bird City is the largest city closest to the level 2 main city, War City.
Xiao Chen arrived first
at the teleportation array in Bird City. As soon as he appeared, an NPC soldier came over aggressively and shouted his signature line.
Get out of the way. Don't block the path. And his attitude was even worse than before. Previously, he would just shout and bump past Xiao Chen, but this time, seeing that Xiao Chen didn't move, he actually swung his spear and hit Xiao Chen's arm, forcibly pushing him away. Minus 500 damage value popped up over Xiao Chen's head. Damn, that's too much. NPCs hitting people in public, is there no law anymore?
The most infuriating part is that if a player hits someone, they will be wanted, but when an NPC hits him, he can't even fight back. The opponent's health bar is green, and unless he activates malicious attack mode, he can't hit back.
Xiao Chen, what's going on? Are you being bullied by NPCs again? Zhang Tian happened to arrive in Bird City at this moment and couldn't help but laugh at the scene.
Many people knew about Xiao Chen's curse, and he had seen Xiao Chen being treated poorly by NPC soldiers more than
once.
But this was the first time it was so fierce. Xiao Chen helplessly said, ever since I learned that undead forbidden spell, it's
been like this.
Sigh, I feel like I should join the Abyss and go against these divine followers. His thoughts of wanting to dismantle
the main city had come up more than once.
These NPCs had such a bad attitude. If it weren't for the sake of his Dragon Kingdom nationality and not wanting to harm other players, he would have already gone to war with them.
Even a demigod-level city lord might not be
able to stop him, because he could directly unleash the apocalypse disaster right there. A 15-fold scale, 10,000-fold power apocalypse
disaster would be enough to destroy any system building. At least it wouldn't be a problem to destroy it for a few seconds.
Whether it could be restored was another matter. Zhang Tian, Zhu Long, you're all here.
The God Emperor and Zhu Long's figures appeared almost simultaneously at the teleportation array.
The three guild leaders met with Xiao Chen, and the team was quickly formed.
Xiao Chen, you lead the way, we're just waiting to get rich,
Zhu Long said with a smile. The amount of gold coins these three carried was immeasurable. If placed in the real world, they would be like 3 walking bank vaults.
Okay, let's go. First teleport to the level 4 city, Sanlu City. Xiao Chen nodded. As the team leader, he first set the destination for teleportation and took his teammates along.
After arriving at Sanglu City, he said, we need to go out through the West City Gate and walk 980 kilometers west to reach War City. The road is a bit long, you should get some speed shoes, it will be faster to run the map.
What did you say? 980 kilometers? Damn, are we supposed to run 980 kilometers on foot?
Hearing this, the three presidents widened their eyes in shock. In the game world, running nearly 1,000 kilometers in one go. Such a thing, let alone 3 wealthy and well-connected guild leaders, even ordinary players who love exploring the game world rarely do it.
Over 1,000 kilometers. In the real world, that's equivalent to crossing 2 provinces. Even if game characters run a bit faster and aren't too fatigued, they can rest for a while and continue running. But it's still quite exaggerated. The God Emperor's expression turned unnatural as he said, normal
players' movement speed is only about 30 kilometers per hour. Even if we double our speed, that's only 60 kilometers.
980 kilometers would take 18 hours to run.
Zhang Tian was speechless. We finally managed to gain a bit of a level advantage with the
garrison defense battle. If we don't level up for 18 hours straight, won't we fall behind immediately?
Xiao Chen helplessly said, I can't help it, the teleportation array can't be used, and Sanglu City is the closest place.
The game world is too vast,
with distances between main cities often 3 to 4,000 kilometers, making running incredibly exhausting.
Let's rent a few
mounts, Zhu Long suggested.
Some system military camps in the main city rent warhorses to players for transportation. Although the prices are high, they can all afford it.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, both the God Emperor and Zhang Tian agreed. Xiao Chen shrugged, alright, you go rent them, and also get one for me. I don't have a good relationship with the NPC army, so
it's easy to get into a fight if I go.
Got it, leave it to me, Zhang Tian said with a smile, patting his chest to assure them. The 3 guild leaders teleported away to rent warhorses in the main city.
After more than 20 minutes, the three returned to the teleportation array in Sanlu City.
Along with them appeared 4 tall horses.
Xiao Chen looked at the information and couldn't help but smile.
Level 150 Warhorse, Mount, Level 150 Health, 300,000/300,000 Physical Attack, 1,400 Physical Defense. For 40 Magic Defense, 280 Movement Speed, 2,000 Movement Speed Unit is meters per minute. Skill, Charge increases movement speed
by 100% for 30 seconds, consumes 10 stamina, cooldown 90 seconds stamina, 100/100 not bad, not bad. With this, we can get there in just over 4 hours.
Calculating, the Warhorse's speed is 120 km per hour, and stamina can be replenished with Mount Feed.
If the charge skill is continuously used, it will be even faster. No time to waste, let's set off. The group didn't
want to waste any more time. Having rented their means of transportation, they immediately headed outside the city.
Xiao Chen led
his own warhorse, walking alongside the 3 guild leaders.
The other 3 horses followed quietly and obediently. However,
his horse was quite restless, constantly making snorting sounds and showing obvious signs of struggle, clearly not liking him.
It was evident that Otto's curse was affecting even the warhorses related to war. I really want to hatch the egg of the thunder God Eagle quickly, Xiao Chen thought to himself.
He had slowly gotten used to being looked down upon by the temple and the main
city. But now, even a horse was giving him attitude. That was too much.
With his short temper, he would have burned the warhorse to ashes under normal circumstances. However, now he could only endure it for the sake of the main quest.
After exiting the west city gate of Sanglu City,
Xiao Chen and the others mounted their warhorses and galloped off into the distance. Although
the warhorse was very resistant to Xiao Chen, once it was on its back, it still ran obediently.
Perhaps this is what they call saying no with the mouth, but the body is very honest. Riding a horse is a skill that doesn't need to be learned in the game. It's innate, so there's no worry about falling off, and it doesn't feel bumpy at all. It's as steady as riding a motorcycle. The warhorse was fast, and before long, they had left the city limits and entered the monster zone.
After a few hours on this road, should we take a detour to quickly kill some small monsters for experience? Zhang Tian asked with a smile.
Zhu Long shrugged.
You guys can fight if you want.
Although I'm a knight, I don't have many skills on horseback, and with my pure meat build,
my attack power is almost non-existent. I can't kill monsters. The God Emperor said, I think it's a good idea.
Xiao Chen and I are both mages. We can cast some instant skills to clear small monsters for experience.
On horseback, they could only use
instant skills or some special mounted combat skills of the knight class, which wouldn't affect the speed of the warhorse and
could still yield experience. As long as there were enough monsters encountered, the leveling speed wouldn't be too bad. The only
downside was that there was no time to stop and pick up monster drops. If they happened to get something good, running too fast would mean they couldn't collect it and it would just be left on the ground.
Xiao Chen's instant skills include several area
effects. I think on this journey, our leveling speed might even be faster than usual.
Zhu Long looked at Xiao Chen beside him,
filled with anticipation.
Xiao Chen smiled slightly upon hearing the conversation among the 3. Indeed, I have many instant
skills. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a gale spell. After putting on the new artifact hat, all casting skills under 1 second became instant, except for Meteor, Apocalypse, Undead Flood, and Summon Flame Lord, which couldn't be used.
The
gale spell covered a radius of 300 meters, instantly wiping out all small monsters within the area, turning into experience for the 4 of them. With the warhorse moving at high speed, the sweeping range of the gale spell could also advance quickly, pushing forward several dozen meters, invisibly enlarging the skill's coverage.
Wow, this skill!
The God Emperor, who intended to cast a lightning spell to fight monsters, was left speechless by Xiao Chen.
With such an enormous area-clearing skill, he had no chance to act.
Experience points were rising, and the warhorse was advancing. The mount's stamina was slowly consumed at a rate of 1 point per minute, and Xiao Chen and the others occasionally used dash to speed up.
When the stamina was about to
run out, they would stop to feed the mount some rations, resting for a few minutes, and the warhorse would return to peak condition. Then they would continue the cycle, and Xiao Chen's magic continued to bombard along the way.
With such a journey, the
experience bars of the 4 were slowly climbing.
Xiao Chen had previously lost 80% of his experience after dying 4 times under
the Golden Saint Dragon, dropping to over -7 million.
On this journey, he gradually made up for it. 30 minutes, 60 minutes, 90 minutes.
Xiao Chen and the others kept moving, having already left the city and entered a high-level monster area rarely visited by people. The monsters they encountered along the way were no longer the level 30 or 40 minions, but level 130-140 wild monsters, capable of taking down most players at their current stage in a one-on-one fight. Unfortunately for them, encountering Xiao Chen meant they were just giving away experience, with no chance to fight back.
I leveled up again.
After running for 4 hours, Zhang Tian had leveled up 4 times. Zhu Long and the God Emperor had both leveled up 3 times, reaching levels 66 and 65, respectively. Xiao Chen, however, remained at level 108, but his experience had changed from -7 million to a positive 4 million.
We're almost there, look over there. The God Emperor gazed into the distance and saw a dilapidated ancient city standing on the vast plain far away. The city was massive, forming a long undulating line.
On the horizon, more than twice the size of Dragon Blood City. However, from afar, it looked incredibly desolate, as if it had been burned by fierce flames countless times, overall grey and charred, with collapsed buildings and no signs of prosperity.
What's going on? The main city has collapsed? Zhang Tian asked in confusion.
Xiao Chen furrowed his brow and analyzed. It should be due to the background story. The main god worshipped by the war city died in battle 3,000 years ago, and 4 high-ranking
NPCs in the temple fell and became dark creatures. This city is in ruins, which should be related to this background.
The war horse quickened its pace, closing the distance.
Not far ahead, a group of wild monsters was wandering. Xiao Chen looked at the information.
Frenzied Iron Pagoda level 150 health for 2900/42900. These wild monsters were armored warhorses, their eyes blood red, resembling frenzied demons. Besides the warhorses, there were also some wandering soldiers. Lost Warriors level 155 health 41750/41750. Judging by the appearance of the wild monsters, they should all be from the army, but for some reason, they had lost their sanity and
turned into monsters.
Xiao Chen had no habit of holding back against wild monsters. Area spells were still clearing the field, and
experience continued to grow.
Zhu Long, seeing the information about these monsters, exclaimed in surprise, the monsters near the main
city are actually level 150. If we leave the city, won't we be killed by wild monsters in no time? Ha!
Xiao Chen's eyes widened as he realized the problem. He had been so focused on gaining experience that he had forgotten about this.
As the main area for
player activities, the monsters near the main city were generally of a lower level. In cities like Stormwind and Dragonblood, which
were level 3 main cities, the monsters outside the city were all level 15.
In level 4 cities like Sanglu City and Ragewind City, they were even only around level 5 to 10.
Although this level 2 main city was a bit stronger, theoretically, it should only be around level
30, at most not exceeding level 50.
Suddenly encountering level 150 monsters was clearly abnormal. It seems that the unsealing of
this level 2 city is not so simple. We may have to go through some battles, the God Emperor said.
Xiao Chen and the others nodded in agreement.
However, no one was worried. After all, Xiao Chen's strength was there, even if they encountered a level 200 mythic boss, as long as it wasn't a special monster like the Golden Saint Dragon, he would still have the strength to fight.
Gradually, the city was getting closer. The outline of the war main city clearly came into view.
Xiao Chen and the others saw that the length of the
city walls exceeded 30 kilometers, immense beyond compare.
The height of the walls was about 80 meters, towering like a mountain.
Impossible to climb.
However, the walls were now in ruins, with gaps that looked as if they had been bombarded by giant cannons or
ravaged by gods and demons, revealing jagged ravines.
Dried blood, shattered armor, and white bones were piled up at the top and
bottom of the walls.
A 30-meter-long flagpole was inserted in front of the city tower, slanted and broken, with a flag spread out on a huge battlement, already weathered to the point of decay. Behind the walls, there were some towering buildings, the spires rising above the high walls, standing under the sky. Some of them were already in ruins, though still majestic. They showed signs of being
incomplete.
Xiao Chen and the others rode straight towards the city gate. The east gate of the war main city had 3 doors. The main gate in the middle was 80 meters wide, while the auxiliary doors on both sides were about 40 meters. At this time, the city gate had already fallen down and could not be closed. Through the gate, some lost warriors and frenzied warhorses could be seen wandering. Looking deeper into the city, there were many similar monsters. However, not all were from the army, there were also civilians.
When
Xiao Chen and the others reached the base of the city wall, the monsters near the gate were attracted by the sound of hooves and
gathered around.
A high-level wild monster riding the iron pagoda walked over numbly and said in a low, stiff voice, "Invaders, kill." Then, pointing with a long spear, the wild monsters around charged towards Xiao Chen and the others.
Xiao Chen looked at the monsters' attributes.
City Defense Army Commander, Legendary Leader, level 190 health, 13,800,000/13,800,000. This panel looks decent, more than twice as strong as that of Stormwind City. However, to him, it was quite ordinary.
Explosive fireball. Stop. A shout came from afar. But Xiao Chen had already thrown the fireball. With a bang, the fireball exploded on the city defense army. Commander's body, the flames of the explosion burning a 45-meter radius, instantly killing all the monsters. The boss monster dropped 2 pieces of legendary gear, but the gold was pitifully low, only the minimum amount provided by the system. Oh no! Just a step too late, just a step too late. You shouldn't have killed him. A figure appeared under the city gate, an old man with a snow-white beard. War Archbishop, what happened to your main city? Xiao Chen asked the newcomer. This old man was the Blood Sea Archbishop he had defeated during the garrison battle, who later awakened to become War Archbishop Ispan and even gifted him a transformation skill. Archbishop Ispan sighed and replied, ever since the main god fell, our temple has been in turmoil. 1,000 years ago, the abyssal creatures counterattacked the divine continent, and the city lord and many powerful beings from our temple went to various battlefields to confront them. Although we ultimately succeeded in driving the demons back to the abyss, we paid a heavy price. The city lord died in battle, many divine generals and archbishops were corrupted, and even I fell into a state of confusion as an evil spirit. Without the protection of the main god and the leadership of our people, the war main city has fallen into unprecedented crisis. For hundreds of years, abyssal creatures have been infiltrating here, continuously eroding the city's citizens and army. 2. This day, the entire city has been completely corrupted, and only I, along with Lario and Talons who returned not long ago, remain clear-headed. We tried to awaken them, but the results were minimal. Only by eliminating the source of the corruption can we truly save this city and restore the glory of the war main city. Ispan's tone was heavy, clearly pained by the state of the war main city. Hearing this, Xiao Chen and the others smiled slightly. Here it comes, the main quest. Archbishop Ispan, where is the source of the corruption? I can help you eliminate it, Xiao Chen said. Ispan looked at him, his gaze somewhat distrustful. You also carry the aura of the abyss. Can you truly help the followers of the gods? I think it's better to forget it. Just hand over the soul stone of the sword general, and you can leave. Xiao Chen was displeased upon hearing this. What, do you look down on people? Although I defeated Otogu, you, Lario, Talons, and this unknown demon sword general were all saved by me. You don't even give me a certificate. Or a little red flower, and now you won't give me a quest? This is simply a behavior of a white-eyed wolf, he scolded angrily. Ispan was taken aback by his words. After thinking seriously, he said, alright then, I will trust you this once. Brave Xiao Chen, we have already found some clues about the source of the corruption. As long as you can help us capture and eliminate the demon king, I can take charge of lifting the curse that Otogu placed on you, and we will express our sincerest gratitude to you and your friends, forever treating you as honored guests of the war main city. As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt immediately sounded. Ding, do you accept the main storyline quest, rescue the war city? Without hesitation, Xiao Chen confirmed it directly. Forever treated as honored guests. This was the treatment that the 3 presidents dreamed of. Lifting the curse was also very appealing to him. You have accepted the quest, rescue the war city. Please follow War Archbishop Ispan to find the source of the corruption and defeat it. With the quest in hand, the rest would be easy. Xiao Chen held his staff and boldly asked, speak up. Where's the boss? I'll take him down right now. The ice arrow of transformation and the experience bar were already itching to move. Ispan replied, there is more than one abyssal creature causing trouble here. Lario and Terrence returned earlier and have dealt with some, now only the most troublesome demon lord remains, which requires the power of 2 demigods to restrain. First, give me the soul stone of the divine sword general Galil, only with him can we succeed. After saying this, the system prompted Xiao Chen that he needed to hand over the fallen soul 2 demigods to restrain it, it seems. This boss is quite formidable. Xiao Chen felt a bit excited. This rhythm is aiming to slay a god. He took out the fallen soul and handed it to Ispan. The latter, upon receiving it, couldn't help but show an excited expression. Galil, my friend, you will soon see the light of day again. He then said to Xiao Chen and the others, warriors, please follow me. He led the way into the war main city. As they entered the city, Xiao Chen and the others simultaneously heard a system prompt. Ding, you have discovered the level 2 main city war city, gaining 5,000 reputation points. Although there were no substantial rewards, it was still a small gain. The task of subduing the 4 great evil spirits was just one step away from completion, and Xiao Chen was filled with anticipation. The group entered the city, and along the way, they could see many lost residents and soldiers wandering about. The levels of the civilians varied. Most around level 100, weaker than the soldier monsters. However, there were also some particularly strong ones, exceeding level 150, reaching epic or even legendary quality. Ispan held a staff, raising a light wall that enveloped several people. The monsters ignored them, as if they were invisible. Passing through the chaotic city streets and seeing the dilapidated city, they arrived in front of a massive temple. This was the War Temple. As one of the temples of the 24 main gods, the War Temple was essentially no different in status from other temples. However, since this was a level 2 main city, theoretically, the scale of the temple should be larger, with more system functions, and the guarding NPCs would also be of higher level. Yet at this moment, the entire city was in ruins, and there were no clergy members on duty. The temple's roof had collapsed, covered in traces of cobwebs and dust. The time since our return is too short. There was no time to tidy up the temple. Warriors, please follow me, Ispan said, continuing to lead the way into the temple hall. This was Xiao Chen's first true entry into a temple. The interior of the temple was vast, with the hall measuring 100 meters in length and width, capable of accommodating a large number of players for class changes, skill learning, and quest exchanges. Now, all functions were empty, with no NPCs to provide services. The group passed through the hall and arrived at a pool in the back hall of the temple. This is the Divine Power Pool, the exit of the passage where divine power and divine objects from the divine realm are cast down, and it is also the purest thing in the world. Even a demon lord cannot corrupt it. It can purify Galiel's soul, Ispan introduced. Saying this, he placed the fallen soul into the pool. Xiao Chen glanced at the pool and found that this structure had attributes. Pure Divine Power Pool, the purest energy in the world, capable of removing all curses and negative states, helping believers enhance their power. Capacity, 871829/10000000. The function seemed quite powerful, even able to help believers directly enhance their strength. However, the capacity was a bit low, not even a tenth full. At the bottom of the pool lay a long spear, which did not seem to be an ordinary item. As the fallen soul was placed in the water, it emitted a sizzling sound, like a branding iron being put into cold water. Wisps of black gas escaped from the surface of the soul stone, floating into the air, and were quickly captured and cleaned by the pure divine power, leaving it completely clean. The entire process lasted a full 5 minutes before it ended. When the last wisp of black mist shed from the soul stone, a golden light slowly appeared on the stone, releasing bit by bit, gradually illuminating the somewhat dim back hall of the temple. May the Lord God bless, return, Galil, my friend, Ispan prayed devoutly. In the next moment, the water in the divine power pool began to converge towards the soul stone, being absorbed into the stone. The capacity of the divine power pool rapidly decreased, dropping from over 800,000 to over 500,000, then to over 300,000, and finally leaving just over 170,000, almost drained dry. The soul stone, having absorbed 800,000 points of divine power, was enveloped in golden light. This mass of golden light unfurled, gradually growing larger, condensing into a robust humanoid figure. Then, within this sacred golden light, a face emerged. Ispan, I have returned, the person said. His appearance was somewhat ordinary, but he was very tall, over 2 meters, strong and powerful. He wore a simple white robe, like a novice player from a starter village. But his attributes were quite impressive. Demigod. Divine Sword General, Galil, Mythical Leader, Level 280 Health, 16,000,000/56,000,000. Target Level 2 High, unable to obtain more data. This was the third demigod Xiao Chen had seen. His level was even higher than Ispan and the Storm City Lord Cassius. However, his condition was not good, his health was not full, appearing somewhat weak. Galil, we have been apart for 1,000 years, and finally see you again. Ispan excitedly embraced Galil. Then he said, this time we could all return, thanks to the help of warrior Xiao Chen. Galil, we should properly thank him. As soon as he finished speaking, a pleasant system prompt rang in Xiao Chen's ears. Ding, congratulations, you have completed the mythical main storyline quest, subduing the 4 great evil spirits. You have gained 10 million experience points. You have gained 300,000 reputation points. You have gained 100,000 gold coins. You have received the honor Equipment War Power Badge. For more item rewards, please go to Galil to collect. Congratulations! Level increased to 109. After a series of prompts, Xiao Chen leveled up, and his backpack also gained an additional piece of equipment. War Power Badge, all attributes plus 10, when worn, increases the attack power of oneself and friendly players within 100 meters by 10%. Special equipment, does not occupy equipment slots. This was a badge with an aura effect, much more powerful than the one given by the Flame Temple before. The badge could be equipped in unlimited quantities, and Xiao Chen directly put it on, raising his attack power to 3150. The task rewards had not yet been fully distributed. A mythical level main storyline quest could not just give this little bit. Xiao Chen looked at Galil. Galil was also looking at him. Perhaps noticing the curse on Xiao Chen, he slightly furrowed his brow. How dare you kill the mount of the Lord God in the mortal realm, truly a rebellious fellow. Considering you saved us, I won't hold this against you for now. Speak, what kind of reward do you want? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's mind suddenly became lively. This meant he could choose his reward. What rewards are available? He inquired. Gallo replied, Divine Artifact, Divine Punishment Skill, Treasure to unlock Divine Level Talents, Divine Level Job Inheritance, or 10 million gold coins. Ispan added, We also need to deal with the Demon King, time is of the essence. Brave Xiao Chen, please make your choice quickly. At the same time, a 5-minute countdown appeared on Xiao Chen's interface. If he did not make a choice within 5 minutes, Galil would randomly give him one of the options. The three gods beside him, upon hearing the rewards, couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The Divine Punishment Skill and Divine Level Talent were both great treasures, something they could only wish for. In comparison, the Divine Artifact seemed a bit underwhelming, not even worth 10 million gold coins. However, this was just the thought of the gods. Xiao Chen did not think so. When he encountered the Lucky Cat and Dafiona last time, he realized that the Divine Artifact mentioned by the NPCs did not refer to mythic quality equipment, but rather weapons and gear used by deities. Things used by gods in the system's evaluation were of transcending myth quality, worth at least 10 times more than mythic gear. Therefore, in his mind, the value ranking of these 5 rewards should be Divine Punishment Skill, Divine Artifact, Divine Level Talent, 10 million gold coins, and Divine Level Profession. He had no need for the profession, otherwise, it could have moved up a rank. His need for talent was also not very high, he was already strong enough. His choices were simply between the Divine Artifact or the Divine Punishment Skill. The mana cost for activating the Divine Punishment Skill is often very high, and the cooldown is long. I already have the Apocalypse Disaster, learning another would just be icing on the cake. It's better to take the Divine Artifact, Xiao Chen thought to himself. 1 minute of the countdown had already passed, and Zhu Long urged, Xiao Chen, no need to think, the Divine Punishment Skill is definitely the strongest. Trust your brother and choose this one. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment and asked, Are there any other options? Like a Divine Power Baptism from Bishop Ispan, or multiple transformation skills? Upon hearing this, Ispan immediately shook his head. You currently only have the strength of a 3rd transition, you can only master 1 transformation skill at most. To advance to a 2nd one, you need at least a 4th transition. Alright. Xiao Chen was unaware of this setting and could only give up. Then I'll take the Divine Artifact, he said helplessly. As soon as he said this, the 3 teammates immediately panicked. Xiao Chen. Wait, the Divine Artifact? You can't be serious? The Divine Artifact is the worst reward. You already have 9 Divine Artifacts, what do you need another one for? The 3 looked at Xiao Chen in shock, their eyes wide as if they were looking at a fool. In their view, while Divine Artifacts were precious, they were no different from trash compared to truly high-value items. In the Lost Land dungeon, Xiao Chen had obtained over a dozen Divine Artifacts yielding rich rewards. Now, after completing an extremely rare main storyline quest, he was only getting 1 Divine Artifact. It was simply a losing deal. They did not know that this Divine Artifact was not the same as the other Divine Artifacts. Xiao Chen smiled and said, I know what I'm doing, signaling them to calm down. Galil heard his decision and nodded, Alright, then I will grant you a Divine Artifact suitable for you. You can choose one from a staff, clothing, or shoes. This was a rare opportunity for a self-selected reward. Xiao Chen thought for a moment. In terms of weapons, he actually had little need, as his current damage was already outrageous. The transformation Ice Arrow dealt over 200 million damage every 5 seconds, and with the teammate's buff, it became even more insane. Giving him another output weapon would just mean slightly larger numbers. The damage was already overflowing, and there was no need to overflow further. As for clothing, the one he was currently wearing was given by the system when he defeated Otogu, featuring a 50 mana regeneration effect and the Undying Spirit, which was very practical. However, as his level increased, the health and defense provided by the God-slaying robe seemed a bit low. Shoes. I just changed to level 100 shoes that can ignore terrain, so it seems unnecessary to change again. All 3 are equipment he really likes, choosing one is quite troublesome. Let's go with the clothes. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chen decided. The mana recovery effect of the robe can be compensated with potions, and he isn't worried about gold now, he can still afford the potions. He can wear the God-slaying robe when hatching eggs. As for the Undying Spirit, the chances of triggering it are already few, so it doesn't matter, he can just equip it when needed. Hearing this, Galil nodded and said, 1 artifact robe, I will request a blessing from the Divine Realm. As he spoke, a holy golden light radiated from him, and he closed his eyes to communicate with the Divine Realm. With demigod-level power, communicating with the Divine Realm should be relatively simple. Before long, he opened his eyes again.
At the same time, a pure white magic robe with pure gold patterns emerged from the divine power pool, automatically flying in front of Xiao Chun.
Ding, the item reward for the main storyline quest, subduing the 4 great evil spirits, has been
issued. Please collect it in a timely manner, the system prompted.
Xiao Chun eagerly accepted it and opened it to take a look.
Guardian Robe, Transcending Myth, Soulbound, never drops, max health plus 20,000, max mana plus 4,000, physical defense plus 1,000. Magical defense plus 1000, all elemental resistance plus 50% special effect. Solemn, gain a max health increase of level asterisk 1000 special effect. Rationality, gain a max mana increase of level asterisk 200 active effect. Divine Power Barrier, gain a shield that immunizes all damage below divine level, cannot negate true damage, lasts for 3 seconds, limited to 1 use per day.
So much health. Seeing the attributes of the equipment, Xiao Chen's eyes widened. It truly is of transcending myth quality.
Although the attributes seem inferior compared to the Lucky Cat's Moonlight Pearl, the 2 special effects combined with the base attributes can provide him with over 100,000 health and more than 20,000 mana.
What does this mean? It means he can go beat up the Golden Saint Dragon.
It means he has enough mana to unleash the apocalypse for over 15 seconds. It means he can withstand a few hits from a boss of the same level without the Earth Element shield.
Awesome. Ha ha ha, without a second thought, Xiao Chen took off the God-slaying robe and put on this artifact.
In an instant, his health surged to over 160,000, and his mana reached over 31,000. Even his defense was at 1,400 and 1,500, tougher than a second transformation pure tank.
Knight at this stage. Xiao Chen, what's going on? How did you suddenly gain so much health?
Zhu Long and the others couldn't see the attributes of the Guardian Robe, only noticing that Xiao Chen's health bar had changed dramatically.
Xiao Chen smiled
and shared the robe's attributes in the team channel. The 3 of them were stunned at the same time. War God exclaimed, "It's actually a super artifact. I thought it was just an ordinary mythic gear."
The God Emperor almost drooled enviously,
saying, "The passive attributes can grow, this robe can be worn until the game shuts down." As a fellow mage, after seeing Xiao Chen's new outfit, he couldn't think of any good adjectives, only feeling envy in his heart.
Alright, the rewards
have been issued, now we should prepare to get down to business. Yispan spoke up, pulling Xiao Chen back from the joy of obtaining the super mythic gear.
Subduing the 4 great evil spirits has been completed, and next is rescuing War City. Galil asked Ispan, "Old buddy, there's a pervasive aura of the abyss around us. What's going on?"
Ispan replied, "A demon lord from the abyss world is corroding this realm.
Lario and Terrence are secretly tracking her.
We must take the War God artifact and slay her here.
Damn abyss creatures."
Galil expressed his anger, clearly overwhelmed by various reasons that fueled his hatred for the
abyss to the extreme. Let's set off.
Yes. Warrior Xiaocheng, you all come with us, we will need your help later, Ispan said.
Galil took out the long spear from the bottom of the divine power pool, a faint glow emanating from its shaft.
Although the attributes were not visible, Xiaocheng and the others knew it must be a war artifact, with attributes certainly strong, not inferior to
the Moonlight Pearl. The 4 players followed the 2 NPCs out of the temple.
The demon lord is deep within the Lord's mansion. We
must hurry to support Lario and Terrence, Ispan said, leading the way as he quickly ran towards the Lord's mansion.
The streets of the war main city were extremely chaotic, filled with humanoid monsters. The air was thick with the aura of the abyss, clearly indicating that abyss creatures had been active nearby not long ago.
Xiaocheng initially thought of using Gale technique and Fire Sea technique to sweep through. However, he reconsidered. Once the main city returned to normal, these monsters might become NPCs.
If they were all killed, it would leave an empty city, which wouldn't be good. So he restrained his impulse to clear the map and
silently followed Ispan and Galil.
The Lord's mansion was a distance from the temple, and it took several minutes to arrive.
At this point,
the main gate of the Lord's mansion was tightly closed. In this dilapidated city, it was one of the few intact doors. Warrior Xiaocheng, Ispan, and I cannot reveal our presence, or we might scare off the demon lord. Please push this door open, Ispan
said. Good grief, are we being treated as laborers?
Xiaocheng replied, speechless. He stepped forward to push, only to find the door very heavy, requiring 1,000 points of strength to open. Looking back, Zhu Long was a pure meat knight with low strength, and Shen Di was a thunder mage, similarly weak. The only physical class, War Sky, seemed to have just over 500 points of strength.
Let me give it a try.
War Sky stepped forward to push, but the door didn't budge. Ispan reminded, you can all push together. Xiaocheng and the others combined their strength to push, but it still didn't work. The 4 of them together had around 850 points of strength, still quite a bit short of 1,000.
Little fire element, come out and help. Xiaocheng summoned a creature to assist. The
Basic fire element, which originally had a 1-second chant, now became instant. A fire element over 4 meters tall appeared. Out of nowhere, startling the two mythic NPCs. Is this a basic fire element? Ispan had a strange expression. What terrifying elemental affinity. Galil was also very surprised. With the help of the fire element, the door finally opened a crack. The 6 of them squeezed through the gap, while the little fire element, being too fat, had to stay outside and would automatically dissipate. After a while, once inside the Lord's mansion, the scene became even darker and gloomier than outside. The ground was gray-black, filled with numerous cracks and broken bones, resembling a necromantic summoning site. A thick aura of the abyss permeated the surroundings, sending a chill down their spines. Bang! Just as Xiao Chang and the others arrived, a loud noise came from deep within the Lord's mansion. Boom! A house collapsed, turning into ruins. Amidst the rubble, a general clad in golden battle armor soared into the air, holding a spear, and pounced in a certain direction. Boom! The next second, he was sent flying back, blood spraying through the air, crashing into another house. Then, once again, they struck out, only to be sent flying again and again. Is Rio really that weak? Xiao Chen said disdainfully upon seeing this. It's the Demon King who's too strong, Ispan replied, then whispered, Rio and Talons are almost done for. We must get closer and use the artifact to suppress the Demon King. What level is the Demon King exactly? You two demigods have to sneak attack, could it really be a level 300 god? Xiao Chen asked curiously. Under his gaze, Ispan nodded, that is the 4th Demon King under the bloody demon god, Nihir. She possesses god-level power, and almost no one on the continent can confront her head-on. Receiving a confirmed reply, Xiao Chen was overjoyed. Then you hurry to suppress her. If you need my help, just say the word. Although he wasn't confident about taking down a god in a one-on-one fight. This wasn't a storyline quest, with NPC demigods helping, it shouldn't be too difficult. As long as they could temporarily suppress the Demon King, with the killing power of his ice arrow, there was still hope to take down a true god. Yes, I was just about to tell you your task, Ispan said without being polite, instructing warrior Xiao Chun, when you see a beam of golden light shoot up into the sky, rush into the back courtyard of the Lord's mansion and attack the Demon King with all your might. She will be suppressed by the artifact and unable to resist. As long as you can kill her within 5 minutes, she will completely perish. But if you fail, she will break free from the confinement and escape back to the abyss. At that time, a great war will surely erupt, leading to the suffering of all living beings on the continent. After finishing, without waiting for Xiao Chen's response, he quickly rushed towards the depths of the Lord's mansion with Galil. This task sounds a bit thrilling, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Zhu Long and the others felt the same excitement, rubbing their hands together, so we can stand and fight against at least a level 300 super boss? The God Emperor said, it should be like that. However, this storyline quest is probably not meant for us to kill the Demon King, but to give us a sense of participation and witness the beginning of the next stage of the plot. Right, what the old NPC said earlier actually focused on the latter part. After the Demon King escapes, a great war will break out, and this war should be a kind of nationwide gameplay commonly known as an expansion pack. Tian analyzed. According to Ispan, they had to kill a level 300 Demon King in 5 minutes. What does level 300 mean? At least several tens of millions of health points. Such a boss, even if it stood still and took hits, wouldn't be something the current players could take down. Forget 5 minutes, even 50 minutes. Gathering a team of 50 people might not be enough to kill it. However, with Xiao Chen here, everything was uncertain. After Ispan and Galil left, the battle in the back courtyard of the Lord's mansion did not become more intense. Rio and Talons were continuously sent flying, spitting blood, looking utterly miserable. Meanwhile, the two demigods were playing the role of old schemers, not making a move. After a few minutes, just as Rio was sent flying for the 50th time, a beam of golden light suddenly burst forth from the direction of the Lord's mansion. Now's the time. The God Emperor and the others had been on high alert, and upon seeing the light, they quickly sprang into action. Xiao Chen took the lead, rushing straight to the back courtyard. Passing through several courtyards, they arrived at the location of the golden light. In the ruined garden ahead, Ispan and Galil each released powerful golden light, suppressing a seductive sorceress. The war artifact spear floated above the sorceress's head, emitting dazzling rays of light, rendering her unable to move. Upon seeing this sorceress, Xiao Chun was momentarily stunned. Minya? This demon king looked almost identical to Minya, even dressed in the same alluring style, extremely captivating. At this moment, under the suppression of the war god's artifact and the powers of the two demigods, she appeared to be in great pain, slumped on the ground.
her brows tightly furrowed. But upon closer inspection of the information, she was not Minerva, but a level 300 boss named Michael. God Demon King Middle Mythical Leader Level 300 Lower Deity Health 129753200/158500000 Target Level 2 High, unable to obtain more information. This is indeed a god level combat power. With such high health, it is the most terrifying one aside. From the Lost Land Dungeon, reaching 158 million, 3 times more than the 280 level Galil. Warrior Xiaochang, hurry, take her down. We can't hold on much longer. Isbin urged. The two of them looked strained. Clearly, it was not an easy task to bind a god with demigod power. Demon King Middle appeared to be in pain, but she showed no signs of fear. Seeing that the reinforcements Isbin called were just 4 ordinary players, she laughed mockingly. Has the War God Temple fallen to this level, calling a few little brats who haven't even grown hair to deal with me? Do you think they can hurt me? Warrior Xiaochang, use your transformation skill to attack her. That is the power that can injure a deity. Isbin urged again. Xiaochang suddenly realized that the transformation skill given to him was meant to prepare for this moment. I'll give her a try. The God Emperor and Battle Sky, 2 big men, were a bit angry at being called little brats by a female NPC. The two acted simultaneously. Battle Sky was an ordinary warrior player, but equipped with multiple divine artifacts. His strength was also considerable, with an attack power exceeding 1500, and his highest skill damage could break 10,000. He unleashed a full-force strike, hitting the female Demon King. As a result, only a -1 appeared above her head. The damage was almost negligible. The God Emperor was a Thunder Envoy, a hidden mage class, and also the strongest lightning mage. He chanted a forbidden spell, and after a full 10 seconds, released a bolt of lightning from the sky. Boom! The lightning struck the female Demon King's head, and again it was a -1. Clearly, even the God Emperor's strength was not enough to break her defenses. The 2 consecutive minuscule damages made the female Demon King laugh triumphantly. Looking at Xiaochang, who had yet to make a move, she seductively said, "Little friend, you should run while you can, the farther the better, before I come out. Otherwise, in a little while, I might just eat you." She even licked her lips after saying that. Xiaochang curled his lip. Are all demon women like this? Even in a fight, they have to seduce him. This is simply excessive. Brother Xiaochang, it seems only you can take action now, Battle Sky said. Warrior Xiaochang, hurry. We are about to collapse. Isbin urged for the 3rd time. Alright, but I have a question first. Xiaochang did not act immediately. Although the Demon King Middle had thick health, he had over 4 minutes. If the ice arrow kept bombarding, even a main god might not withstand it, let alone a mere lower deity, who would undoubtedly die. Before killing the monster, he had doubts and planned to ask first. Middle, do all the women of your race look the same? Xiaochang asked. Ha! As soon as this was said, all the NPCs and players present were stunned. What are you doing, Brother Xiaochang? Warrior Xiaochang, you should attack her, not chat with her. Don't be tempted by her beauty. Demon women are always cunning. A nonsensical question left Julong, the 3, Isbin, and Galil all dumbfounded. Even the Demon King Middle was confused, asking, little brat, what kind of question is that? How could every demoness look the same? Do you know Minya? She looks exactly like you. Xiaochang got to the point. He was too curious. 2 identical NPCs, yet their levels differed by nearly 200, their strengths were worlds apart. There must be some connection in this. Even if the 2 are not the same character, at the very least, they should be sisters. Sure enough, under his questioning, Middle exclaimed in surprise, you know Minya? She is my youngest sister. Wait, did you do something to her? As she spoke, she couldn't help but become anxious, trying to rise and break free from her restraints. But the war artifact pressed firmly on her head, the immense authority of the main god rendering her unable to move. Isbin also looked at Xiaochen in confusion, asking, Xiaochen the warrior? How are you involved with the Abyssal Demon clan? Although you have always carried a curse that is off-putting, we have never categorized you among the abyss. Could it be, you really betrayed the gods? Xiaochen was left speechless by the question. He shrugged, don't be so tense. Minya is fine, I was just a bit curious and asked. As for betraying the gods, please, I'm a player, not a commoner from your divine continent, so don't bind me with your beliefs, okay? He had never believed in the gods, so how could he betray them? It was merely due to the game setting that he had grown up in the divine continent, which made him somewhat close to the divine faction. The Demon King Middle frowned at his words, saying, so what do you want? Are you telling me you know Minya and then begging me to let you go? She didn't think Xiaochen had the ability to kill her and felt no fear. If she hadn't suddenly heard the name of her little sister, she wouldn't have felt the slightest bit of tension. Since Minya was fine, she had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Ispan urged for the fourth time, Xiaochen the warrior, I believe you haven't betrayed the gods, hurry up and kill her. The power of the artifact is waning, and we won't be able to hold her down for long. Once she breaks free, not only could we die, but the entire continent could be plunged into endless disaster. Hearing this, the Demon King Mythil laughed mockingly, old man, are you out of your mind? At this point, can't you see the situation clearly? If this insignificant human could threaten me, he would have already made a move. Why would he need your urging? Hurry and escape, if you don't, you might lose your life soon, ha ha ha. Xiaochen the warrior? Ispan was almost frantic. Xiaochen, however, remained calm, smiling, don't panic, I finished speaking, now let's start killing her. In fact, from a quest perspective, this plot was definitely not arranged to kill Mythil. Because aside from him, no other player had the ability to kill Mythil within 5 minutes. Not even Sword/the Living could do it. Dealing 1.3 billion health in 5 minutes meant that the output needed to reach at least 430,000 per second. This wasn't about hitting a level 1 wooden dummy, but a level 300 god who had realm suppression. Even the ancient sword immortal class would pale in comparison before a level 300 god, with skill effects significantly weakened, only able to deal minimal damage. But Xiaochen was different. He possessed transformation skills and 10,000-fold damage. The ice arrow could deal full effect damage, which was 280 million. This skill could take down Mythil without any room for negotiation. As the Abyssal Demon King, Mythil had a significant background, and if he killed her, it should trigger the next phase of gameplay, commonly referred to as a DLC. At that time, the war main city would be unsealed battlefield. Gameplay would commence, and some shops in the war hall would have their uses. Players could gain war contributions through battlefield gameplay and then exchange them for various rewards. Even if he couldn't kill her, the plot should still trigger as usual and continue. So in reality, there was no need to be tense at all. Regardless of whether he could kill Mythil, the system would have a reason to let the story continue. In other words, the players are merely tools, the system never considered whether their strength was up to standard. Of course, since Xiaochen was here, he still had to defeat the Demon King. What if there was a reward? He smiled slightly, raised his staff, aimed at Mythil, and murmured, cold ice arrow. Buzz, the terrifying power coalesced out of thin air. The divine force of transformation was far beyond what ordinary magical elements could compare to. The instant ice arrow appeared in everyone's sight, and the once calm and even alluring Demon King Mythil suddenly panicked. This is impossible. How can a weak adventurer like you possess such powerful strength? Ispan was also shocked, exclaiming, what a powerful aura. The magic emitted by warrior Xiaochen is no less than that of a true deity. They knew Xiaochen was formidable, but they had no idea he was this powerful. What kind of power is this? Even the gods tremble, a power capable of slaying gods. Yet it now appeared on a mere adventurer who wasn't even in the sacred domain. Whoosh, it seemed slow, but in reality, it was just a moment. After the ice arrow of transformation was formed, it immediately flew towards Mythil. No matter how strong you are, you won't kill me, she hissed. In the next moment, put. The ice arrow, as thick as a thigh, struck her face, and a massive -270 million damage slowly floated up. Mythil was instantly stunned. The God Emperor and the others were also shocked. Holy crap, that damage! Although they had already witnessed Xiaochen's strength, facing a level 300 boss and still dealing such damage was still incredibly shocking. However, in the next second, they were astonished to find that the Demon King Mythil, who had lost 270 million health points, was still alive. Her health bar dropped significantly, but it was locked at 10% remaining health, unable to decrease further. Clearly, just as Xiaochen had thought, this was the system's arrangement. The Demon King Mythil could not die. This, impossible. Even if it's my father. The locked health Mythil's eyes widened, resembling two blooming violets. She felt the threat of death. If it weren't for the protective power of the source demon heart, she would have been killed by a mere ant of an adventurer. She could not accept such a fact. This was unreasonable, it did not conform to the laws of nature. Warrior Xiaochen, well done. One more strike, finish her off here. Ispan and Galil were greatly encouraged by this scene and quickly urged Xiaochen to continue his attack. NPCs could not see player damage numbers, they did not know that Xiaochen could actually kill Mythil in one hit at full health, and upon discovering that Mythil was still alive, they urged Xiaochen to deliver a finishing blow. In fact, even if Xiaochen struck 100 times, it would be useless. The system rules were clear. If it didn't allow a kill, it simply wouldn't allow it. So, what do you have to say now? Xiaochen looked down at the suppressed Mythil with a faint smile and asked. You. Mythil could not calm down for a long time. After a moment, she finally asked, why do you possess such power? Xiaochen smiled and said, I have exceptional talent, my looks and damage are proportional, it's quite troubling for me too. Mythil God Emperor. Isbin. Shameless little thief.
The Demon King Mythil spat, indignantly saying, I thought this trip would allow me to take the War City and incorporate it into my Abyss territory, but I never expected to fall into the hands of such a
small thing. Adventurer Xiao Chun, I will remember you. Next time we meet, it won't be like this. I will definitely kill you.
After saying this, a powerful magical force suddenly erupted from her body, as if returning to light, and she
actually broke free from the artifact's suppression. Boom!
The artifact was blasted away, and Isbin and Galil spat blood and were thrown back, crashing to the ground.
Not good. Quickly kill him. Warrior Xiao Chen, act fast. They
shouted anxiously, fearing that the Demon King would escape and then lead the Abyss army to return, committing endless sins. Xiao Chen knew that the direction of this plot was something he could not change, but seeing the two NPCs so anxious, he still symbolically cast a few fireballs.
Bang bang bang.
The fireballs exploded on the Demon King Mythil, but they all missed, dealing no damage at all.
Adventurer Xiao Chen, I remember you. Even my father couldn't injure me to this extent with a single blow. The grudge of today will be repaid in the future. Mythil growled.
Immediately, a purple light burst forth from his body, his demonic power surging, and an overwhelming force of magic erupted, knocking Xiao
Chen and the others to the ground. Stop!
Isbin shouted, but it was useless.
The Demon King's figure transformed into a purple beam of light and shot into the sky, flying westward, escaping from the War City. How could this happen? Mythil's sudden escape left Isbin and Galil feeling very distressed.
What a wasted effort. In the end, the Demon King escaped. If she returns this time, it will surely cause chaos in the world.
The divine continent will no longer be at peace. The two bosses lamented.
Xiao Chen had already known the outcome and remained calm.
However, what bothered him was, this Demon King didn't drop anything. Nothing at all. A level 300 Demon King with such a long health bar, how long would it take an ordinary player to defeat her?
He, Xiao Chun, had painstakingly used the extremely difficult to cast Ice Arrow of Transformation, expending so much mana to bring her to this state, and yet he got absolutely
nothing in return. Too much. Truly too much.
This stingy Demon King, the next time I see her, I must exploit her to the bone and kill her for gold coins. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Even if she is Minerva's sister, it doesn't matter.
Xiao Chen the brave, you, sigh.
Isbin looked at Xiao Chun, his eyes filled with some blame. It seemed as if he was accusing Xiao Chun of not giving his all. Xiao Chun innocently said, High Priest, I did exactly as you said. If she hadn't suddenly triggered some life-saving ability just now, she would definitely be dead.
I really didn't hold back, you can ask my friends. The God Emperor nodded, yes, just now brother Xiao Chen dealt 270 million damage.
With one skill, enough to kill the Demon King. It's just that the Demon King has a protective mechanism that prevents her from dying, and there's nothing anyone can do about that.
Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. Isbin sighed deeply. He was an NPC and didn't understand things like blood locking or mechanisms.
To him, the escape of the Demon King Mythil meant that this calamity was not over, and greater troubles were about to come.
The War City, having already suffered from this disaster, was already battered and could not withstand a greater blow.
But, with things having come to this, he could not change the outcome and could only plan for the long term.
If the Demon King's army were to
arrive, he would have to recruit adventurers to help resist and save the War City from its decline. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was in a very good mood. Whether the Demon King lived or died didn't matter much to him, he only cared about
the rewards. Since the Demon King didn't drop anything, he could just go to the NPC for rewards, right?
Moreover, this confrontation had also made him understand some things and recognize his own strength more clearly.
It was proven that
he already possessed the power to slay gods. Since that was the case, if any level 300 bosses appeared in the future, he could boldly challenge them without fear. The next time he encountered Mythil, he would definitely take her down.
Once the Demon King ran away, the matters here were pretty much over. Not far away, the blood-soaked Lario and Terence limped over.
Archbishop, General of the Divine Sword, the Demon King has escaped.
The continent is
likely to suffer greatly, Lario said with a worried expression, seemingly indifferent to his own injuries.
Sigh, yes, Isbin also felt distressed.
The few of them had only recently been purified by Xiao Chen and
returned to the War City.
Seeing the War City in such disarray, each of them felt uneasy. They had finally found the culprit, thinking they could eliminate it with a single blow and restore peace to the War City. But it had turned out like this. For those who cared for the lives of the people, this incident was indeed a significant blow.
Isbin said helplessly, it seems the prophecy of the second war god was not wrong, the divine continent will inevitably fall into chaos again, and a new war god will be born here.
Beside him, Bishop Terence looked pained and lamented, a general success comes at the cost of countless bones, the birth of a new god means the fall of countless lives.
This time, I wonder which main city will suffer. The 4 mythical NPCs gathered together, each expressing their opinions, sighing and lamenting. Xiao Chen and the others waited nearby for their mission rewards.
This Demon King is so stingy, not dropping anything at all, despite the high difficulty of the challenge, Xu Long lamented. War Sky and the Divine Emperor also felt it was a bit of a pity. War Sky laughed and said, I think the system never intended for the Demon King to be killed. Once the 5 minutes were up, it automatically escaped. This kind of plot arrangement makes it reasonable. Not to give rewards, it's just that brother Xiao Qin is too strong and managed to injure her. Although there are no rewards, the plot isn't over yet, and there should be more tasks to follow. As task promoters, back and forth, we haven't lost out, the Divine Emperor added. After a few minutes, the 4 NPCs finally finished their chatter. Ispan walked over to Xiao Chen and said, Warrior Xiao Chen, although the Demon King has escaped this time, if it weren't for you severely injuring her, once she broke free from her confinement, we would all likely be dead. So after discussion, we still decided to give you and your friends the rewards you deserve. As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt followed. Ding, congratulations, you have completed the main storyline task, rescue the War City. You have gained 5 million experience points. You have gained 50,000 reputation points. You have gained 50,000 gold coins. Please go to Ispan to collect your item rewards. From the system information, it was clear that the quality of this task was relatively low, and the rewards were significantly less. Ispan took out 4 pieces of equipment and handed them to Xiao Chen and the others. As the main target of the task, Xiao Chen received a pair of legendary quality gloves, which were of lower quality than the mythical gear he was wearing and could only be stored away. The Divine Emperor and the others only received an epic item, which was even less useful. This reward is a bit meager. Zhu Long shook his head. Hearing this, Ispan said helplessly, if you had successfully killed the Demon King, the rewards would have been a step higher. As if it were that easy to kill her. Moreover, a step higher would only mean mythical and legendary gear, which had very limited appeal. Galiel said, now that the Demon King has left, we will communicate with the Divine Realm to purify the city and help the lost civilians return to normal. To avoid any accidents, please temporarily leave the city for a while and return later. Ding, please leave the War City immediately. Otherwise, you will be forcibly teleported to a nearby city. The system also popped up a prompt. The unsealing task related to the War City had been completed, and now the system map needed to be updated, so players could not stay here. We'll leave right away. Without saying another word, Xiao Chen directly took his friends and left. Otherwise, if they were teleported to a nearby city, it would take several hours to go back and forth. By the time they returned, the teleportation array might have already opened, and others would have rushed in to buy up the shops in the main city. Mounting their war horses, the 4 of them quickly ran out of the main city, continuing until they reached a point 10 kilometers away, where the system warning finally disappeared. A few minutes later, the earth shook, and a brilliant golden light erupted from the War City. A dazzling beam of light shot up from the location of the temple, connecting to the heavens. A radiant portal opened in the sky, within which the silhouettes of deities seemed to sway. Among them, one particularly radiant goddess held a long spear, pointing it down towards the mortal realm. Countless golden light points fell from the tip of her spear, drifting down and landing upon the War City and the surrounding plains. The area covered by these light points was exceptionally vast, and Xiao Chen and the others were also touched by several of them. Ding, you have received the nourishment of the War God's power, removing negative states, permanent +10 to Constitution. Ding, you have received the nourishment of the War God's power, permanent +10 to Agility. Ding, you have received the nourishment of the War God's power, permanent +10 to Intelligence. Ding, you have received the nourishment of the War God's power, permanent +10 to Strength. Ding, you have received the nourishment of the War God's power, permanent +10 to Spirit. With 5 light points landing on them, they each received a total of +10 to all attributes. This was a small benefit. As the light points fell, the beings inside and outside the War City were purified, the aura of the abyss cleared away, and their minds regained clarity. After a while, the golden light gradually faded, and the portal in the sky slowly closed. Looking ahead, the once ruined War City had transformed into a magnificent and grand new city. High walls and gates, sharp spears and war halberds. Flags flying, the atmosphere of iron and blood surged forth. This was the true Level 2 main city. Warzone announcement, sharpen your weapons and prepare for battle against the Abyss. The Level 2 main city War City has been successfully rebuilt thanks to the efforts of Dragon Kingdom players Xiao Chun, God Emperor, Candle Dragon, and War Heaven, and the regional seal has been lifted. The city will be fully open to Dragon Kingdom players in 12 hours, and that Abyss Battlefield gameplay will be available to all players in the Warzone. For specific details, please check the War Hall of each main city. Warzone announcement.
War Zone announcement. An announcement echoed throughout the entire war zone.
Xiao Chen's name once again appeared in the sight of all players in the region.
The main city was opening and the Abyss battlefield was starting.
This announcement carried more weight than any previous one.
Old Xiao is amazing. Xiao Chen is invincible.
All four of them are big shots, my goodness. Xiao Chen's private chat was flooded with praise from friends, and in countless corners of the region, many were silently reciting these four names.
Meanwhile,
the four individuals stood side by side, gazing at the distant main city, lost in deep lament.
Such a big event, yet there's not a single extra reward. Just 5 million experience and 50,000 reputation, is that meant to appease beggars?
Sigh, this world isn't worth it, such a stingy game will close down.
Sooner or later.
Clearly, they had made the announcement, yet there were no rewards at all, only a bit of experience given for completing the unsealing task. With such a return, it was even less than what one would get from a level 100 dungeon.
After lamenting for 30 seconds, the four finally regained their composure. The God Emperor said, stingy or not, our main purpose for coming this time isn't to get rewards. Let's go, enter the city and secure the best locations.
The three big shots, carrying large sums of money, had all come to buy out the shops in the war city.
The three of them galloped straight towards the main city, and Xiao Chen was not willing to fall behind.
He didn't have plans to open a shop, but if the prices were right, buying one to rent
out to others wouldn't be a bad idea.
Moreover, the most important thing was that with the unsealing of the main city, the Abyss battlefield gameplay was
also opening up. As the liberator of the main city, he might be able to find Ispan and the others again to see if he can obtain first-hand information.
The wandering soldiers near the war city have disappeared, replaced by ordinary wild monsters of levels 45 to 55.
The entire city has been rejuvenated under the power of the divine realm. Looking in from the city gate, the streets are bustling with citizens having returned to normal. However, those residents seem a bit confused, unlike other main cities where various shops are orderly. Many NPCs do not know why.
They are in their current locations and are looking for a way to return home.
It is easy to imagine that in such an environment, once
players flood in, many will surely encounter fortuitous events and stumble upon interesting quests.
As Xiao Chen and the others entered the main city, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Dear heroes, welcome back to War City.
Then, the NPCs on the city streets turned their
gazes towards them, their eyes filled with gratitude. Even the NPC soldiers were the same. Oh wow! Xiao Chen was taken aback. Once upon
a time, he was scolded by NPC soldiers upon meeting, now he had leaped to become the hero of the war city.
This earth-shattering change left him somewhat at a loss. Look, it's the heroes who saved us. They drove away the Abyss Demon King and helped the War Temple lift the
curse that was eroding our hearts. They are our saviors, the NPC citizens cheered, each one filled with enthusiasm, and even a few children brought small wildflowers from who knows where to give to them.
TSK, this is the treatment of a hero, Xiao Chen said with satisfaction.
Although the three from the Divine Emperor did not feel as stark a contrast as he did, the feeling of being welcomed was
also quite pleasant.
The four of them entered the main city amidst the cheers and crowding of the NPC citizens heading towards the
Lord's mansion. Passing by the temple, Xiao Chen saw that there were already temple knights guarding the entrance. The knights no longer
looked at him with the same disdain as before, but because the auto curse had not yet been lifted and he had learned the undead torrent,
they still weren't overly enthusiastic. Is Archbishop Ispan in the temple? Xiao Chen casually asked.
The temple knight replied, the Archbishop and General of the Holy Sword are currently acting as the Lord in the Lord's mansion, overseeing the city's reconstruction. Only General of the Holy Spear and Bishop of War are in the temple now.
It should be fine to find them, Xiao Chen thought, wanting to
clear the auto curse as well, and thus he dove into the temple. At this moment, the temple had become resplendent, showing no signs of its
previous ruin.
Several clergy members were tidying up the somewhat chaotic hall, preparing to take their posts in 12 hours to welcome the influx of players from the Dragon Kingdom. Bishop of War Terrence was in the hall, and upon seeing Xiao Chen, he greeted him proactively.
Warrior Xiao Chen, is there anything I can help you with? Xiao Chen got straight to the point. Ispan promised to lift the auto curse.
For me, I am here to seek fulfillment of that promise.
Oh, about that,
the Archbishop is not here, but I can take care of it, Terrence said, directly inviting Xiao Chen into the back hall. Inside the back hall, General of the Holy Spear, Lario, was soaking in the divine power pool to recover from his injuries. He was severely wounded, wrapped up like a mummy, soaking in the shallow divine power pool,
looking as if he could pass away at any moment.
Rebellious warrior Xiao Chen, you have come, he said weakly as he saw Xiao Chen
enter.
Seeing Lario in such a miserable state, Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. I was planning to challenge you to fulfill our previous agreement at the Fallen God Land.
Considering how badly you're hurt, I'll beat you another day. Lei Ryo. Normally, Lei Ryo would definitely scoff at this. But now he knew that Xiao Chun had mastered the transformation skill and could severely injure the Demon King. Such strength was no joke, and in his current injured state, if they really fought, he would most likely be defeated. So, Lei Ryo could only remain silent, pretending not to hear, thoroughly cowardly. Warrior Xiaocheng, after purifying yourself in the divine power pool, the curse of Otto will fade, Terence reminded. Without saying a word, Xiaocheng jumped directly into the divine power pool, sharing the shallow water with Lei Ryo. The water of the divine power pool is very unique, capable of clearing all negative states. As soon as he jumped in, the curse of Otto immediately dissipated. This debuff that had accompanied him for over 4 days was finally resolved. To be honest, Xiaocheng felt a bit reluctant to part with it. He had developed feelings for the curse. Without it, the city guard NPCs would no longer tell him to get lost. You are nourished by the water of the divine power pool, and your affinity with the gods has increased, the system prompted. After the cleansing, Terence's attitude became much friendlier. Warrior Xiaocheng, hurry to the Lord's mansion to meet the Archbishop. They are waiting for you, he said enthusiastically. This meant that the next part of the main storyline quest was about to come. Thank you for the information, I will go right away. Xiaocheng bid farewell to Terence and Lei Ryo, left the temple, and headed straight to the Lord's mansion with the Divine Emperor and others. The gates of the Lord's mansion were open, and a few soldiers who had just returned to their posts were on guard. Seeing Xiaocheng and the others approach, they respectfully called out, "Welcome, heroes," and let them pass without needing to report. The Lord's mansion now looked completely new. The gray-black stains on the floor had long disappeared, leaving only neatly arranged floor tiles and lush potted plants. There were not many people in the Lord's mansion now. There were only a few officials walking inside. Xiaocheng and the others followed the officials to the conference hall. As soon as they entered, Ispan saw them and waved, saying, "Warrior Xiaocheng, come here quickly, I have something to ask you to do." "Oh? What is it?" Xiaocheng knew it was a major task and immediately approached. Ispan only called out his name, and the Divine Emperor and others were not on the list of task candidates. However, they had thick skin and followed along. On the conference table in the hall lay a map, and when Xiaocheng arrived, Ispan pointed to one of the locations and said, "The second war god has just delivered a divine oracle stating that the Abyssal Demon clan has been gathering troops at the border for months, intending to invade the divine continent. The Demon King Mihir is just their vanguard. There are more powerful demons gathering in these areas, and they will soon launch a war." Xiaocheng glanced at the map. It was a flat map of the divine continent, richer than the system's built-in world map. The system map could only show currently open areas, while the 8 main cities of the international server and the unopened level 2 and level 1 main cities were completely shrouded in fog. This map, however, clearly displayed the layout of the entire divine continent. The divine continent was shaped like a character, with land on both sides. The left side, the west, was larger, representing the international server, while the right side, the east, was slightly smaller, representing the Dragon Kingdom server. 6 level 2 main cities and 3 level 1 main cities were scattered on both sides. The 3 level 2 cities in the west were Destruction City, Slaughter City, and Guardian City. The 3 level 2 cities in the east were War City, Death City, and Life City. Additionally, there were 3 level 1 main cities. One was called Fate City, located in the west. One was called Time City, located in the east. The last level 1 main city was named Soul Holy City, located at the intersection of the character, which should be on a massive mountain range according to the map. Beyond the character continent was the Azure Sea, and within the character was the Abyssal World. The Abyss was a sunken land, with an elevation of minus 10,000 meters, but there was no seawater, just sunken land. This world seems to have no poles, nor is it spherical. The sea does not flow into the abyss, thus forming 2 distinctly contrasting factions. At this moment, Ispan pointed to 3 border areas on the eastern half of the continent, near the War City, Dragon Blood City, and Storm City. These 3 locations have specific names: the Ashen Plains, the Forest of Heroes, and the Coldwind Mountains, representing 3 different types of battlefield terrain. "What can I do?" Xiao Chen asked. Ispan said, "Under the concealment of the demon god's power, we cannot see the deployment of the Abyssal army clearly. You are an adventurer, sent to this world by the Supreme God, possessing an immortal body, and can delve deep into the abyss to scout the enemy's situation. I would like to ask for your help in investigating the demon forces stationed on the Ashen Plains battlefield. Once accomplished, you will receive a substantial amount of war contributions. Ding, do you accept the main storyline quest, investigate the Ashen Plains?" The system prompted.
This was indeed a main storyline quest, but it seemed to be of only moderate difficulty, not much stronger than an ordinary war task, and the rewards were not particularly generous. Xiao Chen frowned, not very satisfied with this task, and asked, "Is there a harder one? At the very least, let me take down a demigod or a demon lord or something. With this level, one might think my strength is lacking." Ispan had never encountered someone who actively requested a higher difficulty before, and he couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, saying, "Since you, warrior Xiao Chun, have requested it, then fine, please slay a few demon generals while you investigate the military situation." As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded again. "Ding, do you accept the myth-level main storyline quest, Sweep the Ashen Plains?" Xiao Chen looked at the task details. Sweep the Ashen Plains, infiltrate the Abyssal Demon Army's main tent on the Ashen Plains, obtain the military strategy map, and kill demon generals, level 200 mythic bosses, and above. Task rewards, a large amount of experience, a large amount of gold, a large amount of war contributions for each demon general killed. You can customize a piece of mythic equipment. This is more like it. Xiao Chen was finally satisfied. Customizing mythic equipment means selecting the required mythic gear based on one's level and profession, which is generally quite powerful. He accepted the task, and then there was nothing else for him to do. The time limit for this task was 30 days, just like subduing the 4 great evil spirits, so there was no rush to complete it. However, Xiao Chen didn't like to procrastinate. After hatching his Mount Egg and finishing the battle he had previously agreed upon with Jianzhan Song Shang, he would handle this task. "Archbishop Ispan, is there anything you need us to do?" The God Emperor and the others saw that Xiao Chen had accepted a task while they had not, so they proactively stepped forward to ask. Ispan had a good impression of the three of them and nodded, saying, "Yes, warrior God Emperor, our war with the Abyssal Demons is still in the preparatory stage, and we are unclear about their troop deployment. I hope you can go to the Ashen Plains, defeat a demon army of over 100 soldiers, and bring back the essence of abyssal creatures for testing the enemy's strength. Once accomplished, you will receive a large amount of war contributions." This task was clearly a combat mission, but it was 2 tiers weaker than Xiao Chen's. It didn't require delving deep into the Abyssal Army's territory, just defeating a small-scale Abyssal Army on the outskirts. In terms of difficulty, it wasn't simple. The Abyssal Army often had levels above 100 or 120, and the team leaders were basically epic bosses, making a 100-person team quite difficult to deal with. Moreover, it wasn't enough to take down stragglers, it had to be an entire army. However, the God Emperor had a whole guild behind him, so it wasn't too difficult. "Alright, leave it to me." The God Emperor decisively accepted the task. Zhu Long and Zhan Tian also actively sought tasks. The results were similar, all three received comparable combat missions. "Archbishop Ispan, we have one more thing we'd like to ask." After accepting the tasks, the God Emperor spoke again. Ispan and Galil were currently acting as the city lord, responsible for handling the reconstruction of the war city and various affairs. If one wanted to purchase a shop, they would naturally need to consult them. "What is it?" Ispan asked. "It's like this, the war city has just returned to its original state, and I see that many places are still vacant. If those shops near the main city avenue are not being operated by anyone, a few of us are willing to buy them and turn them into shops exclusively for adventurers." The God Emperor stated his intention directly. Ispan showed little reaction and replied, "Just find the corresponding officials for buying and selling shops. Your names are known by all the citizens in the city now, so purchasing or leasing will be very convenient." "That's great, thank you, Archbishop." The three of them were overjoyed. There are corresponding officials responsible for purchasing NPC properties and shops, and the demigod city lord wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. The official's office was also located within the city lord's mansion, and Ispan pointed down the road, so the three of them hurriedly ran over. Xiao Chen had already accepted a quest and, having nothing to do, followed along to take a look. As soon as they arrived, the property official ignored the three of the God Emperor and headed straight for Xiao Chen. He enthusiastically shouted, "Warrior Xiao Chen, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xiao Chen was taken aback. "What do you want from me?" The property official excitedly said, "You are the great hero who rescued the 4 lords of the temple and the city of war. Without you, Lord Ispan and the others wouldn't have returned, and the Demon King wouldn't have been driven away so quickly. All the citizens of our city would have lived in confusion. Such a great merit, how could we forget?" And then? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen suddenly felt quite great. However, he had only killed the 4 great evil spirits to trigger
The quest, the return of the 4 temple NPCs, was mainly due to the help of the war god's subordinates from the divine realm. The property official said, after discussions among all the residents of the city, we have decided to gift the largest manor in the city of war to warrior Xiao Chen for free. You will permanently gain the right to reside there, and you can even modify it privately if you wish. No way. Xiao Chen tilted his head and immediately broke into a smile. This is a free property? And it's the largest and most luxurious one in the entire main city. Brother Xiao Chen, this treatment is too good. Zhan Tian envied from the side. Properties in the game are not cheaper than in the real world, often costing hundreds of thousands to millions of gold coins. A single courtyard can be extremely expensive. From the official's words, it seemed that what was about to be gifted to Xiao Chen was not an ordinary house, but a manor-level super mansion. This must be worth several million gold coins, right? Alright then, I won't be polite. Xiao Chen laughed heartily. No one would refuse such a good thing coming to their door. He had always felt that the quest reward he received this time was somewhat unsatisfactory. He didn't expect the real reward to be waiting for him here. Although houses in the game are not very useful and won't be lived in for long, it is still a form of property and its value is there. If he really didn't want it, selling it would be a huge sum. The property official was respectful, took out a deed, and said, Warrior Xiao Chen, if you sign your name on this property deed, you will gain permanent ownership of the manor. Xiao Chen took a look at it. He couldn't understand the words on the paper, but the heavens comes with a language translation and text recognition system that can translate even the most obscure cultures. At a glance, the deed stated the location and size of the house. Residential number 1 on War East Road, 800 meters long from east to west, 1700 meters long from north to south. My goodness, that's huge. War East Road? Which road is that? Xiao Chen looked at the property official. The official took out a map and pointed to the city lord's mansion in the center. Then, he moved slightly to the side and said, the 4 main avenues in the center of the main city are War East, West, South, and North roads. Your residence is right here. Xiao Chen took a look. Good heavens! It's right next to the city lord's mansion. Directly across from it is the teleportation array and the resurrection square. This configuration, this area, even with money you can't buy it, it's worth at least several million gold coins. Xiao Chen signed the property deed without a second thought. Ding, you have successfully purchased the property. The deed has automatically transformed into a homeowner token. Ding, you have settled in War City and gained 1,000 reputation points, enjoying a 20% discount at all system shops in War City. Please name the property under your name. The system popped up 3 prompts. The deed in Xiao Chen's hand indeed transformed directly into a token, and it even had attributes. Property token, exclusive item, cannot be lost, address, number 1, East War Road, War City, name, unnamed, nature, residential. Can be modified, can be traded, cannot be used for business, homeowner, Xiao Chen, serial number, XXXXXXXXXXXXX, family members, none guests, none remaining usage times today, October 10th. This token is not just proof of home ownership, it is also a return home item. It allows for free returns to the residence up to 10 times a day, regardless of location, as long as one is not in combat and not disturbed by external factors. One can return directly to the residence, equivalent to saving 10 return scrolls. Moreover, it can create many duplicates, similar to making spare keys, which can be given to family members for use. As for guests, they can access the residence through the front door but cannot use the token to return home directly. Warrior Xiao Chen, this manor now belongs to you. You can go back to the residence later to take a look. You can rename it yourself or hire some servants and a housekeeper. Additionally, if needed, you can recruit a guard team of up to 20 people to ensure safety at the entrance and inside the residence, the property official kindly reminded. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate he understood. That's all for me. These 3 want to buy shops, so you can talk to them first. The 3 gods beside him were already eager to spend money, but the official followed Xiao Chen, leaving the 3 with no choice. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, the property official turned to the 3 gods. Heroes, do you all want to purchase shops? He asked. Yes, we plan to buy a lot of shops, especially those in good locations, Zhulong replied. I understand. The property official nodded and took out another map. The one shown to Xiao Chen earlier was a flat map of the main city, similar to the player map. The one now presented was a commercial map, specifically marking the shops available for trade. War City is vast, and the 4 main roads in the east, west, south, and north are just part of it. The shops available for purchase on both sides are actually quite few, occupied by system shops in some important locations. For example, the East Road has the War Temple and War Hall, the South Road has the auction house and market area, the West Road has the
arena, and the North Road has the secondary profession production area, etc. There are only a few shops surrounding the main roads. Most of the shops are located on the branches off the main roads. After looking at the shops available for selection on the map, the three gods exchanged glances. Then they asked the official, "What are the prices of these shops?" The official replied, "Shops are categorized by location into first class, second class, and third class shops. The prices for the three are 2.5 million gold coins per year, 500,000 gold coins per year, and 100,000 gold coins per year, respectively. The maximum rental period is 30 years. If you want to purchase permanently, you need to pay the cost for 100 years in one lump sum. Of course, since the three heroes have participated in Saving War City, you can get a 5% discount. When this price was announced, Xiao Chen and the others were stunned. So expensive. The annual rent for a shop is as high as 2.5 million gold coins. 2. Permanently buy a shop, it actually requires a whopping 250 million. This is simply robbery. Even with a 5% discount, it is still very expensive. For a moment, the three presidents hesitated. They had previously estimated the shop prices based on the rent of a level 3 main city. The annual rent for a first-class shop in a level 3 main city is only 500,000 gold coins, the same as a second-class shop here. The prices here have suddenly increased fivefold, and if the profits can't reach 5 times, it would be a loss. Xiao Chen had originally thought that if the shops were cheap, he would buy one to rent out to others. But now, looking at it, even the cheapest third-class shop costs 10 million gold coins to buy outright, which is simply beyond his means. So he decisively shook his head and said to the three deities, "You can take your time to consider, I'll go check on my mansion first, see you when we have time." He then directly used the return home function of the token and left the Lord's mansion. The three deities, Shindi, Zhulong, and Zhan Tian, watched the spot where Xiao Chen had disappeared, falling into silence. The expensive shop rents were right in front of them, and the price for permanent ownership of each was extremely shocking. Yet Xiao Chen owned a mansion that was absurdly large and located in a prime area. Comparing people makes one feel inferior. It's a good thing Xiao Chen's house can't be used for business, otherwise I would definitely be spitting blood. Shindi shook his head repeatedly. I really envy him, playing so freely by himself. Zhu Long sighed, feeling that as the president of one of the top 10 guilds in the Dragon Kingdom, he was really not doing well in comparison. Zhan Tian smiled wryly and said, "Let's not talk about that anymore, we should discuss how to handle the shops. I see there are quite a few second-class shops whose locations are not worse than first-class ones. If you guys don't want them, I might just take them all." Not want? How could we not want them? Zhan Tian, don't think you can monopolize this, the three of us must split it evenly, or we won't have any friends left. Envying Xiao Chen was one thing, but renting or buying shops was more important to them. After lamenting the high prices, they still had to buy. Because once the level 2 main city and battlefield opened, this place would become the center of the storm, with the number of visiting players exceeding that of any level 3 main city. Therefore, even if it was 5 times more expensive, there would still be profits to be made. Unnamed estate. Xiao Chen's figure appeared out of thin air. He scanned the surroundings. This was a manor with a somewhat western style, with the main residence located towards the back, surrounded by trees, with pointed white walls and an older architectural style. The area in front of the manor, measuring 800 by 1500 meters, was all open space, with lush green grass, a few trees, and a fountain pool. The ground was not completely flat, the surrounding green areas had slopes, resembling a golf course, but the grass was much denser and softer. Currently, the manor was empty, desolate. After looking around, Xiao Chen thought for a moment that he was not in the most central area of the main city, but rather in the suburbs. Such a large place, yet it feels like a playground. What a waste of land. Xiao Chen felt somewhat dissatisfied. He had the right to renovate the house. As long as he paid, he could transform it into whatever he wanted. However, this manor could not be used for business, only for personal residence. Even if he gave the keys to many people and let his friends come live in it, it seemed they wouldn't be able to fill such a large estate. So after considering it for a while, he did not immediately renovate the manor. After all, the ownership of the manor was permanent, and he could renovate it later based on demand, saving himself the trouble. I haven't named the manor yet. Xiao Chen took out the token. 1,000 names floated through his mind. The Royal Palace, some club, the Weather Temple, Xiao Chen's Magic House, International Begging Center, and so on. In the end, he rejected them all and chose a simple and unadorned name. Xiao Residence. Xiao Chen walked around his home and discovered some advantages of private residences. First was the storage function. The market's warehouse has a limited capacity of only 100 slots, and once it's full, no more items can be stored. However, at home, as long as it's indoors,
He can toss things around without worry, they will never be refreshed, and any corner can serve as a storage space. If it gets too messy, he can use cabinets. Each cabinet provides 50 slots, so he can buy as many cabinets as he needs, never fearing a shortage. He can also practice life skills at home. As long as he designates an area as a work zone, producing items in that area will grant an additional 10% experience. Moreover, while resting at home, his health and mana recovery rates are accelerated, twice as fast as outside. After discovering this, Xiaochen couldn't help but smile widely. As long as he wore the God-slaying robe, his mana recovery would be 100 points per second. A speed that meant he wouldn't even need to use potions to hatch mount eggs. With no urgent matters to attend to and still over 10 hours. Until his duel with Jin Zhang Song Shang, Xiaochen, feeling idle, took the mount egg out of his backpack, sat in the hall of the Xiao residence, and began to incubate the egg. The huge bird egg was placed on the carpet and he pressed his hand against it, feeling electric currents continuously flowing from the shell, creating a tingling sensation. Continue incubating, exotic beast egg, the system prompted. Yes. With the confirmed command, the mount egg began to absorb his mana. Minus 100,100 minus 100,101 decrease and 1 increase, perfectly balanced. Like a perpetual motion machine. The incubation process was somewhat boring, requiring him to maintain it for another 2 hours to hatch the mount. Xiaochen opened his friend list to chat. "Oldly, how's your leveling going?" he contacted Li Li. It had been 5 hours since Li Li and the others parted ways with him in Giant Elephant City, and now they had all reached level 68. Upon receiving Xiaochen's message, Li Li replied instantly, "It's awesome. Sister Miao is really strong. We just tackled an 85-level main storyline dungeon and she single-handedly tanked the boss while dealing damage and healing herself. She took down the boss in under 2 minutes, and the combined output of old Zhang and blind sister didn't even match hers. Of course, her weapon is beyond mythic, with over 7,000 attack power. Old Zhang can't compare," Xiaochen laughed. "Alas, it's a pity for our Shield Jr. After playing T for half her life, she became completely unemployed after meeting you and Sister Miao." Li Li pretended to sigh dramatically. Xiaochen couldn't help but chuckle. The little lowly knight, Shield, had previously struggled to hold aggro due to his auto-ancient curse. Now that the curse was gone, but with Lucky Miao's explosive output, her aggro was still higher, and she still couldn't hold it. This was quite a blow for knight players. Xiao Chen teased, "Remember when we came out of the Lost Land? I gave you a no-level knight weapon. If you gave it to Shield, she could hold aggro. Do you think I don't want to? I offered it, but she refused. She said a no-level mythic weapon was too precious, thinking I had ulterior motives and wanted to sleep with her, and ran away faster than a rabbit." Li Li replied, speechless. "Ha ha ha!" Xiaochen burst into laughter and commented, "Looks like you were too obvious. If all else fails, change your approach, pretend to drop a divine artifact while fighting the boss, then forcefully allocate it to her. Alas, the artifact's attributes are already exposed, there's no chance to pretend. You're just a backseat driver," Li Li said in a resentful tone. After a while, he took the initiative to ask, "Old Xiao, we heard the Battle Zone announcement. There's a new Abyss battlefield mode opening up. Want to check it out together?" "Sure, of course. I still have a quest to do," Xiaochen replied decisively. At the same time, he remembered something, paused the chat with Li Li, and created a temporary chat group, pulling in Lao Zhang, Lao Li, and Lucky Cat. "Xiaochen, is there something going on?" Lucky Cat asked, confused, as she was suddenly added to the chat group. Xiaochen said, "I'm still in War City, you guys probably can't teleport here yet, right?" Zhang Fan replied, "Yes, I just checked the teleportation array. There is an option for War City, but it's in a frozen state and won't be usable for another 11 hours. War City is still in a reorganization state, with many system functions being urgently repaired. Most functions will be restored after 12 hours, and only then will players be allowed in. Of course, those eager to play can also take the main road and run over from a distance like Xiaochen and the God Emperor, renting warhorses to move through the main city, which only takes a few hours. However, unless something unexpected happens, no one would be so bored. Moreover, the level 130 to 150 wild monsters on the way would be a threat to ordinary players. Old Xiao, what's War City like? Are there any high-end gameplay options there? Give us a heads up so we can make the most of our time and get ahead of others." Li Li inquired. Xiaochen didn't answer directly but said, "I don't know either, let me see if I can directly bring you guys here." Bring us over? How?" The three were puzzled. Xiaochen explained, "The system rewarded me with a residence. The residence key works similarly to a return scroll, allowing cross-regional teleportation back home. I'll include you as family members and see if it works. While speaking, he had already entered the serial numbers of the 3 into the household token, adding them as family members. Oh, I received an email. Lucky Cat exclaimed in surprise. Me too. Same here. Lili and Zhang Fan quickly received the same system email. Upon opening the email, an item appeared directly in the backpacks of the 3. Residence key, the key to Zhao's home. Carrying this item allows free entry and exit from Zhao's home and use of household storage, professional tools, etc. Using it will immediately return you home, limited to 10 uses per day. The subkey lacks the qualifications for modification and renaming compared to Xiao Chen's main key. It can only be used for residence and furniture facilities. However, the number of times to return home is the same, with no difference. Xiao Chen told the 3, use the key, and you can go home directly to reach War City. So amazing. I'll go take a look first. Lucky Cat, greatly surprised, was the first to use the return home function and enter Zhao's home. The teleportation point at home was right at the door, and stepping out led directly to the main city. Xiao Chen was inside the residence, 1,600 meters away, hatching eggs, and didn't see her figure. However, outside the main gate, a voice of astonishment could be heard from afar. My God! Is this your home? Why is it so big? Lucky Cat exclaimed. The surroundings were empty, resembling a wild monster area in the suburbs. If it weren't for the map showing this was the city center of War City, she would have thought she had gone to the wrong place. Lili and Zhang Fan quickly teleported into Zhao's home and were also shocked by the vast estate. Is this the reward for saving the main city? It really is something, the 2 said enviously. Xiao Chen was still inside hatching eggs and didn't come out to greet them. He just said to the 3 in the chat group, there are many opportunities to trigger in War City right now. While there's no one around, you should go stroll around the streets. You might find some hidden quests. Makes sense, Zhang Fan said happily, preparing to head out. However, Lili didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked old Xiao, do you have any more slots for family members? Can you bring Shield and Blind Girl over? 2? Just let them come over, and after they arrive, you can take back the qualifications. Xiao Chen knew he didn't want to abandon his teammates. He opened the host's token and took a look. A maximum of 100 family members could be added, which was quite a lot. He nodded and said, no problem. Saying that, he repeated the previous operation. Before long, Shun Shun and Blind Sister also appeared in Zhao's residence. Xiao Chen said, you guys go find some tasks to do, and later I'll show you something good. What good thing? By the way, where are you? In the villa? Lili asked in confusion. It's a secret for now, Xiao Chen said mysteriously, sending all 5 of them out and not allowing them to enter the house. As for flying mounts and such, it would be better to wait until they hatched before showing them. The hatching progress of the mount egg is steadily increasing, already exceeding 93%. A few friends are wandering around the War City, and the temporary chat group has grown from 4 people to 6. Soon, Zhang Fan is the first to speak in the group, saying to everyone, I received a mission at the temple. I need to find a lost judge. There's a small dungeon to clear. The small dungeon doesn't require help from Xiao Chen and the others, he can solo it by himself. After a while, the group erupts with surprised exclamations, and Shun Shun shouts, I received a side quest. Investigating the remnants of the Abyssal Demon Clan. It's a legendary difficulty. Everyone is astonished. A legendary quest? Are we going to fight a mythic boss? Xiao Chen feels a bit excited and quickly says, you go ahead with the quest, call us when you encounter a fight. The remnants of the Demon Clan. I estimate it should be a level 200 mythic boss. Previously, when the War City was invaded, Yispin and the others drove away some abyssal creatures, and then they fought against the Demon King Minil. During that time, perhaps some abyssal creatures sensed danger and hid nearby, which is understandable. As a side quest, the reward for the task Shun Shun received shouldn't be too bad. As long as he has the strength to do it, he can definitely gain considerable rewards. After a while, Lili and Lucky Cat also received their quests. Lili's is a hidden quest for the life profession alchemist, which, upon completion, allows him to skip the beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, directly reaching the master level. However, the process is quite complicated and requires a long time to complete the tasks. Lucky Cat's is a war quest that requires going to the Ashen Plains battlefield to rescue over 100 dying allied NPC soldiers. There has been no news from Blind Sister. If it weren't for knowing her personality, usually quiet and reserved, everyone might even think she logged off. During the time everyone was receiving quests, Xiao Chen's Mount Egg hatching progress has already reached 97%. There are also some updates from the God Emperor, Candle Dragon, and War Sky. The 3 guild Leaders have spent billions renting almost all the first and second tier shops near the 4 main avenues of War City. They are all renting. For just 1 year, if they can make a profit, they will renew the lease during that period. If not, they can return it to the officials after a year to minimize losses. The God Emperor brought the most money this time, so the Divine Guild has become the most prominent in the commercial street, monopolizing the key shops on the west and north streets. Conquest and Dragon Soul occupy the east and south streets, respectively. After finishing the shop arrangements, the 3 guild leaders also went to find their own quests, and the chat group occasionally buzzes with messages. Xiao Chen, sitting at home, feels as if he can see the development of the entire main city, experiencing a sense of strategic oversight. Half an hour later, Shun Shun says in the group, "My quest has reached the final stage, and now I need to fight an epic difficulty dungeon. I can't handle it alone. Do you have time to come?" Lily decisively replies, "Yes, yes, yes. Where are you?" "I'm coming right now." Lucky Cat and Zhang Fan also express their availability. After a while, Blind Sister replies, "I need to run a long storyline, you all go ahead and fight." Xiao Chen initially wanted to suggest that the 5 of them try it themselves. Hearing Blind Sister's voluntary refusal, he can't help but feel a bit emotional. This girl probably feels that with one more person in the team, she wouldn't be able to contribute much, so she proactively found a reason to decline. This way, it prevents teammates from causing a fuss over competing for spots, which can be seen as quite considerate behavior. Thinking carefully, the epic dungeon is indeed quite difficult, second only to legendary level dungeons like the Lost Lands. The final boss is undoubtedly a mythic level boss, which is hard for an ordinary player team to defeat. Although there are 2 god level professions, Lucky Cat and Zhang Fan, it would still be a challenging task to clear it. Blind Sister's voluntary withdrawal just happens to give the spot to Xiao Chun, allowing him to lead the others. "I'll be free in 15 minutes. You all prepare the supplies first and find a place to gather," Xiao Chun said. Shun Shun immediately replied, "Okay. Senior Xiao Chen. The entrance to the dungeon is outside the city. I'll wait for you by the East City Gate." Lily then curiously asked, "Old Xiao, what are you really busy with? You can't be just staying at home for these 2 hours, right? Are you hiding a beauty at home? Spending time with an NPC maid? Get lost." Xiao Chen said irritably. After a pause, he added, "You'll know soon enough. I should check the Warzone announcement." A divine mount, how could he not show off with a Warzone announcement? It had been less than 5 days since the opening, and surely no one had obtained a mount of better quality than his. Perhaps because of his mount egg hatching, he could even unlock the mount system, allowing other players to benefit as well. What's with the mystery? Hearing the words Warzone announcement, the teammates were extremely curious. But since Xiao Chen wouldn't say, they had no way to find out. In just a few minutes, Li Zhang Fan and Lucky Miao had arrived at the East City Gate one after another and joined Shun Shun. Xiao Chen watched as the hatching progress of the mount egg slowly crossed 99%, beginning to count down the 2 decimal places. 99.94%, 99.95%, 99.96. Finally, it reached 99.99%. Mana -100, the deduction of -100, and soon it turned into 100%. Crack, a crisp sound echoed. A sharp beak pecked through the large eggshell, popping out a fist-sized head. Then it pecked several more times, enlarging the opening in the eggshell and jumping out from inside. It was an eagle, about 70 centimeters tall, looking quite large, but it was a round and chubby chick. It had a round head, round eyes, and blue-black feathers, looking both silly and cute, with a hint of awkwardness. "Ding, congratulations, you have successfully hatched a beast egg. You have obtained a mythic quality mount, reputation increased by 100,000 points. Detected that you meet the conditions for mount recognition. This mount automatically recognizes you as its owner, bound for life, never to flee." The system notifications popped up 3 times. Xiao Chen felt pleased, waiting for the Warzone announcement to sound. However, the announcement channel was silent, and nothing happened. What's going on? Isn't a divine mount worthy of an announcement? Who do they look down on? Xiao Chen said gloomily. After waiting for several seconds without hearing the announcement, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He took a look at the attributes of the little eagle in front of him. Unnamed, Xiao Chen's mount, breed, Thunder Fury Eagle talent. Flight, 2-person riding, immune to lightning level 1, newborn, cannot be ridden, loyalty, 100, locked, health, 1800/1800 mana. 100 out of 100 physical defense, 10 magic defense, 10 regular speed, unknown, needs to reach growth stage, skills, Thunder Fury, wind speed streak. Stamina, 60 out of 100. The mount's attributes were different from ordinary monsters, lacking that attack power attribute, but having entries for Stamina and speed. Xiao Chen looked at the effects of the Thunder Fury Eagle's 2 skills. Thunder Fury releases lightning covering a spherical space within a radius of 50 meters, dealing level *120 true damage to all enemies and stunning them for 5 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds, consumes 50 mana. Wind Speed Streak increases flight speed by 50%, lasts 120 seconds, cooldown 600 seconds, consumes 50 mana. The attack skill deals true damage, which felt pretty good, though the value was slightly low. The acceleration skill was very practical, greatly increasing speed during flight in the future. Just looking at these attributes, it was clear that it didn't quite match the identity of a divine mount. But considering that the Thunder God Eagle can fly and might be very fast, Xiao Chen was still quite satisfied. Old Xiao, are you done? Why haven't you posted the announcement yet? Lily asked in the group, urging him a bit. The boast he had just made couldn't be taken back, and Xiao Chen felt somewhat awkward. He replied, the plan has changed, so I won't post it for now. You all wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Then, with the newly hatched Thunder God Eagle, he headed straight for the East City Gate. After changing back into the Guardian's robe, Xiao Chen hurried eastward to the city with his mount, the Thunderhawk cub. The Thunderhawk could fly as soon as it was born, flapping its wings up and down, rising and falling, flying somewhat clumsily, which looked a bit comical. However, it was not slow and could easily keep up with Xiao Chen. Once out of the Xiao residence, Xiao Chen increased his speed, and the little hawk flew just over 3 meters above his head, closely following him. The way to upgrade the mount was unrelated to combat. No matter what monsters he fought, it was useless. Only by running around with its owner could it gain experience. For every kilometer traveled, it could accumulate 1 point of experience, and reaching a new map would grant some extra experience rewards. Therefore, to level up quickly, the best method was to take the mount to unexplored areas continuously. It only took 5 points of experience to level up from level 1 to level 2. When Xiao Chen arrived at the east of the city, the system refreshed a message prompt. Your mount unnamed has arrived at the east of War City with you, gaining 20 extra experience. Then, with a whoosh, the hawk cub directly leveled up to level 3. After leveling up, it grew slightly larger and its flying posture became more stable. However, it would still take some time before it could carry a person. Old Xiao, you finally. What the hell, 160,000 health. Lily greeted him, suddenly seeing Xiao Chen's health and becoming dumbfounded. Xiao Chen replied, after finishing the mythic storyline, I got a super divine outfit, which increased my true damage resistance a bit. He also sent the Guardian's robe to the team. Everyone looked at it and couldn't help but drool with envy. Lucky Cat saw that the Guardian's robe had a passive effect similar to her weapon and laughed, if you give me this outfit, I can get 2,000 health when I level up once, and by level 200, I'd be a boss. You're not much different from a boss now, you two are just not normal. Zheng Fan said quietly. Hey! Senior Xiao Chen, is this big bird flying around you your mount? How come? Shun Shun noticed the cub flying above Xiao Chen's head and asked. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the little hawk's name, unnamed, Xiao Chen's mount, and couldn't help but widen her eyes. The others also looked over and were astonished. Wow, old Xiao, you even have a mount. But are you sure it's you riding it and not the other way around? Li Li exclaimed. Xiao Chen smiled, it's still small, it just needs to grow a bit more. The Thunderhawk is considered an adult at level 150, and anything below level 30 is still a juvenile and cannot be ridden. After level 31, it can be ridden and flown, but its speed cannot be fully displayed yet, and it hasn't comprehended various skills. Only after reaching the subadult stage after level 100 can it showcase most of its abilities. Considering the way to gain mount experience, it would probably take 2 to 3 months of running in the game to reach adulthood. Level 31, however, is relatively simple, and it is estimated that it can be reached within 2 days. It still doesn't have a name, why don't you help me come up with one? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. The 5 of them formed a team, with Shun Shun leading the way as they ran outside the city. While running, they discussed names for the little hawk. Lily said, it looks adorably ugly, so let's just call it Ugly. The little hawk flying above them flapped its wings a few times, showing strong resistance. Then it would be better to call it Cute. Shun Shun suggested. Zheng Fan looked at the little Thunderhawk above and asked, Old Xiao, your mount is a Thunderhawk, it wouldn't have come from that level 3 boss in the Lost Lands, would it? Yes, there was a beast egg in the lair of the level 3 boss. After I defeated it, I took it casually. The beast egg didn't go into the team bag, so I didn't mention it, Xiao Chen replied calmly. Then it will definitely be very powerful when it grows up, how about we call it Little Li? Zheng Fan joked. Go to hell. I think calling it Xiao Fan is about right. Li kicked him in annoyance. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. After a while, Lucky Niao said, Xiao Chen, aren't you a major in classical literature? You must be a cultured person, so why not come up with a name yourself? Xiao Chen's face stiffened. Back at the Moon Temple, Lily had casually mentioned his real-life information and he didn't expect her to remember it. He awkwardly said, I'm just a nobody, my professional level is terrible, and I have no knowledge at all. How about you come up with a name? Lucky Meow quickly shook her head, I'm just an accountant. It's fine, just come up with something for reference, Xiao Chen said. Lucky Meow thought for a moment and suggested, Thunder God Eagle, how about just calling it Thunder God? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback, that was directly naming it after the main god. Thunder God is the abbreviation for the Thunder God among the 24 main gods, just like the Fire God, incredibly impressive. Naming a mount after a main god, wouldn't that get him killed? However, Xiao Chen thought to himself, with his skills, becoming a main god in the future would definitely not be a problem, so there was no need to be afraid. He smiled and decided, I think it sounds good, let's call it Thunder God. He modified the name of his mount's cub. The system popped up a prompt, mount name changed successfully, rewarded with 100 mount experience. Then, with a flash of light, the Mount Thunder God grew in size and leveled up to level 6. Xiao Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. The group ran for a while and soon arrived at an abandoned graveyard outside the city. Shun Shun said, the mission guide led me here to find the hidden demon general, there should be a dungeon here. Of course, such a big entrance is right there. Zhang Fan pointed ahead. In the graveyard, a hole over 3 meters wide appeared not far away, emitting a faint black mist, looking anything but inviting. Shun Shun went closer and exclaimed, it really is here. Senior brothers, Meow's sister, I opened the dungeon. Okay, let's go. Everyone was already prepared. Shun Shun raised her oversized shield and jumped into the black hole. The next moment, Xiao Chen and the others received a prompt, Captain Shun Shun has opened the dungeon. Deep Demon Cave, by smashing you with her shield. Do you wish to follow in? Everyone confirmed. Then everything went dark, and they entered the dungeon. Ding, you have discovered the level 105 main storyline dungeon, Deep Demon Cave. Notice, the main storyline dungeon will remain closed until it is successfully cleared. You cannot exit unless the entire team is wiped out or you clear it. At the moment they entered, everyone heard the prompt. Then came the great joy. It's actually a main storyline dungeon, it seems the rewards this time won't be too bad. Li Li said. Xiao Chen smiled, isn't the battle zone announcement coming? All main storyline dungeons, regardless of level, will have a battle zone announcement when successfully cleared. Previously, Xiao Chen had cleared the level 75 main storyline dungeon Silver Mine, then the level 85 dungeon was cleared by the Prosperity Guild, and the level 95 dungeon was cleared solo by Jian Zhantsong Shang. This level 105 dungeon is currently the highest known level for a main storyline dungeon. However, for Xiao Chen, it posed no difficulty at all. Let's go, gather experience. Xiao Chen waved his hand and took the lead. The deep dungeon instance is an underground palace, illuminated by torches, but the light is still dim. After Xiao Chen entered the instance, his mount, Thunder God, automatically returned to the mount space and could not follow. This underground palace is somewhat like a maze, as one walks, they will hit walls, making it difficult to navigate. After a while, the group encountered several waves of monsters. Level 100 small monsters, not to mention Xiao Chen, even Zhang Fan and Lucky Meow could easily crush them. They advanced quickly, and after about 10 minutes, they completed the maze and arrived at the boss room at the deepest point. The first boss of the instance is a skeleton mage, who has been dead for who knows how many years but can still speak. Upon seeing Xiao Chen and the others enter, it mocked, poor adventurers, daring to intrude into my resting place, you shall remain here forever. Then, with a wave of its staff, skeleton soldiers crawled out from the ground, a total of 50 or 60, brandishing swords and rushing towards the team. Xiao Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, is that it? Summoning the undead, who can't do that? Undead. Torrent. He didn't even cast a damage skill, chanting for 4 seconds to summon the undead army. In an instant, the ground beneath Xiao Chen turned black, spreading throughout the entire dungeon. In every corner of the dungeon, undead creatures crawled out. From skeleton dogs to 6-meter-tall black knights, they all emerged, filling the room. Wow! So scary, the little T, shield, screamed in fright, forgetting to tank the boss, trembling behind her shield. Li Li and the others were dumbfounded. The boss was also stunned, staring at the undead army that far outnumbered him, frozen for several seconds before remembering he was a boss and roared, kill them! Xiao Chen curled his lip, pointing his staff, let him kill. Immediately, the two undead armies clashed, turning the entire dungeon into chaos. The boss was level 105, while Xiao Chen was level 109. The creatures summoned by both sides, in terms of quality and quantity, were clearly superior on Xiao Chen's side. Moreover, the undead torrent was continuously replenishing.
Combat power. Even if some small monsters were taken down, they would be immediately replaced, far stronger than the bosses.
Meager undead summons.
Half a minute later, 12 level 109 epic undead and 1 legendary undead Black Knight surrounded the instance.
Boss. Xiao Chen took a moment to glance at the boss's information. Dungeon Skeleton Mage, Legendary Boss, level 105 health. 32500/3250000 attack power, 14,200 physical defense, 880 magic defense, 480 skills, corruption, undead summon, soulfire. Death Siphon, summon Siren. This attribute, can't say it's useless, but it's certainly limited in strength. The Black Knight's in. The undead torrent are stronger than him. The 12 epic bosses and the legendary boss Black Knight swarmed in, staging a unique
undead brawl in the dungeon. The dungeon skeleton mage, with over 3 million health, was shattered into a skeleton under the
relentless beating of his peers after using less than 10 skills.
Then, as the effect of the undead torrent ended, Xiao Chen cancelled
the skill, and the undead creatures dissipated one by one. TSK, old Xiao is becoming more and more like a boss, Zheng Fan sighed.
Indeed, the legendary boss looks like a grandson in front of him, and even the mythic boss is easily crushed.
If they
aren't at least 150 levels higher than him, they don't even qualify to spar with him, Lily said somewhat enviously.
Xiao Chen was
becoming increasingly outrageous. With such strength, if he weren't still afraid of real damage and transcendence skills, even gods would probably be pressed to the ground by him. There's no helping it, being too handsome is like this.
I'm quite troubled.
There's no challenge in playing games at all, Xiao Chen shrugged, acting quite smug.
Hey, you're so fat you're even out of breath.
The two good brothers raised their middle fingers.
After everyone picked up the drops from the skeletal mage, a staircase appeared
behind them, leading to the next level of the dungeon.
Let's go, let's continue bullying the boss on the next level. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and everyone moved forward.
The monster level on the second floor of the dungeon had risen to level 110, slightly
stronger than before.
But still, it wasn't too much of a challenge.
Lucky Cat casually tossed a few moonlight punishments, and Zhang
Fan smashed a few melee skills, just pushing through. However, the maze on the second floor was quite large. It took over 20 minutes
to finally find the boss.
This time, the boss was a ghost, without a body, floating in the air draped in a black cloak.
Soul Lord. Legendary Boss, level 112 health, 34100/3410000 attack power, 15,400 physical defense? Immune to physical damage. Magic defense, 1,250 skills, Soul Arrow, Tracking Ghost Fire, Wailing Magic Circle, Deadly Weakness, Soul Cutting Blade. Xiao Chen
took a look and saw it was another weakling, unable to withstand even his magic missiles. Before the boss could start with any formalities, he casually threw out a lightning arrow.
Bang!
The Soul Lord directly perished, turning into a burst of shiny dust that
fell down.
Corpse dust, epic material, can be used to craft 100 level epic potions.
Lily looked at it and said, "Good stuff. It's mine."
He then eagerly picked it up, planning to use it when he later changed to a crafting profession.
The second boss was defeated in a second, and next was the third level.
The situation on the third floor of the dungeon was more complicated. Not only were there monsters, but also traps that hindered progress. Without some strength, it was indeed difficult to navigate.
However, in
the team, not only was there Xiao Chen, a freakishly strong damage dealer, but also a super support, Lucky Cat.
Even if they lost
a few thousand health points from the traps, as long as they didn't die on the spot, they could be healed.
Even if someone accidentally
died, the two priests could take turns casting resurrection, so it wasn't a problem. After a while, they arrived in front of the third floor boss. The third boss was a towering dark emperor, over 5 meters tall, even more imposing than the evil spirit bosses. But his strength was rather average, a 120 level legendary quality, lacking any impressive aura.
Xiao Chen summoned a low-level fire elemental and threw 2 small fireballs.
With 2 puffs, the dark emperor, who had high magic damage reduction, collapsed on the
spot.
Then they moved down to the 4th level.
The 4th floor boss was slightly stronger, a mythic boss. Fallen Gravekeeper.
Mythic boss, level 125 health, 11,500/11,500/000 attack power, 31,500 physical defense, 2,400 magic defense, 3,000 skills.
Chain Lightning, Ultimate Magic Shield, Summon Skeletal Mage, Summon Soul Lord, Summon Dark Emperor, Rebirth. This boss was of relatively high quality. For a 105 level dungeon, an ordinary 5-man team would basically be unable to defeat it. But unfortunately, today they had Xiao Chen summon Flame Lord. Since the opponent was good at summoning, Xiao Chen didn't bully them and directly used their strongest skill against them.
A 60-meter tall Flame Lord appeared in the dungeon, directly breaking through the
sealing and piercing through the map above. The fallen Gravekeeper boss looked serious and continuously summoned the bosses from the previous 3 levels to assist in battle. Before they could prepare to unleash their skills, the Flame Lord smashed down with a fist. Boom! The Dark Emperor, who had just been killed once, perished again. Then a breath of fierce flames erupted, and the entire dungeon was nearly melted away. The 3 bosses, whether legendary or mythic, were turned to ashes, unable to cast their next skill. Before dying, TSK, I didn't even exert myself, and they just fell down. Xiao Chen looked disappointed, feeling that the boss's strength was lacking. Everyone thought the dungeon was cleared and that they could immediately post on the battle zone announcement. But Shun Shun said, there's still one boss left, my task is to kill the hidden demon general, and he hasn't appeared yet. When everyone looked, they saw that the underground palace only had 4 levels, and there was no way to go further down. There were no other monsters in sight, and the demon general that Shun Shun mentioned seemed to be absent. What's going on? Where are the monsters? Li Li asked in confusion. Lucky Cat said, this is already the deepest part of the dungeon. Since the boss hasn't appeared, either the mechanism hasn't been triggered yet, or it's in a stealth state. Mechanism? Xiao Chen's face stiffened. Could it be that he killed the monsters too quickly, causing the boss not to show up? Some bosses had peculiar settings, needing to appear only when another boss's health reached a certain level to assist if they were killed. Instantly, they would miss the chance. If that were the case, it would be quite embarrassing for him. At that moment, in a corner of the 4th level of the underground palace, a demon general who was at level 200 but severely injured, with strength only equivalent to a level 130 mythic boss, was trembling. Looking at the massive figure 60 meters away, he said in fear, how did the infernal demon lord end up here, and why is he fighting our camp's minions? Hiss. It seems he has been assimilated by those damned adventurers. I can't expose myself, otherwise, if the demon lord lands a punch, I won't even have a chance to resurrect. According to the setting, he was supposed to appear when the fallen Gravekeeper was about to die. Heal the Gravekeeper, and then, along with the bosses from the previous 3 levels, engage in a fair battle 5v5 against the player team. But the scene before him was severely inconsistent with the setting. He didn't dare to go out. In the team, Lucky Cat suggested, I have a 4th turn skill that can break the stealth effect, let's give it a try. This statement was overheard by the demon general. He exclaimed, this moon god air is so powerful, I can't let her find me. I must hide. He then cast a skill, merging directly into the rock, becoming one with the walls of the underground palace. Lucky Cat used a large area support skill, illuminating everything around. But still, the boss was nowhere to be seen. Still nothing. What should we do? Shun Shun said with a frown. Xiao Chen retracted the Flame Lord and awkwardly said, how about I try using an area magic spell to see if I can flush the boss out? The Flame Lord disappeared, and the demon general was suddenly delighted. Finally, the infernal demon lord has left, now it's my turn. He then emerged from the rock, 2 gleaming daggers appearing in his hands, ready to strike. However, the next moment, boom! Suddenly, intense flames erupted around without warning. The demon general was momentarily stunned, wanting to see the power of this fire sea spell, and deciding whether to defend. The next moment, his world went dark. 218777727 A massive damage number appeared above his head, and the already low health level 200 demon general died instantly. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the injured mythic boss, the demon general, and gained 35,200 reputation. Ding! Your team has defeated the injured demon general, evenly distributing 7,500,000 experience points. Congratulations! Your level has increased to 110. Xiao Chen cast the fire sea spell and then heard the 3 consecutive notifications. Wow, the boss really was in stealth. He was bewildered, completely unaware of what had happened. Looking around, after searching for a long time, he finally found a pile of gold coins and mythic equipment in the farthest corner. Why was this boss hiding so far away? I thought he wouldn't come out. What a false alarm. He shook his head helplessly. Everyone else was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Shun Shun said, Senior Xiao Chen, the system just notified me that the dungeon clearing was successful. We need to come up with a name for the team to announce. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen thought for a moment, you can name it whatever you like. I have no advertisements to promote and no enemies to curse. The team names in the war zone announcements are generally used for advertising. Only he and Tianxia Wushuan have ever used them to insult others. Shunsun saw that he had no thoughts on the matter and asked for the opinions of the others. In the end, no one had any suggestions, so she made the decision herself. Warzone announcement. Congratulations to the player team Senior Xiao Chen, the best in the world for being the first to clear the 105 level main storyline dungeon, Deep Magic Cave. First clear players, 1 shield to smash you, Xiao Chen, Lucky Meow, Neighbor Old Zhen, Neighbor Oldly. Warzone announcement. Warzone announcement. This announcement echoed throughout the entire Warzone, catching the attention of many players. Wow, amazing. They cleared the 105 level main storyline so quickly. The 95 level main storyline was just cleared not long ago. Here comes Xiao Chen. Again. This guy is just unbelievable. Strongly suggest banning his account. Damn, they just unbanned the second level main city 2 hours ago, and now they've cleared the dungeon. How on earth does Xiao Chen play this game? Countless people had a reflexive reaction to Xiao Chen's name, just seeing it made them want to curse. However, many also admired him, treating him as the most powerful god. In the dungeon, Li was in a pretty good mood at first. But upon seeing the team name Shunsun had chosen, he immediately felt resentful. Why is it old Xiao, the best in the world? He clearly works hard too, he said with a sigh. Shunsun blinked and replied matter-of-factly, Senior Xiao Chun really is the best in the world, isn't that right? Yeah, right, so right, woo woo woo. Li expressed his hurt, as if he had been betrayed by a good brother. Xiao Chen helplessly said, alright, stop fooling around. Let's distribute the loot and leave the dungeon. Okay. Only then did Li put away his joking expression. This dungeon dropped quite a lot of items. Since it was a first clear, each boss had the highest drop rate, resulting in a total of 3 mythic items, 1 base construction order, 8 legendary items, and 2 million gold coins. Xiao Chen had the biggest contribution, so Shunsun gave him the right to distribute the loot. Looking at the 3 mythic items in his bag, Xiao Chen was actually quite tempted. The 100 level mage gloves and mage leg armor were very suitable for him. But then he thought he was about to go to the Ashen Plains to deal with the demon general, and when he returned, he could find Yispin to customize a set of mythic gear he wanted. Therefore, these mythic items wouldn't be worn for long, so he gave them to Li and Lucky Meow. Shunsun got a 100 level mythic weapon, Zheng Fan received a 100 level legendary ring and 2 mythic scrolls. He himself took a base construction order, and the gold coins and other items were evenly distributed among the teammates. Now, the price of the base construction order had plummeted to around 10 million cash, which was about 100,000 gold coins, no longer as expensive as before. What he took could only be considered slightly more than his teammates, not counting as hoarding valuable items. Let's go back to town to turn in the quest and see if Line's sister needs any help, Zheng Fan said. Since they were dragged to the war city by Xiao Chun, less than 3 hours had passed. In such a short time, no one had been able to reach this place. There were still many opportunities to explore in the main city. The group exited the dungeon and returned to the surface. Xiao Chen summoned his Mount Thunder god again to continue gaining experience. Blind sister, where are you now? Is there any boss you need to fight? As soon as they returned to the surface, Zheng Fan asked in the 6-person group chat. Blind's sister did not respond immediately. After a while, she replied, storyline hasn't finished yet, it's getting more and more complicated. It seems to be a Legion-level large-scale war mission. Legion mission? Everyone was taken aback. What kind of war mission? Xiao Chen quickly asked. Blind's sister replied. I've been following a commander of the city guards for a long time in the storyline. They want to avenge the deceased lord of the city, and they have already set off for the Ashen Plains. He was just about to assign me a task, so please wait a moment. After 3 minutes, she added, the task requirements are to go to the battlefield of the Ashen Plains and assist the God of War First Legion in defeating the Abyss faction's Bloody Rose Legion. This is a Mythic-level Legion task. Mythical Legion mission. After hearing the content of the mission, even Xiao Chen was shocked. This is difficult. Assist an NPC army in defeating another NPC army. From the background, the Bloody Rose Legion should be the abyssal force that kills the Lord of War City, and it is likely to be the subordinate of the Demon King Mythical. The scale of such a legion is at least hundreds of thousands of troops, and considering the average level of abyssal creatures, they are at least above level 130. Among them, there are at least a dozen demon generals above level 200, and there might even be demigods mixed in. The difficulty of winning this battle is evident. Even if Xiao Chen intervenes facing such a massive abyssal army, he has no confidence in retreating unscathed. Is there a specified time limit for the mission? Xiao Chen asked a crucial question. If there is no time limit, they can take their time, and as players level up over time, they will eventually be able to complete it. But if it's a timed mission, that would be problematic. Blind sister replied, there is a time limit, but it's half a year, so there is time to prepare. Everyone, do you want to take this mission? She hadn't accepted the mission yet. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen decisively said, take it, we must take it. Just in time, I also have related war missions to do. We can go to the Ashen Plains and beat up demons together. The mission is indeed challenging, but as long as they are careful, there is still a chance to complete it. After all, players can respawn infinitely, and with Xiao Chen's own strength, as long as he spends enough time grinding, he can wear down an NPC army. Alright. I accept it. Blind Sister took the mission and then said, the NPC said that if the army mission is not completed within half a year, you will be blacklisted and will never be able to enter any city. Xiao Chen said, it's fine, I estimate I can complete it within a month or two. After a while, a large number of players will flood into War City. In the days to come, the battlefield will become a very important place for monster farming and contribution grinding. Even if they don't take action, the Abyssal army will be pushed back by the frenzied players. Don't be fooled by the hundreds of thousands of Abyssal troops. In front of hundreds of millions of players, they are nothing. However, the Legion mission has performance requirements. If one does not participate in the battle and relies solely on other players for damage output, even if the Abyssal army is defeated, they will not receive rewards and will instead be punished for slacking in battle. Everyone, continue to do your tasks separately. I need to practice my mount. In about 12 hours, after I finish my duel with swords slashing the world, we will form a team to go to the Ashen Plains to grind for war contributions, Xiao Chen said in the small group. After the curse of Ada was lifted, he could also gain war contributions, and both the main quest and war missions were what he wanted to engage in. However, before that, he wanted to level up his mount to level 30, at least so he could fly in the sky. Alright, then we'll split up for now. If there's a dungeon to run, just call in the group, Lucky Meow said, being the first to leave the team and return to the main city. Xiao Chen and the others also left the team one by one, each busy with their own tasks. Xiao Chen wanted to level up his mount, so he needed to keep moving on. The map, running to places the Thunder God had not into. The map near War City is very vast, and the monster levels are not low. While leveling up his mount, he could also cast skills to fight wild monsters and gain quite a bit of experience.